Bin is a supermarket waiter. His girlfriend despised him for being poor, and they eventually broke up. In order to relax, Bin decided to go hiking to adjust his mood. However, a sudden mountain rain caused Bin to accidentally hit a rock, hitting his head hard on it and causing him to fall into a coma. When Bin woke up again, he found himself in a place full of corpses, with the wolf tribe in the distance surrounding and killing people, and a girl next to him crying heartbreakingly. At that moment, Bin was completely stunned. At this moment, memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and he realized that he had traveled back to primitive society and became a member of the Luoshui tribe, a waste who had been ignored by his tribe members since childhood. At this critical moment, Bin discovered that his survival experience and skills as a modern man were simply a miracle in this wild wasteland. Later, with this knowledge, he successfully found herbs to stop the bleeding of the tribal leader, used hand tools to make a fire to save the entire tribe, and led the tribe to make spear throwers, thus saving this fragile tribe from the brink of death. Suddenly, Bin remembered something he had learned in his previous life, which was a spear thrower. This kind of equipment was simply a magical weapon in primitive society, and it could be called a sharp weapon for long-range attacks on enemies. Even though it is just a small device, after using it, the wooden spear that could only be thrown 70 or 80 meters can now fly more than 200 meters away, greatly improving its power and accuracy. This is equivalent to a primitive man holding a rifle in his hands, which truly changed the way of fighting. The most important thing is that even women can use this device easily. This change greatly reduced the difficulty of hunting. Even people with little strength could output effectively, and even women in the tribe could participate in hunting. Bin prepared 5 or 6 wooden spears for each hunting member. Although there were several wounded, he had prepared Panax Nodo ginseng powder early to clean their wounds and treat them simply. As long as the wounds of primitive people are not infected, the body's recovery speed is actually very fast. After all, in this harsh environment, those who can survive are extraordinary. On the morning of the day of departure, the tribesmen got up early. The old men and women walking in front seemed to have some difficulty, but everyone gritted their teeth and persevered, and finally caught up with the team. Bin, Hainyo, and 7 core hunters formed a vanguard team. Each of them was equipped with a spear thrower and carried 6 wooden spears, which could be used for self-protection and hunting. Along the way, they did not dare to be careless at all. If they encountered prey, such as rabbits or goats, they could also hunt some fresh meat to replenish the tribesmen's energy. At this time, Luoshui was standing not far away, his eyes full of admiration, staring at the weapon in Bin's hand and his tall figure. In primitive society, girls often mature early. Once they like a man, they will not hide their feelings and approach him. Women's selection criteria are simple. They will follow whoever is stronger. Because only by following a strong man can you eat well and live longer. Especially for those weak women, only by relying on men can they get real security. Luoshui was not popular in the tribe because she was thin and short, which did not meet the aesthetic standards for women in primitive society. However, Bin was different. He came from a modern society and was quite fond of the little girl with her thin eyebrows, eyes, oval face, and small mouth. Luoshui's skin is darker, the result of picking fruits in the sun all year round. In addition, she doesn't have many opportunities to take a bath, so her hands and feet are a little dark, but her facial features are quite pretty. She often looked at Bin secretly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although her face was a little dirty, her shyness was easily noticed. In fact, Bin had already noticed her, but he just didn't point it out. In his previous life, he loved a girl deeply, but ended up suffering great harm. Now, living a new life, Bin has the opportunity to make a new choice, and naturally he does not want to miss the tenderness in front of him again. But now, the most important thing is to settle the tribesmen as soon as possible and determine the location of a new home. On the way, they encountered a wild boar. Now, the hunters were equipped with new weapons and cooperated well with each other, and they knocked down the wild boar without much effort. The wild boar weighed about 200 to 300 kilograms, and the tribesmen enjoyed a sumptuous meal after a long absence. Everyone's face was full of radiance after eating, and even a few old people who were usually taciturn laughed out loud. With the meat grilled over the fire, Bin also enjoyed the meal very much. This feeling of changing the way of life was much more comfortable than eating raw meat before. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they continued on their journey. 2 days later, they finally reached their destination, the Yellow River Valley. From a distance, the surroundings were indeed full of danger. 3 or 5 wild wolves were wandering around lazily, as if they had just eaten and were not interested in the crowd. Yi Bin and his tribe held a brief meeting and finally decided to settle down next to a lake. The lakeside is slightly higher, about 3 or 4 meters, close to the water source, easy to get water, and rich in fish. The environment here is moderate, although not the safest, but much better than other places. So everyone started to build a new place to stay. Yi Bin directed the tribesmen to build fences around 3 sides. With the lake at the back, it formed a natural barrier and eliminated the risk of being attacked by wild beasts. There was some wood scattered on the ground that was washed down by the water. Yi Bin immediately organized people to collect them, dug pits, and buried the wood in the soil to further strengthen the defense. They worked until noon before taking a short break. Everyone was sweating, but no one complained. After all, this was their new home. There is enough food at the moment. The previously dried fish and this wild boar are enough to sustain for a while. As long as this temporary residence is stable, we can slowly plan and build a safer and more solid home. In recent days, the tribesmen's attitude towards Yi Bin has changed significantly. They not only respect him, but also gradually rely on him. In their eyes, Yi Bin is no longer just a leader, but a god who can change their destiny. In the afternoon, the 3 fences were finally built. Yi Bin also left an exit at the main gate to facilitate the tribe members to enter and exit and to prevent wild animals from sneaking in at night. He also had people collect a large amount of wood, which could be used as a fire at night for lighting and also to scare away wild beasts. The door is made of several thick pieces of wood tied into a fence, which can be blocked at night to ensure basic safety. Everyone was exhausted that day. Yi Bin lit a fire and skewered the remaining meat and hung it over the fire to roast. Compared with raw meat, this kind of roasted meat was a world of difference, and it made people feel extremely happy. Previously, when traveling, Yi Bin only grilled meat for himself, and the tribesmen had to eat it raw. Now, they can finally improve their food. Before long, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and everyone couldn't help swallowing, although no one dared to be the first to try it. Yi Bin walked up to the leader and the wizard, handed them 2 skewers of barbecue, and asked them to eat first. The 2 looked at each other and tasted carefully. The taste exploded immediately after taking a bite. Although there was no salt, it was much better than raw meat, and the 2 of them finished it quickly. Seeing his father eating with gusto, Luoshui couldn't help but take a string and try it in small bites. He looked so gentle and lovely that Yi Bin was stunned for a moment. Seeing Luoshui move his mouth, the other tribesmen also let down their guard and rushed forward to grab the meat. In a blink of an eye, the area around the fire became lively. Everyone was eating with their mouths full of oil and laughter. Compared to eating raw meat a few days ago, it was like they were in a completely different tribe. Yi Bin thought to himself, if only there was salt, the next step is to find some salt. Only if they eat well can the tribesmen have enough strength to survive. Yi Bin arranged 2 groups of people to take turns to keep watch. The night on the plains was too dangerous. If you were not careful, you might never see the sun the next day. Each group has 4 hunting members, and the women are responsible for 2 groups that take turns to make fires. After a busy day, the tribesmen lied down to rest. In the first half of the night, Yi Bin and the others kept watch, and nothing unusual happened. However, in the second half of the night, when the tribesmen were most tired, suddenly, they heard the sound of several wild wolves approaching quietly from outside the fence. A wolf head cautiously approached the fence and then sniffed it. It bit a team member's arm through the gap in the door. The team member screamed in pain, breaking the silence of the night and waking everyone in the fence. Yi Bin immediately grabbed the stone spear and stabbed it at the wolf. The tip of the spear directly pierced the wolf's neck, and blood gushed out. The wolf uttered a scream, and soon lost its movement as a large amount of blood flowed out. The other wolves, seeing their companion dead, immediately became more frantic and began to bite the fence continuously. Yi Bin immediately organized his tribe to fight back. Several wild wolves were pierced by stone spears, and their blood dyed the fence red. Seeing that they could not gain an advantage from the fence, the wolves began to retreat. In the distance, the white wolf king howled, as if blaming the fence for causing its people to die here. The wolf king is tall and mighty, with shiny white hair and a very powerful aura. It quickly approached the fence and directed the wolves to prepare for a second round of attack. At this time, the team members inside the fence held the stone spears tightly, ready to meet the new challenge. The wolves attacked again, and Hei Nyo led his men to resist. The team members waved stone spears and engaged in a fierce fight with the wolves outside. The two sides were deadlocked for a moment, and the situation quickly changed. As the fence began to deform, the necks of several wolves were stuck in the gaps. The team members took the opportunity to stab them with stone spears. Soon, several wolves fell to the ground and blood splattered all around. The Wolf King observed the situation, suddenly turned to the side of the fence, jumped, and climbed directly onto the fence. At this moment, Yibin felt a chill coming from behind him, and the Wolf King opened his bloody mouth and pounced on Yibin's shoulder. At this critical moment, a hunting member was quick-witted and swift-handed, swinging a stone spear and stabbing the Wolf King in the chest. The Wolf King immediately turned around and bit the stone spear, but this also exposed his flaw. Yibin followed closely, raised his own stone spear, and quickly stabbed the Wolf King. The Wolf King was unable to dodge and was stabbed directly. He let out a sharp wolf howl, and his body was pushed out by the powerful force, and finally fell heavily to the ground. However, the Wolf King did not give up. He quickly climbed up and licked his wounds, as if he realized that there was no profit to be gained. It issued an order to retreat, and the wolves reluctantly began to retreat with the 7 corpses gradually disappearing in the distance. The tribesmen breathed a sigh of relief. Yibin counted the people and found that only one team member had his arm bitten. Yibin breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to the night watch team, and said angrily, "Why did you all fall asleep? If it weren't for the fence, I don't know how many people would have died tonight." The night watchmen showed guilty expressions. Yibin knew that the tribesmen were exhausted recently, and everyone was in a state of high tension, so they tended to feel sleepy at night. At this moment, Yibin noticed that the team member who had just saved him was named Black Panther. He was the fastest man in the tribe and ran as fast as a leopard. Yibin thought to himself that if the tribe wanted to become stronger, it must cultivate more elites like Black Panther. And this Black Panther will definitely be able to take on important responsibilities in the tribe in the future and help him manage the tribe. Luoshui walked to Yibin, looked down, and was relieved to see that Yibin was not injured. Then, she began to treat the wound on the wounded man's hand. After examination, Yibin found that the wound was not big, just a bite hole in the arm. As long as he avoided rabies infection, he would heal soon. Yibin knew clearly that he had experienced this kind of wound before. He had been bitten by wolfhounds many times when he was a child, so he had enough experience. At this time, the tribesmen gathered around, and Yibin had become everyone's pillar. If it weren't for this fence, the tribe would probably have lost everything tonight. As the sky gradually brightened, Yibin arranged for the tribesmen to peel off the wolf skins and let everyone try the wolf meat. Although the elders had said before that wolf meat would taste sour, Yibin decided to try it himself to see if it was true this time. After everyone ate the wolf meat, the day gradually brightened. Yibin thought to himself that it would be too dangerous to stay in this place at night, so he had to build a solid mud brick house. In order to build sturdy mud bricks, he recalled the earthen houses in his hometown and thought about the methods of making mud bricks at that time. He decided to use the weeds here instead of straw to make mud bricks. So Yibin instructed 7 women to dig the earth. The tribe had no ready-made tools, so they could only use broken wood to complete the earthwork. The 5 children were cutting weeds with stone knives. The youngest was about 10 years old, and the oldest was Luoshui, who was the same age as Yibin, about 14 years old. The children followed the stream to cut grass, while other women stomped mud in small puddles. The men in the tribe were divided into 3 groups. One group was responsible for making mud bricks. One group went outside to dig traps, and another group was responsible for making stone spears. As for wolf skins, the 4 elders of the tribe began to make animal skin clothes for the hunting team to keep warm and enhance their defense, which could at least withstand several attacks from ordinary wooden spears. Everyone was busy with their own things. Yibin came over to the 2 men and taught them how to make mud bricks. He used broken wood to make bricks. There were many broken woods washed down by floods on the nearby mountains. After the brick blank was made, Yibin began to press the mixed mud into it and successfully made mud bricks. Soon, the team members learned how to make mud bricks, and Yibin took Black Panther and 3 others to a nearby water source to dig traps. Everyone chose a place where animals often come to drink water and started digging with wood. Black Panther asked curiously, "What's the point of digging such a big pit?" Yibin smiled mysteriously. "This is called a trap." Chapter 6. Making pottery, Yibin laid many twigs on the trap, covered them with leaves, and prepared to return to the tribe. After returning to the tribe, he found that everyone had done a good job. More than 300 mud bricks were made. At this rate, the first house could be built in a few days. Although the house looks simple, it is of great significance to Yibin. At the same time, the wolfskin coats were also made. Yibin put on one first and distributed the remaining 6 coats to everyone. Now, Yibin was almost like a leader in the tribe. He distributed wolfskin coats to the leader, Black Panther, and 4 other important members. Yibin knew that only when the core strength of the tribe was strong could the entire tribe be safer. Only when the team members were well equipped could they better protect the tribe. Yibin has been eating barbecue these days, and his mouth is already burning. He thought to himself, it would be great if he could make a clay pot. The production of pottery pots requires high-quality clay, otherwise the pottery will easily crack. Yibin decided to go with Black Panther to dig clay near the water source. The two prepared backpacks and made 2 large backpacks with thin rattan strips. Half an hour later, they arrived near the water source. Yibin discovered that there was a lot of clay near the water source, and wherever there was clay, termite nests could be seen. The two of them quickly filled the backpack, and Yibin decided to take the clay back to the tribe and check the traps around to see if any prey had fallen into them. When they approached the trap, they found that the branches and leaves on the trap were gone. Yibin walked closer and took a look, and a look of joy appeared on his face. It turned out that a wild boar weighing more than 200 pounds fell into the trap. The trap was full of blood, and the bamboo spear pierced the wild boar's body. Yibin and Black Panther took great efforts to drag the wild boar out. Black Panther was surprised. He didn't expect that he could catch the prey so easily. Yibin relayed the trap and covered it with branches and leaves. Black Panther found some vines of varying thicknesses, tied up the wild boar's feet, and pierced them with a wooden spear. The two of them carried the wild boar and quickly rushed to the tribe. About half an hour later, they returned to the tribe. The tribesmen were delighted to see Yibin and Black Panther carrying a large black wild boar. The tribe had wild boar meat to eat tonight. The tribesmen couldn't help but stare at the wild boar, their eyes full of excitement. In the past, the Luoshui tribe could only eat meat once every few days. Tonight, everyone can finally eat delicious wild boar meat. After Yibin put the wild boar down, he handed it over to the women of the tribe to deal with its hair. He poured the clay he brought back into the pit and began to trample it. Everyone in the tribe was very curious and didn't know what Yibin was doing. Wu came over, his face full of questions, and asked, Yibin, what are you doing? There's a lot of mud here. Why do you have to go outside to dig? Yibin smiled and explained, this is called clay, which can be used to make pottery. At this time, Henyo also came over and asked in confusion, can pottery really be made? For primitive people like them, mud is everywhere, and they don't understand why Yibin has to go outside to dig it. Yibin explained, this kind of clay is very suitable for making pottery. The success rate of making pottery with clay is very high. The pottery can be used to stew meat and cook wild vegetables. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they obviously became very interested in the uses of pottery. So Yibin started to make pottery. He made a pottery pot, then 20 pottery bowls, and finally 2 pottery jars. Although he was not sure whether these pottery pieces would be successful, he felt that if the success rate could be 60%, it would be very good. The success of pottery meant that food could be better preserved and cooked. Pottery pots could be used to stew meat, make soup, cook mushrooms and wild vegetables, and even feed more people. After listening to Yibin's explanation, the people in the tribe were very excited. The benefits of pottery were obvious to them. Yibin's craftsmanship is magical in everyone's eyes, and many people can't wait to see the success of his pottery. Although the process of making pottery is very hard for Yibin, he is also full of motivation when he sees everyone's enthusiasm. After making the pottery, Yibin decided to let it sit for a few days to prevent it from deforming or cracking. The firing of pottery requires a lot of charcoal, and the newly made pottery cannot be fired immediately. It must wait for a few days. That night, the chief and the witch announced an important decision. Yibin will officially become the chief of the Luoshui tribe and lead the tribe to a stronger future. The tribesmen were surprised by this decision, but they all supported Yibin. Yibin himself did not expect to become the leader. After all, he was still young and not strong. However, he decided to accept the responsibility because he believed that only if he led the tribe could it become stronger. With the support of everyone, Yibin finally agreed to be the leader of the tribe. The first thing Yibin did was to give the tribe a new name. He felt that the tribe had moved to a new place and could no longer use the old name. He thought about it and decided to give the tribe a more meaningful name. So he said, "From now on, our tribe will be called Huasha tribe." This name has a special meaning to Yi Bin, and it also represents his longing for his hometown. Everyone agreed to the name, and the tribe became more cohesive. Yi Bin knew that the tribe had to speed up its development in order to be able to protect itself. He decided to first speed up the construction of houses, then fire pottery, then build mud brick walls, and finally develop agriculture. In this way, the tribe would no longer be so dependent on hunting and would be able to ensure sufficient food. The next morning, after breakfast, the tribesmen started a new day of work. Yi Bin assigned the women to collect wood, while the others continued to dig mud and cut grass. The entire Huasha tribe was like an efficient machine, and everyone was working hard for the future of the tribe. Yi Bin found Black Panther and asked him to go to the location of the trap to check if there were any new prey that fell into it. Since Black Bull's injury has not healed yet, and he cannot go out hunting for the time being, Yi Bin can only rely on Black Panther to continue the hunting progress. The operation of the entire tribe became more and more orderly, and everyone was gradually becoming stronger under the leadership of Yi Bin. Yi Bin knows that only by accelerating the construction of the tribe can the future of the tribe be ensured, and he is determined to lead everyone to welcome a better tomorrow. Chapter 7. Making Bows and Arrows. Yi Bin came to the wall and started to make a stove with mud, preparing to use it to burn pottery after the charcoal was made. He worked all afternoon and finally made 3 or 4 crude kills. Although these kills did not look very good, they were barely usable. Then, he made a simple bellows next to the stove. The internal structure of the bellows was made of bamboo strips. Yi Bin first used a stone knife to cut some bamboo, split the bamboo, mixed the bamboo strips with mud, made it into a square, and sealed the back of the bellows. Then he used a stone to grind a wooden board, made a small hole in the middle of the board, passed the small wooden stick through the small hole in the board, and then made a small opening behind the small stick and stuffed some small wooden blocks in. In this way, the internal structure of the bellows was completed. Then, he sealed the front of the bellows with a mixture of bamboo strips and mud, and a complete bellows was made. Yi Bin found a bamboo as thick as a thumb, connected one end to the back of the bellows and the other end to the stove, and finally sealed the 2 ends with mud to complete a finished bellows. At the same time, the women of the tribe carried more than 300 kilograms of wood and walked towards the fence, piling the wood near the fence. Seeing that the wood was ready, Yi Bin came over and prepared to start making charcoal. Charcoal making is actually very simple. Just put the wood neatly into the kiln, then make a few small holes at the bottom of the kiln, and ignite the wood to make charcoal. In order to facilitate the tribe's daily cooking, Yi Bin deliberately kept the fire going to ensure that there was no need to relight the fire when cooking. When the wood began to burn, Yi Bin quickly began to pump the bellows, and the fire became bigger and bigger. Seeing that it was almost done, Yi Bin quickly sealed the kiln with mud. All he had to do was wait until tomorrow morning for the charcoal to be successfully burned. A total of 3 batches of charcoal were burned, and the pottery will be almost dry by tomorrow, and then we can start firing the pottery. Yi Bin then came to the mud brick work site and saw 2 tribesmen making mud bricks. The mud bricks placed yesterday had begun to harden. The construction of the tribe is still very backward, and the construction of houses must be accelerated. He looked at the more than 400 mud bricks completed today, which was much faster than yesterday's progress. The tribesmen were all working hard, and Yi Bin also walked to the fence and checked the location of the new house. This place was about 200 meters away from the river, with high terrain and very convenient water access, so he decided to choose this place to build a new house. Although there are not many mud bricks at present, and the mud bricks made today cannot be used to build houses, the tribesmen have recovered after these days of rest, and the team members with lighter injuries have almost recovered. At this time, Black Bull and Black Panther came back. From a distance, Yi Bin saw them carrying a wild goat, and each of them was holding 2 lambs. Perhaps because the big goat was injured, the bamboo spear caused it a lot of damage. Black Panther picked up the stone knife and prepared to slaughter the sheep, but Yi Bin immediately stopped him. In the primitive world, animals are usually used for meat. The tribesmen were very curious and looked at Yi Bin, not understanding his approach. Yi Bin patiently explained, "We can raise them first and then slaughter them when the tribe is short of food. We just need to cut grass and feed them every day." After hearing this, the tribesmen understood what he meant and were willing to help raise sheep. Yi Bin asked several tribesmen to build a sheepfold, bandage the sheep's wounds, and asked the women to cut some grass nearby to feed the sheep. These days, people and sheep can only live together, but people in primitive society don't mind this. Everyone looks at the goats curiously, wanting to see how they eat grass. In the afternoon, Yi Bin and Black Panther went around the tribe to see if they could find any edible vegetables. They went to the mountain and found a group of mulberry trees. The bark of the mulberry tree is very tough and can be used to make ropes, bowstrings, and to tie things. Yi Bin's mind moved, thinking that what the tribe lacked most was offensive weapons. So Yi Bin and Black Panther peeled a lot of tree bark and cut some bamboo and twigs. The two returned to the tribe with the materials. The tribesmen were already used to Yi Bin's strange behavior. Yi Bin cut the bamboo with a stone knife, roasted it over fire, and made it into the shape of a bow and arrow. He also made several bamboo arrows. Then, Yi Bin asked Black Panther to work with him to process the bark of the mulberry tree into ropes and make bowstrings. After the bowstring was ready, Yi Bin immediately installed it, pulled the bamboo bow, and tried to shoot bamboo arrows. The bamboo arrow flew out like an arrow from a bow and stabbed steadily into the wood 30 meters away, with the tail of the arrow swaying slightly. The people in the tribe were all stunned, and they had never expected that such a simple bow and arrow could have such a strong power. Yi Bin couldn't help laughing, ha. At this time, Luoshui stood in the crowd. Looking at Yi Bin with admiration, her heartbeat accelerated, and her face turned red. Women in primitive society did not know shame, but at this time, Luoshui had some different ideas in his mind. He was also shocked by the power of this bamboo bow. He looked at this advanced weapon excitedly and began a plan for future conflicts with other tribes. The hunting team members of the tribe stared at the bow and arrow in Yi Bin's hand, their eyes full of desire, as if every member wanted to have a bow and arrow of his own. Yi Bin looked at the looks in these people's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Then he found a few old men, one of whom was called Old Bear. He was a fierce man in the tribe when he was young. Yi Bin smiled and said to him, "Old Bear, I will teach you how to make bows and arrows. From now on, all the weapons of the tribe will be made by you." The old men were as happy as children. The making of bows and arrows was not complicated, and the old men learned it quickly. Then, Yi Bin brought out the prepared bamboo and some pebbles. These pebbles could be used as arrowheads after being polished. The arrows made could easily penetrate the skin. In order to prevent the wolf pack from attacking again, Yi Bin decided to prepare a bow and arrow with a dozen arrows for each tribe member. In this way, whether fighting against wolves or other tribes, the tribe members will be more confident in repelling them. In order to speed up the construction of the house, the tribesmen worked hard and made mud bricks every day. After Yi Bin instructed a few elders, he led the team members to start digging the foundation. The depth of the foundation is quite demanding. Generally, it needs to be dug about 1 meter deep, but the tribe urgently needs a house, so Yi Bin decided to speed up. So, the foundation was only dug half a meter deep, and then began to stir the mud. According to Yi Bin's memory, this simple adhesive is made of a mixture of water, yellow mud, and some chopped grass, and it can form a bonding state after being stepped on. Soon, the simple adhesive was ready. Yi Bin asked the tribesmen to bring mud bricks, put them into the foundation, and then scrape a layer of mud. In this way, the wall gradually began to take shape. After a few hours, the 4 walls were almost completed, and each wall was as tall as a person. The next morning, the tribesmen were busy and smiling. When Yi Bin was about to leave, a small stone rolled to the bottom of his feet, causing him to twitch in pain. At this time, the women and children came over with a few bundles of weeds, and Yi Bin suddenly had an idea. He said to himself, "How could I have forgotten that I could make straw sandals?" So he took a bundle of wild grass, came to Old Bear, and began to make straw sandals in front of him. Soon, he had made his first pair of straw sandals. After trying them on, he felt very comfortable and became the first man in the tribe to wear straw sandals. The surrounding tribesmen were envious, especially the elderly, who were quick learners and quickly learned how to weave straw sandals. Yi Bin checked their weaving skills again and felt that they could make it independently, so he came to the kiln. He couldn't wait to break the dry soil on the kiln, revealing the charcoal that had been successfully burned. Yi Bin picked up 2 pieces of charcoal and knocked them hard. The charcoal made a crisp sound, which meant that the charcoal had been successfully fired. Next, Yi Bin could finally start firing pottery. The temperature of the charcoal was high enough, and the bellows could help the temperature reach more than 1,000 degrees. So he called a woman to help light the fire and started to work. The women's faces were soaked with sweat, and their whole bodies were sweating. Although no one could appreciate this scene, it was part of the life of the tribe. Chapter 8. Pottery is out of the oven. Yesterday, Yibin made more than 700 mud bricks. Seeing that the results were good, he called a few tribesmen to start building a house. He planned to build 5 rooms, 2 toilets, and 2 bathhouses, and his own house would be built last. According to Yibin's arrangement, 1 room was built in each corner of the other 4 rooms, so that no matter what happened, there would be someone guarding at least one corner, so that he could react in time, make reasonable tactical arrangements, and repel the enemy. The first house to be built was one of the 4 corners, and the house he lived in was temporarily put last. The first task was to complete the construction of the first house, so that he would be completely safe at night, and no matter whether it was a wolf, wild dog, or leopard, it would not be able to push down the mud wall. As long as they guarded the door, no matter how many wolves came, it would be useless. When Yi Bin led his people to build houses, a white wolf king appeared in the distance, staring at them with vicious eyes. The wolf king had been looking for opportunities after being beaten back that day. Wolves are very vengeful and smart animals, and Yi Bin and his people didn't know all this. Soon, the mud bricks made yesterday were used up, and the wall of the house was already 1.5 meters high, and it would be basically completed tomorrow. As winter was approaching, Yi Bin did not make windows, but only made an observation hole the size of a mud brick, so that people in the house could see what was happening outside. In order to prevent the cold weather, Yi Bin made a wooden door frame and a thick wooden door so that he would not feel cold at night. In order to keep warm, Yi Bin made a stove in the house and made a chimney out of mud, so that the tribesmen would not choke when they lit a fire in the house at night. After the stove was finished, he built a big earthen bed that could sleep more than 10 people. When the earthen bed was finished, it was almost dark. Yi Bin walked around the tribe and found that Hei Nyo and Hei Bao had not returned yet. They had been out since morning, and it had been almost a day now. Yi Bin was a little worried, wondering if the traps had caught any prey today. Black Bull and Black Panther were so happy when they got the bows and arrows last night that they couldn't sleep, but if the traps didn't catch any prey today, they would have to go hunting with their own bows and arrows. The power of the bow and arrow was indeed great. The 2 of them had a good harvest today, shooting 5 rabbits and an antelope. At this time, Yi Bin saw 2 dark shadows appearing not far ahead. The tribesmen immediately became nervous. Everyone picked up their bows and arrows and stood outside the wall ready. At this time, there were a total of 8 men in the tribe, including Yi Bin, and with Black Panther and Black Bull gone, there were only 6 men, and the rest were women and children. In the battles of primitive society, men had much stronger explosive power, and it was difficult for 3 women to fight against 1 man. In a life-or-death situation, men can often deliver a fatal blow, but women cannot. Women in the tribe do not participate in battles, but rely on men to protect their safety. As the shadows get closer and closer, everyone's tension gradually increases, but when they recognize that they are Black Bull and Black Panther, the tense atmosphere gradually relaxes. Black Bull and Black Panther return to the tribe with their prey, and the tribesmen all gathered around them happily. Yi Bin was also very happy. The 2 of them told how they shot the prey with bows and arrows. At first, they couldn't hit the prey, but after practicing many times, they gradually mastered the technique and finally hit the first rabbit. Both of them were immersed in the sense of achievement of hunting and completely forgot about time. Yi Bin still reminded them seriously that they must return to the tribe before dark, otherwise they would be expelled from the tribe. Black Bull and Black Panther realized that they were wrong and nodded and promised to return to the tribe on time in the future. After the tribe had eaten the prey, Yi Bin went to check the kiln and found that the charcoal had burned out and the kiln could be opened tomorrow morning. At night, Yi Bin arranged for the night watchman. After a busy day, everyone lay down to rest and spent a peaceful night. The next morning, after the tribe had eaten, they continued their work. Black Bull and Black Panther set out to hunt again. Yi Bin came to the kiln and opened it. He was happy to find that the pottery pot was intact, but the pottery basin was cracked, 5 pottery bowls were broken, and the remaining 30 were still intact. Yi Bin tapped the pottery gently with his hand, and the crisp sound told him that the pottery was successfully fired. So Yi Bin immediately told everyone in the tribe the good news. Although everyone didn't quite understand the use of pottery, they also became happy when they saw the leader's happy look. Yi Bin told everyone that pottery can be used to cook food. Although no one in the tribe had ever cooked food, everyone was still looking forward to tasting cooked meat. So Yi Bin asked several women in the tribe to teach them how to use a clay pot to cook food in the afternoon. The women learned it right away. They added water to the clay pot and covered the lid, and cooked it for an hour or 2 before eating. Although the tribe had no salt and could only boil water, Yi Bin knew that a long period without salt would make the body weak. Drinking animal blood was a way to replenish salt, but Yibin really couldn't accept it and could only hope to find a salt mine in the future to solve this problem. After explaining all this, Yibin returned to the place where he was repairing the house. Yesterday, thanks to the efforts of the two bricklayers, the mud bricks were made much faster than before, and more than 750 mud bricks were made today. Although mud brick making is a manual labor and cannot be done too quickly, these mud bricks are enough for the ceiling of the house. By the afternoon, the roof of the house has been completed, tied with tree sticks and long grass ropes, and the overall house has taken shape. The house is about 40 square meters. There are small windows on both sides of the house, which are sealed with wooden boards to facilitate people to observe the situation outside. After the house was built, the people in the tribe couldn't help but come over to take a look. The witch also came over and asked, "Is this house really habitable?" Yibin confidently replied, "Of course it can be lived in." So he led everyone into the room. As soon as everyone entered, the room was packed and suddenly plunged into darkness. Yibin called a few women and asked them to bring some wood and fire. Soon, the room was lit up. As the fire under the earthen Kong was lit, the temperature in the room rose rapidly and became warm. Everyone felt very comfortable. The tribesmen looked at the new house curiously, feeling at ease. Chapter 9. Building a Tribe. Just then, Hang Nyo and his companions came back. They had a rich harvest today. The traps had captured 2 antelopes, each weighing more than 300 kilograms, and they were both alive, with their wounds not fatal. Then, the bow and arrow shot a wild boar and 2 small wild boars. The wild boar weighed about 100 kilograms, and the small wild boars weighed more than 30 kilograms each. Almost all the prey were dead, and they could only be caught after they bled out. The people of the primitive tribe only ate 1 meal a day. After Yibin came to the tribe, they began to eat 2 meals a day. Although Yibin had asked to eat 3 meals a day, the witch thought it was too wasteful of food and stopped this proposal. Now, several women began to prepare meals, cooking the meat left over from yesterday in a clay pot, while the men practiced archery at the door. Yibin was there to instruct them on how to shoot arrows, helping them improve their accuracy and teaching them how to shoot quickly to train their reaction speed. The men were also practicing repeatedly to increase their proficiency. Yibin's goal was to enable them to quickly draw arrows and counterattack when facing the enemy, thereby increasing their chances of winning. Tonight, everyone can finally move into the newly built room. Although the room is a bit crowded, it is better than outside. At least there is a sense of security in the house. The original fence has now been converted into a sheep pen, where 3 wild sheep and 2 antelopes are raised. The wild sheep's wounds have almost recovered. There's a lot of grass piled in the sheep pen, which was cut by the children of the tribe. After checking the sheep pen, Yibin returned to the house and saw the aroma of meat in the clay pot. Everyone was salivating and sniffing. Yibin distributed ceramic bowls and gave everyone a pair of chopsticks made of tree branches. The meat had been cooked for more than an hour and was well cooked. When the lid of the pot was opened, the aroma was so fragrant that everyone couldn't help but drool. Yibin first served himself a bowl, and then served 1 bowl each to Wu and Luoshui. Primitive tribes have the tradition of the leader eats first, which indicates the leader's status in the tribe. According to convention, men eat first, then women, and finally children and the elderly. Although everyone has equal food under Yibin's leadership, there is still a sequence. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, especially some people who were not used to using chopsticks at first. Some even grabbed the meat with their hands and screamed because of the burn, but they still didn't let go because the meat was so delicious. Seeing everyone so devoted, Yibin told everyone seriously that they must wash their hands before eating, otherwise they would not be allowed to eat. So everyone lined up to wash their hands and then returned to their rooms to eat. Many people were clumsy in picking up the meat with chopsticks, which made people laugh. Some impatient people simply used chopsticks to wipe the meat directly from the bowl and eat it. Luoshui also ate 2 bowls tonight, and her face was covered with oil. Yibin felt very satisfied when he saw her appearance. Although the meal didn't taste special, everyone was very satisfied. Usually, the food for 27 people would only last for 1 day, but tonight, the food for 14 people was enough to fill everyone up. The tribesmen laughed and talked, expressing their gratitude for having 2 meals a day, even though they didn't have enough to eat in the past. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. Seeing these people's happy faces, Yibin was also very happy. Tonight, the presence of the earthen Kong made the room much warmer, and everyone felt very comfortable and lay down to rest. Yibin arranged 2 groups of people to keep watch, 2 people in each group, and the women were responsible for turbulent fire to ensure that the room would not fall into darkness. If an enemy or wild animal approaches, the night watchman can immediately discover and call the police, giving the tribe time to take precautions. Night watch is an important line of defense, allowing people to prepare in advance for emergencies. The earthen Kong can accommodate up to 10 people, and the rest can only sleep on animal skins on the ground. Although the conditions are simple, the house is much warmer than the cold night outside. Primitive people usually don't like to take a bath, and their bodies smell strong, which makes Yibin feel a little helpless. In the past few days, the tribe has been very busy, and Yibin has no time to manage the hygiene of the tribe. He decided that starting tomorrow, everyone must take a bath and wash their hair, and he plans to build a small house as a toilet. Every time they went to the toilet, they had to run a long way, which was inconvenient and unhygienic, so the toilet had to be built as soon as possible. So Yibin called 2 male tribesmen and asked them to dig a toilet not far from the house. He drew a circle for each person and asked them to dig a pit more than 1 meter deep. After they finished digging, he found 2 locations to build a bathhouse. Yesterday, the 2 tribesmen made another 800 mud bricks, which were used to build the toilet today. The digging process was not difficult. Although they used a wooden shovel, the soil was soft. After the stone knife leveled the wooden shovel, they could continue working and soon dug 2 pits. A few hours later, the first toilet was built, and then the second toilet was completed. Yibin called all the people in the tribe together, except Hainyo and Heibao, and explained to them the correct way to go to the toilet. Men and women each had their own toilet. The women blushed and felt a little shy when they heard Yibin's instructions. The men didn't care at all. In order to ensure that no one went to the wrong toilet, Yibin drew a wooden stick in front of the men's toilet to ensure that there would be no mistakes. He also warned everyone that if someone went to the wrong toilet, the consequences would be serious. They would not be allowed to eat for 2 days. This scared everyone, and they thought to themselves that they must not go to the wrong toilet in the future, otherwise they would be hungry. The construction of toilets and bathhouses is progressing smoothly, and Yibin is full of confidence in the future of the tribe. The life of the tribe is constantly improving, and everyone's quality of life is gradually improving. Yibin can also feel everyone's joy and satisfaction. Chapter 10, Wolf King Raids. After explaining how to use the toilet and bathhouse, Yibin asked everyone to continue working. He was not being harsh, but wanted to complete the construction of the tribe as soon as possible so that the tribe could have better living conditions as soon as possible. Then, Yibin built 2 more bathhouses, one for men and one for women. To avoid confusion, he also stuck a wooden stick in front of the men's bathhouse as a sign, just like the toilet. When all these construction works were completed, it was getting dark. At this time, Black Bull and Black Panther also came back. Today's harvest was quite good. They caught 2 antelopes, one alive and the other dead. The live antelope weighed about 100 pounds, and the dead one weighed about the same, apparently killed by a trap. In addition, the bow and arrow hit a wild boar and 2 piglets. The wild boar weighed about 200 kilograms, and it was not easy to shoot it. Hainyo told Yibin that it took them more than 20 arrows to knock down the wild boar. After Yibin learned about the situation, he was very satisfied with their prey. Today's harvest was sufficient, especially the injured sheep. Black Bull and Black Panther took it back to the tribe, treated the sheep's wound, and divided and stored the dead prey for tomorrow's meal. Afterwards, Yibin taught Hainyo and Bao how to use the toilet and bathhouse. When everyone started to eat dinner, the tempting smell of meat came from the house. The meat had been cooked for more than an hour and was already stewed and fragrant. Yibin first served himself a bowl of meat, and then served Wu and Luoshui a bowl each. According to the tribal tradition, the leader eats first to show his status as the leader. After that, the men, women, and children enjoyed the food in order. At first, the people in the tribe were not used to using chopsticks, and some even grabbed the meat with their hands. They screamed in pain because it was so hot, but they still couldn't bear to put it down because the meat was so delicious. Seeing everyone like this, Yibin reminded everyone that they must use chopsticks, otherwise they are not allowed to eat. Also, they must wash their hands before eating. Everyone washed their hands obediently and then went back to their rooms to eat. Although many people couldn't pick up the meat with chopsticks, they didn't give up and continued to eat it. Luoshui ate 2 bowls of meat tonight, and her face was covered with oil. Yibin was very happy to see her. Although the meal didn't taste special, everyone was very satisfied. Usually, the food for 27 people could barely last a day, but today's food was enough to feed 14 people. Everyone was so happy that they shouted, and their hearts were filled with happiness. Eben was also very pleased to see these happy faces. At night, the room became warmer because of the earthen Kong, and everyone lay down to rest comfortably. Eben arranged the task of keeping watch to ensure the safety of the tribe. The tribe had enough food, and everyone was getting stronger, and the men looked stronger. Just when everyone was sleeping, the low roar of wolves came from outside the house. Heinyo was alert to the noise outside, and immediately looked through the window and found that more than 20 wolves surrounded the house. Heinyo immediately woke up the tribesmen, and Yibin immediately picked up his bows and arrows to prepare for the attack. The men acted quickly, picked up their bows and arrows, and drew their bowstrings. The women and children were trembling with fear. The threat of more than 20 wild wolves filled the entire tribe with a sense of crisis. Yibin quickly commanded everyone to fight. Because the bows and arrows were equipped with sharp stone cone arrows, the lethality was greatly enhanced, and the wolf pack led by the Wolf King could not break through the defense line as easily as before. Yibin instructed the tribe's warriors to shoot from 2 windows, with 4 hunters in a group, taking turns shooting and continuously firing arrows. Just as the wolves rushed over, the first wave of arrows was shot out, and 4 wild wolves were shot and fell to the ground in an instant, with blood flowing from their wounds. The wolves were startled by the rain of arrows, and before they could react, a second wave of arrows was shot out, injuring several wolves again. The Wolf King roared, led the other wolves to rush forward desperately, and began to bite the wooden door. At this time, the women stood guard at the door, trembling with nervousness, but the men were ready to continue shooting. Through the gaps in the door, the men accurately hit several wolves with arrows. The remaining wolves were stunned, and the Wolf King was frightened and at a loss. The Wolf King had never seen such a scene before, and after a brief hesitation, he ordered a retreat. The wolves began to retreat, and the people of the tribe finally put down their worries. Seeing the wolves retreat, the men immediately came out to finish off the wolves, shooting arrows at those that were not dead yet. In a short while, all the wolves on the ground were dead, and the tribesmen used stone knives to skin the wolves and cut up their meat. When daybreak came, the tribesmen prepared to cook the wolf meat. Although the wolf meat was a little sour, they did not dare to waste the food. This experience made the tribesmen more proficient in the use of bows and arrows, and everyone felt that their skills had been improved through actual combat training. The next morning, after the tribe had breakfast, Black Bull and Black Panther set out again to check the 4 traps. The tribal masons made 1,300 mud bricks yesterday and started building the second house today. Due to the loss of a sheepfold last night, there are only 3 sheep left, so there is no need to cut too much grass today. All the people in the tribe began to participate in the construction of houses. The women dug mud, the old men cut grass to feed the animals, and the men were responsible for mixing mud and making mud bricks. Today, everyone worked very fast. By noon, 2,000 mud bricks had been made. Black Bull and Black Panther also returned to the tribe early, and 4 traps captured 2 more wild boars. The atmosphere in the tribe was very happy. Everyone was celebrating the progress of each day, and their hearts were full of hope. Since following Yibin to the new home, the members of the tribe no longer had to worry about food problems, and everyone felt very satisfied and happy. Chapter 11. City Wall. The 2 wild boars were seriously injured, so Yibin simply bandaged their wounds with animal skins and asked Heinyo to drag them to the sheepfold to keep them temporarily. Now the tribe has no worries about food, so they will keep the 2 wild boars for now and deal with them slowly when they have time. Anyway, the most important thing now is to build a house. After last night, the whole tribe was full of energy. After eating, they started making mud bricks, hoping to move into a real house as soon as possible. After a whole day of hard work, we made more than 4,000 mud bricks in total. With the stock from the previous day, there are now more than 5,000 bricks. It takes about 3,000 bricks to build a house, so in 2 days, the second house can be built. After dinner, everyone was exhausted and lay down to sleep. But in the middle of the night, Yibin was suddenly awakened by a series of noises. It was the sound of a man and a woman making love. Primitive people never shy away from this. They think it is a natural thing to reproduce life. Others were doing things not far from him, but Yibin, a modern man, felt uncomfortable and could only turn around and pretend not to hear. The people in the tribe were very calm, as if they were used to this kind of scene. Yibin took a glance and found that Luoshui was still awake. He suddenly felt nervous. If someone took Luoshui away at night, he would really go crazy. He no longer hesitated and stood up and walked to Luoshui and lay down. There were intermittent sounds in his ears, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward for a while. Yi Bin's heartbeat accelerated, and Luoshui beside him also looked nervous, afraid that Yi Bin would do that to her. Luoshi's face was as red as an apple. As she tightly grasped the animal skin in her hand, her heart was in turmoil. Although she grew up in this tribe, her parents were rarely around, and she lacked care since childhood, and no one taught her how to deal with these things. In this era, the chief can have his own woman, but others have no choice and cannot decide whose child belongs to them. Luoshi was thin and weak, and was not liked by the men in the tribe. They thought that the child she gave birth to would definitely not be strong enough. Because of this, Luoshi was still a girl until now. Although she often saw other men and women being intimate, she had never experienced it. She heard from the women in the tribe that it was very comfortable to do that with a man, but she didn't know if Yi Bin would have the same idea. Just when the atmosphere was tense and about to explode, Yi Bin spoke. He said, "Luoshi, can you stop having sex with other men and stay with me alone?" Luoshi whispered, "Yeah." Although the voice was soft, it made Yi Bin so happy that he almost jumped up. He thought to himself that when he was older, when he was 16, he would definitely marry Luoshi. Anyway, these days, people have children at the age of 14. Yi Bin gently held Luoshi's hand, and the two of them leaned against each other and gradually fell asleep. The charming sounds around them seemed to fade away. The next morning, everyone started to work again. This time, they worked for a whole morning and built another house. The progress was getting faster and faster. The houses all looked similar. Then the third and fourth houses were built. Within a few days, the tribe had built a total of 5 houses. 2 toilets and 2 bathhouses were also built. The houses were distributed in the 4 corners, and in the middle was the largest and most imposing house, which was where Yi Bin lived. The toilet and the bathhouse were built next to the 2 houses above. The planning was very reasonable, and it was much more comfortable to live in. The next focus was to build the city wall, which was the key to the defense of the entire tribe. The city wall built this time was 3 meters high and 1.5 meters thick. Standing on it and shooting arrows, there was no need to worry about being attacked by wild beasts. Even if a tiger comes, it can't jump over, and an elephant has to work hard to get in. Such defense can keep most dangers out. Building a city wall is a big project, but once it is completed, the safety of the tribe can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. As long as no one opens the door by themselves, even if hundreds of people come, they can't easily break in. This is the confidence brought by the city wall. Recently, everyone in the tribe has been working tirelessly to make mud bricks and prepare for the city wall day and night. In order to speed up the progress, Yi Bin also made 2 simple cranes, using the most basic lever principle. Although only 1 or 2 bricks can be lifted each time, it is safe and labor-saving, greatly improving the speed of moving bricks. The mud bricks were mixed with broken grass, stones, and plant ash. After drying, they would not fall apart even in rainy days, and the quality was very solid. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen days had passed, and the wall had been built for hundreds of meters, taking shape and slowly began to surround the tribe. The purpose of the wall was not only to protect the houses, but also to reserve space for farming, laying a solid foundation for the future development of the tribe. The entire wall is planned to have 4 sides. Each side is more than 200 meters long. When all are built, the total length will be close to 900 meters. Yi Bin knows very well that in order to make the tribe stronger, the population must continue to expand so as to resist threats from all sides. Only by establishing civilization can there be order, and then it is possible to slowly establish real laws and rules. The rhythm of life is very clear now. Building city walls, hunting, and developing pastures are what Yi Bin has to worry about every day. However, during this period, the number of prey caught has become less and less, and the traps are not as efficient as before. On this day, suddenly a dozen strangers broke into the outskirts of the Huaxia tribe, looking like barbarians. Yi Bin recently developed a slingshot that can capture prey without harming them, which is very convenient for expanding the ranch. Now, in addition to practicing archery and slingshot every day, the tribe goes out hunting. The ranch already has more than 30 sheep and more than a dozen pigs. Yi Bin stood at the edge of the pasture, looking at the full circle of livestock, and couldn't help but smile, and then went to arrange the next task. There were now 8 adult men in the tribe, plus himself, a total of 9 people, and they had to form 2 hunting teams. The first team was led by He Nyo, and the second team was led by Yi Bin himself. Black Panther was also assigned to the second team. The food in the tribe has improved significantly. Everyone has become stronger, Even the women have gained weight, and the whole atmosphere is very energetic. Today, it is the turn of the first group to go out hunting, and the second group stays behind to build the city wall. The whole tribe is working nonstop. At this time, a dozen sneaky figures appeared in the distance, and they were sneaking towards the edge of the tribe. In primitive society, it was common to rob food and women, and almost no tribe that could wander out was easy to mess with. The dozen or so barbarians quietly approached the Luoshui tribe, and seeing everyone playing in the mud, they looked at the buildings with a puzzled look on their faces. They didn't understand what these 5 shacks were until they saw the tribe's pasture, and then they finally showed their greedy eyes. The sheep and pig pens made their eyes go straight, and then they saw that there seemed to be only 4 men in the tribe, and their minds began to become active. They were out hunting, but they got nothing after a few days. Their weapons were just primitive stone spears and stones. They couldn't catch prey with these things. Now, seeing so many livestock and women, how could they hold back? Chapter 12. The tribe was attacked. The leader of these barbarians was taking the lead in boosting morale. He spoke passionately before the war and soon finalized the attack plan. They suddenly launched an attack, and several stones flew over and hit the ground in front of Ibn and the other 4, raising a cloud of dust. When Ibn looked up, he saw a dozen savages rushing over with stone spears, their faces full of ferocity, obviously with ill intentions. He made a prompt decision and shouted for everyone to retreat into the mud house. The children and women immediately obeyed the order and hid in a safe place. The soldiers of the second team also reacted quickly. They drew their bows and launched a counterattack against the enemy. Several bamboo arrows flew out of the air. At this moment, one of the team members was hit by a stone and screamed. Ibn rushed over and dragged him back into the house. Black Panther and the others fought and retreated, shooting arrows continuously, and finally stopped the enemy temporarily. The group hid in the mud house to avoid the sharp edge. In the previous round of fighting, both sides were injured. One of the Luoshui tribe members suffered a fractured shoulder bone, but it was not fatal. On the other side, 2 barbarians fell. One was hit in the thigh and the other in the shoulder, and blood spurted out uncontrollably. Since the last time they were attacked by wolves, Ibn and his men had always kept their bows and arrows with them, even when they were working, so they could quickly counterattack this time. The 2 barbarians who were shot by arrows fell to the ground and kept wailing. Seeing this, the other 8 people roared and rushed over with stone spears. The members of the second team immediately went to fight. Their bows were already fully drawn, and several arrows flew out with the sound of breaking through the air. Several barbarians were hit accurately and fell to the ground, and the rest of them obviously began to panic and stopped. Ibn seized the opportunity and ordered everyone to press forward and shoot arrows again, shooting down 2 more enemies in this round. Only 4 barbarians were left standing. Seeing that the situation was not going well, they roared and prepared for a final fight. The leader of the other side reacted very quickly and held up a stone spear to block 2 arrows. Although he was not hit, the 2 people next to him were not so lucky. Their bodies were pierced by arrows and nailed to the ground. Blood flowed out of their wounds. The scene was horrifying. The battle was coming to an end. The Luoshui tribe was unscathed, but only 2 people were still able to move. Ibn walked forward and shouted, ordering the 2 men to throw away their weapons and lie on the ground immediately. Otherwise, he would be shot to death. The 2 barbarians were so frightened by the sight of their companions' bodies and blood that they were shaking all over, their legs and feet not being able to move. He shouted a second time, but the other party still did not move. It was not until the 3rd time that they dropped their weapons and lay on the ground. The second team immediately rushed forward and tied up the 2 men tightly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu and the other women arrived at this time. Seeing that the battle was over, they hurried over to check on the wounded, their faces full of worry. Black Panther asked, "Chief, what should we do with these 2 people? Should we get rid of them directly?" Ibn hesitated for a moment. Although he had never dealt with such a matter, he had many ideas in mind. He decided to keep the people first. He ordered everyone to tie up the captives in groups of 2 and to tie their feet so that they would have no chance to escape. Wu looked at Ibn in disbelief, and the others also thought that this method was too cruel, but they all admired Ibn's calmness and decisiveness. Then he asked the witch to treat the captives' wounds and apply Panax, Nodo ginseng powder, to stop the bleeding. Although it would not heal them immediately, at least they would be saved. After all, these people took the initiative to attack them, and not killing them was already a mercy. After their wounds healed, they would be made to work and build the city wall. From now on, these people are slaves of the Huaxia tribe, without any rights and not qualified to ask for anything. In the afternoon, Heinyo came back with the team, and when he saw the bloodstains and captives on the ground, his expression suddenly became solemn. Yibin briefly recounted what happened in the morning. Heinyo was furious after listening to him. He clenched his fists but tried not to lose his temper. He brought back a lot of prey, including 10 sheep and 5 wild boars, all of which were caught with slingshots and were unharmed. Yibin immediately arranged for the women to drive the livestock into the pasture, and the resources of the tribe increased significantly again. However, the 10 newly captured slaves could not be fed enough, and they were only allowed to eat half full at each meal to prevent their physical strength from recovering too quickly. He knew that if they were full, they might run away or even resist, which would be even more troublesome. The seriously injured barbarians were in the most dangerous situation, especially those whose stomachs were shot through. It was unknown whether they could survive tonight. The barbarian leader stared at Yibin fiercely, but was kicked to the ground by Yibin without even a groan. Yibin asked the 2 uninjured men to dig mud, the slightly injured man to grind stones to make tools, and the seriously injured man to be locked up in the house to recover. But this also brought another problem. There were not enough people, and these captives had to be guarded to prevent further incidents. So Yibin decided to form a women's team to let the women of the tribe participate in defense and labor to share the pressure. He did what he said and immediately picked 6 tall women, one of whom was called Hua Kue, who was as tall as a black bull. She was appointed as the captain of the women's team, and the others were also very active and expressed their willingness to help defend the tribe. Black Panther was assigned to train them, mainly learning basic combat skills such as archery, slingshot, fighting, and running. These projects are all the results summarized by Yibin recently. Now the tribe has 3 teams working together. Black Panther was the deputy captain of Yibin's team. When he was away, Black Panther took full command to ensure the smooth operation of the team. Although the construction of the city wall was progressing every day, the progress was still a bit slow due to the lack of manpower. The entire tribe had only 31 people in total, of which 4 were old men and 6 were minors. There were only 7 adult men and 14 adult women, plus the 10 newly captured slaves, which was the total population at present. Unfortunately, the 2 slaves who were shot in the stomach yesterday did not survive, and now there are only 8 slaves left. The other 6 have recovered well and will be able to continue working and help repair the city wall in no time. Yibin also took this opportunity to personally ask the captives some questions, wanting to know why they appeared nearby. He wanted to find out whether this group of people were lost or came here specifically to rob the Huaxia tribe. Chapter 13, Training Troops. The leader said that they came from the Stone tribe, and because there were many stones in their tribe, they were called the Stone tribe. The tribe came out hunting because of lack of food. After wandering around for 3 days, they didn't catch any prey. Then they happened to see the Huaxia tribe. Originally, they didn't want to rob the Huaxia tribe. However, when the people of the Stone tribe saw so many pigs and sheep from the Huaxia tribe, they instantly lost their composure. They had not eaten for a whole day. When they were hungry, they didn't care about the lives of other tribes. It just so happened that there were only 4 men in the Huaxia tribe that day. It's easy for 10 of them to deal with 4 people. Who knew that the Huaxia tribe had such powerful weapons? In one encounter, 8 people were injured and the remaining 2 were captured. Yibin asked, "How many people are left in your tribe?" The leader of the Sure tribe said that there are still 40 people in the tribe, 20 men, 15 women, and 5 children. Please ask Yibin to let them go back. He said that from now on, he would never dare to rob the Huaxia tribe again. Yibin said, "We wanted to leave after the fight, but it was not that easy if it were not for the fact that our Huaxia tribe had weapons like bows and arrows. They would have been killed by the Stone tribe long ago. When the time comes, the women will be taken back to the tribe, and the men and children will be killed. Yibin is not a god either, so we want to go back after the fight. Not killing you is already very merciful. When the time comes, I will go back and ask people to come and attack our Huaxia tribe. We will treat Yibin as an idiot. Roughly, I have understood the situation of the Stone tribe. Yibin also needs to make preparations in advance in case the leader of the Stone tribe does not return for a long time. They will definitely come looking for us. There are still 20 men in the Stone tribe. This is a threat to the Huaxia tribe. There's also the previous Wolf tribe, which is also a large tribe nearby. Yibin must develop his own tribe as soon as possible, otherwise he won't even have the chance to fight back. Today, the city wall has been built another 100 meters. With the joining of 8 people from the Stone Tribe, the speed of building the city wall has indeed become much faster. The Huaxia tribe has 3 teams, and each team is sent out hunting each time. Other teams were training in the tribe and building city walls. Looking at the 200-meter-long city wall, Yibin was very excited. After all, the construction of the city wall was also planned by him. Yibin thought, how can we improve the fighting power of the tribe? We can't make iron tools now. We don't know where the iron ore is because the Yellow River Valley is a plain. There are not many stones, but there's still a lot of mud. There are also not many vegetable seeds and even fewer grain seeds. However, there's still a lot of fruit trees. Ever since the Huaxia tribe no longer had a shortage of food, people in the tribe rarely ate fruit, and salt became a problem in the tribe. It's impossible to drink animal blood every day. That stuff is so disgusting every time you drink it. So you need to find salt stone immediately. There are also caravans traveling around, and they are traveling all year round. The only people we trade with are from the Huaxia tribe. We just moved here not long ago, and our tribe doesn't know about their existence. We can only rely on luck. After this battle, Yibin discovered a problem. The warriors of the Huaxia tribe had the ability to attack, but their defense was too weak. At present, there are only 2 solutions. One is to make a shield, and the other is to make vine armor. However, there are too few vine plants on the plain, so we can only make a shield first. By then, with a shield in one hand and a stone spear in the other, as long as the tribesmen train more, several elite teams will be trained in the near future. The biggest problem now is the population of the tribe. No matter how many weapons there are, they will be useless without people. Today's city wall is being built at a very fast speed. With the addition of 8 slaves from the Stone Tribe, the speed has indeed increased a lot. But every time, a team is needed to guard it. The weather is starting to get cooler and winter is coming soon. The Chinese tribes must quickly catch prey to prepare for the winter. Yibin called Niu and told him to dig more traps nearby and bring back any stones and plant seeds he came across while hunting. The 3 teams were training nonstop every day, with 2 teams fighting each other each time. The front of their wooden spears were wrapped with animal skins, and then they attacked each other. The elders of the tribe used Yibin to teach them things and made pottery and shields every day. Since the Stone Tribe had slaves, they were asked to build the city wall. The Huaxia tribe sent a team to guard it every day. The configuration of the teams now is similar. 2 people hold bows and arrows. 2 people hold shields and spears. They can attack or defend. With the help of the shield, the defense power immediately increased a lot. Last time, the leader of the Stone Tribe injured a member of the Huaxia tribe with a stone. Yibin discovered the problem. The defense of the Huaxia tribe is too weak. So some people will ask, why didn't they make shields before? Before, Yibin had never fought with other tribes, and he didn't know that the barbarians could throw stones. So he took it seriously only after he suffered a loss. Today, a small team brought back a lot of prey, some caught in traps, and some captured by the team themselves. Now, there are more than 30 traps near the tribe, and each trap can catch more than a dozen prey. Today, a small team brought back more than 40 prey in total. The trap caught about 24 prey. Now the tribe has 39 people, including the slaves. The daily consumption is about 2 sheep, and the blood of the animals is shared among everyone. Because animal blood contains salt needed by the human body, the tribe's current food supply is relatively sufficient. A small team brought back many plant seeds today, including saplings, stones, and vines. Yibin instructed the team to bring the prey into the pasture first. In the current Huaxia tribe, there are more than 100 animals in the ranch, including pigs, sheep, and rabbits. There are a total of 115 pigs and sheep, but only 20 rabbits. In the past few days, Yibin built a ranch inside the city wall, and now all the animals are placed in the new ranch. Yibin took a look at the plants brought back by the team and found a pumpkin. Yibin was immediately excited because pumpkin can also be a staple food. Moreover, pumpkins are easy to grow and there are a lot of them. I looked at other things and saw hemp. My heart started beating wildly. Hemp is a good thing. The rope made of hemp can be used to make clothes and fishing nets, which are really good things. In the end, only these 2 things were useful. The stones brought back were all ordinary stones and had no use at all. The next morning, just after the tribe finished breakfast, Yibin took a small team out to look for yesterday's hemp. When they arrived at the place, there was indeed a lot of hemp. Yibin and his team used stone knives to harvest quickly. After several hours of hard work, the hemp was almost harvested. Yibin dug up a lot more and planted them outside the tribal wall. Next year, he could harvest a large amount of hemp. On the way back, I checked the traps nearby to see if there were any gains. There are obviously not as many prey around here now as before, which has a lot to do with large-scale capture. After the city wall is built, we can go hunting farther away. After checking all the traps, we captured 6 wild boars. Among them, there were 5 goats and a wild wolf. It was obvious that the wolf was not going to survive as its injuries were too serious. Seeing the wild wolf grinning in the trap, Hainyo took out a stone spear and pierced the wolf's neck directly. The wolf let out a wail. Then, it slowly fell down, and the blood dyed the wolf's hair red. The wolf ended its sinful life. Chapter 14, Firebird Tribe. After the wolf died, everyone saw that there was a sheep in the trap. It turned out that the wolf was chasing the goat, and it fell into a trap. A small team of members carried the prey out directly. Then, he restored the trap and put some grass on it, which the sheep liked to eat. In this way, the team reaped a great harvest, and everyone happily rushed back to the tribe. Not far yet. Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard from inside the mountain, and the team members walked over quickly. Yi Bin and his companions hid aside and watched. There were 6 barbarians chasing 2 primitive men. The 6 men had chicken feathers on their heads, red dye on their bodies, and animal skins around their waists. They were obviously from a big tribe. The 6 barbarians surrounded the 2 men and pointed stone spears at them. The 2 primitive men did not fear either, and one of them was a woman. The woman had an oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows, and looked otherworldly. Her figure was simply perfect. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, and she had a unique temperament. The man was also very tall and strong, about 2.34 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. He was obviously a top warrior. He held a stone axe in his hand and started fighting with the 6 barbarians. The male primitive man chopped down with an axe, and the barbarians immediately blocked it with stone spears. However, the power of the stone axe was too great, and it directly broke the stone spears. The barbarian who tried to block the attack had his stomach split open on the spot, with blood and internal organs spilling all over the floor. He looked at Yi Bin and the others in amazement, wondering how strong this big man was. The female primitive was also quite skilled. She did not lose the battle against the 2 barbarians. The fight was fierce. The primitive woman thrust out a stone spear, and the barbarian immediately stepped back to avoid it. At this time, another barbarian also stabbed him with a gun. The female primitive quickly dodged to the side. This time, both sides had winners and losers. The male warrior had just killed 1 person, and now his momentum was greatly increased. The remaining 3 barbarians were not afraid of the big man at all, and the 2 sides fought again. 3 barbarians rushed over with weapons in hand. The male warrior swung forward with a stone axe, and immediately one of the barbarian's stone spear was chopped off. Cracks also appeared on the warrior's stone axe. Both sides used too much force. Seeing this, the other 2 barbarians turned pale instantly. The weapon in his hand was also cracked. The male warrior swung his axe again. The barbarian had no time to dodge, and his arm was chopped off. Blood flowed all over the ground in an instant. The barbarian rolled on the ground in pain. When he saw his companion was injured, he stabbed the warrior from behind with a spear, which directly pierced the warrior's thigh. When the female primitive saw the male warrior was injured, she immediately came over to help. The 4 barbarians on the opposite side saw their fallen companion without much expression in their eyes. They picked up their stone spears and pointed them at the warrior and the woman. The male warrior said, "Qingwan, you go first, I will hold them back," said the 4 barbarians on the opposite side. "No one from your Firebird tribe can escape." The female primitive said, "How did you, the Taotai tribe, know our whereabouts, if it weren't for your despicable sneak attack?" "How can we be hunted by you?" said the leader of the Taotai tribe. "You don't have to worry about us. How did you know? You just need to know that you will all die here today." The male soldier said anxiously, "Qingwan, leave quickly." The female primitive said, "Guli, let's go together." Guli is the leader of the Firebird tribe and a warrior who has been arranged by her side since she was a child. From childhood to adulthood, Guli has helped her resolve many crises. Every time, he could help her out of danger, and the master-servant relationship between the 2 was very deep. Guli said, "Qingwan, you should return to the tribe as soon as possible and tell the tribe leader that the Taotai tribe is going to attack our salt mine. There are only 2,000 people in the salt mine, and they can't resist the attack of the Taotai tribe at all." The primitive woman knew what was important and what was not. She gnashed her teeth and said to the leader of the Taotai tribe, "Red Wolf, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, he fled in the opposite direction. When Qilang saw Qingwan trying to escape, he rushed over. When Guli saw Qilang rushing towards him, he chopped him out with a stone axe, and Qilang immediately dodged sideways. The three barbarians around him immediately picked up their stone spears and stabbed at him. Guli's stone axe swept through the enemy. The three barbarians rushed too fast and were hit by Guli's stone axe. Among them, a barbarian was chopped away directly. Seeing Guli being so brave, Qilang felt a little panicked. Qilang seized Guli's weakness and kicked him directly. Guli couldn't dodge in time and was kicked to the ground on the spot. The wound on his leg was bleeding profusely. Qilang then laughed and said, "You will all die here today. The salt mine of your Firebird tribe will be ours from now on." At this moment, Qingwan discovered the location of Yi Bin and the others. She shouted, "Save us!" Qilang also looked over and found Yi Bin there, secretly watching them, and his heart instantly became nervous. There are only 3 warriors on their side now, and one of them has a broken arm. Qilang hesitated for a moment, but decided to kill them. Before this, Yi Bin asked 3 members of a team to rush back to the tribe with the prey. Now, there are only him and Hainyo with them. Qilang said, "Today's news cannot be spread out. We must kill them all here." After Qilang finished speaking, 2 warriors from the Taotai tribe rushed towards Yi Bin and his men. When Yi Bin saw the warriors from the Taogwei tribe charging towards them, he and Hainyo immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. The 2 warriors from the Taogwei tribe had no time to react. They were shot through the neck on the spot, and blood slowly flowed down their necks. After a while, the 2 men stopped moving. When Qilang saw Yi Bin and the others had such powerful weapons, he immediately picked up the stone spear and stabbed it towards Guli's chest. When Qingwan saw Guli being killed, she quickly rushed back to rescue him. Just when Guli was about to be pierced in the chest, Yi Bin shot an arrow at him. Qilang felt a pain in his arm. It turned out that his arm was shot by Yi Bin. Qilang raised his leg and left. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would die here today. Black Bull shot an arrow directly at the tree. When the warrior with the broken arm saw that Black Bull's arrow had missed, he raised his leg and ran away with the Red Wolf. Yi Bin went up and shot a few more arrows, but found that he missed, so he stopped chasing. At this time, Qingwan came over with Gu Li and said, "Thank you for saving us. We, the Firebird tribe, will definitely repay you." When Yi Bin asked, he found out that the Firebird tribe was also a super large tribe with more than 30,000 people. Qingwan's father is the chief of the Firebird tribe. Their team was going to the salt mine to transport salt, but was discovered by the Taotai tribe on the way. The Red Wolves of the Taotai tribe ambushed more than 200 of them, and all of them died. More than 200 people from the Taotai tribe themselves also died. Now, only Guli and she are left in the salt transport team. Qingwan said, "Your weapons are very powerful. Can you show them to us?" Yi Bin hesitated for a moment, but still handed the bow and arrow to her. Qingwan imitated Yi Bin and shot an arrow at a tree in the distance. She immediately liked this weapon. If the Firebird tribe had such a weapon, they would definitely be able to defeat the Taotai tribe. She asked Yi Bin again if such weapons could be exchanged. They could use salt stones, furs, and mounts to exchange. Yi Bin really needed salt stones and mounts, but he didn't want to exchange with them. The Firebird tribe has so many people. If they are equipped with such weapons, the surrounding tribes will be too dangerous. Therefore, Yi Bin decisively rejected them. Qingwan was a little disappointed that he did not exchange the weapons he wanted. She also suggested that she wanted to go to Yi Bin's tribe and bring a large amount of salt stone to Yi Bin. "Yi Bin, how dare we take her back to the tribe? If she brings people back with her, Yi Bin and his Huaxia tribe will be flattened." Chapter 15, Saving Qingwan. Yi Bin said, "Give it to your friend first and bandage it properly." His thigh was bleeding all the time. Qingwan didn't know what bandaging was. If a primitive man was injured, the tribe's witch doctor would chew up some simple herbs and apply them directly to the wound, whether he lived or died, depending on God's will. At this time, the tribe's chief, which was not there, and Qingwan didn't know how to treat Guli's wound. She looked at Yi Bin, then asked, "Can you bandage the wound?" Yi Bin replied, "I know a little." Yi Bin walked over, turned the warrior from the Taotai tribe over, and tore off his animal skin. "I found some crane's bill and crushed it, then applied it on Guli's bleeding thigh. The wound is very deep, and it will take a long time to recover completely." Guli said to Yi Bin, "Thanks." Yibin gave Guli a warm smile, and Qingwan said, I'll send you salt stones next time. How can I find you? Yibin said, I'll be waiting for you here in 10 days. Don't bring too many people with you then. Qingwan also understood Yibin's meaning immediately. After all, their Firebird tribe was too powerful and could easily threaten other tribes. Qingwan asked Yibin what his name was again, and Yibin told her that his name was Yibin. The two agreed to meet again in 10 days. Qingwan supported Guli and slowly walked towards their tribe. Yibin took Hanyo with him and walked toward his own tribe. Along the way, Yibin felt very complicated. It turned out that there were so many super tribes in this place. They were so lucky to survive. Yibin felt a huge pressure in an instant. His tribe must develop quickly, otherwise he would not know how it was destroyed. Wait until we get back to the tribe. Yibin's mood slowly relaxed. What happened today was too much of a shock to him. He saw the small teams in the tribe practicing against each other. The Oirin leads a women's team and is practicing with the team led by Black Panther. The members of the women's team are all tall and strong, and are as strong as men. There are 6 people in the female team. 3 of them are holding shields and wooden swords. The one standing in the front was a shield swordsman, and the 3 people behind him were holding 2-meter-long wooden spears. They are fighting against the team led by Black Panther. The fight is very fierce. The team led by Black Panther currently has only 3 people. Because Yibin was not there, the entire team only had 4 people. 3 members of the Black Panther team were holding shields and wooden swords and were fighting fiercely with the women's team. The Oirin was holding a shield and went straight forward. The female team member behind them stabbed directly at them with a wooden spear in her hand. The 3 Black Panthers immediately blocked with their shields. The courtesan held a spear and stabbed it directly at Black Panther's chest. The Black Panther immediately held the shield in front of his chest. There was a crisp sound, and the shield made a bang. Yibin watched their fight from the side and felt that their moves were too simple and direct, without any skill at all. On the battlefield, the situation is unpredictable. Those defending cannot just defend, and those attacking cannot just attack. You need to be good at both offense and defense. Yibin stopped them and then explained to all the team members that when someone attacks you, you should not only use your shield to protect yourself, but also stab out with the spear in your hand. If 10 people fight at the same time, the 2 sides will fight together. These 10 people will hold shields in their left hands and stab forward with spears in their right hands. You can block other people's attacks and seriously injure the enemy. So you guys should practice team combat more. Don't just practice single-player combat if you go to the battlefield. If you just take care of yourself, you will be killed by the enemy even if you have the best equipment. So you need to practice team combat more. After hearing this, everyone immediately felt that what the leader said made a lot of sense. After Yibin finished instructing the team, he found Hanyo and asked him if he had driven all the prey to the ranch. Hanyo said, "We have driven them all to the ranch." Yibin asked Hanyo how many animals there were on the ranch now. Primitive people couldn't count, so Hanyo talked for a long time, but couldn't explain it clearly. Yibin also had a headache listening to him. Then, he took the black cows to the ranch. Yibin counted them and found that there were about 170 of them. There are too many animals on the ranch now, so mowing the grass is simply not possible. It would take so many people to mow enough grass to feed more than 170 animals. Yibin thought of a way. He tied the necks of all the sheep together one by one with straw ropes. Every day, people take the sheep outside to graze. Even if they want to escape, they cannot escape unless they run in the same direction. As long as the sheep are frightened, they will run away on their own. In that case, no one can escape. When Hanyo heard this, his face turned even darker. "Chief, are you still a human being?" After the ranch was settled, Yibin came to see how the city wall was being built. He found that the construction of the city wall was still very fast. It was almost half built. If more than 400 meters of the city wall were built, it would be completed. These slaves were divided into groups of 2, with ropes tied to the same hands and feet of the 2 people. Moreover, the ropes were very short, so if they walked a little faster, both of them would fall down. So Yibin was not worried about them running away. Every day, there was a team that took turns to watch them work. Each team patrolled back and forth with bows and arrows in hand, and occasionally went to build city walls. As long as there were slaves who wanted to escape, the team members would shoot arrows at them. The slaves also knew that the weapons of the Luoshui tribe were powerful, so they worked hard every day. In their own tribe, they could not even have a full meal every day. Although the Luoshui tribe made them work, they were given 2 meals a day. Except for the fact that they had no freedom They no longer had to go hungry like before. If they were not greedy and want to steal other people's food and kill people from other tribes, how could they have been captured here to be slaves? To put it bluntly, it is all their own fault. The wild hemp brought back today was also planted near the city wall. Eben took some wild hemp and soaked it in water. After soaking for a few hours, take it out, peel and spin the hemp, then tear the hemp apart one by one, fix the hemp on the wood, and start rubbing it gently with your hands, and hemp ropes are made. Eben called a few old people and taught them how to make hemp ropes. The old people learned quickly, and Eben took out the wool again. I made a wool brush out of bamboo and brushed the wool back and forth. After the wool was processed well, prepare another wooden stick, make a small hole on the top of the stick with a stone knife, tie a piece of wood under the stick, hold a handful of wool in your hand, and start to rotate it slowly. After the wool becomes wool yarn, it will be tightly tied together. Just rotate the small wooden stick and the wool rope will be made. Several old men also looked at Eben in disbelief. How did the leader know so much? The leader is really awesome. After Eben taught them, he let them make it themselves. They had eaten so many goats before, and now they made ropes with their wool. Ropes can be used to make clothes, fishing nets, and to tie up slaves. Eben asked them to call him over after they had finished making them. Then he asked an old man how many pottery pieces he had made. The old man's name was Xiong. He used to hunt bears when he was young. Later, Luoshui's mother was captured by the wolf tribe. Hainyo led people to find her, and then they had a big fight with the wolf tribe. The old man's leg was also injured, and it took a long time to recover. Luoshui's mother was also killed by the wolf tribe. From that day on, Old Bear's legs became disabled. He walked with a limp and could no longer contribute to the tribe. After Yibin learned about the situation, he was very grateful to Old Man Xiong and thanked him for saving Luoshui's mother. Although they failed to rescue him, Old Man Xiong and the others tried their best. Yibin secretly swore in his heart that he would destroy the wolf tribe in the future. Chapter 16, Attacking the Stone Tribe. Yibin made a decision and planned to destroy the Stone Tribe first. Caught the people from the Stone Tribe. The most important thing is that 2 people died. The feud has already been formed. If the people from the Stone Tribe don't go back for a long time, they will definitely come looking for us. By then, a war is inevitable anyway, so it is better to take the initiative and destroy the Stone Tribe directly. It just so happens that the troops have almost finished their training. Yibin gathered his tribesmen and began to talk about his plan. The Wu thought it was too risky. There were nearly 20 men in the Stone Tribe, and we would definitely not be able to defeat them. Hainyo and the others all supported Yibin in attacking the Stone Tribe. Finally, after discussing it, everyone decided to attack the Stone Tribe first. We will set out early tomorrow morning. The leader of the Stone Tribe said that their tribe is in the east, and we can arrive in 2 suns. 2 suns means 2 days. Primitive people could not count, so they determined the length of a day according to the sun in the sky. At night, the slaves were locked in mud houses, and then 5 days of dry food were prepared. The so-called dry food was dried meat strips. Yibin decided to select 3 people from the women's team, plus teams 1 and 2, for a total of 11 people, and Yibin would lead the team himself. Everyone carried 20 arrows, and the arrowheads were all made of polished stones. The ropes made in the afternoon were also put to use. Yibin decided that the tribe should work overtime at night. The single-piece bow was changed into a double-piece bow. With the help of a rope, the 2 pieces of the bow were tied tightly together, and pheasant feathers were also installed on the arrows. When they were hunting before, Yibin told Hainyo that he must bring back chicken feathers if he saw them. Then, he asked Hainyo to test his power. Hainyo had done the same thing before. He was the leader of the Luoshui tribe. He was more than 2 meters tall and weighed more than 200 kilograms. He was incredibly strong. Black Bull picked up the newly made bow and arrow, weighed it in his hand, then drew the bow and shot an arrow, which flew a distance of more than 100 meters and hit the tree directly. The wings behind him were still trembling slightly. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and no one reacted for a moment. It was only then that Yibin coughed lightly, and everyone came back to their senses. This modified bow and arrow is so powerful that it can kill people at a distance of more than 100 meters. Everyone made 20 bows and arrows overnight. Yibin told the courtesan to guard the tribe well, and to shoot any slaves who tried to escape without hesitation. Otherwise, it will bring a devastating disaster to the tribe. At dawn, Yibin led the team out. The team held shields in their left hands, stone spears in their right hands, and bows and arrows on their backs. Along the way, the The team traveled quickly and shot prey directly when they encountered them. This was a training exercise for the team and also a way to solve the problem of food loss. After walking for 2 days, the team found 2 shacks beside a river. Yi Bin and his team stood on the top of a hill where there were many rocks. Yi Bin was not in the mood to look at the stones now. He observed the number of people in the tribe and found that they were almost the same as what the leader of the Shur tribe said. The stone tribe now eats their food outside. They don't know how to use fire and just eat it by biting it directly. It looked like a big wild boar. More than 20 men gathered together and cut the meat with stone knives to eat, while a dozen women and children watched on the side. In primitive society, the strong would eat first. After they had finished eating, the women and children would eat. Only when the men were full would they have the strength to protect the tribe and the women and children in the tribe. Even planned to wait until they fell asleep before rushing over. After the men finished eating, the women and children would go up to eat. They all used stone knives to cut the meat and threw it directly into their mouths to eat. Their mouths were full of blood. Ibn's stomach churned as he looked at this scene. Soon it was getting dark. The Huaxia tribe had been eating animal offal every day during this period, so their night blindness had long been cured. The tribesmen would occasionally eat some vegetarian dishes, and now they could see things at night. Everyone from the stone tribe quickly returned to their shacks. After a while, the sound of a man and a woman having sex came from the shack. The sound was sometimes high and sometimes low. Yi Bin and the others could hear it clearly. After about half an hour, peace finally returned to the shack. Yi Bin felt that it was about time, so he asked 5 people in the team to hold shields and spears, and the remaining 6 to hold bows and arrows. The 5 people walked in front, and the archers followed behind, and they started walking towards the stone tribe. There are only 2 shacks in the stone tribe, one big and one small. The big shack is full of women and men, and the small shack is full of children. The team led by Yi Bin began to walk towards the big shack. Everyone in the team was so nervous that their palms were sweating. Yi Bin was also extremely nervous. It was his first time to do a sneak attack. The team arrived at the door of the Shur tribe shack. Yi Bin immediately gave orders and rushed into the shack. Hanyo was at the front, and the team behind him also followed. Black Bull thrust his spear directly into the man with chicken feathers on his head. The stone spear pierced the man's heart in an instant. He immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, his whole body began to twitch, and he died in a few seconds. The remaining 4 shield bearers in the squad each fired a shot. Suddenly, 4 more men from the stone tribe were stabbed in the chest, and their blood dyed the ground red. Everyone in the stone tribe was awakened instantly. The men picked up stone spears and began to fight back. The women huddled together in fear, and the archers led by Yi Bin immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows pierced through the air and hit their vital points. The men immediately fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Those men who had not yet died kept wailing, and the remaining 9 men from the stone tribe were so frightened that they dared not move. Yi Bin gave orders to several teams to tie them up. Hanyo, with 5 shield bearers, immediately charged forward, pointing the stone spears directly at them. The men of the stone tribe were so scared that they gathered together, their bodies trembling. Yi Bin shouted, "Everyone, drop your weapons and lie on the ground, or I will kill you." How dare the men of the stone tribe disobey? He threw away the stone spear in his hand and immediately lay on the ground. The women, seeing the men lying on the ground, also lay down on the ground. Hanyo's team rushed over immediately, took out the prepared ropes, and tied them up. Then, the archery team led by Yi Bin came directly to the shack, rushed in, and tied up all the children. He also gathered all the men and women of the stone tribe outside, then used ropes to tie their necks one by one to prevent them from escaping on the road. There are still about 9 men from the stone tribe and about 15 women. As for the remaining 5 children, they were probably about 4 or 5 years old. Yi Bin began to be in trouble. It would be no problem to capture the other members of the stone tribe and make them slaves, but what about the children? It's impossible to kill them all, right? Yi Bin couldn't bring himself to do such a thing, so he decided to take him back to the tribe first. Then, he looked at the food of the stone tribe and found that there was nothing. What kind of rubbish tribe is this? They even imitated others to kill people and set fires. I don't know where they got the courage from. On the way back, Yi Bin came to a rocky mountain and searched nearby for a long time. Sure enough, there was iron ore. Yi Bin asked the slaves to fill the animal skin bags directly. There were 24 slaves in total, and each of them filled a bag of iron ore. There was a very long rope tied around the slaves' necks. If anyone escaped, the others would be strangled to death with the rope. The children had to follow the adults. Yibin didn't care about them because they were too young. Each member of Yibin's team also brought a small bag of iron ore. Hainyo asked curiously, "Chief, what is the purpose of carrying so many stones?" Yibin said, "This is a good thing. When there are more people in the tribe, come over and pull more." Along the way, any prey the team encountered was shot on the spot, although there were not many of them. But at least everyone's food supply can be guaranteed. As for these slaves, Yibin didn't give them much food. The first reason was that he was afraid they would run away, and another reason was to keep them hungry all the time. Chapter 17. Making a fishing net. After 3 days of walking, the team finally returned to the tribe. Yibin was worried about the courtesan, wondering if she could keep an eye on the slaves and make sure nothing happened. When the team returns to the tribe, the courtesan came out immediately and was very happy to see the leader return. "Yibinaskit, the slaves haven't caused any trouble during this period, right?" The Oiran said. "The day after you left, the slaves started to behave strangely. Some of them ran away while eating and were seen by the Oiran. He just drew his bow and shot arrows, and the 2 people who were running away fell down as they walked and couldn't walk at all. The courtesan shot an arrow at the slave's leg, causing him to roll on the ground in pain, with blood splattered all over the floor. The other slaves saw the miserable end of their companion. Suddenly, I didn't dare to run anymore." At this time, the 2 female soldiers also arrived at the scene and calmed the situation down. From then on, the slaves became obedient. After listening to the explanation of the courtesan, Yibin finally felt relieved. The city wall should be completed this afternoon. Yibin brought the slaves of the Shur tribe to the city wall. The leader of the Shur tribe saw that all his people had been captured. I suddenly felt bitter in my heart. If they hadn't provoked the Huaxia tribe, they wouldn't have been in any trouble now. Now, the Shur tribe was wiped out by the leader of the Huaxia tribe. Yibin asked the slaves to put the iron ore inside the city wall, and then went with them to build the city wall. He also arranged for the Black Bull team to check the traps nearby. I have been out for 6 or 7 days. I don't know how the traps are doing. When Old Man Xiong heard that Yibin had returned, he immediately came over and said that the hemp ropes and wool ropes had been made, as well as 30 ceramic pots, 20 ceramic basins, and 100 ceramic bowls. I asked Yibin again whether he was still going to make this pottery. Yibin thought about it and said, "Let's not do it for now. It's enough for all of us." Luoshui knew that Yibin was back and immediately came to find Yibin. Yibin was also very happy to see Luoshui. This girl's skin was whiter than before, as she became more beautiful. Then he said to Luoshui, "Let's make the fishing net first." He looked at Old Man Bear again and said, "I'll teach you how to make something new. Luoshui, you can come with us." When Luoshui heard that Yibin actually called her, she immediately followed him and went to learn how to make fishing nets together. Under Yibin's guidance, Old Man Xiong and Luoshui learned it quickly. The 3 of them worked together for several hours and finally made a hand-cast fishing net that was 4 or 5 meters long. Yibin called several women from the tribe and Luoshui to the riverside. Yibin taught them how to cast the fishing net. Yibin just made a big spin and threw the fishing net out directly. Then I pulled it back and saw more than a dozen big fish in the net, jumping back and forth. The women's eyes were sparkling with stars. Their leader was truly amazing. Although he was young, he was extremely smart. After the women learned from him, Yibin went back first and asked the women to stay in the place and fish by themselves. Yibin returned to the city and found that the city gate had not been built yet, but the city wall had been constructed. At least 60 houses could be built inside the city. Now we have to make the city gate first. At the top of the city gate, there's a long groove used to place the city gate. Yibin arranged the slaves to chop wood with stone axes, and the women dug mud. Now, there were 17 male slaves in the tribe. The second team patrolled the city wall with bows and arrows, and if any slaves behaved improperly, they would be shot to death. As evening approached, the women carried back more than 200 fish that they had caught, each weighing about 4 or 5 kilograms. In primitive society, no one caught fish. There were plenty of fish in the river, but they had no tools and could not catch any fish. Everyone in the tribe gathered around, and when they saw so many fish, they all screamed with joy. Yibin also arranged for them to eat fish tonight, which could be grilled or boiled. When the slaves saw that the women of the Huaxia tribe could catch so many fish, they suddenly became uneasy. Are the Huaxia tribe so powerful? At night, the city gate was also made. Even called everyone to lift the wooden door to the front of the city gate and began to slowly put the city gate into the groove. The city gate weighed about 400 pounds. It took a lot of effort for everyone to put the city gate in. 6 tall wooden stakes were driven on top of the city gate. It is used to lift the city gate, and then a thick rope is used to connect the hole on the city gate. The rope is then passed around the main beam on the city gate through the principle of leverage. As long as the wood is turned, the city gate will slowly open. Everyone feels proud as they watch the city gate slowly open. From then on, this became the main city of the Luoshui tribe. They ate fish and drank fish soup at night. Even gave each slave a ceramic bowl, even the children. Each slave was given a pair of chopsticks and asked to line up, otherwise there would be no food to eat. The slaves began to line up in a long line. Even arranged for the women in the tribe to serve meals to the slaves. Each person got a bowl of fish, and after eating, they could get a bowl of fish soup. The slaves were very satisfied with the meal because they had never eaten such delicious food before. Some women started crying. They were so happy. The Luoshui tribe also started eating, but according to the old rule, they washed their hands before eating. Soon, everyone finished eating. Tonight, they ate 30 fish together, and there were 170 fish left. They would continue eating tomorrow. If they still couldn't finish them, they would dry them in the sun to make dried fish. At night, the slaves were divided into 2 rooms. There were 18 people in the first room and 19 people in the second room. Both rooms were packed. Tomorrow, we will start building the house again. After arranging the slaves, Yibin called a meeting of all the people in the tribe. Old man Xiong, you will be the captain of the production room from now on. You will have 3 people under you, responsible for burning the kiln, making charcoal, making hemp ropes, as well as arrowheads and stone spears. Luoshui, from now on you will be the captain of the fishing team. You will have 2 people in your command and be responsible for fishing. From now on, Oiran, you will be the captain of the security department. You will have 5 people in your command and will be responsible for protecting the safety of the tribe. In the Luoshui tribe, the oldest of the 4 children is about the same age as Yibin, and the youngest is about 11 or 12 years old. The tall boy is called Yu, and he is not very thin, about 1.72 meters tall. You, from now on, you will be the captain of the ranch. You will have 3 people in charge and will be responsible for managing the ranch. Hanyo, you are still the captain of a team with 3 people under your command and are responsible for going out hunting. Black Panther, you will be the captain of the second team from now on. You will have 2 people in your command and be responsible for tribal combat. The woman who helped Yibin burn the kiln before was called Hong. She was tall and a great cook. Hong, you will be the canteen manager from now on. You will be in charge of 2 people and will be responsible for cooking for the tribe. Wu, you will be the director of the clinic in the future. You will have 2 people in your command and will be responsible for treating everyone's injuries. Yibin Site, there are 31 people in the tribe, and positions have been assigned to them. From now on, all your departments will be under my charge. The meeting tonight ends here. In the evening, a second team will be arranged to patrol the city wall. 1 person will be arranged to guard each of the 4 walls. If you spot the enemy at night, shout loudly to warn them. Yibin was also in the second team at night. In the second half of the night, the Black Bull team came to replace them. Now everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Chapter 18, Killing the Blood Wolf of the Wolf Tribe. Early in the morning, the team led by Hong had already prepared food. Yibin asked Hong to distribute food to the slaves. The slaves' food was half of that of the Luoshui tribesmen. The slaves could only eat half full, so after a day's work, they could only lie down and sleep without any energy to think about escaping and finish eating. Yibin began to tell everyone to get ready to work. Luoshui, you will lead your team to go fishing today. The Oiran, your team will be responsible for guarding the slaves. Without our order, you are not allowed to open the city gate for anyone. The Oiran agreed with the leader. Old Bear, your team today will be responsible for breaking the stones. Break the stones we brought back yesterday. Old Bear said. All right, Chief. Yibin said again. Wu, from now on you will be called Director Wu. Your team will be responsible for going out to collect herbs. You, your team will be responsible for grazing today. After Yibin made all the arrangements, he asked the courtesan to supervise the slaves in building the house. In a few dozen days, winter would come. After Old Bear finished knocking the stones, he made clothes out of the animal skins in the tribe. Clothes made of animal skins are particularly good at keeping out the cold, so they prepared for the winter in advance. Yibin, after everything was arranged, led Team 1 and Team 2 out hunting. There was a valley mouth near the Yellow River Valley where there were a lot of animals, including a lot of hunting dogs and lions. Most primitive people don't like to go there to hunt because it is too dangerous. Today, Yi Bin led 2 teams and went to the valley entrance. Catch more prey. The team set out in a mighty manner. Everyone held a shield and a spear in their hands, and a bow, an arrow on their backs. The team marched in an orderly manner along the way, looking quite imposing at first glance. The quality of the team was immediately apparent, and they were the elite among the elites. The team arrived at the entrance of the valley, found a secluded place, and began to hide, waiting for the prey to appear in large numbers. At that time, after several rounds of arrows are fired, the animals in front will be shot to death, and the animals behind will speed up and rush forward. The exit of the valley is not very big. At that time, a large-scale stampede will occur, and many animals will be trampled to death. Wait until the animals run away, and then the team will go down to finish off the animals. By then, there will be so much food that the tribe won't be able to eat it all. After Yi Bin explained the plan, Heinyo and the others all agreed with it. They thought it was a perfect plan and didn't even require any contact with carnivores. Just catch the prey. Just when everyone was about to take action, they saw a group of people being chased in the distance. Yi Bin, tell the team not to move. Let's see the situation first. I saw a familiar figure in the distance, so I waited for it to approach. Yi Bin then discovered that it was the blood wolf of the wolf tribe, one of the 4 leaders of the black wolf. The last time a tribe fell into the water, they were chased by the blood wolf, so they fled here. I saw Blood Wolf leading more than 30 people in pursuit. Among the 30 people on the opposite side, there were 10 women and 5 children. The others were all men. Blood Wolf led his men to chase after them, and the stone spear directly pierced the fleeing man. Suddenly his stomach was pierced, and blood from his intestines flowed out. The escaping tribe rushed over to help, and Blood Wolf kicked a man down with 1 kick. The women screamed in fear, and Blood Wolf was very excited. Just when Blood Wolf was about to stab the primitive man again, at this critical moment, the Luoshui tribe took action and 8 feather arrows flew over. Blood Wolf didn't even see clearly what they were. He was shot to the ground on the spot, with 2 feather arrows piercing his chest and blood flowing out of his mouth. Several other members of the wolf tribe were also shot to the ground, screaming in pain. After 8 people from Yi Bin's team shot arrows several times, more than 20 people from the wolf tribe were shot down. Before, they were dealing with those primitive people until they discovered that the blood wolf was injured. Just reacted, but at this time, Yi Bin's team had already fired several rounds of arrows, and many people from the wolf tribe fell to the ground seriously injured. It was not until this time that the primitive people realized that someone had rescued them. Yi Bin's team came to the wolf tribe and shot bows and arrows at those uninjured people in the wolf tribe. Yi Bin took a look. There were still 7 people standing in the wolf tribe. They were suddenly at a loss, and the stone spears in their hands were creaking to express their feelings at the moment. Yi Bin walked up to the blood wolf and looked at his former enemy. He felt very complicated at this moment. On that day, the Sunset tribe was almost slaughtered by the blood wolf. Fortunately, it was night, and there were many wild animals in the mountains, which scared away the blood wolf. I didn't expect that when we met again, the blood wolf from before was now breathing in more than exhaling. Blood Wolf looked at them, and everyone in the Luoshui tribe wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, they still couldn't utter a word. He died with his head tilted, his heart shot through. No one could save him. Yi Bin looked at everyone in the wolf tribe and told them to put down their weapons and lie on the ground. Otherwise, they will all be killed without leaving a single one alive. The people of the wolf tribe are all tall and mighty. Seeing that their usual meals are quite good, a few of them still rushed forward to kill us. Yi Bin, give the order to shoot arrows. Those people were shot into sieves. The power of the 2 bows was no exaggeration. They could not dodge at a distance of more than 10 meters. The remaining 5 people were so scared that they immediately dropped their weapons and lay on the ground. Yi Bin, let Black Panther tie them up and take them back to the tribe as slaves. Right at this moment, those primitive people came over and kept saying thank you to Yi Bin, thanking Yi Bin for saving them, otherwise they would have died here today. Yi Bin walked up to the man whose stomach was pierced by the blood wolf, took a look, and said that there was no hope of saving him. His intestines were all over the floor, and his blood was almost drained out. Those primitive women cried loudly. The dead one was their leader. Yi Bin asked them why they were being hunted by the blood wolf tribe. There's one, said the female primitive. The wolf tribe asked their tribe to send 10 women over, But the leader disagreed, so the wolf tribe sent out the blood wolves to hunt them down. They fled overnight, but were still caught up by the wolf tribe. If they hadn't met Yi Bin and the others, they would have been killed by the wolf tribe. Yi Bin asked, "What are your names, and where's the tribe going now?" "That," said the female primitive. "They are called the mountain tribe. They live on a big mountain and make a living from the fruits of the mountain." The female primitive said, "Now, our leader is dead, and we don't know where to go." Yi Bin thought for a moment and said, "You guys join our tribe. Your tribe is too weak. You might not survive if you encounter any wild beast. Winter is coming soon. Does your tribe have food to last through the winter? Do you have winter clothes? If you don't have any of them, you will die," said the female primitive. "Will I be treated differently if I join you?" Yi Bin said, "If you join our tribe, you will be like the people in our tribe. Whatever we eat, you eat too. But let me make it clear first, if you join our tribe, you will focus on our tribe, and your previous tribe will no longer exist." The female primitive returned to her tribe and started discussing with everyone. After a long while, she came to Yi Bin and said to him, "We are willing to join your tribe. From now on, we are a tribe." The woman said, "There are still 29 people in our tribe, 10 women, 5 children, and 14 men. My name is Zhu, and I'm a witch in the tribe." Chapter 19, Mountain Tribe Joins. Yi Bin looked at Zhu and said, "You guys go hunting with us first. Then we'll go back to the tribe together." Zhu replied, "Okay." Then, under Yi Bin's arrangement, the men of the mountain tribe were asked to keep an eye on the captives from the wolf tribe. Yi Bin led the team to the valley entrance, and soon the animals began to line up to cross the valley entrance. Seeing that half of the animals had already passed, Yi Bin immediately ordered the team to shoot arrows. After several rounds of arrow rain, more than 20 animals were shot, and the wounds on their bodies were piercing with pain. Blood flowed down their bodies, and the bison nearby were frightened and rushed forward immediately. With one person taking the lead, all the herbivores started to riot, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Many animals were trampled before they could react, and the herd immediately went crazy. Tens of thousands of herbivores started to run. The scene was unprecedentedly huge, and many animals were trampled to death. Yi Bin and his team shot arrows at the mountain pass, and the herbivorous animals ran faster. The scene in front of them frightened Zhu and his team so much that they turned pale. The legs were too weak to walk. The women huddled together, and the men were trembling all over. Yi Bin looked at them and told them to stay calm and not scare themselves. After about an hour, all the animals had left, and Yi Bin led all the people in the tribe to collect the dead animals. More than 100 animals died in the whole valley, including wild boars, sheep, bison, and antelopes. Unfortunately, they were all dead. Just then, Yi Bin heard a cow calling. Yi Bin followed the sound and found that 3 calves were injured. However, it was not fatal. Yi Bin counted the remaining animals, and there were about 120 of them. Now everyone was in a dilemma: how to carry back so many animal carcasses. Yi Bin and his team only had 37 people in total. In addition, there were 5 slaves from the wolf tribe. What to do with so many animal carcasses? Yi Bin thought of using bamboo, so he asked everyone to cut bamboo at the entrance of the valley. The stone axe was slow to chop bamboo, and it took a long time for everyone to chop 6 bamboos each time. Yi Bin asked everyone to tie the bamboos together and then put the animal carcasses on the bamboos. Each person pulled 2 to 3 animals, and everyone just had to drag the bamboos to move the animal carcasses on the bamboos. Yi Bin helped the 3 surviving calves wrap their injured legs with animal skins, tied the 3 heads together with ropes, and then personally led the calves back to the tribe. Bamboo in contact with the grass will reduce friction, and people can pull the animal carcasses behind them by pulling the bamboo forward. Yi Bin asked the slaves of the wolf tribe to pull the carcasses in front, with a rope tied to the feet of the 5 slaves. It was impossible to escape. If one person escaped, the others behind would fall down, and then they would be caught by others. They walked for 2 days before they saw the shadow of the tribe. The courtesans stood on the city wall and saw from afar a large group of people coming towards the tribe. The courtesan immediately summoned the security team and gathered the 6 members of the team on the city wall. They were all ready to go. They pointed their bows and arrows at the approaching team. Although the enemy seemed to have more than 40 people, the courtesan was not afraid. The city wall was more than 3 meters high, and it was impossible for the enemy to break through the city gate with just a few people. They were in a high position and had bows and arrows in their hands. "I'm afraid that the other side won't even be able to touch the city gate and will die here." Yi Bin also saw the courtesan standing on the city wall, and when he approached, Yi Bin shouted loudly, "Courtesan, we are back. Open the city gate quickly." Zhu and the others were horrified when they saw the scene in front of them. Their legs were out of control, and the slaves of the wolf tribe were the same. Although they were strong, they had never seen such a large building. Everyone was at a loss. Yibin looked at Zhu and the others standing still. He reminded them that this was our tribe. After a while, the city gates slowly opened, and the courtesan came out and looked at Yibin, asking what was going on with these people. Yibin said, "Let's go into the city first, and then we'll talk about it." As soon as everyone entered the city, they saw a large ranch. There were many sheep and wild boars inside. Zhu and his friends had never seen so many animals before. If they were in their tribe, they would not even dare to think about it. Yibin asked the Black Bull team to take the 5 people from the wolf tribe to dig mud. Yibin had been away for 3 days, and more than a dozen mud houses had been built in the tribe. Together with the 5 mud houses before, the tribe now had 15 mud houses, and the slaves now had a place to live. Yibin called all the tribe members together and began to announce a good news. From now on, the Shan tribe officially joins our Huaxia tribe. From now on, everyone is a member of the same tribe. If there are any problems or conflicts in the tribe in the future, you must find me to solve them in time. You cannot deal with them privately. If you are found, you will be expelled from the tribe. Everyone listened to Yibin's speech. He did not dare to have other ideas. Yibin also told Zhu that he would follow Director Wu and learn medical skills together. Yibin had previously taught Director Wu how to bandage wounds, how to identify commonly used herbs. The other women were all assigned to various groups in the tribe, and the men were all assigned to hunting teams. 14 men are divided into 3 groups. 5 people are assigned to Group 1, 5 people are assigned to Group 2, and 4 people are assigned to the women's team. The current team size is 9 people in Team 1, 8 people in Team 2, and 10 people in Team 3. Yibin asked each team to have a captain to lead them in training. At this time, Old Bear came to Yibin. "We have smashed the stones you asked for and made the animal skins into clothes." Yibin called Luoshui and asked her how many fish she had caught in the past 3 days. Luoshui said that she had caught more than 500 fish in 3 days, and now they were all dried and hung outside to dry. Yibin asked her team to bring 4 more women to skin and carve up the prey they brought back. Luoshui agreed and chose 4 new women to skin and carve up the animal carcasses together. Yibin and Old Man Xiong came to the kiln and began to refine iron ore. During this period, Old Man Xiong made a lot of charcoal. Yibin and the 4 elders of the tribe began to smelt iron, put charcoal in, and put the broken iron ore into the kiln. The fire started, and after several hours of smelting, Yibin took out the iron slag with particles. He asked Old Man Xiong and the others to continue smelting according to his previous method, while Yibin made an iron smelting pot himself. Use clay and wood ash to make a clay pot, and then use mud to make a knife-shaped mold and a gun head mold. Yibin came to the kiln and put the iron pot into the kiln to burn until the evening when the food was finished. The tribe had enough meat tonight, and the newcomers were full. They hadn't had a full meal for a long time, and everyone was determined to protect the tribe well, to live up to the hard-earned life. Yibin looked at the smelted iron slag, which weighed about 40 kilograms. The iron melting pot was also heated, and then you put the iron slag into the iron melting pot, filled the kiln with charcoal, and put the iron melting pot in. The fire started, and after being smelted by the fire, the iron slag began to dissolve into molten iron. Yibin looked at the molten iron and used a wet wooden stick to pick up the iron pot. Then he poured the molten iron into the mold that had been prepared in advance. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you all. Chapter 20. The Birth of Iron. Soon, a knife-shaped iron sheet was formed. Another iron gun mold was also formed, and Yibin filled the iron melting pot with iron slag again. Then it was put into the kiln again, and 10 or so molds were made, and then the iron knives and guns were cooled down. Yibin took out the ironware and knocked it, making a crisp sound. Yibin was very excited because the ironware was finally made. Then he called the Black Bull and the Black Panther and asked them to pick up the iron knife and sharpen it on the stone. The team leaders watched without blinking. Yibin collected the molten iron from grinding, and soon a sharp edge was polished out of the iron knife. Then he asked Hang Nio to grind the iron spear head, and he made the knife handle. Soon the knife handle was ready, and Yibin took a piece of wood to try it out. With one cut, the wood was directly cut into 2 sections. The team leaders saw that the knife was so powerful. Looking at the knife edge again, nothing happened. He was so excited that he was incoherent. Yibin looked at Black Panther and gave him the knife ladder, asking him to try chopping wood. Black Panther took the iron knife handed to him by Yi Bin with trembling hands and chopped it heavily at the wood on the ground. The wood broke into 2 pieces, and the courtesan's eyes lit up as she watched. She quickly grabbed it and tried it herself, and it was indeed amazing. Yi Bin looked at them with a smile and asked them if they wanted a piece of iron tool of their own. The team leaders were eager to go over and take it in their hands and refused to let go. Soon the molten iron was ready, and Yi Bin started the same operation again. Soon 5 iron knives and 5 iron spearheads were made, and everyone started to polish them quickly. Yi Bin asked them to put the stone in a pottery basin and grind it. The molten iron from the grinding was allowed to settle overnight, and then the water was poured out. As long as the amount of polishing is enough, new ironware can be smelted. After all, the iron ore this time has been used up. It will take more than a day to go to the stone tribe again, and not much iron ore can be transported. So now every piece of ironware is very precious, and it is impossible to go to the stone tribe to fetch stones in a short time. At midnight, all the ironware was polished, a total of 6 iron knives and 6 iron spearheads. Yi Bin quickly took the stone spear and took down the stone in front. Replace the iron spearhead and tie it with a rope. Soon the iron spears were all made, and Hainyo personally went up to take the iron spear and try it out. He stabbed the wood directly with force, and the wood was pierced directly. Hainyo pulled out the iron spear and took a look. He found that the iron spear was intact. If it was a stone spear, it would have broken long ago. Hainyo held the iron spear in his arms like a treasure and refused to let go. Yi Bin was also amused by Hainyo's appearance. In the morning, Yi Bin called all the teams together, took out the iron tools, and began to distribute them. Yi Bin began to speak, and the first team received an iron knife and 2 iron guns, and the second team received an iron knife and 2 iron guns. The 3 teams received 1 iron knife and 2 iron guns. The old bear received 1 iron knife. Red received an iron knife. Yi Bin kept the remaining iron knife for himself, and soon all the ironware was distributed. It would be impossible to smelt ironware in a short time because the tribe had no iron ore. Yi Bin asked Team 1 to go hunting today, and Teams 2 and 3 to train at home and let the old members lead the new members. Tomorrow is the day to meet Xingwan, so Yi Bin also needs to make preparations in advance. Yi Bin came to the slaves' worksite and felt that the slaves were working very hard. Then Yi Bin said loudly, "As long as you perform well, you may become a member of our Huaxiao tribe." The slaves worked harder when they heard that they would enjoy the same treatment as us. In the past few days, the tribe has built more than 10 mud houses. Now there are 30 mud houses in the tribe, and about half of the space inside the city wall is used. There was no rush to build the house, so Yi Bin looked at the mud pool dug outside. It felt like it was more than 500 meters long, a mud pool dug by slaves. It was also designed by Yi Bin. They started digging about 10 meters outside the city wall. They started digging along the 4 sides of the city wall, from meters wide and 2 meters deep, to form a moat. Even if the enemy attacked, they could only attack from the front of the city gate. A 4-meter wide road was left in front of the city gate. Yi Bin felt that the moat would be dug in 1 month. Then he would use bamboo tubes to lead water down from the mountain. Yi Bin looked at the mountain and saw a stream. The water quality is very good, and we can bring the water in once the moat is dug. There are too many slaves now, 42 in total, including 5 children. Yi Bin did not tie the 5 children with ropes and asked them to go with you to graze every day. Anyway, the tribe could not afford to keep an idle person, so the remaining 37 people were digging mud, cutting grass, and making mud bricks. Ever since Yi Bin gave the slaves hope, the slaves are now eager to do things. When the hunting team won with more than 20 goats appeared not far from the city gate in the afternoon, Yi Bin saw them from a distance. He immediately ordered someone to open the city gate for the hunting team 1. After He Nio entered the city, he found Yi Bin and said that the leader had captured 23 goats today. He dug 10 more traps nearby, and now there are 50 traps nearby. As long as he checks every day, he can catch a lot of prey. He Nio also brought back some vines for Yi Bin. Since Yi Bin told them last time that they should bring back any good things they saw when they went out of the tribe, Yi Bin asked the hunting team 1 to drive the goats to the pasture and hand them over to you. I also left a large house for raising rabbits. Rabbits reproduce very quickly. They have had 3 litters of baby rabbits in the past few days. There are about 7/8 baby rabbits in each litter. I feed them grass every day when it rains. Now there are more than 50 rabbits. When it snows, we can keep some rabbits for breeding and kill the rest for meat. Rabbit hair is also a good thing and can be made into wool yarn. Now the slaves were all in a room with 10 people, with men and women separated. 2 toilets and 2 bathhouses were built next to the slaves' houses. Only when the slaves made contributions to the tribe would Yibin assign women to them. Then he would give them a separate room. The remaining 20 houses, with a total of 42 people in the tribe, Yibin only allocated rooms to those above the captain level. Now only Black Bull, Black Panther, Red Bear, Old Man, Wu Director, Luoshui, Kuiju, each of them had a separate room. Yibin reserved the largest house for himself, which was in the middle of the tribe. The other team leaders all lived next to Yibin, and the ordinary tribesmen of the tribe lived next to the team leaders. The ordinary tribesmen were divided into 5 rooms, with men and women separated. The tribe now had 10 mud houses left. The slaves all lived in the slave room near the corner of the city wall, which was convenient for management. After eating in the evening, the slaves went back to their rooms to rest. Yibin called all the tribesmen to a meeting, and when everyone was present, Yibin began to speak. People from our Luoshui tribe will have to add a surname to their names, and men and women with the same surname cannot live together. For those who are already together, forget it. Yibin said that the members of the Luoshui tribe will add the word dragon to their names. For example, my name is Long Yabin, and newcomers from the mountain tribe add the word mountain. For example, bamboo is called mangosteen. After all, their previous tribe was a mountain tribe. At this time, the Quirin asked the leader, "What's my name?" Yibin said, "You'll be called Long Kue from now on." The Quirin thought the name was quite domineering. Everyone understood what Yibin meant when he said that in the future, whenever someone in the tribe gets married, they will be given a separate house. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiching after reading it. It is also a support for Beiching's new book. It will give Beiching more motivation to continue writing. Thank you all. Chapter 21, Goodbye, Qingwan. Everyone was confused again. Someone said, "Chief, what is marriage?" Yibin explained. Marriage is when a man marries a woman. Then they sleep together and have children together. After marriage, neither of them can sleep with other men or women. Only the 2 of them can sleep together. If you are found sleeping with other people again, you will be expelled from the tribe and will never be allowed to join the tribe again. After marriage, all children born will take the father's surname. The man is the father and the woman is the mother. Both parties raise the children together, which is called marriage. The tribe will build 60 houses at that time for all married men and women. You can come to me and get a mud house. When everyone heard that they could get a house as long as they got married, they were all very happy. However, the people from the mountain tribe had just joined, so everyone was not very familiar with them. So we can only wait until later, Yibin said again. The totem of our tribe before was water. But now the Luoshui tribe no longer exists, and the totem of the mountain tribe is the mountain. Now we are all a tribe, and the Chinese tribe must have its own totem. Yibin used charcoal to draw a dragon on animal skin. Everyone looked at Yibin in confusion. Yibin said, "From now on, the totem of our tribe will be the dragon. That's it. This is the new totem of our tribe. Tomorrow morning, we will use a wooden stick to prop it up and rub it against Yibin's door. It will also be a symbol of tribal power." Afterwards, Yibin took 5 large sheep horns, used a knife to make a small cut in the lower half of the horns, and cleaned out all the impurities inside the horns. He put it to his mouth and blew it hard. Suddenly, the horn made a buzzing sound, which was deep, rich, and powerful. Yibin let other human beings try it. Soon everyone mastered the method of playing the horn, and the sheep horns were blown by the tribesmen to make a buzzing sound. Yibin said, "In the future, the tribe will arrange for someone to blow a horn in the morning, and all teams must gather quickly when they hear the sound. If anyone doesn't come, they will be beaten with 10 sticks and not allowed to eat for a day. No matter who they are, they will be punished. If an enemy is spotted, the ram's horn will be blown directly. In a tribe, the sheep horn can only be blown in 2 situations. One is when getting up early for training, and the other is when the enemy attacks. In other cases, tribe, you are not allowed to blow the sheep horn, otherwise you will not be allowed to eat for 2 days. Yibin wants to train their discipline and obedience and let them learn to follow orders. If a team lacks discipline, it will be like a pile of loose sand. Yibin wants to train them into a real army. To change them, you have to do it step by step and let them slowly accept these new things. Yibin said, starting from Team 1, we have to get people up and blow the ram's horn at dawn every morning. Start with the Black Bull, and you can arrange the rest by yourselves. If you can't eat for 2 days after sleeping, all the teams will be on high alert. Tonight, the one on guard is the Oiran team. There are 10 people in the team now. 5 of them will guard the first half of the night, and 5 of them will guard the second half of the night. Found something. Just blow the ram's horn, and after the meeting, let everyone go back and rest. The next day, at dawn, Hainyo blew the sheep horn, and all the teams took their weapons and started walking towards the training ground. The rest of the people in the tribe also started their day's work. The slaves suddenly heard the noise and had no idea what was going on. All with the same look on their faces, they walked out of the room curiously. Yibin came to the slaves and spoke to them again. From now on, in the morning when the ram's horn sounds, you must get up and work, and all the slaves must take up their tools. Then they started to work. After Hong prepared the food, everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks and started lining up to get the food. After arranging the slaves, Yibin came to the training ground outside the city and watched 3 teams, led by their captains, engaging in shield and spear confrontation. There are 5 people in the Oiran team, and 5 more will guard the second half of the night, so now they all have to go back to the tribe and sleep. An hour later, they started practicing shooting again. The new members also learned very quickly, although there were still some problems during training. However, under the guidance of their captain, they would correct themselves in time when the tribe finished breakfast. Yibin, leading the first and second teams, started to head towards the place where they had agreed to meet with Qingwan. This time, the team brought all the iron tools of the tribe, a total of 6 iron knives and 6 iron spears, all covered with animal skins. Teams 1 and 2, including Yibin, have a total of 18 people. 9 of them are equipped with shields, iron swords, and spears, and the other 9 are equipped with bows and arrows and spears. The iron tools were all distributed to the elders of the tribe. The remaining ironware was also distributed to a few clever newcomers. The remaining 6 people all held stone spears. Yibin set off with the team. Along the way, Yibin was very worried. What if Qingwan brought hundreds of people? Even if their weapons were the best, they would not be able to defeat them. Yibin decided to hide aside and watch when the time comes. If the other side had too many people, they would retreat. Soon they arrived at the agreed location. Yibin saw from afar that there were more than 10 people standing there. The leader was Qingwan. When Yibin saw that the other party had only a small number of people, he felt relieved and slowly walked over. At this time, Qingwan also discovered Yibin, and Qingwan led her people towards Yibin. This time, Qingwan was accompanied by another big man. Gully was seriously injured last time and may not have recovered yet. Qingwan spoke directly. This time we brought 20 bags of saltstone. Yibin went over to take a look and saw that each bag of saltstone was packed with animal skins, and there were 20 bags full. Yibin thought, are all saltstones so worthless? Qingwan seemed to see through Yibin's thoughts and said that normally a bag of saltstone could be exchanged for an adult cow or 20 sheep. Yibin was shocked when he heard Qingwan's words. Is this woman always so generous? There were so many saltstones that he gave them away without even blinking an eye. Qingwan, I was very happy to see Yibin's reaction. You saved me and Gully last time. So we, the Firebird tribe, really want to make friends with you. Yibin didn't expect that he could get so many benefits just by saving a person. Yibin said, we have been friends for a long time. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qingwan looked at the people Yibin brought. 9 of them were holding shields and spears. The spears were covered with animal skins, and they also had iron knives wrapped in animal skins hanging around their waists. The 8 people behind all held bows and arrows, with stone spears on their backs and a bamboo tube full of arrows hanging around their waists. As for the bow and arrow, Qingwan had seen Yibin use it last time. He had shot to death several warriors of the Tao Tai tribe with the bow and arrow. After returning to the tribe, she also tried to do it a few times. Unfortunately, none of them were successful. Qingwan said, Yibin, can you take me to see your tribe? Our Firebird tribe is a peace-loving tribe and will not harm other tribes for no reason. Yibin finally agreed. He felt embarrassed to refuse the other person after receiving so many things from him. The main problem, if it was the Firebird tribe, it would be very easy to find them. Just expand the search range and walk for half a day, and you would be able to see Yibin's tribe. It would be hard for such a big city not to be discovered. Yibin looked at their mounts, all of which were big bulls. This time, Qingwan had 15 people and each had a mount. Although the big cow does not run very fast, it is very strong and is good at pulling things. Then Yibin led the way, leading Qingwan and his group to their tribe, with the salt and stones placed on their mounts. Yibin was envious of their mounts. When he had time, he he would definitely catch a few adult cows as mounts. Qingwan did not ride the cow, but walked with Yibin. Along the way, she asked Yibin many questions, asking whether their tribe was big and how many people there were. Yibin said, "There are not many people in my tribe, only about 80. They're a super tribe of tens of thousands of people." Of course, they didn't care. These dozens of people soon arrived at Yibin's tribe. Qingwan saw a huge building from afar. When everyone slowly came to the front of the city wall, the courtesan had already seen them. The team of 10 people had already taken bows and arrows and were watching them from the top of the city wall as they walked towards the tribe. Soon she spotted the leader. When Qingwan arrived at the city gate, he was immediately stunned. What was this thing? Why is it so big? There's a man standing on it, and the woman is holding a bow and arrow, pointing it directly at them, which immediately scared her. Yibin said, "Put down your weapons, Zoiran. This is a friend of our Huaxia tribe." Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 22, Qingwan's Worry. Qingwan looked at Yibin and asked, "Can I go in and take a look?" Yibin hesitated and said, "Okay, but you can only go in alone." The warriors behind him were unwilling to do so. Yibin did not refute, just looked at Qingwan quietly. Qingwan said yes. The warriors had nothing else to say. Qingwan stopped her and said to Yibin, "I believe that leader Yi will not harm me." Then Yibin asked the courtesan to open the city gate. The heavy city gate slowly opened and rose. A huge doorway began to appear, and Yibin asked them to unload the salt stone. He asked the team to transport the salt stone back to the tribe, and then made a gesture to Qingwan to invite him in. Qingwan followed Yibin into the city, and when they entered the city gate began to slowly fall. The warriors of the Firebird tribe were all anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The city wall was too high, and they couldn't get in even if they wanted to. When Qingwan entered the city, he found that there were many houses inside, all of which were occupied by people. The tribe was having a meal now. Everyone was queuing up for food. There was a pottery bowl of food in front of each red team, and everyone in the queue was holding a pottery bowl. There were also 2 small wooden sticks. People walked forward one after another. The people in front of them finished their food and left. The people behind hurried forward and handed over the pottery bowl. Hong then served them meat, and they lined up one after another. The people queuing over there obviously didn't eat as well as those here. Qingwan looked at Yibin curiously. Yibin immediately explained that these people wanted to kill people from our tribe, and then they were captured by us. Now they're all slaves. Qingwan saw that the slaves were eating so well. Qingwan said that slaves can still eat meat. Yibin said that they have to help our tribe work every day, and they do all physical work. Except that they can't eat enough. They eat the same as the people in our tribe, like those who perform well. You can get more food as a reward. Qingwan looked at Yibin and thought that this leader Yi was so kind and treated the slaves so well. Then Yibin brought 2 pottery bowls and gave Qingwan 1 and 2 and lined up. Soon 2 people arrived. Hong gave Yibin a bowl full of meat. He also gave Qingwan a bowl of meat. Yibin took Qingwan back to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was full of people. There were several wooden tables and wooden stools in the cafeteria. Yibin took Qingwan to sit on the table. Qingwan was confused holding the 2 wooden sticks. Yibin saw Qingwan's confusion and taught her how to use chopsticks. Qingwan was very smart and soon learned how to use chopsticks. The 2 began to eat. Although the food had no salt, Qingwan thought it was very delicious. Although they were a super large tribe, the way of eating in the tribe was still very backward. It was the first time she had seen Yibin's new way of eating. Soon, everyone in the cafeteria had almost finished eating, and Yibin and Qingwan had also finished eating. Qingwan asked Yibin to take him around the tribe, and Yibin did not refuse. Leading Qingwan, they started walking in the tribe, and they arrived at the pasture in less than a moment. Qingwan looked at the goats inside, and was very surprised that such a small tribe could raise so many animals. In her impression, small tribes were not able to get enough food, unlike their super tribes, which all had special pastures with tens of thousands of animals. Yibin's ranch is very simple, with only goats and wild boars. Like their Firebird tribe, there are many kinds of animals in the ranch. There are pigs, cattle, sheep, rabbits, antelopes, chickens. Yibin's ranch was built not long ago. The wood on the ranch was all new, and then Yibin took her to see the houses of the tribe. Inside each house, there was a brick-built earthen bed. There is a stove in each room, making it warm and comfortable. A layer of fluffy animal skin is spread on the earthen Kong, which must be very comfortable for people to sleep on. Each room has 2 windows and a few peepholes on the wooden door. They are usually blocked with wooden plugs, and the stove lights up the room. It feels very warm. After visiting the room, Qingwan was deeply moved. These were things that their tribe didn't have. She wanted to ask Yi Bin how such a house was built, but she didn't ask in the end. Afterwards, Qingwan wanted to see the city wall, so Yi Bin took her to the top of the wall. There was a staircase on each wall, which made it very convenient for the tribesmen to go up and down the stairs. Qingwan stood on the city wall, watching the warriors of her tribe building huts. She was filled with emotion, because her Firebird tribe was usually treated as honored guests when they visited other tribes. At the same time, the warriors of the Firebird tribe also saw Qingwan, and Qingwan nodded to the warriors, indicating that she was fine now. Qingwan looked at the hunting members patrolling back and forth on the city wall. They all held bows and arrows, looking majestic. Looking down at the city wall, even if there were hundreds of warriors, they might not be able to capture the Huaxia tribe. The inner feelings were very complicated. If the Firebird tribe also had its own city, it could block the invasion of foreign enemies. Their Firebird tribe was all on the plains. There were no defensive buildings at all. They could only defeat the enemy every time by relying on their large numbers. The tribe had to pay a huge price every time, which was something she didn't want to see. Now seeing Yi Bin's city, her heart was in turmoil. She made up her mind that after she returned, she must let her father build a city too. Qingwan then saw a deep pit dug under the city wall. This long, deep pit was dug around the city wall. Qingwan walked around the city wall and saw that this long pit was dug halfway around the city wall. Qingwan looked at Yi Bin in confusion and asked what this long pit was used for. Yi Bin also said it perfunctorily. Of course, he would not tell Qingwan that it was used as a moat. After all, this was only the second time he met Qingwan, and he didn't know what kind of tribe their Firebird tribe was. Qingwan heard Yi Bin say that the digging outside the city wall was for the convenience of getting mud. There are too few people in their tribe. If they dig too far, they will waste a lot of time. Qingwan thought about it and realized that Yi Bin was too worried. The Firebird tribe of Qingwan is very friendly, and the people in the tribe are all carefree. The tribe is full of people who will avenge their enemies and repay their kindness. The entire tribe is very united and will stand united against external problems. After viewing the city wall, they both returned to the city. Yi Bin arranged a room for Qingwan and a woman for her. He lit the fire for her at night, and Qingwan returned to her room. Thinking back to what she had seen when she came to the Huaxia tribe, every single thing was something she had never seen before, which stirred up countless waves in her heart. I fell asleep thinking about it, and the next morning, the sound of sheep horns rang out in the tribe, and everyone in the tribe got up, took their equipment, and started their daily work. Qingwan was also awakened by the sound of the horn. She thought something happened in the tribe. She immediately got up, put on her animal skins, and walked out. Seeing Yi and his team training and Hong's team in the cafeteria cooking, everyone had their own work, which was very pleasing to watch. It feels like everyone has been arranged. Qingwan looked at Yi Bin's team, who were doing archery training. The team on duty today was Hainyo, and their team was changing guards on the city wall. Yi Bin led Team 2 and Team 3, who were conducting 10-shot bow and arrow shooting training. Qingwan watched their skillful movements, and everyone shot very well. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 23, Making Tingjia. Soon, Hong's team prepared the food. This morning's food was boiled fish, and Hong immediately arranged for the team to call everyone to eat. The slaves lined up from the mud pit to get food, each holding their own ceramic bowl and chopsticks, and began to walk towards the canteen, and other teams of the tribe also began to walk towards the canteen. Yi Bin invited Qing, Luan to go to the canteen together. There were many houses in the tribe now. Yi Bin reserved a large room as the canteen. After the slaves finished eating, they squatted outside to eat. The other members of the tribe were eating in the cafeteria, and when the other teams had finished eating, the team on the city wall took over their work, holding their ceramic bowls and heading to the cafeteria to start eating. Qingwan didn't expect that the Huaxia tribe would eat fish today, which is a rare delicacy. In the eyes of primitive people, fish is the most difficult to catch because of their limited IQ. We can catch fish easily now because of the experience left by our predecessors. Otherwise, we would be the same as them. The Firebird tribe of Qingwan also rarely eats fish. Fish is too difficult for primitive people to catch, so they usually eat meat. Meat is the staple food in the tribe, and the Firebird tribe is actually similar to nomadic people. Qingwan became more and more curious about this tribe. They could take out so many fish for everyone to eat. They must have their own way of catching fish. Qingwan also knew that it was very impolite to ask Yi Bin directly. This was the tribe's own secret. She would not share the secret with others. For the tribe, it was the hope for the tribe members to survive. Yi Bin and Qingwan finished eating soon. At this time, Qingwan said to Yi Bin, "I have to go back to the tribe today. I will send you some good things next time when the tribe has them." Yi Bin said to Qingwan, "Thank you." Afterwards, Qingwan was sent out of the tribe. The warriors outside the city had already seen Qingwan leaving the city. They immediately came over and saluted Qingwan. Qingwan nodded to the warriors, then looked at Yi Bin and said, "Chief Yi, we will return to the tribe first and come to see you next time." Then he got on his mount and left with the warriors of the Firebird tribe. Along the way, Qingwan replayed everything he saw in the Luoshui tribe in his mind. After returning, he began to build a city wall to improve the tribe's defense capabilities. Yi Bin returned to the tribe and took out the cane that Nyo brought back yesterday. He also called Old Bear over and explained it to him. Weaving the rattan strips one by one, Old Man Xiong also started weaving like Yi Bin. After a whole afternoon of weaving, the two finally made a set of rattan armor. The old bear asked Yi Bin in confusion, "Chief, we can survive the winter by making clothes out of animal skins. The clothes made of rattan have small holes everywhere. It's too cold to wear in winter," Yi Bin said with a smile. "This is not for winter wear. This is for tribal warriors." Then he called Nyo, and today Black Panther led the team out hunting. In fact, they just check the traps nearby and catch whatever prey they see on the road. Now the main food of the tribe is the fish caught by Luoshui and his friends. There are hundreds of them every day. Soon Black Bull came, and Yi Bin asked Black Bull to wear rattan armor. He then took a stone axe and chopped at Black Bull. Black Bull was about to hide, but Yi Bin stopped him and then chopped Black Bull's belly with the stone axe. Everyone looked at the Black Bull's belly and found nothing wrong. Then everyone realized that this armor was a good thing. Black Bull fell in love with it and was reluctant to take it off. Yi Bin did not ask him to take it off, and Nyo went on patrol excitedly, wearing the rattan armor. Yi Bin told Old Man Xiong to finish making all the rattans. He could make as many sets as he could, and Old Man Xiong nodded and agreed. Yi Bin came out from Old Man Xiong and came to the outside of the city wall. He found that there were many mud bricks under the city wall, and the moat had been dug for nearly 700 meters. After digging more than 300 meters, the moat was dug. Yi Bin looked at the sky and felt that it would rain at any time. The weather was slowly getting colder. Winter was coming at any time, which would be a major challenge for the tribe. The slaves were still working hard, and it started to drizzle. Yi Bin shouted loudly, asking the slaves to return to the tribe to avoid the rain. The slaves began to walk into the city, and the hunting team members on the city wall. They all went down the wall and went back to their houses. There was no good medical treatment in primitive society. Once you have a fever or a cold, you will die. At this time, the Black Panther team also began to come back, bringing more than 20 prey. Rushing into the city, Yi Bin stood at the gate of the city. Let the Black Panther team go in quickly, and slowly the Fallen Creek team also came back with more than 100 fish. Yi Bin saw Luoshui and asked her to go back to the tribe to avoid the rain. At this time, Yu's team also came back with the sheep. Yi Bin asked Yu's team to drive the sheep to the pasture and go back to the house to avoid the rain. The rain began to get heavier and heavier, and Yi Bin came to the city gate, slowly lowered the city gate, and returned to the tribe. Then he came to Yu's room. Yu was very happy to see Yi Bin coming. He asked, "What's the matter, Chief?" Yi Bin asked Yu, "How many sheep are there in the ranch now? How many wild boars and rabbits are there?" Yu quickly took out the small branches from his pocket, handed them to Yi Bin, and said, "A short stick represents a rabbit, a long stick represents a sheep, a knot represents a wild boar, and a small stone represents a calf." Yi Bin then remembered that primitive people couldn't count. It was raining now. Yi Bin asked you to take all the children in the tribe to Yi Bin's room. Yi Bin's room was the largest in the tribe and had the best location. Soon, children in their teens and tens came, and even Luoshui came. Children learned quickly, so Yi Bin started teaching them first. Seeing that everyone was there, Yi Bin took a wooden board and started teaching them math. 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, 3 plus 3 equals 6, and I taught the children over and over again. Soon it was afternoon, and the rain still didn't stop. Many children could count within 20. Yibin was also very happy and would give more lessons to the children when he had time. Luoshui also learned very quickly and could now add and subtract numbers within 50. Yibin felt that Luoshui was a good student and would definitely teach her individually next time when he had time. The afternoon passed quickly, and Yibin asked the children to go back and practice more. You studied very hard, because he knew there were many animals on the ranch. He had to master what the leader taught him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I have to carry a lot of sticks in my pocket every day, which is very troublesome. Because only goats need to be grazed, pigs and rabbits are directly fed with cut grass. Every time I go out, I have to compare the number of sticks with the number of goats. Every time I come back, when the goats enter the pasture, you also has to compare them, for fear that a few are missing. From these things, we can see that you is a very responsible person. Yibin counted the long wooden sticks and found that there were more than 500 of them. There were more than 100 broken wooden sticks and 160 knots. That meant more than 500 goats, more than 100 rabbits, 160 wild boars, and the 3 calves he brought back last time. There are now more than 700 animals on the ranch. With the 900 fish caught in Luoshui, we should be able to survive this winter. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiching after reading it. It is also a support for Beiching's new book. It will give Beiching more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 24, Stockpiling Food. According to Yibin's plan, the ranch will definitely get bigger and bigger in the future. There will be more and more animals in it, and then the space in the city will seem too small. Now we have to keep a room to use as a warehouse to store the dried fish and bacon. The warehouse will be handed over to Gue Hong in the future, and no one except her can enter the warehouse. After all, that was the food for everyone in the tribe, so Yibin had to be extra careful. After thinking it over, Yibin called Hong and a small team to go to 2 empty rooms together. Ask the team to put all the dried fish and bacon into the warehouse, and tell Hong that the warehouse will be under your control from now on. Only you and I can enter the warehouse. If anyone else is found entering the warehouse, they will be expelled from the tribe. Hong nodded immediately. Hainyo and his men were moving the food. Soon the warehouse was full. There were several thousand dried fish. There were more than 10,000 kilograms of bacon and other things. They had brought back more than 120 prey from the valley entrance. Each one weighs 160 jin or more. 120 prey weighs 160 jin each, 19,200 jin because it is bacon. The water loss is very large, and now there are about 14,000 jin in the warehouse. Together with the dried fish, 2 warehouses were filled with food. Yibing was shocked. So much food was stored in such a short period of time. It would be easy to survive this winter. The rooms in Binju's tribe seemed to be insufficient. There were 4 rooms for the slaves, 8 team leaders in Zhu, and about 60 tribesmen. Yibin, a member of the tribe, planned to arrange for 6 people to live in 1 room, which would make 20 rooms. Together with a canteen and 2 warehouses, a total of 27 rooms were occupied. Arrange slaves to build some more houses tomorrow. Yibin's original design can only build about 60 houses in the city. If there are more, it will be very crowded. It just so happens that there are already a lot of mud bricks outside during this period. You've been told, Hainyo, you guys should arrange 10 slaves to build the houses one by one. They must be built neatly so that a lot of space can be saved. And the houses they built look good, leaving a space for training. When the moat was ready, they built the ranch outside the city. The distance between the city wall and the moat is more than 10 meters wide. Even if there are 4,000 or 5,000 animals, it will be no problem. Then we can drive wooden stakes under the moat to prevent the sheep from falling in. It can also play the role of reinforcing the moat. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After Yibin gave his instructions to Hainyo, Hainyo went to assign tasks to the slaves. Yibin also called Hei Bao and asked them to cut 2,000 kilograms of wood every day. Team 2 now has 8 people. 2,000 jin of wood means each person has about 200 jin. With the blessing of the iron knife, it is too easy to cut 200 jin of wood. After Yibin finished making all the arrangements, he went to the river to find Luoshui. He saw 5 members of his team fishing, one of them holding a fishing net and casting it by the river. In a short while, they caught about 30 fish. Luoshui saw Yibin coming. She immediately walked over and asked, "Chief, why are you here?" Yibin touched her head and said lovingly, "Let me see how many fish you have caught." Luoshui's face turned red at Yibin's action. Then he took Yibin and walked to where they put the fish. Yibin opened the animal skin bag and took a look. He was immediately surprised that the 4 animal skin bags were almost full. There should be more than 200 fish. Yibin said that in the future, as long as the fish caught every day are enough for the tribe to eat, it will be fine. Now the tribe's warehouses are full of too, and there are more than 1,000 dried fish. Also, large-scale fishing every day will cause the number of fish to drop rapidly. We need to make long-term plans and not just focus on the present. Luoshui seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. Luoshui didn't want to think about it anymore. She just had to do whatever Yibin said. Then Luoshui called her team and followed Yibin back to the tribe. As soon as she returned to the tribe, she heard several slaves quarreling. When the courtesan heard the slaves quarreling, she immediately led her team over. Directly used bows and arrows to point at the slaves. The slaves were so scared that they lay on the ground and dared not move. At this time, Yibin came over with Luoshui. What happened? Who of you can come out and tell me? A slave from the stone tribe came out. Pointing at the slaves of the wolf tribe, he said, "They bullied us. They asked us to work for them while they rested on the side." Yibin was furious when he heard this and pointed at the slaves of the wolf tribe and said, "If you do this again, I will kill you." The slave lowered his head quickly, fearing that Yibin would really kill him. Yibin gathered all the slaves together and spoke loudly. "Now I will select 4 captains from among you. These 4 captains will help me supervise your work. If there are any sly people who don't obey the instructions, their legs will be broken and fed to the wolves. There are 37 of you, 10 in each room. Choose a captain from each room, starting with the women's room." Yibin asked the courtesans who did the most work. The courtesan pointed to a woman who was not very tall, and Yibin asked her name. The woman replied that her name was Mei, and Yi nodded and said that you will be the captain of your room from now on. If someone escapes, or if someone is caught being lazy and not working, all 10 women in your room will have no food to eat. If you find someone escaping or not listening to orders, you can come to me directly. The woman happily agreed. Yibin added, "You captains can get an extra portion of food every day. This is the tribe's recognition of you." The captain of the second room is a tall man. He was honest and simple, without any extra thoughts. Yibin asked him what his name was, and the male slave immediately replied that his name was Hu. Yibin said that you will be the captain of the second room from now on. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly. If the people in your room run away or slack off, I will break your legs directly, and the people in your room will not have food for 3 days. Then came the third room and the fourth room. The captain of the third room was a man from the wolf tribe, who was simple-minded and didn't talk much. He told Yibin that his name was Lai, and Yibin also arranged him to be the captain. The fourth room had 7 people, and the slave was called Shan from the stone tribe. Yibin arranged for the 5 children of the Shur tribe, who were over 5 years old, to sleep with you and the others, so that they could receive education from the Huaxia tribe from an early age and would not hate the Huaxia tribe when they grew up. 5-year-old children are at an age when they know nothing, so it is best to educate them. Yibin can't possibly arrange for them to dig mud, right? This is the only way for these children to survive. If they grow up, they can only be arranged to dig mud. It can't be blamed on Yibin for being cruel if he doesn't handle this matter carefully. The tribe will be destroyed. Who knows what the child will think when he grows up? Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 25. Meet the Wolf Tribe again. Yibin and his team checked more than 40 traps and caught 7 sheep and a wild boar. When they were rushing to the next trap, they suddenly heard a roar in the distance. Yibin left a tribe member to guard the prey. He led the team and walked over quietly. From a distance, he saw more than a dozen primitive people running away. Behind them, more than 30 primitive people were chasing them. It was a coincidence that Yibin knew this person. He is the Blue Wolf of the Wolf Tribe and one of the 4 leaders of the Wolf Tribe. The Blue Wolf is very brave in battle and is insidious and vicious. Last time, it was the Blue Wolf who ambushed the Luoshui tribe, killing 4 hunting members of the Luoshui tribe. Yibin had wanted to avenge this grudge for a long time, but there were too few people in the Huaxia tribe. There were only 27 people in 3 teams, and some of the hunting members were newcomers from the mountain tribe. The wolf tribe had a total of 190 people. All the small tribes around knew about it. No one dared to provoke them. Last time, Yi killed more than a dozen of them. He also captured 6 people from the wolf tribe. There are still 170 people in the wolf tribe now. If these 30 people are killed, there will only be 140 people in the wolf tribe. There are no old people in the wolf tribe. They drive the old people out of the tribe directly. They have always maintained the young fighting force of the tribe, and the women are also snatched from the surrounding small tribes. The wolf tribe has more than 20 children and more than 40 women. Each child starts to follow the men in the tribe when they are 14 years old to rob other small tribes, so they start to practice killing from a young age. Therefore, the people of the wolf tribe were not afraid of death in a fight. Because they had been robbing small tribes around them for many years, the people in the tribe were fat and strong. The fighting power is amazing. There are 36 small tribes around the wolf tribe. Every tribe has been harmed by them, and everyone swallows their anger because they can't beat them. Qing Lang led the team in pursuit, getting closer and closer to the primitive people in front. Qing Lang asked the team to throw the stone spears in their hands. The stone spears could be thrown about 50 meters at most, and about 30 stone spears were shot out. 3 people were shot through the stomach and fell to the ground. He lay on the ground twitching, blood flowing down his stomach. The snow was directly dyed red with blood, and the remaining 9 primitive people had bloodshot eyes. But they had no choice. There were too many people in the wolf tribe. Even if they fought alone, they couldn't beat them. The leading primitive man let his companions go first and picked up the stone spear on the ground. Facing the people of the wolf tribe who were chasing him, he knew that even if he ran away, he would be killed by the wolf tribe. As the leader, he had the obligation to protect his people. At this time, Qing Lang also led his men to surround them and asked 20 people to chase the other primitive people. He led 10 people to surround the leader of the primitive people. Qing Lang looked at the man opposite him jokingly and said, "All the women in your tribe have been captured by our wolf tribe. You're the only ones left. Sooner or later, you'll be killed by our wolf tribe." The primitive leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Qing Lang and said, "I will kill you even if I die." Qing Lang laughed and said, "You will never have a chance." Qing Lang ordered his team to kill the primitive leader. At this moment, 9 arrows shot over and instantly shot through 5 people. The 5 people immediately fell to the snow, and blood continued to flow out. When Qing Lang saw someone attacking him, he immediately stood behind his tribesmen. He began to observe the surroundings and soon found Yi Bin and his group. At this time, the team that went to hunt down other primitive people also saw their companions being shot. They all walked towards Qing Lang immediately, and soon 25 people from Qing Lang gathered together. They all looked at Yi Bin and his group fiercely, and Yi Bin also fired 3 more rounds of arrows in this short time. Suddenly, more than a dozen people from the wolf tribe fell to the ground. Yi Bin was about 100 meters away from them, which was the best distance for archery. The people from the wolf tribe immediately started to fight back, throwing stone spears at Yi Bin and his men. Both sides began shooting at each other, and the stone spears from the wolf tribe could not reach Yi Bin and his camp at all. The wolf tribe suffered heavy losses, with 11 people falling to the ground in less than a moment. The snow was instantly stained red with blood. Seeing how powerful the opponent's weapons were, Qing Lang immediately ordered a charge, and Yi Bin fired 2 more rounds of arrows. Suddenly, another 4 people from the wolf tribe were shot through the body and fell to the ground screaming in pain. Seeing that the people from the wolf tribe were about to come to them, Yi Bin ordered them to put down their bows and arrows. He directly ordered the team to pick up shields and iron spears and charge towards the wolf tribe. Yi Bin's team lined up in a long snake formation and advanced forward in an orderly manner. Soon the 2 sides engaged in battle, with the wolf tribe using stone spears to fiercely stab the other side's shields. Because they used too much force, many of the stone spears began to break. The Luoshui tribe blocked the attack of the wolf tribe and directly pierced the body of the wolf tribe warrior with the iron spear in his hand. The scene was very bloody. Yi Bin commanded the team to continue the attack from behind. Qing Lang was confused. What was going on? He had never encountered such a situation before. After several rounds of attacks, the wolf tribe was directly suppressed by Yi Bin and his men. Qing Lang and his men couldn't even get close to Yi Bin's team. The iron spears easily penetrated the bodies of the people in the wolf tribe. Soon, only 10 people were left on Qing Lang's side, and the others fell in the snow. Blood began to stain the ground red, and there were constant wailing and sounds of pain coming from the ground. Seeing that something was wrong, Qing Lang immediately started to run away. At this time, the primitive leader rushed directly to Qing Lang and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Yi Bin immediately ordered the team to speed up the advance. The wolf tribe was still making a final resistance. Hanyo found the right opportunity. An iron spear directly pierced a member of the wolf tribe. The man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The power of the iron spears was something the wolf tribe had never seen before. Once stabbed, it could penetrate their bodies. The sharpness of the iron spears made the wolf tribe members start to tremble with fear. After Black Bull stabbed a man, he immediately rushed to the side of the primitive leader. He pointed the iron spear directly at the neck of the blue wolf, and the blue wolf was so scared that he dared not move. The wolf tribe team was so scared when they saw the blue wolf leader being captured that they stayed where they were and dared not move. Even shouted to the remaining members of the wolf tribe to put down their weapons and lie on the ground. The team immediately surrounded them with shields raised, looking at the sharp iron spears. The remaining 8 people in the wolf tribe looked at each other with cold light flashing in all directions. Finally, they threw their weapons on the ground and slowly lay down. Eben quickly gave orders to the team members to tie them up. Soon, the remaining members of the wolf tribe were tied up. Hainyo picked up Qinglang and threw him in front of Eben. Eben pointed the iron spear at Qinglang's chest, scaring Qinglang so much that he dared not move. Eben then looked at the primitive leader and asked, "How come you are being hunted by the wolf tribe?" The primitive leader began to kneel down in front of Eben. Eben and his men's weapons were too powerful, which left a deep impression on these primitive people. The primitive people who had escaped before also came over and began to kneel down in front of Eben and the others. Eben immediately helped them all up. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 26, The Wood Tribe Joins. The primitive leader said, "Our tribe is called the Wood Tribe. I am the leader of the tribe, and my name is Mujan. Some time ago, the wolf tribe sent people to our tribe and asked us to send 10 sheep and 5 women over. There are only 48 people in our tribe, including 25 men, 15 women, 3 elderly people, and 5 children. The tribe does not have much food, so we will send 10 sheep to the wolf tribe. We will all starve to death in winter, and there are not many women in the tribe. If we send 5 more women, there will not be many women left in the tribe." Mujan said that after discussion, our tribe decided to give 5 sheep and 2 women to the wolf tribe. The leader of the wolf tribe, Black Wolf, said that our wood tribe still dared to bargain. So he sent Blue Wolf and 40 wolf warriors to attack our wood tribe directly. We fought back desperately. They killed all the men in the tribe and chopped off their heads. They also killed the old people and children. Mujan's eyes were bloodshot and seemed to be dripping blood. The woman was also captured by the wolf tribe, and I started to escape with the rest of the tribe. The blue wolf saw us escaping and chased us all the way. Our tribe has been running for the whole night, and we can't run anymore. Qinglang led his team to chase us all the way here. If we hadn't met you, we would have been killed by the wolf tribe." After saying this, Mujan stared at Qinglang. The tears were blood red, and the scene was horrible. Eben asked, "What are you going to do next?" Mujan said, "I don't know where to go either. The tribe has no food and no animal skins to survive the winter." Eben looked at Mujan, who was full of despair, and said, "Why don't you join our tribe?" The other 8 people in the Mu tribe looked at Mujan. As long as primitive people still have hope of survival, it is difficult for them to join other tribes. But Mujan had nowhere to go. The destruction of the tribe was a huge blow to him. Mujan's mind was in a mess, and it took him a while to react. He looked at the other members of the tribe, and they all looked like they had lost all hope in life. Obviously, they haven't gotten over the pain of the tribe being destroyed. Mujan saw that the tribesmen were like this. If they didn't join Eben's tribe, it would be really difficult for them to survive. Now the tribesmen were cold and hungry. Mujan said that he could join you, but he had to hand over Qinglang to me. Eben also agreed to Mujan's request. As the leader of the Mu tribe, Mujan's fighting ability was quite good. He was tall and muscular. If there weren't so few people in their tribe, they wouldn't have been chased and beaten by the blue wolves. If Mujan hadn't blocked most of the enemy's attacks, the tribe would have been destroyed by the wolf tribe long ago. Eben was also impressed by Mujan's courage and terrifying strength, so he decided to recruit him as his own, so that the tribe would have another powerful general. Mujan picked up the stone spear on the ground and stabbed Qinglang wildly. Suddenly, Qinglang's chest had several holes, and blood sprayed on Mujan's face. The scene was extremely bloody. The 8 captives from the wolf tribe were so frightened when they saw Qinglang being killed by Mujan that they trembled all over and dared not even look at Mujan. They were afraid, that they would be the next one. Mu Zhan quickly vented his emotions and came to Yi Bin to express his submission. Other members of the Mu tribe also came over and expressed their submission to Yi Bin. Yi Bin patted Mu Zhan on the shoulder and said, "When I have time, I will help you destroy the wolf tribe and avenge your people." When Mu Zhan heard what Yi Bin said, he became more determined. He must follow Chief Yi Bin until death. The crowd led the captives of the wolf tribe and started to rush back. As for the bodies of the wolf tribe, the wild wolf and his men would naturally take care of them, and they would soon meet up with the tribesmen just now. The tribesmen also looked at Mu Zhan and the others curiously. Yi Bin did not elaborate, and then they returned to the tribe together. On the way, they carried the prey caught in the trap and walked all the way back. Soon Yi Bin and his companions arrived in front of the tribe. Mu Zhan looked at the tall city in front of him, and suddenly his heart was in turmoil. The same was true for the other people in the Mu tribe. They had never thought that someone would build such a large city. This was beyond their cognition. Yi Bin looked at Mu Zhan and the others who were stunned, and then said, "Let's go." The team quickly arrived at the city gate, and Mu Zhan and the others looked at the slaves with ropes tied to their feet. His face turned pale, and Yi Bin knew what he was thinking. So he said, "They tried to attack our tribe before, but were caught by us. There are also 6 members of the blood wolf of the wolf tribe, who were also caught by us and put here to dig mud." Mu Zhan's face brightened up. It turned out that he was overthinking. Yi Bin ordered the team to distribute wooden shovels to the 8 slaves of the wolf tribe behind. "I took them over to dig mud together." The slave saw that another slave was sent over. I felt much better immediately. It wasn't just me who was caught, but others as well. People are like this. They feel happy when they see others in trouble. The team at the city gate had already seen Yi Bin and opened the city gate early. Yi Bin took Mu Zhan into the city and then asked Hong to prepare food for the new members of the tribe. Hong immediately went to arrange it. Yi Bin arranged 2 more rooms for Mu Zhan and his 9 companions, and told them to rest first and wait for the food to be ready before calling them. When Yi Bin came out, everyone in the tribe gathered around him. Zhu asked Yi Bin who they were. Yi Bin said that they were being hunted by the wolf tribe, just like your tribe. "We found them on the road and rescued them. Their tribe is not as lucky as yours, and now they only have a few people left. All the men, old people, and children were killed, and the women were captured by the wolf tribe." When Zhu heard this, a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. During this period of time, they gradually integrated into the Huaxia tribe and truly recognized Yi Bin and the others. The food was ready soon, and Yi Bin called Mu Zhan and others to come to the cafeteria. Mu Zhan and others couldn't take their eyes off the food on the table, which they had never seen before. There was steaming stewed mutton in the ceramic pot and ceramic bowl. Yi Bin immediately asked Mu Zhan and the others to sit down. He also taught them how to use chopsticks. Several of them were also trying hard to learn, but they just couldn't pick up the meat in the bowl, and they were sweating profusely. Yi Bin said, "Don't be anxious. Take your time." After a while, everyone slowly picked up the meat in the bowl and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. It tasted a bit salty, and the corners of several people's mouths twitched from the heat. Yi Bin couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Mu Zhan and his companions hadn't eaten for several days. They were cold and hungry, so soon the 2 pottery bowls of meat and soup were finished. Everyone started burping. When Yi Bin saw that they had finished eating, he said to Mu Zhan, "I plan to form another hunting team, and you will be the leader. Your 8 tribesmen will be divided into 3 groups. 3 people will go to Team 1, 3 people will go to Team 2, and 2 people will go to Team 3. We will pick 3 more people from Team 1, 3 more from Team 2, and 2 more from Team 3. Your team will temporarily train with Hein Yo," and Mu Zhan had no objection. He was made the captain right after arriving at the tribe, so of course not all the tribe members would be arranged together. In case they have bad intentions, people have to be on guard. This is responsible for everyone in the tribe. Mu Zhan can understand and readily agreed. Then Yi Bin began to arrange them all in the rooms of each team of the tribe to rest. Today the slaves dug more than 60 meters of mud pits, and Yi Bin was very satisfied. The new slaves were arranged to live in a room. A slave was transferred to Shur Hu's room to be the captain, and the captain was asked to tell the new slaves the rules here. The slaves were also told to go to the toilet, and if they went to the toilet without permission, everyone in the house would be punished. At night, when the slaves all went to sleep, Yi Bin arranged a team to tie the slaves' doors with ropes from the outside. Each slave room was given a clay pot for them to use at night, and every morning the slaves went to the toilet by themselves. This prevented the slaves from running around at night. After arranging everything, the tribe began to rest. It was still snowing outside, so each team was asked to leave one person in their room to keep watch tonight. The next morning, Chapter 27 Bao Upgrade. Yibin came to Old Man Xiong. Last time, he asked Old Man Xiong to weave bamboo armor with bamboo. As soon as Yibin entered the door, he saw that the people in the production team were weaving bamboo armor carefully. There are already more than a dozen sets of bamboo armor woven on the ground, and Yibin is very satisfied. If you soak it in tung oil, the effect will be improved to a higher level. Yibin decided that when he had time in the future, he would definitely go for a walk in the mountains, and the bamboo armor weaving was also very successful. Yibin recalled the videos he had seen in his previous life. Foreign bows and arrows could all be equipped with rapid-fire clips, allowing them to shoot 7 arrows at a time. They were all compound bows. If only rapid-fire clips could be made, the strength of the tribe can be greatly improved. Yibin got down to work right away. He called Old Man Xiong and the other man and started to study it together. They began to explore it bit by bit based on their memories before the time travel. Yibin found the hardest wood nearby and began to make a model of the compound bow. In fact, the principle of the compound bow is very simple and it is not difficult to make. Although a composite bow made of wood is definitely not as powerful as a composite bow made of nanofiber, it must be much more powerful than an ordinary bow and arrow. First, use charcoal to draw the shape of the bow and arrow on the prepared wooden board. Then, take out the prepared iron file, aim it at the drawn black line, and hit the back of the handle with a stone. Just like that, Yibin and Old Man Xiong knocked little by little for the entire afternoon. Finally, a wooden composite bow body was made. The next step is to use hard wood to grind out 2 pulleys. The tools used include iron files and iron awls. It took about a few hours to make the 2 pulleys and then install them on the compound bow. On both sides of the pulley were the hard bow body, and then 2 wooden sticks the size of chopsticks were cut out with an iron knife. Then use a small wooden stick to insert it into the pulleys on both sides, and use a knife to cut a small groove at both ends of the small wooden stick. Then use small pieces of wood to hammer them in and polish both sides until they are smooth and the 2 sets of pulleys are fixed. The center of the pulley is smeared with animal fat, and then the rope is made of hemp, and the pulleys on both sides are cross-fixed. Finally, install a main string and fix the bowstring, and a wooden compound bow is perfectly made. Yibin was excited. He looked around at the compound bow and installed an arrow. Then, he drew the bow and shot the arrow. The arrow shot out quickly. After a while, the arrow was firmly stuck in a tree, and the tail of the arrow was still swaying gently. Yibin estimated the distance in his mind and finally concluded that it was about 200 meters. This was simply unbelievable. This compound bow is indeed much more powerful than ordinary bows and arrows, and it requires less strength and can shoot farther than ordinary bows and arrows. Even on Earth, the compound bow is the king of cold weapons, and killing lions and black bears is no problem at all. What remains is to make the continuous film, which is actually very simple to make. Make a groove directly in the center of the bow. The continuous hairpiece can be made of wood. Prepare ordinary wood and make a 1.2 meter long box, leaving a 10 centimeter length on both sides of the wood. It fits perfectly into the slot in the center of the bow. Then use mud to make a plate beating mold, and then pour the molten iron directly into the mold, and a continuous plate beating is completely done. Then, assemble it to the back of the continuous firing piece. Finally, use bamboo strips to make a pressure plate on the top of the continuous firing piece, where the arrows are placed. This is because bamboo strips have good elasticity and can prevent arrows from falling out. Then, use the refined oil to apply it to the slot of the burst piece, and a complete wooden compound bow is ready. Yibin and Old Man Xiong worked on it for almost a whole day. In the afternoon, they finally made a compound bow. The Black Bull team also returned from hunting, and the team members captured 5 goats. Maybe it's because there is too much snow outside. Early in the morning, the Mujan team and the Hainyo team went out for training together. Under Yibin's arrangement, the team members had to train every day, which was also to improve the tacit understanding among the team members. In future combat and hunting, we can better bring into play the advantages of the team and make all the teams work together better. The Black Panther squad also came back with some wood. Judging from the way they were struggling, the wood must have weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Yibin found a problem. They all carried the things back on their backs, and everyone was sweating profusely. They thought that they would ask Old Bear to make some simple sleds for them tomorrow. Now, the tribe had iron tools, so it was relatively easy to make a few wooden boards. For an ordinary sled, the wooden boards were used as pulleys, and people just had to drag the sled in front, and the sled could move. Yibin saw that the team members' feet were tied together with animal skins. This would easily cause frostbite on their feet, and it was not very convenient to walk at all. Tomorrow, I have to help the team members design a pair of animal leather shoes for winter. After everyone finished their work, Yibin found the captains of those teams and went to his room together. After a while, all the team captains arrived. The current captains included Heinyo, Heibao, Hua Kuei, and Mujan. They all stood there, looking a little overwhelmed. Yibin smiled. Then he asked everyone to sit down and took out a compound bow. This was the result of a whole day's work by Yibin and Old Man Bear. It was also the most powerful bow in the tribe. Everyone's eyes were on this bow, and everyone was curious. Yibin didn't start talking nonsense and directly showed them his power. Yibin loaded 7 arrows into the rapid-fire gun, pressed them down with bamboo strips, and started shooting at the wooden door. Every time the bow was pulled, an arrow could be shot out by firing the compound bow limbs. Yibin pulled the bow 7 times in a row and shot out a total of 7 arrows. These team leaders all opened their mouths wide. Seeing their surprised expressions, Yibin was also very proud because this was made by him himself. That man didn't want to have a compound bow of his own. After a while, someone reacted and everyone was discussing what kind of weapon this was and why it was so powerful. They wondered how much stronger it was than the bows and arrows they had. The team leaders suddenly felt that the bows and arrows in their hands were no longer useful. They all wanted to snatch Yibin's compound bow away. Seeing their longing eyes, Yibin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was like a child who couldn't take his eyes off his favorite toy. It feels so good to be admired. Mujan respects Yibin even more. In their hearts, Yibin's current image is like a god. Everyone felt that as long as Yibin was in the tribe, there would be more powerful weapons in the future. The team leaders all looked at Yibin in front of them with admiration. The leader was truly amazing. How did he come up with such a powerful weapon? Heinyo said immediately, "Chief, can you let me try out that strange bow arrow of yours?" Yibin handed the compound bow to Heinyo, and then taught Heinyo how to load the arrows into the burst gun. It wasn't long before it was installed. Heinyo aimed at the door panel in the distance and pulled the bow 7 times in a row. 7 arrows shot out quickly. Heinyo was shaking with excitement when he got this rapid-fire compound bow. Heinyo, is the most powerful person in the world. The team leaders standing by rubbed their hands in envy, wishing they could shoot a few arrows themselves. Then Yibin asked each of them to try it. After everyone had tried it, they felt satisfied, and everyone's eyes were full of possessiveness. Yibin smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will all have it. But now, it takes a day to make a continuous compound bow, and there are only 4 people at Old Man Bear's place. They could make, at most, 4 compound bows a day." The team leaders knew that there was no point in being anxious, so they could only wait another day. Yibin said immediately, "These are the secrets of the tribe, and cannot be known to more people. The more people know, the less safe it will be. Good things can only be kept in one's own hands." Everyone nodded. "Tomorrow morning, Heinyo's team and Mujan's team will go into the mountains with me." Heinyo said immediately, "Chief, there is still heavy snow in the mountains. Why are we going there?" Yibin said, "Go to the mountains, find some tung oil fruits, and then cut some bamboos. The tung oil fruits can be used to extract tung oil, and the cut bamboos can be used to make arrows." Heinyo asked curiously, "Chief, what is tung oil fruit, and what is the use of tung oil?" Yibin smiled and said nothing. Even if he said something, Heinyo wouldn't understand. Suddenly, Hong knocked on the iron knife of the cafeteria. Everyone took their own bowls and chopsticks and walked towards the cafeteria together. Soon, a long line formed in front of the cafeteria. The slaves stood in one row, and the tribal members stood in another row. Each person held a pottery bowl and started to get their meals. The tribesmen in front, who had prepared their meals, started to eat immediately. Precious white salt was added to the food now, and it tasted better than before, but there was no other seasoning. When I have time, I will go out and look for auxiliary ingredients such as ginger and garlic. Then the food made will be more delicious. The snow was particularly heavy at night. Yibin had heard from Xiong and the others before that once winter came, there would be many wandering savages in the mountains. Those people were driven out of the tribe because there was not enough food in the tribe. Yibin thought about going into the mountains tomorrow to try to win over some stray savages and have them join his tribe. When the tribe becomes stronger, he will seek revenge on the wolf tribe. As long as the wolf tribe still exists, the surrounding small tribes will never have a peaceful life. If possible, let those scattered people join the Huasha tribe. Then everyone can work together to deal with the wolf tribe. No matter how strong the wolf tribe is, they cannot withstand their large numbers. Brothers, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. Also, support for Beiqing's new book. This will also give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 28, Killing the Big Black Bear. When Yibin woke up in the morning, he heard the familiar sound of sheep horns. He got up and saw that the snow outside had finally stopped. He put on thick animal skin clothes and thick animal skin shoes. When we got outside, we saw all the teams gathering together. The slaves also picked up their tools and started walking outside the city wall. One by one, they started digging mud with wooden shovels, and a dozen slaves were building houses in the city. The security work in the city has always been the responsibility of the Oiran team. The courtesan arranged 4 members to patrol the city walls, 2 to monitor the slaves working in the city, and the other 3 to monitor the slaves working outside. Each of them held a bow and arrow in their hands, and the team members were wearing the bamboo armor made by Old Man Xiong and his team yesterday. They looked very majestic. The red team was making breakfast, while teams 1, 2, and 4 were practicing bow and arrow and shield and spear stabbing. Mu Zhan made rapid progress under the guidance of Hein Yo. Mu Zhan's archery skills over the past few days have almost always been able to hit the target. The 3 new members of the team can also basically hit the bullseye. Yibin was very satisfied with their training. Soon, Hong's food was ready, and Hong rang the iron knife in his hand. Everyone knew that dinner was ready, so they all took their own bowls and chopsticks and walked to the cafeteria. Yibin took the food and walked to sit next to Old Man Xiong. Then he said, "Old Man Xiong, finish your dinner later. I'll give you a few molds. You can use the remaining molten iron to make a few iron needles. Then give them to Luoshui and the others. The snow outside is too thick today. Don't let them go out fishing. After you make the iron needles, let them come to you. Then let them use animal skins to make a few pairs of shoes for everyone in the tribe. Use more layers of animal skins so that the teams won't get frostbitten feet when they go out hunting. Also, let your production team have 2 people make bamboo armor and 2 people make compound bows." After Yibin finished his instructions, he immediately finished his food and set off with Team 1, Team 2, and Team 4. More than 20 people went to get their equipment and followed Yibin up the mountain. Yibin also brought his compound bow, leaving the Oiran team to guard the tribe. Soon everyone came to the mountain, and Yibin's purpose of coming this time was also very simple. The first was to look for tongue oil fruit. The second was to cut small bamboos to make arrows. The third was to look for stray wild men. The team members rushed to hunt down pheasants and rabbits when they saw them on the road. Just in the distance, there was a 1,500-pound black bear looking at Yibin and his team. The danger was approaching step by step, and the team was talking and laughing along the way. They didn't notice the danger coming at all. At this moment, a white wolf king and more than 20 gray wolves surrounded 10 primitive people. There were 7 men and 3 women among them, and they were obviously fleeing. The wolves started to attack, and several gray wolves rushed forward and bit the 2 primitive men. Blood immediately flowed from their faces, and half of their faces were bitten. The primitive man screamed in pain, and his companion beside him picked up the stone spear and stabbed it. Seeing that the gray wolf was about to be injured, the white wolf king rushed forward and bit the primitive man's arm. The wolf king bit through the entire arm, and the sight of blood made him even more ferocious. The wolves behind him also rushed forward and bit the 10 or so primitive men fiercely. Yibin looked at the scene not far away and immediately asked the team to stand in formation. More than a dozen shield men were in front, and more than a dozen archers were behind and walked directly towards the wolf pack. The black bear in the forest was also following behind the team. The wolves quickly pushed the primitives away. Each primitive man fought back desperately with a stone spear, but the primitive man's counterattack was too weak in the eyes of the wolves. The wolf king quickly bit off the neck of the man just now. Blood gushed out directly from the primitive neck. The wolf king licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he bit another primitive woman directly. The woman was so frightened that she dropped her weapon and turned to run away. The other gray wolves also had blood in their mouths. The scene was in chaos. The primitive people cried out heartbreakingly. Blood dyed the ground red. Yibin looked at the tragedy in front of him. His scalp was tingling. The scene was too bloody. The stomachs of several primitive people were bitten, and their intestines were all over the ground. The wolves were frantically eating the flesh and intestines of the primitive man. The primitive man on the ground was twitching in pain, and no sound came out of his mouth. Just as he'd been ordered to shoot arrows, a black bear rushed out and bit Yi Bin. The team members had never seen such a big black bear before, and they were so scared that their hands and feet went limp. Hainyo and Mu Zhan reacted at the same time, and Hainyo directly knocked Yi Bin away. Mu Zhan's reaction was not slow either, holding the shield in both hands and blocking Yi Bin directly. Bang! With a loud bang, Mu Zhan and his shield were knocked away. Mu Zhan felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Black Panther also reacted at this time and stabbed the black bear's thigh with an iron spear. The black bear felt pain and slapped down with its front paw, and the Black Panther's shield was directly knocked away. The black bear was extremely powerful, and everyone retreated in fear. Yi Bin finally got up from the ground, feeling uncomfortable all over, and his bones were about to fall apart. Seeing the black bear rushing towards the team members, Yi Bin quickly gave an order. The shield bearer went forward to hold it. The team had a backbone and immediately followed Yi Bin's orders. A dozen shield bearers stood in front of the black bear. The team members stabbed the black bear with their iron spears. The black bear was immediately stabbed with several blood holes and slapped its head in pain. Several members were immediately slapped away by the black bear's front paws. They fell to the ground and could not get up. The black bear went crazy, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yi Bin quickly ordered the arrows to be released. A dozen arrows were shot out with a whoosh sound. Suddenly, the black bear's belly was pierced by a dozen arrows, and the black bear let out a terrifying roar in pain. The snow on the trees was shaken off, and the wolves in the distance were so frightened by the huge black bear that they stopped biting and looked at the black bear with fear. Hainyo and Mu Zhan climbed up. The severe pain in their bodies made their mouths twitch. They stretched their bodies, picked up the shield and iron spear on the ground, and rushed towards the black bear. Yi Bin also immediately picked up the compound bow on the ground and shot arrows at the black bear continuously. The compound bow is very powerful and cannot be compared with ordinary bows and arrows. 7 super strong arrows shot out and pierced the black bear's chest directly. The black bear let out a loud roar, which frightened the surrounding carnivores and made them tremble all over. The birds in the trees were frightened and flew away. Black Bull charged forward, and the iron spear pierced through the black bear's neck. Blood sprayed all over everyone's face, and warm blood flowed down Black Bull's face. At this moment, Hainyo was like a killer on the battlefield. His aura was fully open, and he rushed towards the black bear with murderous intent. Mu Zhan also chopped the black bear's leg with his iron knife. The sharp iron knife directly cut the black bear's skin. The skin and flesh were separated instantly, and blood spurted more than a meter high. The black bear was in so much pain that it could not stand steadily and fell backwards repeatedly. The morale of the team was greatly boosted at this time, and when the team members saw the black bear fall, more than a dozen spears stabbed directly at the black bear's body, and the spears penetrated the black bear's body. Blood was all over the ground, and the smell of blood scared away all the wild animals nearby. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good review for Beiqing after reading it. It is also a support for Beiqing's new book. It will give Beiqing more motivation to continue writing. Thank you for your support. Chapter 29, The Crisis of the Goat Tribe. At this time, the black bear was already unstable. Its internal organs were pierced by the iron spear, and its body began to fall slowly. The team members held shields and tightly surrounded the black bear. They were afraid that it would stand up and slap them. The spears in their hands kept stabbing the black bear's body. The blood dyed the team members' spears red. The attack did not stop until the black bear stopped moving. Yi Bin came to the team members and asked, "Are you all okay?" Everyone said they were fine. Only a few team members were slightly injured, for shields were broken, and the black bear weighed more than 3,000 pounds. It was really terrifying. If Yi Bin hadn't shot 7 arrows in a row with a compound bow, the black bear might not have died. Ordinary bows and arrows are not very lethal to black bears. Because the black bear's skin is too thick, it is difficult for ordinary stone spears to pierce the black bear's body. Just now, the team members broke 8/9 of the stone spears. If it weren't for Hainyu and several tribal elders, they would have pierced the black bear's body with iron spears. It is possible that they will all be killed by the black bear. Yi Bin was terrified when he thought about it, and ordered the team to maintain formation. Walking towards the primitive people, the wolves saw the black bear being killed. They immediately gained confidence and roared at Yi Bin and his men. The primitive people on the ground were still howling. At the command of the Wolf King, the wolves immediately rushed towards Yi Bin and his team. When they were still 80 meters away, Yibin ordered to shoot arrows. More than a dozen arrows were shot directly at the wolf pack. Yibin aimed directly at the white wolf king. 3 arrows were shot in a row, and the wolf king's belly was shot directly. The blood dyed its hair red, and the wolf king let out a wail. The first wave of arrows from the team hit the wolf pack, and 5-6 of the gray wolves were immediately shot to the ground. Blood flowed down from the wounds, and the team fired 2 more rounds of arrows in succession. More than a dozen wolves were shot down, and the wolf king saw his companions being shot dead. A look of sadness flashed in his eyes. 2/3 of the wolves died before they rushed to Yibin's team. The wolf king dragged his injured body and let out a wolf howl. The wolf pack received the order and immediately began to retreat. The wolf king fled with the remaining 4 gray wolves. Yibin chased after them and shot a few arrows, but missed. Teams, start cleaning up the battlefield. Yibin came to the living primitives. The primitives were trembling with fear and did not dare to look up at Yibin. Yibin asked, "Which tribe are you from? Why are we here, wearing such thin animal skins?" The primitive woman said, "We are all from the goat tribe. The jackal tribe attacked our tribe, stole many of our goats, and killed many people from our tribe. The jackal tribe is now joining forces with the wild dog tribe. Tomorrow at noon, the 2 tribes will attack our goat tribe. The leader knows that he can't stop them, so he lets more than 10 young people from our tribe escape through the back door. The jackal tribe has more than 50 men, the wild dog tribe has more than 40 men, and our goat tribe has only more than 60 men. The 2 tribes have united. Our tribe cannot defeat them, and the leader does not want the tribe to be destroyed. Let me lead these young people in the tribe to survive." Unexpectedly, we encountered wolves again when we got here. The woman started crying. Just now, the wolves killed 7 of them. If Yibin hadn't arrived in time, they would have been eaten by the wolves. Yibin looked at the woman and said, "What's your name?" The woman replied, "My name is Yu, and I'm the daughter of the leader of the goat tribe. Can you save our goat tribe?" Yibin said that he could save you, but then your goat tribe would have to join our Huaxia tribe. In order to help your tribe, our tribe offended 2 powerful tribes at the same time. As long as your tribe can join our Huaxia tribe, we will help you solve this crisis. Even if your goat tribe is unwilling to join our tribe, your goat tribe will also be destroyed by the jackal tribe and the wild dog tribe. So as long as you join our tribe, we can form a stronger tribe. No other tribe will dare to bully us. You thought about it. If he didn't join the Huaxia tribe, why would other tribes help his tribe? Then the goat tribe would be destroyed by the jackal and wild dog tribe. You hesitated for a long time, then looked at the 2 tribesmen beside him. He gritted his teeth and said, "We, the goat tribe, are willing to join your Huaxia tribe. But if I join your Huaxia tribe, I must be treated the same as your people." Yibin said yes. You said that the prerequisite is that you have to help our goat tribe and defeat the jackal and wild dog tribes. Yibin immediately agreed. Then the team left 4 people to bring the bodies of the bear and wolf back to the tribe. Yibin used a knife to cut some bamboo and made a few simple sleds. He asked the team members to drag the black bear and wolf back to the tribe, and Yibin led the rest of the team members. They went to the goat tribe together, with you and 2 tribesmen leading the way. After walking for an afternoon, they saw some shacks in front. Everyone inside sat on the ground, listlessly. There was no fire in the goat tribe. Everyone gathered together to keep warm. Yibin and you came to the entrance of the goat tribe together. Seeing someone coming, the leader of the goat tribe immediately came out with more than 50 male tribesmen, each holding a stone spear and pointing at Yibin and others. Yibin's team brought a great sense of oppression to the goat tribe. At this time, you came out and threw herself into the arms of the goat leader and burst into tears. You quickly reacted and said to Yibin, "This is my father. He is also the leader of the goat tribe." You then told the leader of the goat tribe what happened. The leader of the goat tribe thought for a while and looked at the current situation of the tribe. Then he gritted his teeth and walked to Yibin and said, "Brother, as long as you can help us get through this crisis, on behalf of the entire goat tribe, I join your Huaxia tribe. After joining you, we, the goat tribe, demand the same treatment as your tribe members." Yibin also readily agreed. Yibin asked what his name was, and the leader of the goat tribe replied, "My name is Heichin." Yibin said, "My name is Yibin, the leader of the Huaxia tribe." Heichin said to Chief Yi, "How do you plan to deal with the jackal and wild dog tribes? The 2 tribes together have more than 90 warriors, which is not easy to deal with. There are only 23 of you, and together with our goat tribe, there are only more than 70 people. It is still difficult to repel the attack of their 2 tribes." Yibin smiled and said, "We will be among your team tomorrow. When the 2 tribes come to attack, you will know." Chin said, "Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" Yi Bin said no, and with his team of more than 20 people, Yi Bin was confident that he could defeat their two tribes. When the time comes, the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe will see the small number of people from the Goat tribe and will rush over directly until their team gets close. More than 20 people from Yi Bin's team shot arrows together, from the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe to the Goat tribe. The team can shoot 4 rounds of arrows, and by then they will definitely be careless and rush over regardless of everything. If Yi Bin ordered the shooting, half of them would surely die. The remaining 40 or 50 people would not be a threat. Yi Bin's team wore rattan armor and bamboo armor this time. The enemy's stone spears could hardly cause any damage to the team. Chapter 30: Killing the leader of the Jackal tribe. At night, the Goat tribe killed 4 goats to entertain Yi Bin's team. The Goat tribe's diet is very simple. They just cut the food with stone knives. Because the Goat tribe didn't know how to use fire yet, Yi Bin's team was used to eating cooked food. So how could they eat it? The meat was covered in blood, making it hard to swallow. The people of the Luoshui tribe had forgotten that before Yi Bin came here, they also ate food in the Luoshui tribe. Yi Bin asked Chin to find some dry wood and then started to drill wood to make fire. Under the surprised gaze of the Goat tribe, the wood began to burn, which immediately frightened Chin and the others. The Goat tribe members immediately stood up and ran away. They had never seen fire before. Only large tribes with thousands of people had such a sacred object as fire. People in small tribes had never seen it before. Yi Bin called it heaving. They were told not to be afraid, that fire would not hurt anyone if used properly, and everyone came over half believing and half doubting. Then he asked the team to chop the sheep into pieces with iron knives, pierce them with bamboo, and roast them on the fire. Yi Bin asked the team to build more than a dozen fires, and asked the people of the Goat tribe to collect some wood. Chin saw that Yi Bin's team's iron knife was so sharp that it chopped the sheep in half in one go, and he was immediately frightened. The Luoshui tribe has such a powerful weapon. Which tribe can be their opponent? He looked at Yi Bin's team again. Fortunately, only a few people have such weapons. Otherwise, other tribes would not survive. At night, everyone gathered around the fire, and Yi Bin arranged 4 team members to take turns to keep watch. The next morning, the people of the Goat tribe got up early. At noon, the Jackals and Wild Dogs were about to attack. The people of the Goat tribe were all nervous. Yi Bin noticed the tension of the Goat tribe and comforted them. "Don't worry, they can't beat us." Chin didn't know, but you knew how powerful Yi Bin's archery team was. She saw with her own eyes that Yi Bin's team killed a 3,000-pound black bear and more than a dozen wolves. She thought she had seen a god. Yi Bin asked Chin to send the women, children, and the elderly to the back, leaving more than 50 men from the Goat tribe to guard the entrance of the tribe. Suddenly, a member of the Goat tribe shouted that the Jackals and Wild Dogs were coming. The people of the Goat tribe instantly became nervous, and their legs were shaking. Soon, the Jackals and Wild Dogs arrived at the gate of the Goat tribe. The distance between the two sides was about 100 meters, and everyone held the stone spear tightly in their hands. They were just waiting for the leader's order, and the two sides were about to start fighting. Last night, Yi Bin and Chin planned to send the members of the Goat tribe to block the way. When the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe started to charge, the members of the Goat tribe immediately dispersed to both sides. The combat team, led by Yi Bin, immediately started shooting arrows. The distance of more than 100 meters allowed the team to shoot 4 times. 4 rounds of continuous shooting means 92 arrows plus Yi Bin's continuous compound bow. If the Goat tribe strikes back, the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe will surely suffer heavy casualties. Chin stood at the entrance of the tribe and asked loudly, "Our Goat tribe has never had any conflicts with your Jackal and Wild Dog tribe. Why do you want to kill our people and steal our goats?" The leader of the Jackal tribe laughed loudly. "Chin, your tribe has so many sheep. How can you possibly defend it with just a few people from your Goat tribe? As long as you hand over all the sheep, we will give you 20 women. We will not attack your Goat tribe." Chin was furious when he heard this. "Why should we give you all the sheep of our tribe? Last time, the women of our tribe were grazing sheep outside and were snatched away by you, the Jackal tribe. You also stole hundreds of our sheep. I have not yet settled this grudge with you." When the leader of the Jackal tribe heard Chin's words, he immediately felt that his prestige was challenged. Then he shouted loudly, "My tribesmen, follow me and charge forward." The Goat tribe saw the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe rushing forward. They immediately dispersed to both sides. Yi Bin gave an order to shoot arrows. Immediately, more than 20 arrows flew out from the Goat tribe. Then he started to draw his bow and shoot arrows, shooting 4 rounds in a row. For a time, the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe suffered heavy losses, and many people from the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe were shot to the ground, and their blood directly dyed the ground red. Before Haichin could react, he saw 30 or 40 people lying on the ground. They were screaming in pain, and the leader of the Jackal tribe didn't understand what was happening. Half of his people were lying down. The leader of the Wild Dog tribe turned pale. This was a weapon they had never seen before. It was so powerful. The tribesmen of the Jackal and Wild Dog tribes were still charging forward. When they were about to reach the team, Yibin ordered them to carry bows and arrows, pick up the shields and spears on the ground, and start to move forward. The people of the Goat tribe also picked up stone spears and attacked the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe. Soon the two sides fought together, and Yibin's team's actions were also very simple. Thrust with spears, retracted spears. Then use shields to block. More than 10 shields blocked in front, like a wall. The Jackal and Wild Dog tribe couldn't rush in at all. The sound of fighting, shouts, the roars of the warriors before they died kept coming from the gate of the Goat tribe. Soon the Goat tribe also joined the battle. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt in favor of Yi Bin and his team, with warriors from the Wild Dog and Wolf tribe constantly dying. The leader of the Jackal tribe saw his people fall one by one. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he picked up a stone axe and chopped at the people of the Goat tribe. The leader of the Wild Dog tribe also picked up his weapon and joined the battle. With a stone axe, 2 Goat tribe warriors were chopped down on the spot. Blood sprayed directly on the face of the Jackal leader, and the 2 men twitched for a while and then became motionless. The leader of the Wild Dog tribe stabbed Haichin with a stone spear. Haichin dodged and avoided the attack of the Wild Dog leader. The 2 sides immediately engaged in battle again. At this time, the battlefield was in chaos, with constant sounds of fighting. Yibin stood behind the team and commanded them, and the team moved forward step by step. With every shot, a warrior from the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe fell down. The blood dyed the land of the Goat tribe red. Seeing the bravery of the leader of the Jackal tribe, Yibin picked up the compound bow and started shooting arrows, shooting 4 arrows in a row. The leader of the Jackal tribe had just picked up a stone axe and was about to chop down the next warrior of the Goat tribe, when suddenly 4 arrows shot out and pierced his heart directly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Still spitting blood, the leader of the Wild Dog tribe saw the leader of the Jackal tribe dead. He immediately kicked Haichin away and started to run away. The warriors of the Jackal tribe, seeing their leader dead, dropped their weapons and began to flee. The warriors of the Wild Dog tribe, seeing their leader flee, also dropped their weapons and began to flee. Yibin saw that the leader of the Wild Dog tribe had escaped, so he shot 3 arrows in succession, but only 1 arrow hit the leader's arm. The leader of the Wild Dog tribe screamed in pain, holding his bleeding arm, and began to flee. Those warriors who didn't have time to leave were tied up by the team members. Yibin looked around and saw that there were still 14 people. Take them back to the tribe as slaves. Yibin counted the number of people and found that only 2 team members had minor arm injuries and would be fine after a few days of recuperation. Everyone else was fine, but this was the biggest battle Yibin had ever experienced in this world, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 31 Goat Tribe Joins. Haichin came over and said, 15 people died in our Goat tribe. There are 40 males left, 30 females left, 10 children, and no elderly people. Yibin was very curious. Why there are no old people in your Goat tribe? Haichin said that a few days ago, the Jackal tribe robbed our goat, hurting women. They also killed the old shepherd of the tribe and stole about 200 sheep. If you hadn't rushed back to report the news, all the goats would have been snatched away by the Jackal tribe. More than 20 women were also kidnapped by the Jackal tribe. After saying this, Haichin's eyes were filled with sadness and sorrow. Yibin said, let's go to the Jackal tribe right now and rescue the people. After that, Yibin led the team and all the men of the Goat tribe to the Jackal tribe. After walking for several hours, they finally saw the huts of the Jackal tribe. Haichin said that this was the Jackal tribe, and Yibin asked the shield bearer to go ahead. The spearmen walked in the middle, and the archers walked at the back. Walking toward the Jackal tribe step by step, Yibin was very surprised that there was no one in the Jackal tribe. When we entered the Jackal tribe, we saw more than a dozen male corpses lying on the ground. They must have been dead for several hours, and the blood on the ground had frozen hard. Haichin said that this should be done by the leader of the Wild Dog tribe. He killed all the remaining men in the Jackal tribe and took away the women, food, and sheep. Even said that we should go to the wild dog tribe now. Heichin said that the wild dog tribe was an allied tribe of the wolf tribe. It was hard to start, as the wolf tribe had been capturing slaves from small tribes recently. I heard that the wolf tribe now has more than 400 people. They have almost captured all the small tribes around them, and many of them have fled that area. When Yibin heard this, he suddenly felt a headache. The wolf tribe was so powerful now, and he killed their 2 leaders. After the heavy snow, the leader of the wolf tribe would definitely attack the Huaxia tribe himself. Yibin thought that he should make preparations early when he returned. Since the wild dog tribe was an allied tribe of the wolf tribe, he could not attack the wild dog tribe for the time being. The women of the goat tribe can only be rescued next time. Yibin looked at Heichin and said, "Pack up your things and follow us back to the Huaxia tribe." When Heichin saw how powerful the weapons of the Huaxia tribe were, he felt that he had followed the right people this time. Heichin said, "Chief, let's go back to the goat tribe first, and then take my people with you back to the Huaxia tribe." Yibin nodded, and the team started to head towards the goat tribe. Soon, everyone returned to the goat tribe. Heichin drove all the goats out of the tribe, and Yibin saw that there were at least 400 goats. Is this goat tribe so rich? No wonder the jackal and wild dog tribe want to rob their goat tribe. Heichin said, "Chief, these are all our goats." Yibin asked the team to help the members of the goat tribe to drive the sheep back to the Xia tribe. With 14 slaves, you kept looking at Yibin along the way. Yibin's old face turned red when he was looked at. Heichin looked at his daughter, feeling helpless. Women naturally like strong men. This is the instinct of primitive people, so Heichin pretended not to see anything. On the way, Heichin asked Yibin, "Chief, how many people are there in our tribe now?" Yibin said with embarrassment, "There are more than 60 people in our tribe now." Heichin's face suddenly darkened when he heard it. It seems that the Huaxia tribe does not have as many people as his own tribe. But thinking of the Huaxia tribe's terrifying fighting ability, Heichin suddenly felt much more comfortable. It was the afternoon of the next day when Yibin and his companions returned to the tribe. When everyone appeared in front of the gate of the Huaxia tribe, Heichin and the members of the goat tribe were immediately dumbfounded. I wondered if this was a tribe? How could such a large tribe only have 60 people? Heichin also saw slaves digging mud pits outside the city wall. Each of them had ropes tied around their feet. Heichin and his tribesmen immediately became nervous. This Huaxia tribe, are they going to arrest us too? Yibin saw Heichin's nervousness and said, "These are the people who want to destroy our Huaxia tribe. After we catch them, we will put them here to dig mud." Heichin and his tribesmen finally relaxed. It turned out to be the enemy of the Huaxia tribe, and the leader was already very good. If it were him, he would have killed all the enemies he caught. Only the big tribes of primitive people kept slaves. Food was so precious in the small tribes that they didn't even have enough to eat. At this time, the Oiran also saw Yibin and saw the leader coming back with a large group of people. The Oiran had already gotten used to it, and then she saw the team. They brought 14 people who were tied up to the Oiran. Yibin said to the courtesan, "Take all these slaves to dig the pit." Yibin saw that the moat could be dug tomorrow, and he was so happy. Heichin stared at the courtesan without blinking. This woman was tall and big. The courtesan saw Heichin looking at her. She immediately glared at Heichin, and Heichin's old face turned red. Yibin also laughed and took Heichin's hand and walked into the city. Heichin's heart suddenly warmed up, and the members of the goat tribe also drove their sheep into the city. You follow it, Yibin Kulo city. Yibin arrived in the city and saw that all the houses had been built. There were 6 rows of 10 houses in each row. There was also a training town in front, and the ranch was next to the training ground. Heichin looked at the tribe and saw so many animals. There were about 700 of them. Together with the sheep of the goat tribe, there were more than 1,100 animals. Yibin asked the tribesmen to drive the sheep into the pasture. Yibin suddenly felt that the city was a bit too crowded. He would make arrangements in 2 days to build the pasture outside the city wall. By then, the moat would be ready, and he wouldn't have to worry about the sheep running around. The 4 walls are more than 10 meters wide. When the time comes, we will use wood to reinforce the moat and leave a pasture in front of the wall. The pasture is more than 200 meters long and can raise 4,000 to 5,000 sheep. Pumpkins can be planted in front of the other 3 walls next year. Fish can be raised in the moat, and then the front of the city gate can be dug through. Then use wooden planks to make a suspension bridge. Even if thousands of primitive people come to attack the Huaxia tribe, Yibin will be confident that he will be invincible. Yibin ordered Heinyo to gather all the tribe members to the training ground for a meeting. Yibin brought He Qin and his group to the training camp. He Nyo blew the goat horn, and soon everyone in the tribe came to the training ground. Yibin stood in front and began to speak. Today is a good day. The person next to me is the leader of the goat tribe, and the others are all members of the goat tribe. From today on, the goat tribe officially joins our Huaxia tribe. From now on, we are all members of the same tribe, and we should get along well with each other. If there are any conflicts in private, you must come to me to deal with them in time. Private duels are not allowed among tribal members. It has been discovered that they have been locked up in a dark room for 2 days. During this time, they have no food to eat. This is also for the unity of the tribe. Starting tomorrow, all teams will be reorganized. Now that the tribe has more people, we will rearrange everyone's accommodation. The tribe had more than 60 people before, and now the goat tribe is joined. The tribe now has more than 140 people, if distributed as before. The tribe is definitely not able to accommodate everyone. Each room can accommodate up to 10 people. Those who want to get married in the tribe can get a separate mud house. Chapter 32, Job Allocation. Because the goat tribe had just joined, Yibin had to explain the tribal rules again. From now on, all of you in the goat tribe will have the surname Yang. After the meeting, let He Nyo give the goat tribe a private answer to the specific details. First of all, the tribe now arranges 10 people to live in one house. 140 people means 14 houses. The tribe has 2 warehouses, and only Red and I can enter them. We may increase the number in the future, so that all team leaders, male and female, will have 1 house each. From now on, male slaves will be assigned to 1 room with 15 people. There will be a total of 60 male slaves assigned to 4 rooms. There were only 10 female slaves, and they were also assigned 1 room. Yibin kept 1 room for himself. There are 36 houses left in the tribe. Those who want to get married can come to me to register. Men and women from the same tribe cannot get married. People with the surname Shan can marry people with the surname Yang or Long. They cannot marry people with the surname Shan, or the children born will become stupid or die. When everyone heard the seriousness of the matter, they immediately took note of the leader's words. There are too many people in the tribe, and now we need to rearrange the position. There are 71 male members in our tribe now, divided into 4 combat teams, each with 18 people, and He Nyo is the captain of the first team. The captain of the second team of the Black Panthers, the captain of the third team of the Wood Wars, and the captain of the 4th team of the Black Sheens. Oiran, you're also the captain of the security team. The 4 male members of your team have now been withdrawn. This time, 30 women have joined the goat tribe. You can select 14 of them to join your team. That's 20 people in total. 4 combat teams, team members assigned. Make 71 small wooden boards with numbers 1234 on them, each with a number on it, for a total of 18 boards. Put in the pottery pot, and all the male tribesmen grab a piece each. Whichever team grabs, it is the team. Show them to me after you have caught them. Yibin said, Old Bear, go prepare 71 small wooden boards. From now on, you choose your own team members. The Oiran immediately began to select, and all she wanted were tall and mighty women. Just like the King Kong Barbie doll, Yibin couldn't appreciate it either. I simply stopped watching, and Yibin made another arrangement. There are now 39 female members in the tribe, and now they are redistributing their positions. Canteen manager. The team consists of 10 people. You can choose them yourself later. Wu Zongchang, director of the health center. The team of 5 people is responsible for collecting herbs to help the wounded in the tribe. Luoshui, the leader of the fishing team. There are 5 people in the team, responsible for fishing every day. Old Man Xiong, the leader of the production team. There are 10 people in the team. You have 4 old men and 6 women in your team. You are responsible for firing pottery, making charcoal, armor, bows, and clothes. Zhu, the logistics team leader. The team consists of 8 people, responsible for the daily timber supply to the tribe. You, the leader of the education team. The team has 5 people, responsible for teaching everyone to write and count every night. I will teach you for an hour every day, and you can teach the people in the tribe in the evening. You, the ranch team leader. All the kids are assigned to your team, a total of 25 people, responsible for herding, cutting grass, feeding rabbits, pigs, and cows. All the tribe members have been arranged, and you have time to eat. Choose your own team members and gather at the training ground later. Soon everyone picked their teams, and Old Man Xiong brought 71 small wooden boards. Yibin used charcoal to write numbers on the small wooden boards. Then he put it in the pottery pot and shook it a few times and let the tribesmen start to choose. Soon, the combat team was fully formed. Yibin also arranged the future training content. Except for the hunting team, the other teams will have a half-hour physical training run every morning, a half-hour bow and arrow shooting training, and an hour of shield and spear stabbing training. Each combat team takes turns to go out hunting every day. This will increase everyone's actual combat experience and improve the personal abilities of each combat team member in the tribe. Yibin planned to attack the wolf tribe when the snow stopped falling. After all, the existence of the wolf tribe was always a threat to the Luoshui tribe. At this time, the people of the Firebird tribe were in a panic. The Taotai tribe united several large tribes to form an alliance and launched several major battles against the Firebird tribe. Many people died on both sides. The Firebird tribe lost more than 2,000 people, while the Taotai alliance only lost more than 1,000 people. If the war continues like this, the Firebird tribe will be annexed by the Taotai alliance sooner or later. When Qingwan came back last time, she suggested her father to build the city wall. Who knew that the mud bricks they made were completely unusable? When Qingwan came back, she asked the tribesmen to make mud bricks. As a result, the mud bricks all broke and could not be used to build the city wall. She didn't know what the problem was. The mud bricks made without grass would easily crack, and it is easy to break and shatter, but Qingwan doesn't know that. She thought of Yibin's bow and arrow again. If the Firebird tribe had such a bow and arrow, they could beat the Taotai alliance into a panic. Qingwan became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. She also wanted to go to the Luoshui tribe again. But now was a critical moment, and she was the daughter of the tribe leader. You can't run around randomly. Once you are caught by the Taogwei alliance, the entire Firebird tribe will suffer a devastating blow. Yibin suddenly sneezed and thought he caught a cold. Yibin came to Old Man Xiong's production room. He saw 5 compound bows hanging on the wall. It seemed that Old Man Xiong had made a few more during his absence. Yibin picked one up and tried it out. He felt very good. Yibin said to Old Bear, "Make some ordinary bows and arrows first. The tribe has added more than 40 members, so we need to equip them with weapons first. Otherwise, there will be no training." The Old Bear also agreed. Then he said that the leader had too many things to do recently. He was too busy to make bamboo armor and compound bows. He also had to make arrows and grindstones to make arrowheads. He was so busy that Yibin blushed. He just moved his mouth, and Old Man Xiong would break his hand. Yibin said that the others could be put aside for now. First make 40 double-piece bows, then 40 sets of bamboo armor and 40 shields. Finally, he made the compound bow. Old Bear responded without even having time to raise his head. After saying that, Yi left quickly, using the bear as a bull. Thinking about it, he still felt bad, so Yibin came to the outside of the city wall. The moat has been dug, and Yibin asked the slaves to go into the mountains to cut wood and bamboo tomorrow. Tomorrow, they can bring water down from the mountains. By then, the moat came out, and soon it was night. Everyone came to the cafeteria. Heichin and the others were very curious, as they were the first to come to the cafeteria. Yibin gave them a pair of bowls and chopsticks. They lined up to get bowls, and soon everyone was at the table. Heichin and the others were holding 2 small sticks, but they didn't know how to use them. Yibin began to teach them how to use chopsticks, but many tribesmen simply didn't know how to use them. They cried out when their hands were burned, and roars could be heard from time to time in the cafeteria. The old tribesmen all laughed. Because they had come here in the same way, the food was soon finished. Yibin still arranged a combat team to keep watch at night, passing by the jackal and wild dog tribe. Yibin felt that this world was still very cruel. He had to be extra careful, and keeping watch at night was also responsible for the safety of everyone in the tribe. He didn't want his tribe to be destroyed in his dream. Brothers and sisters, if you like Beiqing's new book, please leave a good review. Beiqing would like to thank you all. Chapter 33, Moat Completion. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, we heard the sound of the tribe's sheep horns. Everyone quickly got dressed and got up, and the combat team quickly came to the training ground. Other teams also started to get busy. After breakfast, Yibin took the slaves and the 2nd and 3rd combat teams up the mountain. Yibin asked the slaves to cut bamboo. The team members were responsible for breaking through the bamboo with a long wooden stick. Yibin asked the team members to connect the bamboos one by one. The slaves quickly cut more than 300 bamboos, and Yibin connected the bamboos to the moat. Then he led the stream water from the mountain. Soon the stream water flowed into the moat through the bamboo. Yibin asked the slaves to cut wood. Then they were all transported back to the city, and the construction of the suspension bridge began. The construction of the suspension bridge was also simple. First, A wooden bridge was made with wood. It was 6 meters long and 4 meters wide, and then the end of the wooden bridge near the city was fixed to the ground. Then used 2 thick ropes to tie the 2 main beams in front of the wooden bridge. The rope was passed around the pillars and beams on the city wall, and then a retractor was made. When people wanted to go out, they slowly lowered the rope, and the wooden bridge would slowly lower. When people are not leaving the city, the people on the city wall slowly turn the wooden turntable. The rope will slowly tighten, and the suspension bridge will be lifted. People outside can't get in. The suspension bridge was completed in one afternoon. The entire tribe stared at Yi Bin in amazement. The leader was truly a god. As long as the leader was there, the tribe would become stronger and stronger. The tribesmen gathered around and looked at the huge creature in front of them. Their eyes were full of curiosity and disbelief. These things are all built by weak humans. It's incredible. This is really a huge project. Yi Bin now began to test the suspension bridge. He asked the courtesan to turn the wooden turntable on the city gate. The suspension bridge began to slowly descend, and everyone walked around on the suspension bridge curiously. It was very fresh. Now all that was left was to reinforce the moat, so Yi Bin arranged for the slaves to cut a large amount of bamboo and transport it back to the city. Piles were driven directly into the moat, so that even if the enemy swam over, they would have to reach the shore. The bamboo piles in the moat were more than 1 meter higher than the riverbank. The top of the bamboo is sharpened with an iron knife, so even if the enemy climbs up, their bodies will be pierced by the bamboo. People can't use leverage in the water, and it's impossible to get out of it. While the Huaxia tribe was busy, the wolf tribe in the distance was gathering people. The leader of the wild dog tribe, Lai Quan, was standing next to the leader of the wolf tribe, Black Wolf. It turned out that they were 2 brothers, and Lai Quan was driven out by the previous leader of the wolf tribe. After Lai Quan left the tribe, he killed the leader of a small tribe with his ruthlessness, and then he successfully took the position of leader of that tribe. From the initial 20 or so people to now more than 100 people. The hounds are just like the black wolves, extremely ambitious and cruel. This time, Lai Dog lost a lot of warriors in the goat tribe. His arm was shot through by Yi Bin, and Lai Dog must avenge this. Later, he sent people to follow the goat tribe and found that they had all gone to a tribe with a city. The tribesmen of Laquan came back and told him that although the tribe had a large shack, there were not many people inside, as many as the wolf tribe before. When the hound heard this, he immediately came to his elder brother Black Wolf for help. The wolf tribe had only about 180 or 90 people before, but now there are more than 600 people in the wolf tribe. Black Wolf has captured many men from small tribes recently and made them his slaves. In wars, he lets the slaves charge in front, and when the slaves break into other tribes, Black Wolf will lead his warriors to charge in. He has used this method for more than 10 times, and each time it was very successful. Every time it brought the least casualties to the tribe. Like Juan said, Brother Black Wolf, I've already found out that the tribe is called Huaxia tribe. There are about 180 people in the tribe, and there are many sheep and women in Huaxia tribe. As long as our 2 tribes join forces, we can definitely destroy the Huaxia tribe. When the time comes, I will take the smaller share of the women and sheep, and you, Big Brother Black Wolf, will take the larger share. Like Juan said again, Brother Black Wolf, my people saw the warriors of your wolf tribe digging mud there. This means that the 2 leaders before you died at the hands of the Huaxia tribe. When the Black Wolf heard what the fierce dog said, he immediately exuded a murderous aura. He exuded a strong, murderous intent, which frightened the fierce dog next to him. Black Wolf said, Lai Dog, call all the warriors in your tribe. Gather at my place tomorrow and attack the Huaxia tribe together. Lai Quan happily agreed. I will bring people here tomorrow morning to attack the Huaxia tribe together. Yi Bin didn't know that danger was coming, and fortunately there was a moat, otherwise the Huaxia tribe would be in danger this time. Yi Bin was still directing the slaves to reinforce the moat with bamboo. The entire tribe was busy. Yi Bin also built a pasture with wood in front of the right wall. Otherwise, there would be too many sheep and the city would be filled with the smell of sheep dung. There weren't many sheep before, and the city had more space, so it wasn't very noticeable. Now that there are more people living in the city and more sheep, this problem has become apparent. The tribesmen and slaves soon reinforced the moat and built a pasture outside the city wall, which was built by driving large wooden piles. Cover it with bamboo and then lay straw mats. One side of the ranch is against the city wall. Just cover the other 3 sides with straw mats. Simply drive a few wooden stakes on the 3 sides and leave a door, and the ranch is done. Yi-Bin asked you to drive all the sheep and pigs to the pasture outside the city wall. The slaves then demolished the ranch in the city and shoveled the sheep dung to a place more than 100 meters away from the tribe. A large pit was dug there, and when we found seeds for food, we would use the feces as fertilizer. When everything was finished, it was getting dark. After the tribe had lunch, Yi-Bin came to Old Man Bear. When Old Man Bear saw Yi-Bin coming, he said, "Chief, the 40 double-bladed bows and 40 shields you asked for are all ready. More than 30 sets of bamboo armor have been made, and by tomorrow morning all 40 sets of bamboo armor will be completed. After that, we will make compound bows." Yi-Bin nodded and called all the combat team leaders. Yi-Bin took down the 5 compound bows that Old Man Xiong had made before and gave them to Black Bull, Black Panther, Wood Warrior, Black Chin, and Hua Kuei respectively. Each of them got one. These were all continuous fire compound bows. On the battlefield, Yi-Bin and 5 team leaders can stand on the city wall to block the attack of 100 or 200 people. As long as there are enough arrows, this is the power of continuous bows and arrows. Several team leaders received the compound bows, and their hands began to tremble with excitement. They had all seen how good Yi-Bin was at using the compound bows, which were not only powerful, but could fire 7 times in a row. Such weapons are beyond the cognition of these primitive people. Now the tribe has more than 3,000 bamboo arrows in stock. Bamboo arrows are relatively easy to make. Bamboo is hollow inside when cut with a knife. Just cut along the bamboo joint, and then grind a bullet-like stone to put inside. The arrowhead is ready, and the tail is cut off a little in front of the interface. Then use a metal knife to carve a groove, and it's ready to use. The tribe is not perfect yet, but when it is better, we can tie feathers to the bamboo arrows. Then the bamboo arrows will be more accurate. Tying feather bamboo arrows requires a lot of ropes. The wild hemp grown this year has been used up, so we can only wait until next year. The tribe doesn't have the conditions yet. Yi-Bin can only make do with it for now. Anyway, the deviation within 200 meters is not too big. Brothers and sisters, if you like Beiqing's new book, please leave a good review. Beiqing would like to thank you all. Chapter 34 The War is coming. Early in the morning, Yi-Bin came to the moat. The mountain stream had been flowing all night in bamboo tubes. The moat was full of water, and Yi-Bin asked the slaves to put more than 300 empty bamboos. If we transported bamboo directly back to the tribe, no matter how much bamboo there was, it would not be enough. Bamboo can be used in so many ways. Yi-Bin looked at the city and felt very satisfied. This was the first defensive city he had built in this world. It also provided a guarantee for his own safety and the safety of all the people in the tribe. Early in the morning, Laiquan led more than 100 tribe members to the Black Wolf tribe. The Black Wolf immediately began to organize the tribe members, who numbered more than 400 people. There are also more than 200 slaves captured in the past few days. They will be brought along and used as the vanguard. After the slave attackers enter, Black Wolf will lead his own people to charge in. Soon the team was assembled, with 600 people from the Black Wolf tribe and 100 people from the Wild Dog tribe, a total of 700 people, and they set off towards the Huaxia tribe. Yi-Bin didn't know that Black Wolf personally led people to attack the Huaxia tribe. The team was still training every day, waiting for the team to finish training. Yi-Bin gathered all the combat teams together. He also took out the bows, arrows, bamboo armor, and shields that he had made yesterday from Old Man Xiong. The warriors who had just joined the combat team had no weapons. Usually they trained together with several people, and although they had mastered the skills, their proficiency was not enough. Yi-Bin distributed all the bows, arrows, bamboo armor, and shields to the warriors of the tribe. There were 91 people in 5 teams, and everyone received a bow, arrow, bamboo armor, and shield. Each person was equipped with 25 arrows, a shield, and a spear more than 1 meter long. Each person also had a bone knife on his waist. The tribe had brought back more than 120 animal carcasses. Yi-Bin asked Old Man Xiong to polish a lot of bone knives to equip the team. Yi-Bin wanted to train them all into elite warriors. On the battlefield, if the shield and spear were knocked off, there was still a bone knife. He could continue to kill people. Yi-Bin brought the special forces equipment from the previous life on Earth to these warriors as much as possible. Otherwise, how could they be called elites? The shield has also been modified by Yi-Bin, so it can be carried on the back when holding a bow and arrow. The spear is directly fixed inside the shield, and when the enemy approaches, take off the shield, pull out the spear inside, and then put the bow and arrow on your back. It can be used as a shield soldier or an archer. Try to inflict the greatest damage on the enemy. What matters on the battlefield is flexibility. Otherwise, you will only lose the battle. A leader without thinking is not a qualified leader. The warriors received their weapons and equipment, and they were all very excited. Eben asked them to form 5 teams, with each team standing in a row. Now that we have been given equipment, we must behave like warriors. We cannot just huddle together like before. If a team lacks discipline, how can this team become strong and defeat the enemy? Eben now has higher and higher requirements for himself. There are more people in the tribe now, unlike before when there were only dozens of people in the tribe. He doesn't have too many requirements, as long as he can survive. Eben told the team leaders that the warriors would have to stand for an hour every morning. Hainyo asked in confusion, what was the point of the leader standing there? Eben said that the standing posture was to sharpen the warriors' willpower. Another purpose was to improve the warriors' discipline. They listened for a long time, but didn't understand. In the end, they still went to stand. Anyway, they just had to do whatever Eben said. They didn't understand what Eben said, so they just obeyed the leader's orders. Eben and his team are stepping up their training so that they can form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Eben feels that after this winter, wars will break out among the surrounding tribes. Every tribe that survives the winter is the most food-starved. Tribes that don't have much food will go and rob other tribes. Eben heard from Haichin that when there was not enough food in the tribe, they would capture people from other tribes to eat. This kind of thing was very common in primitive society. Now the slaves have nothing to do, and it is winter again, so Eben arranges for the slaves to eat only 1 meal a day. Only the captain of each room can eat 2 meals, so that the slaves can always feel hungry. The slaves didn't have the energy to cause trouble, and the tribe was not short of food. There were more than 140 tribesmen in the tribe, and each person had 5 kilograms of meat a day cooked in a clay pot and could drink the soup. That's 700 kilograms of meat per day, and a sheep weighs about 180 kilograms. That means they have to eat 4 sheep every day, and the 60 slaves have 1 meal a day. 1 meal has 2 kilograms of meat and 2 bowls of broth, so the tribe has to eat at least 5 sheep a day. If they eat fish, they need to eat 180 fish a day. Now, the river is frozen, and it is too cold, so Eben did not let the Luoshui team go out to break the ice and fish. Eben asked the team to check the 50 traps nearby every day, and there were still 6 or 7 prey every day, which could basically guarantee the food for the tribe, without having to kill sheep for meat every day. After 2 days of traveling, Hailang and his companions finally entered the territory of the Huaxia tribe. More than 700 people came along the way, and their bodies were covered with heavy snow. From a distance, it looked like a white snake swimming. Suddenly, several people stepped on the traps set by the Huaxia tribe. They immediately fell down and were pierced by the bamboo spears in the trap. The blood dyed the entire trap red, and several people died soon after. Black Wolf immediately became alert. Could it be that the Huaxia tribe had discovered us long ago? Like Quan said no, if the Huaxia tribe discovered us in advance, they would make more traps like this, and there is obviously only 1 trap here. This means that they are used for hunting and not targeting us. Black Wolf immediately realized that this was the truth, and then asked the slaves to explore the way ahead. They walked at the back, and if the slaves did not obey, the Black Wolf would directly pierce the slaves' bodies with stone spears, and the slaves were also very scared. But there was no way. If it didn't go ahead, Black Wolf would order them to be killed. The slaves were all skinny and weak, and Black Wolf usually only gave them meat soup to drink and grass to eat, unlike the Huaxia tribe who also gave the slaves meat to eat. Not long after, the slaves saw a large city ahead. One of the slaves hurried to report to Black Wolf, who rewarded him with a piece of dried meat. The slave swallowed it in 1 gulp, almost choking Black Wolf to death. The warrior beside him gave him a water bag. The slave gulped down a few gulps of water and finally recovered. Black Wolf said to take me to see it quickly, and soon Black Wolf and Lai Dog arrived at the gate of Huaxia tribe. Suddenly, several people's eyes were wide open like Tongling. What is this thing? These primitive people had never seen such a thing before. They stood there in a daze. Black Wolf looked forward and was immediately shocked by the flock of sheep in front of him. Black Wolf had never seen so many sheep in that tribe in his life. He looked at the wall across the moat. It was so high and there were so many people standing on it. The city was blocked by water, and the warriors couldn't get through in such a cold weather. Black Wolf and Fierce Dog didn't know what to do. The courtesan saw it early on, and a large group of people were walking towards the tribe. The courtesan immediately blew the ram's horn. When Yi Bin and his men heard the ram's horn, they immediately led all the combat teams to the city wall. At first glance, he was dumbfounded. Why are there so many people? Yi Bin has never experienced a battle with so many people. For a moment, his brain couldn't react. It was the first time for Hein Yo and the others to see so many enemies. Every member of the combat team had their hearts beating out of their throats. Brothers and sisters, if you like Beiqing's new book, please leave a good review. Beiqing would like to thank you all. Chapter 35, First Battle Victory. Yi Bin looked at the primitive man opposite him and suddenly saw a familiar face. Wasn't that the leader of the wild dog tribe? The guy next to him with a wolf head on his head should be Black Wolf, the leader of the wolf tribe. The Black Wolf circled the Huaxia tribe, but didn't know where to attack. The moat was more than 4 meters wide, and even if they swam across, they couldn't get to the shore. The moat is reinforced with bamboo, which is more than 1 meter above the water surface. Even if a person climbs up, the bamboo will pierce his body. Black Wolf looked at Lai Dog and asked, "What should we do now? We have to find a way to get there." Lai Dog thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good idea. The warriors of the wolf tribe were standing on the other side of the moat across the city, looking curiously at the people on the opposite wall. They all held strange sticks in their hands, and Yi Bin saw that they were all standing on the other side of the moat. The city wall was only about 18 meters away, and the archers could shoot at them indiscriminately. Yi Bin ordered all the combat teams to prepare to shoot arrows. Everyone started to draw their bows. Yi Bin gave the order to shoot arrows. Several team leaders drew their bows and shot arrows in succession, and then quickly reloaded the arrows. Suddenly, more than 100 arrows were shot from the sky. The warriors of the wolf tribe didn't know what was happening. None of them had any intention of leaving. Suddenly, countless arrows pierced the bodies of the people of the wolf tribe. There were screams, cries of pain, and roars at the scene. Many wolf tribe warriors died without understanding what had happened. Yi Bin kept giving orders to shoot arrows, and another wave of arrows came. The people of the wolf tribe began to flee, but many of them did not have time to turn around. The arrow pierced his body, and the water in the moat was immediately dyed red with blood. The Black Wolf was dragged away by the fierce dog, and the Black Wolf looked back at the warriors of his tribe. They were still talking and laughing a few seconds ago, but in the blink of an eye, more than 200 people died. Black Wolf was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. This time, he brought all the warriors of the tribe out. Now, more than 200 people died before they even touched the door of the Huaxia tribe. There were also many injured warriors with blood flowing from their bodies. Black Wolf immediately called the witch of the tribe to treat the injured warrior. At this moment, Black Wolf slapped like a dog hard on the face. The Huaxia tribe has such a powerful weapon. Why didn't you tell me before? Lai Quan thought the last time he fought with the Huaxia tribe, it only took a few minutes. He only saw the leader of the Jackal tribe being shot dead by Yi Bin on the spot. At that time, he was just scared. He didn't think much about it. He brought so many people this time. He thought he could destroy the Huaxia tribe in any way. Who knew that the weapons of the Huaxia tribe were so powerful? They were standing on the city wall, and so many people died on their side in a short while. He couldn't react in time, and the fierce dog was slapped. He immediately lowered his head and said, "Brother Black Wolf, the last time we fought them was too short. I was fighting with He Qin at the time, and the leader of the Jackal tribe was shot dead in a short while. I was only thinking about escaping and didn't pay much attention to what weapons they used. Besides, there were only a few dozen of them at the time, so it's not the fierce dog's fault." At that time, the leader of the Jackal tribe ordered a charge, and about 100 people rushed to the front. Although Yi Bin shot 3 or 4 rounds of arrows, the fierce dog stood at the back and could not see anything. When Lai Quan rushed forward to fight He Qin, Yi Bin's team had already put down their bows and arrows. Holding shields in their left hands and spears in their right hands, they were fighting with the warriors of the Jackal and Wild Dog tribe. So Lai Quan didn't see the scene where Yi Bin's team killed people with bows and arrows. That's why he didn't remind Hai Lang in time. Lai Quan also knew that he was careless. He didn't dare to offend Black Wolf at this time, because Black Wolf might get angry and kill him. Black Wolf saw Lai Dog's look and knew that Lai Dog didn't know much about this Huaxia tribe. Then Black Wolf asked, "What should we do next? How can we conquer the Huaxia tribe?" Black Wolf summoned all the team leaders and commanders. Yi Bin had never expected that the people of the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe would be so stupid. Standing there as a live target for them. Isn't that courting death? At a distance of more than 20 meters, the power of the bow and arrow can be fully exerted. The people of the Huaxia tribe all laughed. These people came here directly to seek death, and they were as stupid as pigs standing there and being used as living targets. Yibin knew that he could only take advantage of this once. Now the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe together had about 500 people. This was a big loss for the Huaxia tribe. It was still a big threat, and Yibin thought he had to be careful. If he failed, all the people in the tribe would be killed, and the women and sheep would be taken away. That's not what Yibin wants to see, and all of them, including Black Wolf, have been thinking for a long time, but still can't come up with any good ideas. Black Wolf gave the order for all the tribe members to start building huts. They should roast some food first and think of other ways tomorrow. Yibin saw the Wild Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe building huts in the distance. It looked like they would find a way to continue their attack tomorrow. Yibin asked Team 1 to go down and clean up the scene. Pull out all the bamboo arrows from the dead bodies. Take back their stone spears and animal skins. It is winter now, and there is no need to worry about the corpses rotting, so the bodies of the warriors of the Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe are piled opposite the moat. Yibin saw the Wolf tribe making a fire to roast food. It was already dark. Yibin arranged for the Oiran team to patrol the city wall. When they saw the Wolf tribe attacking, they blew the sheep horn. At this time, Hong was cooking meat in the canteen. The tribe shot and killed more than 200 people from the Wolf tribe without any casualties today. This brought great confidence to everyone in the tribe. It seems that the Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe are not that strong. Everyone is very confident in defeating the Wolf tribe. Yibin called all the combat team leaders to discuss the sneak attack plan for tonight. Yibin said to wait until night, when the Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe are asleep. We took 50 people out to attack them, and arranged more than 40 people in the moat to support them. Each of these 50 people shot 5 times and then went back. If they chase us, the 40 people in ambush will use bows and arrows to cover us. When we retreat to the city, everyone will shoot at the Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe together. At least we can kill a few hundred of them. The remaining people will not be a big threat to us. Black Wolf never dreamed that he met an earthling, a modern person who can use his brain. When primitive people fought, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. They would just attack directly with more people, which was simple and direct without much scheming. Yibin came to the slave dormitory again and gathered all the slaves. There were more than 50 male slaves, and Yibin did not intend to let the female slaves participate in the battle. Yibin said, "There are people from other tribes outside, coming to attack our tribe. There are about 700 people, and we have killed more than 200 of them. There are still more than 500 people, and your chance to make meritorious deeds and atone for your sins has come. As long as the slaves who participate in the battle kill 3 opponents, they can become members of our Huaxia tribe and enjoy the same treatment as us." The slaves were all screaming with excitement. They were finally free from their slavery. They were extremely excited. "Tomorrow morning, I will give each of you a stone spear and wait for my order. If I tell you to charge, you should charge forward. Beat back the warriors of the Wolf tribe and the Wild Dog tribe. Some of you, although you were from the Wolf tribe before, don't think about running away when you get to the battlefield. You all know how powerful the weapons of our Huaxia tribe are. So as long as you can make merit this time, you can officially join our Huaxia tribe. So you must seize the opportunity and don't have any inappropriate thoughts." Yibin shouted, "For the sake of the Huaxia tribe, kill the invading enemy." The slaves also shouted loudly, "For the Huaxia tribe, kill all the invading enemies." The teams were also infected by this momentum. For the sake of the Huaxia tribe, they killed the invading enemies. Brothers and sisters who like this new book, please leave a good comment and support for Beiqing. Thank you all. Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. The slaves also heard today that the Huaxia tribe killed more than 200 people from the Wolf tribe without any casualties. How dare they run away on the battlefield? The archers of the Huaxia tribe would shoot them to death. Yibin arranged for the slaves to have a full meal in the evening so that they could rest early. Soon it was early morning, and Yibin led Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 to sneak out of the city. Leaving Team Heichin and Team Hua, Koei, to pick them up, Yibin led 54 team members to a place not far from the Wolf tribe. Looking at the Wolf tribe, there were more than 10 bonfires. 3 or 4 people were sitting next to each bonfire. Yibin said that it seemed that the Black Wolf was not that stupid. There were more than 30 people left to guard the night. After watching for a while, Yibin immediately ordered the team to start shooting arrows 70 meters away from the Wolf tribe. Soon the team arrived at the designated location, and the night watchmen of the Wolf tribe were roasting fire. They couldn't see that far at night, So Yibin began to give orders. As they prepared to release their arrows, more than 50 arrows shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the arrows hit the camps of the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe. The wolf tribe warrior next to the fire was shot through the body. In the camp, the warriors howled and screamed in pain. Yibin's team, the second and third waves of arrow rain flew over again. Black Wolf heard the cries and shouts of the warriors outside, the sounds of fighting. They kept coming into Black Wolf's ears. Suddenly, Black Wolf pushed aside the two female slaves beside him, put on his clothes, and walked out. Lie Dog also walked up to Black Wolf with his warriors and said, "Brother, the leader of the Huaxia tribe brought people to attack us." Black Wolf shouted loudly, asking the slaves to charge with weapons. Then he said, "Warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, pick up your spears. Come with me and kill them." Hundreds of people took up their weapons and followed Black Wolf to kill the Huaxia tribe. 300 or 400 people shouted together, and the momentum shook the sky. Yibin hurriedly led the team back, and the warriors of the Black Wolf tribe threw all the stone spears in their hands. Suddenly, countless stone spears flew in the sky, and Yibin shouted loudly, "Shield defense." There was a clanging sound, the sound of spears hitting shields. Many stone spears pierced directly into the bodies of the team members, but fortunately, they were wearing bamboo armor. Most of the damage was blocked, but a few people still suffered superficial injuries. Go back to Director Shangwu and the others, apply some herbal bandages, and they'll be fine. Yibin ordered to retreat while shooting arrows. At this time, Black Bull, Black Panther, and Wujan continued to shoot arrows, blocking the attack of the slaves of the wolf tribe. Soon, Yibin's team retreated to the moat. The Black Orange Squad, who were waiting here, fired arrows desperately. The slaves of the wolf tribe began to fall one after another, and the blood dyed the ground red. The slaves begged for mercy and cried in pain. The scene was in chaos. Yibin immediately shouted, "Hurry up and pull up the drawbridge." The drawbridge began to rise slowly. Black Wolf was furious when he saw his slaves falling one after another, but he had no other options. Yibin and the others were still shooting arrows desperately, especially the team leaders. Holding compound bows, they were like gods. Their attack speed was fast, and their shots were far away. If Black Wolf hadn't been behind them, directing from a distance, he would have been shot to death long ago. This time, the wolf tribe lost several hundred people. Black Wolf knew that if the battle continued like this, all the warriors of the tribe would die here. Black Wolf saw the warriors of the Huaxia tribe holding wooden boards in their hands to block the stone spears thrown by them. Black Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up, and he decided to let the warriors go to Chopwood as soon as the sun rose tomorrow. The Huaxia tribe has shields, and Hailang can also make shields. Hailang just counted the number of people, and now there are only more than 300 people in the tribe. Just now, they were ambushed by the Huaxia tribe, and Black Wolf ordered charge. They were also ambushed by Yibin's 4th and 5th teams, and a total of 120 people died. Black Wolf felt so sad. He had finally captured these people from another tribe. He had spent so much effort, but Yibin killed half of them in just one day. Black Wolf's heart was bleeding. More than 100 slaves died, and dozens of warriors of the wolf tribe also died. Black Wolf returned to the shack and kicked a female slave to the ground. The woman burst into tears in pain, but she dared not cry out loud in front of Black Wolf. At this time, Laiquan came in and said, "Brother, we can cut some trees tomorrow. Then we can tie the trees together with animal skins and put them in the middle of the river. Our warriors will be able to pass through." Black Wolf heard this method. "Good, let's use this method tomorrow." Black Wolf also said their thing that can shoot wooden sticks is also very powerful. Then let the slaves make some wooden boards, just like the Huaxia tribe. They used that board to block the stone spears thrown by our warriors tonight. Black Wolf is also a smart man. He discovered a lot about the Huaxia tribe from these two battles. Primitive people learn things very quickly. Don't underestimate their IQ. Yibin was still immersed in the joy of the sneak attack at night. He didn't know that Black Wolf had found a way to deal with them. After returning to the tribe, Yibin called Chief Wu to help the injured team member bandage the wound. Although the wound was not deep, he still had to apply herbal medicine to prevent the wound from getting inflamed and infected. After Yibin made the arrangements, he asked the courtesan to lead the patrol at night to prevent sneak attacks from the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe. Soon the courtesan went on patrol. The next morning, Yibin untied the ropes on the slaves' feet, gave them stone spears, and then let the slaves have a full meal. Yibin asked the slaves to guard outside the city wall, and the warriors of his tribe stood on the city wall. Today's wolf tribe was very strange. They were all cutting trees in the distant mountains. Eben also didn't understand what the wolf tribe was going to do. No matter what the wolf tribe was going to do, it was all to deal with the Huaxia tribe. Eben could only send more people to patrol the city wall. Soon it was noon, and the people of the wolf tribe carried a wooden bridge and walked towards the Huaxia tribe. Heinyo immediately took out the sheep horn and started to blow it. When Eben heard the sound of the sheep horn, he immediately led the team to the city wall. The slaves below also perked up, holding their stone spears tightly, and looked fiercely at the people from the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe. The wolf tribe warriors who were walking in the front were holding wooden shields. Eben knew that the situation was not good and immediately made tactical arrangements. Eben ordered the teams to have the tribal warriors shoot the people behind the shields with bows and arrows. He also threw 4 shields to the slaves and asked them to block the warriors coming up the opposite wooden bridge. The slaves behind used stone spears to stab the slaves of the wolf tribe on the wooden bridge. After Eben made all the arrangements, he waited for the wolf tribe to attack. Under Black Wolf's command, the slaves of the wolf tribe began to build a wooden bridge to attack the Huaxia tribe. Eben shouted, "Shoot!" The slaves of the wolf tribe raised their wooden shields and rushed to the other side of the moat. The slaves of the Huaxia tribe also began to fight back. Immediately, the slaves from both sides collided with their shields, and the slaves at the back began to stab the people on the wooden bridge with stone spears. Eben ordered the team leaders to use their compound bows to shoot the warriors who posed the greatest threat to the slaves. Suppressing the attack speed of their slaves, the two sides fought fiercely. The pain and cries of the slaves of the wolf tribe could be heard from the wooden bridge. Because the temporary wooden bridge was too narrow, only 4 people could go up at a time. The slaves from the Huaxia tribe gathered together and used stone spears to point at the slaves rushing over the wooden bridge. Soon the water in the moat was dyed red with blood, and the archers on the city wall were shooting arrows wave after wave. People from the wolf tribe kept falling down, and the slaves were howling before they died. The slaves on the ground were all shouting in pain, "Save us! We don't want to die." But Eben will not show mercy to these slaves. In order to save their own lives, they would not hesitate to help their enemy tribes. When attacking other tribes, from a moment these slaves stepped into the battlefield, they were already dead. The slaves fell one after another, and some began to flee backwards, which made the black wolf behind them furious. Then he picked up the stone spear and stabbed a slave directly. The slave's heart was pierced immediately, and he tightly grasped the stone spear in front of his chest with both hands. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he fell straight to the ground. Blood flowed out his chest. Chapter 37. The wolf tribe suffers heavy losses. Seeing that most of the slaves were dead, Black Wolf ordered the warriors of the wolf tribe to block the front with wooden shields, and the warriors behind threw stone spears at the enemies on the wall. Eben saw the warriors of the wolf tribe and began to advance. He immediately reminded all the teams to shoot arrows at the warriors of the wolf tribe. Arrows flew densely from the sky, and Black Wolf shouted loudly, "Warriors, raise your wooden shields." Then there was a whizzing sound. Most of the arrows hit the wooden shields of the wolf tribe warriors. Eben also panicked. If this continued, the bows and arrows would soon run out. At that time, he could only fight a siege with the wolf tribe. Eben immediately ordered Hong to boil water. Hong immediately took the team to the cafeteria to boil water. On the battlefield, both sides were attacking each other, and the wolf tribe began to throw stone spears. Casualties also gradually appeared on the Huaxia tribe side. Eben asked the women to carry the injured warriors to the Wu chief's clinic for treatment. Hailang ordered Lai Quan to lead his 100-odd men to attack from the side. Eben saw Lai Quan leading more than 100 men to attack from the left side of the city wall. Lai Quan ordered the warriors to build a wooden bridge and start charging at the Huaxia tribe. Eben immediately ordered 20 slaves to go to the left wooden bridge to hold the line. For a while, the two sides fought hard, and some slaves began to get injured. Eben sent the Wood War Oiran squad to defend the left side. Most of the stone spears thrown by the warriors of the wolf tribe were blocked by the battlements on the city wall. Although the team wore rattan armor and bamboo armor, their arms and necks could not be protected, so several team members had their arms injured. Another one was pierced through the neck by a stone spear, and blood sprayed onto Eben's face. Eben's heart was filled with a huge wave. Although he had killed several people with a bow and arrow before, this was the first time he saw someone die in front of him. Eben started to vomit immediately. The bloody scene of his neck being pierced kept appearing in his mind, and his face turned pale without a trace of blood. Hanyo saw Yi Bin vomiting continuously and walked to Yi Bin and said, "The leader war is so cruel. You have to adapt to the battlefield as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only become more and more cowardly." After listening to Hanyo's words, Yi Bin began to force himself to cheer up. Said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just can't adapt to it all at once. Everyone needs to go through some things to grow up, and Yi Bin is the same." Yi Bin discovered that the wolf tribe stone spears seemed to have run out. They stopped throwing stone spears at the city wall and began to advance slowly. They wanted to cross the moat directly and then climb up the city wall. Yi Bin saw their motive and immediately told Old Man Xiong to cut some 3-meter-long bamboos and make bamboo spears out of them. The 3-meter-long bamboo spears were longer than the 1-meter-long stone spears of the wolf tribe. If the slaves were to defend with bamboo spears, it would be difficult for the warriors of the wolf tribe to get through. With the support of the archers on the city wall, it is still very difficult for the wolf tribe to attack. The squad leaders began to shoot in bursts, killing one person with each shot. The compound bow itself was powerful and could fire continuously. This is the most suitable battlefield. Warriors from the wolf tribe keep falling down, and the air is filled with a strong smell of blood. At this time, Old Man Xiong and his men sent over 50 bamboo spears. Yi Bin quickly threw down the city wall and asked the slaves to pick up the bamboo spears on the ground and start attacking. The slaves quickly picked up the bamboo spears on the ground. With the addition of bamboo spears, the pressure on the slaves was greatly reduced. The bamboo spears were more than 3 meters long and could directly pierce the bodies of the wolf tribe warriors. The wooden shields could only block the front, not the attacks from the sides. Because the bamboo spears were long, the slaves could pierce the people behind the wooden shields. A few screams were heard on the wooden bridge, and another person from the wolf tribe was pierced by a bamboo spear. The slaves saw the wolf tribe warriors fall into the river and picked up their bamboo spears to stab the wolf tribe warriors. After a few wailings, the blood dyed the entire river red. The bodies slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Yi Bin looked at the slaves so bravely, and his heart was finally at ease. Lai Quan and his men also encountered fierce resistance from the slaves. With the protection of the archery team of Mujan Hua Kuei, Lai Quan was shot directly in the left leg by the Hua Kuei. The other warriors of the Wild Dog tribe also lost 50 or 60 people. Lai Quan immediately led his tribesmen to flee in a panic. When the courtesan Mujan saw Lai Quan escape, he was also furious. The two immediately led their team to support Yi Bin. The wolf tribe also suffered heavy losses. More than 200 people died in this attack, and the ground was covered with corpses. There were still many who had not yet completely died, lying on the ground, screaming in pain and calling for help. Now, there were more than 150 people in the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe combined. In one day, more than 500 of them died. They didn't even touch the enemy's city wall. This was the advantage of the city. Even in ancient times, when attacking a city, the number of troops had to be more than 5 times that of the enemy to have a chance of winning. In addition, the weapons of the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe were still inferior to those of the Huaxia tribe. The most important thing is that there is a moat in the middle, and the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe want to attack. It is not realistic at all. The battle ended with the loss of more than 500 people, and Yi Bin's team only had 2 or 3 arrows left. If there were more people from the wolf tribe, the Huaxia tribe would be in danger. 8 or 9 slaves under the city wall were also injured. Because they were not from the wolf tribe, the main target of the attack, the number of casualties was relatively small. There were 7 or 8 people injured in the combat team. Fortunately, none of them were fatal, and only one person died. Yi Bin decided to bury this warrior properly. He sacrificed his life to protect the tribe. Everyone in the tribe should remember his name. He joined the Huaxia tribe later. His name was Shan Ji. He was a member of the Shan tribe before. Yi Bin said, "Wait until the war is over. Bury this warrior on the mountain opposite the city wall so that he can see how the tribe became strong." After this incident, Yi Bin secretly swore in his heart that he must make the tribe stronger in the future so that only their Huaxia tribe would fight against others. Seeing that the people of the wolf tribe were still living in a shack not far away, Black Wolf thought, "Even if so many people from my wolf tribe died, I still have more people than you Huaxia tribe." In a direct head-on battle, Black Wolf is still confident that he can defeat the Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin immediately arranged for the Black Bull squad to go down and put the bodies of the wolf tribe warriors together and pick up all the arrows on the bodies and on the ground. Yibin also ordered the slaves to pick up all the stone spears thrown by the wolf tribe and sent the injured slaves to the clinic to bandage their wounds. I asked Hong to kill 6 sheep so that everyone could eat their fill. Only in the afternoon would they have enough energy to deal with the counterattacks from the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe. When Black Wolf saw the Huaxia tribe coming out, he thought they were going to attack, so he immediately summoned the tribe's warriors and prepared them for battle. The Black Bull team just pulled out the arrows from the corpse and picked up the arrows on the ground. Black Bull suddenly realized something. Chapter 38, No More Wolf Tribe. When He Nyo and his men returned to the city, He Lang led the tribal warriors to charge halfway and then retreated. Now it was too late, and He Lang cursed at Lai Dog. Idiot, when you retreated, why didn't you take back the arrows on the ground and the corpses? Now, they've taken back all the arrows. It will be difficult for us to break into the Huaxia tribe again. After saying that, he kicked the fierce dog in the stomach. The fierce dog fell to the ground in pain, howling. The more Black Wolf looked at the fierce dog, the angrier he became. Otherwise, how could the fierce dog have lost so many warriors? In Black Wolf's mind, all these losses were caused by Lai Dog. He wanted to kill Lai Dog now. Lai Dog shouted loudly. Brother Black Wolf, listen to me, I have a solution. Black Wolf stopped and looked at Lai Dog fiercely. If you don't satisfy me, I will kill you. The fierce dog stood up tremblingly and said to the Black Wolf, we can pretend to retreat and wait until they come out to hunt. We ambushed them halfway and killed them all. We killed every group they came out. When Black Wolf heard this, he thought this was a good idea. His expression became much better, and he immediately ordered the tribesmen to light a fire and cook. After dinner, they started to retreat and found a place to ambush. Then they waited for the people of the Huaxia tribe to come out and then surrounded and killed them. It must be said that the fierce dogs were not very good at fighting. The idea was quite sinister. Yibin and his companions quickly finished their food and then summoned the slaves and all the teams. Yibin said, the wolf tribe has just experienced a bloody battle. Their morale is low now, and we are very surprised now. If we charge directly, we will definitely be able to wipe out the wolf tribe. Then he distributed stones, spears to the slaves, and asked all teams to bring their equipment. He personally led the team to charge out. The wolf tribe was still cooking. There was no one patrolling outside. Black Wolf would never dream that Yibin would come out to attack them. Yibin led the team and walked quickly towards the wolf tribe. Soon Yibin and his companions arrived near the wolf tribe, where the people were barbecuing. Yibin ordered everyone to wait until the wolf tribe started a counterattack. Slaves, use the stone spears in your hands to throw at the wolf tribe. When the wolf tribe people get close, use the stone spears to fight back. Yibin prepared 7 stone spears for each slave, and after throwing 6 of them, he would use the last stone spear to fight. Yibin also told everyone in the team, when I tell you to shoot, you should shoot together. When the people from the wolf tribe get closer, take down the shields and spears from behind. Then we started hand-to-hand combat with them. I believe that the final victory will belong to our Chinese tribe. He Nyo and Mu Zhan followed Yibin closely, fearing that Yibin would be killed. If that happened, the tribe would be without a backbone. The Black Panther, courtesan He Qin, and the other 3 were also protecting Yibin closely. When Yibin looked at them, a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. This kind of tribe is what he wants to see. Yibin gave an order, and everyone shot arrows. Hundreds of arrows flew densely into the sky. The wolf tribe was immediately pelted with arrows, and countless people had no time to even let out a wail before their bodies were pierced by the dense rain of arrows. Yibin gave the order again and continued to shoot arrows. Several more rounds of arrows flew out, and the warriors of the wolf tribe had no time to escape. More than 30 lives were taken away, and these warriors of the wolf tribe only regretted that their mothers had given them 2 less legs. Black Wolf didn't expect that Yibin would dare to walk out of the city to fight them. Black Wolf immediately summoned all the warriors of the wolf tribe, picked up wooden shields, and attacked the people of the Huaxia tribe. Seeing the wolf tribe rushing over, Yibin immediately ordered the slaves to throw stone spears. More than 40 slaves received the order and immediately started throwing the stone spears in their hands. The squad leader was also shooting indiscriminately. Every time he shot, warriors from the wolf tribe and wild dog tribe were injured and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the land red, and many warriors of the wolf tribe died with unwilling eyes. Many people shouted for help before they died. The battlefield is so cruel. People will die on the battlefield. People will bleed and sacrifice. In primitive society, being weak is your fault. If you are weak, you will be beaten and bullied by other tribes. There were not many people left in the wolf tribe at this time, and Yibin was no longer afraid of the wolf tribe's strength. Soon the slaves had thrown all their stone spears, and the archers had also changed to shields and spears. The two sides immediately started fighting, and Black Bull charged forward with his shield. The two warriors from the wolf tribe were knocked flying on the spot. They spat out blood and fainted on the ground. Mujan and Heichin also rushed forward at the same time, and the warrior in front of the wolf tribe was knocked to the ground. The team members directly stabbed with the spears in their hands, and blood immediately spurted out of the mouths of the wolf tribe warriors. Although the warriors of the wolf tribe also have wooden shields, they have not been trained and can only fight alone, while Yibin's team undergoes daily training. The formation has been formed, and the fighting power has soared. The shield men stand in a row, and the spearmen harvest in the back. Every time, they use their shields to block the damage brought by the wolf tribe warriors. The spears thrust forward in unison, and dozens of people fell each time. The shield men pushed forward directly, and the spearmen who were not dead yet continued to shoot. Soon the battle was coming to an end, and only about 50 people were left in the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe. At this time, the fierce dog retreated secretly without anyone noticing him. The fierce dog turned and ran away. The black wolf spat out blood in anger when he saw the fierce dog running away. Mujan saw the black wolf spitting out blood and threw out an iron spear. Black Wolf's chest was pierced directly by Mujan's iron spear. Black Wolf looked at Mujan in disbelief, then looked at his own chest. Blood spurted out directly, staining the hide on Black Wolf's chest red. After a while, Black Wolf began to lose his balance and slowly fell down. His mouth was filled with blood, and he couldn't utter a word. The warriors of the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe saw that the black wolf was dead, and the fierce dog had also fled. The warriors had no courage to fight any longer and began to panic. Yibin began to shout to everyone in the wolf tribe to put down their weapons, raise their hands, and then lie on the ground. The warriors looked at each other. A warrior in the crowd threw away his weapon. If there's a first, there will be a second and a third. In less than a moment, the people from the wolf tribe and the wild dog tribe threw away their weapons. Yibin called the team and tied them all up. In less than a moment, more than 50 people were tied up. Yibin looked at the fierce dog running away, feeling very upset. He even let it run away. Next time, he must kill this fierce dog. If this person doesn't come out, there will be endless trouble. Yibin looked at his team members again and found that no one was injured except 3 slaves who died. Yibin said that he would bury them properly after everything was dealt with. In this raid, bows and arrows played a big role. In the first few waves of arrows, 70 to 80 people from the wolf tribe died. The wolf tribe fought back, and although they had wooden shields, they were not very good at using them. They were scattered after being hit by Yibin's team, and the spearmen behind them continued to harvest their lives. The members of the wolf tribe were forced to retreat again and again until Black Wolf was killed by Mujan's sneak attack. Yibin asked the slaves of the wolf tribe and the wild dogs to dig a big pit on a nearby mountain. Drag all these bodies to the mountains and bury them. Chapter 39, Killing the Saber-Toothed Tiger. Yibin asked everyone to clean up the battlefield and asked the slaves to drag the corpses to the opposite mountain and dig a hole to bury them. The bodies in the moat were fished out and the slaves dragged them away. The bloodstains in front of the city had to be cleaned up, otherwise everyone would have nightmares at night. Yibin had promised these slaves that as long as they worked hard to protect the tribe, each slave would become a member of the Huaxia tribe as long as they killed 3 people. Yibin saw all these slaves kill more than 4 or 5 people. Yibin announced in front of all the tribe members that from today on, all of your previous slaves, including women, will officially become members of my Huaxia tribe, and from now on they will enjoy the same treatment as us. If anyone is found to have done something that harms the tribe, they will be executed immediately. The slaves are all sweating in their hearts. They must never do anything that harms the tribe again. Being a slave was really unpleasant, so Yibin classified more than 50 newly captured people as slaves. The former slaves were now all members of the Huaxia tribe. As expected, war is the only way to expand the tribe. The more you fight, the more people you get. Now, including the slaves from before, the tribe has more than 140 warriors. Now, even if he encounters a large tribe of 700 or 800 people, Yibin has the courage to fight. Winter is not over yet, and there is nothing much to do in the tribe. Yibin took more than 100 people and more than 50 slaves from the wolf tribe to go to the stone tribe. Yibin decided to practice more on iron tools, which were always effective on the battlefield. Unlike stone spears, which can only be stabbed a few times before cracks appear on the stone. Stone spears are particularly easy to break after a few more battles with people. So Yibin decided to bring back more iron ore this time and try to make an iron tool for each person in the tribe. On the battlefield, they crushed their opponents with iron weapons. Sharp iron knives and spears were particularly lethal to primitive people. Yibin led everyone on the road to the Stone Tribe. The tribesmen of the Stone Tribe walked on this familiar road with many feelings in their hearts. They started by attacking the Luoshui tribe, then were captured by the Luoshui tribe and made slaves. Now, they are members of the Luoshui tribe. Only they themselves know the sadness in between. Yibin saw several small tribes in the middle, each with 20 to 30 people. Yibin did not go over to say hello, and the surrounding small tribe saw Yibin and his group of more than 100 people, and they were all men. Everyone was wearing bamboo armor, holding a bow and arrow, and carrying a shield and a spear on his back. Those small tribes hid far away, fearing that you would destroy their tribes. The weak are afraid of the strong. This is the law of primitive society. Yibin saw 4 or 5 wandering small tribes along the way. He didn't know what happened. Could it be that something big happened in this area? The Qingwan tribe and several affiliated tribes of the Firebird tribe are forming an alliance with the Taotai tribe, and the tribes below are fighting fiercely. As a result, the small tribes in this area could not survive, especially the small tribes under the Taotai alliance, which plundered the surrounding small and medium-sized tribes everywhere. As a result, these tribes can no longer hunt normally. Now it is winter again, and every small and medium-sized tribe is short of food. Many small tribes began to migrate to the Yellow River Valley because there were no large tribes here. In addition to the large number of wolves, there are also black bears and tigers. There are many more carnivores here than in the super tribes. Small tribes like these are likely to be targeted by these carnivores. Therefore, these small tribes are usually unwilling to come to the Yellow River Valley to fish. Yibin found the bodies of a tribe on the road. They were all bitten to pieces by wolves, and the scene was horrible. Yibin asked the team to be more cautious, as this area is becoming increasingly unstable. After walking for 2 days, they finally arrived at the Stone Mountain near the Stone Tribe. Yibin ordered the slaves to start collecting iron ore on the ground. There are a lot of iron ores here, all exposed outside. The team smashed the stones with stones and put the broken stones into animal skin bags. After an afternoon, all the animal skin pockets were full. Yibin thought that if there were a small number of mounts from the Firebird tribe and the blue ox was used to pull the ore, people wouldn't have to work so hard. After all the ironware is made, we must go to the mountain of 10,000 beasts to catch some mounts. The best mount in Yibin's mind is not the blue ox, but the wild horse. Wild horses run much faster than blue cattle. Blue cattle can run at most 100 kilometers a day. Wild horses can run at least 400 to 500 kilometers a day. But wild horses are the hardest to catch. When people approach them, they run away and people can't catch them at all. Blue cattle like to live in groups, are not afraid of people, and have a very bad temper. On the way back, Yibin kept thinking about how he could catch the wild horse. Many people would say that they use a lasso, but the lasso is used to lasso horses raised on their own ranches. If a wild horse runs away before the lassoer gets there, it will be useless no matter how accurate your lasso is. If there's really no other way, you can only catch the blue bull. Although the blue bull does not run fast, it has great endurance and is the best for pulling things. As Yibin was thinking, he suddenly heard a tiger roar from the front. Everyone was startled, because the saber-toothed tiger is the king of beasts. Yibin and his companions followed the sound and saw a saber-toothed tiger biting a group of primitive people from a distance. It had already bitten 3 or 4 primitive people to death, and the primitive people fought back with the stone spears in their hands. One of the primitive men was particularly tall, weighing about 300 to 400 kilograms. He held a stone hammer weighing more than 100 kilograms in his hand, and beat the saber-toothed tiger so hard that it dared not get close to him. This group of primitive people were obviously not in good condition. They looked like they hadn't eaten for a long time. They were a little shaky when they walked, especially the big man. The hand holding the hammer was shaking slightly. The saber-toothed tiger was very ferocious, and it jumped straight into the crowd. It pounced on a primitive woman and was about to bite her, but the big man smashed her down with a stone hammer. The saber-toothed tiger also reacted quickly, dodging the big man's attack with a leap, and immediately grabbed the big man with one claw, hitting him in the chest. The big man was also fast. He directly hugged the tiger with both hands, and threw the saber-toothed tiger out with force, and the saber-toothed tiger shook its head in pain. A pair of tiger eyes stared at those primitive people, and it was extremely angry. These tiny humans dared to hurt it. The saber-toothed tiger roared, shaking the entire forest. Countless birds flew up from the sky, and the animals in the mountains were frightened to the point of limpness. These primitive people all clenched their stone spears tightly. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the pressure from the king of the forest. Several female primitives burst into tears on the spot. With despair in their hearts, the saber-toothed tiger roared and pounced directly on the primitives opposite. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, and the big man swung out with a stone hammer. The tiger bit the big man directly, and when the saber-toothed tiger was about to bite the big man, a dozen feather arrows whizzed over and pierced the saber-toothed tiger's belly. The saber-toothed tiger fell directly to the ground, howling in pain. The saber-toothed tiger tried to struggle to get up, but its body was no longer under its control. Chapter 40. Subjugating the King of Power. The saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground and roared at Yi Bin, who had attacked it. Yi Bin took the compound bow and shot several arrows. The saber-toothed tiger's head was shot through by the compound bow, and its tiger eyes looked at it unwillingly. How could this weak human being in front of me possibly kill it? The saber-toothed tiger's body slowly softened with great reluctance. Its brains splattered all over the ground, and the blood from its belly directly dyed its fur red. The big man looked at Yi Bin gratefully, and the group of primitive people came to Yi Bin. They all knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Bin, but the big man didn't kneel. Yi Bin quickly helped them up and then asked, "Which tribe are you from? How did you get here?" The big man said, "We are from the deer tribe. A few days ago, the eagle tribe attacked our deer tribe. At that time, the leader of the eagle tribe brought more than 100 people. Our deer tribe was holding a sacrificial ceremony that night. When our sacrificial ceremony was almost finished, the leader of the eagle tribe led his men to attack us. We were caught off guard by them, and 50 to 60 of us died on the spot. The witch was also killed by them. Only 30 of us from the entire tribe escaped." Yi Bin asked, "Is this eagle tribe very powerful?" "I think the fighting power of your deer tribe is still very strong." The big man said that the eagle tribe was an allied tribe of the Taotai Alliance. It was said that their alliance was fighting fiercely with the subordinate tribes of the Firebird tribe. The Firebird tribe has already sent 5,000 people over. The Taotai Alliance is made up of more than a dozen tribes, and the Taotai tribe has the largest population of about 20,000. Yi Bin thought, no wonder Qingwan didn't come during this period. It turned out that the Firebird tribe was in trouble. I wonder if the Firebird tribe could defeat the Taotai tribe this time. The big man asked, "Which tribe are you from?" "You don't look like a small tribe." Yi Bin said, "We are from the Huaxia tribe. Some time ago, we were still a small tribe and were bullied everywhere. Through our own efforts, the tribe is now doing well." Yi Bin asked, "Where is the leader of your tribe?" The big man said, "Our leader was killed by the eagle tribe in order to protect our people." The big man looked sad. A good tribe disappeared overnight, and no one would be able to accept such a gap. Yi Bin asked again, "Who is the leader of your tribe now?" The primitive people all looked at the big man. It was obvious that he was the leader of this group of people now. The big man said that I am currently the leader of the deer tribe. He said to Yi Bin, "Brother, what is your name?" Yi Bin replied, "My name is Yi Bin, the leader of the Huaxia tribe." The big man introduced himself. "I am in the deer tribe. I have the greatest strength, and they all call me the King of Strength." Yi Bin asked, "Where are you going now?" "It's winter now, and you all seem to be traveling in simple clothes. It's hard to survive in this snow without a place to stay." Looking at Li Wang's confused eyes, I knew they had nowhere to go. If they continued walking aimlessly like this, they would sooner or later freeze to death or starve to death in this mountain forest. Yi Bin expressed his good intentions in time and asked, "Chief Li Wang, are you interested in joining our Huaxia tribe?" Li Wang looked at Yi Bin with a complicated look on his face. If he joined the Huaxia tribe, there would be no more Lu tribe in the future. Li Wang said, "I will ask my tribesmen to see if they are willing to join your Huaxia tribe." Yi Bin was not in a hurry and watched the people of the deer tribe gather together and talked about something. Soon Li Wang came to Yi Bin's side and then hesitantly said, "We can join the Huaxia tribe temporarily." When Yi Bin heard this, his eyebrows knitted together and he said unhappily, "Chief Li Wang, do you think I'm stupid? You could spend the winter in our tribe before you leave. Although our Huaxia tribe is short of people now, we also have our own bottom line. Since the leader of the Power King is unwilling to join, then forget it. After that, Ibin was ready to take the body of the saber-toothed tiger away. After all, they were the ones who shot it to death. Then he told the team to continue their journey. When Li Wang saw Ibin was about to leave, he immediately stopped him. Chief Yi waited, and then an old man came out from the deer tribe. This old man used to be a witch in the deer tribe, but now he has retired. But the people of the deer tribe still respected him very much. He was the one who proposed the previous opinion, and King Li was just bringing a message in between. Ibin looked at Li Wang and said, "Is he from your tribe?" Li Wang immediately said, "He is the previous witch of our tribe, named Luoshui, the current witch has died in the sneak attack of the Eagle tribe." Ibin said Luoshui was offering sacrifices. What was the matter? Luoshui said, "We can join your Huaxia tribe, but we have a condition. After joining your Huaxia tribe, our totems will not change. I'm still a member of the deer tribe in name, but I can follow your orders." Ibin said, "Isn't this a subordinate tribe? We don't need it yet. First of all, our own tribe is still developing. There's no time to develop their own subordinate tribes. To put it bluntly, if the subordinate tribes encounter any problems, they may run away at any time. If your tribe is strong, it's fine. If it's not strong enough and you encounter something and you still expect subordinate tribes to save you, they can leave your tribe later." Ibin said, "If Priest Luoshui is not sincere, forget it. Our Huaxia tribe does not require you to join." Seeing that Ibin was so determined, Luoshui had no better solution. If they did not join the Huaxia tribe and encountered saber-toothed tigers and black bears on the road, the people in the tribe would most likely be killed by the beasts. Luoshui was so nervous when he saw Ibin was leaving. He quickly said, "We are willing to join your Huaxia tribe, but we have a request. Our people must be the same as yours." Ibin nodded and said, "We, the Huaxia tribe, have agreed to your request. As long as you join the Huaxia tribe, after living here for a while, you will know whether the Huaxia tribe is good or not." Ibin said, "If you join the Huaxia tribe, you must use the totem of our Huaxia tribe, and all members of the tribe must abide by the rules of the tribe. You must also obey the arrangements of the leader. Can you do it, Priest Luoshui?" Luoshui had made all the preparations from the moment he agreed to enter the Huaxia tribe. On the surface, he nodded reluctantly. He said that as long as we join the Huaxia tribe, we will naturally be the same as the members of the Huaxia tribe. The old man meant that if you Huaxia tribe members can do something, we can do it too. If you Huaxia tribe members are unwilling to do something, we are unwilling to do it either. Ibin also understood what the old man meant. Since he had joined the tribe, he would treat everyone equally and would not do anything to make the tribe sad. That kind of tribe is not what Ibin wants to see. Ibin said, "Li Wang will be my bodyguard from now on." Li Wang scratched his head and said happily, "I will be the chief's personal bodyguard from now on." Ibin smiled and said, "I will make you a hammer when we return to the tribe." Li Wang asked the leader what a hammer was, and Ibin smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Chapter 41 Branches of the Xuanwu tribe. Ibin told Luoshui about the situation of the Huaxia tribe. Luoshui's face darkened as he listened. The Huaxia tribe had only more than 30 people not long ago. Half of them are women, and their Lu tribe used to be a tribe of 100 people. If Ibin hadn't said that the Huaxia tribe now has more than 100 people, Lu Xuandu thought about it and immediately took his people away. Li Wang was wondering what kind of iron hammer the leader was going to give him. How could primitive people have ever seen iron? The word iron was relatively unfamiliar to them. Ibin asked Hainyo to use an iron knife to peel off the skin of the saber-toothed tiger and cut the meat into pieces, leaving the internal organs behind. When Li Wang saw the iron knife in Hainyo's hand, he couldn't take his eyes away. He stared at the iron knife in Hainyo's hand. It was so sharp that it cut the skin of the saber-toothed tiger with one stroke. Ibin looked at Li Wang and said, "I'll make one for you when I get back." Li Wang was as happy as a child. Ibin was the only one who helped him except his relatives. Ibin was the first person who treated him so well. Li Wang's mother was killed by a wild beast in the mountains during an outing. Li Wang had no relatives in the tribe. Li Wang secretly made up his mind to protect the leader's safety. Ibin didn't know that a hammer had bought Li Wang's heart. There were more than 30 people in the deer tribe. He asked each of them to carry a piece of saber-toothed tiger meat, and asked Li Wang to take the saber-toothed tiger fur, and the group continued on their journey. The slaves were carrying heavy iron ore and walked very slowly. Each team member also brought a lot of iron ore. Ibin knew that it was not easy to come to the stone tribe. It would take 4 days to go back and forth, and Ibin made up his mind. He must go to the mountain of 10,000 beasts and catch some mounts. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to go out. Along the way, Yi saw many wandering tribes and asked a few of them. They were unwilling to join Yi Bin's Huaxia tribe. Those people had animal skins for the winter and plenty of food. So of course they were unwilling to join Yi Bin's Huaxia tribe. It seems that this time, the Firebird tribe and the Taotai alliance fought very fiercely. I don't know what happened to Qingwan. Yi Bin saw a caravan on the road. They claimed to be from the Shang tribe, and the leader was a man with a dark face. He said his name was Xian Er and his brother's name was Xian. Their superior tribe was called Xian Wu tribe, and their Shang tribe was a branch of Xian Wu tribe. He even saw that they all used camels to pull goods, which showed that they were a large tribe. Small tribes could not afford camels, and there were more than 30 people in their group. There were also more than 30 camels. There were all kinds of supplies on it, and Yi Bin wanted to exchange them for camels, but now there was nothing that they were interested in. They had nothing else to exchange except the iron or each of them carried on their backs. Yi Bin said, "Captain Xian Er, can you come with me to our tribe? We can exchange a lot of good things with you." Xian Er was born in a big tribe, so of course he would not be afraid of Yi Bin and the others. This is their confidence, coming from a big tribe. In the past, several tribes wanted to rob their caravan, but they later abandoned the goods and fled back to the tribe. After explaining the situation to the tribal leader, the leader led more than 500 people to wipe out the tribe. Since then, no tribe dared to attack them again. There is a rule on the grassland that there is always a super tribe behind the caravan. Generally, there are few tribes that are blind, and the small tribes all want to exchange some supplies. How can you have the courage to rob other people's caravans? Wouldn't that mean you don't want to die? So Xian Er was relieved and followed Yi Bin and the others to the Huaxia tribe. The next afternoon, everyone saw a city from afar. The Shang tribe was stunned, and so were the Lu tribe. Yi Bin looked at the reactions of these people and felt very proud. He designed all of this and built it brick by brick. When everyone came to their senses, Yi Bin said, "This is our Huaxia tribe." Lu Xian thought to himself, "Fortunately, he chose to join the Huaxia tribe. Otherwise, I would regret knowing how powerful the Huaxia tribe is." Xian Er said to Yi Bin after he came to his senses, "Leader of the Huaxia tribe, is this your tribe?" Yi Bin said, "This is our Huaxia tribe. My name is Yi Bin. You can call me Chief Yi Bin, not the chief of some Huaxia tribe. It's so ugly." Xian Er smiled and said, "Chief Yi Bin, we were wrong before." Yi Bin knew what he was talking about. Xian Er and the others looked down on him before. Naturally, they didn't ask Yi Bin's name until they saw Yi Bin was not falling. Xian Er realized in his heart that he had underestimated the leader of the Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin did not blame him, a tribe like theirs. The Shan tribe would meet several of them every day. A medium-sized tribe like this couldn't offer anything good for exchange. Soon everyone arrived in front of the suspension bridge. Xian Er looked at the city, surrounded by the river, and wondered how to get across. Everyone in the Deer tribe thought the same thing. This tribe is surrounded by the river. How can we get across? When the Oiran saw her leader coming back, she immediately started to lower the drawbridge. The suspension bridge began to slowly descend, and soon it landed on the ground. Yi Bin walked up, and the people behind him followed curiously. Xian Er had traveled all over the country for so many years, but he had never seen the water in the tribe building river. This was beyond his comprehension, and the same was true for the people of the Deer tribe. It was the first time Yi Bin saw a tribe built in a river. He didn't know what they were thinking. Otherwise, he would say, "You country bumpkins, this is called a moat." Yi Bin arranged for the slaves and team members to put all the iron ore at Old Bear's place. Then he asked the slaves to go back and have a good rest. Yi Bin asked Hainyo to take out the clay pots, basins, and bowls, and asked Hong to bring the white salt. When Xian Er saw the pottery and white salt with such beautiful colors, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately asked Yi Bin how the pottery was exchanged for white salt. Yi Bin had also looked at Xian Er's supplies before, including black salt stone, sweet potatoes, peppers, and ginger, which were all things Yi Bin urgently needed. Yi Bin said, "1 pot for 1 camel, 1 pottery basin for 2 camels, 1 bamboo tube of white salt for 5 bags of black salt stone, and a camel." Xian Er thought about it and realized that even the super tribes had very few clay pots and basins. After all, their primitive society has not been developed for a long time, and there are not many innovative things. But not every big tribe has pottery. The pottery was made accidentally by a tribe called Shenlong tribe, and the technology was not very mature yet. A large part of the fired pottery is broken. Such fine pottery as Yibin's is naturally rare. Xian Er still sat on the surface. Chief Yibin, you want too many things. Can you go down a little bit more? Yibin had never done any business with any other tribes, so he didn't know if the things he was talking about would be too expensive. So he said, 1 clay pot and 1 clay bowl in exchange for a camel. Chapter 42. Iron making again. Xian Er readily agreed, and Yibin thought he was being tricked. Xian Er then exchanged 10 ceramic pots and bowls and 5 bamboo tubes of white salt. The sweet potatoes, peppers, and ginger were all given directly to Yibin. The Shang tribe exchanged a total of 15 camels and 25 bags of black salt stone. This kind of black salt stone will cause poisoning if people eat too much, but Yibin has a way to refine it. Xian Er was also very happy and said that he would come to your tribe to exchange things next time. Yibin said to Xian Er, what plant seeds can you find on the road next time? Keep some for me, and I will give you the corresponding reward. Xian Er said that these are just a piece of cake. I saw it, and I will definitely bring it to Chief Yibin. Yibin called Xian Er and the others, as well as everyone from the deer tribe, to go to the cafeteria together. Yibin asked Hong to put the ginger into the meat and cook it together. Ginger can remove the fishy smell, and the cooked meat will be more delicious and fragrant. Hong cooked the meat very quickly, and everyone could smell the aroma of meat from afar. Yibin placed a ceramic bowl of meat on the table and gave everyone a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Everyone was very curious about what the 2 sticks were used for. Yibin demonstrated it to them and started to eat the meat with chopsticks. Xian Er also imitated Yibin, trying to pick up the meat in the bowl, but couldn't. Everyone else did the same, and Yibin burst into laughter. Don't be anxious. Take your time. It's like this at the beginning. Yibin told them not to use too much force when holding the chopsticks. You need to use the dexterity in your hands to pick up the meat in the bowl. After a lot of effort, everyone was able to slowly put the meat into their mouths. Luoshui took a bite, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was salty, and the meat was well stewed. This was the most delicious meal he had ever had. Li Wang also ate it in big mouthfuls. He just thought it was delicious. Nothing else mattered. Xian Er took a few bites and found that it was much better than the food in their tribe. He drank another mouthful of the broth, which was also very delicious. This was the most delicious meal Xian Er had ever eaten since he was a child. He asked Yibin, is there any white salt in this meat? Yibin said, yes, we put this kind of white salt in every pot of meat in our tribe. Soon everyone finished eating. Not a drop of soup was left in the pot. Especially Li Wang ate the most. Xian Er said, Leader Yibin, we will leave first. Let's come next time and exchange things together. Yibin said, remember to save any good plant seeds for me. Xian Er didn't know why Yibin wanted those seeds. It's not easy to say directly. Anyway, as long as Yibin wants him, he will take him. Then Yibin will owe him a favor. And sometimes favors are the hardest to repay. After Yibin sent Xian Er and the others out of the city, he called a meeting of all the people in the tribe. Soon everyone in the tribe arrived at the training ground. Yibin said, the people next to me are all from the deer tribe. Because their tribe was attacked by the eagle tribe, they were the only ones who escaped. On the way back, they encountered a saber-toothed tiger. We rescued them, and the deer tribe decided that all members would join our Huaxia tribe. There are now more than 30 of them, including 10 women. The rest are men, and none of the children and the elderly have escaped. Everyone was sad because they had all come here this way. Fortunately, they met Yibin here, otherwise they would have frozen to death or starved to death in the snow. Yibin pointed to the tribe's totem and told everyone that this was the dragon totem of our Huaxia tribe. It could be said that the totems of all tribes are related to the dragon. Let me tell you a story called The Story of the Dragon Giving Birth to 9 Sons. It is about a dragon giving birth to 9 sons, and none of them is a dragon. Each son is different. The saying that the dragon has 9 sons has been around for a long time. Which 9 animals are they? The first type is Chionyo. Chionyo is the eldest son of the dragon. He has a dragon head and is extremely strong. Long's second son is called Yazi, who loves fighting and killing all his life. The third son of the dragon, Shiokes, likes to climb on the eaves. The fourth son of the dragon, Paleo, likes to yell. The fifth son of the dragon, Enai, likes a good seat. The sixth son of the dragon, Bishi, likes to carry heavy loads and a stone tablet on his back. The seventh son of the dragon, Bayan, is able to distinguish right from wrong. The eighth son of the dragon, Fushi, is fond of literature. The ninth son of the dragon, Chiwan, likes to swallow. Each son of the dragon looks different, just like your deer tribe. The dragon heads have 2 horns. and your deer also have 2 horns on their heads. And your goat tribe also has 2 horns on your heads. All animals are related to dragons. Your totems are all descendants of dragons. Everyone listened to Yi Bin's answer. Suddenly, I felt my blood boiling because they believed that the totem was the descendant of the dragon. So joining the Luoshui tribe was like returning to one's roots. Many people opened up their hearts at this moment. Luoshui was also deeply moved by Yi Bin's story. He felt that joining the Luoshui tribe was like a son recognizing his father. Yi Bin repeated the rules of the tribe again. Today, the tribe welcomed 2 new couples, a woman from the mountain tribe and a man from the fallen water tribe. Yi Bin allocated 2 houses to the 2 couples. At this rate, there would soon not be enough houses in the city. Yi Bin found another place and asked the slaves to build a city there. It was the place where Yi Bin hunted more than 120 prey last time. The terrain of the Yellow River Valley is very strange, with only one entrance to the valley for entry and exit. There is a long river more than 200 meters behind Yi Bin's tribe. If we put the newly built city there, whenever the enemy attacks, we have to attack the city at the entrance of the valley first, otherwise they won't be able to get through. But there's another problem. There are too many wolves in the Yellow River Valley area. There are also saber-toothed tigers and black bears. These carnivores must be hunted down. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for the tribesmen to move back and forth. The valley entrance leads directly to the Luoshui mountain. Just build a gate at the valley entrance. All the herbivorous animals in the Yellow River Valley are Yi Bin's pastures. Yi Bin was very excited just thinking about it, but now he could only think about it because it was winter. One reason was the weather, and the other was the problem of tools. After the meeting, Yi Bin arranged a room for Luoshui and the others, asking them to rest early. Yi Bin also went back to his room to rest. I didn't get a good night's sleep during the 4-day trip. Yi Bin lay down and fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Yi Bin was awakened by the sound of the sheep horn. He quickly put on his clothes and went to the slave area. Yi Bin asked the slaves to smash the iron, or that is to smash 2 pieces of iron, or against each other. Then he asked Old Man Bear to start the fire to smelt the iron, and this time he tried to smelt an iron tool for each person in the tribe. This time, Yi and his team went out with more than 150 people, and more than 50 slaves each carried more than 300 kilograms of iron ore. Each team member carried 150 kilograms of iron ore, and this time they brought back more than 30,000 kilograms of iron ore. There was enough iron for everyone to use. Yi Bin asked the slaves to smash the stones outside. His core members were all smelting iron in the house. Yi Bin didn't intend to let others know how iron was made. These were all secrets of the tribe. Only Yi Bin, Old Bear, Black Bull, Black Panther, Oiran, Wood, the Power King, and Heichi knew how iron was forged. Yi Bin used mud to make a lot of tool molds. When the time comes, they can be used when building a new city. Chapter 43. Impulsive Yi Bin. Yi Bin used yellow mud to make many kinds of molds, including hammers, axes, shovels, and many iron arrowheads. The slaves were banging away outside, and Yi Bin and his men had already begun to refine the iron slag. Everyone was busy, and soon the first round of refining was completed. A total of more than 200 kilograms of iron slag was produced, and the stones outside were still hitting rhythmically. The sound spread throughout the city. Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong continued the second round of refining under the high temperature. After being quenched by the fire, the iron slag began to slowly melt the iron into molten iron. Yi Bin quickly took the mold and poured the molten iron into it one by one. After the molten iron was poured in, it was left aside to cool. Yi Bin and his team continued the first round of steps until the evening. Everyone was so tired that they couldn't even stand up straight. Yi Bin slapped his sore arms. Looking at the iron tools he had forged, Yi Bin counted more than 100 of them. Then Yi Bin ordered everyone to disassemble the mold. The iron tools inside were instantly presented in front of everyone. There were black iron hammers, iron axes, iron shovels, iron spears, and iron arrowheads. Everyone felt that the sweat they shed today was happiness. Then Yi Bin ordered Black Panther to take out the iron axes, shovels, and spears for the team members to sharpen. Yi Bin went out to check the iron ore again. Today, he had used several thousand kilograms of iron ore. The iron ore he brought back this time was still a lot, which should be enough for the tribe to use for a while. At this time, the sound of people eating in the cafeteria rang out. Yi Bin called everyone to go to the cafeteria together, and soon Yi Bin and his friends started queuing up with their bowls and chopsticks. When it comes to eating, Yi Bin never asks for special privileges. He queues up with everyone else, which makes him look approachable in the tribe. Although the tribe members won't say anything to him, it still doesn't look good to him. Soon everyone prepared their food and sat at the table in the cafeteria to eat. The deer tribe had been here for a while and had slowly adapted to the situation. Yibin saw that they were using chopsticks much better than before. The whole tribe had a very good atmosphere. During the meal, Yibin discussed with the team leaders. Old Man Xiong has made more than 40 compound bows. Yibin said, I want to form a special operations team, and all the personnel in it are equipped with compound bows. This special operations team is under my direct command, and other ordinary team members are equipped with ordinary bows and arrows. Yibin, this is also for his own future consideration. If everyone is equipped with this kind of continuous compound bow, then there will be more soldiers in the future. Who knows what kind of people will appear, and maybe the situation will be out of Yibin's control. Yibin told Old Man Xiong that after this composite bow was made, the tribe was not allowed to produce another composite bow without my order. At this moment, Old Man Xiong felt that what Yibin said was very cold. Then the old man nodded and agreed immediately. Now, in the whole tribe, only 4 people can make a compound bow. They're the 4 old men from the tribe who fell into the water before. This weapon is too powerful. If this type of compound bow is used on a large scale, the consequences will be disastrous. Just like the earth, firearms will be controlled. Otherwise, it will be a mess. Holding a weapon in your hand means holding the truth. Yibin said, tomorrow morning, I will select 40 soldiers from all your teams, and Li Wang will be the team leader. This team must be absolutely loyal to me. The team leaders don't understand why Yibin wants to form a special forces team. Yibin is the soul of an earthling, so of course he knows more than them. Yibin added, more than 20 members of the deer tribe will be assigned to each of your teams. Soon everyone finished their dinner. Last time, Yibin said he would teach you how to write and count, but he was too busy recently and didn't have time to teach you. Yibin called Yu and Luoshui to his room. Luoshui, this girl, has become more beautiful after not seeing her for a while. Her skin is fair and tender, and her figure is curvy. She is very attractive. She is indeed a standard beauty, but it's a pity that Yibin is too young now and can't do anything. At this time, you also came to Yibin's room. You saw Luoshui took the initiative to hug each other. It seems that the relationship between the 2 girls has been quite good during this period. Luoshui found that Yibin had been looking at her, and her face suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and dared not look Yibin in the eye. You also noticed that Yibin had been looking at Luoshui, and she immediately felt uncomfortable. Maybe it's the jealousy of girls at work. You quickly adjusted her mood and said, Chief, you said last time that you would teach me arithmetic and writing. I never see you again, so I thought you forgot. Yibin finally reacted, and then his old face turned red. He looked at you and said, I've been too busy recently, and there are a lot of things in the tribe. Look, I just found the time to come here and teach you. Yibin brought a wooden board, some charcoal, and a wet animal skin. Yibin took the charcoal and wrote a few words and numbers on the board. Then he started teaching, and we started with 1 to 10. Yibin explained it very carefully. 1 means 1 animal. 2 means 2 animals. 1 plus 2 means 3 animals. Following Yibin's explanation, the 2 girls also began to slowly get into the mood. Yibin taught them a few more characters, 1 for human, 1 for fire, and 1 for heaven. Soon the 2 learned them, and Yibin said to Luoshui, Luoshui, what is 4 plus 4? Luoshui counted with his fingers and said, 4 plus 4 equals 8. Yibin gave Luoshui a thumbs up. Then he pointed at the moon and asked, what month is 4 plus 5, and started calculating with his fingers. Soon you answered that it was equal to 9, and Yibin gave you a thumbs up. He praised him again, and the 2 girls were naturally very happy. Yibin asked them again, how do you pronounce these words? Both girls read them correctly. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yibin asked you to go back first. You looked at Yibin unhappily and left angrily. Yibin came to Luoshui and held her hand. Luoshi's face turned red. She didn't dare to look at Yibin, and Yibin was also very embarrassed. Then he found a topic to talk about. I've been too busy lately and don't have much time to accompany you. Luoshui said, I know you're doing this for the tribe. You just became the leader of the tribe, so you must have a lot of things to deal with. How can you have time to accompany me? Yibin looked at Luoshi's shy appearance and hugged her in his arms. Suddenly, the virgin fragrance of the girl floated into Yibin's nose, which was very pleasant. Luoshui was very nervous at first, but after being hugged by Yibin, she calmed down. Luoshui leaned her head on Yibin's shoulder, enjoying the moment they were together. Suddenly Black Bull rushed in and saw his daughter hugging the leader. Then he walked out immediately, and Hainyo said to himself, "Did I come at the wrong time?" The two people in the room didn't expect someone to break in at this time, and it was the girl's father. Ibin was embarrassed. He could dig out a bedroom with his toes. Chapter 44, Making Armor. Then the two of them separated immediately, and Ibin coughed awkwardly and said, "Luoshui, you go back first, and you will continue to come here to study tomorrow." Luoshui nodded with a red face, then immediately ran out of the room. When Hainyo saw his daughter leave, he came to Ibin's room and said, "The chief's ironware for today has been polished. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Ibin said, "Let's go over and take a look together." Soon Ibin and Hainyo came to the armory. Ibin told Hainyo that every piece of iron should be marked. "I told the soldiers to keep every piece of iron safe from now on. If anyone loses any piece of iron, they need to report it to me, then explain the situation and how their iron was lost." Hainyo said, "Don't worry, Chief. I will tell them everything." Ibin looked in the armory and found 10 iron hammers, 15 iron axes, 30 iron shovels, 150 iron spears, 150 iron knives, 150 iron arrowheads, and 500 iron arrowheads. Ibin also saw 5 pliers and 2 large hammers placed in the corner. Each hammer weighed more than 100 kilograms and had iron spikes on it, just like a meteor hammer. Ibin specially asked Old Man Xiong to make this. The hammer was what Ibin promised to give to Li Wang. The tongs were used for forging iron and were convenient for clamping things in the fire. Ibin asked Hainyo how much iron ore was left. Hainyo replied that the leader still had half of the iron ore. Would you continue to refine it tomorrow? Ibin thought about the video he had seen in his previous life. Iron could be made into armor. All he had to do was use a mold to make the iron sheets, and then assemble them one by one with wool ropes. Then you can make iron armor, which is much more powerful than bamboo armor and rattan armor. The most important thing about iron armor is that it has comprehensive defense and can cover the whole body. No matter how hard the enemy's stone spear stabbed, they could not break through the armor's defense. Ibin had a picture in his mind, and he worked overtime that night to draw it with charcoal. Tomorrow we can make armor plates with Old Man Xiong and his friends. It seems that a set of armor requires more than 3,000 small pieces of iron to assemble. At this time, Li Wang just walked out of the iron smelting room, and Ibin stopped Li Wang and said, "Come here, Li Wang." When he heard the leader calling him, he walked over immediately. Ibin pointed to the 2 hammers in the corner of the room and said, "Li Wang, these 2 hammers are yours from now on." The moment Li Wang saw the hammers, his heart almost jumped out. Li Wang liked the 2 hammers at first sight and looked at Ibin and said, "Really, give them to me." Ibin smiled and said, "I give them to you," and Li Wang walked over quickly. One in each hand, he picked them up easily. Ibin looked at Li Wang and thought to himself, Li Wang is indeed born with supernatural power. Ibin asked Li Wang to come out and find a stone to try it out. Li Wang saw the pile of iron ore, found a large stone, raised the hammer, and smashed it down heavily. A groove was smashed into the ground, and the iron ore was instantly crushed into powder. Ibin and Hainyo took a deep breath at the same time. I can't imagine what it would feel like if this hit a person. Li Wang himself did not expect that this hammer was so powerful. He liked the hammer so much that he wanted to hit anyone he disliked in the future. Of course, he didn't dare to hit Ibin. Ibin gave him a place to live in the tribe and made him a pair of iron hammers. Li Wang felt that Ibin was the best person in the world to him. From now on, he would hit whoever the leader told him to hit, and anyone who dared to go against the leader would be hit with the hammer in his hand. Ibin looked at Li Wang, happy like a child. He kept holding 2 hammers and grinning, and Ibin shook his head helplessly. Everyone had been busy all day, so Ibin asked everyone to go back and rest early. They had to continue making armor tomorrow, and iron making was hard work that could not be rushed. At night, the Oiran led people to patrol the city wall ever since the incident with the wolf tribe. She took the safety of the tribe more seriously. This was related to the life and safety of everyone in the tribe. After a few days, the armor was finally made. Ibin and the 4 elders of the tribe made a total of 46 sets of armor. The iron ore outside had just run out. These past few nights, Ibin taught Luoshui and you calligraphy and arithmetic every day. These 2 girls can now do addition and subtraction within 100. They have also learned more than 100 characters and study with Ibin every night. After that, I will teach the children in the tribe. Now, they can count the rain from 1 to 100. Yu is the fastest learner among all the children. He is also the most serious learner. Ibin has been secretly hugging Luoshui these days, and every time he does so, the little girl's face turns red. Every time you saw Yibin being so nice to Luoshui, she felt sour in her heart. She didn't know why. Anyway, she just felt uncomfortable. Yibin thought, if he were older, he would definitely take Luoshui away. Yibin also knew that his body was still developing. If he did that with Luoshui, it would affect his physical growth. Also, Luoshui was only 14 years old, and he didn't want Luoshui to be a mother at such a young age. He and Luoshui both have children now. Although in primitive society, women can give birth to children at the age of 14. But Yibin is an earthling, he can't do such a thing. He just couldn't get over the fact that he was harming an underage girl. Although Luoshui didn't care, she only cared about Yibin and nothing else mattered. Just as the two were hugging each other, Li Wang suddenly walked in. "Chief, I have already selected the 40 Special Forces members you asked me to select." Luoshui saw Li Wang coming in and quickly pushed Yibin away. He looked at Li Wang with a pair of angry peach blossom eyes. Li Wang also scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed foolishly. Luoshui said to Yibin, "I will come back to study tomorrow." Yibin smiled and then tidied Luoshui's hair. Luoshui's face turned red with embarrassment, and then she walked out of Yibin's room. Yibin said, "Li Wang, take me to see the Special Forces members you have selected." Soon the two arrived at the training ground, where more than 40 tall and strong soldiers stood. Yibin was very satisfied. Yibin led everyone to the armory and began distributing weapons to them. 40 compound bows, 40 sets of iron armor, iron shoes, iron helmets, and iron swords. After everyone received their equipment, Yibin said loudly, "From now on, you can only be loyal to me. Just follow my instructions. If anyone is unwilling, you can quit now." Everyone shouted, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Listening to the neat voice, it was obvious that Li Wang had received some group training before. Yibin was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. "I equipped you with the best weapons and armor in the tribe. From today on, you'll be the most courageous warriors in the tribe. The compound bows in your hands are equipped with iron arrows. They're the most lethal arrows in the tribe. The armor you wear is the strongest defense in the tribe. And the iron knife in your hand is also the sharpest knife in the tribe. You can cut open any animal or human body, so you must protect your equipment. If you lose it, you will be kicked out of the tribe." Everyone held the equipment in their hands tightly, fearing that it would be snatched away in the next second. "Starting tomorrow, Li Wang will lead you in training. Your daily training items include running 10 laps around the city wall, 1 hour of archery, and 1 hour of close combat with wooden swords. You don't have to train with the ordinary team members. The training ground is just outside the city." Chapter 45 Special Operations Team. Li Wang was previously the #1 warrior of the Deer tribe, and he had his own way of training warriors. Since Yibin appointed Li Wang as his personal bodyguard, he naturally trusts Li Wang. Ever since Yibin gave Li Wang a pair of hammers, Li Wang decided to follow Yibin for the rest of his life. Yibin's Special Operations Team can be said to have confidence even if he challenges 500 people face to face. In addition to iron and bronze weapons, there are weapons in this world. It was impossible to break through the armored defense. The soldiers had a compound bow for long-range combat, which was equivalent to a pistol. 40 people fired 7 times in a row. It's terrifying to think about it. That is to say, within 7 seconds, these 40 people can shoot 280 iron arrows, even if they encounter a large tribe. Yibin will have the confidence. They were even less afraid of close combat, as the enemy's stone spears would pierce the iron armor and break on the spot, posing no threat to the Special Operations Team at all. In close combat, every time the iron knives in the hands of the Special Operations Team strike, the enemy is either seriously injured or killed directly, if these equipment are measured according to the value of primitive society. It's like the Special Forces on Earth. Each of them has a sniper rifle and a Viper rocket launcher. They are wearing interceptor bulletproof vests. So awesome. Yibin called 5 more team leaders and gave each of them a set of equipment. It can be said that Yibin used all the resources of the tribe to equip these 45 people. Old Man Xiong also made him a piece of fish scale armor. Yibin didn't have the chance to travel through time in his previous life on Earth, but he didn't expect to travel through time to primitive society. Instead, his dream came true. Soon everyone in the tribe knew that the chief had formed a very powerful Special Operations Team. When the team members saw the equipment of the Special Operations Team, they drooled all over the floor. They were all envious. If they said they were not envious, they would be lying. After the equipment was distributed, Yibin asked Li Wang to take them to the training ground. The 5 team leaders looked at their equipment and couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. In the entire tribe, except for the leader's special forces team, only the 5 captains each have a set. Everyone in the tribe was envious. Yibin also wanted to consolidate his position in the future when there were more people in the tribe. Everyone has such equipment, if the subordinates have rebellious intentions. He doesn't even know how Yibin died. There's still few people in the tribe, and everyone's thoughts are simple. In the future, when there are more people in the tribe, if someone wants to rebel against Yibin, that person will have to consider whether he has the strength to defeat Yibin's special operations team. The special forces are invulnerable to weapons. How can you fight them? They also have a compound bow with burst fire. Their equipment is already overwhelming you. Just like the Earth today, why don't the common people resist when they are wronged? Because there are no weapons. Technology must be mastered in our own hands. Only in this way can the tribe develop stably and move towards the civilized era under his leadership. Under Yi Bin's management, the tribe entered a period of rapid development. Xian came several times and exchanged a lot of black salt stones with Yi Bin. He also exchanged 40 camels, plus the previous 15. Now the Huaxia tribe has 55 camels, and Yi Bin equipped all these camels to the special operations team. Li Wang was naturally very happy, and Yi Bin gave each of the 5 team leaders a camel, including himself. The tribe used 46 camels in total. The remaining 9 camels were left to carry things for the tribe. This winter, all the team members have made great progress, especially Yi Bin's special operations team, whose usual training tasks are twice that of ordinary team members. Yi Bin also assigned camels to the special operations team, which was also his first cavalry. Soon the winter was over, and the snow on the ground began to melt. The temperature also began to rise, and Yi Bin asked the slaves to reclaim a lot of wasteland. Yi Bin left a 5-meter wide road in front of the city. Both sides were dug into farmland. Yi Bin led his troops. I planted pumpkin, pepper, ginger, and sweet potato, and the seeds that Xian brought with him several times later. None of them were useful, but Yi Bin still gave Xian 2 clay pots as a thank you. After a few days of sowing, pumpkins were planted on 10 mu of land, peppers and ginger were planted on 15 mu of land, and sweet potatoes were planted on about 40 mu of land. The fish caught in Luoshui every day are too many to eat, so they're put into the moat for breeding. Now, there are almost 2,000 fish in the moat. In one winter, the goats alone gave birth to more than 50 lambs. There are now more than 300 rabbits, which reproduce the fastest. There are more than 150 wild boars now, and the 3 calves have grown a lot. Yu is a very competent captain, and he manages the ranch in an orderly manner. The last thing the tribe lacked was food, and the team members could hunt a lot of animals every day. During the hunt, Yi Bin's special operations team even killed a big black bear. That black bear weighed at least 4,000 kilograms, bigger than the one Yi Bin hunted. The children in the tribe can basically do addition and subtraction within 100. They also know a lot of Chinese characters, thanks to Yi Bin. Every night, I teach Luoshui and Yu to study. Now, they both know addition and subtraction within 500. They have also learned more than 500 words. The tribe was now in peace. Suddenly, more than 50 warriors came towards the Huaxia tribe that afternoon. The leader was a girl, and the warrior Yi Bin next to her knew her name as Gu Li. The girl at the head was Qing Wan, and she was followed by more than 50 warriors. Each of them rode a green ox, and the girl sat on an iron-backed earth dragon. The iron-backed earth dragon is 4 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. It looks like a ferocious giant. Qing Wan sits on it like a little girl. The team walked towards the Huaxia tribe, and when Qing Wan saw the scene in front of him, he wondered if he had come to the wrong place, because it was not like this the last time he came. Now, the front of the city has become a field, leaving only a 5-meter wide road in and out. If Qing Wan hadn't seen the city in front, I really thought I came to the wrong place. When Qing Wan walked not far from the city gate, I saw a river blocking the way into the city. Qing Wan remembered that there was definitely no such river the last time she came here. Could it be that she remembered it wrong? She immediately shook her head. The courtesan had already noticed that there was a large group of people coming ahead. Moreover, everyone was riding a mount, so the courtesan immediately blew the ram's horn. Yi Bin led the special operations team to the top of the city wall. At first glance, isn't that Qing Wan? Has the trouble in the Nizi tribe been solved? Otherwise, who would have the time to come here? Qing Wan looked at Yi Bin and said, Chief Yi, we are here to give you salt stone. Salt stone was the universal currency in primitive society. Anything can be exchanged for salt stone. Yi Bin ordered the courtesan to lower the drawbridge and open the city gate. Everyone in the Firebird tribe was stunned, even though they came from Super Tribe. But they had never seen such a suspension bridge before, and everything here was very new to them. Qing Wan said, "All of you stay where you are and follow me in." The warriors of the Firebird tribe wanted to say something, but were stopped by Qing Wan. Then she and Guli strode forward, and soon she arrived in the city. Yi Bin looked at her with a smile. "Princess Qing Wan, how come you have time to come to my place?" Qing Wan was annoyed and rolled her eyes at Yi Bin. Chapter 46. Death of the Firebird Tribe. As soon as Qing Wan entered the city, she saw Yi Bin's special operations team. Among them was a big man, holding a pair of hammers in his hands, looking very impressive. Even Gu Li kept staring at Li Wang, and the aura emanating from Li Wang made him feel the danger. This was probably the tacit understanding between the strong. Qing Wan asked Yi Bin, "Your team is very special. Why are everyone wearing strange clothes?" Yi Bin smiled and said they were wearing iron armor. Qing Wan asked curiously, "Leader Yi Bin, what is armor?" Yi Bin said that armor is a kind of defensive equipment. When people wear it, they can resist attacks from any weapon. Gu Li was shocked. Is there such equipment in the world? If they, the Firebird tribe, have such equipment, then the Taotai alliance is nothing. Some time ago, the Firebird tribe summoned 5 subordinate tribes to fight against the Taotai alliance, and both sides suffered heavy losses. One of the Firebird tribe's subordinate tribes was almost wiped out. That time, more than 4,000 people from the Firebird tribe died in the battle. The Taotai alliance also suffered heavy losses, and according to the on-site analysis, more than 5,000 people from the Taotai alliance died, and the warriors of the Firebird tribe were particularly brave in combat. The Taotai alliance is made up of more than a dozen large tribes, and everyone has ulterior motives. On the battlefield, everyone wanted to preserve their strength, so the Firebird tribe took advantage of them. Qing Wan asked, "Can you exchange this armor with us?" Yi Bin said, "Princess Qing Wan is very sorry. Our tribe only has 46 sets of these armors. The production of armors is extremely complicated and requires a large amount of iron and stone. Our tribe doesn't even have a piece of iron left. Otherwise, I would have equipped all the warriors in the tribe with iron armor." Qing Wan saw that there were indeed only more than 40 people in Yi Bin's tribe wearing such iron armor. So he believed Yi Bin. In fact, as long as Yi Bin wanted to do it, he could go to the stone tribe again and bring back a lot of iron ore. But Yi Bin didn't want to make so many equipments. If everyone is on guard like this, with just a few people in his tribe, they will be wiped out by the other big tribe in a matter of minutes, and they won't even have time to cry by then. Qing Wan was a little disappointed that she didn't get the armor. She asked Yi Bin again, "How come there was a river in front of your city wall?" Primitive people are very afraid of water because they can't swim. If they fall into the water, they will almost drown. Yi Bin smiled and said that this is called a moat and is used to protect the city. Qing Wan also didn't know what kind of protection Yi Bin was talking about. If she had seen the scene of the wolf tribe attacking the Huaxia tribe before, she would know how powerful the moat is. At that time, the wolf tribe didn't even touch the wall of the Huaxia tribe, and more than 700 people died. At that time, the Huaxia tribe didn't have the equipment it has now. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to see the moat. Gu Li was very curious when he saw Li Wang's big hammer, which is a kind of hammer he had never seen before. Gu Li came to Li Wang and said, "Can you show me your weapon?" Li Wang said no without even thinking about it. Yi Bin was both amused and speechless when he saw this. It turns out that Li Wang has such a lovely side. Gu Li's face suddenly turned dark, and Qing Wan was also very embarrassed at this time. Are all the people in this Huaxia tribe so stingy? Yi Bin immediately walked to Li Wang's side and whispered something in Li Wang's ear. Li Wang immediately agreed and gave the hammer to Gu Li. Gu Li took the hammer and smashed it directly to the ground. Qing Wan looked at Gu Li in disbelief because she knew how strong Gu Li was. Could it be that the pair of hammers were really that heavy? Gu Li picked up the hammers again. His hands began to tremble slightly, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Gu Li couldn't imagine that these iron hammers could be used as weapons. If they hit a person, they would be smashed into pulp. Gu Li used all his strength to lift the hammer. The veins on Gu Li's face were bulging, and his expression was very scary. Then he put the hammer down hard on the ground, and immediately a hole was made on the ground. The hammer made a crisp sound. A huge wave of emotion rose in Qing Wan's heart. Are all the weapons of this Chinese tribe so powerful? Qing Wan asked Gu Li to bring the salt stone and 10 blue cattle to the city. Gu Li immediately went out and asked the soldiers to bring the blue cattle in. Yi Bin didn't expect Qing Wan to be so generous. Even in super tribes, there aren't many mounts like this. Qing Wan was able to give him 10 blue cows and 40 bags of saltstone. She really regarded Yi Bin as a friend, and Yi Bin was not stingy. Directly give 1 iron knife to Qing Wan and Guli. The iron knife is a weapon they have never seen before. Yi Bin asked Guli to try to chop a piece of wood. Guli immediately walked to a piece of wood and chopped it down with 1 knife, and the wood broke into 2 pieces. Looking again, the iron knife in his hand was intact. Guli's eyes lit up immediately. This was the first time he had seen such a sharp weapon. Qing Wan also stroked the iron knife in his hand and immediately put it in his arms like a treasure. If they, the Firebird tribe, had such a sharp weapon. Next time we go to war with the Taogwei Alliance, we can directly crush these people in the Taogwei Alliance. Yi Bin looked at Qing Wan, who was lost in thought. Princess Qing Wan, you seem to have something on your mind. Tell me, maybe I can help you. Qing Wan smiled and said, just call me Qing Wan. I do have something to ask you. Why are the mud bricks we make so easy to break? Yi Bin asked Qing Wan how it was made. After understanding the situation, Yi Bin said, you need to add hay to the mud, and then you need a brick mold. Otherwise, the mud bricks will be in different shapes and will break easily when exposed to the sun. Qing Wan said, can I call you Yi Bin? Yi Bin said, of course, we're already friends, and between friends, just call each other by our names. Qing Wan asked Yi Bin, what is this brick mold? Yi Bin said that the brick mold is a thing made of wood to hold bricks. Then put the mixed mud in a wooden basket and press it tightly. Then use a wooden board to scrape off the excess mud and pour out the bricks. Yi Bin told Qing Wan all this because he planned to make red bricks and then use them to build a huge city at the entrance of the valley. Now the tribe has camels and blue cattle, which can bring stones from far away to burn lime. With lime, cement can be made. The city built at that time will shock these primitive people. Now the tribe needs people and food. The tribe is completely different now. Only with capital can you make what you want. Yi Bin didn't care about these backward things at all. He could teach Qing Wan and make a good relationship for his tribe. Who knows, in the future, Yi Bin may be able to make use of the Firebird tribe. Chapter 47 Python Tribe. Yi Bin taught Qing Wan how to make mud bricks. Qing Wan's purpose of coming this time was to learn Yi Bin's secret method of making bricks. Now Yi Bin had told her, and they had even given them 2 iron knives. Qing Wan smiled brightly, and Yi Bin was stunned at that moment. Qing Wan found that Yi Bin had been staring at her, and her face immediately turned red. Then she turned around and walked towards Yi Bin's cafeteria. Qing Wan still remembered the food she had eaten last time. The taste was simply too delicious. Yi Bin noticed Qing Wan was walking towards the nearby cafeteria, so he followed her in. After that, everyone followed in, and Yi Bin asked Hong to cook a big pot of mutton. Now that the canteen had ginger, the mutton was even more delicious. The mutton I cooked before had a strong mutton smell, but since adding ginger, the smell has become much lighter. It tasted even more delicious, and soon Hong cooked 2 pots of mutton. Qing Wan picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started to put the meat in. Guli was the first to come over. So he looked at the bowl and chopsticks in front of him with a confused look on his face. When Li Wang saw Gu Li's rustic appearance, his face was immediately filled with contempt. Gu Li's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Li Wang with a pair of angry eyes. Seeing Gu Li's embarrassment, Yi Bin immediately helped him fill a bowl of mutton and handed it to him. Yi Bin also helped himself fill a bowl of mutton and started eating. Guli saw that everyone was eating meat with big mouthfuls, and he couldn't pick up the meat in the bowl with 2 wooden sticks. When Li Wang saw Gu Li's expression, he burst into laughter and said casually, "You are even more stupid than me." Everyone at the table laughed immediately, and Guli felt very embarrassed, so he directly inserted 2 wooden sticks into the meat. He put it in his mouth and started eating it in big mouthfuls. At this time, Li Wang also worked hard to eat. The food on the table was quickly eaten up, and Qing Wan and Guli were still touching their round bellies. Qing Wan burped at the same time and said, "Yi Bin, the food in your cafeteria is even better than before." Yi Bin said that ginger was added to the meat. Qing Wan asked what ginger was. Yi Bin said that ginger can remove the fishy smell and make the food more delicious. Qing Wan didn't understand what Yi Bin said. She only knew that the meat was more fragrant than before. It tasted better too. Suddenly, the courtesan came to Yi Bin and said that Qing Wan's people were looking for her outside the city. When Qing Wan heard this, she knew something had happened. Yi Bin said, "Let's go and take a look." Then Qing Wan took Gu Li and walked out of the city gate. Yi Bin followed with the special operations team. A warrior from the Firebird tribe quickly came to Qingwan and said, "Princess Qingwan, we just received the news. The snake tiger from the Python tribe led more than 500 people to attack our salt delivery team." Qingwan came this time to learn something from Yi Bin. The second reason was to send salt to their subordinate tribes. Qingwan brought 50 people to Yi Bin, and the remaining 200 people went to the Fanio tribe. The Flying Bird tribe is a subordinate tribe of the Firebird tribe, and Qingwan's father just happened to need to replenish a batch of stone spears. This task was given to the Fanio tribe. Qingwan came this time. Her father asked her to deliver some salt stone to the Fanio tribe. "By the way, I took all the stone spears back to the tribe, but I didn't want to send them to the salt team. But they were still discovered by the Python tribe." Yi Bin asked if the Python tribe was very powerful. Qingwan said that the Python tribe ranked 9th in the Taotai Alliance. The entire tribe had about 3,000 people, and their methods were extremely cruel. They would chop up captured enemies with stone axes and feed them to the snakes. When Yi Bin heard this, he was amazed at how cruel this Python tribe was. "I suddenly felt extremely disgusted with the Python tribe." Qingwan said, "Yi Bin, I'm going to meet up with my people. I'll come to see you when I have time." Yi Bin said, "They have more than 500 people, and you only have more than 200. Aren't you going to die?" Qingwan said, "I can't abandon my people. Even if I have to die, I want to die with my people." Seeing Qingwan was so loyal and righteous, Yi Bin decided to bring the special operations team to help. Yi Bin said, "I will go with you." Then he immediately told Li Wang to let the special operations team take their equipment and set off immediately. Qingwan saw that Yi Bin cared about her so much. Her eyes suddenly became dazed when she looked at Yi Bin. Yi Bin didn't notice the girl's change and walked to Qingwan and said, "Let's go." Qingwan finally reacted. Then he said to the soldier, "Lead the way ahead." The soldier agreed and immediately started to lead the way. Qingwan rode on iron-backed Earth Dragon, and the other 50 warriors rode on blue bulls. Yi Bin and his 40-odd men all rode on camels. Although the blue oxen and camels were not very fast, they had great endurance. After walking for half a day, Qingwan saw hundreds of people sitting on the ground in front of him. The clothes they wore were the same as Qingwan's, and it was obvious that they were from the Firebird tribe. When those people saw Qingwan appear, they immediately came over. A lean warrior came out and came to Qingwan and said, "Princess Qingwan, our salt stones have been taken away by the Python tribe." They were now building a shack at the foot of the mountain because that was the only way Qingwan could take to return. Yi Bin said, "If you rob something and don't leave, you really are not afraid of death." The soldier then noticed Yi Bin, and Qingwan said, "This is my friend named Yi Bin. You can call him Chief Yi Bin." Qingwan asked, "How many of us died?" The soldier said, "Only a dozen. There were too many people in the Python tribe at that time. We fled first, and Shihu led his men to chase us immediately. During the escape, more than a dozen of our tribesmen died. Finally, we all fled to the mountains. Only then did we escape the pursuit of the snake and tiger." "Princess Qingwan, what should we do now?" Qingwan was thinking, and Yi Bin suddenly asked, "Qingwan, do you believe me?" Qingwan said, "Of course I believe you. Then take me to find the snake tiger." Qingwan said, "They have more than 500 people, and we only have more than 200 people. How can we beat them?" Yi Bin said, "Only 500 people." Everyone looked at Yi Bin in surprise. They thought, "Just 40 of you? Beating up 500 people, isn't that courting death?" Qingwan said, "Yi Bin, you need to think it over carefully. This is not a joke." Yi Bin said, "Do you think I am joking?" Looking at Yi Bin's determined eyes, Qingwan decided to believe Yi Bin. Since Yi Bin established the special operations team, he has never called them out for training. This Python tribe is too cruel, so Yi Bin decided to use them as a training ground. Everyone saw from afar that there were about 100 shacks at the foot of the mountain. The people of the Python tribe were decomposing the bodies of the Firebird tribe warriors. Each of them had a small black snake wrapped around their body. The Python tribe took the decomposed pieces of corpse meat and fed them to the small black snakes. When Qingwan saw this scene, he immediately rushed down to kill these beasts. Yi Bin was also extremely angry at this time, but he wanted to wait until dark. Dark and windy nights are the best time to kill and set fire. Night is the best time to act. Qingwan couldn't understand Yi Bin's approach. He could just fight him straight away. Why wait until dark? The primitive people's idea is if they don't like you, they just do it. There's no need to go around in circles. If they could use their brains, they wouldn't be primitive people. Yi Bin explained that night is when they are most relaxed. Then we will charge forward and catch them off guard. Chapter 48. Defeat the Python Tribe. When Qingluan was fighting in the past, no one would come up with so many tricks. At most, they would ambush the enemy on the road in advance. When you see the enemy coming, just rush forward and win by numbers. How could he be like Yi Bin, who would wait until dark to fight a battle? Yi Bin saw Qingluan's displeasure and said, "If you go down now, you will die. Can you 200 people beat 500 people?" Yi Bin said that you need to use your brain more when fighting. Qingluan was very unhappy and didn't even look at Yi Bin. In their tribe, men must be brave and fearless. Otherwise, the people in the tribe will look down on you. Seeing Qingluan like this, Yi Bin's oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and small mouth all curled up. Seeing this, Yi Bin wanted to hug her and kiss her. If Yi Bin really dared to kiss her, Guli would beat him to death. Qingluan is the little princess of the tribe. Soon it was getting dark, and the Python tribe was roasting food over a campfire. Yi Bin said everyone should get ready, and everyone immediately took up their weapons. At this time, Li Wang followed Yi Bin closely, and Yi Bin thought that Li Wang was indeed a qualified bodyguard. Just as the Python tribe began to eat meat, Yi Bin led his special operations team and secretly came to a place not far from the Python tribe. Qingluan and the others wanted to follow, but Yi Bin stopped them. Yi Bin said, "Wait until I call you, then you can rush out." Just when the Python tribe was enjoying their meal, suddenly a dense swarm of arrows flew from the sky. Many of the Python tribe's warriors were still unable to react. The iron arrow had already pierced through his body. Blood sprayed on their food. Yi Bin and his team finished shooting the first round of arrows. He immediately started loading the second round of iron arrows, and soon everyone's continuous fire compound bows were loaded. At this time, Qingluan and others were stunned. Is this a war? This is simply a one-sided massacre. The Python tribe has no other defense except for animal skin clothes. How could animal skins possibly resist iron arrows? It would be almost impossible to survive if hit by an iron arrow. Yi Bin's special operations team rushed directly into the camp of the Python tribe. They shot anyone they saw with the help of the compound bow and the burst bow. The camp was immediately dyed red with blood, and the warriors of the Python tribe rushed towards the special operations team one by one. They wanted to use their numbers to crush the enemy and launch a group attack. Yi Bin fired more than 290 arrows in the first round of arrow rain. The compound bow has a fast and accurate shooting speed and can fire 7 arrows in 7 seconds. Before the Python tribe could react, nearly 200 people had died. After the second round of shooting, the Special Forces team rushed directly into the crowd. More than 40 people took turns shooting, forming a firepower network. The warriors of the Python tribe could not rush over. Just like fighting zombies, the teammate in front opens fire to hold the team. When there are no more bullets, the teammate behind will make up for it. Can the zombies move forward? This is how Yi Bin's special operations team worked. The team members took turns shooting. Soon, the bodies in front of the special operations team were piled up into a mountain. Shihu finally realized that it was useless to have more people. People were standing at the entrance of the camp, and only about 10 people could pass through at a time. No matter how many people rush forward, they will only end up dying. Soon, there were only about 80 people left around Shihu. Shihu knew that if he didn't run away, he would die here today. Shihu no longer hesitated and turned to run up the mountain. Yi Bin and his men were so excited about killing that they didn't pay any attention to Shihu. Soon, the blood dyed the soles of the Special Forces' feet red. The bodies of the warriors of the Python tribe could be piled up into a small mountain. It was also the first time for Yi Bin to kill so many people. It felt like killing zombies in a game. They just rushed forward, and Yi Bin and his men just shot. After killing so many people, they are all numb. The Special Forces team only draws the bow and shoots, and then loads the arrows. These are the courses they usually train. Everyone felt like they were in a pile of dead bodies. From the initial excitement to the numbness now, everyone couldn't calm down for a long time, and some people even had nightmares at night. Shihu suffered major disadvantages due to the opponent's weapons, one of which was that they were not familiar with Yi Bin and his team's continuous compound bows. The second is that they have no protection against bows and arrows. If they had shields, Yi Bin and his men would be beaten into pulp by Python and his men if they rushed into the camp. Even if they had armor, it would be useless. More than 500 people, each holding a stone, could smash Yi Bin's special operations team to death. The third is that they did not make timely tactical adjustments. If Yi Bin and his men rushed into the camp, Shihu would order them to flee in all directions. It's estimated that Yi Bin and his gang cannot be killed even if there are more than 100 people. The main thing is that I suffered a loss because of my lack of knowledge. If it was a fierce dog, Yi Bin wouldn't even be able to see their shadows. Not to mention how many people were killed. After this lesson, Shihu will remember it next time, and Yi Bin counted the number of people. 460 people from the Python tribe died, and more than 40 escaped. Qing Wan watched the snake tiger from the Python tribe escape, and immediately led people to rush out, but it was still a step too late. Snake and Tiger led them into the forest, hoping to find them in the forest at night. What a wild idea. Qing Wan and his tribesmen saw corpses all over the ground. The blood dyed the ground red. They had never seen anything like it before. 40 people killed 460 people, and more than 40 people escaped. They had all been on the battlefield before, and they had never seen such a great victory as today in their lives. Today, Yi Bin really opened their eyes. Qing Wan then looked at Yi Bin seriously. She had really underestimated this man before. Qing Wan finally understood what it meant to be crushed by weapons. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many people there were, they would only die. Yi Bin ordered the team to retrieve the iron arrows from the corpses. Otherwise, if this happened a few more times, the tribe would only have bows, but no arrows left. Iron arrows are scarce nowadays, and Yi Bin plans to go to the stone tribe again in the near future. Therefore, he tries to recycle every iron arrowhead. Qing Wan came to Yi Bin, and she was finding it increasingly difficult to understand Yi Bin. Before, she thought that China's armor was the best thing in the tribe. It was not until just now, when Yi Bin led the special operations team to kill the Python tribe, that she understood. It turns out that the rapid-fire compound bows in Yi Bin's team's hands are the most powerful weapons of the tribe. If the Firebird tribe had such weapons, who would be their opponent? On the way back, Qing Wan kept asking Yi Bin if he could join their tribe. As long as he joined their tribe, Yi Bin's status would be the same as hers. Yi Bin would certainly not agree to Qing Wan's request. He wanted to build his own civilized kingdom. How could he go to someone else's tribe to be the deputy leader? If that happens, he will be controlled by others no matter what he does in the future. With Yi Bin's personality, how could he bear to be someone else's younger brother? Qing Wan said it countless times along the way, but Yi Bin just didn't agree. Guli also hoped very much that Yi Bin could join their Firebird tribe. That way, their tribe would have endless iron tools. Ever since Guli received the iron knife from Yi Bin, he kept it in his arms like a treasure, fearing that it would fall if he wasn't paying attention. Chapter 49. Revenge of the Fierce Dog. Qing Wan saw that she couldn't persuade Yi Bin. Although she was very disappointed, she still wanted to have a good relationship with Yi Bin. Every time she came to Yi Bin, she could learn a lot. Yi Bin was also generous this time, and gave all the spoils of the Python tribe to Qing Wan. There were more than 460 stone spears in total. Although Qing Wan failed to win over Yi Bin, she suddenly gained so many stone spears. Still very happy in her heart, Qing Wan asked Yi Bin if he had a partner. Yi Bin said that he had not yet, and Qing Wan smiled and walked in front of the tribe members and said, Yi Bin, I will come and see you next time. I'm going back to the tribe now, and I will tell my father what happened today. Let father make arrangements early, Qing Wan said, leaving a sentence. Yi Bin, remember to think of me. Guli looked at Qing Wan in surprise. What happened to the little princess today? In a tribe, he had never seen Qing Wan talk to that man like this. Yi Bin kept looking at the direction where Qing Wan and the others left. When they were no longer visible, Li Wang said, Chief, where are we going next? Yi Bin came to his senses and said, let's go back to the tribe. Just as Yi Bin and his team were on their way back, more than 100 people suddenly rushed out of the mountains with stone spears in their hands. The leader of the group that attacked Yi Bin was none other than Lai Quan. After escaping last time, he went back to devour the wolf tribe. After taking over the wolf tribe, there were still 40 to 50 people in his own tribe. He also captured many men from the surrounding small tribes. Lai Quan had been staying near the Huaxia tribe for several days and saw Yi Bin and Qing Wan and his group leaving the city. The fierce dog was about to give up, but unexpectedly the woman left with more than 50 people. The fierce dog suddenly became excited again, the last time he attacked the Huaxia tribe. The main reason was that Yi Bin and his men were hiding in the city. Lai Quan's original plan was to kill every group that came out of the Huaxia tribe. Unexpectedly, the little brat leader came out by himself. This made the fierce dog happy, as if he had eaten honey shit. He had been thinking about the sheep of the Huaxia tribe for a long time. As long as Ibin was killed, he would surround the city every day. As long as the people of the Huaxia tribe dare to come out, he will lead people to kill them. By then, this city will also belong to him. I saw more than 100 people rushing towards the special operations team with shields in hand. Ibin immediately gave the order, and the special operations team launched an attack on the enemy. The team of more than 40 people rode on camels and rushed forward quickly. Li Wang took the lead and smashed down with a hammer. Instantly, several people fell to the ground and blood splattered. All members of the special warfare team drew out their iron swords and charged at the crowd. Lai Quan and his warriors fought directly with stone spears. The iron knife cut through the body of the wild dog tribe warrior, instantly separating the skin and flesh. Soon the blood dyed the entire ground red. Li Wang was like a tireless killing machine. Everywhere he passed, there was only meat paste. King Li opened his hammer left and right, and every time the hammer fell, several people died. Liu Chuan's legs went weak with fear when he saw Li Wang being so brave. The special operations team was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, and no one could stop them. Soon, 50 or 60 people from the wild dog tribe had fallen. On the other hand, not a single soldier from Yi Bin's tribe was injured. The armor on their bodies was like iron plates. It tightly protected the soldiers' bodies. The special operations team became more and more courageous and rushed directly towards the fierce dogs. Lai Quan saw the soldiers around him falling one after another. He immediately turned around and ran away. Even saw Lai Quan running away. He just pulled the bow and released the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 iron arrows shot out immediately. Lai Quan saw Yibin shooting arrows at him. He just grabbed someone next to him and blocked him. The iron arrow pierced the man's body directly, and a mouthful of blood spit out on Lai Dog's face. Lai Dog had no time to wipe it off and left the injured warrior behind and turned to walk towards the woods. Yibin shot several arrows in succession, all of which hit the big tree. The warriors of the wild dog tribe were so scared when they saw the fierce dog running away again that they dropped their weapons. Li Wang wanted to attack, but was stopped by Yibin. The warriors of the wild dog tribe all huddled together. Yibin ordered them to be tied up and taken back to the tribe to build the city. This fierce dog tried to kill me again and again. Yibin planned to go to the wolf tribe when he had time. Clean them all up, or else you will be attacked by a fierce dog when you go out one day. You won't even have a place to cry. Li Wang said that the leader had captured more than 80 people, so just kill them. It would be a waste of food to keep them. Suddenly, a man stood up and said, "My dear chief, we were also captured by the fierce dog. He burned our tribe and captured all the men and women to his tribe. If we don't want to listen to him, he will kill the women and children of our tribe. We have no choice but to ask the chief to let us go." Yibin would not let them go just like that. Yibin said you were all caught by fierce dogs. Everyone nodded and said yes. Some people even said that all the people in our tribe were killed by fierce dogs. Now, there are only about 10 of us left. Yibin then realized that these people were composed of more than a dozen tribes. Their tribes were all destroyed by the fierce dogs. Yibin said, "I will give you a chance to take revenge. That is to join our Huaxia tribe, if you are willing. I will personally lead people to help you get revenge." Those people said they were willing to join Yi Bin's Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin ordered Li Wang to take them back first. After returning, he selected some honest people to join the combat team. The next thing Yi Bin had to do was to expand the number of tribe members. Only when there are more people can the tribe become stronger. After coming into contact with Qingwan these 2 days, he was hit hard. Any of their subordinate tribes has hundreds or thousands of people. This time, they killed so many people from the Python tribe that Snake Tiger will never let Yi Bin and the others go. By the time that Snake Tiger gathers his men, there will probably be thousands of them when he comes back. At that time, I don't know if the Huaxia tribe can hold on. So Yi Bin now needs to quickly expand the population. The birth rate in the tribe is too slow, and this is the only way now. Just go to the nearby market, where there will usually be slave exchanges. Yi Bin doesn't know how much a slave needs to be exchanged. The source of slaves is generally large tribes. Yi Bin asked Li Wang if there was a market for exchanging things nearby. Li Wang said, "There's a market for exchanging things 2 days away from our tribe." The market was held by the Black Bear tribe once a month, and all the small tribes around would go there to exchange what they needed. Our leader took me there once before. He even said there was something there that could be exchanged. Li Wang said that the market usually sold furs, slaves, salt, rocks, and various livestock, stone tools, etc. Slaves were the most common, and some large tribes fought wars. Any tribe that was destroyed would be exchanged as slaves. Then they would be taken to the market to exchange for something, especially female slaves. After listening to Li Wang's words, Yi Bin had a rough idea in his mind. He decided to go to the market in the next few days to see if he could exchange some slaves. Chapter 50 Task Assignment. When everyone returned to the tribe, Yi Bin took the captured people to the training ground. After all, there were so many people, and Yi Bin didn't dare to trust all of them. Yi Bin asked them to come to their tribal totem and swear an oath. Primitive people believed in totem oaths very much. Yi Bin asked them to kneel down and worship the totem of the tribe first. Then they swore to join the Luoshui tribe in front of the totem. You must not betray the tribe for the rest of your life. If anyone breaks their oath, they will be put into a hide bag and thrown into the river to drown. Those who had just joined the tribe swore an oath under the totem that they would never betray the tribe in their lifetime. Ever since Yi Bin assigned the positions, there is no such position as witch in the tribe. In the Luoshui tribe, Yi Bin has the final say now. Yi Bin asked everyone to get up and then asked Hong to cook several large pots of food. To welcome these newcomers, the tribesmen gave them a warm welcome. Yi Bin looked around the city and saw that all the houses were full. Yi Bin returned to the room and called all the team leaders to come to the room for a meeting. Soon, all 5 team leaders arrived. Yi Bin also left a seat for Li Wang, and there were only 7 of them in the room. Yi Bin said that now all the rooms in the tribe are full. There are more than 230 men and more than 60 women in the tribe. There are more than 50 slaves and more than 20 children. Our tribe is seriously short of women right now. I plan to go to the market in a few days to exchange some women and slaves. Hei Nio said, Chief, our tribe has nowhere to live. After exchanging so many people, where should they live? Yi Bin said, this is the second thing I want to say. Bring all the men of the tribe and the slaves to the valley entrance tomorrow. The courtesan asked the leader, why go to the valley entrance? There are many carnivores there, and there are also large herds of beasts there. The valley entrance is too dangerous. Yi Bin said, I have seen this geographical location. There's a big river behind our tribe. There's only one exit ahead, and I call this place Hulu Valley. We build a new city at the entrance of the valley. When the time comes, we will build a gate at the entrance of the valley. All the animals inside will be our food. If the enemy attacks our Luoshui tribe, they must come in from the valley entrance. We can build a city there to effectively block the enemy's attack. Black Panther asked, when will we start building the new city? Yi Bin said we will start tomorrow and bring all the iron tools with us this time. Mu Zhan asked, Chief, are the slaves also given iron tools? Yi Bin said, 2 slaves share 1 iron tool. In this way, they will not pose any threat to us. Everyone nodded, and Hei Nio said, Chief, should we still build a mud brick wall? Yi Bin said, when I came back this time, I saw a coal mine in the mountain. Everyone looked at Yi Bin in confusion. Yi Bin said, coal mines are better than charcoal. It can be used to burn lime, and with lime we can make cement. There happened to be a river at the mouth of the valley where we could dig river sand. With lime and river sand, plus clay, we could make cement. Hei Qin asked the leader what cement was. Yi Bin said that cement was a better adhesive than mud. Hei Qin only heard mud, soil, and mixture. Anyway, he was even more confused. Yi Bin began to make arrangements. Hei Nio, take 20 slaves and 50 tribesmen with you tomorrow, and bring hammers to the mountain to knock down the stones. Then take 10 blue oxen and 20 camels to transport the stones to the valley entrance. Black Panther, you will take 10 slaves, 20 camels, and 50 tribesmen to the river to dig sand tomorrow. King Li, tomorrow you will take 20 slaves, 20 camels, and 40 tribesmen to dig coal in the mountain where we came back today. Mu Zhan, you will take 6 camels and 30 tribesmen to dig clay by the river tomorrow. Hei Qin, bring 40 tribesmen and 7 camels to the valley entrance tomorrow and follow my command. Hua Kuei, you will take 20 tribesmen with you tomorrow to patrol around the valley entrance. If you spot a large beast, blow the ram's horn immediately. All the women in the tribe went to the valley entrance to help and cook. Black Bull, go to Old Bear and ask them to make 100 bamboo baskets and 200 animal skin bags overnight. Hei Nio agreed, then stood up and walked towards Old Man Bear. Black Panther, go to Yanai and ask him to drive 500 sheep tomorrow and set out with us to the valley entrance. Black Panther agreed, then stood up and walked towards you. Everyone should go back and rest early. Today's meeting is over. Everyone started walking towards the door, ready to go back to their rooms to rest. The frogs croaking at night keep people awake. Yi Bin tossed and turned thinking about the city. The tribe was busy in the early morning. Except for Old Man Xiong and his men who stayed in the city, all the tribe members headed towards the valley entrance. We saw a lot of wolves along the way. The soldiers hunted more than 70 wild wolves in one noon, especially Yi Bin's special operations team. The compound bows were powerful and accurate. Almost all wolves that were seen were shot to death. Yi Bin asked everyone to take the bodies of the wild wolves with them. They would divide the bodies when they reached the valley entrance. Everyone was talking and laughing on the way. Soon it was afternoon, and we saw the valley entrance ahead. After walking for a while, we saw tens of thousands of animals grazing there. Yi Bin only took a glance and found 4 saber-toothed tigers hunting over there. If he went over now and killed the saber-toothed tigers, it would easily cause a riot among the beasts. The valley entrance was still far away from the beasts, so Yi Bin began to survey the terrain and soon drew the outline of a city on the ground. Everyone looked confused, not knowing what the leader had drawn on the ground. After Yi Bin finished drawing, he told everyone to act according to the plan discussed yesterday. Everyone should be careful and bring weapons. You cannot act alone. You must follow the main force. In order to avoid being attacked by wild animals, Hong quickly lit the fire and started making food. Yi Bin began to let his tribesmen dig the foundation. With shovels and hoes, the foundation could be dug quickly. The valley entrance was not far from the mountain, and soon Black Bull's team was rushing towards the valley entrance carrying stones. Each slave carried 2 large bags of stones, and 50 tribesmen carried full bamboo baskets. 20 camels were also loaded with stones. Each of the slaves carried more than 300 kilograms of stone and walked very slowly. Half an hour later, Hainyo and his men appeared in front of the valley entrance. Yi Bin found 20 women, asked them to step on the mud, and then started to make the kiln. Yi Bin provided technical guidance throughout the process, and the women worked very quickly. In a short while, they had made more than 10. Each kiln is more than 1 meter wide and 1 meter high. Yi Bin asked the women to open 4 ventilation holes under the newly built kiln. Soon the first batch of stones pulled by the Black Bull arrived. A total of 21,000 kilograms of stones were pulled. 20 slaves carried more than 6,000 kilograms of stones. 50 tribesmen carried more than 5,000 kilograms, and 20 camels pulled more than 10,000 kilograms. Yi Bin said to Hainyo, "It's still early, go and fetch a few more times." Hainyo agreed, and then immediately set off with the slaves and the tribesmen. Yi Bin called Haichin and asked him to arrange 10 people to take the tribe's 7 camels to the mountains to cut some wood. The remaining 30 tribesmen put the stones into the foundation together. With more people, things can be done faster. After a while, the Black Panther King Mu Zhan came to Yi. Li Wang brought more than 20,000 kilograms of coal, ore, and Black Panther brought more than 20,000 kilograms of river sand. Mu Zhan brought more than 9,000 kilograms of clay, and they asked Yi Bin where to put these things. Yi Bin randomly pointed to a spot on the ground and told them to just put it there. Chapter 51 New City. Yi Bin divided the areas for them and asked them to separate the coal, sand, stone, and clay and pour them together. Yi Bin thought that these things could be used for a while, so he asked them to help with the work. Li Wang was assigned by Yi Bin to dig yellow mud and then mix it with coal. The ratio of yellow mud to coal is 70% coal and 30% yellow mud. Then add water and stir directly, and then make briquettes by hand. Because the direct combustion effect of coal is not very good, it needs to be processed to achieve the best effect. With coal, we can burn lime. Yi Bin asked Mu Zhan, He Bao, and others to dig mud first. He also put the brick mold made by Old Man Xiong on the ground. Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong to make more than 50 of them. They dug mud and added water at the same time, stomping the mud into the shape Yi Bin needed. 10 more tribesmen were assigned to make red bricks, and time passed slowly. The sun is setting slowly. Darkness is coming soon. Hainyo and his team finally got back before the sun set. Yi Bin saw that it was more than 20,000 kilograms. Hainyo, they are really fast. At this time, Haichin also returned to the tribe. Haichin was there, directing the tribesmen to start unloading the wood. Yi Bin, seeing that all the tribesmen have arrived, the next step is to prepare for the night. Yi Bin called all the team leaders and asked them to lead the tribesmen to start building huts. The tribesmen were used to living in houses. Suddenly they were asked to live in shacks, and they were not used to it. After the tribe finished their dinner, the women skinned the wolves they had hunted during the day. The wolf meat was directly made into food, and the remaining wolf meat was hung up by the women. They will continue to eat it tomorrow. At night, 10 kills were fired at the same time. Coal was piled in the kills, and then stones were put on top, and then the fire started to burn. Tonight, Everyone will take turns to keep watch over the burning of lime. Even asked Mu Zhan to lead 30 people to keep watch. The valley entrance is particularly dangerous at night, especially the big black bears and saber-toothed tigers. Fortunately, there are many people in the tribe now, so no matter what danger occurs, we have enough strength to face it. Even made a red fire and lit 10 bonfires to prevent accidents at night. Animals are naturally afraid of fire. So many bonfires are enough to scare away many beasts. Even told several women to take turns burning lime at night. A ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Yi Bin's face. Yi Bin rubbed his face, got up with hazy eyes, and walked out of the shack. He watched the tribesmen walk out of the shack one by one. Yi Bin came to the brick-making area and saw bricks densely packed on the ground. After touching it with my hands, I felt that it was ready to be fired. I immediately began to arrange for the tribesmen to build a brick kiln and strive to fire all the red bricks today. The river channel is still the same as the old city. Dig a circle around the city. This time the city is very large. At least 700 houses must be built in the city. Each house is 4 meters wide and 5 meters long. 700 houses means 2,800 meters wide and 3,500 meters long. Of course, we also need to build other buildings in the city, such as roads, training grounds, etc. Therefore, the area occupied will be much larger than the budget, at least 4,500 meters wide and 4,500 meters long. In this way, the city is built. The tribesmen will live comfortably in it. Of course, in the early stage, you can only build 50 houses. Then dig the moat while building houses. 500 meters above the valley entrance, there's a very long river. At that time, we could just bring the water source here. Even planned to go to the market and exchange a few hundred slaves after the first batch of houses were built. By then, the speed of building the city wall must be much faster. The first batch of houses is mainly to provide everyone with a place to live. As for the city, other buildings will be built slowly later. Last night, the limestone was fired. With lime, cement can be made. The method of making cement is also simple. Mix lime with river sand and clay. Simple cement is ready. A few days passed in a flash, and everyone was sweating under the sun, working hard for their tribe. Yi Bin looked at the stones, river sand, clay, and coal in front of him, which were all pushed into small hills. During this period, more than 300,000 red bricks were produced. Normally, it takes several days to produce a furnace of red bricks. Because of the large number of people in the tribe, the work efficiency is quite fast. There are more than 300 people in the tribe, and some dig mud. Those who make coal, and those who make bricks. Each has his own division of labor. Yi Bin watched as the foundation was also poured with cement. He stepped on it and it was very solid. Everything is almost ready. Yi Bin decided to start building the house now. Yi Bin started by teaching the tribesmen how to mix cement. After the cement was ready, he began to put it in pottery basins and put it in front of the foundation of each house. Cement was shoveled on each red brick, and Yi Bin gave the tribesmen a rope to hang the stones. The house built in this way will not be crooked. Otherwise, who would dare to live in the house they built? Primitive people are not stupid. As long as someone is willing to teach them, they can learn very quickly. Hundreds of people worked together to build the frames of more than 50 houses in one day. Yi Bin also built a leader's room that was 10 meters wide and 10 meters long for himself to live in. Most importantly, the house is designed with 2 floors. Only in this way can the person with the most power in the tribe live in it. This also symbolizes the power of the leader. Yi Bin touched the wall and found that the house built with red bricks and cement was indeed comfortable. Yi Bin also built a sandbox in the center of the room on the first floor with red bricks and cement. Inside the sandbox, he made a model of a city with mud. The future development of the city will be built according to this sandbox model. The model contains densely packed houses, barracks, training grounds, pastures, and sewage systems. At this time, Hang Nyo came in and said that the framework of the first batch of houses of the chief had been built. But would the roof still be covered with straw mats like before? Yi Bin said, "Come on, I will help you make something new. I guarantee you haven't seen this before." Yi Bin made several C-shaped molds out of wood, then pressed the needed yellow mud into thin slices as thick as fingers. Put in the mold and press it with a round log. Then scrape off the excess mud with a rope. A mud tile is ready. Yi Bin began to explain to the tribesmen who made mud bricks. After a while, the few people had already learned it. Yi Bin said that the tiles must be placed in the sun to dry for a while before being fired in the kiln. In just a few hours, the tiles were ready. The tribesmen didn't understand what the leader was talking about. One by one, you look at me and I look at you. See if your companions understand. Yibin didn't want to explain to them. They would know it naturally when the time came. Yibin ordered Heichin to build each roof with wooden planks. Then, use red bricks and cement to fix the wooden board. When the tiles are ready tomorrow, I will teach you how to install them. Heichin, anyway, doesn't understand what Yibin said. Just do what Yibin said. Yibin likes such obedient people. Time soon came to night, and Yibin led the tribesmen to the front of the house and began to explain to them. The houses were all made of red bricks and cement. They were very strong. Everyone realized that red bricks and cement were much stronger than adobe bricks. This house is completely different from the one they lived in before. The previous house was made of mud bricks. Now the house is made of red bricks, which is strong and beautiful. The tribesmen were eager to move in immediately. Luoshui asked Yibin, "Why didn't the chief's houses have straw mats? What if it rains?" Yibin said with a smile, "I have already made the roof. The roof of the house can be covered tomorrow." Yibin also said that everyone in the tribe was here, so they just divided the house. Yibin said the biggest room is mine. Each of you team leaders can get a separate room. The remaining 10 people share one room, but married couples can share a room. In the future, the tribe will build more houses. By then, 2 people will form a family. In the future, tribes will consist of 1 man and 1 woman living together. So, we have to build more houses. A tribesman asked, "Chief, it's good for us to live together. Why do we have to live separately?" Yibin said that if everyone lived together, no one would know whose child a woman gave birth to. Even the children don't know who their father is. The relationship is too confusing. Babies born in this way can easily become deformed. The survival rate is also extremely low. Think about it yourself. Are the children born by men and women in a tribe almost all defective? Chapter 52 Market. Today's moat has been dug for more than 600 meters, which is pretty good. Yibin's main goal now is to build the city wall first. Now that the tribe has no shortage of cement, Yibin plans to use stones to build a city wall. This time, the city wall must be at least 6 meters high and 2 meters wide. Yibin planned to make this city the main city of the Luoshui tribe. He had even thought of a name for it, and it would be called Dragon City from now on. For gates were opened in the city to facilitate the people in the tribe to go out. The city built this time was different from the previous ones. The city was first built to protect the tribesmen and tribes. Building a city now is for the beginning of civilization in the future. Led this group of primitive people into the progress of the times. Yibin told Heino that the biggest task of the tribe every day was to transport stones, river sand, coal, and dig soil. Especially stones, the tribe now need a lot of stones to build the city wall. Heino said to the leader, "Now the small stones in the mountains have been picked up almost. Those big stones are very slow to collect." Yibin thought about it, and it was true. During this period of time, so many stones were brought back. The soldiers used hammers, and they were fine at hitting small stones, but they couldn't break big stones at all. Yibin thought about how the earth mined stones in the past life. Gunpowder, in fact, the production of gunpowder is also simple. 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Saltpeter can be found in places with a lot of animal feces. It can be extracted. Animal feces contain a lot of salt, which will cause the soil on the ground to have a strong alkalinity. Then dig out the animal feces in the nearby soil, soak them in a clay pot, and start filtering. After filtering, boil them repeatedly to get saltpeter crystals. Saltpeter crystallizes and then undergoes simple processing. You can get real saltpeter. Another way is to find a saltpeter mine. However, this sulfur is not easy to find. You need to go to the top of the volcano to find sulfur. Yibin came to this world. We had never seen a volcano, so gunpowder would have to wait until later. The only way was to use the dumbest method, which was to collect stones from all the nearby mountains. Finally, they could only smash it down slowly with a hammer. The wall built with stones and cement could not be blown up even with gunpowder. Today is the day when the tiles are ready. Yibin ordered the tribesmen to move the tiles to the front of each house. Heino had already brought people to build the roof with wooden planks. Now, they just had to put up the tiles. Yibin also made a dozen ladders out of wood. Yibin told the tribesmen to put 2 tiles upside down and 1 right side up. Just put them back and forth like this. After the tribesmen learned how to do it, they put tiles on more than a dozen houses at the same time. Because there were so many people, the roofs were quickly covered. There were 50 houses in total, built in 10 rows with 5 rooms in each row. Yibin said that from now on, the first batch of houses in Longshan will be a complete success. Everyone was shouting with joy, the women were dancing, and the men were excited and formed a big circle. They also started to dance. The primitive dance was very simple. One was to roar, and the other was to dance wildly. From a distance, there was still some sense of rhythm. Yibin did not join in their revelry. Luoshui walked to Yibin and held his hand. Yibin doted on Luoshui's little head. Luoshui's face turned red, although he was a primitive man. However, girls who have never experienced that will still be shy when being intimate with men. Seeing that everyone had almost had enough fun, Yibin said, "Let's start dividing the rooms now." There were more than 320 people in the tribe. The team leaders stood in front, and all the tribesmen were separated by gender. 10 people stood in a row. The slaves also stood in a row of 15 people. Since the last time, the tribe had iron tools. He helped the slaves make a pair of iron handcuffs and iron leg shackles for each of them. The slaves nowadays all wore handcuffs and leg irons. It was impossible to open these iron irons with the primitive methods of today. These slaves were all captured by the wolf tribe last time. They were all tall and strong, and the food in the wolf tribe was always very good. Since being captured by Yibin, these slaves have not changed much. Yibin always gives them meat to eat, but he just doesn't feed them enough. Soon the tribesmen stood in line, and Yibin said there were 5 rooms in the first row. Black Bull, Black Panther, Wood War, and Black Diligent King, each with a room. The second row, the head of Luoshui Wu, Hanhua Huakue, each person has a room. In the third row, Old Man Xiong, Zhulu, Xuanyu, and 3 other elders from the tribe shared a room. Everyone else had a room each. There are more than 300 people left in the 4th row, 5th row, 6th row, 7th row, 8th row, and 9th row. There was a room for every 10 people, and more than 50 slaves lived in the 10th row. 3 rooms were allocated to them, and the remaining 2 were used as temporary warehouses. As for Yibin, his room was next to the 1st and 2nd rows. It was a 2-story standalone building, the largest room in the tribe. The first batch of houses in the tribe has all been distributed. The second batch of houses in the tribe, with a target of 100 houses, will start construction in 3 days. By then, there will be a canteen, a meeting room, a health room, a production room, an armory, an iron-making room, and so on. Yibin will prepare some supplies for the market in the next few days to exchange some slaves, as the tribe cannot develop without population. Otherwise, Yibin would go and plunder the small tribe. But Yibin is the soul of the Earthlings. He would never do such a thing as plundering other people's tribes for no reason. Then we can only go to the market and exchange some slaves. In the past 2 days, Yibin asked Old Man Xiong to make 100 pottery pots and basins, 200 pottery bowls, and 100 small pottery jars for salt. He also asked Hong to extract 50 small cans of white salt and prepare 500 salted fish. Yibin had never been to the market before and didn't know what these things were. How many slaves could he get back? Yibin hadn't been here for a few days, and he was very satisfied with the wall built by the slaves, but the progress was a bit slow. The city wall has been built for more than 1,000 meters, and the moat has been dug for nearly 2,000 meters. It is still a long way from Yibin's goal. Today was the 3rd day, and the tribesmen had started to build the second batch of houses. After breakfast, Yibin and his team took Li Wang and the special operations team to prepare to go to the market. At this moment, Luoshui walked to Yibin. With a pair of beautiful eyes, she looked at Yibin reluctantly. Tears were faintly flowing in her eyes. Yibin walked over and hugged Luoshui into his arms. The sunrise was particularly beautiful in the morning. The 2 figures were tightly pressed together. At this time, no one who is blind dares to destroy this beautiful atmosphere. Yibin let go of Luoshui and said to Luoshui, "Wait for me to come back." Without looking back, he led Li Wang and the special operations team into the distance. The team members rode camels, walking at a moderate pace along the way. Yibin asked Li Wang if the road we were taking was right. Li Wang said, "We just had to follow the river." After walking for 2 or 3 days, you could see the market. Yibin also encountered 3 or 4 small tribes along the way. After asking around, I learned that they also went to the market to exchange things. The most lacking things for primitive people are food and women. Women are the most sought after in the market, no matter which tribe they are from. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one will exchange women from their own tribe. Brothers and sisters, if you like this new book, please leave a good comment and support for Beicheng. Thank you all. Chapter 53, Setting Up a Stall. After more than 2 days of traveling, the team finally saw a large market. More than 100 soldiers were guarding the entrance. It seemed that it was basically impossible to cause trouble here. There were more than 100 people guarding the gate. There were also soldiers patrolling back and forth inside the market. It seems that the Black Bear tribe is still very powerful. When Yi Bin and his friend arrived at the door, someone came over and asked Yi Bin if he needed to rent a stall. Yi Bin asked the man how to rent the stall. The big man said, 1 sheep for 1 day. How many days do you want to rent it for? Yi Bin said, we don't have sheep. Can we use other things instead? The big man asked Yi Bin, what did you bring? Yi Bin said, there are clay pots, clay basins, clay bowls, white salt, and salted fish. The big man said, I rent a clay pot for 1 day. How many days do you want to rent it for? Yi Bin said, let's go for 3 days. Yi Bin asked Li Wang to take out 3 clay pots. The big man took the pots and immediately took Yi Bin to their stall. Yi Bin came to the stall and took a look, feeling that this location was just average, neither good nor bad. The big man explained the rules of the market to Yi Bin. Then he left, and Yi Bin asked Li Wang to put all his things up there. There aren't many people in a market right now. Wait until everyone is there, and then put all the pottery, white salt, and salted fish in place. Yi Bin saw that there were not many people at the market, so he told Li Wang to stay here while he went to look around other stalls. Otherwise, if someone asked him how to exchange the pottery pot, Yi Bin would not know. So now that there were few people, he would go to other stalls to ask. After Yi Bin gave Li Wang instructions, he took 10 members of the special operations team and went to the market. Yi Bin walked past more than a dozen stalls, but didn't see any selling pottery. Could it be that these primitive people didn't know how to make pottery? How would Yi Bin know how pottery was made in these small tribes? Some tribes had never even seen it. The most common items on display at the market were stone spears, stone axes, and animal skins. There were also some slaves, but they were a bit old. Some larger tribes brought 40 or 50 goats, and even had things like straw sandals and bamboo baskets. Yi Bin looked down on them and led the team forward. Suddenly, he saw a stall with 8 blue cows tied inside. Those who can offer such mounts are usually large tribes. Otherwise, they would not offer more than 10 blue cows at a time for trading. Yi Bin strode towards the stall, and the stall owner saw someone coming. He smiled and asked, what do you want to exchange? Yi Bin asked, how did you exchange your blue cattle? The stall owner said, 20 goats for 1 cattle. Yi Bin thought it was acceptable. After all, blue cattle were very useful. Yi Bin asked, can it be a little less? The stall owner was immediately unhappy. He just happened to meet a poor guy. Primitive people don't have the concept of bargaining. The stall owner thought Yi Bin was just here to satisfy his craving for food. He said impatiently, are you going to change or not? If not, then go away and don't waste my time. Yi Bin was also unhappy. I just bargained for a price, but it seems like you and I have a deep hatred for each other. The stall owner looked at the people in strange clothes in front of him and said impatiently, why don't you change? Yi Bin said, we don't have any sheep. The stall owner was about to get angry, but Yi Bin said, we can exchange them with other things. When the stall owner heard that there were other things, his face immediately became much better. The stall owner asked, what do you have? Yi Bin said, we have pottery and white salt. Xinyu was embarrassed to say that people had exchanged cattle for things. This shows that the tribe has no shortage of food. After listening to him, the stall owner said, I need to discuss with our leader before I can reply to you. Yi Bin asked, where is your leader? The stall owner said, the leader is not here now. How about you wait here for a while? Yi Bin asked, how long will it take? The stall owner said that the chief was exchanging things somewhere else. You may have to wait until the afternoon. Yi Bin said, then let's come back in the afternoon. The stall owner said, okay, come early then. Yi Bin hummed and left with the 10 people. Yi Bin found that more and more people were coming to the market, and he didn't know how his stall was doing. After wandering around with a few people for a while, I still didn't see anything I liked. But now, there are more and more stalls selling slaves. Yi Bin saw a stall with more than 200 slaves tied up, most of them women, so he walked up to them and asked, how did you exchange slaves? A man with a face full of flesh came over. 10 salted fish each. The man stared at Yi Bin with a pair of sharp eyes. Looking at Yi Bin's age, could he be the son of the chief of that big tribe? Behind Yi Bin, there were more than a dozen warriors. He was wearing strange clothes, and he had never seen him in that tribe before. Yi Bin looked at this man with a face full of flesh and kept looking at him. Big tribes like these like to rob small tribes along the way, then drag the people to the market and exchange them as slaves. Yi Bin asked, will you still be here tomorrow? The man said, yes. Yi Bin said, I'll exchange the things on the stall first and then come to see you. The man said with a wicked smile, then you must come early tomorrow. Otherwise, the slaves will be exchanged. Yibin said, I will come early tomorrow morning. The man smiled coldly at Yibin's back. Yibin didn't know that he had been targeted. When Yibin returned to the stall, he found Li Wang arguing with someone. Yibin ran over quickly and asked Li Wang what happened. Li Wang said they wanted to exchange animal skins for our white salt. I said 100 animal skins for a can of white salt, but they said we were deliberately not giving them the salt. Then they started to yell and say that we were not sincere in exchanging things. I went up to them and slapped the leader. Yibin finally understood that the other party wanted to exchange white salt. Li Wang was afraid of being at a disadvantage, so he asked for a price that others could not afford. The two sides had a quarrel. In the end, Li Wang even beat the other leader. After Yibin understood the situation, he told the leader, we are willing to compensate you with 10 salted fish. When the leader heard that there were 10 salted fish, he was overjoyed. Yibin put the salted fish in front of the leader. The leader took the salted fish and strode out of the crowd. Yibin saw so many people surrounding his stall. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. He picked up his clay pot and began to introduce it to everyone. Yibin said, this is the food you 5 usually eat. Now, use our clay pot. It guarantees that the food cooked is fragrant and soft. The key is that the food for 5 people can feed 10 people after cooking. Everyone was immediately excited. This clay pot had such a magical function. Soon, several big men talked about how to exchange the clay pot. Chapter 54 Slave Exchange. Yibin had never made an exchange with anyone before, so he just said a random number, 1 clay pot for 5 sheep. When many people heard this, they immediately took a step back. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yibin wondered if my price was too high. At this time, a man came over with more than 20 tribesmen behind him. The man came to Yibin and said, I want 20 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt. Yibin said that 1 can of white salt could be exchanged for 20 sheep. The man thought it was acceptable. After all, he had never seen such pure white salt before. The man asked, can you count how many sheep there are? Yibin counted in his mind and then said to the man, the 20 clay pots you want are for 100 sheep, and the 10 jars of white salt are for 200 sheep, a total of 300 sheep. The man said a few words to the guard next to him, and the guard walked out of the crowd. The man said, my guard is going to pull the sheep. Yibin asked the man, which tribe are you from? The man said, we are from the Chihua tribe. My father is the leader of the Chihua tribe. After Yibin heard this, he knew that he was the young chief of the Red Fire tribe. No wonder he was so generous. It turned out that he had a powerful father. The man said, I have never seen anything from your tribe before. I don't know which tribe you are from. Yibin said, we are from the Huaxia tribe. The man hesitated for a few seconds and said, I haven't heard of any Huaxia tribe nearby. Yibin said, our tribe is a bit far from here. The man said, no wonder. I am familiar with the tribes around here. The man said, my name is Huajian. I will tell you if you encounter any trouble here in the future. You can come directly to the stall selling blue cattle and find me. Yibin said, is that blue cattle from your tribe? Huajian looked at Yibin in surprise and asked, how do you know that our stall sells green cattle? Yibin said, I went to the market this morning and happened to see a stall selling blue cattle. I went over to ask, and the stall owner said their leader was not there. Let me go over in the afternoon. So you are the leader of the stall owners? Huajian smiled and said, I am the leader of the stall owners. You don't have to wait until the afternoon. I'll exchange the blue ox with you when you come over. Huajian asked again, you haven't told me your name yet. Yibin smiled and said, my name is Yibin and I am the leader of the Huaxia tribe. Huajian was surprised. So young and already the leader? Soon, Huajian's guards came over with a group of goats. Yibin asked Li Wang to hand over the pottery pot and white salt to Huajian's guards. Yibin also gave Huajian 10 ceramic bowls and told him how to use them. Huajian was naturally very happy. Huajian and Yibin chatted with each other for a while, then walked out of the crowd with the clay pot and white salt they had exchanged. At this time, a few more big men came over and said, give me 10 clay pots and 5 cans of white salt. Someone else said, give me 15 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt. Yibin and his companions were so busy that they were dizzy. Soon, they had replaced almost all the things they had brought. Yibin counted the pottery pot, 5 pottery bowls, 20 white salts, and 10 cans. The pottery basin and salted fish were all gone. Yibin asked Li Wang to lock up all the sheep. Yibin was not in a hurry to sell the remaining things. Now that I have nearly 2,000 sheep, it's time to spend them. Yibin asked 10 members of the special operations team to look after the stalls, and he took Li Wang and 30 other members of the special operations team to look around the slave market. Soon Yi Bin arrived at the stall where slaves were sold before. The big man with a face full of flesh saw Yi Bin coming over with more than 30 people dressed in strange clothes. This time, the big man did not look down on Yi Bin, especially the Li Wang beside Yi Bin, who was simply a human titan. In his hands, Li Wang held a pair of hammers, looking extremely majestic. Yi Bin walked up to the big man and asked how many slaves he could exchange for sheep. The big man said that for a man, he could exchange for 10 salted fish, and for a woman, he could exchange for 2 sheep. Yi Bin asked why women were so expensive. The big man said that women could help the tribe give birth to children, and men were useless except for wasting food. In primitive society, many tribes were hungry. Where was the surplus food? Give it to the slaves. Only super tribes and large tribes would raise slaves to serve as cannon fodder in wars. Yi Bin was the only one in primitive society who bought slaves to do things. Yi Bin asked, "How many slaves do you have here? How many men and how many women?" The big man said, "I have more than 200 slaves here. There are more than 200 slaves in the tribe. If you want them all, I will send someone to the tribe now to bring all the slaves here." The big man didn't expect that this young boy would be so generous. He had originally thought of arresting Yi and the others after the market was over. Wait until the next market opens, and then take Yi Bin and the others out for exchange. The Han tribe was also a medium-sized tribe with more than 1,000 people. Every time, they would go to the market and capture people from small tribes for exchange. Originally, Yi Bin and his group were one of his targets this time. Unexpectedly, Yi Bin brought so many people with him this time, which disrupted all his plans. Yi Bin said, "I want all your slaves. Can I exchange 5 male slaves for 2 sheep?" The big man said, "Okay, we have 300 female slaves and 150 male slaves. Are you sure you want them all?" Yi Bin said he wanted all of them. "Can you count how many sheep there were?" The big man ordered a tribesman nearby, asked him to come back and bring all the slaves over. Then the big man was counting the small wooden sticks. Seeing him counting like this, Yi Bin wondered how long it would take to finish the task. So he said, "No need to count. There are 660 sheep in total." The big man put down the small wooden stick in his hand. His feeling told him that Yi Bin was right. So he said generously, since the brother said 660, then 660. Yi Bin asked 2 soldiers to go back and herd the sheep. Yi Bin looked at these slaves carefully again. They were all in their 20s, but they were all as skinny as monkeys. But it doesn't matter, I can just eat and gain weight when I get back. Soon, the big man's tribesmen came over with more than 200 slaves tied up. Not long after, 2 warriors from Yi Bin's side drove the sheep over. The 2 sides began to trade, and Yi Bin asked Li Wang and his men to take all the slaves back to their stalls. The big man was very excited when he saw so many sheep. Then he looked at Yi Bin and the others with cold eyes until they disappeared. Yi Bin asked Li Wang to take the slave back to the stall. He then went to Hua Jian's stall and saw Hua Jian cursing. Yi Bin walked over and asked with a smile, "Brother Hua Jian, what's wrong?" Hua Jian saw Yi Bin coming and burst into laughter and immediately hugged Yi Bin. Hua Jian said, "My tribesmen exchanged 15 sheep for a blue cow. This really pissed me off. Do you know how much it costs to catch a blue cow?" Chapter 55. War Bear Tribe. Yi Bin asked, "Brother Hua Jian, is it difficult to catch this blue bull?" Hua Jian said, "Blue bulls are generally herd animals. Every time, the tribe has to send out hundreds of people to catch 3 or 4 blue bulls. Do you think it is easy to catch blue bulls?" Yi Bin laughed awkwardly and asked, "Brother Hua Jian, how many Qingyo do you have?" Hua Jian heard what Yi Bin said and immediately asked, "Do you want all of them?" Yi Bin said, "Yes, I want them all." Hua Jian said, "We still have 50 blue cattle. Are you sure you want all of them?" Yi Bin pretended to hesitate. Then he said, "I want them all." Hua Jianma asked his people to bring all the blue cattle over. Yi Bin said, "Brother Hua Jian, can you lead Qingyo and come with me to our stall and then exchange it there?" Hua Jian said yes, and then immediately ordered the tribesmen to bring the blue cattle. Walking towards Yi Bin's stall, Li Wang watched the leader come back with so many blue cattle. He was immediately shocked. Where did the leader get the blue cattle? There are so many of them. Yi Bin came to Li Wang and said, "Go to the sheepfold and drive out 1,000 sheep and give them to Brother Hua Jian." Li Wang's heart was bleeding. The leader was such a spendthrift. The leader exchanged the newly acquired sheep before they could even warm up to the ground. Now there are only 140 sheep left in the sheepfold. Everyone is helpless when they see the leader's wasteful behavior. Yi Bin saw Hua Jian and the others off and came to the stall to take a look. He found that the white salt was gone, and he remembered that there were still 10 cans when he left. The team members saw the leader's doubts and said, "Just now, a few people came over and exchanged the white salt. 10 cans of white salt were exchanged for 200 goats. Yibin said, "So we still have more than 340 goats now." The team members said, "Yes, leader, what should we do now?" Yibin looked at the stall and found only 5 pots and 20 bowls left. There was nothing left to exchange. Yibin looked at the slave sitting on the ground and said, "From today on, you are the slaves of my Huaxia tribe. I know you were captured, but that doesn't matter anymore. I will give you 2 choices now. One is to join our tribe. The other is to follow us and return to the Huaxia tribe to continue being slaves. Of course, there are conditions for joining our tribe. The first condition is that those of you who have killed people stand up." Soon more than 30 people stood up. Yibin said, "You 30 people go back to the tribe and be slaves first. We will see how you perform later. Everyone else can choose to join our Huaxia tribe. Primitive people don't lie, and their world doesn't have so many twists and turns. These slaves didn't have enough food to eat in their previous tribe. They drank water and ate wild grass on the ground." Soon someone stood up and shouted, "I am willing to join your Huaxia tribe." The slaves were almost starving to death, and all they wanted now was how to survive. When death comes, someone suddenly gives you a light to live. Everyone will choose to live and throw away all tribal beliefs. Now these slaves are just thinking about how to survive. Yibin just gave them hope, just like a drowning person will hold on to the rope to survive. Yibin is now the rope, watching the slaves stand up and shout that they are willing to join the Huaxia tribe. Yibin ordered Li Wang to kill 8 sheep, light a fire, and cook meat so that everyone could have a full meal. For the slaves, nothing was more important than food. They hadn't eaten a bite of meat for a long time, and some of them didn't even have the strength to stand. After a while, the aroma of meat came out of the clay pot. The slaves stared at the clay pot intently, wishing they could hold the clay pot and eat it right away. Yibin asked everyone to line up. There were no extra ceramic bowls on the stall, so Yibin could only ask everyone to make 2 small wooden sticks on the spot. The slaves didn't understand what the point of making 2 small wooden sticks was. Yibin placed the remaining 20 pottery bowls in front of the 5 pottery pots. The slaves were asked to take turns drinking the soup, and the scene became very awkward. All the slaves gathered around the clay pot with small wooden sticks, not knowing what to do. Yibin asked the soldiers to teach the slaves how to use chopsticks. There were 450 pieces of chopped mutton in 5 clay pots. There was just 1 piece of meat for each person, and some slaves secretly wanted to take 2 pieces. As a result, they were seen by the warriors, who kicked them directly. They fell to the ground. When the slaves saw someone being beaten, they immediately became obedient. Yibin told them to find a leaf to wrap the meat and eat it. Although it is not very hygienic, I can't care about it now. Yibin saw them wolfing down their food, and he suddenly felt emotional, thinking back to when he first traveled through time. In the tribe, there was not even a piece of meat to eat. It felt like it was just yesterday. Li Wang saw Yibin standing there in a daze, so he walked over and said, "Chief, do we still want to stay in the market for a few more days?" Yibin came back to his senses, looked at Li Wang, and said, "Wait until they finish eating. We are about to go back to the tribe." And at this time, the man with a face full of flesh came over. He walked towards Yibin with a smile and said, "I am Man Xiong, the leader of the War Bear tribe. I heard that there's a shop selling pottery in the market, and that must be you." Yibin said, "Yes, we're the one that sells pottery. We still have 5 pottery pots. It's just that we just cooked meat and haven't had time to clean them." The barbarian bear said nonchalantly, "It's okay. We have to cook meat anyway. How do you exchange your clay pots?" Yibin had no good feelings towards the barbarian bear. So he said, "These are the best pottery pots in our tribe. 20 sheep for a pottery pot." Barbarian bear had heard before. "It looks like a clay pot. It doesn't need so many sheep. Obviously the boy is playing a trick on him," Man Xiong said with a smile. "Okay, then 20 sheep for one. How many clay pots do you have now?" Yibin said, "We still have 5 clay pots." Man Xiong said he wanted all of them, and then the tribesmen came and brought 100 sheep over. Soon the 2 of them finished the exchange. Before leaving, Man Xiong told Yibin that the road was not safe at night. After saying that, he left with a smile. Yibin certainly knew what Man Xiong meant. "You wait for me. See how I deal with you tonight." Yibin came to this world. After experiencing so many things, he was not scared. The slaves were full and were lying on the ground, rubbing their stomachs comfortably. Yibin looked over and saw a slave standing straight. Yibin originally wanted to say that these primitive people were useless, but he did not expect to see another primitive person who was different. Yibin called him over and asked, "What's your name? Why don't you lie down and rest like them after you're full?" The boy was not very old, about 18 or 19 years old. He said, "My name is Yuefeng, and I come from Yoshion clan." This was the first time Yibin heard the name Yoshion clan after coming to this world for so long. Even if it was a big tribe, they would call it this tribe or that tribe. Suddenly, a Yoshion clan appeared, and Yibin was immediately confused. Have I traveled back to the earth 5,000 years ago? Looking again, these primitive people don't look like me. Chapter 56, Savage Bear Robbery. Yibin asked, "How many people do you have in the Xiong clan? Why were you caught here?" Zhuefeng said, "I am the only one in the Xiong clan. My father and I were hunting in the mountains, and we encountered wild bears. They killed my father in front of me, and then captured me and sold me as a slave here. As for what you said, why I was still standing after eating, it was because you didn't let me sit down." Yibin immediately looked up to Zhuefeng. Yibin said, "From now on, you will follow me. I don't know if you are willing or not." Zhuefeng immediately said that he was willing to follow the leader for life and never betray him. Yibin said, "Your surname should be Long from now on." So he was called Long Zhuefeng. Now, there are more than 30 people with the surname Long in the tribe. Zhuefeng didn't expect that Yibin would give him a surname. This means that Yibin thinks highly of him. Zhuefeng came to Yibin and said, "Chief, that wild bear will definitely ambush us on the way back." Yibin looked at Zhuefeng in surprise, thinking that this boy was very smart. Yibin said, "I had expected this. As long as he dares to come, I promise that he will never return." Zhuefeng looked at the leader with murderous eyes. Then everyone started packing up and preparing to return to the tribe in the afternoon. Yibin asked the tribesmen who had just joined the tribe to drive the sheep to the market gate. At this moment, in the distance, a pair of vicious eyes were staring at Yibin and his group. Yibin asked Li Wang to lead the way, and everyone started walking towards the outside of the market. When he reached the door, a man with a scar on his chest blocked Yibin's way. The man smiled and said, "Are you the leader of the Huaxia tribe? Let me introduce myself. I am Baihu, the leader of the Black Bear tribe. I heard from the tribesmen that your pottery is selling very well. I also want to exchange 20 pieces." Yibin said, "I'm sorry, Chief White Tiger. We have exchanged all our pottery. If White Tiger Chief is in a hurry, we will come earlier next time. We will definitely give White Tiger Chief a preferential price then." Baihu was naturally very happy and said, "Leader, you must pay attention to safety on the way back." Yibin heard the concern of Leader Baihu. Smiling at Baihu, he said, "Thank you, Leader Baihu, for reminding us. We will set off now." Baihu looked at Yibin and the others and said in a low voice, "I wonder if the Huaxia tribe can escape from the wild bear this time." The warrior next to him replied that if the wild bear attacked, few people would be able to escape alive. Baihu thought for a while and said, "I hope, Chief, you can return to the tribe smoothly this time. After all, their pottery white salt was the first to appear in our market. This has brought great benefits to our market. As long as their pottery and white salt can be sold in our market, many tribes will come here to visit." The warrior asked, "Should we go and help the Huaxia tribe?" Baihu said, "Forget it. The War Bear tribe has nearly 1,000 people. They are also members of the Tao Tai Alliance. Let's not get into trouble." The soldier thought about it and remained silent. The team was on their way quickly, and Yibin knew someone would ambush him along the way. He asked the weak women to sit on the backs of the blue bulls. The special operations team led the way. The men drove the sheep as they walked, and the women followed behind. When Yibin arrived, there were only about 40 people. The number of people returning now is nearly 500. These people have just joined the tribe and have no loyalty to the tribe at all. If there is any danger on the road, it still depends on Yibin's special operations team. At this time, Zhuefeng came over and said, "Leader, I suggest that the 100 newcomers go in front." Yibin asked why, and Zhuefeng said that if the leader suddenly set up an ambush in front, the first to be attacked would definitely be the more than 100 people in front. We can let them fight each other. When both sides are almost equal, we will charge in. This way, our casualties can be minimized. Yibin looked at Zhuefeng in surprise. This was the smartest primitive man Yibin had ever met since he came to this world. Yibin said that your method is very good, but we don't need it. Zhuefeng asked the leader why we don't need it. Yibin said you will know when the time comes. Zhuefeng couldn't figure it out all the way. His plan was so perfect, why didn't the leader think highly of it at all? Could it be that the leader is too young to understand the evil hearts of outsiders? Everyone walked slowly along the way, and Yibin walked up to Li Wang and said, "Let the soldiers cheer up, the wild bear is almost here." Li Wang immediately walked to the middle of the team and spoke. "If you find the enemy later, you will send 5 people to protect the leader. The others will shoot arrows with me." The members of the Special Operations team are all alert. Sure enough, on the road ahead, they saw a group of people waiting for Yibin and his team. Yibin roughly counted them and found that there were about 200 to 300 people. Each of them held a sharp stone spear in his hand, and the crowd on Yibin's side immediately became panicked. Zhou Feng said to the leader, "Let these people charge forward. Then we run away directly, and no matter how hard Zhou Feng looks, he can't see the leader and defeat the enemy in front of him." He thought that if the slaves died, they could be replaced, but if the leader died, then there would be nothing left. Yibin smiled and said, "You take these people and watch from behind." Zhou Feng wondered if this leader was not in his right mind. Soon he was shocked by the scene before him. King Li ordered a charge, and each member of the Special Operations team rode a camel and rushed forward. The wild bear looked at the more than 40 people on the opposite side and dared to rush towards them. He laughed immediately, and then he shouted loudly, "Warriors, rush with me to kill them." More than 200 people holding spears. They went straight for Li Wang and his men, and when Li Wang was more than 100 meters away, he gave the order to release the arrows, and the soldiers immediately shot out the 7 iron arrows in the quiver. Then he immediately started to load his quiver, and the wild bear only saw a dense mass of small wooden sticks flying from the sky. He thought to himself, how could such small wooden sticks possibly hurt him? As soon as he had this thought, he was horrified by the scene in front of him. More than 200 iron arrows quickly passed through the crowd. Then there were screams. At this moment, the battlefield was like a hell on earth. There were constant cries of pain from people, and the injured held their wounds tightly, with blood flowing out from between their fingers. The wild bear had never seen such a weapon before, and for a moment he stood there at a loss. Then a warrior rushed up and immediately pulled the wild bear behind him. Then he shouted, "Leader, hurry up. Their weapons are too powerful." Before the warrior finished speaking, he was shot through the body by the King of Power. The iron arrow shot directly through the warrior's heart. The barbarian bear looked at the warrior's chest, where an iron arrow was stuck and blood was flowing down along the arrowhead. The warrior shouted with his last bit of strength, "Chief, please leave quickly, or we will all die here." The wild bear finally came to its senses and started running away. At this time, the Special Forces team's arrow boxes were all full. The camel also started to speed up and rush forward. Although camels are slow, they can still run more than 40 kilometers per hour. More than 40 camels ran at full speed. The ground was shaking slightly. The camel's full-speed run directly brought a strong sense of oppression to the wild bear. Soon the Special Warfare team rushed into the crowd. The members began to fire rhythmically at the warriors of the warbear tribe. Seeing that their leader, the savage bear, had run away, the warriors of the warbear tribe instantly became panicked. Chapter 57 Return to the tribe. King Li saw that the barbarian bear was running away with dozens of people. He rode on a camel and picked up a compound bow. He shot the 7 warriors directly through the chest with 1 arrow. Then they fell to the ground, blood staining the hides on their chests. The warriors tried their best to protect the wild bear. Li Wang carried the compound bow and the hammer on the camel's back and smashed it directly at the barbarian bears. When the soldiers saw Li Wang rushing towards them, more than 10 of them came up to block Li Wang. When King Li saw someone blocking his way, he smashed the hammer over. The soldiers immediately tried to block. The hammer smashed over directly, and a huge force made the soldiers. He was directly blown away, and the stone spear in his hand was broken into several sections. The iron spikes on the hammers pierced their chests. The soldiers fell to the ground in pain. Their internal organs were all shattered. Not long after, the warriors stopped breathing. This frightened the wild bear. The hammer in King Li's hand weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Who could catch the hammer? Seeing that Li Wang was about to catch up, the remaining dozens of people stopped running and pointed their stone spears at Li Wang. Without saying anything, King Li rushed forward and hit one of the warriors with his hammer, causing his head to explode. Blood and brains splashed on the other warriors. The warriors knew they would die today, so they were not afraid and directly stabbed the king with stone spears. King Li raised his hand and swung his hammer again, hitting the warriors' stone spears. The terrifying force directly broke the warriors' stone spears. Now the soldiers were without weapons, and Li Wang turned into a killing god. He struck with a hammer on the left and a hammer on the right, and the soldiers vomited blood and convulsed and fell to the ground. The internal organs in their bodies were all shattered. The soldiers had no trace of life left. The wild bear saw the soldiers dying one after another. He had no other options but to run away. With the last blow of the hammer from King Li, the soldier's body exploded instantly. Blood and internal organs fell to the ground, and everyone was shocked by the hammer of King Li. The special operations team saw the captain was so brave. He was also the incarnation of a killing god, and every time he attacked with the iron knife in his hand, he could cut off the enemy's neck. At this time, the team was like Shura from hell. Everyone was covered in blood. The iron swords were stained red with blood, and the remaining soldiers were so scared that their legs went weak. They had never seen such a sharp weapon. It could easily cut through their flesh. Their stone spears could not penetrate the special forces team's armor. This was not a fight of the same level at all. This was a one-sided massacre. You even saw that the wild bear had already fled far away. He came to the battlefield in person and shouted, "Put down your weapons, or you will all die here." At this time, there were only about 60 people left in the war bear tribe on the battlefield. But no one wanted to resist, and the special warfare team left a deep impression on them. Especially Li Wang, who could blow a person up with one hammer. No one wants to see that scene again. Zhou Feng finally understood why the leader did not accept his advice. It turned out that they did not take the war bear tribe seriously at all. One person in the crowd started throwing away his weapon, and then 2, 3, and within a short while, all of them threw away their weapons. Yibin shouted, "Tie them all up." The special operations team immediately started tying people up, and they were all tied up in a few minutes. Retrieving iron arrows is the beauty of the Huaxia tribe. Yibin called Zhou Feng and asked them to pick up all the stone spears and axes on the ground and take off the animal skins from the corpses. Zhou Feng came to the crowd and immediately arranged 100 men to clean up the battlefield. The teams also began to return to their main forces. The women saw that the special operations team fought so bravely. Many women began to flirt with the special forces team members. Yibin glared at the women, and they immediately became quiet. Zhou Feng quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He came to Yibin and said that the leader had 200 stone spears and 40 stone axes, and some damaged ones were not collected. Yibin was very satisfied with Zhou Feng and asked him, "Are you sure you are not from the super tribe? How can you calculate these things so quickly? People from small tribes can't do it at all." Zhou Feng said, "I have lived in a small tribe since I can remember. All these things I learned were taught by my father. But my father is dead, and killing so many people from the war bear tribe today can be considered revenge for my father. But it's a pity that the bastard Man Xiong escaped." Yibin said that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He then ordered everyone to start the journey. With these 60 slaves, the journey would be much easier, and many things could be left to the slaves. Yibin's team came to the river, and Yibin asked Li Wang to take the special operations team to take off their armor and wash in the river. After all, their bodies were covered in blood. The river water was immediately dyed red with blood, and the soldiers were trying to wash the blood off their bodies. After the soldiers finished washing, Yibin told the soldiers that the armor could not be exposed to water. Otherwise, it will rust, and the armor will be easily damaged. You can wipe it with animal fat. Soldiers, after listening to the leader, they realized that armor cannot be soaked in water. Just now, many soldiers wanted to take a bath in the water wearing their armor. Fortunately, the leader called him back, and Zhou Feng secretly remembered what Yibin said. Zhou Feng felt that the leader knew a lot. Yibin asked Zhou Feng how to settle these people after bringing them back to the tribe. Zhou Feng said to the leader, "In fact, if you just give these people a full meal, they will listen to you and everything. No one does not want to live well." They were there, and the wild bears couldn't get enough food every day. It was the leader who rescued them. It was the leader who gave them food, and they would follow him wholeheartedly. Zhou Feng knew that the leader was testing him. From the moment he saw Yibin, he made up his mind to follow the leader for the rest of his life. Zhou Feng knew that only by following the leader would he have a chance to take revenge. After several days of traveling, the team finally arrived at Huluku. Now the city has only one side built, and the courtesan arranges people to patrol the city wall every day. Suddenly, a ram horn sounded from the tribe, and more than 100 tribal warriors all stood on the city wall. They had already drawn their bows and arrows, waiting for the courtesan's order. Yibin was very satisfied to see that the courtesan was so cautious. If there was no vigilance at all, such a tribe would not survive for long. Although there's only one wall now, These primitive people have never seen such a magnificent building. They are all stunned, which has refreshed their cognition. Zhuefeng asked Yi Bin, "Chief, is this our tribe?" Yi Bin nodded and said, "Now the city is not yet completed. When a city is built, you will know what is really awesome." Zhuefeng now feels that the tribe is already very awesome, but the leader said that the city in the future will be truly powerful. The team continued to move towards the valley entrance. The Oiran then saw clearly that it was the leader who had returned. Everyone in the tribe immediately came down to greet them. Luoshui quickly rushed to Yi Bin, and Yi Bin picked her up. After turning around a few times, everyone was no longer surprised by their leader's behavior. They all surrounded Yi Bin and shouted happily, "Chapter Chinzij shi opt, tribis unite." After a while, Luoshui suddenly remembered something and immediately broke free from Yi Bin's embrace. Her face flushed. At this time, Yi Bin introduced to the tribesmen, "These tied people are the slaves we captured. There are also 510 slaves exchanged at the market. 60 people were captured, and only 30 are still in the probation period. The remaining 420 people have already joined our Huaxia tribe." Yi Bin also introduced Zhuefeng, who will be the tribe's military advisor in the future. "When I'm away, the tribe will be managed by Black Bull, Black Panther, and the Oiran Zhuefeng." Then he chased the wind and said hello to everyone. Yi Bin handed the more than 90 slaves to the courtesan and asked her to arrange them to build the city wall. Now the tribe, including the slaves, has more than 900 people. It took Yi Bin 7 days to go back and forth. The second batch of houses in the tribe has also been completed today. There are now 150 red brick houses in the tribe. Yi Bin came and looked at the front of the house. "I think it is well built, with 10 rows of 15 rooms in total. The houses are neat and tidy, which makes people feel comfortable." Yi Bin thought that the tribe didn't lack houses for the time being, so he could build the city wall first with so many people in the tribe working together. It won't be long before the city wall is completed. Yi Bin came to the top of the city wall and saw that the wall had been built for more than 3,000 meters. This time, the city wall needs to be built 5,000 meters wide and 5,000 meters long. That means 4 walls, a total of more than 20,000 meters. Yi Bin looked at the moat again. This time the moat was a little bigger than before. The speed of digging the moat was still very fast. It was probably more than 6,000 meters long. With iron tools, digging soil is fast. At this time, Zhuefeng came over chief. The new tribesmen and slaves have been settled. They shared 51 rooms together, and Yi Bin was very satisfied with Zhuefeng. Yi Bin said that with you around, I could be more relaxed in the tribe. Zhuefeng quickly expressed his loyalty and said that he would do anything the leader needed. Yi Bin said, "Wait until the city wall is built. I want to build an army so that I can have my own place in this area in the future." Zhuefeng said, "To lead a qualified army, the leader must have experienced the baptism of the battlefield. Otherwise, it cannot be called an army. Now in our tribe, the only ones who can be considered warriors are the leaders of the special operations teams. The others are warriors at best. We still have a long way to go if we want to train an army." Yi Bin was very surprised. How did Zhuefeng know so much? Could it be that his father was the leader of that super tribe? Zhuefeng saw Yi Bin's surprise and said, "These are what my father taught me since I was a child. My father also taught me a lot of other things." Yi Bin felt that Zhuefeng's father was not an ordinary person. His biggest headache now was how to train a group of soldiers in the shortest time possible. "Chief, just leave this task to me. I promise to train you a real warrior." In order to train a real warrior, he can be extreme. At that time, Zhuefeng would lead the warriors of the tribe to defeat the nearby small tribes one by one. He, Zhuefeng, was willing to be despised by all the tribes for the sake of his leader. He is not afraid of what others think or say about him. He just wants to help the leader build a powerful army. Generally, in primitive society, only those tribes with bad reputations would kill and burn people everywhere for a day, and after a long time, people would unite and destroy them. Therefore, most tribes would not go out to fight and kill every day to cause trouble to their own tribe. Most people are peace-loving. Otherwise, Yi Bin would go out every day to kill people, set fires, rob men and women. It wouldn't be long before many tribes would come to attack him. At that time, it would bring disaster to the tribe. If you want to strengthen your army, you have to take the regular route. You can't think of taking crooked paths every day. This is how the wolf tribe was annexed before. After Yi Bin left, Zhuefeng stood alone on the city wall. He didn't know what he was thinking, but Zhuefeng knew that he was such a person. Only a leader can lead everyone to a new height. The crops planted in the old city have been there for some time. Yibin decided to let Zhu die, let 50 women in a few days. Pull out the weeds in the field and loosen the soil in the farmland. Then mix human feces with water and pour it next to each seed. The crops grown in this way will have a better harvest. In the past few days, the tribe has been working hard to build the city wall. During this period, Yibin offended the two major tribes in the Taotai alliance. There's a python tribe, a war bear tribe, and a wild dog tribe. I wonder if that bastard fierce dog has been catching people everywhere to expand his tribe. Yibin felt a headache just thinking about it. Now he felt that there were enemies everywhere. If he didn't hurry up and build the city wall, if the enemy comes to the tribe one day, it will be dangerous. These tribes have fought with Yibin. The next time they come, they will definitely be prepared. By then, Yibin's bows and arrows may not be able to exert much power. The Taotai alliance must know that Yibin has weapons like bows and arrows. With so many people in alliance, there are always a few smart guys. By then, we will develop protective gear to deal with bows and arrows. The Python tribe and the War Bear tribe will definitely unite. At that time, there were probably only 2,000 or 3,000 people. Just Yibin's people. Each of them could drown him with a mouthful of spit. So Yibin knew that the city wall was the key to this victory. Anyway, the tribe has not lacked food recently. Yibin also used trees to make a few simple cranes. The bottom of the cranes was made just like a catapult. A round hole was made in the middle of the main beam using an iron tool, and then a hard wooden stick was used to rub it in. Then small holes were made at both ends of the wooden stick, and then a small wooden stick was inserted horizontally. This simple crane can rotate 360 degrees. The back of the main beam is tied with thick straw ropes. The front of the main beam was hung with a bamboo basket, and as long as 2 people pulled the rope behind the main beam, the bamboo basket in front would be lifted up, and the slaves only had to pull the straw rope to rotate it. The main beam on the crane can rotate in place and lift the stones in the bamboo basket to the top of the city wall, and the slaves will slowly lower the straw rope. The people on the city wall could carry the stones out of the bamboo baskets. When Yibin went to the market, Heinyo took Old Man Xiong and the others over. Now, there is no one left in the old city. Yibin and Old Man Xiong have been working on more than 20 cranes these days. With the help of cranes, the construction of the city wall was faster. More than 900 people from the tribe worked hard for the city wall every day. 400 meters on the first day, 420 meters on the second day, and 450 meters on the third day. In this way, time passed day by day, and Yibin took Zhu and some women with him. Went to the old city and took care of the dozens of acres of crops. Yibin thought that in a few months, there will definitely be a good harvest. With the help of fertilizers, the crops can't be that bad. Recently, many book friends have left messages below. They feel that the novels I wrote are a bit stiff. Beiqing thanks everyone for their suggestions. I am also learning and will definitely solve this problem as soon as possible. I will try my best to make everyone feel comfortable and happy reading. This is Beiqing's first book. I hope all the brothers and sisters will support it. Chapter 59 City Gate Upgrade. A month later, the city wall and moat were finally built. Yibin used the original method to divert river water into the moat. 4 more gates were installed in the city, each weighing more than 300 kilograms. Yibin used gear technology to build the gates. The gate was put into the groove from above, and the gear grooves were chiseled out on both sides of the gate with iron tools. 2 huge wooden gears were made on the top of the gate. Then they used hard tree stumps to fix the gears on both sides of the city gate. As long as people turned the gears, the city gate would slowly rise. What if the gate is halfway up and you want to stop? A sturdy wooden stick is directly inserted under the wooden stakes of the gears on both sides. This way the gears will be stuck and the gate will not fall down. When needed, lower the gate. Simply pull out the gear and the wooden stick underneath. Then slowly loosen the gear, and the gate's own gravity will lower it. The soldiers just need to match the speed of the gears. This time the front of the city wall is more than 15 meters long. When Yibin has nothing to do, he can go fishing in the moat to relax. In front of the 4 cities, the suspension bridge technology was still used. 2 tree stumps were driven in front of each city gate, and 2 holes were opened under the stumps. Put the prepared wooden bridge in the middle of the tree stump, then drill a row of small holes at this end of the wooden bridge, and then drive the wooden stick into the hole under the tree stump. In this way, the end of the wooden bridge is fixed, and then the front end of the suspension bridge is tied with a thick rope. 4 wooden stakes are driven into the city gate, and a main beam is installed on the top of the 4 wooden stakes. A rotating wooden handle was installed under the 4 wooden stakes. Soldiers only needed to turn the wooden handle below. The rope would slowly tighten, and the rope would slowly descend. After a few days, all the city gates were installed, and the drawbridges in front of the 4 city gates were also completed. The moat this time was a bit large, and the river water was diverted for several days before it reached less than half of the moat. The valley entrance was now blocked by the moat. From now on, people and animals from outside can only enter through the main gate of Dragon City. They also need to pass through the suspension bridge of Dragon City to enter the city. Then they can go out through the suspension bridge of the back gate of Dragon City. Only then can we truly enter this valley. Eben stood on the city wall, looking at everything in front of him. It felt like a dream. At this time, all the people in the tribe were celebrating in the city. It was afternoon, and the sun was shining on Eben. His figure was stretched out very long, and he seemed to have a kind of majesty. It was not to be desecrated. The soldiers looked at Eben at this time. Suddenly, they felt like worshipping him. Zhuefeng stared at Eben intently, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision in his heart. This feeling seemed to happen at that moment. Suddenly, Eben saw an orchard in front of him. He suddenly thought that he had been in this world for so long. Having never drunk a sip of wine, Eben immediately walked down from the city wall when he thought about the fact that fruits could be used to make wine on earth in the previous life. I watched the tribesmen gathered around the fire, singing in an incomprehensible voice. Some were eating meat, and some were dancing an unknown dance beside the fire. The whole tribe was like celebrating the new year. It was so lively, and Eben also relaxed for once. Like a child, Eben lay on the ground and watched the sun gradually set. Luoshui looked at Eben lying on the ground, so he walked over from the woman's pushchair. Looking at Eben sleeping soundly on the ground, his eyes were full of heartache. Since Eben took over as the leader, he has not stopped for a single day. Every day, he is busy for the development and food and clothing of the tribe. Luoshui hadn't seen Eben as relaxed as he was today for a long time. Perhaps Eben was the happiest at this moment. Luoshui took a wolf skin and gently covered Eben. The pair of eyes, full of concern, could not be concealed. The moon in the distance happened to see this scene. Her heart was very complicated. Although in primitive society, men could have several women, but Eben never expressed anything to her. Every time, Eben treated her like a sister. She could feel that Eben didn't have that thought toward her. Thinking of the way Eben looked at Luoshui every time, she wanted to stay away from him. That way, she wouldn't feel so bad. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone slept on the ground without any image tonight, because their leader also slept on the ground. The morning sun shone on Eben's face. Eben felt a little blinded and raised his hand to block the sun, but he found that his hand was numb, and Eben turned his head and saw that it was Luoshui. Resting his head on his arm, Eben looked at Luoshui, who was sleeping soundly. Luoshui was so beautiful at this moment. She had a smile on her lips, and her eyebrows were gently blinking. She looked like a fairy who had fallen into the human world. Eben wanted to watch her like this for the rest of his life. Suddenly, Li Wang came over and asked, "Chief, what are we going to do today?" At this moment, Eben even had the urge to beat Li Wang to death. Of course, he couldn't beat Li Wang, and if he really wanted to beat Li Wang wouldn't fight back. Luoshui also woke up, rubbing his eyes in a daze. Seeing Li Wang, Luoshui instantly became unhappy. His mouth was pouted high, and Zhuefeng immediately pulled Li Wang away. Then he said something in Li Wang's ear, and Li Wang felt so innocent. As soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, he went to wake up the leader, but he was rejected. Li Wang thought to himself, how miserable the baby must be. If Eben knew what Li Wang was thinking, he would probably want to beat Li Wang to death. Who could catch such a big baby? After Eben got up, he saw that the tribesmen didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Eben felt that the tribesmen were still the same as before. Without a leader, the tribe will immediately become the same as before. With no food to eat, Eben felt that he should do something. So he asked Hainyo to blow the ram's horn. The tribesmen now knew what the ram's horn was used for. They immediately gathered towards Eben. Eben stood on the training ground and said loudly, "From today on, everyone in the tribe must brush their teeth. Each of you should make a toothbrush with a branch. Then use charcoal powder, apply it on the teeth, and rub back and forth with a small branch. I am currently researching woolen clothes. When the research is completed, everyone in the tribe will wear clothes made of wool. Now we have 2 things to do. First, clear all the carnivores in the Yellow River Valley. Second, go to the Stone Tribe again, mine some iron ore, and try to get everyone in the tribe an iron tool." Yibin looked at Juefeng and said, "You and Hania Mujan go to the Stone Tribe. Bring all the blue cattle and camels, a total of more than 110 heads. You select 100 tribesmen and 50 slaves. You three should discuss whatever happens along the way. Let the tribesmen bring shields, bamboo armor, and 50 iron weapons. After you finish your breakfast, take 5 days of dry food and set off immediately." Hania and Mujan went to pick people, and Jue Feng also followed them. Yibin said again, "Li Wang and Black Panther, bring 100 people with me to hunt the beasts in the Yellow River Valley." Black Panther and Li Wang nodded immediately. Then they went to select soldiers. Oiran, you lead 100 warriors to guard the city. The guard on the city wall will be changed every 2 hours. If you find the enemy, blow the ram's horn immediately. Zhu, you lead 100 women from the tribe to pick fruits in the woods over there. Remember to pick all the fruits back. Falling Creek, you lead 50 women to go fishing by the river. Remember to bring more fishing nets and bring back as many fish as you can catch. Just keep enough for today's food and put the rest of the fish in a moat. You take all the children of the tribe to graze nearby. Remember not to go too far, only near the city. Recently, many book friends have left messages below. They feel that the novels I wrote are a bit stiff. Beiqing thanks everyone for their suggestions. I am also learning and will definitely solve this problem as soon as possible. I will try my best to make everyone feel comfortable and happy reading. This is Beiqing's first book. I hope all the brothers and sisters will support it. Chapter 60, Cleaning Up the Yellow River Valley. Heiqin, you take the remaining people in the tribe and build toilets, bathhouses, barracks, training grounds, shooting ranges, iron smelting rooms, and canteens. After these buildings are completed, the third batch of houses will be built. After that, any member of the tribe who has made contributions can be assigned a wife in the tribe. By then, a large number of houses will be needed to house people. So you should hurry up. Heiqin promised, "Don't worry, Chief. I will keep an eye on you every day." After Yibin finished all the arrangements, he took Li Wang Black Panther to clear the beasts in this area. Each soldier in the team of 100 people held a shield and an iron spear in his hand. The special warfare team was still armed from head to toe, and the soldiers also cherished their equipment. Yibin led the team to set off, and the team had just left the city gate and saw several wild wolves hunting. Li Wang led his men to surround the wolf. When they were about 100 meters away from the wolf, Li Wang took the compound bow and pulled the bowstring lightly. He found the angle quickly. Then 2 iron arrows were shot out, and the wolf sensed the danger. Just as it raised its legs to run, the iron arrows pierced its neck directly. Another iron arrow also pierced its head. The wolf howled a few times, and the fur of the wound was stained red with blood. Several wild wolves also reacted and saw that they were surrounded by humans. The wild wolves began to run faster, and the team's iron arrows were shot out. The wolves had just run a few steps when several arrows flew in from a distance. As the wolves were about to turn, the arrows pierced their bodies directly. The wolf didn't feel any pain at this time, but just as it was about to speed up, it felt a heart-wrenching pain in its body, and it fell to the ground after only a few steps. Its eyes were fixed on the group of standing 2-legged beasts. It never understood until its death why these 2-legged beasts wanted to kill it. Soon the team hunted and killed more than a dozen wolves. Yibin found 6 wolf cubs in a cave not far away. In his previous life, he heard from the elders that dogs evolved from wolves. I don't know if it's true or not, but the little wolves are still very young and should be able to be tamed. Then, we can form a wolf dog team. Yibin thought, everyone in the tribe has a wolfhound, and they can bite whoever they want if they fight with other tribes. Just release a few hundred wolfhounds over there. The scene is exciting just thinking about it. After a morning of clearing, the team had a great harvest, with more than 50 wolves captured and a saber-toothed tiger killed. The shields of the soldiers were also broken into pieces. The saber-toothed tiger was really too fierce. If it weren't for the strong defense of the Special Operations team, I'm afraid at least a few soldiers would have died. Li Wang exerted the most strength this time, and the saber-toothed tiger had already fallen. When the soldiers were about to go over to collect the body, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly opened its eyes and rolled over. It opened its mouth wide, its 2 sharp fangs flashing with a cold light. It bit the warrior next to it, and King Li quickly smashed it with a hammer. The saber-toothed tiger's brain flew out. Everyone was stunned at the time. They all knew that King Li was very strong. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that a hammer could kill a saber-toothed tiger? From this moment on, there is a saying in the tribe, born with supernatural power and equipped with 2 hammers. Once the hammer falls, the outcome will be decided. No one in the tribe dares to question the power of the king. In the afternoon, the team was making a fire and barbecuing. A soldier suddenly shot down a white bird. The soldier was about to pick it up when Yibin shouted, "Stop!" The soldier thought that the leader saw him shooting arrows randomly, so he froze in his tracks, not knowing whether to walk or stand. Yibin walked over quickly, picked up the white bird on the ground, and took a look. Isn't this a pigeon? There are actually pigeons in this world. Yibin never dreamed that he could see pigeons. The warriors looked at the leader holding the white bird and laughing, thinking that the leader was crazy, which frightened the Black Panther King. It's just a white bird. No matter how much the leader likes it, there's no need to be so sad. Luoshui quickly shouted, "Chief, are you okay?" Yibin then realized that his loss of composure just now probably didn't scare them. Yibin held the pigeon and said, "This pigeon is a very good communication tool." Luoshui asked the leader, "Can pigeons be ridden?" Luoshui's brain circuit is too crazy. He just said a means of transportation. How'd he think of riding it? Yibin said directly, "I don't want to talk to this idiot." He felt that if he talked too much with King Li, his IQ would drop. "Don't lead the tribe astray." Black Panther asked, "Chief, what is the use of this white bird?" Yibin replied, "This pigeon can help us deliver messages." Black Panther was puzzled and asked what a letter was. A letter is to write the words you want to write on a small piece of animal skin. Then he sent the pigeons out, and Black Panther asked what words were. Yibin felt that he could not communicate normally with these primitive people. "I asked you to learn the word G in the tribe before. If you encounter danger on the road, write the word G and then release the pigeon. The pigeons will fly back to the tribe, and when the warriors find the pigeons flying back, they will check their feet and see the words you left behind. I will know that you have encountered an extremely urgent matter, and then I will send someone to help you immediately." Pigeons can fly more than 600 kilometers a day at the fastest. The soldiers watched their leader speak, as if they were listening to a foreign language, and they didn't understand a word. But they also felt that it made a lot of sense, and everyone listened with great interest. Yibin looked at their stupid expressions. Knowing that it would be useless to say more, Luoshui asked again, "Chief, how did it know to fly back?" Yibin said this question hit the nail on the head. Yibin gave Luoshui a thumbs up. "This is a good question. As long as the pigeons are kept in one place for a long time, they will be able to fly back no matter how far you take them." Luoshui was confused for a while and said, "What kind of pigeon is so powerful?" Then, "Leader, let's go catch the pigeon now." Yibin asked Luoshui what our mission was. Luoshui then remembered that they came out today to clean up the ferocious beasts in this area. Seeing that Luoshui finally remembered, Yibin asked the team to eat quickly. After eating, they would go to clean up the other side. 2 days should be enough. By then, no more ferocious beasts will come out to cause trouble in the Yellow River Valley. The tribesmen can also move around freely. When that time comes, we can make an ox cart and build a road between the new city and the old city. Otherwise, it will take 1 or 2 days to go back and forth. With a bullock cart, you can walk from here to there in half a day. This area is so large that it can be reclaimed as farmland. Most importantly, there are tens of thousands of herbivores in the Yellow River Valley. As long as the carnivores inside are cleared, Yibin wants to eat meat. Just catch one. This is simply a gift from God. The afternoon was the same. We cleared more than 60 wild wolves, 3 saber-toothed tigers, and a big black bear. The soldiers also caught more than 50 wolf cubs by accident. Including the few before, there are now more than 60. The little wolf is still very cute, with fluffy fur all over its body, just like a little toy. Especially women, who have no resistance to such fluffy things. Yibin could immediately think of how many women would cry and shout for a wolf cub after bringing the wolf cub back to the tribe. Recently, many book friends have left messages below. They feel that the novels I wrote are a bit stiff. Beiching thanks everyone for their suggestions. I am also learning and will definitely solve this problem as soon as possible. I will try my best to make everyone feel comfortable and happy reading. This is Beiching's first book. I hope all the brothers and sisters will support it. Chapter 61. Iron or Mining. Yibin took a fancy to the 6 little black wolves and thought of giving 2 to Luoshui and keeping 4 for himself. The little girl would definitely like this kind of fluffy little thing. Zhuefeng encountered some trouble on the road. Hanyo had become arrogant after following Yibin in battles. They encountered cannibals on the way, and they were about to give up because they were outnumbered. But Hanyo led more than 30 people and rushed into their territory to hunt down the cannibals. Unexpectedly, he was surrounded by the cannibals. Nyo relied on his excellent equipment and did not take the cannibals seriously at all. As a result, he was surrounded and beaten by 70 or 80 cannibals. The warriors had the upper hand in the early stages, but as time went on, the cannibals became more and more numerous, and the warriors' physical strength gradually failed to keep up. The cannibals threw stones at the pile of people, and although Black Bull did not suffer any external injuries, his body was covered with bruises from the stones. The battle was intense, with 30 or 40 cannibals killed. 5 or 6 warriors on Black Bull's side were also injured. Moreover, each of them was exhausted, and each time they moved their swords, they were slower and slower. Black Bull alone challenged 3 or 4 cannibals. One of the cannibal leaders was very brave and ruthless in battle, and every attack made Black Bull suffer. Although Nyo had the advantage of weapons and armor, the long battle made him miserable. Just when Nyo could no longer hold on, the cannibal leader held a large stone weighing 4 or 5 pounds and smashed it on Black Bull's head. Black Bull knew he couldn't dodge it. Nyo then closed his eyes and prepared to accept the coming of death. But the imagined pain did not happen, and Nyo wondered if the stone had missed the target. When the 1,000 troops were about to fire, Zhuefeng arrived with Mu Zhan in time. Mu Zhan took the compound bow and shot several arrows directly. The cannibal leader never dreamed that the reinforcements from Nyo and his men had arrived. Seeing the arrows flying towards him, the cannibal leader wanted to block them with stones. The power of the compound bow was not so easy to block. 2 iron arrows instantly pierced his stomach. Blood began to ooze out. The pain in his stomach frightened the cannibal leader, and he immediately fled deep into the forest. Zhuefeng quickly led people to support Nyo and the others. Rushing directly into the battlefield, Nyo heard Zhuefeng calling him. He immediately opened his eyes and saw Zhuefeng and Mu Zhan rushing over here. The warriors immediately became excited, and the iron knives in their hands became more powerful. Nyo chopped the cannibal warrior with his iron knife. The skin and flesh were torn apart, and the soldier's intestines and internal organs fell out. Before the soldier could react, Nyo slashed his neck again. I saw a head flying up, and the body fell heavily to the ground. The cannibals saw their leader running away. The captain was also killed by Nyo, and he immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. They all started to flee, and Mu Zhan was leading his men to chase them. Zhuefeng immediately called for help to finish off the cannibal warriors who were not dead yet on the ground. At this time, Nyo sat down on the ground, feeling that all his strength had been drained away. Mu Zhan and Zhuefeng immediately walked over to Nyo and asked him with concern, Nyo, are you okay? Is there any injury? Zhuefeng checked Nyo's body again. Fortunately, he was not injured, just untied. After this incident, Zhuefeng and his companions continued on their journey. Yi Bin and Li Wang spent the night in the valley. Yi Bin was very happy today, having killed so many wild wolves and captured so many wolf cubs. He thought about having his own wolfhound troop in the future. When fighting, release hundreds of wolfhounds. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. Yi Bin's dreams soon came to an end, and the wolf cubs were screaming with hunger. Where could he find milk for the little wolf in this wilderness? So Yi Bin came up with a plan. Chop up the bear meat he had hunted today and cook it in a clay pot in a broth. Then he fed it to the wolf cub, who was surprised to see that it was eating happily. Seeing that this method was effective, Yi Bin asked the soldiers to chop the meat and make soup. The soldiers worked hard for a long time before they managed to feed the wolf cubs. At night, the temperature began to drop, and the soldiers gathered around the fire to keep warm. The valley was very lively at night, with the sounds of various animals, but the sounds of carnivores were missing, and it seemed that the valley had been cleaned up. Although Yi Bin couldn't clear them all, there might be wild animals on both sides of the valley. He just needed to clear out the carnivores in the valley. In this way, this valley will truly belong to the Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin's eyes have been twitching for the past few days. Not knowing what was going to happen, Yi Bin shook his head and started thinking about the fruit wine again. Wine is a good thing. Drinking a little every day is good for your health. Wine is also good for many other things. For example, it can be used as strategic materials, which will be introduced later. Yi Bin wanted to make wine from grains, but under the current conditions, there was no grain to make wine, and the first batch of food had not yet grown. Yi Bin thought about the novels he had read in his previous life. The protagonists of those novels traveled back in time only a few days ago. Food, gunpowder, and cannons were all out. You will know when you actually travel back in time. Food is something that needs to be found by chance. The sulfur for gunpowder is mainly in the Northeast, and it needs to be found every day for the sake of food and the safety of the tribe. How can you have so much time to enjoy life if you don't put your own safety first? You won't know what happened when you wake up tomorrow morning. They keep talking about this heroine and that heroine every day. If it weren't for the author's blessing, they wouldn't last for 3 days. Yibin himself only realized it after he came here. Primitive society was very cruel because primitive people were still in the evolutionary stage. In many things, they were not as smart as later generations. That is the note of the times. Only with the experience left by the predecessors can we enjoy the success. Just like how to crack nuclear weapons, Yibin's previous life's Earth has not been studied yet. After thousands of years, when nuclear weapons are cracked, future generations will say that our generation is like idiots. The times create products, and the progress of each generation requires time to settle. Yibin was lost in thought, and Li Wang and the others were used to it. Every time Yibin was lost in thought, something new would come out. Yibin didn't even know how he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Li Wang took the barbecue and walked to Yibin. "Chief, please eat something." Yibin took out the charcoal powder he brought with him and found a small branch. Arriving at the river, he began to brush his teeth. He had been in this primitive society for so long. Yibin had never brushed his teeth properly, not because he didn't want to. Every day when he opened his eyes, he had to survive. No way, there's so much free time to tinker with these. As long as the tribe is stable in the future, Yibin can tinker with new things every day. After eating, the soldiers started today's cleanup work. The teams separated and formed a single line, so that the search area was much larger. Soon, not far ahead, they saw a saber-toothed tiger eating. Yibin asked Li Wang and the others to slowly surround it. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly smelled the scent of humans, raised its head, and glanced at Li Wang and the others. The saber-toothed tiger immediately roared, thinking to himself, "Kids, if you come over here again, I'll eat you." Chapter 62. Harvesting Rice. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the danger, and its intuition told it that the 2-legged beasts in front of it were dangerous. The warriors have all arrived at the designated location. King Li saw that the saber-toothed tiger had no intention of running away. He took up the compound bow and began to aim. The hair of the saber-toothed tiger immediately stood up. He rushed directly towards Li Wang. Li Wang saw the saber-toothed tiger jump up. Rushing towards him quickly, Li Wang no longer hesitated and immediately released the bowstring in his hand. Several arrows shot directly at the saber-toothed tiger, who didn't take these small sticks seriously at all. The saber-toothed tiger was still sprinting quickly, and the iron arrow shot directly through its chest. At this time, the warriors all let go of their bowstrings. 30 or 40 iron arrows flew out directly, and the saber-toothed tiger was immediately shot into a hedgehog. It didn't understand until it died. How could it be injured when it was still so far away? How could a wild animal understand human wisdom? The saber-toothed tiger wanted to stand up, but the wounds on its body were too painful. Its entire body was stained with blood, and there was not a single intact part on its body. Seeing that the saber-toothed tiger was so tenacious, Li Wang took out the iron knife from his waist and chopped it directly, and the saber-toothed tiger's head was lifted up by Li Wang. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes were as wide as Tongling's. Blood was flowing down its neck, and the warm tiger blood dyed the land red. This also announced the end of its rule. From now on, this place has nothing to do with it anymore. The era of Tiger King has come to an end. Yibin was in the valley, clearing the last beast. He immediately relaxed all over, carrying the spoils of the past few days. He walked towards Longsheng, and everyone was very relaxed on the way back. From now on, there will be no more wild animals in this valley, and they can graze and farm in this area without worry. When Yibin returned to Longsheng, he found the toilet and bathhouse in Longsheng. The canteen, barracks, and iron smelting room have all been completed. Yibin saw the archery targets in the training ground, and they were pretty well made. It seems that Qin has put a lot of thought into it. The training ground is large enough to accommodate thousands of soldiers. When I saw Dragon City, there were many more buildings. Yibin was very happy. At this rate, the tribe would only get better and better, and the lives of the tribesmen would become better. "Zhu, come over here. We have picked all the fruits you asked for." Yibin asked Zhu, "How many fruits did you pick this time?" Zhu pointed to an empty room, and Yibin walked in and took a look. Wow, the whole room was full of fruits, and Yi Bin asked Zhu to clean them. Then he cut the fruit into pieces with a knife and took out the kernels. Then he cooked it, crushed it, and put it into a ceramic jar. When Yi Bin went out this time, they told Old Bear to make 100 pottery jars. At that time, they didn't understand why the chief wanted such large pottery jars. Zhu immediately arranged for the women in the tribe to cut the fruit. Yi Bin explained some things to Zhu and left the fruit room. Old Man Xiong was still firing pottery, and the other members were making arrows. Yi Bin prepared a large amount of iron ore this time. In the future, all arrows in the tribe will be equipped with iron arrowheads. When Old Man Xiong saw Yi Bin coming, he immediately stood up and walked over. "Chief, are you going to make something again?" Yi Bin said to Old Man Xiong, "Please help me make a few barrels with wood. Do not seal the top of the barrel, but make 2 small holes at 2/3 of the barrel. Remember not to punch through it, but make a small round hole 1/3 of the way down from the 2 small holes. Please help me make a few larger clay pots. Remember to make a few more. They will be very useful to me." After explaining everything, Yi Bin took Li Wang to the outskirts of the city, looking for spicy flowers and licorice everywhere. Yi Bin walked a long way and found them. When Yi Bin was about to come back, he saw a lot of rice growing in the water. This made Yi Bin very happy, as he had these rice as seeds. The tribe will be able to eat rice in the future. Yi Bin quickly took Li Wang down and cut down all the rice. The 2 men cut the rice for an entire afternoon before they finished cutting all the rice in the paddy field. Yi Bin took a look and saw that there were more than a dozen rice grains on each rice ear. No, it is the same as the rice ears on Earth in the previous life. The rice ears and rice grains here are very small, and there are not many of them. The rice ears and rice grains in the previous life were all hybridized by Grandpa Yuan Longping. No one has hybridized the rice here, so it is all the most primitive rice. Some people may ask where the rice comes from, and some birds like to eat millet. Their feces contain undigested seeds, which take root and sprout wherever they go, then begin to grow and produce new grains. Yi Bin was also lucky he was discovered by him today, so if you go out more often, you'll get unexpected gains. Yi Bin estimated that there would be about 200 to 300 kilograms. If he reclaimed some farmland, then there would be 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. Well, I must eat a few more bowls of rice by then. Yi Bin asked Li Wang to take off the animal's skin and then put all the rice in. The 2 of them returned to Longxing happily. Li Wang felt very uncomfortable along the way. The leader took off all his animal skins, and it was so dry that he couldn't walk. Yi Bin was very happy, but it was a pity that Li Wang was not happy at all. Seeing Li Wang's bitter face, Yi Bin kicked Li Wang in the ass. "You don't want my rice anymore." When Li Wang heard that there was food, his mood immediately improved. He was carrying rice on his back and jumping around happily like a child. Li Wang's favorite thing is eating. As long as there is food, he won't feel tired no matter what he does. When the 2 returned to Dragon City, it was already getting dark. The courtesan lowered the drawbridge for Yi Bin and asked the warriors to open the city gate. Yi Bin asked Li Wang to put the rice in his room, then returned the animal skin to Li Wang and told him to call the Black Panther. Li Wang looked at Yi Bin and held the rice as if it were his treasure. He thought to himself, when Yi Bin is not at home that day, he will secretly steal some rice from Yi Bin and take it back to eat. Fortunately, Yi Bin didn't know, otherwise he would have kicked Li Wang to death. Yi Bin saw that Li Wang was still here. Why didn't you go find Black Panther? Li Wang immediately walked out of Yi Bin's room and went straight to find Black Panther. After a while, Black Panther came and saw Yi Bin holding the grains. He asked curiously, "Chief, what are you holding?" Yi Bin glanced at the Black Panther and said, "You wouldn't know even if I told you. Take 50 people to the mountains tomorrow and catch some of those white birds." The Black Panther immediately remembered the white bird that the leader had held that day. The Black Panther hesitated for a moment, wondering how he could catch that white bird. Yi Bin thought for a moment and said, "Go to Luoshui tomorrow and borrow some fishing nets. Then put out some food that pigeons like to eat. When the pigeons are eating the food, throw the fish out. Also, go to the tree and take the eggs laid by the pigeons. After catching the pigeons, let them hatch. We will have many little pigeons. At that time, the old city will raise some and the Dragon City will raise more." Black Panther listened to Yi Bin for a long time, but still didn't know what the leader said. Yi Bin saw that Black Panther kept scratching his head and then sighed. Why am I talking so much to the primitive man? Chapter 63 Rice. After Yi Bin finished giving the order, he asked Black Panther to select some smart people to go up the mountain to catch pigeons tomorrow. After receiving the order, Black Panther quickly walked out of Yi Bin's room. After Black Panther left, Yi Bin thought of making wine yeast. The things he found today could be used to make wine yeast. The traditional method of making wine koji is not that complicated. Pick the chili peppers and crush them, then crush the licorice. Finally, grind the rice into powder and then mix the 3 powders together. Roll it into small balls with your hands, then put on straw to ferment. Finally, cover it with straw and wait a few days until the koji is ready. The success rate is not very high. As long as the yeast grows hair, it is considered a success. As mentioned before, wine can be used as a strategic material. Generally, fruit wine has a distilled alcohol content of 40 to 50 degrees. Fruit wine can be purified and then turned into alcohol. As for purification, it is even simpler. As long as you put lime in the wine, the lime will absorb the water in the wine. Then pour out the remaining alcohol, and you will get 100% alcohol. Alcohol can be used to disinfect wounds and can also be used to make incendiary bombs. Fill a small clay pot with alcohol and seal the mouth of the pot with cotton. Then light the cotton and throw it out, and it will burn a large area immediately. Brothers, have I said too much? Remember not to do bad things. In the afternoon, I asked Zhu and his friends to cut fruit, but I don't know if they have finished. Yibin came to the fruit room, and Zhu and his friends were still cutting fruit. Yibin told Zhu to take the cut fruits to Hong to cook later. After cooking, break it up and put into a ceramic jar to ferment overnight. Then seal it with animal skin, and it will become sauce wine after a while. Zhu looked at Yibin curiously and asked him what wine was. Yibin explained that wine can make people forget their troubles and make them happy. Zhu couldn't believe that there was such a magical thing in the world. The leader of Zhujian knew everything and was so amazing that there were stars in his eyes. Seeing Zhu fantasizing about wine, Yibin was speechless. Do girls like drinking so much? Yibin didn't know that the wine he said could make people happy. Yibin certainly didn't know what Zhu was thinking. Yibin looked at Zhu and asked him how many fruits he hadn't cut yet. Zhu then realized that if he cut for a while longer, he would have finished cutting all the fruits. Yibin told Zhu to remember to bring the fruit to Hong to cook after cutting it. Then he left the fruit room and came to Luoshui. Seeing Luoshui weaving a fishing net, Yibin gently came to Luoshui and hugged her from behind, which scared her. The little girl screamed, and Yibin quickly covered Luoshui's mouth. If others saw this, they would say that the leader did not care about his image. The tribe now is no longer the same as when Yibin first came. At that time, men and women did not hide from others when they did that, and they could directly make babies on the spot. Ever since Yibin talked about marriage, everyone knows that a woman can only do that with one man. Otherwise, she will be expelled from the tribe, so there is no such thing as promiscuity in the tribe now. Luoshui was so scared that she burst into tears. When she saw that it was Yibin, she threw herself into his arms. Yibin looked at Luoshui and cried so sadly, thinking that he had frightened the little girl just now. After Yibin comforted her, the little girl finally stopped crying. At this time, Yibin picked up the 2 little wolves from the ground and gave them to Luoshui. Luoshui looked at the 2 fluffy little wolves. They were so cute. Yibin asked Luoshui, "Do you like them?" Luoshui looked at the little wolves in front of him. They were so cute. Girls have no resistance to furry animals. Luoshui is the same. It turns out that Yibin came to give her a little wolf. Luoshui felt so sweet in her heart. It meant that Yibin had her in his heart and would give her all the good things. Luoshui had no experience in raising wolf cubs, so he asked Yibin how to feed the wolf cub. Yibin told Luoshui, "You should feed a goat milk every day during this period. There are many ewes giving birth to lambs on a ranch recently. You go and squeeze some goat milk every day and wait until the wolf cub grows teeth. Then feed it meat. The wolf cub grows very fast in the first few months." Luoshui happily picked up the little wolf, put it on his chest, and stroked the little wolf's head with his little hand. The little wolf closed his eyes in enjoyment. Yibin looked at the size of Luoshui's chest, which was much larger than when he first came to this world. Luoshui was teasing the little wolf and didn't notice Yibin's eyes at all. He scanned his chest, and Yibin swallowed and turned his head away immediately. A few days later, Zhuifeng and his group returned to Longchen. Then, they told Yibin about the cannibals they encountered on the road. Yibin was very angry when he learned that Hang Niu almost died. When he had time, he would definitely kill those cannibals. How dare they set their sights on the Huaxia tribe? This time, Zhuifeng and his crew brought back more than 80,000 kilograms of iron ore. Yibin immediately arranged for the slaves to mine the iron ore. He also ordered Old Man Xiong and his men to start smelting iron. This time, Yibin planned to make more farm tools. It will take several months for sweet potatoes and pumpkins to bloom and bear fruit, but ginger and peppers will take much longer. Yibin also has rice seeds. Rice can be planted 3 times a year, divided into 3 seasons: morning, noon, and evening. Yibin plans to refine this batch of iron ore. They began to cultivate paddy fields and plant rice. This time, each man in the tribe made a set of iron armor and equipped it with an iron spear and a short knife. With the experience of the previous 2 iron smeltings, the speed of this iron smelting was very fast. It took only a few days to complete the smelting. Now, all the warriors of the tribe are equipped with iron armor and iron spears. Yibin asked Old Man Xiong to make more than 1,000 double-blade bows. All the arrows in the tribe were now replaced with iron arrowheads and armor-piercing arrowheads. The armory stored more than 20,000 iron arrows, and there were more than 600 sets of bamboo armor and rattan armor. Yibin planned to keep them for training new recruits in the future. Now, in addition to military training, the tribe also lets the slaves cultivate paddy fields. This time the paddy fields are near Longcheng, and Yibin plans to cultivate 50 acres of paddy fields first. The tribe now has more than 60 blue cattle, and Yibin has made a li in the past few days. With this thing, the speed of plowing the fields is faster. This thing is not difficult to make. Find a piece of wood and make holes in the front and back. Then use wood to drive in from the back of the plow and insert a wooden stick in the front of the plow. Under the wooden stick, another wooden stick is installed horizontally. The angle can be adjusted back and forth by putting a rope on it. The rear end of the plow is connected to the main wood. A main wood is installed at the bottom, and an iron plowshare is put in front of the main wood. A wooden plow was made, and Yibin asked Old Man Xiong to make 50 plows. Now there are many people in the tribe, as long as it is not a core technology. Yibin would arrange a large number of women to help Old Man Xiong and others with their work. There were more than 100 strong slaves, so they worked very quickly. In just a few days, they had reclaimed more than 50 mu of paddy fields. Yibin soaked the rice in water and placed it in a ceramic pot, waiting for it to germinate. Chapter 64 Chicken. After one night, the rice had sprouted, and Yibin called the women of the tribe to spread the sprouted rice in the rice fields. In less than 20 days, the seedlings can be pulled out and planted in the paddy fields. It has been a while since the last time the fruit was fermented. Yibin's wine yeast has been quite successful, so it's time to steam the wine. Yibin came to the cafeteria, brought the big pottery pot made by Old Man Xiong, and asked Hong to put on the stove. Then he took out the fermented fruit, added some water to the earthenware pot, poured the fermented fruit in, and covered it with a wooden barrel. Put a concave and convex wooden board in the wooden barrel, and then cover the wooden barrel with a ceramic pot. Fill the ceramic pot with water to quickly cool it down. Then use a small bamboo tube to face the small hole under the wooden barrel. Then wrap it with animal skin, and finally wrap it with mud. The gap between the clay pot and the wooden barrel is also covered with mud to prevent air leakage. A small pottery jar was placed on the end of the bamboo tube, and everything was done. Yibin asked Hong to start the fire, and as the temperature of the flame rose, wine slowly flowed out of the bamboo tube, and Yibin used a ceramic bowl to collect some and started drinking. As expected, the alcohol content of the wine distilled was high. It was at least 40 degrees, and it had a fruity aroma. Although Yibin was not a wine lover, he hadn't drunk for a long time. I drank a full bowl the first time. Seeing the leader enjoying the drink so much, Hong also took a ceramic bowl to collect some. It tasted spicy at first, but after slowly savoring it, it also had the fragrance of fruit. Hong immediately fell in love with this thing called wine. A strong aroma of wine wafted through Longqing. Li Wang was the first to quickly walk towards the cafeteria and saw the leader and Hong cooking something in the pot. It smelled so good that Li Wang's saliva was almost flowing out. Seeing Li Wang swallowing his saliva, Yibin immediately laughed and poured a bowl of fruit wine for Li Wang. Li Wang looked at the fruit wine in the bowl and drank it in one gulp as the aroma of the wine wafted out. Li Wang had never drunk this kind of wine before, and a spicy taste went up his throat. The mouth emits waves of wine aroma. At first, Li Wang was a little uncomfortable. After a few more sips, he immediately fell in love with this fruit wine. The fragrance lingers in the mouth, moisturizing the mouth and enjoying it. At this time, the team leaders all arrived. Now the whole city was filled with the aroma of fruit wine. These people had never seen wine before, and everyone tasted it out of curiosity. The men immediately fell in love with this fruit wine. Even the Oiran and Hong loved to drink it. Seeing that they had already drunk several bowls, Yibin said that they would be drunk if they drank any more. He immediately stopped everyone and told them to drink this fruit wine in fixed amount from now on. Besides, only when something big happens in the tribe can we take out the wine to celebrate. When everyone heard what Yibin said, they immediately became dejected. Yibin had no choice. If they drank every day according to their drinking habits, it would take them less than 20 days to finish all the fruit wine. Yibin also wants to use these fruit wines to extract alcohol and alcohol incendiary bombs. They will be very useful at that time. At night, more than a dozen steamers started to distill fruit wine. Yibin watched as the fruit wine was distilled in cylinders. He was so happy that he could drink a small bowl of it every night. He was the leader and had privileges in the tribe. Who dared to say anything to him? Besides, he drank secretly at night. Only Hong and he can enter the warehouse. And even if Hong sees him, she won't tell him. Yibin is as happy as a fool. Li Wang was not happy. It was fine that he had never tasted such delicious wine before. But now that he had drunk it, his mind was filled with the taste. It was more addictive than women. Li Wang looked at Yibin pitifully and said, "Chief, I only drink a small bowl every day." Yibin felt sorry for Li Wang as he almost knelt down. "Finally, I agreed to give Li Wang a small bowl every day." At this time, the other team leaders were unwilling. Why could Li Wang drink only a small bowl every day? Seeing this scene, Yibin immediately got a headache. Finally, it was decided to drink once every 5 days, and only one bowl each time. The team leaders all won their own benefits. Each of them smiled like a flower. Yibin had a painful expression on his face. He had known that these primitive people also liked to drink. He would never let them taste it, even if he was beaten to death. Now it was too late, and at this moment Black Panther and his men came back. As soon as Black Panther arrived in the city, he smelled a strong aroma of wine. Black Panther didn't know what wine was, but he knew it smelled good. With his mouth watering, Black Panther followed the smell and walked forward. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria and saw so many people gathered in the cafeteria. Black Panther was even more curious. What were they doing? Yibin saw Black Panther coming back and gave him a bowl of fruit wine. Then he handed it over to Black Panther, who took the fruit wine from Yibin's hand. He took a sip first, and the hot liquid of the fruit wine went down his throat, leaving a fresh, fruity fragrance in his mouth. Black Panther took a few more sips and instantly fell in love with this thing. This wine is so fragrant. The taste is also very smooth, and most importantly, it leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth. How could these primitive people withstand such temptation? Wouldn't this be the end of their lives? When Black Panther finished drinking, he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yibin. Then he looked at Black Panther and drank a bowl every 5 days. Black Panther's face fell immediately. He should have not drunk it earlier. Now that he knows what it tastes like, he can't forget it even if he wants to. Black Panther suddenly remembered something and looked at Yibin with a pair of eyes. "Chief, I caught the pigeons you wanted, and there are a lot of them." Yibin saw the Black Panther and asked him to take me to see it quickly. Yibin and the Black Panther came outside and saw that the 50 warriors were holding several panthers each. There were also a lot of pigeon eggs, and suddenly I saw a warrior holding 5 or 6 hens and a rooster. Yibin immediately walked over and took the hen from the warrior's hand. "Isn't this the chicken that was raised on Earth in the previous life?" Yibin recognized at a glance. "Are there many chickens like this?" The warrior explained how the chickens were caught. After hearing this, Yibin realized that the warrior accidentally saw it in the bushes and then caught it with a fishing net so that the chicken would not walk very fast. Just run faster and cast a fishing net to catch them easily. This kind of chicken is relatively stupid, so there are usually not too many of them. Yibin called you and told her to raise the 5 hens and 1 rooster. Chickens are omnivores and eat everything, so they are easier to raise. When the hen lays eggs, put the eggs together. The hen will incubate the eggs, and chicks will hatch after the eggs are incubated. Then I can open a chicken farm, and everyone in the tribe will have eggs to eat. Eggs have very high nutritional value. After Yibin gave you instructions, he went back to rest. He was also very tired today, so he went back to his room and fell asleep. Chapter 65, Corn and Wheat. Yibin woke up in the morning and started brushing his teeth, then went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast. He saw the warriors were training, and the training item was spear assassination. There were many wooden stakes on the training ground, with grass tied to them in the shape of a human. The warriors thrust their iron spears forward and stabbed the stakes with every strike. Yibin found Zhu again and took her to her room. There were many white pigeons in the whole house. Yibin told Zhu that from now on, the pigeons here will be raised by you, and you can find 10 women from the tribe. Feed these pigeons with water and food every day, and you can go outside to collect some seeds. Any fruits or plant seeds you see on the ground can be used to feed it. Zhu looked at Yi Bin and said, "Do you feed these pigeons meat?" "There's too little pigeon meat." Yi Bin was also speechless. "You people want to eat everything. It's not their fault. In the primitive world, all animals are used for meat. Yi Bin doesn't think so much every day." Yi Bin said angrily, "In this world, besides eating, there's something more important than eating, that is, quickly obtaining intelligence on the battlefield." After Yi Bin finished his instructions, he hurriedly found you. "Have you learned how to write the characters I taught you now?" You rolled her eyes at Yi Bin and asked, "How long has it been since you came to teach me?" Yi Bin also touched his nose awkwardly. "Seriously, I'm too busy these days. I'll teach you how to read and write when I have time." "Have you learned all those things before?" You said angrily, "I have learned them a long time ago, and I practice every day. Every night, I teach people in the tribe to read. The tribesmen all know a little bit of those simple words. Especially the children, they learn very quickly. They also have strong receptive ability." Yi Bin nodded and then told you one thing. "In the future, our tribe will have a mode of sending letters. Just write the words you have learned on animal skins and tie them to the feet of pigeons. The pigeons will fly back to Dragon City with the information you wrote. Our warriors will find it and give it to me as soon as possible. I can make quick arrangements so that we can be invincible on the battlefield." You seem to understand a little bit why the leader asked them to learn to write. It turned out that there was such a long-term plan. After everything was arranged, Yi Bin came to the city wall and found the courtesan. "Courtesan, wait a minute. Select 100 women from the tribe and bring 20 pigeons. Each person should wear armor, carry a spear and a bow and arrow, and take 50 slaves back to the old city to take care of the crops around the old city. The slaves now all wear iron hand and foot grills. They have no ability to resist, and these slaves have to work every day. Come and atone for their sins." At least Yi Bin never owed them food, except that he couldn't let the slaves eat too much every day. He never abused them. Yi Bin walked with the Oiran, who was a head taller than Yi Bin. The two of them walking together looked very strange, and Yi Bin himself certainly didn't notice this strange combination. The two of them walked and discussed, and soon they came to the armory. Yi Bin asked Hua Kuei to take people in to get the equipment. After you return to the old city, in addition to taking care of the crops every day, you also need to arrange for people to go fishing by the river and build a road in front of the city. The courtesan didn't know what a road was. She looked at Yi Bin. "Chief, what is a road?" "A road is the road in front of the old city. Mix gravel and cement together, then spread it on the road. After it dries, it becomes a road. The road should be 5 meters wide and as thick as a fist. You guys build it from the old city side, and we build it from the Dragon City side, and then we'll meet in the middle." The courtesan nodded immediately and said, "Captain, I will take 50 slaves and 100 women with me now." Yi Bin looked at the courtesan and said, "Bring 40 camels with you. We can use camels to pull things when the time comes." The courtesan felt warm in her heart. The leader was so considerate. Then she took 100 women and 50 slaves to the old city. Yi Bin suddenly thought of Director Wu. Almost no warriors were injured in every battle of the tribe, so Yi Bin didn't pay much attention to the clinic. Now that the alcohol was ready, he had to find cotton as soon as possible. Then he could make disinfectant cotton, which should be easy to find. It was Yi Bin's first time to visit the clinic in Longqing. It was clean and tidy, with a faint smell of medicinal herbs. When Director Wu saw Yi Bin coming, he immediately came over to greet him. Old man Luoshui also worked here. He was a witch in the Lu tribe before, and witches usually have some medical skills. Then old man Luoshui was assigned here. Yi Bin came to sit next to Director Wu and said, "When you go out to collect herbs during this period, if you see those white balls, remember to bring them back. The thing is called cotton, and we can grow it ourselves when the time comes." Director Wu asked curiously, "Chief, what is the use of cotton?" Yi Bin smiled and said, "Cotton has so many uses. For example, it can be used to make quilts, cotton yarn, cotton clothes, and so on. Anyway, it has so many uses." Director Wu said with a serious expression, "Chief, don't worry about our herb-picking team. If we find cotton, we will definitely trample it back." Yi Bin nodded, then stood up and left the clinic. Just when they met Zhu on the road, Yi Bin looked at her with a smile. "How much fruit have you picked these days?" Zhu looked at Yi Bin and said, "The chief has more than a few thousand kilograms of fruit in the fruit room. Every time you pick the fruit, you have to wash it, cook it, and then crush it. Finally, it was put into a ceramic jar for fermentation." Yi Bin felt that Zhu had a clear mindset. She had thought of every step. She was really a capable girl. Suddenly, a ram's horn sounded on the city wall. Yibin asked Zhu to go first. He immediately walked towards the city wall. Yibin thought to himself, could it be the Python tribe and the War Bear tribe coming to attack the city? Yibin stood on the city wall and saw from afar hundreds of people riding camels coming towards him. Xian'er also saw Yibin at this time. He remembered that Yibin's tribe was not here. How come there is such a huge city here out of nowhere after not being here for a few months? This really shocked Xian'er. This city is more than 10 times bigger than the previous one. When Yibin saw that it was Xian'er, he greeted him happily and then ordered the soldiers to lower the drawbridge and open the city gate. Xian'er walked on the suspension bridge in front of him and felt that the place had changed a lot. When he came here before, it was a valley entrance. Now it has become a city. The strength of the Huaxia tribe was too strong, and Xian'er led the caravan into the city. The things in this city were completely different from the previous scene. Each house looked stronger and more beautiful. This shocked Xian'er. It turned out that houses could be built like this. This shocked him again. Yibin quickly came to Xian'er and wondered what good things leader Xian'er had brought this time. Chief Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. This time we went to the north. We found a lot of good things, and Xian'er immediately opened many bags. There were actually corn and wheat inside. Xian'er smiled and said that I was in the tribes in the north. I saw that some tribes ate these seeds, so I exchanged more than 10 bags back. I know that, Chief, you must be interested in these things. Yibin excitedly shook Xian'er's hand, saying words of thanks all the time. Yibin was so happy. With corn and wheat, the tribe would no longer have to worry about food. Chapter 66, Wild Dog Tribe. Yibin looked at Xian'er. You brought so many goods and camels this time. How much are you prepared to exchange? The goods that Xian'er had exchanged with Yibin several times before were shipped to the big tribes in the north and sold at a good price. So Xian'er planned to exchange for more white salt and pottery this time. Of course, Yibin would never exchange ironware and fishing nets. These things are the biggest secrets of the tribe. Yibin plans to exchange some fruit wine for Xian'er this time. It depends on whether Xian'er can offer a price. Xian'er asked the tribesmen to unload the goods, 200 bags of black salt stone, 20 bags of corn and wheat seeds. There were also more than 40 bags of unknown seeds, since Xian'er had brought them all. Yibin naturally accepted them all. After all, it was he who asked Xian'er to bring back any seeds he saw. He couldn't possibly refuse all of them now. Who would dare to do business with Yibin next time? So honesty is the basis of doing business. Yibin pointed at the camels and asked if they would be exchanged. Xian'er knew that Yibin would exchange camels, so he brought more than 100 camels this time. First, it is convenient to transport goods. Second, it is to sell the camel to Yibin. Seeing Yibin sipek, wuan esimidit hapidi. Change. It must be changed. Seeing Xian'er agreed so readily, Yibin was very happy. Now there are more than 300 warriors in the Huaxia tribe. There were only more than 110 blue cattle and camels, which were not enough for the big guys. Yibin also gave 40 camels to the courtesan, and now there were only more than 70 mounts in Longchen. So Yibin needed a large number of mounts, and Xian'er could just meet his requirements. The two immediately reached a consensus, and finally Yibin took out 200 pottery pots and 400 pottery bowls. Also add 30 cans of white salt and 2 small jars of fruit wine. Ever since Xian'er drank Yibin's fruit wine, he fell in love with it. He must give it to his elder brother to try after returning. Xian'er has traveled all over the country for so many years, but has never tasted such delicious wine. Yibin was also very happy, feeling that he had taken advantage of the boss. Both of them felt that they had taken advantage, and they looked at each other and laughed. Xian'er looked at Yibin and said, recently, the Firebird tribe and the Taotai alliance have been fighting fiercely. I heard that both sides have lost tens of thousands of people. Yibin asked curiously what the deep hatred between the Firebird tribe and the Taotai tribe was. Suen sighed. The Firebird tribe controlled a large salt mine that could produce a large amount of salt stone every day. Those people in the Taogui alliance only have a small salt mine, which is not enough for so many people to consume. So there is no other way. They can only unite with other tribes and rob the salt mine of the Firebird tribe. The people of the Firebird tribe would never be willing to be robbed by others, so the two groups fought to the death every day for that large salt mine. Recently, the leader of the Taotai tribe came to my eldest brother Xuani to discuss the alliance and to attack the Firebird tribe together. When the time comes, we will conquer the salt mine and share it equally with the Xuanwu tribe. My eldest brother's tribe also has tens of thousands of people. There are some things I was not comfortable telling you before, but considering our transactions over the past few times, I will tell you the bottom line in advance. You, the Huaxia tribe, must make plans early, as this area has been very unstable recently. Yibin's face was very ugly, thinking, is this place going to be in chaos? The only thing he could do now was to improve the strength of the tribe. In fact, Xian Er himself also had certain selfish motives. If the Huaxia tribe was destroyed, he would never be able to find such a good source of goods again. He was just a member of a branch caravan of the Xuanwu tribe, and the entire tribe had only about 1,000 people. Merchants always put profit first, no matter what era it is. Xian Er told Yibin so much in order to strengthen his own tribe. Yibin wanted to keep Xian Er to have dinner, but Xian Er immediately stood up and was about to leave. It was not safe outside recently, and he had to return to the tribe as soon as possible. Although he has the support of the super tribe, he is also afraid of encountering that blind tribe on the road. Then both people and goods will suffer, which is not what Xian Er wants to see. Yibin had no choice but to send Xian Er out of the city gate, and then watch as Xian Er and the others gradually went away. The tribe now has 100 more camels, and Yibin's cavalry unit has become much stronger. Yibin called Zhue Feng and asked, "What's the matter, chief?" Yibin said to Zhue Feng, "I'm going to take some people to the Wild Dog tribe. You and Hanya will guard Dragon City." Ever since Lai Quan escaped last time, Yibin wanted to take some time to destroy Lai Quan's tribe. There's nothing much to do in the tribe now, so I'm just going to go to the Wild Dog tribe and take 2 people from the Wolf tribe with me, and let the slaves lead the way. Now the warriors in the tribe are equipped with iron armor and iron spears, although many warriors have never participated in battle. So this time I'm going to Wild Dog tribe. Yibin plans to bring 200 people. In addition to his own special operations team, he selected another 160 warriors to set out together. 150 warriors remained in Longcheng to guard it. Yibin said to everyone, "After I leave, Black Panther will lead the slaves to repair the road, and Mu Zhan and He Qin will lead the tribesmen to start building houses." The goal of building houses this time is 150 sets. Everyone agreed in unison. Now there were more than 200 mounts in the tribe, and 40 of them were given to the courtesan, so there were more than 170 left. There were 200 people on this trip, 30 of them riding 2 people on a camel, and 60 riding on blue bulls. Yibin took Li Wang and set off with the warriors. Each person brought 5 days of dry food. The dry food nowadays was also simple, consisting of roasted dried meat and mountain spring water in bamboo tubes. Yibin was fighting a blitzkrieg this time, fighting quickly and decisively without giving the Wild Dog tribe a chance to react. Under Yibin's leadership, the warriors were on their way quickly. It would have taken 2 days to walk, but with the help of mounts, the warriors arrived near the Wild Dog tribe in 1 day. Led by 2 slaves, Yibin immediately saw the shacks and houses of the Wild Dog tribe. Lai Quan is also a talent. It has only been a few months since we last met, and there are at least 500 people in the Wild Dog tribe. Yibin really doesn't know how Lai Quan did it. Ever since Fierce Dog came back, he annexed the Wolf tribe and started capturing wild men in the mountains again, because it was snowing heavily at the time. Many tribes in the mountains were hungry, so they drove out the extra people. At that time, Lai Dog was catching people everywhere to expand his tribe. After several months of searching, all the small tribes nearby were captured by the Fierce Dogs. So the people Yibin saw just now were all captured by the Fierce Dogs. Yibin and his companions were hiding in a corner of the mountain, looking at the camp of the Wild Dog tribe from afar. There were mostly men in the camp, and only a few women. Yibin immediately had an idea. He called Li Wang and said, "Let's launch the attack after it gets dark. This time, the attack will not use bows and arrows. The warriors will just charge indirectly. The warriors must feel the cruelty of the battle themselves. A soldier who has never been to the battlefield cannot be called a real soldier. Only those who have experienced the baptism of blood can be called a real soldier." Chapter 67, Killing the Fierce Dog. The warriors had been squatting in the bushes, waiting for Yibin's order. Yibin looked up at the sky. Feeling that it was already late, Yibin shouted, "Warriors, charge!" More than 200 warriors holding iron spears rushed directly to the camp of the Wild Dog tribe, killing anyone they saw. Soon, everyone in the Wild Dog tribe reacted, picked up stone spears, and rushed forward. The warriors of the Huaxia tribe stabbed directly with iron spears. Yibin modified the iron spear heads to be more than 2 meters long. The stone spears of the Wild Dog tribe were only a little over 1 meter long, and the 2 sides fought directly together. The warriors of the Wild Dog tribe were directly pierced through the body by the iron spears, and the people in the first row fell down directly. The warriors' movements were also very simple. They used the sharpness and length of the iron spears to thrust and retract their spears. The people of the Wild Dog tribe were beaten so hard that they had no chance to fight back. They all began to retreat. Soon they were huddled together, and the warriors immediately surrounded them. Laquan had just got off a woman and was frightened when he saw the densely packed iron guns. Fierce Dog shouted loudly, and everyone retreated inside the wall. The Wild Dog tribe had only been fighting for a few minutes, but there were already more than 30 corpses lying on the ground, and the blood had dyed the ground red. Soon the Fierce Dog came, and everyone retreated to the inside of the wall. King Li led the warriors to attack fiercely. When he saw the enemy, he would smash them into meat paste with a hammer. Seeing how powerful Li Wang was, Laquan's defenses had already been broken. He immediately summoned the warriors and blocked the door with wooden fences. All the warriors pointed their stone spears directly at the door. Yibin saw this scene from behind and was also surprised. He didn't expect this Fierce Dog to be so smart. After fighting with him a few times, the Fierce Dog learned how to build his wall. What Xingwan hadn't done was actually learned by that bastard Laquan. The warriors on both sides began to get anxious. Led by King Li, the warriors stood outside the wall, looking at the more than 1 meter high wall, and suddenly they didn't know what to do. Laquan finally reacted, immediately let the warriors pick up the stones and smash them down hard. Li Wang and his men were beaten black and blue in an instant. Yibin immediately asked Li Wang to withdraw. Yibin saw that the armor of several warriors had been dented by the blows. Since Yibin made the armor, this was the first time he was beaten so badly. This city wall was invented by Yibin, so of course he has a way to break it. But this method is too cruel, and Yibin doesn't want to use alcohol bullets for the time being. This time when we went out, the warriors did not bring shields. Yibin originally thought that it would be an easy task to take down the Wild Dog tribe. I didn't expect the intelligence of the Fierce Dog to be so much higher than that of other primitive people. Yibin could only let the warriors cut down the trees first, and then let more than 20 warriors hold the big trees and crash directly into the earth wall. An earth wall like this can be easily collapsed. Li Wang personally held it. A big tree came back, and the warriors made it again. With a few simple shields, everything was ready, and Yibin launched an attack again. I saw Li Wang, holding a shield in his left hand and hugging a big tree with his right hand. The warriors were divided into 2 teams, with the middle team holding the big tree in the same action as Li Wang. Bang, bang, bang. The big tree hit the earth wall hard. The earth wall only lasted for a breath of time before it collapsed in an instant. With everyone's combined efforts, the earth wall completely collapsed. Li Wang took the lead, jumped up directly, and smashed the iron hammer heavily in the middle of the crowd. The moment the hammer fell, several people nearby were directly blown away, spitting out blood, and some even vomited out fragments of internal organs. Seeing how brave Li Wang was, Yibin ordered his men to charge indirectly. The warriors stepped over the earth wall and charged forward with their iron spears. The Wild Dog tribe fell one after another. The sharp iron spear heads easily pierced the enemy's bodies. The warriors of the Wild Dog tribe screamed miserably, and the women were so scared that they squatted on the ground, their bodies shaking constantly. Li Wang walked in the crowd and immediately started the violent mode. Every time he struck his hammer, it had a force of thousands of pounds. Li Quan hid behind the crowd and looked around. There were earth walls on 3 sides, and he couldn't get out at all. There is only one exit, the front door, where there are endless streams of warriors rushing in. Now there is really no way out. Unless they have wings, they can only fight to the death. Yibin was not in a hurry. He just watched quietly outside. This Fierce Dog was really too smart for his own good. This time, he really shot himself in the foot. Dare to use his method to deal with him? Isn't this like going into the toilet and looking for death? The warriors of the Wild Dog tribe fell one after another, and their blood dyed the land red. The warriors on Yibin's side lined up in a row after entering, then stabbed out their weapons rhythmically and put their iron spears back neatly. The people of the Wild Dog tribe were surrounded. The blood on the ground had already mixed with the mud, and there were many warriors lying on the ground, making painful sounds. Yibin saw the Fierce Dog climbing the wall and shot it directly with his bow. The iron arrow cut through the air and hit the Fierce Dog's neck directly. The Fierce Dog quickly covered the wound with his hand. The neck was shot through, How could I stop the blood gushing out with just my hands? Luoshui's hands were soaked in blood, and his body began to tremble. He fell directly to the ground with his eyes wide open and could not close them until his death. When everyone saw that the fierce dog was dead, they all put down their weapons and squatted on the ground. Yibin immediately shouted, "The warriors have recovered from the fighting state." Each of them was filled with murderous intent, their bodies already stained with blood, their eyes fixed on the men. Yibin walked out from behind the crowd and looked at them. "How did you all join the Wild Dog tribe?" At this time, a man immediately stood up and said, "We were all captured by the fierce dogs. If we don't listen to him, we will be beaten by the fierce dogs." Yibin asked again, "Has anyone helped the fierce dog kill anyone?" The man pointed at more than 20 people, and those who were pointed at immediately became nervous. Yibin, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the 20-odd people in front of him expressionlessly. A capricious villain like this did not deserve to live in this world. There is no point in keeping it. Yibin hates people like this who are bullies at home the most. Then gather all those who have never done anything bad together. Then divide them into 2 teams, and the more than 20 people stand together. Soon, Yibin counted the number of people and found that there were more than 400 people left. Women made up the majority, with only about 150 men. There were also many men and women with wounds on their bodies. Yibin asked again, and a few people realized that these disobedient people would be tortured by the fierce dogs every day. Some people couldn't bear it any longer, so they agreed to be the running dogs of the fierce dogs, helping them bully people from their own tribe every day, and some people were beaten to death by them. Many people started crying as they spoke, because among those who were beaten to death were their relatives. Yibin felt sorry for these people, and they had never helped Lai Quan or done anything bad. Yibin said, "I'll give you a chance to join our tribe. If you're willing, just come out." At this time, a woman said tremblingly, "If we join your tribe, will you torture us every day like a fierce dog?" Chapter 68. Incorporating the Wild Dog Tribe. Yibin smiled and said, "As long as you join the Huaxia tribe, you'll be a member of my Huaxia tribe and enjoy the same treatment as our people." At this time, several people came out and asked, "Are you telling the truth? If we go to your tribe, will they beat us every day?" Yibin looked at them with some sympathy. It seemed that the fierce dog abused them almost every day, which had left a psychological trauma on them. Yibin said loudly, "I can swear on our totem that if I beat you up like a fierce dog every day, my tribe will be destroyed." Everyone saw Yibin swearing an oath, and he swore on his tribal totem. In the primitive world, the tribal totem was the most sacred, and generally no one dared to swear on the tribal totem. It was not until this moment that everyone truly believed Yibin. Many people cried loudly. They finally saw hope of survival. When everyone's emotions began to slowly stabilize, Yibin looked at them and said, "Now you are willing to join us, the people of our Huaxia tribe. Please step forward." Soon these people stood up. Their tribes had been destroyed by the fierce dogs, and now they had no idea where to go. They might as well join the powerful Huaxia tribe directly. Everyone was thinking this in their hearts. Yibin looked at the 20 or so people again. The hands of these people were stained with the blood of their companions. Yibin looked at Li Wang and said, "Kill them all." Li Wang did not hesitate and raised the hammer to smash them. In a short while, the 20 or so traitors were killed by the hammer. The deaths were extremely cruel, and each corpse was smashed to pieces by Li Wang. The women nearby started crying again. Their revenge was finally avenged. All those who had bullied them were now dead in front of them. The women all knelt down in front of Yibin. Yibin looked at everyone and said, "From now on, you are members of my Huaxia tribe, and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Yibin ordered everyone to take back all the spoils on the ground. Lai Quan had stored a large amount of dried meat and other fruits in his shack. Yibin took them all back. At this time, several women came with hundreds of goats. Yibin was naturally very happy, which meant that they truly accepted him. After packing up, everyone started on their journey back to the Huaxia tribe. Along the way, Yibin also took good care of the women and gave them all the mounts to ride. The women were deeply moved. This not-so-tall and young leader was so thoughtful. This time they brought back more than 400 people, including more than 200 women and more than 150 men. This is another good fighting force for the tribe. On the way back, Yibin kept thinking about one question. The current situation was so chaotic that he needed to quickly build a strong army. He wondered if the Taotai tribe had united with the Xuanwu tribe. I don't know if Qingluan's tribe can withstand their attack. If the Firebird tribe is destroyed, the Tautai tribe will be the largest in this area. By then, a medium-sized tribe like them would have no chance of survival. The people of the Tautai alliance were brutal and cruel by nature. If they were allowed to control this area, poor ones are these small tribes, so Yibin must do something. He suddenly thought of a person that is the leader of the Black Bear tribe. By who? If he cooperated with him, Yibin would be able to exchange for a steady supply of slaves. After returning to the tribe this time, he had to go to the market again. On the road, Yibin saw these people staggering while walking. No wonder they were caught by the fierce dogs, and they didn't even have the desire to resist. If I take these people to fight, it's hard to say whether I can come back. Yibin thought to himself that I must train them well after I return. The women took turns riding cows and camels, while the men drove the sheep slowly. Yibin did not rush them, just treating it as a trip. After more than 2 days of traveling, Yibin finally saw the gate of Dragon City. He was very excited. He missed his tribe after being away for a few days. Looking at the Dragon City in front of them, the warriors were deeply moved. It was the first time for many of them to go out on a mission with Yibin. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. The warriors were naturally very happy to be able to return to Dragon City safely. The newly joined tribesmen were extremely shocked when they saw this huge monster before them. It was as big as a small mountain. It was hard to imagine that this was a tribe. Yibin looked at the stunned crowd, feeling extremely proud. He had spent so much time and effort on this city. To be recognized and praised by others was the best compliment. Yibin immediately called on everyone to continue moving forward. Zhuefeng saw Yibin and others from a distance, and immediately ordered the warriors to lower the drawbridge and open the city gate to let the leader enter the city. Those newly joined members of the tribe did not dare to move forward when they arrived in front of the suspension bridge. There was a river under the suspension bridge, and primitive people were very afraid of river water. Yibin watched, and no one dared to go into the city, so they asked Li Wang and the others to lead the way. When everyone saw Li Wang and the warriors enter the city, they slowly followed them in. When everyone arrived in the city, they discovered that there were many houses of the same size inside. This shocked them again. This was something they had never seen in their lives. It turns out that the Huaxia tribe is so powerful. They thought that the Huaxia tribe was a medium-sized tribe before, but after coming here, they realized that the Huaxia tribe is too powerful. Zhuefeng and others came to Yibin and asked the leader who these people were. Yibin smiled and said that they were all our tribesmen now. We destroyed the wild dog tribe, and they were all victims. I let them join our Huaxia tribe. Zhuefeng looked at so many people and thought that the leader was indeed not an ordinary person. He could bring back so many people just by going out once. Yibin asked Zhuefeng to gather all the tribe members to the training ground for a meeting. Soon, the sound of sheep horns rang out in the tribe, and the tribe members began to walk towards the training ground one after another. About 10 minutes later, all the tribesmen had gathered. He stood on the platform and said loudly, "Today is a very good day. New members have joined our Huaxia tribe. Now, there are more and more people in the tribe. It is no longer a small tribe of dozens of people. When there are too many people, unexpected things are likely to happen. So starting today, we're going to set up a criminal law department. Let me explain to you what a criminal law department is. It means that you are bullied and treated unfairly in the tribe. At this time, the criminal law department will decide who is right or wrong. To deal with this matter, the tribesmen began to understand a little. Everyone feels that this criminal law department is still necessary. Chapter 69 New Policy. Yibin saw that everyone had no objection. So Zhuefeng was called up and told that from now on you will be the director of the criminal law department, and your department will be equipped with 50 people. Now, let me tell you the rules of the tribe. The first rule is that anyone who forces women to have sex with him, her will be demoted to a slave and will never be allowed to join the tribe again. Article 2. Any ironware issued by the tribe cannot be taken out of the tribe at will, unless with my approval. If lost or stolen, the person will be punished with 30 penalties. Many of you don't know what a whip is. I will make a few whips and show them to everyone later. The third rule is that anyone who steals food from the tribe without Red's permission will be locked up in a small dark room for 3 days without food. Article 4. Anyone who causes a private conflict in the city and results in the death of another person will be sentenced to death. Article 5. Anyone who sells out or betrays the tribe will be sentenced to death. Article 6. Anyone who leaks tribal secrets or interferes with tribal affairs will be directly demoted to a slave. Article 7. Anyone who has promiscuous relationships after marriage will be demoted to a slave and will never be allowed to enter the tribe again. From now on, you must abide by the rules of the tribe. This is for the development of the tribe and everyone's safety. Yibin was still giving a speech. I told you last time that any warrior who has made meritorious service will be assigned a wife by the tribe. Now in our Huaxia tribe, there are more than 500 men and more than 510 women. This time, all the warriors stood up to kill the enemy. Soon, more than 100 warriors stood up. Yibin looked at the women again and said, "If you like, you can choose one yourself and then start a family together. After you get married, you can no longer have a relationship with other men or women. Otherwise, the criminal law department will come after you." Soon, each of the 100 warriors had a woman standing next to them. Yibin announced in front of everyone in the tribe, "Starting today, you are officially husband and wife, and every couple can get a separate room." Yibin originally wanted to bring over the wedding etiquette from Earth, but then he thought better of it, because these primitive people couldn't accept something too advanced. It is better to first instill in them the idea of marriage and then slowly correct these people later. They're the first group of people to get married in the tribe. Only when they live a good life, others will dare to get married and have children. Yibin stood on a high platform and announced loudly that the tribe would kill piglets and sheep tonight to celebrate together. Happy wedding, warriors! Folks, let's have fun. Scream. Suddenly the scene became lively, and countless people began to shout loudly. Many men hugged each other and started jumping. The women also gathered together and started cheering. Yibin came down and asked Zhui Feng to bring 10 pigs and 10 sheep over. Soon the pigs and sheep were brought over, and Yibin stopped everyone. Today is a happy day, and Yibin must worship the totem in front of all the people in the tribe, so that everyone can believe in the totem of their own tribe. Yibin took a few sheep heads and pig heads as sacrifices and placed them on the platform. In fact, Yibin himself didn't know what to say. He thought of his family in his previous life. Every new year, his grandparents would mutter something in front of the ancestral tablets. So Yibin started to speak in a very formal manner, muttering to himself, "God above, I am Yibin, the leader of the Huaxia tribe. I am praying here today. I lead all the members of my tribe to pray to heaven to bless us and wish good weather and peace to our people." Yibin himself just talked nonsense again. After about half an hour, the ceremony officially ended. Yibin asked the tribesmen to start a fire, cut up the pork and mutton, and then roast them over the fire. The tribesmen were naturally very happy. For primitive people, nothing was more enjoyable than eating. So the tribesmen enjoyed the meal very happily tonight. Yibin asked Zhui Feng, "How is the construction of the tribe's houses going now, chief? While you were away, the tribe built another 150 houses. Now the tribe has 300 houses in total." Yibin was very satisfied, and then said to Zhui Feng, "Wait a minute and arrange 100 houses. Wait until everyone has finished eating, then arrange these 100 couples in, and then arrange accommodation for these new tribesmen today." Zhui Feng agreed immediately and took people to arrange the room. Yibin looked at this lively scene, feeling deeply moved. He had never seen such a scene in his previous life. Yibin also instructed Hong to take out 10 jars of fruit wine and make sure everyone has a great time tonight. Li Wang, Hang Yo, and the others were naturally very happy, as they could finally have a great time today. When Yibin woke up in the morning, his head felt a little swollen and painful. It seemed that he drank too much last night. He didn't even know how he got back to his room. Outside, the sound of warriors training could be heard. Hang Yo could be heard cursing from a distance. Yibin shook his head helplessly. Some people were indeed too stupid, and Hang Yo was an impatient person. Yibin quickly put on his animal skin clothes and got up, then started brushing his teeth. Suddenly, an idea of his past life came to Yibin's mind. He immediately called several team leaders to his room. After everyone arrived, Yibin sat down next to the sand table in the hall and asked them to sit down as well. Several people immediately found a bench and sat down. Yibin said to them, "Now in our tribe, there are more than 500 warriors. It is no longer the dozens or hundreds of people before. I was planning to reorganize the team," and Zhui Feng hesitated. "Leader, how else can a team be reorganized?" Yibin smiled and said, "I plan to divide the team into a battalion." Everyone was confused. "What is a camp? I've never heard of it before." Yibin waved his hand, and everyone immediately quieted down. Now let me give you some basic knowledge in this area. Usually a battalion has 500 to 1,000 people. Under the battalion commander is the company commander. A company usually has between 100 and 200 people. Under the company commander is the platoon leader. Usually a platoon has between 30 and 60 people. I won't talk about the people below that. Our lowest rank now is platoon leader. Hanyo will be the commander of the first company. Zhue Feng will be the commander of the second company. And He Bao will be the commander of the third company. Excluding my 40 Special Forces members, there are 460 people left in the team. Except for the Hanyo company with 154 people, the other two companies have 153 people each. Mu Zhan, you'll be the platoon leader of the first company. He Qin, you'll be the platoon leader of the second company. And He Bao, you will select a platoon leader from your company. Just report to me when the time comes. Li Wang, you will still be the captain of the Special Operations team. As for the battalion commander, I will be the one myself. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. If I am not in the tribe, you 3 company commanders can discuss it. And everyone stood up immediately. Okay, leader. Yibin also stood up and called me battalion commander from now on. Everyone answered. It's the battalion commander. Chapter 70, Making Alcohol Bombs. Zhue Feng said, is the battalion commander the company commander who manages the platoon leaders, and the platoon leaders who manage the people below him? Everyone looked at Yibin. The company commander manages a company, including the platoon leaders. If the company commander is absent, the platoon leader can temporarily manage the company. Several people nodded at the same time. Yibin saw that they all understood. From now on, their company commander would lead the team in training every morning. If I find that any of you are lazy, I will demote you to a soldier directly. Several people shuddered immediately. Yibin looked at them and was very satisfied. Yibin looked at a few people again. From now on, your company will train bows and arrows with iron swords. From now on, your company will train long spears and iron swords. From now on, your company will train shields and iron swords. You will go to Old Man Bear later and get a set of armor each. The armor needs to be wiped with oil every day, otherwise it will easily rust. Hanyo looked at Yibin. Chief, where can we find oil? Yibin was speechless. You all go find Hong. Ask her to put the animal fat in a clay pot, refine it into oil, then apply some of it on animal skin and rub it on the armor. Several people looked at Yibin with admiration, thinking that their battalion commander knew a lot. Yibin looked at the fiery eyes of several people and suddenly felt uneasy. Seeing a bunch of grown men looking at him like this, he felt his hair stand on end. Yibin quickly told them to get out and asked Zhuefeng, Hong, Zhu, Yu, Luoshui, Director Wu, Yu, and Old Man Xiong to come over. Yibin watched as the few people slowly walked away and sighed in his heart. Some things were too advanced, and he was afraid that they could not accept them. Yibin sighed again and decided to take it slow in the future. Soon the women came over, and Yibin asked them to sit down. Then he looked at everyone and said, let me tell you about my plan first. Now that there are more people in the tribe, if there is no plan and arrangement, many people don't know what to do. There are more than 510 women in our tribe now. From now on, except for those who are pregnant or taking care of children, everyone else must participate in labor. Now that there are so many people in the tribe, food is a huge expense every day. Assuming one person eats 4 kilograms of meat a day, there are more than 1,100 people in the tribe, including slaves, and the meat consumption is 4,400 kilograms a day. An adult sheep weighs more than 200 kilograms, and a wild boar weighs 300 kilograms. We need to slaughter 20 sheep every day, so we have to form a collection team. I go out every day to collect wild fruits, vegetables, and mushrooms, and add them to the meat when cooking. That way, we can use the least amount of meat to feed everyone. By then, if we slaughter 15 sheep every day, we can feed everyone in the tribe. We cook fish every few days. Now, the fish in the river usually weighs 6 or 7 kilograms, so we have to eat 500 fish a day, plus some wild vegetables. Each person drinks a few bowls of fish soup and is almost full. Except when everyone is doing farm work, everyone has to work together. At other times, everyone does their own job. After all, the tribe still eats 2 meals a day, so Yibin has to consider the tribe. Then Yibin started to arrange the work. Hong, your canteen has now expanded to 60 people, responsible for cooking and steaming wine. The dregs from the steaming will be taken to the moat to feed the fish. You will still be the team leader. Luoshui, your fishing team has expanded to 100 people who are responsible for going to the river to fish every day, weaving fish nets, and making all the ropes. Zhu, you will be in charge of the collecting team from now on. The team will be expanded to 50 people, and you'll be responsible for collecting wild fruits and vegetables every day. Month, every day, you will be responsible for raising pigeons, rabbits, chickens, and fish in the moat. Your team will go out to cut the grass every day, and the team will be expanded by 100 people. You, There are more than 50 wolf cubs in the tribe, and they are all handed over to you to raise. Take them with you to graze every day. Your team is still the same 20 or so children as before. Director Wu, your herb collecting team is responsible for collecting various herbs every day. If there is anything you don't recognize, bring it back for me to check. If you come across any strange fruits or plants, collect them all together. Old Bear, you're responsible for all production of the tribe. The team will be expanded by 100 people. You will be responsible for chopping wood and bamboo, firing pottery, and doing some miscellaneous tasks every day. Let's arrange it this way for now. Each of you go and pick a woman from the tribe. Chief Wu and Old Bear will stay behind. Everyone else go and get busy. Director Wu looked at Yi Bin and asked, Chief, you are here to talk to me about cotton, right? Yi Bin smiled and nodded. How is your cotton collection going? Since the leader said that last time, we went out of our way to look for cotton, and we actually found it. It is now in the pharmacy. Yi Bin asked excitedly, how much did you find together? Director Wu thought about it and said that it was probably as much as half a room. Yi Bin was shocked that he found so much cotton. Then he said, go down to Hong, get 2 cylinders of alcohol, and then use 1 cylinder of alcohol to soak the cotton. Then let the cotton dry. If the soldiers are injured, they can use the sterilized cotton to bandage the wound. Director Wu nodded in agreement and walked towards the door. Old Man Xiong looked at Yi Bin with a happy face and asked, Chief, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Bin thought for a moment and said, Old Bear, is the little clay pot I asked you to make last time ready? Chief, I have made some small pottery jars, so many that they fill half a room. They are all in the pottery room. Chief, what do you want so many small pottery jars for? Yi Bin smiled strangely, then looked at Old Man Xiong and said, go to Hong and get 10 barrels of alcohol. Go to Director Wu again and bring back some cotton. Remember to leave the cotton seeds. When the time comes, let Director Wu plant in the ground. I will teach you now how to make something fun. Chief, what good things are you going to make? Go get the things first. Old Bear stood up and went straight to the cafeteria and then went to Director Wu. Yi Bin himself walked slowly to the production room and saw that the room was filled with small pottery jars. Yi Bin took out a few of them, each of which was about the size of a fist. Yi Bin thought, I don't know how lethal it is. Soon, Old Man Xiong brought back dozens of people with alcohol and cotton. When Old Man Xiong saw Yi Bin here, he immediately ran up to him. Chief, what kind of weapon are you using? Yi Bin said with a smile. You will know later. Yi Bin came to the alcohol tank. Then fill the small ceramic jar with alcohol, soak the cotton in the alcohol, and then block the mouth of the small ceramic jar with it. Yi Bin came to a pile of wood, looked at the people around him, and said, all of you move away. Then Yi Bin lit the cotton on the bottle and threw it directly into the pile of wood. With a bang, the pottery jar broke into pieces and a huge fire immediately broke out on the wood pile. Yi Bin threw down the pottery jar and walked away at the speed of a fly. Yi Bin observed from a distance and found that the fire was still not big enough. Yi Bin thought about it and thought that if sulfur powder was added to the pottery jar, the effect would be better and the flame would be bigger at the moment of explosion. But now, he didn't know where the sulfur was. Old Man Xiong and the others were shocked when they saw the fire in front of them. Everyone ran far away, fearing that they would be burned by the fire. Chapter 71, Building an Ox Cart. Although the alcohol bomb was not very powerful, it burned very quickly. At the moment when the pottery jar broke, the wood pile was directly covered by fire. Although Yi Bin was not very satisfied, it was enough to deal with these primitive people. When the two sides were fighting, he would take an alcohol bomb and throw it at the opposite side, which would directly burn a large area, unless the alcohol was burned out. Otherwise, it wouldn't go out. If a few more alcohol bombs were thrown, Yi Bin shuddered at the thought. It was too brutal. It was like a nuclear weapon to primitive people. Primitive people were very afraid of fire. A fire like this that couldn't be extinguished would make them even more terrified. Just look at the appearance of Old Bear and the others. Yi Bin warned Old Man Xiong that when making alcohol bombs, there must not be any sparks, otherwise the whole room will explode and you will be reduced to ashes in a moment. Old Man Xiong was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The power of the alcohol bomb that Yi Bin threw out just now was so terrifying that he still hasn't recovered from it. Yi Bin once again reminded Old Man Xiong that there must not be any sparks. With the assurance of Old Man Xiong, Yi Bin left the production room. Calculating the time, the seedlings in the fields were almost ready to be planted. Yi Bin called the soldiers who had completed training and left one company behind to guard Longqing. Then he called some women from the tribe and went to the paddy fields together. Yi Bin taught these people how to pull out the seedlings and then tie them into bundles with straw ropes. The soldiers then put the bundled seedlings in bamboo baskets and carried them to the reclaimed paddy fields. Eben asked the soldiers to throw a handful of seedlings at intervals. Then everyone took off their shoes and went directly to the paddy field. Eben began to demonstrate, taking a few seedlings in his hand and inserting them directly into the paddy field. They wiped with a small handful every few meters and did this row by row. The soldiers watched very seriously and soon learned how to do it themselves. Eben was both angry and amused when he saw them wiping all over the place. Eben walked over and taught them how to plant rice seedlings. After a few hours of practice, the warriors and the women of the tribe became quite skilled. With 500 or 600 people working together, their speed was amazing. In just one afternoon, more than 50 acres of paddy fields were cleaned by everyone. Eben thought of the old city again. The peppers and ginger were almost ready to eat, but the sweet potatoes and pumpkins would take a little longer. When everyone returned to the tribe at night, Hong cooked several large pots of fish and meat for everyone to eat. When Director Wu saw Eben eating there, he walked over directly. "Chief, we found a lot of strange things today. Come and take a look after dinner." Eben looked at Director Wu, wondering what this strange thing was and what it looked like. "Chief, after dinner, you should go and have a look yourself." Eben quickened his eating speed and finished his meal in a short while. The two of them went to the clinic together. Director Wu pointed at the things on the ground and said, "All the leaders are here." Eben walked over and saw everything. Eben was surprised to find that these were star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and cardamom. Eben rummaged through it with his hands and saw some other things, as well as many unknown fruits, such as wild grass and herbs, Panax noto ginseng, Angelica dahurica, and dogtail grass. Anyway, a lot of them. Eben told Director Wu to take the star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Angelica dahurica, and grass fruits to Hong, as they could be used to cook meat. Director Wu looked at Yi Bin with curiosity. "Captain, you can't eat these things? You can't cook them even if you put them in the meat." Yi Bin explained with a smile that these things were not to be eaten directly, but were used to add flavor and remove fishy smell to the meat. Then Director Wu nodded. "Chief, I'll have someone deliver these things to Hong later. In a few days, I will ask Old Man Xiong to make you a few pairs of iron scissors. You can use the scissors to cut the rotten parts of the herbs like these." "Chief, what are scissors and what do they do?" Eben looked at the herbs and said, "You can use scissors to cut off their roots and leaves, so you don't have to pick them with your hands." Director Wu seemed to understand a little. Eben suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to design an ox cart last time, and now he had the time. Eben found a few charcoal pencils and started writing and drawing on the animal skin. Soon he had drawn the shape of an ox cart. Eben brought the blueprint and immediately came to Old Man Xiong. Old Man Xiong was directing everyone to assemble the alcohol bomb. Eben saw a large number of small pottery jars on the ground, each of which was sealed. Eben called out to Old Man Xiong and said, "I just designed an ox cart." Old Man Xiong has heard of this ox cart before. Eben took out the animal hide drawing and explained it to Old Man Bear. There was a saw drawn on the animal hide, and there were pictures of how to assemble it. Old Man Bear looked at it for a while and almost understood it. In addition, with Yi Bin's explanation at the side, Old Man Xiong soon grasped the key points. When the time came, he would smelt molten iron and then use iron grooves in the mold to groove out the saw blade. Finally, use a whetstone to sharpen the blade and install the saw blade on the saw. The saw is ready and can saw the wood into the shape shown in the picture. Eben also designed an iron nail, which was also easy to make. He just made a wooden nail and pressed it into the mold. Then take out the wooden nails and pour molten iron into them. Wait for them to cool naturally and the nails will be ready. Once the ox cart is completed, we can use it to travel back and forth with the old city, and it will be very convenient to transport stones and coal. Yi Bin, together with Old Man Xiong and his team, spent an entire afternoon in the production room making the product. Except for the wheels of the ox cart, which were a bit complicated, the rest of the framework was relatively simple. Yi Bin, after sawing wood for an entire afternoon, his hands began to tremble. Old Man Xiong said with a smile, "Chief, you should exercise more often." Yi Bin looked at his body. Helpless, he sighed. He was still too young. After all, this body was only 15 years old. He needed to exercise more in the future. Several people worked until the evening and finally finished a bullock cart. Normally, an ox could pull 300 to 400 kilograms, but now with an ox cart, an ox could pull 700 to 800 kilograms. Therefore, wisdom is king. Yi Bin came into this world with the wisdom from his previous life. He must lead his people to live a good life. Yi Bin asked Li Wang to bring a green ox, then harnessed the ox cart to the ox, and let Li Wang and others sit on it. Yi Bin was pulling the green ox forward. There were 8 or 9 people on the ox cart. The green ox was moving very easily, without any sign of effort. Everyone was amazed. Normally, a green ox can only seat one person, but now with this ox cart, it can seat so many people at a time. It will be possible in the future, saving a lot of manpower and material resources. The work that a dozen people can do can now be done by an ox cart. Everyone looked at Yi Bin with admiring eyes. The leader was truly a god. Chapter 72, Making a Fire Stick. Early in the morning, the company commanders were training their soldiers, and the sounds of the soldiers' drills could be heard in the city. The first thing Yi Bin did after getting up was to fetch water and brush his teeth. The tribe is now in a period of rapid development. I'm afraid that this kind of peaceful life will not last too long, and the current stability is just the calm before the storm. What Yi Bin can do now is to store food, train soldiers, build walls, and improve himself as much as possible so that he can have the ability to protect himself in the future. In a few days, the market will open, and Yi Bin needs to prepare in advance. This time, he prepared 500 clay pots and 100 cans of white salt. These things are all rare things. After all, the current primitive civilization is not very developed. For many things, they can't make them themselves, so they can only exchange them at the market. Especially at this time, just a few months after winter, every tribe is short of food, and many tribes will rob the weaker tribes. They simply stole their food, captured the women, and took them into the tribe to give birth, and took the men directly to the market and used them as slaves. Then, exchanged some food with some large tribes. A picture suddenly appeared in Yi Bin's mind, that is, a fire starter. Many primitive tribes did not have fire. If Yi Bin made a fire starter, he could then take it to the market to exchange it. It will definitely work, and he will sell it at a good price, and Yi Bin will do it right away and go out to prepare the materials. His vague memory told him that the following things were needed to make a fire stick. First, prepare a small bamboo tube, then saw the bamboo tube into pieces, and then cut the sawed bamboo tube. Use an iron knife to carve out a bamboo sleeve. Then thin the other end and cover it directly with the bamboo tube. Then use an iron nail to make a small hole. Then prepare cotton, crush branches, add charcoal powder, and finally add some alcohol. Mix these things together, then take a piece of wood and rub it back and forth. Finally, be sure to rub it tightly. Then put it into the small bamboo tube, light the fire, and then cover the bamboo tube. A fire starter is made. When you need to use it, just take it out and blow it to start a fire. After lighting the fire, cover it with a bamboo tube. The most important thing is that the fire starter can be used repeatedly, and one fire starter can be used for a day. Yi Bin immediately came to Old Man Xiong and took the fire starter he had made into Old Man Xiong's hand. Then he asked Old Man Xiong to use it, and Old Man Xiong looked confused. "Chief," Yi Bin said excitedly, "what is this? I have never seen it before." "Open the bamboo cover on top." Old Man Bear immediately opened the bamboo lid, and sparks came out of the bamboo tube, and a puff of smoke floated out. Yi Bin gestured to Old Man Xiong, "Try blowing on it." Old Man Xiong started blowing directly, and soon the tinderbox caught fire. This is so direct that Old Man Xiong was so frightened that he almost threw the tinderbox away. Fortunately, Yi Bin stopped him in time. Old Bear has never seen such a magical thing. The tribe all lights charcoal and puts it together. Then cover it with soil, taking out a piece when needed, and keep blowing until the hay is ignited. Before Yi Bin, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. Anyway, as long as he had fire, it would be fine. If it weren't for this trip to the market, Yi Bin would never have thought about it. For a tribe with fire, most people would not pay too much attention to the source of fire, so Yi Bin made the same mistake. Yi Bin taught the production method to Old Man Xiong and asked him to make 500 of them. This fire stick is the lighter in modern society. For primitive society, this was definitely high technology. Yi Bin planned to exchange one tinderbox for 5 sheep. For the small tribe, fire is simply a gift from God. 5 sheep are definitely not expensive for something given by God. As expected, making money requires high technology, and making it simple can earn more. The more Yi Bin thought about it, the more excited he became. 500 fire sticks equaled 2,500 sheep, which was a huge profit. Also, when Yi Bin went out to fight, it was much more convenient to use alcohol bombs. Otherwise, he would have to carry a piece of burning charcoal all over the mountain. With this thing, when you fight with others in the future, you could take out the fire starter and blow it to ignite it directly, and then throw the alcohol bomb out. The whole operation only takes a few seconds. This greatly improved the tribe's combat capability. Every invention of Yi Bin represents the the progress of primitive society. In fact, every tiny thing has its use, such as this fire starter. For a small tribe, it may be their life. After finishing all the things here, Yibin thought of the road leading to the old city and wondered how the road was being repaired. During this period, Li Wang was also there training the special operations team every day. Ever since Yibin came up with the military rank model, Zhu Feng and the others have been training hard every day, all wanting to train a strong army for Yibin. Yibin was also speechless. It was a good thing that everyone was motivated, but the training time was too long every day. Yibin thought, I'll find an opportunity to talk to those company commanders. Otherwise, the soldiers will start to get upset. We have to eat one bite at a time and do things one step at a time. Yibin arrived at the training ground, where Li Wang was leading a special operations team, practicing archery. Yibin was standing by, watching silently, and found that the special operations team had made great progress. Almost every member of the team could hit the bull's eye. Sure enough, long-term training is still very effective. Yibin walked into the training ground and came to the special operations team. Li Wang, take the special operations team with me and go out for a walk to see how the road over there is being repaired. Li Wang received the order and immediately began to assemble the special operations team. Everyone brought their own equipment and weapons. Then, they stood in 2 rows with 20 people in each row. Yibin, with a wave of his hand, set off. The soldiers rode on camels and followed Yibin out of the city. After leaving the city gate, Yibin kept following the road, thinking, these slaves are quite powerful. They haven't come to inspect for a while, and the road has been built so long. Yibin, riding a camel slowly forward, suddenly asked Li Wang, today that company is responsible for guarding the slaves. Chief, today the Black Bull Company is in charge of guarding. Yibin then nodded, then you know where the road is built to. How long will it take before we can meet up with Hua Kuei and the others? Li Wang didn't know how to calculate this. He had been training every day during this period and had never left Longcheng. Yibin asked him this, which immediately stumped Li Wang. Li Wang was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. After whimpering for a long time, Yibin didn't understand a word. Suddenly, Yibin remembered that primitive people couldn't count. Seeing Li Wang's anxious look, Yibin was so angry that he laughed. Monthly, every night, teaching is in the classroom. If you have time, go and study. Otherwise, you won't even know the most basic length. Chapter 73, Qingluan's Request for Help. After walking for about a few hours, Yibin vaguely saw a large group of people in front of him, laying stones and cement. There were 50 or 60 slaves busy on the road. Yibin got off the camel and walked straight towards the slaves. When Li Wang saw Yibin going down, he immediately jumped off the camel, holding a big hammer in one hand. The people on guard, seeing that it was Yibin who came, immediately ran over to greet him. Why are you here, battalion commander? Yibin looked at them with a smile and said, I just came out for a walk. Yibin looked at them, and the warriors had admiring eyes, and they were very happy in their hearts. They knew everything Yibin had done in the tribe. In the past, when there were fewer people in the tribe, Yibin could be seen every day. Now that there are more people in the tribe, the warriors can only see Yibin during large meetings. How long can the slaves repair the road every day? The soldier replied, Captain, now the slaves can repair more than 400 meters every day. Yibin was very surprised that this soldier could answer it in one breath. Did you go to you to study every night? That soldier. He looked at Yibin stiffly. Yes, the battalion commander. Every night when we returned to the tribe, we would go to Captain Yu to study. Yibin thought, no wonder he can say something like 400 meters. It turned out to be all Yu's credit. It has been a long time since I went to Yu's place. I have to find some time to teach you again. They have almost digested what I taught them before, so it's time to teach them something new. Yibin was very satisfied with this soldier. What's your name, battalion commander? I don't have a name. Yibin was very surprised. There are more in the tribe. Are there so many people without names? How many people don't have names? There are many people in the battalion commander and the company without names. Yibin actually forgot such an important thing. In the world of primitive people, many people have no names. Their level of civilization is too low, and they have no written language at all, so naturally they have no names. Yibin thought about it and said, how about I help you choose a name? The soldier looked at Yibin excitedly, mumbling something in his mouth, not knowing what to say. Yibin, although it was a soul traveling through time, he still inherited the memory of this body. But there are still many words that even they can't understand. It's just like the earth in the previous life, people in the same county town speak differently as long as they are a little farther away. From now on, you will be called Ji Xing. The soldier was very happy. I have my own name now. From now on, I will be called Ji Xing. Ha, ha, I'm so happy. Yibin looked at the soldier and thought. The soldier looked excited and was also very happy inside. It turns out that primitive people are so easily satisfied. The other soldiers looked at Ji Xing with envy. They also wanted to have a name of their own. They looked at Yibin expectantly. Yibin thought, there are so many of you here, I can't think of so many names at once. Then he smiled and looked at the soldiers. Don't worry, you will all have names in the future. When I have time, I will definitely give you all a name. All the soldiers were dancing with joy, and they soon came up with their own names. Seeing that the soldiers were so happy, Yibin was naturally very happy too, because these soldiers were all from the Luoshui tribe. It was Yibin who brought them up step by step. At this moment, Yibin was very proud that he had developed a tribe of dozens of people into a tribe of thousands of people. Only those who have experienced it personally would know this feeling. After Yibin finished his inspection, he took Li Wang and the Special Forces team directly back to Longqing. As soon as Yibin entered the city, he saw Qingwan and Guli and immediately walked over. There was still a lot of fresh blood on Qingwan and Guli's bodies. Yibin looked at Qingwan nervously. You are injured. What happened to you? What happened? Qingwan looked at Yibin's series of questions and suddenly didn't know which one to answer first. The situation in our Firebird tribe has not been very good recently. Taotai Alliance has attracted several more tribes to join. They now have more people than before. Now the Python tribe and the Warbear tribe are attacking our subordinate tribes. Last time, we went to deliver salt to the Fanio tribe, and this time, we suffered a loss because of the wooden boards in their hands. Yibin thought to himself, as expected, they had finally developed a shield. Last time, both of their tribes suffered at the hands of Yibin. After returning, have you been researching ways to deal with bows and arrows? Sure enough, I didn't. I underestimated the intelligence of primitive people. What's up with the blood on your bodies? Why did you come to our Huaxia tribe? And did the Xuanwu tribe also join them? Qingwan was a little slow to react after a series of questions. Guli said anxiously that the Xuanwu tribe did not join their alliance, and the blood on our bodies was because we led more than 1,000 people to rescue the Fanio tribe from their predicament. After that, we fought with them, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. In addition, their wooden shields blocked the stone spears we threw. During the fight, we were always at a disadvantage, and then large-scale casualties began to appear. So, Princess Qingwan immediately ordered a retreat. We fought and retreated at the same time, and finally we escaped with more than 800 people. After listening to Gu Li's words, Yibin roughly understood what had happened. Finally, Qingwan brought the remaining soldiers to ask him for help. Maybe it was last time. The scene where Yibin shot the Python tribe left a deep impression on Qingwan, so the first person she thought of was Yibin. Yibin, looking at Qingwan curiously, how did your subordinate tribes withstand the attacks of those two tribes and not be destroyed? Yibin was very curious. Qingwan smiled proudly and said, since I came back from your place last time, I've told everyone in the tribe, including our subordinate tribes, how to make earthen bricks. The Fanio tribe was able to withstand the attacks of the other two tribes because the Fanio tribe had a city wall and a river dug in front, just like the city you visited before. So the Python and Warbear tribes have been unable to attack, but they have been surrounding the Bird tribe. After a long time, the Bird tribe has lost its appetite. They had already sent out 4 or 5 groups of people to deliver the message, and only the last group ran out and delivered the message to my father. My father asked me to lead more than 1,000 people to come and support the Bird tribe immediately. If I hadn't been with you last time, I would have ambushed the Python tribe. Even if I fought to the last man, I would never retreat. Yibin, looking at Qingwan with relief, you finally figured out how to adapt. If you all die in the battle, who will save the Fanio tribe from the crisis? So, no matter what happens in the future, you must first consider the consequences of it. Chapter 74, Leading the Troops to War. Yibin didn't go directly to the Fanio tribe last time, so he didn't know the exact location of the Fanio tribe. How far is this place from the Fanio tribe? How many people are there? Yibin must know the situation. Otherwise, if he just runs over there, wouldn't that be asking for death? Qingwan thought about it and realized that they probably had 3 of our people, but there were more than 1,000 people in the Fanio tribe. At that time, we will charge from the back, and the people of the Bird tribe will fight their way out from the inside. We still have a chance to win. So this time we come here and want you to help us. Ibin agreed without hesitation, not because Ibin was greedy for beauty, but because the Python and the War Bear tribe had a life-and-death feud with Ibin. Of course, Ibin would never tell Qingwan about this. If he helped Qingwan this time, the Firebird tribe would owe him a huge favor. Ibin asked Li Wang to blow the ram's horn immediately, and soon the soldiers of Longcheng began to gather on the training ground. Qingwan looked around and saw so many soldiers. Her heart also started beating violently. She remembered that the last time she came, there were only 100 or so people in the Huaxia tribe. Only a few months had passed, and the Huaxia tribe already had so many warriors. The Huaxia tribe was simply too terrifying because in Qingwan's mind, the warriors of the Huaxia tribe were all capable of beating 10 men at once. She and Li Wang had seen it last time. Ibin stood on the platform, his eyes full of confidence. Captain 1 and Captain 2, quickly count the troops, take your own equipment, and follow me out of the city to fight. The team responded in unison. Yes, battalion commander. Qingwan was confused. She had never heard of the terms battalion commander or company commander. Gully was also confused. Why does she always hear some strange words every time she comes here? Qingwan gradually gets used to it. Third captain, you guys stay in Longcheng and guard the house well. No matter who comes, just use bows and arrows to deal with them. Black Panther looked at Ibin solemnly and said, Battalion commander, I will definitely defend Longcheng. Ibin thinks it's a special forces team. Li Wang, go to you and bring 5 pigeons. Then go to Old Man Xiong and get 100 fire starters and 400 cans of alcohol bombs. Each person should bring 50 iron arrows. Li Wang immediately set off with the special operations team. Ibin looked at Zhuifeng again and said, Go and choose 150 mounts. Then, quickly gather at the training ground. After Ibin finished arranging everything, he walked down from the platform. Qingwan and Guli stared at Ibin blankly. They felt like they were listening to a mystery. In the blink of an eye, Ibin said a lot of incomprehensible words on the stage, this and that, and Qingwan and the others could not understand a single word. After all, these are all high-tech. Qingwan and Guli have never seen them, so how can they understand them? About half an incense stick of time later, the captain of the first company, the captain of the second company, and Li Wang all arrived at the training ground. The captains of the first and second companies each held an alcohol bomb in their hands. The special operations team, each member held 2 alcohol bombs in his hands. Ibin looked at everyone and said loudly, This is the first time we are fighting such a big battle. You must obey my command. If anyone disobeys orders on the battlefield and acts on his own, he will be killed immediately. The soldiers immediately shouted and obeyed the orders. Ibin looked at everyone and was very satisfied with them. This was what a soldier should be like. Qingwan watched the warriors' burst of momentum, which made her break out in a cold sweat. This was simply an elite army. It was also the first time that Guli saw such a strong team. Everything was ready. Ibin came to Qingwan Guli and saw that there were several small cracks on their iron knives. Qingwan, look at Ibin's eyes. This is because we killed too many enemies, and their stone axes and spears were all broken by us. But there were also several deep cuts on the iron knife. Qingwan's heart was bleeding. If such a sharp weapon was nicked, it would be a critical situation. She wanted to ask Ibin how to repair the nick on the knife. Ibin looked at Qingwan's distressed expression and felt very amused. Everyone in our Huaxia tribe has an iron tool. A few iron knives are nothing. Qingwan did not hesitate. Ibin, let's go. Ibin nodded, and then the team began to leave the city gate. As soon as they left the city gate, they saw 700 or 800 people sitting on the ground. Everyone had blood on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been through a war not long ago. Each of them had a red feather tied on their arm. When the people of the Firebird tribe saw Qingwan and Guli coming out, they all stood up. Qingwan quickly came to the side of the tribesmen. This is Ibin, the leader of the Huaxia tribe. This time he will help us deal with the Python and War Bear tribes. The warriors of the Firebird tribe were filled with contempt when they saw that Ibin and his group were so few in number. If they went there with just a few people, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? Ibin also noticed the soldiers' disdain and then said with a smile that victory on the battlefield is not determined by who has more people. You have to rely on your brain, otherwise it will be useless no matter how many people you have. The warriors were even more disdainful. They didn't rely on numbers to win the battle. In the primitive world, fighting required numbers. Otherwise, how could they defeat the opponent? Ibin was too lazy to explain to them and just set off on his camel. When the warriors of the Firebird tribe saw so many mounts from the Huaxia tribe, they were deeply shocked. Then they saw that the warriors of the Huaxia tribe were all wearing strange clothes. These primitive people had no idea that the warriors of the Huaxia tribe were all wearing iron armor. Even Xingwan and Guli had never seen the function of the armor. They only heard Yibin say that the armor's defense was very strong. How strong it was, they didn't know. When Xingwan saw Yibin leaving, she immediately chased after him on the iron-backed earth dragon. Every step the iron-backed earth dragon took made a loud noise due to its tall body and long tail. At first glance, he was a very scary guy. I don't know how Xingwan and the others caught him. Yibin watched as Xingwan slowly walked towards him, and the mount under him was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Yibin thought to himself that he must catch a mount that is more powerful than the earth dragon in the future. Otherwise, as the leader of a Chinese tribe, if his mount's legs became limp with fear when he went out, wouldn't he be extremely embarrassed? Along the way, the warriors were traveling quickly. Yibin looked at the Firebird tribe's team. Although it was a bit messy, their discipline was still very good. In primitive society, such warriors would be the elite among the elites if Yibin had not come from Earth. Even though he brought the culture and memory of the Earth, he had no way of developing the tribe in such a short time. Chapter 75, Yibin's Plan. The warriors were moving very fast. After a day's journey, Yibin and his companions soon arrived near the Fainio tribe. Yibin immediately climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. Then he began to observe the two tribes, the python and the war bear, and saw that they were surrounding a city. It's a bit of an exaggeration to call it a city. It's just a small river and 4 earthen walls, and people live in shacks. Yibin looked from afar and saw a dense crowd of heads below, at least more than 2,000 people, and Yibin began to feel uneasy. This was his first time to fight with so many people, so it was impossible for him to say that he was not nervous. Yibin looked at the terrain nearby and found that the road leading and was surrounded by hillsides on both sides. If we ambush on both sides in advance, let Xingwan and the others lure the python and the war bear tribe over, then throw a wave of alcohol bombs down and then shoot them with bows and arrows. Then lead the cavalry to charge forward, and they will surely be killed and defeated. The python and war bear tribes experienced a round of fire bombs and then a round of arrow rain. They have long lost their morale, and the flames from the alcohol bomb will surely scare them to death. At that time, the cavalry will rush over directly, and they will be so scared that they can't hold their weapons. Yibin had a plan in mind and immediately called He Nio and Jue phone. You two should lead your respective companies. Ambush on both sides of the hillside. Each company carries 200 cans of alcohol bombs. When I throw the first alcohol bomb, you immediately start to light the alcohol cotton in your hand. Then throw it toward a crowded place. Remember not to throw them all together. If there are many people on the ground and someone has already thrown an alcohol bomb, you should throw it somewhere else. Wait until, after all the alcohol bombs in his hand have been thrown, quickly take the bow and arrow from his back and shoot indiscriminately until all the iron arrows in his hand have been shot. Finally, mount your mount and follow me to charge forward and kill them all. Follow my orders just now and act quickly. Zhuefeng and Heibao quickly led the company into the ambush range. Yibin called Xingwan and said, "Take your tribesmen and charge from that road. Just let the python and the war bear tribe chase us. You must immediately take your people and flee to that road as quickly as possible. The faster the better. Wait until their two tribes fall into the ambush circle, and then my people will launch the attack. When the time comes, my cavalry will charge out, and you will follow them." Xingwan was confused. She asked Yibin to come over to help her fight, not to let them watch the show. Xingwan only listened to Yibin's words and asked her to lead the people to charge over and then pretend to escape. What the hell is going on? In Xingwan's imagination, she and Yibin led people to charge over and kill all the people from the python and warbear tribes. Now, Yibin let her lead the team to fight alone, which made her angry to death. Xingwan had no idea that there were so many strategies in the war. In her eyes, direct battle was the truth. Yibin talked to her 2 or 3 times, but Xingwan just ignored Yibin. Her eyes were filled with tears. Yibin was speechless. How could this woman not understand what he said? I didn't really ask her to charge into the fight. I just asked her to be a bait. Why is she crying? Now she doesn't even talk to me. Guli, too. He looked at Yibin very angrily. He felt that Yibin was too afraid of death. Before the war even started, Yibin took his men to hide. Just let them go. Their little princess led the others to charge, while he led others to hide behind. This was not what a warrior should do. Eben looked at the two weirdos in front of him. It was really funny. I just asked them to cooperate in a play, but in their hearts, they became afraid of death. What kind of logic is this? Primitive people never use strategies when fighting. They thought that no matter how they fought, they just had to kill. They wouldn't care about your strategies. Eben was also angry and looked directly at Qingluan and Guli. Since you don't believe me, why did you come to me? In this case, go fight this battle by yourselves. Eben was about to leave when Qingluan grabbed Eben, tears streaming down her face. Okay, I'll lead the troops to kill right now, she said, and was about to leave. Eben grabbed Qingluan's hand. Qingluan's body trembled slightly. It was the first time for her to be grabbed by a man. The little princess of the super tribe was well educated anyway. Each super tribe has its own heritage, so the people in a super tribe are more organized than those in small tribes. Qingluan's hands were icy cold, as if they had no bones and were very soft. Eben was reluctant to let go for a moment. Qingluan looked at Eben with a pair of red eyes. Eben, he really wanted to hold her in his arms and give her a big kiss. Reason told him that he must not do this, otherwise Qingluan would hate him for the rest of his life. Eben also told Qingluan that you don't need to go in front of them. Just go out and show your face, then curse a few words, pretend that you can't beat them, and start running away in that direction. After this incident, Eben finally understood the character of the Firebird tribe. Once they have made up their minds, even 10 cows can't pull them back. No matter good or bad words, they just won't listen. Qingluan looked at me. The little hand that was caught by Eben looked up at Eben again. Eben immediately let go of Qingluan's little hand, and then said awkwardly, "Remember what I told you." Qingluan walked up to the tribesmen without looking back and began to repeat Eben's words. This made the warriors of the Firebird tribe so angry that their chests heaved up and down. They are killing people in pairs. Their eyes turned to Eben, wishing they could rush up and kill him. But then they thought Eben didn't owe them anything. So even if Eben didn't help them, what else could they do? The soldiers were all wondering what kind of person Princess Qingluan was looking for. He was so afraid of death, and how dare such a person come to the battlefield? Qingluan knew what the tribesmen were thinking, but she had no choice. Eben had already made arrangements, and she could only trust Eben. Qingluan led the tribesmen and began to charge towards the Python War Bear tribe. When the tribesmen were about to reach them, Qingluan cursed the Python leader. The Python leader was a tall, bronze-skinned man. He was so angry that his veins bulged when he saw Qingluan scolding him from a distance. Then watch. The soldiers next to you, charge over and capture that little girl for me. I want her to be my woman. The wild bear also rushed forward at this time. That was the little princess of the Firebird tribe. If Qingluan was caught, it would be a huge fortune. Besides, Qingluan was very beautiful. When the members of the Fanio tribe saw Princess Qingluan coming to rescue them, they were about to open the city gate and rush out together. There, little Princess Qingluan actually ran away. Everyone in the Fanio tribe was suddenly filled with loss and sadness. Chapter 76, Burning the Two Tribes. Qingluan led her tribesmen and walked quickly towards that road. At this moment, Qingluan had already cursed Yi Bin more than 10,000 times in her heart. The barbarian bear and the leader of the Python tribe took the lead and quickly chased after Qingluan. The warriors behind them also followed closely, and Guli stayed by Qingluan's side. The people of the Firebird tribe have already entered the hillside. Qingluan has been retreating quickly, and the people of the Firebird tribe have followed closely. Man Xiong and his group also slowly entered the hillside. If they had Red Sun Tzu's Art of War, they would definitely not rush in. A place like this is the most suitable for an ambush. Yi Bin, suppressing his excitement, his hands began to tremble slightly when the Python and War Bear tribes came in. Yi Bin, a lit alcohol bomb was thrown out, and with a bang, a huge fire shot up into the sky. Suddenly, more than a dozen warriors screamed and burned. Soon, hundreds of alcohol bombs were thrown out on the hillsides on both sides. Bang, 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 bang. The middle of the hillside was instantly covered in fire. Alcohol burned very quickly, and in a short while, all the soldiers were set on fire by alcohol. Screams were heard from the hillside. The alcohol bomb burned on the warriors and could not be extinguished. The flames grew bigger and bigger. Yi Bin and his men directly ignited the alcohol bomb and threw out quickly. Again, the sounds of bang, bang, bang were heard. The flames on the hillside became bigger, and many warriors were burned to charcoal before they could even scream. The leaders of the savage bear and python tribes were also covered with alcohol and flames, and they screamed in pain from the burning. Being burned to death by fire is the most painful way to die in the world. The whole body will feel heart-wrenching pain. The fire was still burning, and the grass and trees nearby were all burned to ashes. Qingwan couldn't calm down for a long time when seeing the scene in front of her. It was simply the wrath of the gods. Otherwise, how to explain everything in front of her. Gully and everyone in the Firebird tribe were all pale. They wouldn't dare to do this, even if they were dreaming of such a scene. This was beyond their understanding. In their eyes, this was the wrath of God. Many people began to kneel down, mumbling something in their mouths, and no one knew what they were saying. The hillsides were still filled with the roars and cries for help of the soldiers. The scene was horrific. Yibin looked at the soldiers in the sea of fire. Each of them was burned to charcoal. Yibin's heart could not calm down for a long time. He had no way to kill so many people in one go. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yibin did not want to throw an alcohol bomb. This scene was deeply imprinted in the soldiers' minds. They would be awakened by nightmares at night. Many soldiers began to vomit, and even Li Wang frowned. Although he killed people without blinking an eye, this was the first time that Li Wang saw someone being killed like this, and his heart began to beat wildly. Yibin was no longer in charge of this. He gave orders immediately. Archers blocked the exits on both sides and started shooting arrows as soon as someone came out. Many warriors of the Python tribe ran outside with flames on their bodies. Although Zhuifeng and Hainiu were deeply shocked, they immediately followed Yi Bin's order and shot anyone who came out of death. And if there were 10 people who came out, they shot 10 to death. There were more than 100 archers guarding both sides of the hillside. It was impossible for the warriors from the Python tribe and the War Bear tribe to rush out. The wooden shields they carried had long been burned to ashes. With the flames burning on their bodies, every warrior only wanted to escape and didn't care about the archers on both sides of the hillside. As many as came out would die, and the fire had made them lose their minds. Where? They could not gather to fight, but ran around like a scattered herd of beasts. Zhuifeng was guarding the entrance of the valley himself. As soon as anyone came out, he immediately ordered arrows to be shot. Qingwan, they still wanted to rush over, but when they saw the big fire in the middle of the hillside, they immediately retreated. The fire was too big, and it would not go out. It kept burning, and there was no more screaming or wailing in the valley. All I could hear was the sound of flames and burning things. Crackling, crackling. The fire is devouring all life in the valley, and the crisis is resolved. Yi Bin and the soldiers waited for half an hour, but still no one came out of the fire, and the flames began to slowly die down. It was not until this time that everyone saw clearly that there were more than 2,000 corpses lying on the ground. Each corpse was burned beyond recognition. The center of the valley was pitch black. The scene was extremely horrifying, as if the god of fire was angry. The fire mercilessly destroyed all living things in the valley. Qingwan led the tribesmen up the hillside. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all swallowed their saliva. In the middle of the valley, there were so many burnt corpses. Even if it is, Qingwan and Gully were frightened by the scene in front of them. There were also people who had experienced big scenes. They had participated in dozens of battles, big and small. This was the first time Qingwan and the others had ever seen a scene like today. Only now did she understand how terrible it was for Yi Bin to fall to the ground and how terrifying Yi Bin's wisdom was. In just a few hours, more than 2,000 people were wiped out. This is simply a divine method. Yi Bin, looking at Qingwan with complicated eyes. The crisis here has been resolved for you. I will take people back first. Yi Bin felt very sad about Qingwan's distrust. Does he have to fight them with a long knife like the barbarians to be considered a real warrior? The Firebird tribe has many people, and hundreds or thousands of people will die. Others simply don't take it seriously, but the Huaxia tribe is not like that. There are only 500 warriors in the tribe. If all of them die, then the Huaxia tribe will be completely finished. He, Yi Bin, has to be responsible for the entire tribe, even though he is friends with Qingwan. He is also a mortal enemy of the Python and War Bear tribe, so he won't be stupid enough to just take a big knife and fight to the death. So, Yi Bin is very angry now. He feels that Qingwan doesn't care about the life and death of their tribe at all. A girl like this, no matter how beautiful she is, Yi Bin will not like her. Although Yi Bin also likes to be a licker, it depends on the situation. He is not willing to lick every girl. Yi Bin is no longer alone. He has to be responsible for more than 1,000 people in the tribe. After Yi Bin finished speaking, He led his people away without looking back. Qingluan's heart suddenly hurt, and she didn't know why. The fighting style of their Firebird tribe was so straightforward. She had been like this since she was a child. This way of fighting has been imprinted into her soul, and she doesn't know why Yi Bin is angry. Although, she wanted to call Yi Bin, but her pride made her give up the idea. Qingluan stood there, watching Yi Bin gradually go away. She was also in great pain, but could only endure the pain in her heart, as tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Chapter 77. Encountering the snake and tiger again. Yi Bin rode the camel absent-mindedly and spoke very little along the way. Everyone didn't know what happened to the battalion commander. No one was killed or injured this time. He just killed the python and fought with more than 2,000 people from the bear tribe. The soldiers were all trembling with excitement. This was the first time they had fought such a big battle and achieved such an amazing result. After this battle, the soldiers felt like they were floating in the air, and they spoke and walked with confidence. Zhuai Feng looked at Yi Bin with complicated eyes. After slowly getting to know Yi Bin, he found that the battalion commander was becoming increasingly difficult to understand, whether he was managing the tribe or leading troops in battle. The battalion commanders were all very powerful. Zhuai Feng felt that he still had a lot to learn. As long as he followed Yi Bin, he could learn a lot of things that he had never seen before. In Zhuai Feng's heart, Yi Bin is even more powerful than his father. How could the Huaxia tribe become powerful with such a leader? Hanyo, the scene he saw today, has not yet come to his senses. The sea of fire in the middle of the valley is like a punishment from the gods. How can human power do this? But the reality was what their leader had created. The sea of fire in the valley was still vivid in his mind, and his hands and feet were still shaking. The soldiers kept smiling along the way and were excited and thrilled. Yi Bin came to the birdcage and wrote the word peace on the animal skin. Then he took out a white dove from the cage, tied animal skins to the pigeon's feet, and threw the pigeon into the sky. The pigeon flapped its wings quickly and flew directly towards Longshan. The soldiers were all very shocked, wondering what the battalion commander had tied to the pigeon's feet. Zhuai Feng came to Yi Bin and asked, "Captain, why did you release the pigeon? How can we find the pigeon? These pigeons have been raised in Longshan for some time." I tied a piece of animal skin on the pigeon's feet with the words peace written on it. You, after receiving the message, will tell everyone in the tribe, so that everyone knows that we are not in danger now. Besides, this is the first time we use pigeons to send messages, so I'm not sure whether the message can be received in time. The Firebird tribe suffered such a big loss this time because the message could not be sent. If they also had a communication tool like pigeons, the Firebird tribe would have received the news of the siege of the subordinate tribe first, and Qingluan and her group wouldn't have had so many deaths. In the future, our tribe will have more and more people, and by that time we will have to build a new city if a war breaks out. All you have to do is tie the letter to the pigeon's feet, and the pigeon will bring the news to Dragon City. I will send reinforcements immediately. This is the importance of information. One step ahead means all steps ahead. One step slower means all steps slower. Chasing the wind, I still don't quite understand what Yi Bin said. After all, in primitive society, there has never been a case of using birds to deliver messages. Only after chasing the wind and experiencing it personally will they know the benefits of fast message delivery. Now, they simply cannot understand it. No matter how well Yi Bin talks, it is just talk on paper. Only by experiencing it personally can one know the importance of the news. On the way back, Yi Bin also figured it out. He and Qingluan were not from the same world. The two of them met by chance. Although Qingluan gave Yi Bin a lot of things, Yi Bin also helped Qingluan several times, so they evened out. At worst, we could just go our separate ways in the future, Yi Bin thought to himself. Hanyo suddenly came to Yi Bin, and many people appeared in front of the battalion commander. Let's go and have a look together. Soon, everyone came to a secluded place and hid. They saw 200 or 300 people in front of them, escorting more than 500 slaves. Yi Bin soon found a familiar figure in the crowd, the Shihu who escaped last time. No wonder he didn't see Shihu when he was in the Fanio tribe. It turned out that the slaves were being escorted here. Seeing them talking and laughing, they were completely unaware that the Python and War Bear tribes had all been destroyed. Hanyo looked at Yi Bin. Battalion commander, what should we do? The soldiers all looked at Yi Bin. They had just experienced a great victory, and now was the time when they were full of confidence. Warriors feel that if they just rush forward, they can kill the remaining members of the Python tribe. Yi Bin, of course, would not be so reckless. There were only so many warriors in the tribe, and he would be heartbroken every time one was killed or injured. So Yi Bin waited and saw what would happen if a war broke out. Those captive slaves will give people a headache. If Shihu threatens them with weapons, they will rush over, otherwise they will be killed directly. People are afraid of death. By that time, the other side had a combat force of more than 800 people, and Yi Bin brought out 2 companies plus the special operations team, a total of only 347 people. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Besides, if the slaves are threatened, they will fight to the death. At that time, the battle situation will be very unfavorable to Yi Bin and his men. Yi Bin took out a small piece of animal skin and wrote with charcoal, "Come and help me at Maishan quickly. Wait for me to attack together, and you attack from behind. Then tie it to the pigeon's feet and throw the pigeon into the sky." Yi Bin, he was not sure whether you could understand it. After all, Yi Bin arranged for her to raise pigeons. As long as the pigeons flew back, you would be the first person to see it. Then, immediately tell Black Panther the news, and Black Panther will bring people to meet us, and then we will attack from both sides, and will definitely be able to capture Snake Tiger. Snake and Tiger. They started to make a fire on the spot, and then began to slaughter goats, while the slaves gathered together to rest. This place was very close to Dragon City, and they would be able to see Dragon City in a few hours. Shihu and the others should have known the location of Longsheng a long time ago, since they killed so many of them last time. The Python tribe will definitely send people to search everywhere. The reason why they did not come to attack the Huaxia tribe should be the intention of the Taotai alliance. After all, the Firebird tribe is their biggest enemy. As long as they destroy the Firebird tribe first, the other small tribes will be strangled to death in minutes. Therefore, Yi Bin has been so comfortable during this period. Yi Bin, after figuring out he had to destroy the snake and tiger, otherwise the news of the destruction of the Python and War Bear tribes would be passed back to the Taotai alliance, and then the Xia tribe would be in danger. Yi Bin, although the soul comes from the earth, to deal with 20,000 to 30,000 people from the Taotai alliance, isn't that courting death? So Snake Tiger must die here. The people of the Python tribe picked up the mutton and roasted it on the spot. There were about 60 fires on the ground, and there were 5 warriors beside each fire. Where are they all? Chattering about something, and everyone has a happy smile on their face. Chapter 78. The Power of Iron Armor. Primitive people were casual and could take hours to eat. Yi Bin was extremely ecstatic. If you guys are not in a hurry, I am even less anxious. When the Black Panther comes, Yi Bin will lead his men to attack from the front and back, and Snake and Tiger will not even have a chance to escape. Yi Bin instructed Zhu Feng to ask the soldiers to take out the dried meat on the spot and eat it as quickly as possible. Zhu Feng immediately went to make arrangements. Yi Bin also took out a piece of dried meat, put it in his mouth, and slowly ate it. Yi Bin simulated the battle scene in his mind again and felt that every detail was almost there. Now, he just had to wait for the Black Panther to come. The snake and tiger rested for a while and then prepared to set off. Seeing that the Black Panther had not come yet, Yi Bin decided to start the action. Black Bull, you lead your company and start an ambush from the right. Chasing the Wind, you lead your company and start an ambush from the left. King of Power, you lead the special operations team and attack from the middle. Wait a minute, I will lead the special operations team to provoke them first and then pretend to be defeated. To lure them over, you 2 companies will attack from both sides. At this time, Black Panther was hurrying on his way. They were not far from Coal Hill. Just when Shihu ordered to set off, Yi Bin led the special operations team and rushed out directly. 40 members directly picked up the compound bow. Aim, Snake and Tiger said, then quickly drew their bows and released arrows. Arrows were shot out in wave after wave. At first, Snake and Tiger were unable to react. In the blink of an eye, 30 or 40 people from the Python tribe died. When Shihu saw that it was Yi Bin and his men, he immediately shouted loudly, "Warriors, raise your shields quickly, Special Forces team." Only the first 2 waves of arrows caused damage. The next 5 waves of arrows all hit the wooden shields. Snake Tiger suddenly laughed out loud. "Do you really think I'm a fool? I suffered such a big loss at your hands last time. After I got back, I started researching how to block the attack of your weapons. Finally, I figured out. Let's see how you fight me this time." I saw that the Special Forces' iron arrows were all shot at the wooden shield. Snake and Tiger laughed very happily. He felt that Yi Bin would not be able to escape this time. "Warriors, kill them for me." The warriors of the Python tribe came towards Yi Bin and his men with shields in hand, and Snake Tiger stood behind them and laughed loudly. This time I will chop you into pieces and feed them to my little snakes." Yi Bin immediately ordered a retreat. Seeing that Yi Bin and his men were about to escape, Shihu ordered the soldiers to throw stone spears immediately. Then densely packed stone spears fell from the sky. The stone spears quickly crossed the sky and then shot towards the special operations team. Several soldiers had no time to react, and the stone spears directly pierced their bodies. Fortunately, the soldiers were wearing iron armor and were not pierced by the stone spears. The people of the Python tribe continued to throw stone spears while chasing. Even ordered the special forces to shoot arrows to fight back. Whoosh, 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 the iron arrows shot out quickly and shot directly towards the people of the Python tribe. Snake Tiger shouted immediately. The warriors raised their shields to protect their bodies. Arrows soon shot over, but several people were still shot down to the ground. Blood instantly flowed all over the ground, and the fallen warriors howled in pain. Snake and Tiger didn't care whether they lived or died and continued to order the attack. At this time, the first company of Black Bull and the second company of Zhuifeng rushed out. The warriors, riding on camels and blue bulls, quickly charged towards the people of the Python tribe. Even also stopped at this time, and then let Li Wang lead the team to charge back. Suddenly, the soldiers and horses rushed out, scaring Shihu and his men. Shihu reacted immediately and asked the guards to hold stone spears and threatened the slaves to charge forward. Black Bull, holding an iron spear, quickly rushed into the crowd. The mount directly knocked the warriors of the Python tribe away. Black Bull swept the iron spear and instantly cut open the stomachs of several warriors. A large pile of intestines fell out of the stomach, and blood splashed directly onto the face of the person next to him. The warriors behind also rushed forward. When cavalry fought against infantry, it was a direct, crushing defeat. More than 100 mounts rushed over quickly, and the warriors of the Python tribe were scattered all over the place. Warriors stabbed the iron spears in their hands wildly, and the warriors of the Python tribe were pierced by the iron spears one by one, and soon the battlefield fell into a stalemate. The first wave of cavalry attacks had terrifying lethality. Once the mounts stopped, they would have to engage in close combat. Having lost their speed advantage, the soldiers swung their spears quickly. The sharp iron spears directly penetrated the warriors' bodies. At this moment, more than 500 slaves behind them picked up stones on the ground and killed them, although the warriors were protected by iron armor. But they couldn't resist the large number of people. The slaves were about to rush over, and at this moment, the third company, led by Black Panther. Quickly from the back of the Python tribe, they rushed out, shooting arrows as they ran. The slaves never expected that a group of people would rush out from behind them. The warriors, led by Black Panther, shot arrows as they ran. The slaves had no shields and only wore ordinary animal skins. The iron arrows shot into the crowd quickly like raindrops. Slaves, none of them reacted, and fell one after another in a pool of blood. When Yi Bin saw Black Panther and the others coming, he was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, our reinforcements have arrived. Now pick up your weapons and kill them with me." Li Wang took the lead and hit out with an iron hammer. The two warriors next to him were unable to dodge and were directly shattered by the iron hammer. They spat out a mouthful of blood with internal organs. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Li Wang rushed into the crowd as if he had turned on a cheat. Without any skills at all, he swung his hammer left and right. Wherever Li Wang went, the ground was covered with corpses. His iron hammer was dancing vigorously among the crowd, and no one could withstand Li Wang's attack. The Python tribe has now been surrounded by Yi Bin and his men. Snake Tiger immediately began to panic. His warriors simply could not break through the enemy's armor, and they fell one after another. The slaves were the first to react. They immediately put down their stones and lay on the ground. There were still more than 100 people left on the Python tribe side. The warriors became more and more frightened as the fight went on, and the enemy couldn't get in at all. At this moment, Yi Bin saw a man on the battlefield. He was extremely brave. He held a big stick in his hand, and the soldiers were beaten back step by step. Every time the man attacked, a soldier fell to the ground and wailed. Although the soldiers would not die, the pain for being hit by such a big stick still made them feel terrible. The man hit them harder and harder, and many soldiers were injured by him. Black Bull, Black Panther, and Li Wang all saw the fierce man, and the three of them rushed in that direction. Soon Li Wang arrived beside the fierce man. Chapter 79, Killing the Snake Tiger. Sure enough, there is a mutual induction between masters. The fierce man stared at Li Wang with his eyes, and Li Wang also stared at the fierce man, and neither of them took action. At this moment, Shihu shouted loudly, "Taishan, kill them quickly," and Yibin also heard it. It turns out that this tough guy is called Taishan, and just the name sounds very powerful. When Taishan heard Shihu's cry, he immediately picked up his club and hit Li Wang, and Li Wang picked up his hammer and hit Taishan. This time, both of them hit each other's weapons, and a powerful force shook the two apart. The King of Power had the advantage of weapons and was slightly stronger, while Taishan's hands were numb from the shock. The King of Power did not give Taishan a chance to catch his breath, and directly used his power to split Huashan, and the iron hammer smashed down from high above. Taishan knew that if he was hit this time, he would definitely die, so he reacted immediately. He dodged sideways, but before he could stand firm, Li Wang's hammer hit him again. Taishan raised his big stick with both hands to block, and the hammer just hit him. A powerful force came from the big stick, and Taishan's whole body was smashed down to the depth of a foot. His hands were already shaking, and the soldiers shouted, "Oh, oh," when they saw how brave Li Wang was. Li Wang fought faster and faster, and Taishan could only defend himself. Nothing at all. No energy left to attack. The two sides fought for 30 or 40 rounds. Taishan was unable to stand steadily. Li Wang seized the opportunity and threw out a hammer. The hammer was heavy to begin with, and with the added speed and power of King Li throwing it out with all his strength, the hammer was already extremely terrifying. Seeing the hammer coming, Taishan rubbed the stick hard into the ground, and with his other two hands, he tightly grasped the top of the stick, and his muscles flexed. The hammer cut through the air and hit the stick hard, breaking into two. The hammer went through the stick and hit Taishan directly, causing Taishan to spit out blood. Then he fainted. Li Wang raised another hammer and was about to smash it down. "Yibin," someone suddenly shouted. "Li Wang, stop it." Li Wang shook the hammer in the air and put it down, then smashed it towards other people around him. Snake Tiger, seeing that the situation was hopeless, was about to turn around and flee, but the Black Panther quickly moved forward and stabbed Snake Tiger's heart with an iron spear, while Snake Tiger held the iron spear tightly in both hands. He started coughing up blood from his mouth. Shihu turned his head to look at Yibin, mumbling something. No one could hear what he was saying. "Shoot the tiger." The animal skin on his chest had already been stained red with blood. Black Panther pulled hard, and a blood-stained gun head appeared in front of everyone. The warriors of the Python tribe saw that Snake Tiger was dead and Taishan was lying on the ground, and they immediately lost the courage to resist. The warriors quickly surrounded them all. The iron spears, flashing with a cold white light, made people feel creepy. At this time, Yibin came over and shouted loudly to the people of the Python tribe, "Put down your weapons, or you will all die here." The soldiers, holding their iron guns in their hands, took a step forward collectively. Suddenly, everyone was so scared that their legs and feet went limp, and they began to throw away their weapons and squat on the ground. Yibin also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The battle finally subsided. "Black Panther, you immediately take people to tie them all up. Li Wang, you tie up that fierce man as well, and then bring them back to the tribe together. The rest of you start cleaning up the battlefield. Zhuifeng, you go and count the number of people. Heinyo, go and count the number of stone spears and stone axes, and then report to me." Yibin himself came to the side of Shihu's body and looked at Shihu's eyes wide open after death. Yibin also had a lot of emotions. In fact, he did not have any deep hatred with the Python tribe. The first time he killed people from the Python tribe was to help Qingwan. Thinking of Qingwan, the crisis of the Fainio tribe has been resolved. Qingwan and the others should be partying now. Qingwan was sitting on a big rock, looking towards the direction of Longcheng. Yibin's shadow was in his eyes. He was thinking about Yibin's disappointed eyes and expressionless face. Qingwan felt uncomfortable in her heart. She had invited Yibin to help, and in the end, they wiped out the Python and War Bear tribes without losing a single soldier. But she just couldn't be happy. Qingwan felt that she had lost something very important, but she didn't understand what she had lost. On the other hand, Yibin won 2 great victories in a row, and the soldiers were extremely happy. I just want to find someone to show off to. You know what? We wiped out the Python and the War Bear tribe. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Soon, Zhuifeng finished the inventory. "Captain, we captured more than 500 people, including more than 400 slaves, and the rest were from the Python tribe. More than 40 of our soldiers were injured. Fortunately, they were all protected by armor and only suffered superficial injuries. Yibin looked at the injured soldiers. Each of them had bruises all over his body. After returning, I made some healing wine and applied it on the soldiers' wounds, which would help them recover much faster. Yibin looked towards Black Panther and said, "It's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't arrived in time, you would have stopped those slaves." I really couldn't imagine how many casualties our soldiers would suffer if so many slaves rushed up. Each of the slaves held a stone and threw it at the soldiers. Even if there is, the armor protection will be killed by the stone. So this time, the biggest breakthrough is Black Panther and his men. Battalion Commander, Captain Yu, after receiving your message, he found me immediately and asked me to bring people to support you immediately. We hurried along the way and finally arrived at the last moment. Zhou Feng finally understood when the battalion commander talked about information warfare. Whoever seizes the initiative on the battlefield will have the initiative. No wonder the battalion commander had to catch so many pigeons and bring them back when he went to war. He also had to take a few pigeons with him when he went out. It turned out that delivering messages on the battlefield was so important. Zhou Feng and everyone else couldn't believe that a tiny pigeon could have such a big effect. The battalion commander was still the battalion commander, so powerful. At this time, Li Wang came over, still holding Taishan in his hand. Taishan was awake at this time. He looked at Yibin and thought to himself, such a small child actually has such a powerful guard in his hands. This time, the Python tribe has hit a wall. Yibin looked at Taishan and asked, "Are you willing to follow me in the future? I promise to make sure you have good food and good drinks." Taishan didn't even look at Yibin and turned his head away. Sure enough, masters all have backbone. Yibin smiled awkwardly and asked, "Who are you from the Python tribe?" Taishan originally didn't want to answer Yibin's question, but seeing Li Wang's fierce eyes, he answered honestly, "I come from a small tribe, and I agreed to protect the snakes and tigers in order to repay a favor." Chapter 80. A new warrior is added. Snake Tiger, what favor has he done for you? You can tell me about it. Our tribe was destroyed by a man from the fire tribe, called Huorong. He was extremely strong, and his skin was reddish. That day, I took my people to the mountains to hunt. On a mountain that could breathe fire, we found a four-legged beast with 2 horns, a red body, and scales. It was the first time for us to see this kind of animal, so I led the tribesmen to surround and kill it. Who knew that it was a 4-legged beast? It ran very fast. At that time, I threw a stone spear and it directly pierced the horn of the 4-legged beast. The 4-legged beast screamed in pain. At this moment, a guy with a stone axe rushed out with his men. The man asked me if we had injured their sacred beast, but I didn't know at the time that this was their sacred beast. So I answered them directly that we had injured the 4-horned beast. That guy, the one holding the stone axe, was called Huorong. Without saying a word, they came straight towards us, and they were all very strong. In a short while, most of my people were killed or injured. That Huorong was very powerful. He killed one of our people with 1 axe, and we couldn't resist his attack at all. At this time, I rushed up and started fighting with him. At the beginning, I could still fight with him, and I was not at a disadvantage. But then my people were killed one by one. My eyes started to turn red, and then I intensified my attacks. The tinder was slowly being suppressed and beaten by me. I found the right opportunity and hit him in the face with a stick. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he took out a piece of fiery red grass from his body and ate it directly. After a while, veins popped up on his body, and his strength increased several times. When I fought with him again, I couldn't even block one of his attacks. Then, I was knocked to the ground. At this time, my father rushed over, hugged Huorong tightly, and shouted loudly, "Run!" How could I just watch my father being killed by him? I immediately stood up and tried to save my father, but Huorong's power was too terrifying, and he chopped me off with 1 stone axe. Blood was flowing from my body, and my father told me to run fast and help him get revenge later. I dragged my injured body and ran forward quickly, but I accidentally fell into the river. When I woke up, I'd already arrived at the Python tribe. Later, I learned that it was the leader of the Python tribe who saved me. Seeing that I was strong and had so many wounds on my body, he knew that I must be very skilled. So he asked me to protect his son, and that's how I became Snake Tiger's bodyguard. After hearing this, Yibin suddenly lost his composure. There really is a Qilin in this world. He wondered if this Qilin was the same as the one he imagined. Just now I heard Taishan say that the Qilin runs very fast, but it seems to have no other functions. Is it just running fast? This is too ridiculous. Yibin said, "How about I make a deal with you?" Taishan asked back, "What deal?" Yibin smiled, then looked at Shihu's body and said, "I'll have someone send Shihu's body back, and then I'll help you get revenge." Could you bear to watch the bodies of the snake and tiger being eaten by wild beasts? I will help you send the body of snake tiger back. This is also your way of repaying their kindness. Please think about it carefully. Taishan thought, I can't really leave the snake tiger's body here to feed the wolves. Besides, the snake tiger is already dead, and he has saved the snake tiger many times, so it's not ungrateful. Taishan looked at Yibin and asked, can you really help me? Can you help me send the body of Shihu back? And help me get revenge? Yibin nodded happily. If it weren't for the advantage of Li Wang's weapon, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Now, Yibin was of course very happy to have taken Taishan back. From now on, the Huaxia tribe has gained another powerful general. It is really a blessing from heaven. Taishan stood up, walked to the body of Snake Tiger, kowtowed heavily, then turned around and left without looking back. Directly, came to Yibin. I will follow you in the future. I hope you can do what you say. Yibin said confidently, don't worry, I will definitely help you get revenge. The place that Taishan mentioned is not known where it is. Only volcanoes can erupt fire. Yibin, I finally got the news about the volcano. There is sulfur next to the volcano. With sulfur, we can make bombs and cannons. When the time comes, just use cannons to attack anyone you dislike. Yibin was excited just thinking about it. As for helping Taishan to get revenge, that was just a matter of convenience. When the time comes, if we go to dig sulfur, we will definitely come into conflict with the God of Fire tribe. War will break out sooner or later, so it is better to take Taishan first. Yibin pointed at the two people from the Python tribe and said, take the body of Snake Tiger back. If anyone asks you how Snake Tiger died, what should you do? Just say that Snake Tiger was killed by us, the Eagle tribe. If Yibin remembers correctly, the Eagle tribe is also a member of the Tao Tai Alliance. Just let them fight each other while you hide away and develop slowly. This is the best way. Then, looking at the other people in the Python tribe, they all had a black snake wrapped around their bodies. Yibin felt his head was about to explode. What kind of people are these? Yibin looked at these more than 100 people and originally wanted to just kill them. These people all had small black snakes on their bodies. If he brought them all back to the tribe, Yibin couldn't even imagine what would happen. Chasing the wind, seeing Yibin's embarrassment, Captain, let's kill all the snakes on them. That way there will be no danger. Yibin nodded repeatedly after hearing this. When the people of the Python tribe heard that their little snakes were going to be killed, they immediately became excited because they had raised them from childhood. When Yibin saw the crowd, he became excited and immediately ordered the archers to draw their bows and aim at them. Only then did everyone calm down. They are now slaves of others, and it is time for everyone to make a choice. Yibin spoke, I now allow you to release the little snake on your body. This is my last bottom line, otherwise you will all die here. In the end, everyone in the Python tribe reluctantly released the little snake. Yibin then looked at the slaves. Which tribe are you all from? Why were you captured by the Python tribe? At this time, several people came out and said, we are all from a tribe in the mountains. Some time ago, the Python tribe came into the mountains and robbed our food and women everywhere. Then we started fighting, but there were too many of them and we were no match for them. In the end, we were all captured and our tribe was burned down by them. Just now, we were also forced. If we didn't listen to them, they would kill us. Please let us go. Of course, Yibin would not let them go. If Black Panther had not arrived just now, Yibin and his friends would be the ones lying on the ground now. Now, I will give you a choice. First, join our tribe. Second, go back with us and be our slaves, digging mountains and stones to build roads. It's your choice. Anyone who joins our tribe must swear by your totem. If you betray the tribe one day, you will be punished by the gods. The slaves' faces suddenly changed. The totem was the most sacred thing in their hearts. How could they use it to swear an oath? Primitive people feared the gods the most, and the most important thing for a tribe was the totem. So primitive people rarely swore an oath using a totem. Chapter 81, The Lazy Newcomer. Yibin looked at the slaves and said, since you don't want to, then come back with me and be slaves. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, we are willing to join your tribe, and then more and more people were willing to join. In the end, there were still 50 people who were unwilling to join the Huaxia tribe. Yibin did not force them and directly took them back to the tribe as slaves. A total of more than 380 people joined the Huaxia tribe, including 300 men and 80 women. Some people also asked where the elderly and children had gone. The elderly and children only consume food, and it is impossible for the Python tribe to let them survive. Yibin ordered the slaves to drive the sheep from far away together. This time, the snakes and tigers had taken all the food from the people. Yibin estimated that there were about 1,500 sheep. This time, Yibin made a small fortune again and was naturally very happy. Then Yibin gave the order to set off. Everyone started to move forward, with the Black Bull Company leading the way and the Zhuifeng and Black Panther companies supervising from behind. Yibin led the group, with Li Wang walking at the back, and Taishan also came over. "Chief, I also want a weapon like his." Taishan pointed at Li Wang's hammer. Yibin asked Li Wang to hand the hammer to him. Taishan took it and smashed the hammer to the ground. The iron hammer was so heavy that Taishan couldn't even lift it, let alone use it to fight. Although Taishan is very powerful, he is still a little inferior to Li Wang. Li Wang looked at Taishan with disdain, then picked up the hammer and placed it on his shoulder. He rode on the camel and left. Yibin looked at Taishan and said, "When I get back, I will make you a dragon-slaying crescent blade, which is specially used for chopping people." When Taishan heard the name of the dragon-slaying crescent blade, he thought it was very powerful and looked at Yibin excitedly. "Chief, you are so kind. Not only did you not kill me, but you also made me a dragon-slaying crescent blade." Taishan felt that he had followed the right person. Yibin was in a good mood and had an unexpected gain on the way back. This time, the pigeon messaging was really useful. In the future, we can seize the initiative on the battlefield in advance. When Yibin returned to Longsheng, it was already afternoon. When Taishan saw Longsheng for the first time, he was dumbfounded. Can this really be built by human power? There wasn't much surprise in the eyes of the slaves of the Python tribe. It was obvious that they already knew about the existence of Dragon City. Those newly joined tribesmen were so frightened that they dared not walk. The city before them was so shocking that everyone stood still, as if they were under a spell. The soldiers looked disgusted, thinking, "Isn't it just a city? What primitive people who have never seen the world?" Yibin was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and then shouted, "This is our Huaxia tribe. From now on, you will all live in it, and then we will work together to build a stronger tribe." Everyone immediately cheered, and from now on they will also be members of the Huaxia tribe. Those slaves who were unwilling to join the Huaxia tribe before were now regretting their decision. Suddenly, dozens of slaves came to Yibin. "Chief, we are now willing to join the Huaxia tribe." Yibin ignored them and directly let Li Wang take them into the city. "Yibin, I gave them a chance before, but they didn't cherish it. Now they want to join the Huaxia tribe. It's too late. The Huaxia tribe is not a place where anyone can join if they want to." When everyone arrived at the city, they couldn't take their eyes off the rows of houses, all the same height and size. These primitive people had never seen such beautiful houses before. Yibin looked at everyone, all of whom were standing there in a daze. Taishan was like Granny Lu coming into the city and found everything new to him. Yibin coughed, then looked at everyone and introduced that this was the house they were going to live in, and that there would be 10 of them in one room. Yibin pointed to the training ground where our soldiers train, and then pointed to the canteen and some other places. After arriving at the tribe and introducing everything, Yibin asked Zhuifeng to arrange accommodation for the new tribesmen. He also notified Hong to prepare an extra meal in the evening and to kill a few more sheep for stewing. Black Panther came over and asked, "Captain, what should we do with these slaves?" Yibin thought for a moment and decided to send these 150 slaves to repair the road. After a few days, we will bring the slaves back to Dragon City to build houses. The tribe has now increased by more than 500 people. The houses built before are not big enough to live in. Yibin suddenly thought of the courtesan. He decided to send some people to the courtesan tomorrow. There happened to be some empty rooms there, and he could also collect the crops from the old city at the same time. In the evening, Yibin welcomed the new members of the tribe in the cafeteria and introduced them to the new members. Taishan saw so many delicious foods on the table. Suddenly, he swallowed hard a few times, and the other newcomers did the same. They had never seen such appetizing food before, and the whole cafeteria was filled with the aroma of meat. Hong arranged bowls and chopsticks for everyone, and placed a pot of cooked mutton on each table. The newlyweds looked at the mutton on the table, and their eyes seemed to be glued. The entire cafeteria was full of people. Yibin looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt emotional. A few months ago, the tribe didn't even have a place to eat. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 1,400 people in the tribe. Yibin felt like he was dreaming and was afraid that when he woke up, there would be nothing. Look, the new tribesmen, each holding 2 small wooden sticks in their hands, but didn't know where to start. Some people had already started eating, as they had never eaten stewed meat before. Many people were scalded and screamed, and some even put their hands into the pot. The temperature of the broth was very high, and immediately, every table let out a painful roar. The old men in the tribe looked at them with disdain. Although they had also come this far, they had long forgotten about it. Now, when they saw these newcomers, they suddenly felt a sense of superiority. After the meal, everyone's mouths were full of oil and everyone's stomach was bulging. After the primitive people were full, they liked to lie down and sleep. Many people just lay on the ground and touch their stomachs comfortably. Only Taisans tut beside Yibin. Yibin, when he saw these new tribesmen, he immediately became furious. These people just slept after eating. What's the difference between them and pigs? Yibin shouted, and everyone stood up. You just came today and don't know many rules. I don't blame you. Since you have come to the Huaxia tribe, you must abide by the rules of my Huaxia tribe. Yibin looked at Juefeng and said, You arrange for them to rest first and gather at the training ground tomorrow morning. By the way, tell them the rules of the tribe. Chapter 82 Oxguard. At dawn in the morning, the sound of sheep horns rang out in Longsheng. The soldiers immediately got up, took branches and charcoal powder, and quickly fetched water to brush their teeth. When the new tribesmen heard the sound of sheep horns outside, they were so scared that they all huddled together. Yibin, after brushing his teeth, came to the training ground and saw the neatly arranged soldiers, and his blood immediately boiled. Yibin looked at the training ground next to him, and none of the new recruits from yesterday were here. Yibin immediately got angry. What a bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to eat. Can't they hear the loud sound of the sheep horn? Yibin, he looked at Juefeng unhappily. Did you tell them the rules of the tribe last night, about getting up in the morning and gathering at the training ground? Battalion commander, I told them last night that these guys are really used to being lazy. You take the second company and bring them all to the training ground. Those who don't get up will be whipped directly. Soon, screams were heard in the room, and then people began to walk out of each room slowly. Yibin directly asked them to stand in 10 rows. After a long time, they were able to form 10 groups of people. Yibin, I have been in primitive society for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a lazy primitive man. These newly joined tribesmen used to live in the mountains. People like Hang Neo get up early in the morning to train, and the entire primitive society is just one Huaxia tribe. Yibin started shouting and taught them to stand in a row. If he wanted to change them, he had to set rules for them. Yibin, at this time he thought of Taishan, and then he looked around and saw Taishan standing with Li Wang and the others. Yibin felt that he had not made a mistake in seeing him. Yibin, come to the platform. From today on, the more than 300 new members of yours will be directly divided into 3 companies, and each company will have an additional 100 people. Black Bull, Juefeng, Black Panther, each of your companies should select 100 people and train with them in the future. If it happens again like what happened this morning, and the people in your company are late, no one will be able to eat for the whole day. The soldiers stared at the new members with fierce eyes. Looking at the soldiers' eyes, the new members' hair stood on end. Yibin looked at everyone and said, Since you have chosen to join the Huaxia tribe, you must obey the management of the tribe. You must train well in the future. If anyone is lazy again, he will be flogged 30 times if found. Yibin called Li Wang and Taishan and came to you. He happened to see you feeding pigeons in the room. Yibin opened the door and came to the room. He grabbed 5 pigeons and put them in the cage. He was very happy to see Yibin coming. Chief, the 2 pigeons you released last time. I immediately noticed that the 2 pigeons were different, and then I saw the animal skin on the pigeon's feet, and I immediately took it off. Fortunately, I recognized all the words on the animal skin. After reading them, I immediately found Captain Black Panther and asked him to take his men out of the city to meet you. Fortunately, Captain Black Panther arrived in time. You became more and more excited the more he talked. After the warriors came back yesterday, he told everyone in the tribe about it, wishing that everyone could know about their battle record. Yibin smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. You are so smart. It seems that you have learned everything I taught you. Wait a few days, and I will teach you some other things. You happily hugged Yibin's arm, and her 2 small buns rubbed against Yibin's arm. Primitive people didn't wear bras, and Yibin could clearly feel the softness coming from his arm. Yibin looked at you seriously and said, I have been too busy recently. There are too many things to deal with in the tribe, so I can't spare the time to teach you. At this time, Old Man Xiong came over and said, Chief, we have made more than 50 ox carts and more than 1,000 fire starters. When do you think we will need them? Yibin thought for a while. The market would not start for a few days. Old Xiong, please pack all the things in bamboo baskets. I will come to pick them up in 2 days. You can then assemble the ox cart. Then they gave it to the slaves to drag stones and cement, asking them to repair the road quickly and connect it with the old city as soon as possible. For this time cement, Yibin made some changes based on the previous one. He directly used a large amount of wood ash, soaked it in water, and then took it out and kneaded it together. Then put the prepared wood ash on a high fire to calcine it. And finally, put it into water, add sand and stones, and mix it. The cement made in this way is not only low cost, but also more practical. The Taotai Alliance lost several thousand people this time, and the most important thing is that no one on the opposite side died. The whole alliance was in a panic, according to those who came back. The valley was pitch black, and the ground was littered with densely packed corpses, each of which was pitch black. Those who went to gather information at that time were terrified when they saw the scene before them. Everything that happened in the valley still makes them feel terrified. When the leader of the Taotai tribe learned about the whole thing, he was dumbfounded. When did the Firebird tribe have such powerful means? If we go to war with the Firebird tribe again next time, and they use that kind of divine means again, it is hard to imagine whether our alliance can stop them. On the Firebird tribe side, after Qingwan came back from the Flying Bird tribe, she went to her father immediately and told him again how she destroyed the Python tribe and the War Bear tribe. When the leader of the Firebird tribe learned what had happened, he was stunned for a long time. Could it be that in this world, there really were godly powers? Luoner, if you have time, go to the Huaxia tribe again and see if you can learn everything from them. You said before that they also have bows and arrows, which are extremely powerful. If we can exchange some weapons with them, our Firebird tribe will no longer be afraid of the Taotai Alliance. As long as we have such weapons, we can avenge those dead members of our tribe. Qingwan, looking at his father's excited expression, felt very complicated. After this incident, his relationship with Yi Bin became more and more distant. There was an invisible pair of hands that pulled the two people further and further away. Qingwan soon figured out the problem. The way primitive people think about problems is very simple. What the Huaxia tribe lacks most right now is mounts. The last time we went to help the Fanio tribe, it was obvious that there were not enough mounts. A large number of people, including Yibin, do not have mounts. Qingwan planned to select another 100 green cattle to go to the Huaxia tribe, and then find Yibin to exchange the bows and arrows. Yibin, the special operations team, Li Wang and Tai Shan, walked on the road of the old city. The ox cart made by Old Man Xiong had now officially started on the road. Looking at the trucks full of stones and cement, Yibin was very satisfied. If he continued at this pace, he would be able to meet the courtesan in a month at most. At that time, people can travel between Longsheng and the old city by ox cart. Ox carts are much faster than people. A journey that takes a day on foot can be reached in 5 or 6 hours by ox cart. There are too many wastelands in the old city, which is suitable for large-scale grain planting, while the Dragon City side is suitable for grazing. Ever since he'd been cleared out all the carnivores in the valley, there are obviously more herbivores in the Yellow River Valley than before. Chapter 83, Planting Sweet Potatoes Again. The group continued moving forward, and around the afternoon, they saw the courtesan and her group. Everyone was busy with their own things, and the slaves were also working hard to carry stones. Yibin, seeing this scene, I felt like I was back on Earth, and remembered the scene when we all worked together to repair the road in the village when I was a child. Soon, the courtesan found Yibin and asked, "Chief, why are you here? The peppers and sweet potatoes you mentioned last time are almost ripe." Yibin is a native Hunanese. He has been in this world for so long, but has never eaten a dish made with chili peppers. After picking the peppers, I must make a dish of fried pork with peppers. It will be even more delicious if it is served with a bowl of rice. Yibin looked at the courtesan and found that she had become stronger and her skin had turned wheat-colored. It seemed that they also participated in labor every day, and each of them looked like a Barbie doll. For primitive people, a woman with such a figure is what men dream of, but for Yibin, he felt very uncomfortable standing next to the courtesan. Everyone walked towards the direction of the old city. Yibin looked at the cement road and nodded repeatedly. The courtesan was quite reliable. "Oiran, have you taken care of the nearby farmland during this period, like weeding, loosening the soil, and applying fertilizers?" "Chief, don't worry. I have arranged all these things, and the women in the tribe are doing them. For example, the peppers you mentioned are full on every small tree. Last time I ate one straight up, my mouth got swollen, and since then we haven't touched chili peppers again." "Chief, that stuff is so disgusting. Why do you grow it?" Yibin thought if you eat it raw, it will be strange if it doesn't kill you. It can only be said that these people don't know how to enjoy life. Looking at the appearance of the courtesan, Yibin couldn't help laughing. Let's see if you guys will cheat again next time. Peppers cannot be eaten raw. First of all, peppers are just a side dish. They need to be paired with meat. Then stir-fry them together to remove the fat. Only when they're fried together, peppers and meat are delicious. The Oiran was completely confused. She had never heard of stir-fried pork with peppers, and the chief even said that it should be stir-fried. The two ways of eating in the tribe were roasting and boiling, and she had never heard of stir-frying. Eben looked at the courtesan like a curious baby. Her eyes were fixed on him, as if she was afraid that he would run away in the next second. Wait, come with me to pick some peppers, dig some ginger, and see if the sweet potatoes are ripe. From now on, the staple food of our tribe will be sweet potatoes and rice. The rice is planted in launching. After the road is repaired, we can take an ox cart over there. The courtesan has left Eben for some time. Now that the two meet again, she feels like she can't understand anything the leader says. What ox cart? What rice? She had never heard of them. Seeing the chief's happy face, the courtesan knew that they must be good things, otherwise the chief would not be so happy. Every time Eben invented something, none of it was bad, so the Oira knew what new thing the leader had come up with. Eben didn't explain too much. The courtesan would naturally know the answer when the time came. Then he handed her 2 bird cages, each containing 10 pigeons. In the future, if you want to come to Dragon City, you can just take a small piece of animal skin, write on it with charcoal, and then tie it to the pigeon's leg. Just throw the pigeon out. The pigeon will bring your news to Longcheng, and you will find it at the first time. Eben asked the courtesan to catch 10 pigeons and put them in a spare bird cage. The last time the courtesan came, Eben asked her to bring some pigeons. In the future, the two cities can communicate with each other. Otherwise, it would take too long for people to make a trip, and if the courtesan cannot make up her mind about many things, she can send a pigeon to send a message to Eben. In the afternoon, Eben took everyone to the fields to pick peppers and dig sweet potatoes. Everyone dug a lot, and the harvest filled a room full of peppers, and the sweet potatoes filled 4 rooms. At dinner time, Eben didn't skimp and just steamed some, fried some sweet potatoes, and fried some meat with peppers. At the beginning, everyone was so spicy that they kept drinking water, but Eben kept eating. After that, everyone took a few more bites and suddenly couldn't stop. The hotter it was, the more they wanted to eat. Everyone was drinking water and eating fried pork with peppers. Taishan and Li Wang took a bite of fried pork with peppers and another bite of steamed sweet potato, and they were eating so deliciously. Before Taishan, he had never eaten such delicious food. Since coming to the Huaxia tribe, Taishan feels that no matter whether it is boiled meat, grilled meat, or stir-fried meat with peppers, it is all delicious. The most important thing is that the food cooked by the Huaxia tribe is added with white fine salt. No matter whether it is boiled meat or grilled meat, white salt is added. Otherwise, how can it taste so good? People outside of the village naturally don't know this. Besides, primitive people don't care about food. As long as they are full, they are satisfied. Many tribes don't even have enough food to eat for several days, let alone figure out how to eat. So the newcomers who just joined the tribe think everything they eat is delicious. When everyone finished lunch, Yi Bin and the courtesan came to the warehouse. When the warehouse door was opened, the whole room was filled with salted fish. Yi Bin took a look and saw that there were at least 5 or 6 warehouses filled with salted fish. Now Yi Bin doesn't have to worry about whether they have enough food. There are more than 150 people in the old city now, and the daily food consumption is not very large. In addition, there were traps left nearby, so it was easy to catch a few prey every day. So Eben was not worried about food. Eben planned to bring some sweet potatoes back to Longcheng and let Hua Kuei and the others plant the rest. Sweet potatoes could be planted twice a year at most, with about 4,000 to 6,000 kilograms per acre. From now on, sweet potatoes will be the staple food of the tribe, along with rice and pumpkins. The pumpkins this time are too small, so Yi Bin did not pick them. He will wait until the pumpkins are ripe. Yi Bin, after arranging everything, he got up and prepared to return to Longcheng. The market would open in 2 days. In fact, the market was open every day, but there were not many people inside. Only on the first day of every month, all the tribes in this area would come to the market to exchange the supplies they needed. This day was also the day with the most people. Yi Bin led the special operations team and hurried along the way. Although the speed was not very fast, the camels had excellent endurance. It only took a few hours for everyone to return to Dragon City. Yi Bin asked Li Wang and others to unload the sweet potatoes and called Zhu, asking them to plant the sweet potatoes in the field tomorrow. Yi Bin, and called Black Bull, Zhuifeng, and Black Panther. From tomorrow on, after the Black Bull Company finishes its morning training, Only a dozen people will be left on the city wall to guard it. All other personnel must participate in building houses and reclaiming farmland. More than 200 slaves in the tribe were all assigned to cultivate the fields, and the women were assigned to grow sweet potatoes. From then on, the staple food of the tribe was sweet potatoes and rice. During the farming season, every year, everyone in the tribe who is able to move must participate in the labor. Chapter 84, Going to the Market Again. In his previous life, Yibin watched a movie in which the soldiers grew crops during the day and worked as soldiers at night. Only by storing more food can we feed more soldiers. Only when the soldiers are well fed can they have the strength to protect the tribe. Black Panther, you and the third company will go to the market with me this time. Zhuefeng, take the second company and kill the cannibals who robbed you last time. By the way, go out and train the soldiers. If you encounter any wandering tribes, try to bring back what you can. Black Bull, before I come back, all 700 houses in the tribe must be built. And let the slaves reclaim 200 acres of farmland for large-scale sweet potato cultivation. After making the arrangements, Yibin brought Taishan to the iron smelting room and called Old Man Xiong. In preparation for the furnace smelting, Yibin made a mold of the dragon-slaying crescent blade out of mud. This iron blade weighed more than 60 kilograms and was more than 2 meters long. After the efforts of several people, the iron slag quickly turned into molten iron. Old Man Xiong poured the molten iron into the mold, and then Yibin picked up the hammer and kept hitting the blade and the blade. Iron knife has too many impurities in it, and only through constant hammering can a good knife be made. There's a saying that goes, it takes thousands of hammerings to make a good sword. A good sword must go through thousands or tens of thousands of hammerings to be forged. Only when all the impurities in the iron are removed can it be considered a truly good knife. After repeated forging by everyone, an extremely dense, dragon-slaying crescent blade was formed. Yibin asked Taishan to find a piece of wood to try, and Taishan tried his best. With a horizontal chop blow, the wood broke neatly. Taishan himself was dumbfounded. The knife was so sharp. Taishan stroked the blade with his hand. He really liked this dragon-slaying crescent blade. With this weapon in hand, killing people was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Taishan looked at Yibin in disbelief and said, "Chief, you really gave this knife to me." Yibin smiled and nodded. "This knife is yours from now on. You must take good care of it." Taishan held the dragon-slaying crescent blade in his arms as if it were a treasure, fearing that someone else would snatch it away. Ever since he first saw the sword, Taishan had identified himself with it. Taishan had never seen such a sharp weapon. If he had had this knife, it would have been easy to kill Huarong and his men. Tarzan performed a few more tricks and then chopped off a few more pieces of wood. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Yibin looked at Taishan like a little child and then shook his head helplessly. As expected, no matter how brave a man is, when he sees something he likes, he will show his most childish side. Yibin also asked Old Man Xiong to prepare the things for the market in advance, and this time he planned to bring more things. Yibin planned to rent a place in the market for a long time. First, he could get information about the surrounding area, and second, he could exchange supplies for a long time. It can also bring more food and slaves to the tribe. This time, Yibin plans to bring 1,000 fire starters, 500 clay pots, 100 cans of white salt, and 5,000 salted fish. At that time, we will form our own transport team so that we could travel back and forth. Yibin wanted to take out some iron tools and bows and arrows, but then he thought better of it. If he took them out now, it would probably disrupt the balance of all the tribes. At that time, the development of the entire era will be accelerated, and it will be directly promoted to the Iron Age. At that time, Yibin will not be able to control it. Only when his own tribe becomes strong can he keep these high technologies, otherwise they will become a wedding dress in the hands of others. He can stop one tribe, but can he stop 10 tribes? The most important thing now is to develop in a low-key manner, expand the population, intensify the storage of food, and build weapons. Only in this way can we not be afraid of any danger. As soon as it was light in the morning, Yibin got up quickly, brushed his teeth, and started eating. After finishing breakfast, he went to the warehouse with Black Panther and started packing the prepared supplies. This time, he took 100 mounts with him and gave the remaining 70 mounts to Zhuefeng, asking him to lead people to wipe out the cannibals. Otherwise, every time he went to the Stone Tribe, it would be a potential threat. Yibin is determined to get the Iron or of the Stone Tribe and open up this road. So this time he must eliminate these cannibals to ensure the safety of the road. Zhuefeng's second company set out after finishing breakfast early in the morning, carrying 5 days' worth of dry food. This time, Zhuefeng personally led the team to wipe out the cannibals. Everyone was holding an iron spear and wearing iron armor. Since they brought back a lot of iron ore last time, the unused iron ore was piled next to the iron smelting room. This time, the tribe added more than 300 people. Even asked Old Man Xiong and his men to quickly make armor. After several days of hard work, they finally made more than 300 sets. Now, there are more than 500 women in the tribe, and Old Man Bear always asked them for help. Even put all the supplies on the backs of the mounts, then tied them up with straw ropes. A clay pot and white salt were placed on each mount. Because the clay pot cannot be squeezed, otherwise it will be very easy to break. Although firing the clay pot is very simple and does not require much cost, as long as you can find clay and red clay, it will be fine. However, the already baked pottery pots, which were the 5 moving sheep, would be a pity if they were crushed. So Yibin installed the 500 pots separately so that they would not break easily. After all the things were packed, Yibin counted the team again. Now each company has 253 people. Although many of them are newcomers, they will become qualified soldiers after a period of running in. The soldiers are wearing iron armor, and ordinary attacks cannot break their defense at all. So when the soldiers are fighting, they will only become braver and braver. Only when they are safe can they fight bravely. Firebird tribe, Qingwan, prepared 100 blue cattle and 200 bags of salt stone early in the morning. Salt stone is a universal currency no matter where you are. Many small tribes cannot even afford salt, and salt mines are usually controlled by large tribes. They can use salt rocks to exchange for a large amount of supplies. Therefore, each salt mine is guarded by a large tribe. Unless you don't want to live, go and rob their salt mines. Salt stone is generally divided into sea salt and well salt. The Qingwan tribe has well salt. Well salt is generally extremely scarce, especially natural well salt like this, which is even more pitifully scarce. This is why the Firebird tribe is constantly at war every year. If it were a small tribe, there would have been nothing left of it. The Taotai Alliance wants to take over the salt mine and then mine it themselves in exchange for more benefits. As the old saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Of course, this sentence is not suitable for the Firebird tribe. If you make enemies with them, they will remember you for life. If you do them a favor, they will also remember you for life. This is also the reason why Qingwan has been sending salt stone to Yibin. Chapter 85 Goodbye, White Tiger. After all the items were tied to the mounts, everyone checked them over and over again, and after confirming that everything was correct, they were ready to set off. Yibin, with the 3rd company, Li Wang and Tai Shan, plus the special operations team, began to walk towards the market. Along the way, Yibin recalled these battles and discovered his special operations team. It's getting worse and worse. It's okay if I meet a tribe I haven't fought with before, but I will be on guard against any tribe I have fought with before. The current Taotai Alliance probably knows about the existence of bows and arrows. If they fight with them and the opponent takes out shields, the warrior's bows and arrows will be almost useless. Unless you use a bow and arrow to set an ambush or launch a long-distance sneak attack, the rapid-fire compound bow can exert its power. Otherwise, in a face-to-face battle, bows and arrows would have no advantage. Yibin was also troubled by this. The main thing was that there were too few people in the Huaxia tribe. If they ignored the advantage of bows and arrows, they would have to fight face-to-face. Although the soldiers had armor, there were too many people on the other side. The soldiers would eventually run out of energy and would be slaughtered at will. So, Yibin had to come up with a new way to make up for the lack of manpower. After thinking about it, Yibin really came up with a way, which was to form a real cavalry. Yibin, your current location should be in the south. This place has many forests and few plains. There are almost no wild horses, but there are more bison, goats, jackals, tigers, and leopards. However, if you want to form a real cavalry, you must find wild horses. But there are no wild horses in the south, which makes Yibin very puzzled. If he goes to the north now, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to come back, which Yibin cannot accept. What if his dragon city is gone when he comes back? It would really be a waste of time. Although there were many animals in the Yellow River Valley, there were no wild horses. There were almost only goats, wild boars, antelopes, and a small number of wild cattle. As for jackals, tigers, and leopards, Yibin had already cleared them out. Although the blue ox and camel can be used as mounts, their charging speed is not very fast. Especially to the enemy, the damage caused is not too great, and even when charging, many soldiers fell off. Originally, Yibin wanted to install a saddle, but he discovered a problem. The physiological structure of a cow is different from that of a horse, and the saddle cannot be fixed on a cow at all. Yibin finally gave up. Yibin, as he was thinking along the way, came to the river near the market. He followed the river and walked forward. After 2 or 3 days, he arrived at the market. Although it was not his first time here, the 2 or 3 day journey was really hard for Yibin. This was the primitive society with no cars or airplanes, and the only way to get there was to rely on one's own 2 legs. Of course, for primitive people, walking a long distance is a common thing. But for Yibin, who traveled through time, it was simply a matter of life and death. Li Wang and Taishan were very excited along the way. Every time Li Wang went out with Yibin, they were almost always fighting. For Li Wang, one was fighting and the other was eating. Taishan, who had just obtained a dragon-slaying crescent blade, now wanted to find someone to try it out. He really wanted a few blind people to come out and rob him, so that his precious sword could be unsheathed. Everyone was thinking about their own things. Yibin saw that the 2 guys were grinning foolishly, as if they had eaten bee poop. Yibin was immediately furious. I was thinking about the future of the tribe, wherever I went, and you 2 idiots were still laughing so happily. Just when Yibin was about to curse, an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that when he watched a video in his previous life, it talked about a fireball formation. As long as you tie some hay on the cow's tail and light it on fire, the cow will run forward desperately. If there are more people on the opposite side, it would be even better. Wait for the cow to scatter the enemies, and then use bows and arrows to attack them. At this time, it is impossible for the enemies to have shields in their hands. When 2 sides fight, one has a bow and arrow, and the other has nothing. The result is a one-sided massacre. After Yibin figured it out, he felt better all of a sudden. Now, he felt much better when he saw Li Wang and Taishan. As expected, only when you are in a good mood, everything will go smoothly. Along the way, Yibin encountered many small tribes. Some of them brought animals, and some brought women. Generally, those who brought women to the market were going to exchange things. Yibin chatted with them casually for a few words. Many of them said that because the tribe did not have enough food, they took the women of the tribe to the market to exchange for some food. Many primitive people had no brains and no tools. They relied only on their own 2 hands and stone spears. How could they possibly catch prey, unless they ran faster than the animals? The reason why Yibin's tribe has no shortage of food is that they have fishing nets and pastures. There's so much food that they can't finish it all. Now there are sweet potatoes and rice in the tribe. This is just like the earth in the previous life. The rich people become richer, and the poor people have difficulty buying a pack of cigarettes. It is the same in primitive society. The capable people eat meat, and the incapable people can only starve. The laws of society are the same everywhere. Early in the morning, Qingwan placed the carefully selected salt stones on the back of Qingyo. Speaking of the Firebird tribe, the most valuable thing is the salt stones. The Huaxia tribe had no shortage of weapons, for example, and no shortage of food either. Yibin also gave 2 iron knives to Qingwan and Guli, who both treated them as treasures. Even the leader of the Firebird tribe did not have an iron weapon. When the 2 returned to the tribe, everyone in the tribe was envious. Qingwan's 2 younger brothers always wanted the iron knife in Qingwan's hand, but Qingwan always disagreed. The matter was even brought to Qingwan's father's attention, but Qingwan still did not compromise. Qingwan's 2 younger brothers, one named Qinghua and the other named Qingyu, whenever they saw the iron knife in Qingwan's hand, their eyes seemed to be welded. Qingwan had no choice. She also liked this iron knife. She had wanted to exchange it with Yibin before, but Yibin had always refused, so she had no choice. Just when Qingwan was about to leave, 2 voices suddenly rang out from his side. Ah, sister, can you take us with you this time? We also want to see what the Huaxia tribe looks like. Qingwan refused outright. Her 2 younger brothers were the successors of the tribe. If something happened on the way, the Firebird tribe would be in turmoil, and she would not be able to get past her father. Qingwan called Shanguli and set off happily with more than 200 people. She could finally see Yibin again. On Yibin's side, after several days of traveling, everyone arrived at the entrance of the market and looked at the dense crowds of people paying stall fees there. At this moment, Baihu, the leader of the Black Bear tribe, came over and looked at Yibin with a smile on his face. Brother Yibin, you finally came. We have kept the stall where you set up a stall last time for you. Chapter 86. Becoming famous at the market. Yibin also walked forward quickly to say hello, then held Baihu's hand tightly. Baihu was surprised. This way of greeting was very special. But he also likes it. He feels that this is the way to greet people. Baihu doesn't know why, but he likes this way very much. Next time, when I greet someone, I will hold their hand and shake it gently. It will feel so proud. Of course, Yibin knew why Baihu was so enthusiastic. It was because his things helped make his market famous. Now, there were more and more people in the market. Most people came for Yibin's clay pot white salt. These things were scarce goods and were not available in many markets. Some people had never even heard of them. There are also several large tribes coming this time. They all want to see what white salt looks like. Although the large tribes also have pottery, the amount of pottery is really small. Many people bought clay pots and white salt from Yibin last time. After they returned home, when they were grilling the meat, they sprinkled some white salt on it, and the meat immediately became delicious. Yibin smiled and said, "Leader White Tiger, you are really too polite. Is the stall this time the same as before?" Baihu immediately stated that, "Brother Yibin, just set up your stall. It doesn't matter if you set up a stall or not." Yibin, seeing that Baihu was so straightforward, felt embarrassed to take advantage of him. So he finally said, "Chief Baihu, I plan to rent this place for a long time this time." Baihu was even happier when he heard this. If Yibin could live here for a long time, his market would be more famous and more people would come here in the future. Finally, under Yibin's insistence, Baihu was given 10 clay pots. Yibin knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world, because there's a large open space inside the market, and only the front entrance is guarded. Anyone who wants to go in and set up a stall has to pay some fees. The Black Bear tribe is quite famous in this place. The entire tribe has about 3,000 to 4,000 people, and they will continue to absorb slaves to expand their tribe. This is similar to what Yibin did. However, each tribe has a different way of accepting slaves. Some tribes exchanged a large number of slaves to fight against them. Every time a war breaks out, the slaves are sent to the front, serving as mobile cannon fodder. They will only launch an attack when more than half of the slaves have been killed or wounded. In this way, the casualties of the tribe can be reduced. In fact, there are also very smart primitive people, especially those large and super tribes that can stand above tens of thousands of people. How many of them are not smart? The witches and priests of the big tribes are very intelligent. Don't underestimate them. Many tribes are destroyed in their hands every year. Last time, Yibin exchanged a large number of slaves at the market. This had attracted the attention of many large tribes, unless there was a large-scale war between the large tribes. Otherwise, no one would exchange a large number of slaves. Even for a large tribe, the amount of food consumed by the slaves every day would be unaffordable for them. Therefore, many tribes have long been paying attention to Yibin's behavior. Many people in the tribe who like Yibin are unwilling to waste manpower and material resources and fight with Yibin and his team until both sides suffer losses. At that time, the rival tribe will be the one that benefits. So until now, no one has come to trouble Yibin. After Yibin handed over to Baihu, he led everyone to the stall they had been standing at. For people like them who have lived there for a long time, many tribes would build huts behind the stalls. The market is very large, with only one main road in the middle and stalls for exchanging things on both sides. Behind these stalls is open flat land. Yibin came to the stall and asked the soldiers around him to spread animal skins on the ground and then put pottery, white salt, and salted fish on it. Yibin looked inside the market and felt that it was still quite early and many people were tinkering with their stalls. There were only a few people in the middle of the road, but there were many people coming to exchange things. Yibin asked Li Wang and others to pull all the blue cattle and camels directly to the back of the stall and tie them up and then cut some grass for them and then finish everything. Yibin asked the third company to cut some trees from the nearby mountains. Yibin planned to build a few houses with wood and use this place as the commercial base of the tribe. With 200 or 300 people working together, the speed will naturally be very fast. Under Yibin's guidance, the soldiers quickly built 3 wooden houses and the stalls were surrounded by passers-by. This Wuxing took it seriously and advertised his stall. These primitive people had never seen such an advanced wooden house before. Generally speaking, they live in shacks or they build a tripod and cover it with animal skins so that people can sleep directly in it. Wooden houses like Yibin's are already products of modern civilization. These primitive people are very curious. They gather in front of the stall, staring at the wooden houses. Even last time, when the best-selling pottery and white salt were not sold out for a while, Yibin directed the soldiers to build a bigger sheep pen. When the time comes, many people will come to trade, and the goats traded can then be led into the sheepfold by the soldiers. Building a sheepfold is not difficult. All you have to do is nail wooden sticks into the ground to form a square. The soldiers built 3 wooden houses and a sheepfold in just a few hours, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. Bin and his team used a pile of wood to build a wooden house right in front of them, which completely refreshed the minds of these primitive people. In the entire market, Bin's place is undoubtedly the most dazzling. The 3 wooden houses are different from Zhou's. Many people began to rush towards Bin. Suddenly, a man walked out from the crowd. Bin knew this man, Huajian from the Chihua tribe. He came to Bin. "Brother Bin, how did you make this? It looks very comfortable. Can you help me build a few? I really like this kind of shack." Bin suddenly had an idea in his mind. That was the construction team in his previous life. Bin helped them build the house, and then collected the corresponding wages from them. As soon as this idea came up, he couldn't control it in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Bin seemed to see a lot. The white goats were waving at him. Jian, seeing Bin grinning foolishly there, he thought something was wrong with Bin, so he immediately pushed Bin with his hand. "Brother Bin, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, your brother." Bin finally reacted, and then said with a happy smile, "Brother Huajian, don't worry. I will help you build a wooden house as soon as I finish dealing with the goods in my hands." Bin became famous in the whole market because of this. Now everyone knows that houses can be built with wood. Chapter 87 White Tiger also has a backstage. Bin, more and more people came to the stall. Many of them were discussing the wooden house, and Bin decided to do the same as last time. Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone stop for a moment. Today we brought a lot of clay pots and white salt. I believe they were here last time. Anyone who has bought it knows how much food is saved by cooking meat in a clay pot, and how delicious it tastes when white salt is sprinkled on the food. Don't miss it if you pass by it by mistake. The quantity is limited and it's on a first-come, first-served basis." As Bin shouted, everyone started to be confused. These primitive people nearby had never seen such a jingle before, and they didn't react immediately. Everyone stood there in a daze. Bin, seeing this, thought to himself, "This time we will not return empty-handed. What is wrong with these primitive people? They don't move, and they don't buy anything. What are they going to do?" Bin had no idea that it was because of his jingle that confused these primitive people. Every human being is particularly interested in unknown things, and primitive people are the same. Just when Bin was about to give up, Huajian spoke up. "Brother Bin, please help me get 20 clay pots and 5 cans of white salt." Bin reacted immediately and said, "Okay, Brother Huajian, I will help you pack it up right away." Bin picked up 20 clay pots and 5 cans of white salt from the ground and handed them to the warriors beside Huajian. Huajian also asked the warriors nearby to drive 200 goats and then handed them over to Bin and the others. With the first person taking the lead, the people behind them also reacted. They pushed forward desperately. "Give me 10 clay pots and 2 cans of white salt." They also started shouting, "Follow me, 20 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt." Everyone led their own goat. The battlefield was in chaos. Li Wang and Taishan couldn't even count the sheep. Soon the sheepfold would be full. There was a steady stream of people rushing over to the stalls. Bin knew that the pottery pots and white salt would be good sellers, but he didn't expect them to be so good sellers. Bin planned to take out the fire starter for exchange after the pottery was sold out, and of course the good stuff should be left for last. The stalls were already full of people. Everyone was choosing the items they needed. The soldiers were busy introducing clay pots, and some were responsible for collecting sheep. The scene was very lively. Taishan was the same. It was his first time experiencing such a scene. He was flustered at the beginning, but after a period of adjustment, he quickly adapted to it. Li Wang is good at fighting, but asking him to sell things is like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider. Just when everyone was busy collecting sheep, a group of people rushed in and pushed away the people around them. The people were the stall owner from the War Bear tribe. The stall owner said something in front of another middle-aged man. The big man walked towards Bin, and Li Wang and Taishan immediately stepped forward. He stood in front of the big man. The big man originally wanted to push Li Wang and the others away, but unexpectedly, he bounced himself away instead. The big man looked at Bin. "Do you know who I am? I heard that you killed many people from the War Bear tribe and drove the wild bear away. Boy, in this area, no one dares to provoke our Taotai alliance. Listen carefully, I am from the Taotai alliance, the 5th-ranked tribe within it. They all call us the Golden Wing tribe, and I am the tribal leader, Jinhua. Seeing that they came with bad intentions, Yibin smiled and said, "There must be some misunderstanding here. We mentioned this on our way back last time. The barbarian bear leader brought more than 200 people to rob us. I don't know how I offended him. Are you going to rob others and they're going to stand there and let you rob them? How could this be possible in the world?" Yibin directly said it in front of so many people, and Jinhua was speechless for a moment. Seeing everyone pointing and talking, Jinhua got angry. He looked at Yibin angrily and said, "Even if Man Xiong brought people to rob you, you don't have to kill them all. Don't you think you were too cruel? You killed so many people without even taking our Taotai alliance seriously, so you must make amends today." Jinhua looked at Yibin with disdain and said, "You just need to compensate us with 200 clay pots and 100 cans of white salt. I will pretend that nothing happened, otherwise you will never get out of here alive." Looking at Jinhua, who was so arrogant and domineering, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, Li Wang was about to go up and beat him, but Yibin blocked Li Wang. Then he said with a smile, "Chief Jinhua, do you really want to do this? If a conflict occurs between the two sides, it will be a huge loss for both you and me. How about this? We compensate you with 20 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt. What do you think?" Jinhua, how could he agree? He looked at the sheepfold behind Yibin, which was filled with densely packed sheep. This made Jinhua very happy. If he could snatch all their sheep, his tribe would be able to eat for a long time. Jinhua said, "Now the requirements have changed. We want another 1,000 sheep." Li Wang and Taishan couldn't bear it any longer. They immediately picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed forward to kill Jinhua. Yibin hurriedly stopped them. This was a market. If they started a fight in the market, it would be disrespectful to the Black Bear tribe. Jinhua looked at Yibin's cowardly look, and the more he looked, the happier he felt. How could such a young child have such courage and bravery? In fact, the Taotai alliance was not that united. Only when everyone's interests are harmed will the alliance unite and face the outside world together, just like for the salt mine. The Taotai alliance integrated more than a dozen large tribes and worked together to deal with the Blue Bird tribe. All of this was linked to their own interests. Otherwise, if someone eats too much and has nothing to do, he or she would go out to kill and burn people every day. There wouldn't be so many people dying in the tribe. Continuous wars will only weaken the strength of the tribe until it is finally annexed by others. Yibin also looked at Jinhua and asked, "If I don't give you your things, what can you do to me?" Yibin did the same, looking at Jinhua with disdain, thinking that Jinhua was really shameless. After hearing what Yibin said, Jinhua immediately picked up the stone axe and chopped Yibin's head. At this moment, Baihu walked out of the crowd and then stared at Jinhua with a pair of eyes. "Chief Jinhua, what do you mean? This market is opened by me, and you're doing something in my market without my consent. You really don't take us, the Black Bear tribe, seriously. I think Chief Jinhua also knows that the Xuanwu tribe is behind us, so before Chief Jinhua takes action, you must think clearly about the consequences of taking action in our market." Jinhua also calmed down instantly. The Xuanwu tribe was just like the Taotai tribe. They were both super large tribes with 20,000 to 30,000 people in each tribe. A large tribe like theirs, with 3,000 or 4,000 people, is no different from an ant in the eyes of others. Moreover, the Xuanwu tribe is the richest tribe in the south. I feel like my brothers and sisters don't like to watch fighting scenes. These days, the writing is indeed a bit bland. I will write you an exciting one in 2 days. I don't know if the bloody chapter can pass the review. Chapter 88, Golden Fire of the Golden Wing Tribe. After hearing what Baihu said, Yibin finally understood that Baihu had known his identity for a long time. No wonder Xian Heir hasn't come here for so long. It turns out that they are in the same group and both live under the Xuanwu tribe. No wonder Baihu is so enthusiastic about him. All of this can be explained. Yibin looked at Baihu and asked, "Brother Xian, how are you these days?" Baihu looked at Yibin in surprise. He didn't expect Yibin to figure out the key to the matter so quickly. As expected, he is a talented young man. No wonder he can create so many things that others don't have. Jinhua saw that Baihu and Yibin were chatting enthusiastically and realized that if he continued with today's matter, it would not have any substantial effect. Jinhua smiled and said, "Of course I have to give face to Chief White Tiger, but after we leave the market, Chief White Tiger should not care about my grudge against him anymore, right?" Jinhua meant that I didn't do anything in the market because I was giving you face. You won't still intervene outside the market, right? If that happens, our alliance will not be a pushover. Of course, Baihu knew what Jinhua meant. He just smiled and looked at Yibin. "Don't worry, brother Yibin. As long as you stay in our market for 1 day, We will ensure your safety for the whole day. Baihu thought, Yi Bin and his team have so many sheep, it is impossible for them to worry about their appetite in a short period of time. As long as Yi Bin and his team stay in the market, Jinhua can't do anything to Yi Bin and his team. Jinhua brought more than 500 people this time. Although the war bear tribe was in the valley, more than 1,000 people died. The last time the barbarian bear robbed Yi Bin, more than 200 people were lost. After all, the barbarian bear tribe was also a large tribe. Even if more than 1,000 people died in the battle, it would be very easy to gather another 300 or 400 people in the tribe. This is the foundation of the big tribe. With Yi Bin's current ability, he is unable to fight against the big tribe. Even if he wins, he will suffer heavy losses. Besides, they still have an alliance. Although Yi Bin defeated 2 of them, there are still 8 tribes in the alliance, and Yi Bin has no affiliated tribes to help him. The reason why the Firebird tribe can compete with the Taotai alliance is because the Firebird tribe has the help of 5 subordinate tribes. Just from the last time, when the Python and War Bear tribes besieged the Flying Bird tribe together, it could be seen that a subordinate tribe of the Firebird tribe had to mobilize the Taotai alliance, and the 2 major tribes could fight against each other. Therefore, the forces of both sides are very powerful. For a medium-sized tribe like Yi Bin to go against the Taotai alliance, wouldn't that be seeking death? Some people will say, Yi Bin and his men have alcohol bombs and a compound bow. If you use an alcohol bomb and burn someone once, will they still stand together and let you burn them? It's even worse for a continuous fire compound bow. If tens of thousands of people are blocking with shields, can you shoot through the shields? Some people may say that if you shoot arrows into the sky, you will be able to hit them. Since they have shields and know you have bows and arrows, can't they each make a shield? Therefore, Yi Bin also knew the gap between him and them. Either he had a highly mobile cavalry unit, or he had to guard the city. If he wanted to continue to develop outside, he had to expand the population of the tribe. At the market, everyone has their own plans. Jinhua pointed at Yi Bin and said, unless you can stay in the market for your whole life, don't let me run into you outside. Yi Bin didn't take the threat of Jinhua seriously at all. Unless the entire Taotai alliance came now, Yi Bin and his men would be able to easily defeat the hundreds of people from Jinhua. Yi Bin, watching Jinhua and the others leave, came to Baihu with a smile and said, Brother Baihu, thank you so much for what you did today. Baihu also said politely that if Brother Yi Bin encountered any problems in the market in the future, he must come to him in time, otherwise he might suffer losses here. Yi Bin felt warm at heart. In this strange place, he could hear other people's concern. No matter whether the other party's concern was true or false, Yi Bin was already very satisfied. 2 people. After a few simple greetings, Baihu led his people away. Yi Bin started his clay pot business again. After this incident, more people came to his stall. Soldiers, get busy again. Give me 20 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt. At the stall, many voices were heard at the same time, giving me 20 cans of white salt and 30 clay pots. I also want 20 clay pots and 10 cans of white salt. For a while, Yi Bin and his colleagues were so busy that they were dizzy. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer clay pots on the stall, Yi Bin took out a fire starter and placed it on the stall. Yi Bin planned to take out 50 of them first, and exchange each tinderbox for 10 goats. Since no one had ever sold this thing before, Yi Bin himself didn't know how many goats he could get in return. There were still many people selecting goods on the stall. Someone suddenly saw the fire starter on the stall and asked, What is this, and what is it used for? Yi Bin, after introducing the functions, I found that it was not as easy to sell as I imagined. Many tribes with fire would keep the fire for themselves. In a small tribe, if people were asked to exchange 10 sheep for a tinderbox, and the tinderbox could only be used for one day, many people would certainly not be willing to do so, as it would be a luxury item. It's like asking you to climb a mountain and then selling you a bottle of water for 200 yuan on the top of the mountain. Would you drink it or not? This is what these primitive people do now. They also knew that the fire stick was a good thing, but it was not necessary to buy it. Only people from large tribes would exchange such things. One is a symbol of status, and the other is for convenience. When a large tribe goes out, they can't carry fire with them. Although some tribes can also make fire by drilling wood, they are a minority among the minority. A day passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye it was afternoon. Yi Bin also walked around the market and found that many tribes were exchanging slaves in the market. Also, there are 4 places exchanging blue cattle, and Huojian has the most blue cattle. When Yi Bin passed by, he looked at it carefully for a while. Yi Bin estimated that there should be more than 100 of them, and he didn't know whether Huojian and his men had wiped out the Qingyu tribe. Bison are very wild. and the Chihuahua tribe has their own way of training them, which is to insert a finger-sized wooden stick into the nose of the buffalo. This method was also discovered by Huajian by accident. He saw a wild boar fighting with a bison. The wild boar's tusks accidentally pierced the bison's nose, and the bison kept following the wild boar. After this incident, Huajian immediately returned to the tribe and found a wild buffalo. Huajian took out a sharpened animal bone and rubbed it directly into the buffalo's nose. The bison jumped up immediately and kept jumping around. It was not until a long time later that the bison stopped. Huajian slowly walked over and grabbed the animal bone. Sure enough, the bison did not dare to move. Huajian pulled the animal bones forward, and the bison followed. Just like that, Huajian mastered the method of training wild buffaloes. Their blue buffaloes were the only ones that sold the fastest in the market. Chapter 89. Bloody Battle with the Cannibals. Yibin was not in a hurry to exchange. The market usually lasts for 3 days, and today was only the first day, so Yibin was not in a hurry. When Yibin returned to his stall, he saw that there were only dozens of clay pots and white salt left. He then looked at the sheep in the sheepfold and found that there was no place for them to stand. There are more than 500 clay pots and more than 100 cans of white salt, which is equivalent to almost 4,000 sheep. The salted fish is hardly exchanged. Most people come for the clay pots and white salt. As for the fire sticks, more than 100 were exchanged, almost all of which were from people from large tribes. Although the amount was not much, it was still good enough. At least more than 1,000 sheep were obtained. In this market, there are quite a lot of long-term stalls. Yibin plans to develop a real estate project. Help these primitive people build wooden houses, and then collect a large number of cattle and sheep. This is also a way to make money. Those who set up stalls in the market for a long time are almost all people from large tribes. Therefore, they have no shortage of cattle and sheep, but large tribes generally will not take out mounts like cattle for exchange, unless your tribe is not short of bison. Zhuefeng received Yi Bin's order, brought people here to destroy the cannibals, because this is the only way to the stone tribe. The Huaxia tribe will need a lot of iron, or in the future. Therefore, this road must be controlled by their own tribe. Zhuefeng traveled quickly along the way and sent out 2 teams, each with 3 people. The small team was gathering information in the front, and the company led by Zhuefeng was slowly following behind. These cannibals like to rob small tribes. They not only eat humans, but also spare no old people or children. Zhuefeng saw many human bones along the way. These cannibals are simply too cruel. Chasing the Wind arrived on the first afternoon, but never found the cannibals. Zhuefeng was also a smart man. He figured it out immediately. He was leading 200 or 300 people, so who would be so stupid as to come out and die? He called his 2 platoon leaders, and after discussing it together, he decided to select 10 soldiers tomorrow, and then pretend to be savages in distress, and then lure them all out. Then he led a large force to surround them. Zhuefeng learned a lot from Yi Bin, and he was also a wise man. In primitive society, most people had no brains. All they did all day was eat and create humans in the tribe. At night, the sky was exceptionally bright. The moonlight made people's shadows very long. The stars in the sky were like bricks and stones, twinkling beautifully. Zhuefeng looked up at the sky and suddenly thought of his father. Unfortunately, he no longer had a father. Now he was the only one left in the world. Fortunately, the leader took him in and gave him an army. He had never thought about this before. Zhuefeng secretly vowed to make this matter clear. Only in this way can he live up to the leader's trust in him. The next morning, Zhuefeng got up early and immediately selected 10 warriors and asked them to pretend to be savages in distress. Then, walking on the road in front of them, these 10 warriors were equipped with sharp iron knives. On the distant mountains, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at them. The soldiers didn't know that the danger had already come. They were walking on the road, talking and laughing. Zhuefeng and the others followed closely behind. If the soldiers were in danger, he could lead the remaining soldiers to reinforce as quickly as possible. The cannibals really fell into the trap. The leader was none other than the cannibal leader who had escaped before. The cannibal leader was almost shot to death at that time, and now, when the 2 enemies met, their eyes were full of murderous intent. The cannibal leader looked at the dozen or so warriors slowly approaching. Suddenly, an attack was launched on the soldiers, and dozens of stone spears flew out in an instant. Although the soldiers were prepared, they were still frightened by the scene before them. The stone spears shot out and landed directly on the warriors' iron armor, making a clanging sound. After a brief panic, More than a dozen people immediately entered combat mode and took out their iron knives. Directly, he rushed towards the cannibals. The cannibal leader couldn't believe it and immediately shouted loudly. All the cannibals attacked the warriors with their weapons. Soon, the two sides fought together. The warriors picked up the iron knives in their hands and chopped directly at the cannibals. Warm blood splashed on the warriors' faces, and the cannibal warriors were chopped to the ground one by one. The warriors' bravery did not scare the cannibals, but made them even crazier. The two sides fought more fiercely, and people kept falling on the battlefield. The blood dyed the earth red. At this time, a breeze blew, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhuefeng, the moment the cannibal leader attacked, reinforcements had already begun. He led more than 70 camel cavalrymen and rushed towards the cannibals. The soldiers behind him also quickly rushed forward to reinforce, holding iron spears and exuding amazing murderous aura. Those warriors who have just entered the tribe are directly arranged at the front. Only those who are not afraid of death can survive better. The battlefield is the best place to hone them. The camel team, led by Zhuefeng, rushed towards the cannibals at a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. The warriors held 2-meter-long iron spears and wore black iron armor. Under the sunlight, they emitted a cold light. From a distance, the camel team, led by Zhuefeng, looked like a walking iron wall. The cold light emitted by the iron spear plunged the valley into a deathly silence. The soldiers had determined eyes and charged forward as fast as they could. The iron spears in their hands made crackling sounds. They were like hungry beasts, eager to tear the enemy's flesh and blood apart. The dozen or so warriors were still fighting a bloody battle with the cannibals. Suddenly, the cannibal leader raised the stone axe in his hand and chopped down directly at one of the warriors. The terrifying force of the stone axe directly chopped the warrior's back, and the stone axe and the iron armor made a clang sound. The warrior fainted on the spot, but fortunately the iron armor helped him block the fatal blow. The cannibal leader immediately started to scream. What he meant was, no matter how powerful they were still killed by me. The cannibal leader thinks he has figured out how to crack the armor, so the cannibals around them screamed and understood what their leader meant. They used the back of their stone axes to hit the warriors hard. Although the soldiers felt pain, they never stopped wielding the iron knives in their hands. Every chopped blow could seriously injure one person. At this time, both sides were already bloodthirsty. The warriors attacked anyone they saw, regardless of their own injuries. The cannibals also became angry, and both sides attacked each other with swords and axes without any fancy moves until one side fell completely. Chapter 90. Cannibals Who Eat People. Suddenly, the ground shook, scaring the cannibals. They all looked not far away and saw a man rushing in front. This man was holding an iron spear and wearing black iron armor. They rushed towards their battlefield at an extremely fast speed, with Zhuefeng leading the way and the camel team behind him quickly following. It happened so quickly that Zhuefeng and his men rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye. The soldiers held their spears tightly in their hands and rushed towards the cannibals. Many cannibal warriors were instantly pierced through the chest by iron spears. As the camels ran at high speed, the people on the iron spears were also stabbed far away. The power of the cavalry was something that the people on the ground could not contend with. With one charge, 70 or 80 people were killed or injured in an instant, and the corpses of cannibals were hanging on their iron spears. The blood on the gun tip kept dripping, and the soldiers looked like shuras on earth, which was chilling. In a short while, all the cannibals were wiped out. Looking at the cannibal leader lying on the ground, Zhuefeng walked up directly, took out the iron spear, and stabbed him hard in the thigh. The cannibal leader let out a scream. Zhuefeng looked at him coldly. You man-eating beasts don't deserve to live in this world. How many people die tragically at your mouths every day? Have you ever thought about how they feel? The cannibal leader stared at Zhuefeng with a pair of blood-red eyes. His teeth were all black, which might be due to years of cannibalism. There was also a dead skull hanging on his chest. His eyes were as big as tonelings, and his face was covered with black hair. He looked like a wild man who had not evolved completely. There were several wounds on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out. The cannibal leader suddenly burst into laughter, and then made some gibberish noises from his mouth, but Zhuefeng and the others didn't understand a word of what he said. The cannibal leader spat out a mouthful of blood at Zhuefeng. He thought, don't be too happy too soon. Someone will help me get revenge, and then you will all die here. Zhuefeng didn't want to waste time talking to him. So he pulled out an iron knife from his waist and slashed his neck directly. Blood spurted out and dyed the weeds next to him red. Zhuefeng picked up the head of the cannibal leader and wrapped it in animal skin. He then ordered the warriors to finish off the cannibals on the ground. Zhuefeng came to the injured soldiers, then squatted down, untied their armor, and checked every one of their injuries. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. Zhuefeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The soldiers were covered with bruises, but no other wounds. Several of them had fainted. Before chasing the wind, I heard Yi Bin say this: to judge whether a person is dead or not, put your finger in front of his nose. If there is no breathing, then the person is dead. On the contrary, this person could still be saved. Zhuefeng checked and felt that they were all alive, so he asked several soldiers to put them together and left a dozen people to look after them. Zhuefeng continued to lead his men to search the surroundings. These cannibals could not have no other tribesmen. Zhuefeng's mission this time was to completely eliminate the cannibals. After searching for most of the day, the soldiers finally found a large number of human bones in a cave. The stench here made the soldiers start to vomit, and the mud on the ground smelled of blood. It can be seen how many people die here every day. There are flies everywhere around the cave, and there are skulls placed like a mountain. There are raw white human bones everywhere, and the remaining flesh and blood on the bones are crawling with dense maggots. This place is like hell on earth. Even the devil would take a detour if it came. Zhuefeng couldn't help but vomit. This place was really disgusting. At this moment, many humming sounds were heard from afar. Zhuefeng and the others quickly hid. Soon, hundreds of cannibals appeared around the cave. Many people were holding the dead's arms and thighs in their hands, biting them hard, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. It is obvious that the owners of these arms must have died not long ago. Among the crowd, there was an especially tall cannibal. He held a woman's thigh in both hands. Every time he bit it, he could bite off a large piece of flesh. The thigh was still bleeding. The cannibals around were drooling at the sight of blood. The blood in their bodies seemed to be burning. Everyone's eyes were red and horrifying, and the cannibals around them became even more excited. I saw the tall cannibal chewing with big mouthfuls, his teeth biting on the human flesh, making a sizzling sound. Zhuefeng and the others felt a chill on their backs. These cannibals had many primitive people tied up in their hands, both men and women. Many of them were incontinent at this time. Some people even collapsed on the ground, and many primitive people let out heart-wrenching cries. When the cannibals heard their cries, they became even more excited. Zhuefeng ordered the warriors to take out the bows and arrows from their backs, then aim at the cannibals and launch a surprise attack on them. The cannibals gathered all the captured primitive people together and then came to a very large stone. At this time, all the cannibals became excited. A humming sound came from everyone's mouth. Zhuefeng looked at these crazy cannibals and had no idea what they were going to do. Soon, a man was pulled up, and instantly 4 or 5 cannibals pressed him down on a rock and made him kneel down. At this time, the tall cannibal walked over. The primitive man who was pressed on the stone began to tremble all over and let out a terrible wail. The cannibals held him down tightly, and the tall cannibal walked towards him step by step. Then he took out the stone axe from his waist and pointed it directly at the primitive man's neck. The primitive man immediately began to twist his body, and several cannibals immediately increased the strength of their hands. The primitive man looked at everything in front of him in horror. A warm liquid flowed out from under him. The tall cannibal no longer hesitated and chopped down with a stone axe. The blood sprayed directly into the black mud not far away. The head of the primitive man was snatched up by the cannibals, and then they began to bite it. The primitive people below were so frightened that they screamed, and many women started crying. The cannibals all burst into laughter and shouted excitedly. The head of the primitive man had just been separated from his body, and his body was still shaking, and the blood on his neck was still flowing slowly. The tall cannibal used a stone axe to chop off the primitive man's hands and feet, and then threw them on the ground. Immediately, the surrounding cannibals began to grab them frantically. Finally, the tall cannibal took out a bone knife and cut open the primitive man's heart. Chapter 91, Destroying the Cannibals. Then he reached in with his hands, took out the heart, threw it into his mouth in front of everyone, and started chewing it. This scene stunned Zhuefeng and his friends. They only knew that cannibals ate humans, but this was the first time they saw such a scene. Many of them couldn't help but vomit. Zhuefeng's face turned pale. Looking at the cannibals gnawing at the corpses frantically, the soldiers' anger reached its peak. Zhuefeng gave a decisive order, asking the soldiers to shoot arrows. More than 200 soldiers appeared around the cave, and each of them held a bow and arrow in his hand. Warriors, let go of your bowstrings. Dense whooshing sounds were heard all around the cave. More than 200 iron arrows were shot directly at the cannibals. The cannibals below were still scrambling to bite the corpses frantically, and were completely unaware of the coming danger. The iron arrows pierced through the air, with their sharp tip shooting directly into the cannibals. Immediately, the cannibals let out painful roars. Hundreds of arrows shot into the crowd at the same time, and 60 or 70 people fell down in an instant. The blood directly dyed the black mud on the ground red. A large group of cannibals were lying on the ground wailing. Each of them had several iron arrows on their bodies. Only then did the remaining cannibals react. Unfortunately, it was too late. The second wave of arrows from the warriors had already been fired. The remaining dozens of people were immediately shot into hedgehogs. The tall cannibal was hit by more than a dozen arrows. As if he felt no pain, he picked up the stone axe and rushed directly towards the warriors around the cave. The warriors quickly drew their arrows and shot out another wave of arrows. The tall cannibal's body was instantly covered with dense iron arrows, but he finally took 2 steps forward and then fell down with a look of deep unwillingness in his eyes. Looking at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, Zhuefeng suddenly felt comfortable. Such cannibals should all die here. Otherwise, who knows how many people will die in their mouths. Those tied-up primitive people burst into tears loudly. These cannibals were finally dead. They felt like they had walked through the gates of hell. Now he could finally put his heart at ease. Zhuefeng did not dare to be careless. He led the soldiers and charged into the cave. As soon as the soldiers arrived at the entrance of the cave, 40 or 50 people rushed out. Zhuefeng immediately ordered his men to shoot arrows, and these people were shot like hedgehogs in an instant. Zhuefeng waved his hand, and a team of 50 people, each holding an iron spear, walked into the cave. The archers followed behind the spearmen, and the warriors advanced forward step by step. The cave was pitch black, and one could faintly see some sparks on the ground, which had obviously just gone out. The fight outside had obviously alarmed the people inside. Zhuefeng immediately ordered the soldiers to retreat. The smell of blood in the cave was too strong. It was obviously not something that could be cleared out by just a few people. Who knew how many people were still inside? Zhuefeng gave the order to the soldiers to surround the cave entrance. Each soldier held a bow and arrow, looking like a powerful enemy was approaching. Zhuefeng took out the iron knife and walked in front of the primitive people. The primitive people on the ground were frightened and screamed. Zhuefeng shouted, "Be quiet, or I'll throw you all into the cave." The primitive people were so frightened that they trembled and dared not make a sound anymore. Zhuefeng slashed with his knife and directly cut the ropes of those people. Then he slashed with his knife several times in a row. All the primitive people stood up from the ground and looked at Zhuefeng in fear. Zhuefeng didn't care what they thought and said to everyone, "Go find some hay nearby and some wet leaves and put them at the entrance of the cave." These primitive people walked quickly towards the nearby area. Zhuefeng took a look and saw that there were probably more than 100 people, both men and women. Not long after, they came back with a lot of hay and leaves. Chasing the wind, let them put the dry grass at the bottom and the wet leaves on top. Then, take out a tinder from your pocket, put it to your mouth, and blow gently, and soon the tinder will catch fire. Zhuefeng used a tinder to light the hay, and soon a big fire started. There was a crackling sound inside the fire, which made everyone feel heavy. The fire grew bigger and bigger. The wet leaves were full of moisture and emitted thick black smoke that floated directly into the cave. The primitive people were still adding wet grass quickly. There were many coughs coming from inside the cave. The fire was still burning rapidly, and the cave entrance was surrounded by billowing black smoke. From a distance, it looked like a beacon tower, and people within a few miles could see it. Those cannibals coughed more and more violently, and they could not even breathe. Many cannibals could not bear it, and the cannibals' cries of pain and wailing could be heard from the cave. Zhuefeng estimated the time and felt that the cannibals were about to rush out, so he immediately ordered the soldiers to be ready to shoot arrows at any time. At this moment, 30 or 40 cannibals rushed out. They didn't care about the fire at the entrance of the cave and rushed directly out of the cave. Everyone's face was pitch black, just like coal miners. When the soldiers saw someone coming out, they immediately released the bowstrings in their hands and shot out bamboo arrows quickly. Many cannibals were shot to death in the fire, screaming in pain. The blood that flowed out was directly dried by the fire, giving off a pungent smell of blood. In an instant, there were more than 30 or 40 corpses at the entrance of the cave. Some of them were not yet dead and were being burned by the fire, crying out heart-wrenchingly. There was no trace of pity in Zhue Feng's eyes. All he could see was the brutality of the cannibals and the scene of them eating human flesh. Zhue Feng's heart was filled with murderous intent and anger that he had nowhere to vent. When he saw the cannibals, his eyes immediately turned red. There were still cannibals running out of the cave, and the result was that they were killed on the spot. The fire at the entrance of the cave was extinguished by the cannibals' corpses, and more cannibals came out of the cave one after another. After the last few cannibals were shot to death at the entrance of the cave, there was no more human sound inside the cave. Soldiers, after waiting for a while, we found that there was really no one inside. Zhue Feng, and then someone ordered the fire to be lighted. When Zhue Feng arrived at the cave entrance, he found corpses on the ground, including many female cannibals. They had black teeth and blood on their faces. They must have been eating human flesh in the cave just now. Zhue Feng originally felt a little guilty, but when he saw these female cannibals in front of him, he instantly strengthened his determination. As expected, cannibals, regardless of size or gender, are not good creatures and should be killed directly. It is cruel to the world for a race like this to exist. Chapter 92. Large-Scale Exchange of Slaves. Yibin, we have exchanged quite a few slaves in the past few days. The main target this time are young male slaves who could defend the tribe in the future. As time went by, Yibin had more and more enemies. The tribe's wealth increased, and more people wanted to annex the Huaxia tribe, which put more pressure on Yibin. The population of the tribe has always been a breakthrough. Now the first step has been completed, and we have our own long-term stalls and houses in the market. The problem now is to open up the road between the tribe and the market and clear all possible dangers. Otherwise, the exchanged slaves will have no way to be brought back to the tribe. Yibin came out of the wooden house and came to the stall. He saw that the clay pot and white salt were all sold out. Now, there was nothing else on the stall except the fire starter. The salted fish brought from the tribe have all been exchanged for slaves. Today is the last day of the market. Yibin took Li Wang and Taishan and walked into the market. When passing by Hua Jian's stall, Yibin saw Hua Jian studying the wooden house. He thought to himself, Brother Hua Jian is really impatient. He had already told him that he would come over to help him build the wooden house after he finished his work. Hua Jian also saw Yibin and immediately put down what he was doing and walked towards Yibin happily. Brother Yibin, why did you come here just now? Brother misses you so much. As he said this, he grabbed Yibin and walked straight towards his stall. Brother, when you have time, come and help me build a few wooden houses. I really like them. Hua Jian was still immersed in his own wooden house, imagining what it would be like to live in it. Yibin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then he came to a pile of wood and saw a dozen pieces of wood on the ground. His head suddenly became big. How could he build a wooden house with such little wood? Hua Jian and the others couldn't do anything. The tribe had stone knives and bone knives, which could hardly cause damage to trees. It took them a long time to cut such a small amount of wood. Yibin, of course you don't know. They have iron tools and can cut down trees very quickly. They are completely on the same level as the Stone Age tribe. It takes Hua Jian and his men most of the day to cut down a tree, and a lot of stone axes are lost in the process. Hua Jian looked at Yibin and found that he had been staring at the wood on the ground. He suddenly thought of something and said embarrassedly, We spent 2 days chopping these woods, and many stone axes were damaged in the process. And he scratched his head helplessly. Hua Jianli said immediately, Brother Yibin, do you still need Qingyo? This time, we brought several hundred blue cattle. Last time, I saw you exchanged a large number of blue cattle, so I knew your tribe was in great need of them. So this time, I brought all the blue cattle in the tribe. Yibin was also very touched, although they were also doing it for their own benefit. But a tribe that could give out so many blue cattle must really want to help him. Brother Huijian, how many blue cattle did you bring this time? It's the same as before, 20 goats in exchange for 1 blue cattle. No matter how many you have left this time, we want them all. What Jianli said immediately. Brother Yibin, this time I will give you 10 goats in exchange for a blue cow. It happens that we still have 150 blue cows left here, so you could just give me 1,500 goats. Yibin was also shocked. This big brother Huijian had spent a lot of money to build a few wooden houses and gave him such a big discount. Although Yibin knew that it was not good to take advantage of others, now was not the time to be pretentious, so he could only agree immediately and say thank you to Brother Huijian. I'll go back right away and arrange for a tribesman to go into the mountains to cut down trees. Brother Huijian, you just need to lead people over to fetch the wood. In the afternoon, I will come over to help you build the wooden house. Huijian was extremely excited. This Brother Yi was so capable of handling things. He had already made arrangements without him saying anything. He really hadn't misjudged him. The two exchanged a few words, and Yibin took Li Wang and Taishan and walked directly to the slave exchange stall. Huijian also immediately arranged for his tribesmen to drive Qingyo to Yibin's stall. Yibin looked at several stalls, and whenever there were slaves for sale, he would go over to exchange them. The slaves this time were all good. Almost all of them were male slaves, and they were not very old. They were in their prime. In the end, Yibin exchanged for 700 slaves. Although all the harvest this time was used to exchange for slaves for the tribe, it was a huge fortune and also a guarantee for the tribe's future. Now the whole market knows about Yibin's stall, because in the whole market, Yibin and his friends are the only ones exchanging clay pots and white salt. These days, everyone in the market is discussing Yibin, wondering which tribe he is from. How could there be such good stuff? Pottery and that kind of white fine salt have never appeared in the market before. Things like pottery can only appear in larger markets. Yibin, after talking to them, asked them to bring their slaves to their stalls and then start the exchange. It's impossible for him to wander around the streets with so many goats. This time, the purpose of coming to the market has been achieved, and Yibin began to walk towards his stall, feeling very comfortable along the way. Yibin unconsciously hummed a little song. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Today is a good day. Let's open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Although Li Wang and Taishan didn't know what the leader was singing, they thought it was very nice and their mood was very good. They talked and sang along the way. Soon, they arrived at their own stall. At that time, Huijian and He Bao were trading a green cattle. He Bao drove out 1,500 goats from a sheepfold and handed them to Huijian and his men. He Bao then led the green cattle in. Yibin came over at this time. Then he looked at them with a smile. Thank you so much, Brother Huijian. We will arrange to go up the mountain as soon as possible and cut the wood for you, brother. Both of them laughed. Huijian was so happy that he returned with his tribesmen and goats. He even felt dizzy while walking along the way. After a while, the stall owners came over with their slaves, all laughing. Chief Yi, we have delivered the slaves you wanted. Do you want to count the number of people? Yibin took a look and felt that the number was about the same, so he smiled and said, I naturally trust the reputation of the stall owners. Then he asked Black Panther to go to the sheep pen and drive all the goats out. After a while, the transaction was completed. Yibin looked at these slaves and said loudly, I don't care what you did before. From today on, you are no longer slaves. Chapter 93, Plains in Danger. Now, I will give you a chance to join our Huaxia tribe. As long as you join our Huaxia tribe, no one will dare to bully you anymore, and you will be fed every day, and we can also assign women to you. The slaves immediately became excited. Their previous tribes had been destroyed, and they were in a miserable state after being captured. They were not fed enough and were beaten every day. They were simply not treated as human beings. Many people were beaten to death, and many others starved to death. They didn't even see the hope of survival. I didn't expect that someone would exchange them all out now. They were also allowed to join the tribe, given food to eat, and women were allocated to them. This gave them hope to live again, and the slaves stood up one by one. They stared at Yibin intently. They were shaking with excitement. They bit their lips tightly and dared not make a sound. Looking at their expressions, Yibin knew that his words had brought them back to life. Now, those who are willing to join our Huaxia tribe can shout out directly. The slaves all shouted, We are willing to join the Huaxia tribe. We are willing to join the Huaxia tribe too. At this time, the slaves all shouted loudly. Yibin saw that the slaves now were completely different from the ones just now. The slaves just now had no life in their eyes. The slaves now all want to live well, and their eyes are filled with hope to survive. The leader in front of them did not despise them, gave them food, and allowed them to join the tribe. This happiness came too quickly. Yibin waved his hand and asked the soldiers to take out the food. Then he took out the clay pot he brought with him and started to make a fire on the spot. He also asked the soldiers to fetch water from the lake and throw the remaining salted fish into it. Yibin had 20 goats captured and then slaughtered them in front of everyone. The blood was distributed directly to the slaves. When the slaves saw this, they immediately started fighting over the goat blood. King Li smashed the ground with his hammer, and the scene immediately became quiet. Yibin said, "Since you have joined the Huasha tribe, you must follow the rules of the tribe and line up before eating. If anyone takes the lead in grabbing food, he will be expelled from the tribe." All the slaves were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and then started to line up randomly. Yibin, have them line up in 20 rows, 35 people in each row. Take out 20 ceramic bowls and put some sheep's blood in each person's bowl. After the people in the first row finished drinking, immediately pass the ceramic bowl to the second person. This continued until the last row finished drinking. The soldiers quickly peeled off the sheepskin, cut the mutton into pieces, and threw them into the clay pots, adding some white salt to each pot. The fire kept burning. The slaves couldn't help drooling as they looked at the mutton in the clay pot, but they didn't dare to move due to the intimidation from King Li. As time passed, the water in the clay pot began to boil, and the aroma of meat wafted into the air. All the slaves sniffed, as if only in this way could they fill their stomachs. Yibin, seeing that the time was almost up, he took out the pottery bowls. This time he was going to stay at the market permanently, so he brought a lot of pottery bowls with him. The soldiers gave each person a ceramic bowl and gave the slaves a pair of chopsticks. Although the slaves didn't know what they were, it didn't affect their eating. The slaves in the front had already started to get their meals. The soldiers took out wooden spoons and scooped the broth one by one. There were soldiers in charge who taught how to eat, and the slaves started to eat quickly. Everyone was eating without any manners, eating the meat and drinking the soup at the same time. The slaves were so hot that they cried out, "I just can't bear to spit out the mutton in my mouth." Yibin has gotten used to it. As long as they can be full, nothing else matters. At this time, there is nothing that a full meal can't solve. This time, there are too many slaves to be exchanged, and food is a big problem. The proceeds from the pottery pots and white salt were all used to exchange for slave mounts, so we had to rush back to the tribe as soon as possible. Yibin left 10 soldiers to guard the stall and 500 fire starters. During this period, a total of 400 fire starters were exchanged. On the way back, he asked the soldiers to take more than 100 blue cattle. This time in Huajian, he exchanged more than 150 blue cattle. Together with the 100 he brought with him, Yibin now has more than 200 blue cattle. Then, he asked the soldiers to prepare more than 200 anots. Yibin released a few pigeons a few days ago. After doing all this, he instructed the soldiers who stayed behind. Let them go and help Huajian build the wooden house. No one comes to the market to exchange things during this period, so it is a good opportunity to let these soldiers go to Huajian to build the wooden house. The warriors who stayed behind this time are the elders of the tribe. Yibin thinks they are very reliable, so it's a good opportunity to train a few confidants. The market will be handed over to them in the future. Yibin selected a team leader from among the 10 people. His name was Luoshui. He was one of the earliest veterans and had followed him into battle many times before. He didn't talk much, but he had a very flexible mind. Finally, he reminded them not to leave the market at random and that as long as they stayed inside the market, there would be no danger. Exchange some of the things on the stall if you can. Don't be too anxious. In the end, 10 pigeons were left. If anything happens, send a pigeon message back to the tribe immediately. We will come to help you as soon as we receive the message. Although we are not a big tribe, we are not made of clay. After finishing the explanation, Yibin led the slaves and began to return to the tribe. Suddenly, a large group of people walked out of the market, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Almost every warrior who returned this time had a mount, with slaves walking in the middle and warriors riding cows on both sides. Li Wang and Taishan were on Yibin's left and right, guarding him. Everyone, leaving the market in a mighty procession. This journey will not be peaceful. Yibin was prepared. This time back to the tribe, they traveled light and brought almost nothing, except for bringing back a large number of slaves and food for the journey. They brought almost nothing else. Yibin and his men set out in the morning, but did not find any enemies until the afternoon. I was thinking to myself, could it be that Jinhua would just let me go like this? Looking at his vindictive look, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be easy to talk to. Could it be that he has a change of heart? At this moment, more than 2,000 people appeared on the plain ahead. Yibin was really angry this time. Was the Tao Tai Alliance going to go to war with him? Chapter 94, Fireball Formation. The Tao Tai Alliance actually sent out so many people this time. Yibin thought that there shouldn't be too many people coming this time. After all, it was the War Bear tribe, and they had a personal grudge against him. Unexpectedly, Jinhua also brought warriors from other tribes. They really treated Yi Bin as a soft persimmon and squeezed him however they wanted. If he didn't show them some color this time, he really didn't know how many eyes the Horse King had. Yi Bin immediately gave orders to the soldiers to get off the oxen's backs and ordered the 700 men to pick up wooden spears. The legs of these men all went weak, as they had never experienced such a shocking scene. The enemy had at least 2,000 people, which was more than their 900 men could fight against. In the eyes of these newcomers, in order to win a battle, at least the number of people on both sides must be similar. In a situation like this where the gap is so huge, they can basically just die. Yi Bin was unsure. After all, these new recruits had just joined the team. If they lost their composure before the fight even started, it would affect the morale of his side. This was a result Yi Bin didn't want to see, so he could only cheer himself up and shout loudly. Everyone listen. Although the enemy outnumbers us, we are confident of winning. If you don't want to die here, then do as I say. Now pick up your weapons and face the enemy with me. As long as you can survive this time, you will have meat to eat every day in the future. If you give up resistance, they will kill us all. So everyone cheer up and face the strong enemy with me. This time, Jinhua called on the War Bear tribe and the Python tribe. Although their numbers were small, the two tribes still gathered more than 1,000 people, plus their own more than 1,000 people. Killing Yi Bin this time is an easy task. This way, their Golden Wing tribe can get the biggest benefit. Jinhua doesn't take the War Bear and Python tribe seriously at all. Jinhua let them walk in front, and the warriors of their own tribe follow behind. Even if all the people from their two tribes died, it would have nothing to do with him, Jinhua. The leaders of large tribes are almost all ruthless people. They will not talk to you about feelings, nor will they help you for no reason. When you are of no use to them, they will stab you in the back. The War Bear tribe has brought this upon themselves. They originally wanted Jinhua to take the lead, but in the end, others asked them to take the lead. They really shot themselves in the foot. Jinhua waved his hand, and everyone stopped. They were about 100 to 200 meters away from Yi Bin and the others. He had also heard about the power of bows and arrows, so he made special preparations this time. The warriors each held a shield in their hands, and all stood together. They did not stand in a neat row like soldiers, but stood in a group casually. Yi Bin immediately asked the soldiers to tie the hay knot on the cow's tail, then took out the tinder and prepared to start the fire. Yi Bin had already calculated that they would hold shields. The best way to break the shield? Use a fireball formation. The flames ignite the hay, causing the bulls to feel pain. The bulls will run forward desperately and then rush directly into the crowd. In front of the fireball formation, these warriors of the Taotai alliance were like paper, with no room for resistance at all. It was a pity that Jinhua didn't know, otherwise he would have escaped by now. Jinhua looked at the small number of people on the opposite side, and had already regarded Yi Bin as a dead man in his heart. With such a small number of people, you still want to fight with me? You will all die here today. Yi Bin walked out of the crowd and shouted to Jinhua. Chief Jinhua, what do you mean? It seems that we have no grudges against each other. Jinhua laughed and said, back then at the market, you relied on Baihu's help and didn't take me seriously at all. Now let's see who can come to save you. Today I will catch you with my own hands and then chop off your head. All of you and your tribesmen will die here, so that you will know the consequences of offending me, Jinhua. Ha! 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 Jinhua smiled cruelly, his eyes full of madness. Yi Bin knew that it was useless to continue talking, so he let Jinhua see that he was not made of clay. Yi Bin returned to his camp and ordered Black Panther to light the fire. Jinhua also gave the order to attack. The warriors of the Taotai alliance raised their shields and rushed forward, letting out earth-shaking roars. Kill, kill, kill! They rushed towards Yi Bin one by one. Black Panther ordered all the soldiers to light the hay on the cow's tail. A big fire started immediately. The cow felt the severe pain on its tail and accelerated to charge forward. More than 200 green bulls ran forward like crazy, and the ground began to shake. The speed of the green bulls reached its peak, raising a cloud of dust behind them. The scene was quite spectacular. When the beasts go crazy, it is extremely terrifying, and no human power can contend with it. The warriors of the Taotai alliance were stunned in an instant. They dropped their weapons and shields and ran directly to the back. Jinhua was stunned for a moment. What was going on? He had never seen a war like this before. It was all because he met a time traveler. The two people's knowledge was not on the same level at all. The fire bull rushed into the crowd with an indomitable momentum and rampaged along the way. The warriors of the alliance were killed all over the ground. Many of them were directly pierced by the bull's horns, and their intestines and blood were all over the ground. Ibn led all the soldiers and rushed forward as fast as possible. Those who were not dead were shot again. The special operations team, led by Li Wang, rushed forward directly. They were holding compound bows and shot arrows at anyone they saw who was left alone. The third company was led by Black Panther. Each member of the team held an iron spear and stabbed anyone they saw, wherever the fireballs passed. The people were trampled into bloody mud. There was not a single intact corpse on the ground. Many people who were not injured thought they could escape, but they broke out in cold sweats when they saw what was behind them. Li Wang and the Special Forces team were firing rapidly all the way. They all knew that bows and arrows were powerful, but they did not expect them to be so powerful. What Li Wang and his men are equipped with are the most advanced continuous compound bows of the Luoshui tribe. Each continuous compound bow can fire 7 times in a row, especially at this time. They had just been dispersed by the fireballs, and many of them had not yet recovered. Now they were shot by the Special Forces, and they had no chance to react at all. The more than 700 people led by Yibin quickly made up for them from behind. It was the first time for these newcomers to see such a battle. Everyone was extremely excited. They picked up the wooden spears in their hands and shot anyone who was not dead. They had never been like this before. Jin Hua and the others had become dumbfounded after killing so many people that his hands were tired. His legs were no longer under his control, and his whole body was shaking. The guards around Jin who were trying their best to pull him. "Chief, hurry up and leave. We have already failed. In the previous attack, at least several thousand of us died, and the remaining tribesmen were also scattered. Now, there are only a few hundred people around us. Chief, it will be too late if you don't leave now. They're already rushing over." Chapter 95 Jinhua is captured. Jinhua, seeing that the situation was hopeless and that there was no chance of a comeback, decisively led several hundred men to retreat towards the nearby hillside. When Yibin saw that Jinhua was about to run, he immediately ordered Taishan to lead his men to chase and kill him. Yibin was really angry this time. Jinhua's actions had touched his bottom line. If he didn't catch Jinhua this time, no one would dare to step on him in the future. On the battlefield, corpses were everywhere and wailing continued. The blood had dyed the earth red, especially where the cattle had passed. The ground was a mess of flesh and blood, and the mud and blood had merged into one. The flowers and plants on the ground had also turned into blood cakes. The Golden Wing tribe, the War Bear tribe, and the Python tribe have all become prey at this time. The Black Panther's third company encountered no resistance at all, as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. A frightened troop was nothing to worry about. There was not even any decent resistance. The lineup was completely disrupted, and there was no one to command the battle. Everyone was fighting on his own, running around like headless flies. Yibin ordered to capture all those who were not injured. Letting them die like this was too easy for them. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay the price. Jinhua and his men were fleeing quickly, and the Special Forces team was running and shooting arrows at the same time. People kept falling to the ground along the way, and iron arrows were continuously shot out, with someone being hit by arrows every few steps. The Special Forces team became more and more courageous as the battle went on. If he encountered someone who was not dead yet, he would just take out the iron knife and touch their neck directly. It happened so fast that the wound didn't even have time to react before the person died. Behind Jinhua, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He really hated himself for provoking Yibin for no reason. This time, he really hit a wall. The warriors around Jinhua fell one after another. Taishan and Li Wang were still in pursuit. This was a death order from Yibin. Jinhua must be captured. Taishan chopped off countless heads on the way of pursuit. The dragon-slaying crescent blade was dripping with warm blood. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and there were not many people around Jinhua. He knew that if he continued to run like this, he would surely die today. What was his only option now? Just kill them. Jinhua suddenly roared, and dozens of people around him stopped. Everyone was holding a weapon and then charged towards the Special Forces. The Special Forces shot the last arrow and immediately took out their machetes and confronted them directly. The soldiers attacked with their swords. At once, more than a dozen heads fell down and blood spurted out like a fountain, more than 1 meter high in an instant. The warriors next to them were instantly frightened. The warriors' weapons were too sharp, giving them no chance to react, and their bone spears could not penetrate the iron armor at all. The two sides were not on the same page at all, and Jinhua and his men were constantly suppressed. The soldiers were fearless and brave. As long as they found the right opportunity, they would strike with a single blow, and the opponent's head would fall to the ground immediately. Taishan, with one sword, swept away thousands of soldiers. Several warriors were cut in half. Their internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground, and the smell of feces and urine floated in the air. Everyone felt more and more nauseous, and the fight between the two sides continued. Jinhua was also a fierce man, but unfortunately he met Luoshui. In the instant of the fight, the stone axe broke directly, and his chest was hit by an iron hammer. Jinhua swallowed the blood in his throat forcefully, his whole body trembling slightly. Seeing Luoshui's hammer coming towards him, Jinhua immediately pulled out a bone knife from his waist and moved his body backwards to avoid it. He slashed with a knife, but Luoshui dodged it quickly. Both sides took a step back. Jinhua's weapon was an inch shorter and more dangerous, but it was more flexible. Luoshui's hammer was heavy, but it was more powerful. Luoshui took a step forward, jumped up, and smashed down hard with the hammers in both hands. Jinhua knew he couldn't block it, so he rushed forward and rolled under Luoshui. The hammer hit the ground hard with a loud bang, leaving a big hole on the ground. If it had hit Jinhua, he would have died immediately. Jinhua was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Taishan swung his War Dragon Crescent Blade in the crowd with great force, almost injuring or killing anyone who was touched. Taishan made a 360-degree turn, then jumped up and slashed a warrior in half with his sword. The warriors nearby stepped aside one after another, fearing that they would be the next one, but there were also some warriors who were not afraid of death. They picked up stone spears and stabbed directly at Taishan. The spear was an inch longer and an inch stronger. The dragon-slaying crescent blade stabbed into the warrior's stomach, and blood flowed out instantly. The warrior let out a scream, and his stone spear still remained in the air. Taishan kicked the broadsword, and with a swing of his dragon-slaying crescent blade, the warrior was broken into two pieces. Viscera and blood were scattered all over the ground. The number of warriors of the Golden Wing tribe decreased as the fight went on. Every second, someone died on the battlefield. On the other hand, the Special Warfare Team, with the support of iron armor and iron weapons, the soldiers were fearless and killed anyone they saw. Every Special Operations Team was fighting with the enemy. With every blow of the sword, screams were heard on the battlefield, and every soldier's body was stained with the enemy's blood. The warriors of the Golden Wing tribe no longer dared to fight. Their weapons could not hurt the enemy at all. This was simply a one-sided massacre. There was no need to continue fighting. Many people dropped their weapons and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. The soldiers did not kill them, but made them squat together, then took out the ropes from their bodies and tied them up. Now on the battlefield, Jinhua was the only one left, still struggling to hold on, as Luoshui fought faster and faster. At this moment, Taishan also joined the battlefield and slashed with his dragon-slaying crescent blade. Jinhua was unable to dodge and hurriedly used a bone knife to block it. The crescent-shaped sword hit the bone sword directly, breaking it into two sections instantly. The blade went straight towards Jinhua, and at the critical moment, Jinhua kicked the ground with both feet. He jumped up directly. Luoshui would not give him any chance. He threw an iron hammer at him. The iron hammer hit Jinhua's leg with a whistling sound. Jinhua let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. Taishan grabbed the crescent-shaped blade, turned it 360 degrees at his waist, and jumped with the crescent-shaped blade to chop towards Jinhua. Just then, Yibin shouted, "Tarzan, stop it!" The crescent-shaped sword stopped at Jinhua's head. The hide on Jinhua's leg became hot, and an unpleasant smell of urine wafted out. Luoshui and Taishan burst into laughter. Luoshui cursed, "You are such a wretch, and yet you are trying to rob people like me. It's really shameful." Taishan also cursed. "It's okay for people like you to bully small tribes, but it's your bad luck that you run into us today." Yibin walked over from the crowd and looked at the golden fire on the ground. "Who asked you to kill us?" Yibin at this moment was very scary. There was no expression in his eyes. Brothers and sisters, it is not easy for Beicheng to write a book. Although my writing skills are not good enough, I will try my best to correct it. I hope everyone will be lenient with me. After all, this is my first book. No matter whether it is good or not, I really tried my best. From the first chapter to every chapter now, Beicheng has been making progress. Since I have written this book, I will write it with my heart and will never fool all the book friends. Beicheng has one more thing to say. After reading this, please urge me for an update and give Beicheng a good review. Every good review of yours is my motivation to move forward. Chapter 96 Reinforcements. Jean didn't dare to look Yi Bin in the eye. His previous arrogance had disappeared at this moment. Now, he's just Yi Bin's prisoner. He no longer has the courage he had before. He can only crawl on the ground with his knees groveling, waiting for Yi Bin's decision on him. Explain. Who asked you to kill me? Yi Bin's words were filled with cold, murderous intent, which made Jean shudder. Then, he said, tremblingly, "It was the chief priest of the War Bear tribe who asked us to kill you. He said you killed many of them, and that you had a lot of food, and that as long as we killed you, all the goats and pottery would be ours." Yi Bin, without any expression, slowly stood up, and then ordered Black Panther and the others to quickly clean up the battlefield, and asked Li Wang and the others to count the casualties. He also ordered Taishan to count the number of slaves this time, and then he would lead his men to drive those green cattle back. When the hay was burned, the blue cattle calmed down, and now the herd of cattle are grazing not far away. Yi Bin led these newcomers and slowly walked into the herd of cattle. There was a straw rope tied to the nose of each blue cow. Yi Bin asked everyone to pull the rope and slowly walk towards the crowd. When Yi Bin returned to the crowd, Black Panther said that the battalion commander had more than 2,000 weapons in total, and many of them had been damaged. Li Wang said, "Chief, the injured soldiers have been let out. A total of 20 people were injured, no one died, and all the injured were newcomers." Tarzan said, "Chief, there are more than 500 slaves captured this time, and the rest are dead." Yi Bin, after listening to everyone's reports, began to say, "This time I plan to lead people to destroy the War Bear and Python tribes, and if there is a chance, destroy the Golden Wing tribe together." Black Panther said directly, "Battalion commander, what about these slaves? And with all these new members joining us, there's simply not enough food for so many of us." Yi Bin suddenly laughed and said, "I've already sent a pigeon back to the tribe. Now He Nyo and Zhue Feng should be on their way. It would take Zhue Feng 2 days at most to eliminate the cannibals. We stayed in the market for 3 days. I sent a pigeon message a day ago, so I believe they will arrive soon." Everyone was dumbfounded. How come we had no idea when the leader did all this? Even Li Wang and Taishan showed surprised expressions. They were with the leader every day, but they didn't notice anything. Not long after, another 700 or 800 people appeared on the plain. They immediately picked up their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. These newcomers have just experienced a victory, and now they are full of enthusiasm. Each of them is as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As long as Yi Bin is there, they have the confidence to defeat any number of enemies, especially the soldiers, who all believe in Yi Bin unconditionally. Because, under the leadership of Yi Bin, the tribe has become so powerful today. Everyone was on high alert. They were not panicking at all, but more excited. Zhue Feng, He Nyo, Qingwan, and their soldiers quickly walked towards Yi Bin. Zhue Feng and his men saw the troops here from a distance. Thinking that they were the people who robbed Yi Bin, the soldiers rushed over quickly, just when both sides thought they were enemies. People on both sides took out their weapons and started charging at each other. Qingwan saw that it was Yi Bin and immediately stopped everyone. Because they were from the Firebird tribe, they had been able to see farther than others since childhood, so she immediately recognized Yi Bin. Yi Bin saw that the other side suddenly stopped and wondered if it was because there were too many people on his side and they felt they had no chance of winning, so they didn't dare to come over. There were still 400 or 500 meters between the two sides, and they couldn't see who the other side was at all. After hearing that it was the battalion commander, Zhue Feng and Hainiu immediately rode their camels towards Yi Bin, and Qingwan and Gully followed closely behind. When Yi Bin saw 4 people coming from the opposite side, he began to relax. When they were still more than 200 meters away, they all recognized each other. Yi Bin walked forward with a smile, and Black Panther and Li Wang followed. They all burst into laughter. Battalion commander, we are late." Hainiu and Zhue Feng jumped down immediately and came to Yi Bin. They hugged each other tightly. Qingwan and Gully watched them from the side. After everyone separated, Yi Bin then looked at Qingwan. No matter what happened before, the fact that Qingwan came to help him this time already explained everything, and everything that happened before was in the past. "Qingwan, why are you here?" Qingwan said with a smile. "I went to deliver Salt Stone to you, but found out that you were not in the tribe. It happened that you sent back a message that day saying that you were on the way back and might encounter danger. I discussed with Company Captain Zhue Feng and Company Captain Hainiu and decided to set off immediately. We did not dare to delay for a moment along the way, but we did not expect that we would still be a step late. Qingwan is also a smart girl. Just from the horizontal marks on the ground, she can tell that there has been a great war here, and many people died here. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Some people would say that so many people died in the previous battle, and the corpses were lying all over the place that even a fool could see it. It is precisely because too many people died in the front, and it is impossible to continue fighting on top of other people's corpses. Thousands of people are moving to the front of the battlefield, and the corpses are all behind them. Of course, Heinyo and Zhuai Feng and the others couldn't see it first. Qing Wan grew up in a super tribe and had experienced too many battles. Girls are naturally careful, so as soon as she got off her mount, she noticed that a bloody battle had just taken place here. Qing Wan immediately came to Yi Bin and scanned his body to see if he was injured. Her face showed exhaustion and exhaustion. They traveled very fast all the way, fearing that something might have happened to Yi Bin. Yi Bin also felt Qing Wan's concern and nervousness, and felt a little guilty towards the girl. He shouldn't have spoken to her like that last time. The girl's mind was very pure, and she didn't have any bad intentions. The two of them looked at each other inadvertently, and Qing Wan's face turned red. Yi Bin was very casual and stared at her. Qing Wan was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in this world. Even Luoshui could not compare to her. She had a tall figure, fair skin, crescent eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Yi Bin was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Gully coughed and thought to himself that Chief Yi always stared at his little princess. If it were someone else, he would have gone up to teach him a lesson. Yi Bin gave him an iron knife and helped him several times. Gully was not a pedantic person. Everyone looked at each other like this. Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Zhuai Feng and the others immediately turned their heads away, thinking, I can't see anything. Li Wang and Taishan followed Yi Bin closely. These 2 wooden lumps were one before, but now they have become 2. Chapter 97, Yi Bin's Revenge. Not long after, all the people came together. The newcomers were very excited because they realized that the tribe they joined was so powerful. Only then did Qing Wan realize that Yi Bin's tribe had become so powerful. From a few dozen people at the beginning to more than 2,000 people now, it only took a few months. I don't know how he did it. Qing Wan was still standing there in a daze. Sure enough, girls who think about problems are more beautiful and charming. Yi Bin waved his hand in front of Qing Wan, then tapped her forehead. Qing Wan let out a scream, which scared everyone. Everyone looked over curiously. Yi Bin and Qing Wan blushed instantly. Everyone looked up at the sky immediately. We saw nothing and heard nothing. Yi Bin said casually, How many of you came this time? I have something to tell you. Let's form an alliance between our 2 tribes. Qing Wan didn't react for a moment and agreed casually. Then she seemed to remember something and asked loudly, What did you say just now? A tribal alliance between the 2 of us? Yi Bin had a serious face. This time, the Taotai alliance had touched my bottom line. This time when they came back from the market, the Golden Wing tribe, the War Bear tribe, and the Python tribe. They, the 3 major tribes, united and attacked my Huaxia tribe. If I don't fight back, they really think that my Huaxia tribe is easy to bully. This time I must destroy them. Everyone heard the coldness in Yi Bin's words, and they all thought that the battalion commander was really angry this time. Afterwards, everyone discussed it and decided to attack that tribe first. Yi Bin looked at everyone and said, We have more people this time, so we can fight however we want. After returning from the market, our team has expanded to more than 900 people. With the addition of these reinforcements, the total number of people has reached more than 1,700. Their tribe is just empty, so if they launch a surprise attack immediately, they will surely win a great victory. As for food, the 3 major tribes will definitely not be short of it. As long as we take down the first tribe, the food in it will be enough for the warriors to eat, and then we can quickly take down the other 2. Yi Bin asked Heinyo, Have you brought everything I want? Don't worry, Captain. We have brought all the things you mentioned. This time, they must be allowed to have a good taste. The 2 looked at each other and burst out laughing. Ha. Everyone was confused and didn't know what the 2 were talking about. Yi Bin kept everyone in suspense and then ordered Black Panther, your 3rd company. Send more than 100 people to send these slaves back to the tribe, and the other warriors will come with me to flatten the 3 major tribes. This time I want to let them know how crazy our revenge is. Li Wang, take Jinhua with you and let him lead the way for us. I want him to see with his own eyes how we take revenge. After saying this, Yi Bin came to Qing Wan. What do you think about what I said? If we form an alliance, we can support each other in the future. No matter which of us is in trouble, we can send troops to reinforce each other. Qing Wan hesitated for a while and said, I can't give you an answer now. I need to go back and discuss it with my father. The alliance matter must be approved by my father. He is the leader of the tribe now. Yi Bin also knew that the alliance was a big deal. Besides, he had never met Qingluan's father, and both sides didn't know each other very well. The alliance would have to wait until later. After everyone was ready, King Li took Jinhua and walked towards the three major tribes. This time, Yi Bin chose to take the initiative and give the Taoguei alliance a warning. Although there was no clear answer regarding the alliance, Yi Bin was not in a hurry. After all, the Firebird tribe hasn't gone to war yet, and they can't possibly start a new round of war just for themselves. The premise of an alliance is that both parties are threatened. It doesn't mean you should immediately form an alliance with others just because you are in trouble. They're not fools. The problem now is that Yi Bin needs an alliance to let the Firebird tribe contain the Taoguei tribe. Then he can let go and do it. Only in this way can he catch up and defeat them. However, the Firebird tribe has finally entered a stable period. If he wants to break this balance, he has to think of other ways. This is also the reason why Qingluan did not dare to agree directly. Every decision made by the upper echelons could potentially bring disaster to the tribe. They are all in a high position, so naturally they cannot act on impulse. Although Qingluan really wanted to agree, she could not ignore her own people. Many people in their tribe had died in battle during this period. The tribe needed to develop, and the people needed time to recuperate. This time, Qingluan brought people to help him, which has already shown her attitude. She really wants to make friends with Yi Bin. Everything she does represents the Firebird tribe. The first target of the group was the War Bear and Python tribes. Yi Bin took this opportunity to let these newly joined tribesmen familiarize themselves with the battlefield in advance. After Jinhua was captured, he didn't dare to do anything fancy and directly took Yi Bin and the others towards the War Bear tribe. Along the way, Li Wang and Taishan kept a close eye on Jinhua. This was the first time that the Huaxia tribe took the initiative to attack the Daxing tribe. Although the War Bear tribe has been abolished, the foundation of the tribe is still there, and there are also a large number of women and animals in the tribe. This is also a huge fortune for Yi Bin Luo. In primitive society, women and food are the most important resources of the tribe. Women can increase the population of the tribe, and food can make the tribe strong. The strength of a tribe depends on how much food it has. Otherwise, no matter how many warriors you have, the tribe will not be able to feed them. It is impossible not to eat. Just like what happened to Yi Bin this time, if he didn't quickly take down the War Bear tribe, Yi Bin's more than 1,000 people would immediately face a food crisis. By that time, they wouldn't have to attack others, as his own people would have starved to death. For a large-scale deployment, food is the basis for victory. The reason why Yi Bin dared to take the initiative is that he sees this opportunity. Now is the best opportunity. If by the time the Taotai alliance reacts, it will be too late. The journey was very smooth, and Jinhua completely accepted his fate. He knew that resistance would be futile, so he might as well take the initiative to cooperate with Yi Bin and leave a way out for his tribe. In the afternoon, everyone came to the vicinity of the War Bear tribe. From a distance, they saw a valley filled with huts of different sizes. Near the valley, there was a large pasture. There were so many animals inside, at least 5,000 of them. Yi Bin's heart was pounding. He was really going to make a fortune this time. As expected, when all business was gone, murder and arson came quickly. Yi Bin ordered the three companies to hide separately and ordered the newly joined tribesmen to ambush near the valley, while he hid aside and observed secretly. The entire valley was almost filled with women and children. There were very few men in the tribe. The War Bear tribe was completely finished. Qingluan had been by Yi Bin's side, and he knew that Yi Bin had his own plans. Yi Bin also had a general understanding in his mind that the War Bear tribe was nothing to be afraid of. Immediately, he ordered the Special Operations Team to mobilize all hidden warriors to launch a full-scale attack on the War Bear tribe. Chapter 98, Yi Bin's New Weapon. A woman from the War Bear tribe was washing animal hides by the stream when she suddenly saw a dense crowd of warriors all around the valley. She screamed in fear. Ah! The women were in a mess, and many of them ran towards the tribe, shouting as they ran. There are enemies attacking the tribe. Hurry up and notify the high priest and others. The tribe is in chaos. The high priest led a few men, armed with weapons, and launched a fierce counterattack against the surrounding enemies. 3 companies launched a collective attack. Yi Bin, with the newly joined tribesmen, rushed into the valley. The tribesmen all wanted to show themselves and let the leader know their bravery. Yi Bin ordered Li Wang, "Go and tell them quickly that the men should be killed directly, and those who give up resistance can be spared. The women should be taken back to the tribe directly and assigned to the warriors as wives." King Li received the order to bring all the cattle and sheep in the valley back to the tribe. Leading the special operations team, they rushed into the valley at the fastest speed, shouting loudly as they ran. The leader ordered the men to kill directly, and those who gave up resistance would be spared. All the women were captured and brought back to the tribe to be the warriors' wives. Li Wang's voice was very loud, and together with the special operations team, they shouted into the valley. Those newly joined warriors all heard Li Wang shout. One by one, the soldiers shouted excitedly, as if they were given an injection of chicken blood, and they quickly rushed towards the valley. Because there were high mountains on both sides, the soldiers did not ride mounts, so they could walk faster and encountered no resistance along the way. Qingwan looked at Yi Bin with contempt, thinking, "Are you talking like a human being? Kill the men directly and take the women back to the tribe directly. What's the difference between you and the Taodai tribe?" Yi Bin, feeling Qingwan's gaze, felt that his true nature had been exposed. His old face turned red, and he dared not look Qingwan in the eye again. Seeing Yi Bin like this, Qingwan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, Yi Bin also has the potential to be a bad guy. This time, Qingwan did not let Guli and the tribesmen go down to fight. It was not that she did not want to help, but there was no one left in the War Bear tribe, and going down now would just be to grab the spoils. How could she have the nerve to let her tribesmen take advantage of this? That would not be helping them, but stealing their spoils. After all, she was a princess of a tribe. How could she be so ignorant of the situation? Yi Bin helped her many times, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She also truly regarded Yi Bin as a friend. Girls' minds are relatively simple, and perhaps she herself did not know that she liked Yi Bin more and was grateful more. Jean, whose hands were tied, and Guli stared at him intently. If Yi Bin hadn't stopped him from dying, Guli would have chopped him into 8 pieces. After all, the Tao Gui alliance had a life-and-death feud with the Firebird tribe, and both sides have the blood of the other's people on their hands. Qingwan was also trying to control the rage in her heart, and tried her best not to look at Jinhua. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself, and would take out the iron knife to chop that bastard. The warriors quickly rushed into the valley. The high priest of the War Bear tribe was leading more than 100 people to block the entrance of the tribe. They also have a certain understanding of the bows and arrows of the Huaxia tribe, which is what Man Xiong said last time he came back. The warriors of the War Bear tribe each held a shield in their left hand and a bone spear in their right hand, looking very nervous. Looking at the dense crowds of people in front of the valley entrance, there was no way to retreat, and he could only fight to the death. The terrain of this valley mouth is somewhat similar to that of the Huaxia tribe. There are cliffs behind the tribe. This shows how powerful the War Bear tribe was back then. I never thought that one day I would be attacked at home. The first company of Black Bull rushed over quickly. The soldiers drew their bows and shot arrows in large numbers. The opponent's shield was covered with dense iron arrows. The high priest took a look at the shield in front of him and suddenly burst into laughter. Barbarian Bear, what you said is indeed right. This kind of shield can withstand their iron arrows. The high priest said proudly, "I know we are wrong. I am willing to give you 5,000 goats as compensation, and this matter will stop here." Heinyo showed a weird smile and said, The War Bear tribe beat us and then compensated us with some goats, and you want to resolve this crisis. You really think of yourselves as human beings." Then everyone rushed forward and headed straight for the valley entrance. The valley entrance was too small. No matter how many people there were, they couldn't squeeze in. There were natural stone walls on both sides, so one had to defeat them if one wanted to get through. Heinyo tied a small pottery bottle in front of each iron arrow. There was a small hole in the front of the bottle, which was filled with alcohol cotton. The soldiers took out the fire starters and blew gently. The flames immediately started burning. Everyone immediately lit the alcohol cotton, then drew their bows and shot arrows. The iron arrows shot out quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of iron arrows cut through the sky and flew directly towards the enemy. The high priest was still there, feeling proud. The warriors had shields in their hands and were not afraid of the opponent's bows and arrows at all. Soon, he realized he was wrong. A wave of arrows shot out. Whoosh. It hit the shield directly, the ceramic bottle shattered, and the alcohol inside instantly flowed out. Bang! Bang! The fire immediately broke out, and the shields were directly engulfed by the flames. The high priest and his men had never seen such a magical thing before. The shield suddenly caught fire, and many warriors were also on fire. The entrance of the valley was instantly engulfed in fire, and the high priest was also burned and screaming. They slapped the fire with both hands as hard as they could, but the fire could not be put out, and screams continued from the entrance of the valley. At this time, several companies and new recruits came directly to the valley entrance. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Only 3 people knew about the ceramic bottle bomb this time. That is, Yi Bin, Old Man Xiong, and Hein Yo, which was sent in a letter via carrier pigeon a few days ago. Yi Bin drew this thing, and then asked Old Xiong to start making it. Did Hein Yo only know how to use this thing after the finished product was produced? This was also his first time using this kind of ceramic bottle bomb, and it felt really exciting. Since the opponent had a shield, it was difficult to play out the advantages of the bow and arrow, and every time he had to end the battle at close range. That would be difficult to avoid, as the soldiers were injured in close combat. Now, with the alcohol ceramic bombs, no matter how the enemy used their shields, they would be courting death. The high priest team was in chaos and running around, with flames burning their skin. The warriors let out heart-wrenching howls and rolled on the ground in pain. Zhou Weifeng said, "Let's end the battle quickly." Everyone nodded, and more than 1,000 people stood in front of Taniguchi. Everyone was very excited, and everyone wanted to be the first to rush into the valley so that more people could know about their bravery. Black Bull shouted to the warriors, and the archers began to prepare, aiming at the valley entrance in front of the target. Release. Release. Chapter 99, Is It a Horse? Several waves of arrows rained down from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The high priest and his men were all in despair for a moment. They watched helplessly as the iron arrows shot towards them. Without the protection of their shields, the warriors were instantly shot into a hornet's nest. Until the moment of their death, they could not understand why there was fire burning on the iron arrow. Was this fire the divine fire? The high priest was hit by dozens of arrows and kept coughing up blood. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter any words. His head tilted, and he fell backwards. Bang! The high priest fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing down his chest. The high priest never closed his eyes until his death. Maybe he was filled with resentment, or he regretted offending Yi Bin. All these are no longer important. The War Bear tribe is completely finished. Hein Yo led the warriors and rushed directly into the valley entrance. Those who were not dead on the ground were shot directly. The women huddled together, fear in their eyes. There was no man left in the tribe, and the women suddenly fell into despair. There were a lot of women crying, but the soldiers didn't do anything. They just surrounded them. Yi Bin brought Qingwan and slowly walked into the crowd, looking at the women of the War Bear tribe. It was your tribe that took the initiative to provoke me. I had no choice but to do what happened today. If you still want revenge in the future, I won't give you a second chance. You now have only 2 choices. One is to join our tribe. Our tribe will be responsible for raising the baby in your belly, and you'll have to learn the writing of the Huaxia tribe in the future. There is another option, which is to sell her to the market as a slave. This is my biggest concession. The women suddenly became quiet and kept looking at Yi Bin, wanting to see if what he said was true or false. Qingwan whispered, "You'd better not bring those with babies in their bellies back to the tribe. When the children grow up, they will hate your behavior today and may even kill you." Yi Bin also knew that if these women raised the children themselves, something bad would definitely happen in the future. Yi Bin had already thought about this matter a long time ago. After the child is born, they will raise the child by themselves for the time being. When the children are a few years old, they will be sent to live in the old city, and then schools will be started. From then on, every child in the tribe will have to learn Chinese characters, and then they'll be slowly brainwashed. Of course, these ideas can only be planned in my mind, and it is not easy to explain them to Qingwan now. I can only tell Qingwan, "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it," since Yi Bin insists so much. Qingwan wanted to say something, but finally chose to remain silent. Some things are useless to talk about. Under normal circumstances, such pregnant women can only be killed or taken to the market for exchange. The women all made their own choices. They looked at Yi Bin tremblingly. Then one of the women said, "Are you really willing to take us in?" And those pregnant women? Yi Bin smiled and looked at all the women. "As long as you join the Huaxia tribe. From now on, you will be a member of the Chinese tribe. You will be there as long as the tribe survives, and you will be dead if the tribe perishes. All of you can only rely on our Huaxia tribe. Otherwise, you will have no way to survive. From now on, children and the elderly will stand together, pregnant women will stand together, and the rest of the women will stand together. Qingluan and Guli also wanted to see how Yi Bin would deal with this matter. The soldiers were also very curious and wanted to see how their battalion commander would handle this matter. The elderly and children would only consume food, and a pregnant woman would also be a burden. If it were you, who would be willing to accept a pregnant woman? To put it bluntly, you can't do heavy work and you can't have sex. Primitive people took women back to make people. Your belly is so big, why would they make people with you? Every day, you'll be given food and drink. As a result, nothing could be done. In primitive society, food and women were in the front and women were in the back. No matter which tribe it is, if you have no value, you will be eliminated by the tribe. Soon these people were divided into 3 teams, including more than 100 pregnant women, more than 300 elderly people and children, and more than 1,500 other women. Yi Bin, tell Zhuefeng again, send people into the shack to collect food. Whatever, count the cattle and sheep in the ranch, and clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Everyone, go clean up the supplies and prepare for the next battlefield. Jinhua didn't expect that the War Bear tribe would be destroyed so easily. He really regretted it now. Why did he provoke Yi Bin for no reason? Now, it's too late to say anything and I have become a prisoner. Soon, Zhuefeng finished the inventory. There were more than 5,000 cattle and sheep on the ranch, including more than 100 blue cattle and the rest were goats. There were more than 2,000 animal hide bags of dried meat, each weighing about 200 to 300 kilograms. Even estimated that the peak number of the War Bear tribe was about 4,000 people, and the stored food was not too much. Each person eats 4 pounds of meat a day, which means 12,000 pounds of meat and more than 2,000 bags of dried meat, which means 600,000 pounds of meat, enough for the War Bear tribe to eat for 50 days. A winter lasts for several months, and the War Bear tribe and its sheep have just enough food to last for the entire winter. The big tribe is indeed a big tribe, and it is simply incomparable to the small and medium-sized tribes. The food storage is already amazing. It is hard to imagine how much food the super tribe has stored. This is the foundation of a tribe. The harvest this time is really good. There are so many animals in the Luoshui tribe's own ranch. This sneak attack was all about speed, with the original intention of destroying all 3 tribes. Now it seems impossible to do so. It will be difficult to bring back the women and animals from several tribes in such a short time. Yi Bin finally decided to destroy the 2 tribes first. Yi Bin ordered evacuation. The 3rd company stayed behind to guard the women and the elderly, and more than 100 new tribesmen stayed behind to assist the 3rd company in guarding the place. He himself took everyone and rushed to the Python tribe. This time, it is Jinhua who leads the way again. Yi Bin was followed by everyone. The current Jinhua no longer had the arrogance he had before. He would do whatever Yi Bin said. He also knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to be honest and obedient. The Python tribe is located in a flat area. There's a big river near the tribe, which is also for the convenience of getting water. A large tribe like this must be stationed close to a water source. Yi Bin asked Jinhua how many people were left in the Python tribe and how many men and women there were. If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. Li Wang and Taishan opened their eyes as wide as copper bells and stared at Jinhua. They thought to themselves, if you dare to lie to us, I will blow your head off. Then cut off your little. Jinhua didn't dare to say anything nonsense. In a short while, he sold the Python tribe more than dozens of times. Then, he looked at Yi Bin flatteringly. In the current Python tribe, there are at most 400 or 500 men and more than 2,000 women. They also have a ranch where there is an animal that looks like a cow and runs very fast. Chapter 100 Betting. Suddenly, a picture flashed before my eyes. It was the feeling of running across the grassland. Yi Bin's heart was pounding. He hoped that it would be as he guessed. That way, he could form a cavalry composed of wild horses. With wild horses, soldiers can easily turn the tide of a battle on the battlefield. With the speed of wild horses and the range of bows and arrows, the soldiers on the battlefield are like wolves among a flock of sheep, entering an uninhabited area. Of course, wild horses have no saddles, so it is naturally difficult for soldiers to control them. During battles, it is easy for them to fall off the horses, which can cause minor injuries or even death on the spot. Unless you grew up riding horseback, you will never be able to control a wild horse. Yi Bin had a question in his mind. Where did the Python tribe exchange the wild horses from? After destroying the Python tribe, he must capture one alive and ask them where they exchanged the wild horses from. This news is really important to me. Along the way, the warriors were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was the first time that they took the initiative to attack other tribes. In the past, the Xiao tribe of China mainly focused on defense. This time, Yi Bin was really angry. When an honest man is pushed into a corner, he will also use a knife to chop people. This time, Yi Bin is playing with speed, letting them know what blitzkrieg is. This time, the main strategy is to catch the Taotai alliance by surprise before they can react. They took down the War Bear tribe and the Python tribe directly. After the Taotai alliance found out, Yi Bin had already brought his men back to Dragon City. With the Firebird tribe as the holdback, the Taotai alliance dare not send out troops easily. Even if they want to launch a large-scale attack on the city, Yi Bin is not afraid of them, especially given the current situation. Just like in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the three parties are restraining each other. As long as the Taotai alliance dares to send troops, it will be attacked by the other two. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the sun was about to set. The warriors walked quickly on the road and had arrived near the Python tribe. Jinhua was still leading the way in front. Yi Bin and his companions saw thousands of shacks in the middle of the valley. From afar, they saw many figures walking around. Not far from the valley, there was a river, and there were many women by the river. Yi Bin raised his hand, and everyone stopped immediately. Qing Wan looked at Yi Bin in confusion. The valley in front is the base camp of the Python tribe. Qing Wan, I don't understand even more. Why should we stop? Now, just rush up and catch them off guard. Look at Qing Wan's anxious look. Yi Bin, also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, looked at Qing Wan helplessly. Fighting a war requires method, and one cannot act rashly. This girl only knows how to fight and kill all day long, and she never thinks before fighting. According to Jinhua, there are nearly 500 warriors in the Python tribe. Even if they attack by force, they will suffer heavy losses. Yi Bin smiled and said, "How about we make a bet?" Qing Wan rolled her eyes at Yi Bin and said, "It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to make a bet with me." Then, I thought about the ironware of the Huaxia tribe. Then tell me what you want to bet with me. As long as I can do it, I can agree to it. Yi Bin said in a mean way, "You can definitely do what I said. I'm just afraid that you will regret it later." Qing Wan said with disdain, "What a joke. How could I possibly regret it? I am the little princess of the Firebird tribe. As long as you can defeat me, I will agree to any condition you give me. Tell me, what do you want to bet with me?" Yi Bin already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to play a good trick on Qing Wan, so he asked, if it were you, using 1,000 people to attack the Python tribe, how many casualties would there be? Qing Wan thought about it. If we were the ones to attack in the best-case scenario, there would be 200 to 300 casualties. It is normal to die in a war. How can a soldier not die on the battlefield? Do you have a way to make them come out and surrender? I send 1,000 men to fight. If the number of casualties on my side reaches 50 or more, I lose. On the contrary, if the number of casualties is less than 50, then I win. How about this bet? Do you accept it? Qing Wan didn't even think about it and agreed immediately. Guli, who was standing next to him, immediately stood up and said loudly, "I don't agree with your bet." The two looked directly at Guli and asked, "What does our bet have to do with you?" Guli was suddenly speechless. Guli didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. What if the little princess lost? Isn't it cheaper? Guli didn't dare to imagine the look in Yi Bin's eyes every time he looked at the little princess. There was an indescribable feeling. No, absolutely not. We couldn't let their bet be fulfilled. Yi Bin and Qing Wan looked at each other. Neither of them was willing to give in. Finally, they reached an agreement that no matter who lost, they would agree to one condition of the other. Both of them have their own little calculations in mind. Qing Wan thought to herself that when Yi Bin lost, she could ask Yi Bin openly, "How did your Chinese tribe make iron tools?" Guli, seeing that the two had already reached a bet, it was too late to say anything now. He looked at his little princess with a smug look on his face, as if to say, "I will definitely win this time." Yi Bin walked up to several company commanders and told them about his plan. He then called Jinhua over and said, "This is my plan. Jinhua, take 3 companies with you and pretend to pass through the Python tribe. They will definitely not suspect you." At that time, our company commanders ordered the soldiers to shoot arrows, and they were caught off guard. When they react, you should lead the cavalry and charge towards them immediately, catching them off guard. Qing Wan and Guli kept their eyes on Yi Bin, watching him muttering something in the crowd. Yi Bin quickly made all the arrangements. Behind Jinhua, Li Wang followed him. As long as he dared to play tricks, Li Wang would treat him to a meal with a hammer. The 3 company commanders picked out more than 1,000 people as quickly as possible, and they followed Yi Bin's method and began to walk towards the Python tribe. Jinhua was riding a green ox, walking alone in front, while Li Wang and 3 other companies were following closely behind him. This is also to prevent Jinhua from defecting temporarily. As long as he dares to escape, the people behind him will shoot him immediately. Jinhua also knows this, so he dare not play any tricks now. Nothing is more important than being alive. People are afraid of death. Primitive people are also people, and they also know the fear of death. The people of the Python tribe soon discovered Jinhua and his group. The high priest led more than 500 people and walked toward Jinhua. If a tribe is without a leader, it will be managed by a witch or the high priest. This is what happened to the Python tribe. The last time they attacked the bird tribe, their leader was burned to death by Yibin. The Python tribe now only has a high priest, but no leader. The high priest was very nervous when he saw that the other side had so many people. He is the high priest of the tribe and has the responsibility to protect his tribe. Even if there are more people on the other side, he must prepare for the worst. Protecting the tribe is the responsibility of the warriors, so they cannot retreat, and every tribe is the same. When the enemy comes to the door, even though they know the opponent is strong, the warriors of the tribe will still stand up and fight to protect the tribe. Because their relatives all live in the tribe, and the existence of warriors is to better protect the tribe. Jinhua shouted to the high priest of the Python tribe, "I am Jinhua from the Golden Wing tribe. It is getting late, and we want to spend the night near you. I wonder if Brother Priest can agree to our request." When the high priest saw that it was the Golden Fire Patriarch, he immediately smiled and said, "Aren't you going to capture slaves? Didn't you catch it? Why didn't we, the warriors of the Python tribe, come back with you?" When Jinhua went there, he brought more than 1,000 warriors with him, and also brought more than 500 warriors with him to their Python tribe, saying that he was going to rob white salt and pottery. Therefore, the high priest and his men had no doubts at all. Chapter 101. Establishing Military Regulations. The high priest smiled and looked toward Jinhua. He asked Chief Jinhua what he had harvested this time. Could that tribe really make pottery and white salt? I heard that white salt, sprinkled on food, will make the food taste better. I don't know if it's true or not. The high priest didn't pay any attention to it. The soldiers on the opposite side had murderous intent in their eyes. Jinhua pretended to sew it up. The sacrificial brother was right. No matter whether it was white salt or a clay pot, especially the meat cooked in a clay pot, the taste was sizzling and simply delicious. It just so happens that we have all these things with us. I'll have someone get them for you right away. Several companies looked at each other. Then he shouted loudly, "Release! Release! Release!" The 3 of them shouted at the same time, and the warriors immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. In an instant, 600 or 700 arrows shot towards the sky, targeting all the people of the Python tribe. Still immersed in the joy of the white salt in the clay pot, he had no doubts at all. The high priest was the first to react. The moment he saw the other party take out the bow and arrow, he knew it was all over. The warriors of his tribe were completely unprepared. He also heard from Barbarian Bear that this weapon was quite powerful. As the high priest of the tribe, his knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although he did not know the power of the bow and arrow, he had a bad feeling that the Python tribe was really going to be finished. The iron arrow is as fast as lightning. It flew over the sky opposite. The warriors of the Python tribe were still fantasizing about the delicious food. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't stop smiling, but they didn't know that danger was right in front of them. The high priest wanted to speak out to warn him, but it was too late. Heinyo raised his hand and shot 2 arrows. The iron arrows flew directly towards his chest. Before he could react, his chest was pierced and blood flowed down along the iron arrows. The second arrow hit his stomach, and he felt a deep pain in his body, unable to make a sound. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he stared at Jinhua. Then his body fell heavily to the ground. There were screams from the crowd on the opposite side, and iron arrows rushed into the crowd. For a moment, the warriors on the opposite side fell to the ground in large numbers, and the blood directly dyed the ground red. There were wails from the crowd, and many people never understood until their death why Jinhua suddenly launched an attack. They were all brothers in the same alliance. After the first wave of arrows fell, more than half of the people on the opposite side were killed or wounded. Many people then reacted and immediately walked into the tribe. The warriors would not give them a chance. They drew their bows to the maximum and fired several more rounds of arrows. In the blink of an eye, dense arrows flew from the sky. 600 or 700 iron arrows flew high into the sky and shot directly at the crowd on the opposite side. For a while, there were constant screams. Many people had just run a few steps when their bodies were shot through. On the opposite battlefield, large groups of warriors were shot through the body and fell to the ground, their blood staining the ground red. For a while, the battlefield was filled with cries of grief. For primitive people, the appearance of such weapons was bound to change the outcome of the battlefield. When the women of the Python tribe saw their own warriors falling down in large numbers, they were filled with fear and stood still for a moment. They really couldn't imagine how miserable they would be without men in the tribe. In primitive society, women are the tribe's tools for reproduction. No matter how the tribe perishes, the women can survive. Even if their own tribe does not need them, they can be sent to the market and then exchanged with other tribes. Many small tribes have very few women. As time goes by, their tribes will slowly disappear from this place until the last person dies and is finally submerged in the long river of history. After several rounds of arrow rain, less than 100 warriors of the Python tribe survived. If they had been prepared in advance, then we wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Yibin also took advantage of their carelessness. Primitive people don't have so many conspiracies and tricks. Most people are simple-minded but strong-limbed. Just look at Qingluan, the little princess of a super tribe. Every time, it was a mindless charge, not to mention other tribes. In a large tribe, there were only 1 or 2 wise men at most. Primitive people have no cultural heritage, so no matter how smart they are, they can never compare with modern people. Yibin's knowledge was all brought from the earth, which is incomparable to this era. Jinhe was soaked with cold sweat. In just one encounter, there were more than 500 warriors of the Python tribe, but now there were less than 100 left. This killing speed was really terrifying. The 3 company captains immediately led their men and rushed forward. The soldiers held lances in their hands and shouted as they charged. Kill! Kill! The 2 sides were only 100 meters apart, and the warriors rushed towards the Python tribe at the fastest speed. The remaining warriors, seeing the warriors from the opposite side coming at them, were so scared that their legs became weak and they couldn't even walk. Many people immediately threw away their weapons and ran towards the tribe. Those who were lying on the ground wailing were shot by the warriors. For the warriors now, killing has become commonplace. They have followed Yibin and experienced several battles. They are no longer the same people as before. Now everyone has a murderous aura. They have killed so many people on the battlefield that they have a murderous aura. At this time, the first company has completely controlled the battlefield. The second and third companies are also cleaning up the battlefield. After experiencing 3 battles, the new tribesmen who have joined are completely different from before. The battlefield is the best place to train soldiers. After just a few battles, they will slowly transform and become real soldiers. Soon, the 3 company commanders led their men into the Python tribe. Along the way, there were frightened warriors who did not dare to resist at all. When the soldiers saw those who surrendered, they tied them up directly and shot those who ran away. The Python tribe at this time no longer had the glory it had in the past. Screams of men and screams of women could be heard from the tribe. Many new members began to pounce on the women, and some even started fighting for them. The women were all scared and screamed, "Ah, ah." Yibin, seeing this scene from a distance, immediately twisted his eyebrows into a ball and then ordered Taishan, "Go and tell them that whoever directly snatches women will be killed. These women will be members of the Huasha tribe from now on. If the tribesmen act like bandits, robbing women everywhere and killing their men and relatives, these women will hate them for the rest of their lives, and they will not be able to live in peace even if they're taken back." When Qingluan saw the scene in front of her, she immediately remembered the Taogui tribe. How is the behavior of these people different from that of the Taogui tribe? They killed people, set fires, robbed food and women. How is this different from bandits? Only those rough and savages, after defeating their opponents, began to steal food and women. Such behavior was looked down upon even in primitive society. Yibin suddenly realized that there was no benefit in rapidly expanding the number of tribe members. Once those slaves are freed, they won't care about your rules. They're like a group of ragtag soldiers, useless as mud. After returning this time, we must set up military rules. If they don't obey the commander, they'll be made slaves. It's like choosing stones, keeping the good ones and picking out the bad ones. The newcomers on the battlefield were like bandits coming down the mountain. They robbed women when they saw them and stabbed the elderly and children to death with their wooden spears. The scene was horrific, and Yibin's anger reached 100 points. Chapter 102. Kindness is not a good thing in the military. Taishan walked quickly to the center of the battlefield and started shouting. The leader said that all the Huaxia tribesmen were not allowed to kill people indiscriminately or rob women. Those who disobey orders will be killed directly. These newly joined members are originally from a small tribe, and they don't usually have so many rules. As long as they can have enough food to eat every day and return to the tribe to have children, this is their life. After hearing this, many people ignored Taishan and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Taishan immediately became famous. Then, he found several company commanders and called Li Wang over. After all, killing one's own people is not a glorious thing. Taishan repeated Yi Bin's words in front of everyone. These were Yi Bin's loyal subordinates. As long as Yi Bin gave the order, they would kill anyone he asked them to kill. Not to mention all this, if the newly joined tribesmen don't obey orders now, there will be chaos in the future. The first lesson Yi Bin taught them was to obey orders. Otherwise, no matter how many people there were, they would have nothing to do with the tribe. These newcomers have won several battles and now look down on everyone. Li Wang is the most loyal to Yi Bin. He couldn't stand it. These newcomers were simply looking for death and didn't obey the leader's orders. Those were all his enemies. Li Wang called the special operations team and went straight towards those newcomers. The three company captains also took immediate action and led their men towards the newcomers. Taishan also followed immediately. It was not that he did not follow Yi Bin's orders. Taishan was a latecomer. Like He Niu and the others, they were all elders of the tribe. If he took direct action, it would arouse the resentment of these old men. If a tribe wants to execute a member, it must get the consent of a leader. So Taishan immediately found the company captains and pulled Li Wang over. He can act without restraint only after everyone has discussed it, but Li Wang doesn't care about that. As long as Yi Bin ordered him to do something, he would carry it out unconditionally. After Li Wang entered the crowd, he saw that there were still many people there, hacking and killing children and wantonly abusing women. Without saying a word, King Li smashed the hammer down and blood splattered everywhere. The new tribesmen nearby immediately put down their weapons and stood together tremblingly. The other three company captains also started fighting on the battlefield. The soldiers were only loyal to Yi Bin. They didn't care who you were. As long as the battalion commander gave the order, they would execute it immediately. From a distance, they saw that the Huaxia tribe was killing their own people. Qingwan and Guli were shocked and looked at each other. Then they all looked at Yi Bin. They noticed that Yi Bin's face was different from before, but they couldn't tell what was different. At this time, Yi Bin was suppressing his anger in his heart. These newcomers, after winning a few small games, had their own ideas and now even ignored his orders. What's the point of keeping a newcomer like this? There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Since he became the leader, no one in the tribe had ever dared to disobey his orders. The reason these people became slaves was because of their own actions, and that is why they ended up in this situation. In the future, tribes must establish systems and criminal laws as soon as possible, otherwise how can they manage the tribe? As the population increases, all kinds of people may appear. We cannot let these bad apples destroy the tribe that we have worked so hard to build. Yi Bin was too kind before and thought that every primitive man was simple. Today he realized that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. The situation on the battlefield was quickly under control. Li Wang and his men killed 30 or 40 people before they slowly stopped. These newcomers were trembling with fear. They were fine just now. Why did their teammates suddenly attack them? Many people don't know what happened. The women of the Python tribe were also terrified by the scene before them. These people even killed their own people. It was simply too horrible. The women gathered together and began to cry bitterly. Woo woo woo. The warriors ignored the women and, under the leadership of Zhuifeng He Niu, quickly took control of the battlefield and surrounded the new tribesmen. The bows and arrows in the warriors' hands were aimed at these new members of the tribe. These people squatted on the ground and began to tremble. No one knew what had happened. They were teammates just now, but in the blink of an eye, they became enemies. The contrast was too great. For a moment, the scene fell into deathly silence. At this time, Yi Bin and Xing Wan slowly walked out from behind the crowd and only stopped when they stood in front of these newcomers. A pair of eyes staring at them intently. Then he said loudly, "You can all go to heaven now. Who saved you? Who fed you? After just a few days of good life, you don't know who you are? I tell you from now on in the tribe, you must do whatever I say. If there is a next time, I don't recommend replacing you. We in the Huaxia tribe have no shortage of food, nor do we have a shortage of tribesmen. What I say is an order. If you don't even obey my orders, what's the use of you? You all must remember this. The first rule of the tribe is to obey orders unconditionally. This is the last time. I won't give you a second chance. From now on, you'll be divided into 3 groups and directly assigned to 3 companies. Yibin, look at the 3 company commanders. If they cause any trouble again in the future, the 3 of you will be punished together. How you decide to do it specifically is up to you 3. Yibin's words made everyone shudder. Qingwan looked at Yibin's back. Suddenly, I thought of my father. A leader must have the authority of a leader. If he can't even control his own people, then his career as a leader is over. Girls like Qingwan are particularly obsessed with strong people, especially Yibin now, who exudes a kind of majesty that is the aura of a superior, and that woman doesn't like this feeling. The soldiers at this moment didn't even dare to breathe. All of them tensed up and didn't dare to look Yibin in the eye, especially the new members. It was not until now that I realized that the leader is the king of the tribe. If they are still the same as before, there may be only one way out for them, and that is death. Yibin, this is the first time he gets so angry after being in this world for so long. There's an old saying on earth that goes, kindness does not command the army, and righteousness does not command the wealth. It was not until now that Yibin understood what it meant. Then he looked at everyone and said, today's matters end here. You all should remember this. No matter what time, you must obey orders. From now on, anyone who disobeys orders will be dragged out and beheaded. Criminal Law Department, where is the wind? Zhou Feng immediately stood up and replied loudly. Ikizishi, were the instructions from the battalion commander. Within 10 days, every member of the tribe must memorize the 7 articles of the criminal code. Chapter 103 Wild Horse. The 3 company commanders quickly assigned these new recruits to each company, and each company was expanded by more than 100 people. More than 30 people died on the previous battlefield, and more than 100 people were left guarding the Warbear tribe, where there were also a large number of cattle, sheep, and women. The problems encountered by the newcomers were quickly dealt with. There were still about 100 slaves lying on the ground. This time, the Python tribe was completely finished. Even summoned a few warriors, took the slaves of the Python tribe away, and locked them up somewhere. All the women of the Python tribe were gathered together and taken under guard, and brought back to the tribe early the next morning. The warriors walked directly towards the nearby women, pointed their iron guns at them, and began to drive these women away. They also didn't know what their future fate would be. Everyone was terrified, no matter what era it was, as long as there was a war. Women were traded back and forth like objects, and many were even tortured to death. The destruction of the tribe was simply unacceptable to these women. Now they were all prisoners, and the women huddled together in fear. Yibin walked straight forward and spoke to them. You, the Python tribe, are extremely cruel and evil. You have committed heinous crimes. You have killed countless innocent people. Why should you feel sorry for them? When you killed them, did you ever think about their feelings? They are weak, so should they die? Now, I will let you experience what it feels like to have your tribe destroyed. Now all of you start standing in 3 places. The elderly and children stand together, pregnant women stand together, and other women stand together. Don't make me wait too long. If I get angry, no one will guarantee your safety. As soon as Yibin finished speaking, all the women and children stood together, and the elderly stood on the other side. Not long after, 3 groups of people stood in front of Yibin. The pregnant women stood separately from the women, and the elderly stood together with the children. Yibin took a quick look and found that there were more than 300 children and elderly people, and fewer pregnant women. For some unknown reason, not many women in the Python tribe are pregnant. Yibin is very curious. Could it be that the men in the Python tribe are not able to have sex? Bah, embryo. Some evil images flashed through his mind, but Yibin still took a rough look. There were really a lot of pregnant women, obviously less than that in the Warbear tribe. Maybe now is not the estrus season. If everyone knew what Yibin was thinking, they would probably roll their eyes. Do primitive people have estrus seasons? Yibin shook his head. As for this question, it was no longer important. There would be no more Python tribe in the future. Yibin came up to the women, called a few soldiers, and pointed at the women opposite. Take 50 people with you and count their number. This is not a difficult task for the Huaxia tribe. There are lectures every month and night, and the warriors know a little bit of basic mathematics. There are dozens of people at a time. 50 soldiers can count 500 people at a time. Each soldier only needs to count 4 or 5 times, and that's basically it. The soldiers start immediately and let the women form teams of 10. He also instructed 2 company commanders to go to the nearby shacks and take out the food. It was the first time for Yi Bin to do such a shameless thing. Since he was here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. Yi Bin had also simulated the attack on the 2 major tribes in his mind. The reality was pretty much the same as he had simulated. The 2 major tribes were badly injured and had no ability to resist at all. With the help of Ye's strategy, the victory became even easier. Over at the ranch, Yi Bin had already arranged for people to go there. Black Panther was on his way to the ranch at this time, and the soldiers around him were walking quickly towards the ranch. When everyone arrived at the pasture, they were stunned. All they saw were goats, blue cattle, and an unfamiliar animal. Black Panther ordered his men to open an opening in the pasture and drive the sheep outside. The blue cattle and other unfamiliar animals had straw ropes tied around their necks. The soldiers only had to pull the ropes, and the animals would follow them outside. When Yi Bin saw it, his eyes widened. Isn't this the wild horse he had been thinking about? This decision was really the right one. With the wild horse, he could form a real cavalry. Yi Bin calmed down. This kind of wild horse did not exist locally. Where did the Python tribe get it from? Why didn't they ride them themselves, but kept them on the ranch? While Yi Bin was still thinking, the wild horse suddenly jumped up and kicked a soldier away instantly. The soldier next to him immediately grabbed the rope of the wild horse. Everyone saw it and went up to help. Yi Bin finally found out that these wild horses had not been tamed yet, and it was very difficult for people to ride on them. It seemed that they had been exchanged for a short time, so Yi Bin got a good deal. These wild horses probably came from the Taodai tribe. As for where they found these wild horses, Yi Bin had a guess in his mind that it should be related to the Xuanwu tribe. In this area, only the Xuanwu tribe did business everywhere. They should have been doing business in the north for many years. Camels like these are not local species. So why does Xian have so many camels? Questions one after another popped up in Yi Bin's mind. At this time, several company commanders came back and asked the soldiers to carry out bags of dried meat. After a while, a small hill was piled on ground. Soldiers were counting them nearby. 10 bags of dried meat were tied into a knot. In the end, there were more than 200 grass knots, which means more than 2,000 bags of jerky meat, which means that these jerky meat weighed almost 600,000 kilograms. After these things were registered, Yi Bin found Jinhua and asked, "Do you know where these wild horses were exchanged? Do you have such wild horses in your Jinchi tribe?" Jinhua shook his head and said, "We don't have such wild horses in our tribe. As for where they were exchanged, I heard from their high priest that it seemed to be in the Xuanwu tribe. They have such wild horses, but not in large quantities." Yi Bin nodded, then waved to Jinhua. Several soldiers came up and took Jinhua away. Today's wild horses are definitely not suitable for riding because they are too wild. If the soldiers ride on them, they will be thrown to death. This time, the Taogui alliance suffered a great loss as well as the loss of its soldiers. Normally, they were undisciplined and didn't even know that the allied tribes under them were being destroyed. This time, they have formed a mortal enemy with the Taogui alliance. There is no reason for Yi Bin to spit out what he has eaten. The spoils of war this time can be regarded as compensation to him. If the Taotai alliance dares to send troops to attack, don't blame me for being rude. After we go back this time, we have to train the wild horses quickly and then make saddles and horseshoes. With these things, people who don't know how to ride a horse can learn quickly. When Qingwan returns this time, she will definitely talk to her father about the alliance between the 2 tribes. Chapter 104 Military orders are like mountains. Everyone was still in fantasy. Yi Bin interrupted them directly, and Black Panther reacted, "Battalion commander, in addition to this wild horse, there are more than 150 blue cattle and more than 7,000 goats." Yi Bin was very satisfied after listening to it. This time he decided to attack 2 large tribes. It was the wisest decision he made. It turned out that the tribe had a very strong foundation. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide. Yi Bin would not take the initiative to attack them. At this time, the warriors also counted the number of these women. There were a total of 2,100 women in the Python tribe. Yi Bin felt that it was about time. He had originally wanted to go to the Golden Wing tribe, but now the situation had changed, so forget it. With so many trophies in front of them, it would be very difficult for them to take them back. Sure enough, there are too few people in the tribe. If it were like the Firebird tribe, there would be 20,000 or 30,000 people going out at once. Just thinking about that scene makes my blood boil. Yi Bin came to these women and began to say, "Take all the non-pregnant women back to the tribe. I will give you 3 days of food for the remaining pregnant women, children, and the elderly. You yourselves go find the Taogui alliance and tell them that your tribe has been destroyed. Then, let them take you in. This is your only hope of survival. The women of the Python tribe immediately squatted on the ground and cried. Many of those children were their children. Everyone was also shocked by Yi Bin's decision, and Qing Wan seemed to understand something. Yi Bin wants to use these people to delay the progress of the Taogui alliance. If they are unwilling to take in these women and old people, what will the other allies of the Taogui alliance think? The most important thing is that these women and old people will only consume the food in the tribe. Now the Taotai tribe is in a dilemma as to whether to accept them or not. Qing Wan looked at Yi Bin secretly. I thought to myself, what's wrong with Yi Bin's brain? How could he come up with such a bad idea? In primitive society, Yi Bin's actions were already very merciful. After many tribes were defeated in war, those children and the elderly will be killed directly because they don't have so much food to feed these useless people. After everything was settled, Yi Bin told everyone to start walking towards the Warbear tribe. Many women were unwilling to leave their children, but the warriors didn't care. The leader has already given the order, and the soldiers will execute it unconditionally. The scene just now is still vivid in their minds. 40 or 50 of the new tribesmen who did not obey the order were directly killed by Li Wang and his men. At this moment, if anyone dares to jump out and cause trouble, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Finally, amid the cries of the women, they slowly walked towards the Warbear tribe. They also knew that there would be no possibility of seeing each other again. Although they were reluctant, they had to obey the arrangements under the threat of their lives. The women looked back reluctantly, which also meant that their fate in this life had ended. The women walked very slowly along the way, and many of them were crying. Yi Bin saw it all. Although I feel a little guilty about it, people who do great things do not care about trivial matters. I will experience many more things like this in the future. Yi Bin was there all the way, struggling with his own psychology, with no expression on his face. No one dared to disturb Yi Bin. Qing Wan saw Yi Bin like this, so she went up to comfort him. You have done very well. Compared with those tribes that kill people indiscriminately, you have been very merciful. If you want your tribe to become stronger, there are some things you must do. If one day your tribe is conquered by them, except for the women of the tribe, those other people will not let go of the survival rules of this world. The strong can always control the life and death of the weak. After listening to this, Yi Bin felt much more comfortable. At least Qing Wan understood him. She was born in a super tribe, so her experience was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Son, Yi Bin remembered one thing, which was the bet between them. This time, when the Python tribe was destroyed, no warriors were killed or injured, except for Li Wang and his men. Some newcomers who did not obey orders were killed, which was their own fault. Along the way, Qing Wan pretended not to know. As long as Yi Bin didn't ask her, she would act as if nothing had happened. Yi Bin knew Qing Wan's thoughts very well. He certainly would not let Qing Wan go easily. He asked shamelessly, I wonder if Princess Qing Wan still remembers our previous bet? Qing Wan said it angrily. What bet? How come I don't know about it? Is there any bet between us? After saying that, she rode on her ironback earth dragon and walked quickly towards the crowd. How could she dare to stay with Yi Bin now? What if he made any excessive demands? She would have to decide whether to agree or not. Looking at Qing Wan's back, Yi Bin was also very helpless. No matter what era it was, one should never reason with a woman. Qing Wan was like this at this moment. This time we were able to take down the two major tribes so quickly, all thanks to Jinhua. Otherwise, it would have been great if it hadn't been for his cooperation. Yi Bin, it will take some time. After returning, he has already thought about what position to assign to Jinhua. At this time, the sky began to darken, and the sounds of various animals were heard from the mountains. Yi Bin ordered Li Wang to tell the warriors to hurry on their way, as the night in primitive society was still quite dangerous. Li Wang rode a camel and walked quickly forward. He soon came to several company commanders. The leader told the soldiers to hurry up. After receiving Yi Bin's order, Zhuai Feng and his group immediately started shouting. The battalion commander told us to speed up and reach the Warbear tribe as soon as possible to meet up with the remaining soldiers. When the soldiers heard the company commander's call, they immediately quickened their pace and headed towards the Warbear tribe. The women of the Python tribe, after experiencing a period of sadness, now accepted their fate. The women also quickened their pace. There were many carnivores outside at night, and they could lose their lives if they were not careful. Before long, the entire team quickened its pace. The soldiers without mounts could only keep up quickly. Yi Bin and Taishan walked in the middle of the team, and Hanyo's company was at the back of the team. The company led by Zhuai Feng opened the way in front of the team. The company led by He Bao was not far from Yibin, and Li Wang led the special operations team and followed Yibin closely. As the team walked, they arrived at the territory of the War Bear tribe. Although it would take some time to reach the camp of the War Bear tribe, the warriors were still moving very fast. This was the kind of team that Yibin wanted. From this moment on, all the warriors of the Huaxia tribe had a kind of restraint in their hearts. This thing is called military orders are as heavy as mountains. Chapter 105 The Beauty of Qingwan. This time, the herds of cattle and sheep are larger than those of the War Bear tribe, and more than 150 wild horses were unexpectedly harvested. These wild horses will become a trump card in Yibin's hand. After returning to the tribe, we immediately started training wild horses. Yibin designed the saddle and horseshoes in his mind. When the time comes, he will install the saddle on the wild horse and nail the horseshoes on it, so that the soldiers will not fall off the horse's back during training. Just then, Qingwan and Guli appeared, ever since Yibin told them about the bet. I don't know where this girl has run off to. Now we are almost at the War Bear tribe, and I don't know where she came out from. Yibin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't even made any requests yet, but this girl had disappeared. If he had made any requests, he would have to go to the Firebird tribe to find her. Qingwan also smiled cunningly. Then, he blinked at Yibin. I thought to myself, I don't recognize the bet. Even if you say something, this princess will not agree to it. When Yibin saw Qingwan's look, he wanted to go up and slap her on the butt. However, thinking of this girl's identity, Yibin gave up the idea. After all, the Firebird tribe was a super tribe of tens of thousands of people. If she was really spanked, Qingwan would be furious and return her tribe, then bring tens of thousands of people over, tie Yibin to a tree, and in front of everyone, Qingwan would pull out her palm and hit him directly on the butt. Yibin, thinking about this scene, suddenly shuddered all over. It's simply too exciting. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. At this moment, Yibin's whole face was distorted, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten bee poop. This made Qingwan, who was standing by, stunned. I thought, could it be that Yibin was possessed by an evil spirit? Then he shouted hurriedly, Yibin, Yibin, are you okay? Yibin felt someone calling him and instantly came out of his fantasy. He turned around and saw that it was Qingwan. Looking at her anxious expression, her pretty face was full of worry. Her eyes were like gems, shining brightly, with a high nose and a cherry-like mouth, which made people want to have a taste of it. Yibin, in his previous life, liked to watch Kuaishou and Douyin every day. There were a lot of beauties on them. As a modern man, he should have been immune to beauties, but why could he not help wanting to see Qingwan every time he saw her? Yibin thought about it again and again in his mind, and finally came to a conclusion that his body was still the person of this world. Although his soul had traveled through time, his body was still the same as before. This body is already 15 years old, and it is time for it to want a woman. People in primitive tribes have children relatively early, and some girls give birth to children in their teens. Yibin had heard on the internet before that primitive people could generally only live to the age of 30. That's because primitive people ate raw meat and drank raw water all year round, which led to their very short lifespan. Under normal circumstances, they would not die of illness or be beaten to death. The lifespan of his organs is up to 70 years. With Yibin around and enough food in the tribe, it is impossible for him to die in his 30s. So, for 15-year-old Yibin, it is still very early. Just at this moment, Zhuai Feng walked towards Yibin. Battalion Commander, we have arrived at the War Bear tribe, and the warriors have gathered together. What should we do next? Only then did Yi realize that he had been too absorbed in thinking about the problem, and Yibin jumped off the camel. Then he came to the old people and children. Yibin originally planned to keep these pregnant women from the War Bear tribe. After going through those things, Yibin figured out some problems. One should not only consider others, otherwise no one will obey you in the future. So he has changed his mind now. Yibin looked at the women gathered together and asked them to stand up. From now on, I will give you pregnant women, the elderly and children 3 days of food. Go find the Taoguay tribe and ask them to take you in. You will set off tomorrow morning. It's getting late now, so you should go to bed early. Yibin left after he finished speaking, and the women immediately burst into tears. The children saw their mothers crying there, and then they also started crying loudly. Wow, mother. Yibin didn't pay any attention to them. After all, they were going to separate tomorrow, and it was normal for them to vent their emotions. Tonight, Yibin originally wanted to stay in the shack, but after entering, an unpleasant smell hit him directly on the top of his head. Yibin arrived at the square of the War Bear tribe and asked the warriors to arrange the women of the Python tribe to rest in the shacks, and also asked the women of the War Bear tribe to rest in the shacks. After all the women had rested, Yibin asked the soldiers to light bonfires in the square, with each bonfire having 10 people. There were more than 1,700 people here, plus the 100 slaves from the Python tribe, a total of more than 1,800 people. After all the arrangements were made, Yibin came to Qingwan and his group. Qingwan brought more than 200 tribesmen with him, and like Yibin and his group, they lit a bonfire with every 10 people. She also sat beside the campfire, barbecuing with the tribesmen. When Guli saw Yibin coming, he took the initiative to make room for him. Yibin sat next to Qingwan, and smelling the virgin scent of the girl, he couldn't help but move closer. Qingwan glanced at Yibin, then handed Yibin a piece of barbecue. Although I lost a bet between us, didn't you say before that you wanted to form an alliance with our Firebird tribe? When I go back this time, I will definitely mention this matter to my father and ask him to agree. The tribal alliance between you and me and our bet will end here. What do you think of my proposal? Qingwan had a smile on her face. Her eyebrows were curved like crescent moons, and her cherry-like mouth was eating the barbecue in her hand. The night view was so beautiful, and with such a beautiful woman by his side, it was really a great blessing in life. Yibin was mesmerized by the girl in front of him. She was so beautiful that her every smile and frown could attract his attention. Qingwan didn't care. In fact, in her heart, she didn't hate Yibin. They had known each other for such a long time, but this was the first time they sat together to eat barbecue. They both liked this feeling. Yibin took a piece of not very big barbecue from the wooden rack above the fire and handed it directly to Qingwan. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little ambiguous. The people around them were still busy drying the meat, and no one noticed their little action at all. Qingwan did the same. She took it openly, put the barbecue directly into her mouth, and began to chew it gently. The way Qingwan ate was very delicate. Compared with other primitive people, they are simply aristocrats and losers. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there are class distinctions. Qingwan, who grew up in a super tribe, is pleasing to the eye both in appearance and in the way she does things. The two of them ate barbecue and talked about the post-war period. Qingwan asked Yibin, "What are your plans after this period?" The Taotai Alliance lost 2 major allied tribes this time, and they will definitely not give up. Even though we, the Firebird tribe, are holding you back, you still have to be careful. Chapter 106 Flirting. Don't worry. After I go back this time, I will make preparations in advance. Even if the Taotai Alliance really launches a large-scale attack, I believe that your Firebird tribe will not sit idly by. If our Huaxia tribe is destroyed, the next one will be your Firebird tribe. I believe your father is well aware of the seriousness of this principle of the lips and the teeth will perish if both are gone. Besides, if our Huaxia tribe hadn't suddenly appeared, your Firebird tribe would still be fighting with the Taotai Alliance. So, you still need to thank us. Haha. When Qingwan saw Yibin, she smiled heartily. Her 2 little fists were clenched, and her teeth were clattering, as if she was about to explode in the next second. Yibin immediately became nervous. Okay, I was just kidding you. By the way, are you really here to deliver Saltstone this time? And nothing else? Qingwan was annoyed and gave Yibin a cold look. Can I come and see you guys? You helped us so much last time, so it's normal for me to bring some Saltstones over. Besides, you Huaxia tribe have so many strange weapons. Can't you exchange some with us? Yibin thought to himself, she is here after all. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Yibin originally wanted to send some weapons and equipment to Qingwan, and it just so happened that she came by herself this time. When I return to the tribe this time, I will give them 500 sets of bamboo armor and 500 double-blade bamboo bows. These things are from the Huaxia tribe. First generation, obsolete weapons and armor. It was just a good thing for him. Yibin would never give out things like ironware unless Qingwan married him. Otherwise, these things would never be circulated. No words all night. The next morning, at dawn, the fire on the ground had long been extinguished, the birds in the trees were chirping, and the soldiers were preparing food. At this time, Yibin took out a branch from his arms, sprinkled some charcoal ash on it, and prepared to start brushing his teeth. This has become a habit of the Huaxia tribe. After the warriors finish cooking, they take out the branches in their arms, quickly go to the water source, and then clean their teeth. Everyone in the Firebird tribe looked at the warriors curiously. They had never seen anyone brushing their teeth with twigs before. Qingwan and the others watched for a long time, but still couldn't understand what the benefit of doing so was. For primitive people, being able to eat enough is already happiness, and they simply disdain to do such meaningless things. When primitive people did that, they would never kiss each other. In their cognition, the mouth was used to eat food. After breakfast, everyone started to get ready to set off. Yibin instructed the 3 company captains to have the soldiers organize their mounts and put all the blue cattle, camels, and wild horses into the bags of dried meat. There was a lot of dried meat this time, and it was too slow to carry it by hand. Yibin looked at the children and the elderly. Their eyes were filled with fear, and everyone's body was trembling slightly. Yibin's words could decide their life and death. Zhuefeng, leave a few bags of dried meat for them as food on the road, and send away the pregnant women as well. Notify the soldiers to pack up all their belongings and prepare to return to Luoshui. Those pregnant women and children all started crying sadly, but Yibin didn't care about them. Let the Taogui alliance solve these problems. The 2 sides were originally hostile tribes, and they were already very merciful by not killing them. The warriors drove more than 4,000 women and more than 10,000 animals towards the direction of the Huaxia tribe. The harvest this time was so huge that it was beyond Yi Bin's imagination. He had originally planned to attack the Golden Wing tribe. Looking at the current situation, the more than 1,700 people here are already overwhelmed. Fortunately, this time, a lot of mounts were added to the 2 large tribes, including more than 300 blue cattle, plus 150 exchanged at the market and 170 in the tribe. Now, there are 150 more wild horses. The Huaxia tribe has risen. All the mounts had animal hide bags tied to their bodies, filled with dried meat. Each blue ox had 4 bags of dried meat tied to its body. In addition, there were more than 100 slaves from the Python tribe, each of whom carried a bag of dried meat. The team was divided into 4 parts. The first part in the front was the Black Bull Company, which escorted more than 4,000 women. Now each company had more than 470 people. The middle part of the team was Zhuefeng's second company, and Qingluan and his 200-plus men, driving more than 10,000 goats. It was a little too much to take care of so many people. The last part of the team was Black Panther's third company, each holding a few ropes in their hands. Every step taken by the blue ox and the wild horse was very strenuous, and such a large amount of dried meat was not a small sum. Yibin had no choice but to put dried meat on the Special Operations Team's mounts. Camels have better endurance than blue bulls, and even though they were loaded with so much dried meat, the camels walked very easily. The smallest part of the team was Li Wang and his Special Operations Team, escorting more than 100 slaves, walking slowly forward. A team of several thousand people slowly shuttled through the mountains and forests. Taishan followed Yibin and protected him closely along the way. After all, Yibin was a leader. If he encountered any danger and had no one to protect him, the Huaxia tribe would be really finished. Yibin didn't see Qingluan along the way, and he didn't know where the little princess had gone. Yibin looked everywhere along the way, and finally saw Qingluan among a flock of sheep. Yibin immediately ran over and saw Qingluan's dirty face. He didn't expect Qingluan could herd sheep. It was really unbelievable. Looking at Yi Bin's expression, Qingluan suddenly became proud. In our Firebird tribe, we have flocks of sheep as numerous as a dozen of yours, and 2 of yours of green cows. When I was young, I liked to herd sheep when I had nothing to do. Those were the happiest days of my life. When I grew up, there were wars in the tribe every now and then, and many people died every time. My father was in crisis several times in order to protect the salt mine. Once my father was seriously injured and had 5 or 6 wounds on his body. I was extremely scared at that time. In the entire tribe, my father was the only person closest to me. The 2 younger brothers were still young at that time, and if their father was gone, I really didn't know how to go on living. Fortunately, God blessed me, and my father suddenly woke up after being in a coma for a few days. His wounds slowly healed, and after a period of rest, my father was finally fine. It turns out that the little princess is also very fragile at heart. I always thought that you were a brave tomboy. Qingluan pinched Yi Bin's ear and said in a very forceful manner, "Don't laugh at me and don't call me a tomboy." Yi Bin immediately began to beg for mercy, pretending to be pitiful, and said, "Little princess, please spare me." Although Qingluan didn't understand, she was very happy to see Yi Bin begging for mercy. The 2 of them were having a lot of fun. Taishan and Guli were herding a flock of sheep nearby. Qingluan whispered, "Regarding the last bet, you originally wanted to make some requests." Yi Bin put his mouth close to Qingluan's ear and whispered, "I want you to be my woman." Chapter 107 Return to Dragon City. Qingluan's little face suddenly turned red. Even the roots of her ears turned red, like this super tribe. The chief and the clan leader all have their own women, unlike in small tribes, where women don't know who the fathers of their children are. A super tribe like Qingluan is naturally more civilized than a small tribe, especially the daughter of the tribe leader, who is not something that ordinary people can get. Even if Qingluan gets married, she will only marry one man. She will not be like ordinary female tribesmen who mate with countless men throughout their lives. Royal families like Qingluan have long had class distinctions. Even if she marries a member of her own tribe, there will only be one man. Qingluan was not angry. Instead, he looked at Yi Bin and said, "Then bring your betrothal gifts and come to our Firebird tribe to propose marriage. I believe my father would agree with us being together. When the daughter of the Firebird tribe gets married, my father will naturally prepare a return gift." Yi Bin is also gaining weight. "Qingluan, don't worry, I will definitely go to the Firebird tribe. But not now, until the day when I don't need to rely on the strength of others. I will definitely go to the Firebird tribe with the betrothal gifts and personally ask your father to marry you to me." After saying that, Yi Bin hugged Qingluan in his arms. The girl brought a faint fragrance in his arms. The smell of Qingluan made Yi Bin intoxicated. At this time, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Qingluan said, "After I return this time, I will definitely ask my father to form an alliance with you. When the time comes, we will work together to deal with the Taogui alliance. This time you have destroyed their two major tribes, and the Taogui alliance will not let you go. After I go back, you must be careful." Hearing the girl's caring words, Yi Bin couldn't help but hug her tighter. Qingluan felt Yi Bin's current mood and let him hug her like this. For a moment, the two of them forgot everything. At this time, Guli and Taishan both consciously wanted to leave so as not to disturb their sweet time. It was the first time in Qingluan's life that she hugged a man. The two of them seemed to have forgotten everything around them and just hugged each other tightly. The flock of sheep next to them surrounded them and made bleating sounds. It seems to be saying, "We are all witnesses." The air at this moment was filled with the scent of love. There were only the two of them in this world. The sun in the sky was blessing the two of them and hiding itself quietly. Good times always pass quickly. Yi Bin said to the girl beside him, "Wait for me. When I become stronger, I will bring the betrothal gifts and go to your Firebird tribe to propose marriage. When the time comes, I will marry you into our Huaxia tribe in style." The girl looked at Yi Bin closely. As if their image was firmly imprinted in their minds, the soldiers looked at the two people in the flock with envy. It turned out that love was so beautiful. Soon, the crowd was getting farther and farther away from them. Taishan and Guli looked at each other and walked towards them helplessly. Taishan said in a very provocative manner, "Chief, why don't you go back and hug them later?" Qingluan pushed Yi Bin away, then quickly walked towards the crowd, turning back and glaring at Yi Bin. "I thought to myself, it's all your fault, now they've all seen it." Yi Bin also looked aggrieved. What did this have to do with him? It was all because of that damn Taishan. He finally had a chance to be alone with Qingluan, but it was ruined by this guy. Taishan knew that this was not a good idea, but the main force had gone far away, and he couldn't just leave them here. Tarzan said, "Let's go, Chief. I know you're unhappy. You can beat or scold me when you go back. It's up to you, leader." After saying that, he ran away, leaving Yi Bin and Gu Li at the scene. The two stared at each other. Yi Bin was also very embarrassed at this moment. He was too excited just now and didn't pay any attention to his surroundings. The few of them quickly caught up with the main group. From another perspective, they saw a 2-kilometer-long team, like a python, shuttling through the mountains and forests. The surrounding small tribes all took the initiative to give way. When a tribe like this travels, generally no tribe is so blind as to dare to provoke them. Many wandering primitive people were filled with panic when they saw this powerful team. Yi Bin rode a camel and walked among the crowd. The women in front of the team seemed to have accepted their fate. Women, now that the tribe has been destroyed, all of them have become slaves. No one knew whether their future life would be a blessing or a curse. In the past, their tribe was able to capture a lot of slaves every time, and those captured women were kept in the tribe to increase the population. Those male slaves were usually taken to the market to exchange for food and stone tools. There were many large tribes that needed to exchange a large number of slaves every time they came to the market. In primitive society, the items in the markets were relatively simple. The most common items were stone tools, followed by food and slaves. The fastest-selling item was salt stone. Many small tribes came to the markets to exchange for salt. Especially in the mountains, those primitive people lack salt. Generally, they can only drink animal blood to supplement salt. Most of the primitive people have no idea about the next meal after the last one, so they drink animal blood first. The remaining food would be distributed among the tribesmen, which resulted in many primitive people having yellow complexions. Because of years of not having enough food, the population of the tribe continued to decline. In the afternoon, the team had reached the valley. In front of the team, there appeared a tall city. From a distance, it looked as tall as a hill. The women suddenly became nervous. The tribe in front of them was obviously a large tribe. If these people wanted to go over, there would inevitably be conflicts. The first to suffer would definitely be the slaves like them. The women were very curious. The soldiers behind them showed no intention of slowing down. Could it be that the city in front of them was the base camp of this army? Now, they realized what a terrifying existence their tribe had offended. A company led by Hanyo. At this time, they had arrived at the foot of the city wall. The soldiers stood in 2 rows, and the women were crowded together, looking at the mountain-like building in front of them. My whole body began to tremble. Once I entered this city, my life or death would depend on other people's moods. The 2 of them didn't speak along the way and saw the city in front of them. Yibin felt extremely warm in his heart. In this world, this was his home. There is nothing that makes me happier than going home. Looking at the familiar city ahead, the soldiers are very excited. Their relatives and my fellow tribesmen are here. Yibin led the special operations team and walked directly towards the suspension bridge from behind the crowd. The person guarding the city was the courtesan from the old city, ever since Yibin left. A few days later, a flying pigeon brought news about Yi. Yu immediately notified the courtesan and asked her to bring people back to Longsheng immediately. Yu found Hanyo again and Juefeng, who had just returned from the cannibals. They were asked to bring people to reinforce the leader immediately, but as soon as they left the city gate, they ran into Shi Qingwan, who was delivering salt. After Qingwan knew what had happened, he immediately ordered his tribesmen to put down the salt and 100 green cows. Chapter 108 Rest. The Oiran is patrolling the city wall. Suddenly, a female soldier said, "Captain, there is a large group of people in front of us, and they are heading in our direction." The courtesan immediately came over. At first glance, there were dense crowds of people, most of whom were women. The courtesan thought that this must be the migration of a large tribe nearby, or something had happened. Now the leader is out, and there are only female warriors like them in the tribe. No matter what happens, they will not open the city gate. After a while, they saw countless flocks of sheep onto the city wall. The courtesan was stunned. Whose ranch had been taken over? Otherwise, how could there be such a large flock of sheep? No matter what the other party's purpose was, the courtesan would never let them in. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared onto the city wall. Who else could it be but Yibin? The courtesan immediately gave the order to lower the drawbridge and open the city gate to let the leader in. At this time, the Huaxia tribe was abuzz with news that many women had come from outside the city, and there were endless goats to eat. The women, holding bows and arrows, walked directly to the city wall. During the time that Yibin was away, the courtesan would teach them every day and practice bows and arrows. There was not a single man in the tribe, and all were taken away by Yibin. If anything unexpected happens, Longsheng will be ruined. After Yibin and his companions come back, they will have no place to stay. There are more than 600 women in the Huaxia tribe. As long as everyone is equipped with a bow and arrow, it will be difficult to capture Longsheng even with 1,000 or 2,000 people. Old man Xiong and his men have been making bows and arrows, and the arrows have filled several warehouses. The women below the city wall were so frightened when they saw the women on the wall that they broke out in cold sweats. Each of them held a bow and arrow and pointed it at the people below the city. The women below the city had all seen this kind of weapon. At the beginning, their tribe was destroyed, and the enemy used this kind of weapon. They could never forget how desperate they were at that time, when their people fell down in large numbers and the blood on the ground dyed the entire plain red. Luoshui, who was on the city wall, saw Yibin and immediately ran down the city wall and walked directly in Ye's direction. When the women saw that it was their leader, they immediately cheered with joy. Yibin looked at the courtesan on the city wall and shouted loudly, "Oiran, we are back! Open the city gate immediately." As soon as Yibin finished speaking, the drawbridge began to slowly descend, and the city gate also slowly rose. The people under the city were stunned. For primitive people, these things were simply high-tech. They had never heard of or seen anything like them. Sometimes, fish jumped in the moat under the city wall, which shocked them again. Seeing that the city gate was open, Yibin immediately led his men in. The soldiers, holding iron spears, escorted the women and began to walk towards Longsheng. Soon, more than 4,000 people had entered Longsheng. The second company drove more than 10,000 goats into Longsheng. The sheep were crowded together, and no sheep dared to take a step forward. The soldiers could only drive them away. At this moment, Li Wang roared loudly, and the sound penetrated the entire valley. The sheep were frightened and ran away in all directions. The leader sheep in front began to lead the flock towards the suspension bridge. 1-2. Before long, the flock had completely passed, and only the mounts were left. Each mount had 3 or 4 bags of dried meat on its back. There were more than 600 blue cattle, 150 wild horses, and 60 to 70 camels. There were more than 100 slaves, each carrying a large bag of dried meat. The soldiers of the third company were carrying them across the bridge. This harvest shocked everyone in the tribe. The chief was really powerful. As soon as Yibin arrived in the city, a girl rushed towards him, and Yibin hugged her. This person was none other than Luoshui, whom he had not seen for many days. Qingwan watched from the side, without any fluctuation in her heart. In the primitive world, a leader could have several women, just like the Firebird tribe. Qingwan's uncles all had 6 or 7 women. Yibin hugged the girl tightly, then turned around on the spot before letting Luoshui go. Thousands of eyes were looking at them. The girl's face turned red instantly, and her 2 little hands were clasped together tightly. Yibin said, "My fellow tribesmen, let's deal with the current situation first. Hanyo, call you to help drive these sheep into the valley. The valley is now an open space, and the carnivores have been cleared out long ago. This valley has become a natural pasture." After giving orders to Hanyo, Yibin looked at the Black Panther and said, "Bring some people over and take away all the meat. Then drive the cattle outside the city wall. The outer wall and the moat are about 10 meters long. There's no need to worry about driving the cattle outside the city. The moat is 5 or 6 meters wide, so there's no need to worry about the blue cattle escaping." Finally, 105 wooden stakes were driven into the training ground, and each wild horse was tied to a stake. From now on, they would be starved for a few days before being fed with grass. Yibin, I've heard from an old man before that if you want to tame a wild horse, you first need to build a relationship with it. Starve the horse for a few days, then feed it grass and water to make it trust you. Repeat this process. For those that are difficult to tame, starve them for a while. Slowly tame the good-tempered horses first, and then deal with the disobedient horses last. If it really doesn't work, use violent means until they are tamed. Black Panther immediately led his men towards the mounts and arranged for people to drive wooden stakes. Bags of dried meat were unloaded on the training ground, and the soldiers piled them up one bag after another until the entire training ground was filled. The tribesmen were all amazed. The chief went to the market and brought back so much food and captured so many women. What did the chief do? It was amazing. Many tribesmen still knew some of the reasons. It seemed that his Taotai alliance united the 3 major tribes and launched an attack on the leader together. In the end, they were defeated by the leader and directly led people to destroy them. These women and animals should be from those tribes. Did the leader exterminate their entire clan? How else to explain why most of the tribesmen were so excited about everything that happened before their eyes? This time, they brought back more than 4,000 women. Solving the problem of the small number of women? There have always been more men than women in the Huaxia tribe. Now that there are so many women, the men in the tribe will be so happy. Yibin has no rule that a man can only marry one woman. This was also his own little thought. He had finally traveled through time and space, and if he didn't marry a few wives, how could he be worthy of himself? This was every man's dream. He just didn't have the opportunity before. Now that he has traveled through time, he certainly cannot live his life in vain. Unfortunately, most primitive women do not meet Yibin's standards. This time, although 2 major tribes were swallowed up, the aftereffects were severe. It would take some effort to win back these women. After all, it takes time to wash away the pain in your heart. Chapter 109: Fried Pork with Chili Pepper. Now, everyone has returned to Longsheng, and Yibin still has one important thing to do, which is to write new military regulations. This incident also gave Yibin a warning. If this matter is more serious, it is rebellion. If the superior issues a military order and no one below carries it out, it is a provocation to power. Not to mention commanding a war, you cannot even mobilize a single soldier. While on the way, Yibin had already decided that the first thing he would do when he returned to Longsheng was to establish new military regulations. In the future, if the soldiers made mistakes, they would naturally be bound by the military regulations. Yibin instructed Evarione. Zhuefeng, please help these women arrange a place to live later, and leave the rest to me. As for the male slaves, just arrange to build houses outside the city. This time the tribe has added so many people. I'm afraid that there are not enough rooms in Longsheng. You should quickly arrange people to do this, and try to let all the tribesmen live in their own rooms. Zhuefeng immediately agreed, and turned around to lead his men out of the city. Zhen, you can put the sheep you bring back this time directly in the valley, and send people to herd them every day. There is no need to drive them back to the tribe every day. The shepherds can live directly in the valley with the sheep. You said, okay, chief, I will arrange for someone to graze them. There are a lot of sheep this time, and I plan to feed all of them in the valley. By changing a group of people every 10 days, and with the help of the little wolf, there should be no problem in herding these sheep. Red. This time, there's a lot of dried meat. Ask the soldiers to help you transport it to the warehouse. In the future, this dried meat will be left for the soldiers as military rations, and you can arrange the rest yourself. Han agreed and led his men directly to the warehouse. After everything was done, Yibin was about to return to the room when suddenly a voice called him. Looking back, Yibin saw that it was Qingwan who called him. He was about to speak. Qingwan said, Yibin, we came here this time to exchange some things with you, such as the bow and arrow and some armor. Yibin said, okay, but you have to stay here with me for a few days. He hugged Qingwan and whispered in her ear, this time, I have prepared 500 bows and arrows and 500 sets of bamboo armor for you. Although bamboo armor does not have as high a defense as iron armor, it is still impenetrable to ordinary attacks. Qingwan wanted to struggle, but when she heard about the bow and arrow and the bamboo armor, she immediately became obedient and let Yibin hold her like this. The people around her all consciously looked away. Now that he had confirmed his relationship with Qingwan, Yibin would not betray her. After his own tribe had settled the matter, he would take the betrothal gifts and go to the Firebird tribe to propose marriage. After a while, the two separated. Qingwan couldn't believe that Yibin would give her so many things, and these things were all unique. These weapons and bamboo armor saved the entire Firebird tribe one day in the future. Qingwan, I had mentioned this to Yibin several times before, but my wish never came true. I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Bamboo armor is like modern bulletproof vests to primitive people, and the opponent's stone tools can't penetrate it all. This was such a blessing for Qingwan. She had seen the power of bamboo armor before, and had also seen Yibin and the others wearing it. Of course, the bow and arrow were also very powerful, even though they were eliminated by the Huaxia tribe. Qingwan also knew that these were things that Yibin and his men had discarded, but to the Firebird tribe, they were really too important. If someone else came, Yibin would rather burn the equipment that had been discarded than give it away. Qingwan's eyes turned red with excitement. If she had had these weapons earlier, her uncle would not have died last time. The last time the Taogui tribe launched a surprise attack, the salt mine of the Firebird tribe was guarded by Qingwan's fourth uncle, who ended up dying in the salt mine. Yibin thought, isn't it just some equipment? Why are you crying? For Yibin, these equipments are obsolete, but for any tribe, they are regarded as treasures, just like American equipment. If you give some of them out, they're very powerful. Of course, Yibin kept Qingwan for a few days not because of any love affair, but because the tribe did not have so many bows and arrows. It was impossible to take the weapons of the warriors and give them to Qingwan and the others. Yibin would naturally not do such a thing as a bootlicker. As the leader of the Huaxia tribe, he should put the safety of his people first. After all, this is his tribe. If the Taotai alliance launches a large-scale attack, what weapons will he use to guard Dragon City? Qingwan looked at this man with fiery eyes. He was also the first man she had ever fallen in love with since she was a child. Perhaps in Yibin's previous life, no one wanted these things, but in primitive society, these weapons and bamboo armor were the foundation of a tribe. The two looked at each other with shyness on their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, Yibin took Qingwan and walked towards Old Man Xiong. Guli wanted to follow, but was stopped by Zhuefeng. Zhuefeng smiled and said, Brother Guli, you must be hungry. Bring your people to the cafeteria. The food today is very rich. The two smiled at each other. Zhuefeng led more than 200 people from the Firebird tribe to the cafeteria. Along the way, Zhuefeng and Guli had a very pleasant chat until everyone from the Firebird tribe entered the cafeteria together. Many people were very curious. Although they came from the super tribe, they had never seen a canteen like the Huaxia tribe before, and the food in the canteen was also something they had never seen before. There was stewed lamb and boiled fish in the cafeteria today, and there was also a pot of fried meat with chili peppers on the table. This was something Yibin invented last time. After the courtesan finished eating it, she felt that it tasted better and better. So he brought this dish to Longcheng and then taught it to Hong in the cafeteria. After eating, I felt it was very spicy at first, but after a while I wanted to eat again. The food in primitive society was originally monotonous. The people in the tribe ate stewed meat every day and occasionally had fruits. They were tired of it a long time ago. In the past, when we were hungry, we felt everything tasted delicious. Now the Huaxia tribe has no shortage of food, and the living standards of the tribesmen have also improved. Now they're very particular about food. We started to dish up fried pork with peppers in our canteen. Many people couldn't accept it at first, but after a while, most of the tribe members fell in love with it. Everyone in the Firebird tribe couldn't believe it when they looked at the dish of fried pork with peppers on the table. They didn't know that food could be cooked like this. It was really an eye-opener. Gully had come to the Huaxia tribe cafeteria to eat several times and was already familiar with the bowls and chopsticks. When he saw the stewed meat on the table, he immediately picked up the ceramic bowl and scooped the meat with a wooden spoon. The others in the Firebird tribe were dumbfounded, looking at Captain Gully, who was eating from a clay bowl with 2 small sticks in his hands. For a moment, everyone was shocked that food could be eaten with 2 small sticks. Many people, like Gully, picked up the ceramic bowl and used wooden spoons to scoop the meat directly. When they picked up chopsticks, everyone in the Firebird tribe was confused. What the hell was this? Eating a meal is worse than going to the battlefield. Chapter 110, The Oiran's Knowledge. Yibin brought Qingwan into the production room. Old Man Xiong and the others were making pottery embryos. It was time for dinner. In the cafeteria of the Huaxia tribe, the meal time was 2 hours each time. This way we can eat in several groups. The canteen is very large and can accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. Now that the population of the tribe is increasing, it is impossible to finish eating at one time. We can only go to the canteen to get food in batches. Old Man Xiong saw Yibin coming with a woman. He seemed to have seen this woman before, but he couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Seeing that Old Man Xiong was staring at Qingwan, Yibin coughed lightly, and Old Man Xiong came back to his senses. Chief, this girl doesn't seem to be from our tribe. Old Bear remembered that the chief had said before that outsiders were not allowed to enter the production room. Now, the leader brought a woman here with him. Old Bear couldn't understand for a moment. How could he just bring someone here to such an important place? Isn't this nonsense? Seeing that Old Man Xiong was very unhappy, Yibin immediately understood that Old Man Xiong was afraid that outsiders would steal his skills. Many weapons and armors were produced in the production room. If outsiders came in, it would be easy to see the production process. In that case, the secrets of the Chinese tribe would be stolen by outsiders. When the time comes, it will be used to deal with the Huaxia tribe. Old Man Xiong is very worried that such a thing will happen, so no one is allowed to approach the important production area. Qingwan said, I am the daughter of the chief of the Firebird tribe. I came to your tribe this time to give you saltstone mounts, and by the way, I came to learn your advanced technology. Yibin whispered a few words in Old Man Xiong's ear, then turned his gaze to Qingwan. The 2 men smiled at each other, and Old Man Xiong immediately changed his attitude. Then, come to Qingwan. Old Bear said, I am the leader of the production department. All the weapons and pottery of the tribe come from our production room. After saying that, he looked at Yibin. Old Bear thought that this girl was just too thin. Like the chief, both of them had good figures. When primitive people looked at women, they must be broad-shouldered and tall, so that the little primitive people born in that way could be stronger. Fortunately, Yibin didn't know what Old Man Xiong was thinking. Otherwise, he would have strangled him to death. I don't like tough women. I only like people like Qingwan and Luoshui. How could Yibin, a modern man, accept those tough women? He would have died in bed that night. They were trying to send him away. Although Qingwan is thin, she has a delicate appearance and is a good match for the leader. One is the princess of the Firebird tribe, and the other is the leader of the Huaxia tribe. Old Man Bear looked at the 2 of them and nodded secretly, just like an elder looking at a younger generation. This was also the case in reality. This body of his grew up under the care of Old Man Bear. Qingwan noticed the strangeness of Old Man Xiong, nudged Yibin with one arm, and then gave Yibin a wink. Why did this old man keep looking at me, especially his eyes, which were full of kindness? Qingwan didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, Yibin interrupted Old Man Xiong. That, how many sets of bamboo armor and bows and arrows are left in the tribe? Old Man Xiong said, we currently have more than 400 sets of bamboo armor, but no bows and arrows for the time being. Chief, what do you want these things for? The production of bamboo armor has stopped. As for bows and arrows, they have all been distributed to the women of the tribe. Last time, the chief sent a pigeon message to transfer all the warriors away. After the captain of the courtesan learned about it, she immediately took her people back to Longsheng. At night, the captain of the courtesan said that starting tomorrow, she would train the women of the tribe to protect the tribe. Qingwan heard it and thought, what is a carrier pigeon? She had never heard of it before in the Huaxia tribe. How many secrets does a Huaxia tribe have? Yibin thought to himself, this courtesan is really amazing and has a long-term vision. She is more foresight than Hei Niu and the others. Old Man Xiong knew that Yibin had something to talk to him about. Chief, this time? Oh, it's like this. You help me make 500 double-piece bows and 500 sets of bamboo armor within 3 days. They will be of great use to me. Finished. He took Qingwan with him and walked towards the cafeteria. He hadn't eaten the cafeteria's food for a while and missed the stew made by Hong. The two of them walked quickly into the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, they saw Guli and the others. Everyone also saw them. Qingwan saw the tribesmen grabbing the mutton with their hands and eating it in big mouthfuls. Suddenly my face turned red, and I thought these people were so embarrassing. People are like this. When you enter another environment, you will know that eating is a pleasure for others, but for your own people, eating is like a starving ghost reincarnated. Everyone in the Firebird tribe used chopsticks at the beginning, but after using it for most of the day, they just couldn't put 2 chopsticks together. Looking at the meat in the ceramic bowl, they couldn't help it and just grabbed it with their hands to eat it. Gully didn't care about them. In his opinion, it didn't matter how they ate as long as they were full. These people in the Firebird tribe ate in that way, and he didn't feel anything wrong. Qingwan is different. As the princess of the Firebird tribe, she is the most dazzling existence in the tribe, especially in the Huaxia tribe. She pays more attention to her image, and she likes the atmosphere of the Huaxia tribe very much. Qingwan had imitated before, but no matter how hard she tried, she was different from the Huaxia tribe. The last time she went back, she told her father about the canteen. But her father felt that it didn't matter where the tribesmen ate. For example, the Firebird tribe had more than a dozen people grilling meat around a fire, and the tribesmen grilled the meat and ate it by themselves. For example, for the chief of the Firebird tribe, someone would prepare food in advance and then deliver it to the chief. Generally, only the chief and other high-ranking officials would have this privilege. In the Huaxia tribe, every member has this privilege. They line up to eat, the entire cafeteria is clean, and after getting their meals, they eat at the same table. It feels really good. Before, they would go back after staying for 1 day. At that time, his tribesmen were all building shacks outside the city. The Huaxia tribe was too weak at that time and did not dare to let outsiders in. As the number of meetings increased, Qingwan brought salt and stone every time, which made the two tribes trust each other. After that, Qingwan invited Yibin many times, and Yibin also took the initiative to help. Feelings gradually developed between the two of them, and as time went by, both sides slowly got to know each other. When Yibin encountered difficulties, Qingwan immediately brought people to support him. Although she couldn't help much, this affection was very important. On the way back, their feelings heated up rapidly, and they expressed their feelings to each other. After that, they got engaged. One was willing to marry the other, and they were just waiting for Yibin to come and propose. From that moment on, Qingwan regarded the Huaxia tribe as her own tribe. After she marries and lives with Yibin, she will also manage her own tribe well. So, when she entered the cafeteria, she saw the members of the Firebird tribe. There, they ate and drank without any manner at all. She felt that she had lost all face. How would Yibin view them? Although she didn't know what quality was. But she was afraid that Yibin would look down on her. Chapter 111, Hunanese, People Who Love Spicy Food. Look, Qingwan is still standing at the door. Yibin took the initiative, held her little hand, and walked towards Guli Zhuifeng and the others. Everyone was no longer surprised, as this was not the first time these two had held hands. The tribesmen of the Firebird tribe were working hard to eat. As for Qingwan and Yibin being together, they pretended not to see it. As long as the little princess liked it, what could they do? They couldn't just beat Yibin up. Guli also figured out. The Huaxia tribe has so many delicious foods, such powerful ironware, and artifacts like the rapid-fire compound bow. When Qingwan marries, he will follow too. He is very excited just thinking about it. Therefore, no matter what Yibin did, as long as Qingwan was willing, he would pretend not to see it. Now Guli just focused on eating, as if he didn't see the two of them. Zhuefeng glanced at Yibin. He thought to himself, "Captain, this is all I can do to help you." And then he poured another bowl full of mutton for Guli. Guli didn't hesitate. He picked up the meat with chopsticks, opened his mouth wide, and took a bite. Guli said to himself, "Delicious, really delicious." Qingwan and Yibin looked at each other, and both laughed happily. This time, Qingwan was in a particularly good mood. She got 500 sets of bamboo armor and 500 bows and arrows, which she had never dared to think of before. With these equipment, she would be able to give the Tao Tai tribe a surprise next time she fought with them. Some people would say that the equipment eliminated by the Huaxia tribe is so awesome, why doesn't Yibin take the initiative to attack the Tao Tai alliance? The first point is that there are too few people in the Huaxia tribe. Once the two sides go to war, Yibin's more than 1,000 people will be the main force. If those people in the Tao Tai alliance are tied together, there will be at least 40,000 to 50,000 people. No matter how good the equipment is, it cannot withstand the attack of so many people. On the other hand, the Firebird tribe has 5 subordinate tribes, and together with the Firebird tribe itself, there are also 40,000 to 50,000 troops. As soon as the two sides started fighting, a surprise force suddenly appeared from the Firebird tribe. These people were wearing bamboo armor and had ordinary stone axes, stone spears, and bone knives, making it impossible to break through their defense. This surprise force would kill anyone they saw. This is a crucial matter on the battlefield. When the fighters on both sides are similar, they could have ended up in a draw. But if one side cheats, the balance of victory immediately tips over to their side. Therefore, these equipments will be the key on the battlefield in the future. As for teaching the Firebird tribe how to make them, Yibin had never thought about it, because bamboo armor and bows and arrows require the same thing. That is glue. This glue is not ordinary glue, but the sap decomposed from trees. There was one time before. Yibin saw a large number of rubber trees. He asked people to collect a lot of them and then began to extract the liquid secreted by the rubber trees. He boiled it over fire until it became thick and then smeared it on the bamboo armor. When making a double-piece bow, glue is also used to stick it into shape. Then, tie the bow body with wool rope, apply glue around the rope, and wait for it to dry. The double-piece bow is made, and the effect is very good. In the entire tribe, only Old Man Bear and myself knew about the glue. No one else knew about it, especially for bamboo armor. In the early stage, you have to apply glue on it and wait for the glue to blend into the bamboo armor. After a while, the bamboo armor could not be cut by knives or pierced by guns. It was as capable as iron armor. The only drawback was that it was afraid of fire. These were Yibin's own secrets. After the equipment is handed over to Qingwan and the others, we naturally don't have to worry about them counterfeiting it. Without this glue, counterfeits will be useless. Moreover, once the bamboo armor is finalized, it is impossible to disassemble it. If you want more equipment in the future, you can only rely on the Huaxia tribe, unless the two tribes go to war. Now, with the relationship with Qingwan, it is basically impossible for the two sides to go to war. There is also a Tao Tai alliance in the middle. No one dares to start a war easily now, as one move could affect the entire body. After a while, Hong brought 2 bowls of stewed meat, one for Yibin and one for Qingwan. I know Yibin likes spicy food. Hong specially made a plate of stir-fried pork with peppers and brought it to Yibin and the others. Qingwan, looking at this strange food, the green and red side dishes, plus a bowl of pork slices, made into a dish, Qingwan was very suspicious. In this way, the food may look good, but I don't know whether it tastes good or not. She didn't know what pepper was, but she knew that the ingredient looked good. It was cut into slices and looked very high-end. Qingwan thought, food can be made like this. Yibin asked Qingwan to try the fried pork with peppers, put some in her bowl, and put some for himself. The smell made his mouth water. Yibin is a native Hunanese, and eating chili peppers is his favorite. At this moment, he was eating one piece after another, and the people around him were staring with their eyes wide open. They were thinking, isn't this fried pork with peppers spicy? Yibin himself didn't feel anything. He was having a great time now. Qingwan, who was standing by, saw Yibin eating so happily, so she picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and began to taste it. The first feeling she had when the meat entered her mouth was the fragrance and then the spiciness. Primitive people's food was roasted directly before eating. Some small tribes did not have fire, so they ate flesh and blood raw. The scene was so horrifying that their mouths were full of blood after eating. Qingluan's face was getting redder and redder. She had never eaten spicy food before. For her, it was just out of curiosity. She didn't expect that she almost died after taking a bite. A spicy taste spread directly in the mouth. For people who don't eat spicy food, this is simply indescribable. At this moment, Qingluan was about to cry. Seeing this, Yibin immediately brought a bowl of clean water. The clean water of the Huaxia tribe was boiled in the canteen. After people drank it, it would reduce the occurrence of diseases. Qingluan, without caring about recuperation, took the water and drank it immediately. As the water entered her mouth, a cool feeling filled her entire mouth, and she felt much more comfortable. After a few seconds, the spicy taste came back. Qingluan took another sip of water and felt much better. Yibin, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh. Qingluan pinched him, and Yibin suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He couldn't help but let out a scream. The onlookers around all burst into laughter. It turns out that the leader is also afraid of women. After being pinched, Yibin immediately grabbed the little hand. The girl's hand was so soft as if it had no bones, and her skin was smooth and delicate. He even forgot to eat for a moment. Qingluan's little hand was caught, and she pouted immediately. Seeing that Yibin had no intention of letting go, she looked at Yibin with a fierce look. The intimate behavior of the two was seen by everyone around them. One was the chief, and the other was the super tribal princess. What would they say? They all lowered their heads and ate. Qingluan's little mouth began to turn slightly red, and it seemed that the food was really spicy. Yibin brought another bowl of water and placed it in front of Qingluan. The girl took the water and began to drink it. After drinking 2 bowls of water, Qingluan felt much better. There was stewed mutton and boiled fish on the table. Qingluan picked up a wooden spoon and served herself a bowl of mutton. Ginger and some other Chinese herbs were added to the mutton. When Qingluan served a bowl of it, the whole cafeteria was immediately filled with the aroma of meat. Chapter 112 Command Flag. After everyone finished eating, Yibin arranged accommodation for the members of the Firebird tribe and brought Qingluan to Luoshui to let them live together. Some people may ask, the 2 girls would not quarrel. There is no jealousy in primitive society. Yibin is the leader. It is normal for him to marry several women, and the 2 girls know each other's situation. This is Qingluan's first time living in Longqing. Before, she was in the old city, and Yibin arranged for her to stay there for one night. They lived in a mud house at that time. Qingluan was very satisfied at that time. Now in Longqing, everyone lives in red brick houses with cement walls. The rooms are clean and give people a very comfortable feeling. There was no hostility between the 2 girls when they met. The only thing Luoshui cared about was Yibin. Nothing else mattered. Qingluan, as a princess of a big tribe, still had some courage. When the 2 of them entered Luoshui's room, suddenly 2 little wolf cubs appeared and barked directly at them. Woo woo woo. From the last time and now, this little wolf is 1 or 2 months old, and it hasn't grown very big yet. Yibin, he only came here once last time to bring the wolf cubs, and he hasn't had time to come since then. He's busy with this, and that every day. Although Luoshui didn't say anything, he still felt a little upset when he saw Yibin. Luoshui pointed at the 2 wolf cubs and shouted to throw them out. The wolf cubs immediately shut their mouths. Yibin, this is the first time I see Luoshui has such a fierce side. He is so cute. Seeing Yibin looking at her, Luoshui's face suddenly turned red. She immediately took Qingluan's hand, and they walked into the room. The room was tidy with a wooden bed in the corner and a table opposite the bed. On her place some little things that girls like, and there is a stove not far away. At night, the light in the whole room comes from this stove. This is what the whole room looks like. It is very simple, unlike the girls in the previous life. The room was filled with clothes, bags, and cosmetics. The 2 girls in front of me both have natural looks and are incredibly beautiful. Looking at Yibin, who was looking around there, Luoshui stepped forward and pinched Yibin's waist. Yibin screamed in pain. The 2 girls looked at each other and laughed lightly. Giggles, giggles. Yibin immediately grabbed Luoshui's little hand. Luoshui's little hand was icy cold, and her skin was delicate and smooth. Holding it in his hand, it felt soft and comfortable. Yibin couldn't help but play with it. Luoshui couldn't bear it, and there was Qingluan next to them. She was so scared that she immediately pulled her hand away. Then he walked towards Qingluan. The 2 girls were there, chattering about something and looking at Yibin from time to time. The little wolf cub was lying on the ground, listlessly, looking very aggrieved. Yibin walked over directly, picked up the little wolf by the neck, and looked back and forth. It had been a few months, and it had indeed grown a lot. The little wolf cub shrank back in fear, not daring to move. Luoshui said unhappily, "Can you be a little gentler? You scared it by holding it like that." Seeing Luoshui's heartbroken look, Yibin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he was not as important as a little wolf cub. Looking at Yibin's sad expression, the two girls started laughing again. Yibin put the little wolf cub down and stood in front of the two girls. "Qingwan will live with you these few days, and you can walk around the neighborhood during the day." Luoshui said, "Aren't you going to accompany Sister Qingwan?" Yibin smiled and said, "I still have to deal with some things these days. I will come over to accompany you when I'm done." The two girls nodded obediently. They also knew the priorities of things. Yibin said goodbye to the two women and came to his room. The most urgent task now was to write out the military regulations, as the quality of these new recruits was too poor. Take out a piece of dry animal skin and a piece of charcoal. The most important thing in the battle between the two sides is the discipline and obedience of the soldiers. There are more and more people now, and it is difficult to quickly convey orders on the battlefield. This may be very difficult for others, but for Yibin, it is as easy as eating and drinking. As early as the Ming Dynasty, the army invented command flags in order to quickly convey orders. The command flags can issue a variety of commands, and the army can also respond quickly to deal with various battlefield environments. Yibin has his own ideas. The problem he faces now is how to make cloth and the problem of dyeing. The tribe also has wool yarn and a large amount of hemp yarn. There's no time to study weaving right now, so I can only wait and see. Yibin thought about it and decided to use wooden boards instead. As for the color, that would be easy to decide. Find plants of different colors, crush them together, add a small amount of water until the color becomes thick, then add lime and stir, knead it into the desired shape, and wait for it to dry naturally. Then apply it on the wooden board. The size of the wooden board is also important. It cannot be too big or too small. Yibin plans to divide it into 4 colors, just like the traffic lights on Earth in his previous life. Green represents advance, red represents stop, black represents retreat, and white represents cavalry. The problem of the command flag has been solved. Now, it's time to establish military regulations. Yibin had already thought of something on the way back. Now, he just needed to discuss it with a few company commanders, and then it would be decided. Yibin stood up and walked straight out the door. Li Wang and Taishan were exchanging martial arts. The two were fighting back and forth, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Watching the two men fighting more and more fiercely, Yibin stopped them and said to them, "Li Wang, go find Old Man Xiong, and Taishan, go find a few soldiers from the company." They both agreed at the same time. Yes. Li Wang and Taishan walked towards them quickly. Yibin walked into the room by himself. After a while, several people came to Yibin's room. Yibin took everyone to the conference table on the first floor and sat down. Yibin took out the blueprint he had drawn in advance and handed it to Old Man Xiong, who was stunned for a moment. "Chief, what is this painting? Why is it so strange?" Yibin explained to everyone that this thing is called a command flag and is used to command the army. Several people were confused. The word army was too domineering. Zhuifeng said, "What is an army, chief? It sounds very powerful." Everyone looked at Yibin. Yibin similed helplessly. The army is just a group of soldiers made up of many people. For example, tens or hundreds of thousands of soldiers stand in a formation, consisting of shield soldiers and spear soldiers, and there are a large number of archers behind the team. Everyone has extremely strong discipline and obeys arrangements and commands. Although everyone didn't know how many hundreds of thousands of people there were, the thought of it made their blood boil. Yibin's words instantly brought them into the crowd of thousands of troops, and everyone was imagining how spectacular such a scene would be. Yibin coughed lightly and ruthlessly brought them back to reality. The matter of the command flag will be discussed at the end. Now, let's make military regulations first. Chapter 113, Tribal Reform. The number of people increased a lot this time. Most of them were exchanged slaves, all of whom were from small tribes. These people had no discipline, no teamwork, and did not obey orders on the battlefield. This is a very bad thing for us. If all the teams in the future are like this, then what's the point of fighting? A bunch of scumbags. What will the future of the tribe become? Everyone is in deep thought. Yibin, let's talk about this issue. Li Wang said, "Chief, if anyone dares to disobey orders from now on, I, Li Wang, will be the first to beat him to death." Yibin sighed. "In the future, our warriors will only increase in number. Can you defeat them with just your 2 hammers?" Therefore, military regulations must be established so that every soldier learns to obey, strengthen the discipline of the troops, and let them know what punishment they will receive if they do not abide by military regulations. Everyone seemed to understand something. If they wanted to lead the troops better, they had to be restrained by military regulations. Otherwise, they could do whatever they wanted. How could the prestige of the generals above be there? Yi Bin said, "From now on, I will announce the military regulations. The first rule is that soldiers must obey orders. If anyone disobeys orders, he will be beaten with 50 military sticks. The second rule is that after training every day, the soldiers must take a shower, especially the new soldiers who stink to death. Anyone found disobeying military rules will be punished with 20 military sticks." Article 3. Those who do not follow the arrangements during training, or those who pretend to follow the instructions but actually disobey the instructions during training, will not be allowed to eat for 1 day and will be beaten with 20 military sticks. Article 4. Equipment issued by the tribe is not allowed to be taken out of the tribe without the order of superiors. If it is lost on the battlefield, it must be reported in time. If anyone takes the equipment out of the city without permission, he or she may be shot on the spot. Article 5. When you see your superior, you must take the initiative to say hello and respect your superior. Those who are uncultured and impolite will be beaten with 10 military sticks and not allowed to eat for a day. Article 6. Anyone who forcibly violates a woman or behaves like a hooligan in front of a woman will be punished. Those with less serious offenses will be beaten with 30 military sticks, while those who rape and kill will be demoted to slavery, and those who kill will be beheaded directly. Article 7. Those who do not participate in patrols in Longsheng are not allowed to carry weapons and equipment. Once discovered, the entire company will be punished directly. It's your fault for not being able to manage your soldiers well. Article 8. Except for archery training, other training items shall use wooden tools. Sharpening and grinding are not allowed to prevent accidental injury to companions during training. Article 9. If the tribe needs it, all warriors must participate in labor. Anyone who disobeys the arrangements will be charged with the crime of destroying unity and will be directly demoted to slavery until the day of his death. Article 10. Anyone who runs away or retreats on the battlefield will be treated as a deserter. No matter who they are, they will be beheaded. Anyone who disobeys orders will also be treated as a deserter. Rearrange everyone's positions. First, I plan to form a personal guard team. This team can carry weapons and equipment and will be responsible for patrolling Longsheng every day. If they encounter anyone who breaks the rules, they can arrest them directly. It will be handed over to the criminal law department for handling. All tribesmen who violate the tribal rules will be taken to the training ground for punishment. Every time something big happens, all the tribesmen must be present to let all the tribesmen know what the fate of these people will be. Now let me arrange it. Li Wang, you select 110 people from the 3 companies plus the special operations team, a total of 150 people, to form a personal guard team that will be responsible for patrolling Longsheng every day. Anyone who steals, robs, or injures others in Longsheng will be arrested and handed over to the criminal law department for handling. Also, those who casually poop and pee in Longsheng will be thrown directly into the road construction after being caught. They will not be given any food during that time and can only return to the tribe after a day. Your personal guard will be divided into 2 teams, morning and evening, with 75 people in each team. One team will be responsible for patrolling in the morning, and the other team will be responsible for patrolling in the afternoon. The resting team will train with the soldiers. Li Wang agreed immediately. "Ugh, leader." Yi Bin waved to Li Wang and said, "You select your men now. I want to see the personal guards in the afternoon. From now on, the personal guards will only obey my orders." "All right, Chief." After Li Wang finished speaking, he walked straight toward the barracks. Yi Bin looked at Taishan again and said, "From today on, the Ministry of Justice will be established. Taishan, you will be the captain of the criminal department. You can use criminal law on all the clansmen who are sent to the Ministry of Justice. Those tribesmen who violate military regulations will be arrested by the royal guards and sent to your Ministry of Justice. Your Ministry of Justice can deal with them according to military regulations, and they can only be released from the ministry after the punishment is completed. Taishan, you should do the same as Li Wang and go to the barracks to select 50 soldiers. We will arrange a place for you in the afternoon. From now on, you will handle official business in the Ministry of Justice there. Go to the barracks now and select your men. I want to see the people you select in the afternoon." Taishan immediately agreed. "Ugh, Chief." After saying that, He turned and walked outside. Yibin looked at the courtesan and said, "We have brought back a lot of women this time. Although they have some resentment, as long as we treat them well, they will sincerely join our tribe. Oirin, you are now going to form a team of women with about 1,000 people, and you will go to the women to choose later. Remember, you must pick the old ones first, and then pick them. From now on, the walls above Dragon City will be the responsibility of your team. Oirin, you are responsible for arranging patrols. Divide into 2 teams every day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Each team must have at least 100 people. Those who participate in guarding the city walls must wear bamboo armor. Yibin took into consideration that iron armor is too heavy for women, and the bamboo armor has been improved and its defensive effect is not inferior to iron armor. Unless an alcohol bomb is used, the defense cannot be broken at all. As for these women, their tribes have been destroyed, and now they have nowhere to go but to stay in the Huaxia tribe. If they join the ranks of the courtesans, Yibin won't have to worry at all. He still believed in the courtesans' methods. As for how to lead the team, that was the courtesans' business. Yibin, just look at the results. Nothing else matters. After arranging everything, Yibin looked at the courtesan again and said, "Go and select your men now. Gather at the training ground in the afternoon. I will come over to check." The courtesan agreed. "All right, chief." After saying that, he walked straight out the door. Yibin looked at the 3 company commanders again and said, "From today on, you need to make some appropriate changes to the way you train the soldiers. From now on, the soldiers have to train standing and stabbing on the spot for more than 2 hours every day." Hanyo said, "Captain, how can we train while standing still?" Yibin responded with a smile and asked the soldiers to stand in long rows, with 5 rows in each company and 86 people in each row. Each soldier was 1 meter apart from each other on the left and right, and 1 meter apart from each other up and down. Every day we have to train with wooden spears, and then with wooden swords. The most important thing is to train the soldiers' obedience and discipline. If they can't even form a formation, how can they fight in the future? After the training, the 3 companies were combined together and then conducted overall training. The tribe now has more than 1,500 warriors, and my personal guards and the Ministry of Justice have more than 200 people together. Your 3 companies have a total of more than 1,300 people. Your daily task now is to train them, to train their obedience and discipline. In the future, when new people come to the tribe, these veterans will be asked to train the new recruits. Chapter 114 Saddle. There is only one requirement, which is to help me train a strong and brave team. The daily training includes sword and shield stabbing training, spear stabbing training, and bow and arrow shooting training. Finally, there is battle formation training. The so-called battle formation training means that the shield and sword soldiers are in front and the spear soldiers are in the back. The soldiers need to maintain formation and coordinate with each other in attack. The archers shoot behind the spearmen. Generally, when 2 sides fight, bows and arrows come first. After the archers have finished shooting, the shield and sword soldiers will take over, and the spearmen are behind the sword and shield soldiers. The 3 types of soldiers cooperate with each other. Only in this way can you be at ease on the battlefield. If a gap is open, the enemy will take advantage of it and disrupt our formation. So teamwork is very important. More training in normal times will reduce bloodshed in battle. Soldiers must learn to fight in a team. Only when they are on the battlefield can they feel at ease and leave their backs to their teammates. A strong army must be absolutely disciplined. Only such a team can win every battle, repel powerful enemies, and protect the tribe. After listening to this, the 3 of them were deeply touched. They used to believe that fighting a war depended on numbers, but since they followed Yibin, they always won with fewer people. This time, Yibin talked so much which was very helpful to the 3 of them, and they really wanted to see it. Yibin, if they can really train out the formation that he mentioned, they will be proud of it for the rest of their lives. Building a strong army is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Soldiers need a long period of training to be able to control the situation on the battlefield. Only such an army can be called a sharp army. During this period, I will personally go to the training ground and train with you. Starting from tomorrow, all warriors of the tribe will receive flag-leading training as the number of warriors increases. In the future on the battlefield, it will be difficult to convey the corresponding orders in the first time. Everyone agreed. Okay, battalion commander, let's prepare now. After a few people left, Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong were the only ones left at the conference table. The 2 began to write and draw on the animal skin, and soon the old bear nodded repeatedly. Yi Bin, look, Old Man Xiong understands everything. Then he said, This time we brought back a lot of blue cowhide as spoils. I plan to make war drums. This kind of war drum will be very useful on the battlefield. It can boost the morale of soldiers and allow them to burst out amazing combat effectiveness on the battlefield. The sound of the war drum is particularly loud, and it also plays a good role in normal training. When the soldiers hear the drum beats, they can burst out with strong morale, and the drum beats can also make their blood boil. After hearing this, Old Man Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. There was such a magical artifact in the world. He couldn't wait to make this cowhide drum. Chief, how do we make this cowhide war drum? It would be a great honor for me, Old Bear, to be able to make such a magical artifact with my own hands. Look at how excited Old Man Xiong is. His face is red and his eyes are shining, as if he has seen a priceless treasure. Sure enough, as long as it is something they're interested in, no matter how old they are, they're like children who never grow up, looking at the old man opposite them and smiling so happily. Ibn said, "Don't worry about the war drum for now." The heaviest thing at the moment was to make the command flag first. The two discussed the details again. After Old Man Xiong figured it out, he couldn't wait to make it immediately. "Don't be anxious, Old Man Bear." This time, I drew several items and then took out a few animal skins. Ibn pointed to one of them and put it in front of the old bear. This is called a horseshoe. After it is made, it is nailed directly to the sole of the wild horse's foot. The old bear said, "Chief, will that hurt the wild horse?" When he thinks of this scene, his soul's hurt. "Chief, you are so cruel. I wonder how these wild horses offended you." Ibn was a little amused and could only explain helplessly that the soles of this wild horse's feet were like human nails, and the wild horse would not feel any pain after the iron nails were driven into it. On the contrary, after wearing horseshoes, the wild horses can run faster, and even if they encounter yellow mud, it will not affect their normal walking. The biggest benefit is that horseshoes can protect the soles of the wild horse's feet. After Yibin finished speaking, Old Bear finally realized that he had misunderstood. Not only would the horseshoes not harm the wild horse's limbs, they could also better protect the wild horse's limbs. "Chief, that wild horse looks very fierce. It almost kicked me when I passed by today. How can such a fierce wild horse be given horseshoes?" Yibin smiled and said, "Of course it cannot be worn now. After a period of time, when the wild horses are tamed, people may get closer. With only horseshoes, but no saddle, it is still impossible to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy." Old Bear asked curiously, "Chief, what is a saddle? Don't we have horseshoes? Why do we need a saddle?" Yibin said, "If there is no saddle, it is easy for the soldiers to fall off the horse. Making a saddle is not difficult. First of all, you need iron slag. Then make some black clay molds. The two sides of this saddle need to be made into an N shape, and some nail holes need to be left under the N. After both sides of the saddle come out of the mold, go outside and cut down some poplar trees. Then, use an iron saw to saw the wood into two pieces, combine them with the iron handrails on both sides of the saddle, and use iron nails to fix the poplar board to the nail holes under the iron handrails. Then a saddle is made. For the saddle, 2 horse rests need to be made at the 2 lower places to make it easier for the soldiers to get on. Finally, a saddle cover needs to be made. Wrap the saddle directly with animal skin, and then sew it with an iron needle and wool thread. In this way, the saddle can be fixed on the horse's back, and the soldiers will not fall off the horse's back when running." After listening to this, Old Man Xiong felt that he had a new direction. He could feel that the Chinese tribe would only get better and better in the future. He had never heard of these strange things before. Since Ibn became the leader, he immediately solved the food problem. Not long after, he also made pottery as time passed. Things like bows and arrows, bamboo armor, iron tools and armor. Each of these can enhance the tribe's combat effectiveness. With the emergence of these weapons, the tribe becomes stronger day by day. Now, as long as Ibn said something, Old Man Xiong would do it immediately. He knew that Ibn would not lie to him. Everyone in the tribe wanted to contribute to the tribe, and Old Man Xiong was the same. Although he is old and cannot go out with Ibn to kill the enemy, he can do things that others cannot do, such as these crafts. Old Man Xiong is very talented. The two of them discussed for several hours. In the end, they made some slight changes to some details and finally decided to start production in the afternoon. Yibin spoke highly of Old Man Xiong's opinions. Every time after Yibin finished explaining, Old Man Xiong would make modifications, and the two of them offered suggestions to each other. Finally, after discussion, the two decided to make one set first and see how it turns out. Chapter 115, Personal Training. The problem of the saddle has been solved, and now it is time to tame the wild horses. These wild horses are too violent and will kick people at any time. Even decided to starve them for a few days to temper their temper. When they are out of strength, they will naturally lose their temper. The biggest problem now is the internal affairs of the tribe. Yibin thought for a long time before establishing the personal guard. What should he do if his subordinates rebelled? Li Wang's special forces team has more than 40 people. In the past, there were fewer people in the tribe, so Yibin didn't have to worry at all, but now there are more and more people. Without a strong team around me, I would be in great danger if I encountered any unexpected events in the future. So at the meeting, Yibin's first change was to change the special operations team into a personal guard team, then immediately expand the team size and let the special operations team train those new soldiers. It won't be long before Yibin's personal guards will become combat ready, and no matter what happens, the personal guards will be able to suppress it. A person in a high position must ensure the rights in his hands. Yibin would never allow something like what happened last time to happen again. People are like this. Before it happens, you don't care at all. Only after you have experienced it will you make changes. Old Man Xiong saw Yibin thinking about the problem and thought that the place was not done well. Chief, the saddle still needs improvement. I think this saddle is very good and does not need any further improvement. Once a set of finished products is made, install it on the horse's back and let the soldiers try out the effect. Yibin nodded immediately and said that they would talk about this matter after the saddle came out. This time, you will help me make 200 rapid-fire compound bows. You can distribute the parts of the rapid-fire compound bows to the tribesmen, and you important personnel will just do the final assembly work, said Old Bear. Okay, Chief, I will make it as soon as possible. In addition to the saddle and horseshoes, there are also bows and arrows, bamboo armor, flags, and rapid-fire compound bows. Is there anything else to do? Yibin thought about it. This time we brought back more than 700 people, and all of them need equipment. Your production department should work harder every day during this period and strive to produce them as soon as possible. That's right. Is there enough iron ore? Old Man Xiong said that there is still a lot of iron ore. Less than half of the iron ore shipped back last time has been used. This time we are preparing to make a number of sets of iron tools and armor. Make 50 command flags first. How about it? Yibin felt that 50 yuan was about right. So he said, let's do it this way for now. Make 2,000 sets of ironware and armor first. When you go back, make the command flag first, and I'll send someone to pick it up in the afternoon. If you don't have enough people, you can choose any woman in the tribe. That's all for now. The old bear, carrying the painted animal skins, walked towards his room and disappeared in a moment. Yibin stood up, stretched, and walked directly to the training ground. This time, he had more things to do than ever before. Walking on the roads of Longsheng and looking at the rows of houses around him, Yibin also had a lot of feelings. A few months ago, this place was just a valley, but in the blink of an eye, a city appeared here. Yibin recalled a saying from his previous life. Wherever Chinese people go, they're infrastructure fanatics. Now thinking about it, this saying is indeed correct. Now, the houses in Longsheng are full, which is quite different from what Yibin expected. According to the previous algorithm, Longsheng would build a maximum of 800 houses. Now, there are far more than 800 houses in Longsheng. At first glance, there are more than 20 rows of houses in total, with 80 rooms in each row. The houses in each row are next to each other and look neat and tidy. In front of each row of houses, there's a not very wide street. These houses were built step by step according to Yibin's memories before he traveled through time. Just like the new countryside before time travel, the houses built in this way are not only beautiful, but also save space. The barracks and training ground are on the far left of these houses. The house where Yibin lives is the best place in the entire Longsheng, which is right in the center of Longsheng. After a while, I saw the training ground was crowded with people. The soldiers were standing all over the place, which made Yibin feel overwhelmed. Several company commanders listened to Yibin's explanation, but when it came to their own operations, they didn't know where the problem lay. These primitive people had never seen a real army. Yibin couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he quickly walked to the training ground. The training ground was divided into 6 groups. The first company of Black Bulls, the second company of Zhuifeng, and the third company of Black Panthers. King Li, the newly formed personal guards, the Ministry of Justice formed by Taishan, and 1,000 courtesans. Yibin took a quick look and found that those who danced square dance in his previous life were standing more neatly than these people. When everyone saw Yibin coming, they immediately quieted down. Yibin came in front of the crowd and looked at everyone. He exuded a kind of majesty that made everyone dare not look directly at him. Yi Bin shouted loudly, "All of you, gather together, point at the soldier next to you, and people in your row, follow this soldier and stand in a row." In this way, after more than an hour, there were barely 10 rows of people standing, with 250 people in each row. There were more than 2,500 people in the entire training ground. Looking at the soldiers in the training ground, each of them looked like they had not eaten. Yi Bin's anger began to rise, but he finally held it back. These people are participating in this kind of training for the first time, so it's not their fault. We must arrange some people to demonstrate to them personally. At this moment, all the people in the tribe came to watch. Luoshui, Qingwan, and the others were also in the crowd. The members of the Firebird tribe were also watching not far away. Everyone was very curious about what Yi Bin was doing. All the soldiers came to the training ground, wondering what their leader was doing. Yi Bin used to think that training soldiers was an easy task, but now he realizes that it is not the case at all. There are too many soldiers on the training ground, and many of them are as stupid as pigs. Finally, is there really no other solution? Yi Bin called up the Special Operations Team, which consisted of 40 people, and asked them to stand in 4 rows, with 10 people in each row. Then a straight line was drawn on the ground, and everyone stood on tiptoe on the black line. The Special Forces team was indeed an elite team. After a while, they mastered the key points. 40 people stood in an orderly manner, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Yi Bin looked at the soldiers and said, "From now on, you will be like the Special Forces. Each row must be in order. If anyone does not stand properly, he will be kicked out of the team and punished with 10 blows." When the soldiers heard that they would be beaten if they did not stand properly, they immediately became nervous. Everyone looked around, afraid that they would not stand properly and be dragged out and beaten. As soon as Yi Bin finished speaking, the soldiers immediately perked up. This was much better than before. However, in Yi Bin's opinion, it was still the same as before, with no team standing in neat order. Yi Bin pointed directly at a few people, and the Special Operations Team immediately pulled them out. Yi Bin took out the whip in his hand and whipped him directly. Those soldiers were beaten so hard that they held their heads and screamed in pain. Ah! It hurt so much. Several people had wounds on their bodies. The soldiers were trembling with fear, and the women who were watching also screamed in fear. Yi Bin ignored them. The soldiers who were beaten didn't understand what they had done wrong. Yi Bin asked them to come up to the stage to watch, and then look at the soldiers below. Yi Bin pointed at a few more people. Then asked those who were beaten, "Look at how they are standing. Is it so difficult to stand in a row? What's the difference between you and them? Can't you even see a straight line?" Chapter 116, Standing at Attention. Yi Bin looked around at the few soldiers he had just pointed to, and found that he didn't know where he was standing, so he immediately stood in a row with the people next to him. This time, Yi Bin did not call the Special Operations Team. After being beaten, those soldiers finally understood why they were beaten. Yi Bin asked them to stand still. After being beaten, their brains are not so stupid anymore, and they knew to look at their positions. The women who were watching in the crowd burst into laughter. Although they didn't know what the point of this training was, since their leader wanted to train them, there was nothing they could do. Qingwan couldn't help but giggle when she saw Yi Bin's training method. She really wanted to go up and tell Yi Bin that this was not how the soldiers trained. Yi Bin was still speaking there, saying to the soldiers in training, "When I say stand at attention, put your 2 feet together immediately. When I say look to the left, each person in each row, look at the first person on the left." Yi Bin kept repeating these words, and many soldiers could not tell left from right. It looked chaotic. The women who were watching all started laughing. "Ah, I can't hold on any longer." The women laughed exaggeratedly. In primitive society, there were no entertainment activities. Now, when the women of the tribes see the warriors standing at attention in the training ground, they are all very curious. Many people couldn't help laughing, including Qingwan and Luoshui, who kept laughing. Giggle. Ah. On the contrary, the soldiers all looked serious. From time to time, the Special Forces would grab a few people and beat them. These people would make the same mistake every time. Many people don't understand. "Chief, why do you do this? What's the point of training the warriors like this?" Gully and the others couldn't help laughing when they saw Yi Bin's training method. As long as the members of their Firebird tribe reached the age of 16, they would be sent to the battlefield for actual combat. Training like Yi Bin was simply a waste of time. Qingwan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she wanted to go over and remind Yi Bin, but Luoshui, who was standing by, stepped forward and held her back, then said with a smile, "The leader must have his own reasons for doing this." Looking at the women around, they were still laughing loudly. What is the chief doing? The women were all talking at once. Qingwan could only shake her head helplessly. Everyone felt that Yi Bin was making trouble here, and only a few people believed that the leader had his own reasons. Every soldier here was standing there sweating profusely. From time to time, screams of the soldiers could be heard from the platform. Every time the soldiers were beaten, they would make a little progress. In this way, after training for an hour or two, the soldiers were finally able to distinguish left from right. Yi Bin was now on the high platform, and at a glance, it finally looked like what was going on. Several company commanders stood next to Yi Bin. After several hours of training, they also saw the clues. Although they didn't know what the point of standing here was, they all believed that the battalion commander must have his ideas. As long as it is the battalion commander's request, there must be a reason for it. There is nothing exciting to see in primitive tribes. Today, I finally saw the warriors training. The women were watching with great interest. This was one of the rare entertainment activities. In this way, it was not until the afternoon that the soldiers were finally able to stand in a straight line. The warriors at this time were completely different from before. Whether it was their expressions or their bodies, they all exuded a kind of momentum. Qingwan and Guli also noticed the difference. Although, in the beginning, it seemed like a game and gave people the feeling that they were just fooling around, but as time went on, the soldiers became more and more different, and they themselves couldn't tell what was different. The courtesans also persisted. Yi Bin looked at them. Although each of them was sweating profusely, they all stood in an orderly manner. Yi Bin thought to himself, the courtesan really has her own way. She is very capable both in doing things and in leading people. Yi Bin gave the courtesan a thumbs up in his heart. All the soldiers didn't dare to make a sound, as the images of beatings were still lingering in their minds. After the soldiers stood for a long time, they didn't feel it was so difficult. Looking at their companions around them, everyone stood straight and neatly in a row, which was really pleasing to the eye. Right at this moment, Old Man Xiong brought 30 command flags. When he arrived at the training ground, he was stunned for a moment. What were these soldiers doing? Why were they standing so neatly? Looking at these soldiers, each of them was sweating profusely, and each row was lined up neatly. For a moment, Old Man Xiong did not dare to walk towards the stage. These warriors brought a great sense of oppression to Old Man Bear. The warriors were still the same warriors, and the people were still the same people, but why did they give people a different feeling? Seeing the Old Man Xiong standing aside, holding many spiritual flags in his hands, he was in a dilemma as to whether to go up or stand still. At this time, Yi Bin, like the other soldiers, was sweating profusely, but for the future of the tribe, these hardships were nothing. Yi Bin shouted loudly, "Everyone is dismissed. After a meal, take all your weapons and equipment and gather at the training ground." Here, Yi Bin's order. Many soldiers collapsed to the ground, some even exhausted to the point of collapse. The soldiers not only have to bear psychological pressure, but also physical pressure. Under the double pressure, many people with poor psychological quality simply fall to the ground. Yi Bin didn't say anything. They had done a great job today. Food should be eaten bite by bite, and things should be done step by step. At least today was a good start. Yi Bin came to Old Man Xiong and took out the ready-made command flag. Although the command flag is made of a small wooden board, it does not affect its use. The command flag has 4 colors: red, green, black, and white. Each color represents a command, which was planned in advance. The women around saw that the soldiers had left, and many of them were still reluctant to leave. Yi Bin was thinking, today is a day off for them, so that they can know the strength of their tribe. Qingwan and Luoshui came towards Yi Bin carrying some clean water, with a hint of heartache in the eyes of the 2 girls. Several company commanders also came to Yi Bin. Guli also walked over quickly and said to Yi Bin, "I can train with you." Yi Bin nodded directly, then looked at Guli and said, "You will join the team and train with the soldiers soon." Qingwan poured a bowl of water and handed it directly to Yi Bin. Luoshui took a pottery bowl and poured a bowl of water for everyone. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. After all, Luoshui was the chief's woman. Although they did not live together, this was something the entire tribe knew. Yi Bin saw their worry, so he smiled and said, "What are you all hesitating about? Is there any poison in the water?" Everyone burst into laughter. Even if it is poisonous, we can still drink it." Everyone wanted to show off themselves in front of Yi Bin. Yi Bin's words also resolved everyone's embarrassment. Chapter 1:17 Morale. After a while, everyone drank the water, and everyone felt more energetic after drinking it. Yi Bin also drank the water and immediately felt refreshed. Looking at Qingwan beside him, he had a very conflicted look on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yibin looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? What's on your mind? Are you impatient to be my leader's wife? Qingwan's face turned red, and she pinched him. Yibin screamed in pain. Ah! Everyone around couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yibin was now very thick-skinned, and these were nothing to him. Qingwan continued, I want my people to train with you. Qingwan's expression contained a hint of girlish shyness. As expected, every girl's specialty is to act coquettishly and cutely. Even Qingwan at this moment has this magical skill, which made Yibin infatuated for a moment. Looking at Yibin's silly look, Qingwan wanted to kick him, but she felt sweet in her heart. The girl didn't like the man. She loved looking at her like this every day. Looking at the two people flirting with each other, everyone chose to ignore them. Luoshui, who was standing by, let out a light laugh. Chuck, Chuck. Qingwan's face turned even redder. Although she came from a super tribe, she was not as thick-skinned as Yibin. Not long after, the soldiers arrived at the training ground with their weapons and equipment. With the previous lessons, the soldiers quickly lined up. Yibin was very satisfied with their speed. The members of the Firebird tribe also came to the training ground at this time. Qingwan had already told them that at this moment, they were all staggering. Yibin looked at Qingwan, thinking, how are we supposed to lead them? Qingwan gave Yibin a casual look. It's up to you how to train them. I just want the result. Look at Qingwan's eyes. Yibin couldn't care less for the moment and immediately shouted loudly, stand at attention. The warriors quickly formed several rows, and each row was very neat, but when they came to the Firebird tribe, Yibin couldn't bear to watch it any longer. So he immediately ordered the special operations team, pointed out a few people, pulled them out, and gave each of them 10 whips. Those people immediately started wailing. Guli was also sweating profusely. Sure enough, only after experiencing it personally did I realize that standing is not easy. Guli, the look in Qingwan's eyes was clearly saying, if you can't stand properly, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The look from the little princess made the members of the Firebird tribe sweat profusely. The few people who were beaten screamed on the platform, and the women below burst into laughter. Qingwan's face turned red. Originally, she thought that the members of the Firebird tribe were all elites arranged by her father, and it would be an easy task for them to go up and stand for a while. But reality slapped her hard in the face. The women were truly enlightened today. Everyone watched the show very seriously and burst into laughter from time to time. Fortunately, no one noticed them. Luoshui said comfortingly, Sister Qingwan, it's okay. It's always like this at the beginning. Before, the warriors of the Huaxia tribe were also dragged up to be beaten, but now they were all standing in neat rows. Although I don't know why the leader trained them like this, I believe that the leader must have his own reasons. After listening to Luoshui's words, Qingwan felt much better. After all, this was the Huaxia tribe. If a member of their Firebird tribe went to the Huaxia tribe to be beaten, her father would definitely scold her to death when she returned. After Yi Bin's loving education, the people of the Firebird tribe finally behaved themselves. Yi Bin knew that these people were all members of the Qingwan tribe, and it was a bit unreasonable to beat them too harshly. This time, the soldiers were all equipped with weapons and equipment. They stood in place, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This time, the women around them felt different in an instant. There was ferocity in the soldiers' eyes. After all, they were all people who had come from the battlefield. Each of them had blood on his hands. Naturally, they were not comparable to ordinary people. Yibin looked at the soldiers and said loudly, now let's learn the flag language. When I wave the green flag, you all attack forward together. When I wave the red flag, everyone must stop immediately. Finally, when I waved the black flag, everyone began to retreat, and the cavalry's flag was white. And when I waved the white flag, the cavalry began to attack forward. We must maintain a unified formation during each attack. Remember, we are warriors, not savages from a small tribe. A qualified army must be strictly disciplined and have a neat and uniform appearance. We must build an army of the Huaxia tribe. After listening to this, everyone felt full of strength. The warriors wanted to find a tribe to fight with in order to vent their emotions. After Yi Bin finished speaking, he immediately waved the green flag in his hand. Some soldiers rushed forward, while others retreated. For a moment, people were walking everywhere on the training ground. The people around burst into laughter again. Many people felt that they were better than them. Some women were pointing and talking, as if they were better than anyone else. Especially, The people of the Firebird tribe walked the most chaotically because this was the first time they came into contact with the command flag. Eben did not blame them. Eben said, "Everyone, return to your original positions immediately." The warriors quickly found their positions and began to stand still. Eben said loudly again, "When I wave the flag, everyone advance slowly. Do not pick up weapons and start charging forward. You are a team, not fighting alone." Did you understand? Soldiers, answer loudly. Battalion commander, we understand. Eben nodded with satisfaction and then waved the green flag again. This time the soldiers did not panic, but moved forward step by step, holding the spears tightly in their hands. The soldiers slowly moved forward. For a moment, the women were stunned. This momentum and formation were so shocking that the hairs of the women watching stood up instantly. Qingwan and Luoshui also looked pale and weak. The soldiers maintained a unified formation, each holding a weapon in their hands, and walked towards them with great momentum. This momentum is called morale. These women were so scared that they screamed. Ah! Qingwan wondered why these warriors could burst out with such terrifying momentum. The people were still the same as before, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests as they watched the soldiers coming toward her. This feeling of oppression was simply too strong. Chapter 1:18 Training Ground. Eben was very satisfied with this formation. Although it could not compare with the modern troops before the time travel, it was definitely the first strong army in primitive society. Seeing the soldiers, they walked forward step by step. Eben always felt like something was missing, but he couldn't remember what it was at the moment. Suddenly, some women screamed. It turned out that the soldiers had not received the order to stop and had to keep moving forward. Eben immediately waved the red flag. When the soldiers saw the red flag, they immediately stopped. This one move shocked countless people. Qingwan seemed to understand something. It turned out that after the soldiers had been trained, she didn't know how to describe it, but she just felt different from before. She is now very much looking forward to what kind of existence her more than 200 people will become after they are trained. Those screams instantly reminded Yi Bin of something, which was the momentum of the soldiers. Now there are only movements, no sounds are made, just like watching a video with images but no sounds. This is what the training ground looks like now. Yi Bin immediately waved the black flag, and the soldiers immediately changed direction from the front team to the rear team and began to slowly move forward. Among them, most of the members of the Firebird tribe began to fall behind. Gully followed kingly, and he didn't even look at his own tribesmen. Gully didn't want anyone to see such a shameful thing. Yi Bin's face turned dark, and he directly ordered the special operations team to pull out the members who had fallen behind from the team and beat each of them with 10 braids. The team members' screams were immediately heard on the stage. This time, no one dared to laugh at them. The scene just now made these onlookers feel terrified. Now they all felt that their leader was really terrible. The team members did not resist or struggle this time. Just now, they felt as if they were on a battlefield, fighting the enemy. Yi Bin noticed all these subtle movements of the team members. After the team members went down, the soldiers who were beaten immediately returned to their original positions. This time, they stood more powerfully with determination in their eyes. Qingwan saw all these changes. If anyone else dared to beat her people like this, she would immediately bring people to kill them. But Yi Bin was different. He treated these tribesmen as his own and even held back a little. She remembered all these subtle actions. The man in front of her cared about her so much. On the training ground, the soldiers showed up with a different aura. From their previous indifference to their current seriousness, these two attitudes changed in just a few hours. Yi Bin was also happy for them. From this moment on, the soldiers were no longer the scattered soldiers as before. There was a tacit understanding between them. Although it was not perfect, there were some signs of it. Yi Bin shouted loudly, "Warriors, I'm happy for you. You have successfully taken the first step. Next, we will add a training program, and you can shout with me. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers, as if they were hungry, made a series of low sounds. Kill, kill, kill. Haven't you all had enough to eat? Speak louder. Kill, kill, kill. This time, the soldiers let out earth-shaking shouts of killing, shaking the entire training ground. The women watching were so shocked by the momentum that they forgot to be afraid for a moment. The soldiers were still shouting, and the deafening sound of the Jade Dragon made everyone tremble with fear. Yi Bin immediately waved the green command flag, and the soldiers advanced while shouting loudly. The entire training ground was filled with the soldiers' shouts and cries. Suddenly, the momentum burst out and shocked everyone. In the future, when you go to the battlefield, just with this momentum, the enemies on the opposite side will immediately flee. The sound of fighting made by thousands of people is not exaggerated. Now, these warriors, let's not talk about how they fight. Just looking at their current lineup, no team in primitive society can compare with them. The wild horses not far away in the training ground all felt the danger. The shouts of thousands of people could be heard clearly by those outside Dragon City. Yibin patiently waved the command flag over and over again, and the soldiers trained over and over again. Today's training made all the company commanders and captains realize it, especially Zhu Feng. Before, he thought that all the soldiers were brave, but now he doesn't think so. Battalion commander, today's training has made him realize the importance of teamwork. In a team like this, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't get out alive. These company commanders could not calm down for a long time when they thought about the previous training. The shouts of the soldiers and the aura on their bodies were completely different from before the training. Qing Wan, looking at the tribesmen on the training ground, had a feeling that she didn't recognize them. Each of them just stood there. It feels like an army of thousands. These warriors are what she really wants. After returning, she will definitely give her father a surprise. A few tears rolled down Luoshui's eyes. In the past, the Luoshui tribe had no food to eat after the last meal, and everyone in the tribe was as skinny as monkeys. At that time, she hoped so much that the tribe could become stronger. Every time her father encountered problems, he could only bow his head like others. In fact, she knew that it was not her father's fault. At that time, there were few people in the tribe. Any other tribe around had more people than the Luoshui tribe. Every time when they were bullied, the Luoshui tribe could only endure it because they all knew that there were only so many men in the tribe, and once someone was injured or died, what awaited them would be destruction. Back then, the Luoshui tribe was almost destroyed because of a goat. If Yibin hadn't appeared, they wouldn't be where they are now and would have been eaten by the wild wolves outside. Later, under Yibin's leadership, the tribesmen were able to have enough food and clothing, and they also built a city. These things played in Luoshui's mind like a movie. Thinking of the tribe's previous appearance, and then looking at the current Dragon City, Luoshui's tears instantly flowed out, running down her cheeks and falling directly to the ground. Qing Luan saw Luoshui crying, so she immediately walked over and wiped away her tears with her hands. Luoshui, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Luoshui wiped away her tears with her hands, then said with a smile, I was just thinking about the past, when there were only about 30 people in our tribe. Every time, they would be bullied by others, and the tribesmen in the tribe did not dare to attack them. I know that my father wanted to protect the tribe. He didn't want to put the entire tribe in danger because of some things. That time, my mother was captured by the wolf tribe. My father immediately took people to rescue them, but in the end my mother was also killed. My father and several of his tribesmen were seriously injured. Uncle Xion was one of them. Several other tribesmen were seriously injured and died as soon as they returned to the tribe. Chapter 119, Wife. Qing Wan, after listening to Luoshui's story, her heart could not calm down for a long time. It is really hard to imagine how a tribe of only a few dozen people has reached its current state. How desperate they must have been at that time. The two girls were in no mood to talk. Yibin on the training ground was still waving the command flag. The soldiers took a step forward and shouted kill. The sword and shield soldiers held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and slashed with the sword every time they took a step forward. The spear soldiers followed closely behind, stabbing with the spear every time they took a step forward. Yibin ordered the special operations team to join the team training. The soldiers were all sweating, but no one fell behind. The women watching were all excited. The Oiran, those women, none of them fell behind. These women are as good as the men. Yibin thought to himself that he had not made a mistake in choosing the right person. The courtesan's vision in selecting people was really amazing. More and more people gathered around, and the female captains all came. Yu Zhu, Director Wu, Hong Yu, and Old Man Bear. It was the first time that I saw so many team leaders gathered on the training ground. This was the first time that the Huaxia tribe had such training. The shouts of the soldiers could be heard throughout the entire Dragon City. These were the first time for the team leaders to see that the warriors of their tribes were so powerful. The women of the Python and War Bear tribes completely gave up. The Huaxia tribe turned out to be so powerful. Now that they have been captured, they can only rest assured and live a good life in the Huaxia tribe from now on. What happened today? Suddenly, Yibin understood something. It was necessary to demonstrate the strength of the troops appropriately within the tribe. Looking at the eyes of these people, everyone was so excited that he was trembling all over. In this way, the soldiers continued training until dinner time, when they were allowed to stop. Then, another good news was announced. This time, more than 900 people were selected as the courtesan, most of whom were elders of the tribe. Finally, more than 500 people were selected from those women. Now the Oran's team has more than 1,000 female warriors, among which there are more than 100 most elite ones. Ibn uses these women to guard the city. Now the population of the tribe is still too small. If it expands quickly, it will affect the development of the tribe. This time, the harvest can only be digested first. Before, Ibn had promised them that as long as they killed an enemy, the tribe would assign him a wife. Now is the time to fulfill the promise. When the soldiers heard the good news, everyone felt like it was New Year's Day. Ibn shouted loudly on the stage, "This time I killed an enemy," and took a step forward. Although the soldiers didn't know what the battalion commander was going to do, they still took a step forward. After a while, more than 1,000 people came out, and Ibn looked at the women again. In particular, among the 4,000 women this time, all of them are single women. The courtesan has selected more than 500 of them, and now there are more than 3,500 left. The target this time is these women. Ibn said with a smile, "Warriors, if you kill one enemy, you can get one wife. If you kill 5 enemies, you can get 2 wives. If you kill 10 enemies, you can get 3 wives. The soldiers who have made great contributions in battle, start lining up now. Everyone should line up in 10 rows, with more than 100 people in each row." The soldiers quickly lined up and were now waiting for the battalion commander to send wives. The women began to panic, even though they knew their future fate. However, many women still resist standing here like animals to be chosen by others. Ibn doesn't care about that. If it weren't for their tribe, they would come to rob him and kill him to silence them. How could Ibn bring people to destroy them? Now these women are the spoils of the Huasha tribe. Ibn certainly has the right to distribute them. The women all know what will happen next. Luoshui wanted to go on stage to stop Ibn. She felt that these women, since they had joined the Huasha tribe, had the right to choose their own spouses. Now Ibn was distributing them like trophies. Naturally, Luoshui was not very happy. Qingluan grabbed Luoshui and said with a smile that these women have not yet joined the Huasha tribe, and they are still trophies. If your Huasha tribe is destroyed by others one day, the women in your tribe will be even more miserable than they are now. This is the law of survival, and no one could change it. Luoshui, after listening to Qingluan's words, thought of his own mother, who was kidnapped by the wolf tribe. The law of this world is that the strong control the weak. The soldiers were lined up in neat rows, and everyone had a happy expression on their face. The women were crying heartbrokenly, as they had only been here for one day and were about to be assigned out. There are some women whose spouses died a few days ago and whose children were recently separated from them, and now they don't know whether they are dead or alive. Now Ibn wants to assign them all to be spouses of these soldiers, but of course they will not be willing. Ibn, no matter whether they are willing or not for the development of the tribe, he can only arrange marriages for them. If he wants to expand the population of the tribe, one way is to have more children, and the other is to annex other tribes. But at the moment, no matter which path he chooses, it will go against his conscience. The Taotai alliance is so powerful, and he should do something for the tribe. Most of these warriors were born as slaves. If they had their own families in the Huasha tribe, they would risk their lives to protect the tribe. Soon, the soldiers in the first row walked towards the women. When the soldiers saw a woman they liked, they would just point at her. At this time, Ibn's personal guards walked towards the women and brought them over. Ibn nodded to them, and the women who were brought out were taken away directly by the warriors. Although the women cried very sadly, none of them resisted, because they also knew how powerful the Huasha tribe was. If they resisted, they would die, and they were taken away one by one. Most of the women were quite submissive. Only a few were crying there, and Ibn ignored them. Since they have eaten it, the food of the Huasha tribe must be controlled by the Huasha tribe. This is an eternal truth, and it is the same wherever you go. Who would do charity every day and support these women for free? Their greatest value now is to help the tribe and to give birth to children for the tribe. Ibn is not a saint, and kindness can only be reserved for good people. In this world, good people cannot survive. After about an hour, each of the tribesmen who had made military achievements received a wife, and some warriors even received 2 or 3 wives. Everyone was as happy as child. Ibn looked at the senior executives around him and said, "Why don't you choose your spouse?" Several people shook their heads. Zhuifeng smiled and said, "Battalion commander, we want to learn from you now. The others also nodded in agreement. Chapter 1, 20. The cafeteria is too small. Li Wang, with a silly smile on his face, said, Chief, why don't you choose a spouse? Yibin glared at him directly, and the people around him all laughed loudly. Yibin said, in the next few days, I will personally train you. During this period of time, you must all study hard. Training the soldiers is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The cooperation of the soldiers also requires tacit understanding and time. At this moment, Qingwan and Luoshui came to Yibin. Looking at Luoshui with a worried look on their faces, Yibin glanced at Qingwan. I thought to myself, what on earth happened? In the afternoon, Luoshui was still happy. What happened now? Qingwan gave Yibin a look. Yibin was also confused. What did this mean? Heinyo noticed that his daughter was unhappy, so he told Yibin that it must be the battalion commander who was dividing up the wives. It is true that no one knows a daughter better than her father. Luoshui was unhappy about this matter. The wolf tribe had kidnapped Luoshui's mother, so she felt that it was not good to distribute the wives in this way. But reason told her that Yibin was right to do so. For a moment, the girl was in a dilemma, and Yibin walked towards Luoshui. Then, holding Luoshui's hand, the Huaxia tribe needed to develop, but the tribe had too few people. If they wanted to develop quickly, they only had 2 choices. One was for women to give birth, and the other was to annex other tribes. When Luoshui heard this, he wanted to annex other tribes. She immediately said, it is too dangerous to annex other tribes. Let these women give birth to children for the Huaxia tribe. At this moment, Luoshui remembered that her little hand was still being held by Yibin, and the people around were watching them. Heinyo saw his daughter holding hands with the battalion commander and felt very uncomfortable for a moment. Luoshui, looking at everyone's gaze, immediately pulled out her hand and walked towards Qingwan. The 2 girls glanced at Yibin and then walked toward the cafeteria. This time, the soldiers were very satisfied with their training. Now it was time for lunch, and all those above the rank of captain followed Yibin to the cafeteria. Today, everyone was shocked by the content of training. The previous training was just like children playing house. People are like this. When they have higher pursuits, they naturally look down on the previous things. Just at this moment, Hong, we found Yibin. Chief, there are too many people eating here. Our cafeteria is a little... Speaking of this, Hong felt a little embarrassed. I could see her embarrassment. Indeed, this time, the tribe expanded by too many people. If we still eat from the same pot, the people in the canteen will be exhausted. Currently, there are only 2 solutions. One is to cook your own food, and the other is to eat in several canteens. Yibin smiled. Let's do this. Let's do this for the next few days. If you don't have enough manpower, you can pick some women and join them in your cafeteria. I will go back in the evening and come up with a plan. Hong agreed. Then, we walked into the cafeteria. There were indeed a lot of people in the cafeteria today. There were more than 5,000 people in the tribe and slaves together. It was indeed too busy to handle them all in just one cafeteria. Yibin came to the cafeteria and sat down, looking like he was worried. Luoshui and Qingwan walked over. Then, they sat down next to Yibin. Seeing that Yibin was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice them, the 2 girls thought that Yibin was still thinking about that thing. After a while, Hong brought some sweet potatoes and a big pot of stewed meat. Seeing that the leader did not react, she knew that the leader was still thinking of a solution. So he smiled at the 2 women, packed up and left. Luoshui helped Yibin serve the broth, then pulled Yibin with his hand and said, eat first, or the food will get cold. There was a pot of sweet potatoes on the table today. Yibin picked up one in each hand and started eating it without any image. He then asked the 2 girls to eat with him. Qingwan and Luoshui smiled at each other. Seeing Yibin eating, the 2 women were happy. Qingwan picked up a sweet potato and looked at it curiously. She had been to the Huaxia tribe several times. It's the first time I see this, a strange thing, although Luoshui has eaten it several times. But like today, the whole cafeteria was eating sweet potatoes, and she was the first to see 2 girls eating them, and she was very happy. This sweet potato is soft and sweet, and tastes especially delicious. In primitive society, there was no staple food, and people generally ate meat and fruit. This was the first time Qingwan had eaten something like sweet potato. She looked at Yibin and asked, what is this thing called? Where did you find it? It's so delicious. Yibin replied with a smile, this thing is called sweet potato. I exchanged it with the Shang tribe. Then, when planted in the tribe, the sweet potato has a high yield and can feed people. For a tribe, it is a very important source of food. Qingwan's eyes lit up and asked, do you have many sweet potatoes? Yibin said, I don't know about this either. I haven't asked about this for a long time. Let's wait until we finish our meal together. I want to ask Hong. I haven't paid attention to this issue for a while, and I don't know how the rice is doing. After I'm done with my work, I must use this time to check on them. These foods are related to the future of the tribe. The tribe is still in the development stage, and we can't let anything go wrong. Qingwan also nodded. Today, the soldiers ate extra much. After a whole day of training, they were already hungry. Many soldiers, with their newly married spouses, ate together in the cafeteria. They were all very happy, as if they had eaten beef shit. Perhaps, at this moment, these people realized how important it is to have a good tribe. The people of the Firebird tribe are also very happy today. Although many people were beaten, they learned a lot. After the training, everyone felt like they walked with the wind, with an indescribable sense of superiority. At this time, they had no time to think about Qingwan and had already forgotten about the little princess. Everyone was eating and enjoying the food. This was something they had never experienced in the Firebird tribe. Qingwan looked at her clansmen and felt angry and amused at the same time. They really didn't consider her an outsider now. They were eating so happily, and they didn't even know where she had been. After everyone finished their meal, Yi Bin took Qingwan and found Hong behind the cafeteria. When they saw Yi Bin and his team coming, the members of the cafeteria immediately stood up. This was the leader of the tribe. Why are we suddenly eating sweet potatoes today? Weren't all the sweet potatoes we had before used for planting? How many sweet potatoes are left in the cafeteria now? Hong replied immediately. Chief, there were too many sweet potatoes last time, and you asked people to cultivate the fields, and they're already full. Later, while you were away, the Oiran captain led people to reclaim the land. Many fields emerged, but in the end they were not fully planted. The Oiran captain told our canteen to make food for everyone. Chapter 121, Eating Sweet Potatoes for the First Time. Oiran, how much land have you reclaimed? Ibn was also very curious. He remembered that the last time they reclaimed land, more than 200 acres of land were reclaimed, and there were still 60 to 70 acres of land in the old city. Could it be that after I had been away for a while, I reclaimed a lot of land? My tribesmen are really too ambitious. I don't know how many fields they have now. By the next harvest, I will be able to fill all the warehouses. Hong said immediately. This time, the land reclaimed was more than half of the last time the chief had cultivated, and sweet potatoes were planted in it. Ibn's planting method is also very simple. Before he traveled through time, his grandparents at home put sweet potatoes in moist soil, then cultivated sweet potato seedlings, and then put them into the dug soil. It won't be long before the sweet potatoes will take root and sprout, and then grow long sweet potato vines. Then you can loosen the soil and apply fertilizer regularly. The sweet potatoes that grow will generally be numerous and large. Ibn thought about it and realized that his half of the land would be more than 100 acres. Adding his more than 200 acres, he now had more than 300 acres of land in Longsheng. Ibn was very excited. These farmlands could feed 3 or 4 tribes. We have to thank Old Man Xiong and his friends for this. If it weren't for Old Man Xiong and his friends who made more than 50 curved plows, it would be impossible to reclaim such barren land. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. If he married the courtesan, wouldn't his life in the tribe be much easier? But the next second, he rejected this idea. The courtesan was too big, and his small body might not be able to withstand her torture. If the Oiran and Li Wang were together, wouldn't that be a perfect match? He even made up his mind that when he had time, he would definitely bring them together. Not far away, 3 women were squatting on the ground, each holding 3 or 4 sweet potatoes in their hands. These 3 people were Qingwan, Hong, and Luoshui. They were talking and laughing there. The women's happiness was not something that Yi Bin, a man standing here, could understand. Look at the sweet potatoes on the ground. Qingwan asked, "Can you exchange some sweet potatoes for our Firebird tribe?" Yi Bin said with a smirk, "You are all from our Huaxia tribe, so giving you some sweet potatoes is not a big deal." When everyone heard Yi Bin's words, they immediately burst into laughter. Qingwan's little face turned red because of Yi Bin's words. This time Qingwan did not refute. Yi Bin actually gave her such an important sweet potato, which was enough to prove that he loved her. Although Yi Bin liked to tease her, Qingwan quite enjoyed it. After returning this time, she would ask her father to plant a lot of it. Although the Firebird tribe has no shortage of food, the number of sheep consumed in a day is also astonishing. The Firebird tribe has 5 or 6 pastures, and many of them are located in the subordinate tribes. This is also the foundation of a super tribe. Their ranch is bigger than that of the Chinese tribe. A tribe like Yi Bin's is just starting out. Yibin promised to give Qingwan 5 bags of sweet potatoes and let the tribesmen take them with them when they returned. He also gave Qingwan 10 pigeons because Qingwan could not read. Yibin had no choice but to give her a few pieces of animal skin with the words request for help written on them, and another piece of animal skin with the words reinforcements written on it. Yibin said that the 2 pieces of animal skins have different meanings. The first one means asking for help and is used in extremely urgent situations, while the second one means reinforcement when you are in trouble but can still hold on. Qingwan didn't understand. What's the difference? Yibin said, of course they're different. In the former, you encountered big troubles, and in the latter, you can solve the troubles by yourselves. From this, I can judge the seriousness of the matter. The women finally understood. Yibin looked at Luoshui and said, you should teach Qingwan to write more in the next few days. Qingwan said curiously, what is writing? Is it the witch language of the tribe in our Firebird tribe? The high priest can write witch language, but we can't understand it. Only the high priest can write this kind of witch language. Yibin was surprised. Could it be that oracle bone inscriptions have evolved in today's society? He thought this is too fast. Qingwan asked curiously, what is too fast? Yibin came to his senses and said it was nothing. How many witchcraft scripts can your high priest write? Do other tribes have witchcraft scripts like this? Qingwan said, I don't know about other tribes, but our high priest can write more than 30 witch characters. Yibin looked disappointed. Only more than 30. I thought there would be a lot of that kind of witchcraft. Qingwan said angrily, it's not as simple as you say. It take a long time to create a witch script. Like our high priest, it's been 40 years. Up to now, only about 30 witch scripts have been created. How many Wu do you have in the Huaxia tribe? Qingwan asked proudly, thinking, what do you think? Our Firebird tribe is powerful. Luoshui glanced at Yibin, then turned to look at Qingwan and said softly, I learned a few hundred words last time. Qingwan grasped the key point. What are hundreds? Their tribe has never had the word 100. Yibin said, 100 is a number. I don't know how to explain it to you. Ask Luoshui to teach you, and then you will know it. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. After Yibin returned to the room, he thought about the canteen problem and felt a headache. Finally, he thought of a solution. The soldiers must go to the canteen to eat. The training time was too long every day, so they had no time to cook for themselves. There are now more than 1,300 people in the tribe who have formed families, and more than 200 of them do not have their own families. There are many more women in the tribe, and there are 4,600 women in the tribe. Among them, 1,400 people had their own families, and there were 3,200 women left. Among them, there were about 400 to 500 male slaves. Later, the slaves selected dozens of them to prepare food. As for these women, there are now 10 of them in one room, and from now on, they will be allowed to prepare food in their own rooms every day. Each room is assigned a team leader who goes to the cafeteria to collect food for the day. These women have 320 captains, which means 320 houses, and the remaining 1,300 small families, which together make up more than 1,600 houses. There are only 1,600 houses in Longxing now. Many people couldn't even get a house, and there were more than 100 people living in the old city. Today, Yibin arranged for the slaves to build a house outside. Now the areas around Longxing are all cultivated fields, and crops have been planted. The place for building the house was chosen on the other side of the farmland. In order to help the tribesmen manage the farmland, fortunately, I had the foresight to build a 3 or 4 meter wide cement road out of Longxing. Chapter 1:22 Farm. It is really difficult to manage so many farmlands. If there were no cement roads to get out, the villagers would have to walk from morning to night, but it would be impossible for them to walk to the farmland on one side. More than 300 acres of farmland require a lot of manpower and material resources. The tribe now has more than 100 ox carts and the cement road in Longxing. It will be completed in the next few days. After the cement road is completed, a large number of houses will be built on the other side of the farmland. At that time, some people will be moved there, and both sides can manage the farmland together. This way, a lot of time can be saved. You've made the plans and arrangements. Wait until tomorrow to announce it at the training ground. As for the canteen, the spouses of all the warriors can eat in the canteen, and the same goes for the warriors themselves, as these are all troops of the tribe. Yibin naturally has to give them such generous treatment. The spouses of these soldiers also need to participate in various labors, but they can enjoy the same treatment as the soldiers. As for those single women, let their captain take the ingredients back and cook. There is no shortage of clay pots in the tribe now. Every room in the Huaxia tribe has a stove and a hearth, and everything will be ready after that. Just lie down on the bed and go to sleep." As soon as the sun rose, the sound of sheep horns was heard on the training ground. The soldiers quickly put on their animal skins, washed their faces, and brushed their teeth. Many people were fetching water from the river inside the moat. Longqing now only had toilets and a large number of bathhouses. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Bin, who had just gotten up. After Yi Bin got up, he started to put on his clothes and brush his teeth. Regarding the soldiers getting water, he had a good idea. The soldiers began to walk towards the canteen. The women lined up in a long queue, and everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks. At this time, Yi Bin walked over, and Qingwan and Luoshui called him. They were all team captains and did not have to queue up to eat in the cafeteria. They saw two girls eating breakfast at the table. Hong immediately served Yi Bin the food, then placed it on Qingwan and the other's table, and prepared to leave. Yi Bin called her directly. "Hong, sit down first. I thought of a plan last night. I'm going to tell you about it now and see if it works." Hong said happily. "Chief, you say, from now on, all single women have to cook in their own rooms." When Yi Bin said this, the women were shocked. Luoshui said shyly, "Isn't this good? Why do we have to cook for ourselves?" Hong also said anxiously, "Yes, Chief. Isn't it nice to eat in the cafeteria with everyone here?" Yi Bin smiled and said, "Listen to me first. I counted yesterday, and there are still 3,200 people in the tribe. They are all single women. 10 of them live in a room. We will select a team leader from their houses. Every morning, the team leader of each room comes to the cafeteria to collect food for the day. At that time, each of them will be given a clay pot so that they can cook their own food." The more the women at the table listened, the faster their chests rose and fell, and they felt like they were about to explode at any time. Yi Bin was still there, talking with gusto. The next second, Yi Bin said again, "You team leaders still have to eat in the cafeteria every day, and the cafeteria staff can also eat in the cafeteria. Also, the warriors and their spouses can eat in the cafeteria. They have to train every day and protect the safety of the tribe. This is a privilege I give them, as well as the slaves. Let them pick a few people, and let them cook for themselves every day when it's time to cook." At the table, the women immediately changed from their murderous faces to smiling ones. Seeing their expressions, Yi Bin also laughed out loud. "Haha. To put another way, you, the captains, are civil servants of the tribe. Your food and lodging are provided by the tribe. The same goes for the warriors. As for the others, they contribute less to the tribe, so the tribe provides them with food, but they need to do it themselves. In the future, there will be many people in the tribe, and not all men will be able to become warriors. These things are still far away, and I will explain them to you slowly later. Qingwan, how did you learn last night? How much did Luoshui teach you?" Luoshui said embarrassedly, "I taught her last night. Sister Qingwan taught me 10 Chinese characters from 1 to 50. Only Qingwan herself was too embarrassed to speak. She had forgotten half of what she had learned last night when she woke up in the morning. She was too embarrassed to do anything and could only concentrate on eating. Yi Bin was also confused. Did he learn it or not? Qingwan said hesitantly, "I had forgotten most of what I learned last night when I woke up in the morning." After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Yi Bin and immediately buried her head and pretended to eat. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Yi Bin also couldn't help laughing, and the soldiers around him all looked over at them. Qingwan kept lying down to eat, regardless of how people laughed at her. Those Chinese characters and numbers were mixed up in her head. For a newbie like her, it was really difficult for her to come into contact with modern characters for the first time. Everyone finished eating in a short while, and the soldiers immediately went to the training ground. Not long after, the soldiers formed a formation, just like yesterday. The company commanders and captains all stood beside Yi Bin. From now on, these soldiers will be trained by these company commanders and captains. Otherwise, he will be exhausted to death. Yi Bin stood on the stage and said loudly, "Today I have an announcement to make. Since Yi Bin did not arrange any jobs for these women, now all the people in the tribe have come to the training ground. Starting tomorrow, all of you single women will choose a team leader from your own room and go to the cafeteria every morning to collect the day's food and cook your own meals in your room." Many women did not react much, as their tribes used to cook their own food. Therefore, these are nothing to them. As long as the tribe provides them with food, they are very happy. Yi Bin said loudly again that all married women can eat in the cafeteria. The soldiers can also eat in the cafeteria. Yi Bin looked at the courtesan and said, "After the cement road is completed in the afternoon, you will take 100 people to take over and let the slaves build some houses opposite the farmland. After the houses were built opposite the farmland, a group of people were transferred from the tribe. From then on, that place was called a farm. The houses were built in the same way as in Dragon City, and all the building materials were pulled over by ox carts. This time, all the slaves brought back must be equipped with iron feet and iron hands, and the guards must wear bamboo armor. As for weapons, they must carry bows and arrows and iron spears. There are now 500 or 600 slaves, and it would only take a few days to build more than 100 houses. Chapter 123 Armed Forces. The Oiran agreed immediately. All right, Chief. In the afternoon, as soon as the slaves finish their work, I will take people there immediately. Yibin nodded, and now everyone was ready to start training. The soldiers quickly got into the game. Yibin immediately waved the green flag in his hand, and the soldiers advanced forward step by step with their weapons. Every step they took made a neat sound of footsteps. Yibin, after the meeting, the female team leaders from the logistics department selected a large number of women and started a new day of work. This time, Old Man Xiong took away more than 1,000 people. There were more than 4,000 women in the tribe. The courtesan selected 1,000, Old Man Xiong selected 1,000, and the remaining 2,000 women were all selected by Luoshui, Hong, Yu, Zhu, Chief Witch, and Yu. Qingwan followed Luoshui and went fishing together. Those wild horses have been hungry for a day. After the training is over, Yibin plans to go and see them. If he can tame some of them, that would be the best. If not, then just let them starve. On the training ground, the soldiers trained again and again. The whole Dragon City was filled with deafening shouts of killing. Finally, Yibin waved the red flag, and the soldiers all stopped in unison. Yibin called Hainyo over and asked them to take turns training while he rested on the side. Watching Hainyo on the stage waving the flag over and over again and the soldiers advancing over and over again. Soon, it was Xuefeng's turn. When he saw the neatly lined soldiers below, Xuefeng's blood immediately boiled and his body was shaking. He waved the green flag in his hand, and the soldiers below advanced step by step, making loud shouts of killing. At this moment, he finally understood what the battalion commander meant by the army. It turned out that the army was right beside them, but they just hadn't discovered it. A real army is not about how many people it has, but an armed force. This kind of power can be seen, but not touched. When you take a look at it, it can destroy a tribe and make you feel fear from the bottom of your heart. This is also a kind of momentum that can be emitted by a military force. After a while, other captains and company commanders came on stage to give commands. Everyone had different feelings. For example, Li Wang felt that he was like a general who could command thousands of troops with a wave of his hand. The new women who joined the tribe quickly adapted to the situation. Luoshui brought 100 or 200 people to the nearby river. The women were dumbfounded as they watched the huge fish being pulled up from the stream one after another. The way the Huaxia tribe obtained food was simply too easy. Their tribe used to rely on robbing small tribes, stealing their food and their women, and those male slaves would be brought to the market to exchange for food with others. This was also a way for their previous tribe to obtain food, but this time they were unlucky and encountered the Huaxia tribe, which resulted in a fatal disaster and the destruction of the tribe. Now, having come to the Huaxia tribe, they realized how powerful they are. The food source here is so simple. The fishing nets in front of them are things they have never seen before. Many things here are very new to them. Qingwan also saw for the first time that this is how the Chinese tribes catch fish. This fishing net is so easy to use. She took the fishing net from Luoshui and tried it several times herself. She was able to catch fish every time. Just half an hour. Qingwan caught 50 or 60 fish, and many of the small fish were thrown away by Luoshui. Luoshui explained with a smile that the leader said those small fish would grow up after a while, and catching them now would not only not satisfy them, but would also affect the development of the fish school. Qingwan was totally confused. Fish are meant to be eaten, no matter whether they are big or small. As long as they are fish, they can be eaten. The women around were also hearing such a statement for the first time. Luoshui, they didn't understand what was said at all. This was all taught to her by Yibin. Luoshui herself didn't understand it very well either. As long as Yibin said it, she would do it personally. Every time the tribesmen went fishing, she would pick out the small fish. The tribe's daily food needs require a large amount of fish and meat. The hair of the goats, rabbits, wild boars, and other animals that are eaten will be made into ropes. Luoshui will use these ropes to make fishing nets. Now there are more than 200 fishing nets in the tribe. Luoshui and her friends don't go fishing every day. Before, Yibin told them that they only needed to catch enough fish to eat, and the rest should be thrown into the moat. Luoshui and his friends can only come here about 3 times in 7 days. Otherwise, if they fish every day, they would have caught all the fish in the river long ago. However, these primitive people did not understand. They only knew to come to the river to fish every few days. This was also Yi Bin's requirement. These women quickly learned how to do it, and they threw more than 200 fishing nets into the river. After a while, there was no more room for the fish on the shore. The women had harvested thousands of fish as thick as thighs in less than 2 hours. Qingwan was stunned by the operation. Food for thousands of people was prepared in such a short time. Luoshui smiled at Qingwan, then called everyone and went back to launching together. Along the way, Qingwan asked Luoshui several times about how to make fishing nets, but every time Luoshui just smiled and did not directly answer Qingwan's questions. Yi Bin had said before that the method of making this fishing net cannot be told to anyone. In Luoshui, Yi Bin's words are like the emperor's edict. If she wanted to know the method of making the fishing net, Luoshui would not tell anyone unless Yi Bin asked her personally. Even if Qingwan asked her, Luoshui would not say a word. This was related to the future of a tribe, and Luoshui naturally understood it. Qingwan is also a smart girl. Seeing that Luoshui has been silent, she understood in her heart that Luoshui will not tell the secret of this fishing net without Yi Bin's permission. Luoshui, it was already very good for her to be able to bring her here to fish. No one would be willing to share such tribal secrets with other tribes. To exaggerate a little, a fishing net like this could feed an entire tribe. If the Luoshui tribe had such a fishing net, the people would not have starved. At that time, the people were so hungry that they were just skin and bones. Luoshui still remembers it. This time, Qingwan was shocked again. The secrets of the Huaxia tribe were revealed one after another. She originally thought that sweet potatoes were already very powerful, but now this fishing net was more powerful than sweet potatoes in Qingwan's heart. Chapter 1: 24 Soldiers' Responsibilities. Zhu, with 300 or 400 women, was collecting fruits in the valley. Now there were no ferocious beasts in this valley. Yi Bin brought people to clean up the valley early. Now there are only some herbivorous animals in this valley. There are no other ferocious beasts. This valley is very large, and the valley entrance in front is directly cut off by Dragon City. There's a valley with a big river behind it. All you can see is river water. In the distance, you can vaguely see some mountains. The valley is almost entirely plain, very suitable for growing crops, and there are fruit trees on both sides of the valley. The women, near these fruit trees, collected bag after bag of fruit. Zhu, whenever they go out, they will take the tribe's ox cart. Now there is a cement road from Longsheng to the Old City. Longsheng is at the entrance of Hulu Valley, and the Old City is at the end of Hulu. If it were to walk from Longsheng to the Old City, it would take 2 or 3 days. Now that there is this cement road, it would be much more convenient for the tribesmen to ride on ox carts. On both sides of the cement road are cultivated farmlands. The women were picking fruits from the trees. Women in primitive society all knew how to climb trees. They would go to the mountains to collect fruits when they went out every day. No matter which tribe, they would have their own collecting team, even the super tribes. Soon, the carriages behind the ox carts were piled up into a small hill. The tribe now had no shortage of ox carts, and there were more than 600 or 700 oxen. Now, Old Man Bear makes a lot of things every day. Means of transportation like ox carts will become more and more every day. All the teams in the tribe can use these ox carts. Now, the Huaxia tribe is no longer the Huaxia tribe of the past. For such a large tribe, if it wants to have enough food and clothing, it is very important for everyone to do something. In this regard, Yi Bin has made sufficient arrangements. Since the tribesmen moved to the Yellow River Valley, there's been no idle person in the tribe, no matter if it was a few dozen people before or the more than 6,000 people now. Everyone has their own things to do, except Yi Bin himself, who wanders around the tribe every day. Seeing that the bags were full, Zhu took the women and started walking towards Longsheng. On the way back, they happened to meet the slaves who had finished work. The slaves were under special guard. Now, this cement road completely connects the 2 cities. On the training ground, Yi Bin was watching. The soldiers have already reached a tacit understanding. Every step they take will cause a slight vibration. The shouts of the soldiers throughout the training ground are enough to shake the entire Dragon City. Today, it was Yi Bin, the day after the order was issued. Old Man Xiong selected 6 or 7 women, and some of them cut bamboo and some broke bamboo. The whole production room was a busy scene. Everyone has their own job, and those women who have just joined have someone to guide them. As time passed, there were more and more bamboo armors. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. When there are many people, things can be done faster. What would have taken 3 days was now completed in less than a day by Old Man Bear. Looking at the piles of bamboo armor on the ground, Old Man Bear was very proud and felt that he was so outstanding. In the past, there were only a few people in the Luoshui tribe, and old people like them would only be despised by the tribesmen. Ever since Yi Bin became the leader, Old Man Xiong felt that he was invincible again. Now, every weapon and armor of the Huasha tribe came from his hands. Only when people find their own strengths can their value be reflected. Nowadays, Old Man Xiong can have enough food and warm clothes every day. In the past, they would have problems getting food. After a while, several ox carts came back, and the back of each ox cart was piled with bamboos. The tribesmen carried iron tools with them when they went out to work. Bamboos that normally could not be chopped could now be cut, with just 1 or 2 cuts using an iron knife. With the supply of raw materials, the production room started to operate quickly. Women have also figured out a set of rules and many little tricks that can increase everyone's speed. The learning ability of primitive people is not much worse than that of modern people. They just suffered from a lack of knowledge and culture. After making the last set of bamboo armor, they had completed all the tasks assigned by Yi Bin. Dragon City is extremely lively. After returning, the women all went to the training ground. After all, everyone likes to watch the fun, and it is human nature no matter what era. The warriors' formation became more and more orderly, and the aura they exuded was much stronger than before. At this time, on the high platform, Black Panther was waving a green flag. As the flag was waved, the soldiers began to move forward, and the sound of soldiers' orderly footsteps could be heard from the ground. With every step I take, I have a feeling of being overwhelmed by the power. Today's training ground is not as chaotic as yesterday. At least the soldiers will not fall behind like they did yesterday. For modern man Yi Bin, it is certainly not perfect, but for the people of this world, this is definitely a unique team. The purpose of training soldiers to march in step is not to look good or to be cool, but to train their discipline. If a group of idle people are together, there will never be any discipline. Since ancient times, no matter which dynasty, every dynasty has its own army. The army without that dynasty is like a bunch of gangsters and bandits. The first rule of the army is to obey orders. If there is no discipline, they will obey orders. This is what Yi Bin thinks now. No matter how powerful a troop is, if it cannot obey orders, then it has nothing to do with you. A ruler must have a strong army. Back then, Chairman Mao conquered the sky. All around me, after 2 days of training, the warriors have already developed a sense of restraint and are not as lax as before. The treatment the tribe gives them is also not given to other tribes. There is no other family like Yi Bin in this primitive society where you can have a wife and also have food and lodging provided. Although many people have just joined, they have already established their own small families in the Huasha tribe. Moreover, a man can own a woman. Unlike their previous tribes, where only strong male members of the tribe could have the right to mate with a woman. Now, these warriors don't have to do anything else except training every day. The Huasha tribe has its own farmland and pastures, with tens of thousands of animals. There are other food sources in the tribe, such as fishing and gathering fruits, which are all done by women. Perhaps someone would say that all Chinese tribes are supported by women, and the men do nothing but training every day. Yi Bin, what I want to say is, if there are no warriors, who will protect the tribe? Women do physical labor, and although it is hard work every day, there are no casualties. The warriors are different. If the tribe is in danger, the warriors must rush to the front. You may lose your life at any time. This is the mission of the warriors. Protecting the tribe is everyone's responsibility. As long as there is one soldier left, the enemy will never be able to set foot in Dragon City. Chapter 125 On the training ground, more and more people started to gather around, including many women who had just returned from outside. They put the collected food in the canteen's warehouse, and then came to the place where the soldiers were training. Today's training was much more exciting than yesterday's. The women were watching with great interest, and screams could be heard from time to time. You can tell how crazy the star concerts in previous lives were, and most of them were women. It's almost time for lunch. Black Panther, just put down the command flag. Yi Bin looked at Black Panther and gave him a look. Black Panther immediately understood and shouted from the high platform, "Disbanded." The soldiers immediately cheered and then consciously lined up in 2 teams and walked towards the cafeteria step by step. Those warriors who had spouses waved directly to their spouses, and the women came over immediately. Then, stand next to your man and walk towards the cafeteria together. At this time, Yibin looked at the two girls beside him, then asked with a smile, "Where did you go today?" Qingwan looked at Yibin, wanted to say something, but gave up. Luoshui said, "We went fishing today. I took these new members to get familiar with the environment of our tribe. They learned very quickly. And one afternoon, we caught a lot of fish. We sent some to the canteen and put the rest in the moat." Qingwan's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have grasped some key point. "Oh, right, the moat. It's the moat. Why did the Huaxia tribes put the caught fish into the moat?" She suddenly thought of something, but she was not sure. Originally, she shouldn't have asked. Finally, I couldn't help but ask the doubts in my heart. Why do you put the caught fish into the moat? Could it be? Yibin took them to the cafeteria and told Qingwan on the way. The reason these fish are placed in the moat is, firstly, to store food, and another reason is that these fish can reproduce on their own. The tribesmen only need to cut some grass every day and put in the moat to feed them. After listening to this, Qingwan suddenly understood something. It turns out that the moat is just like a pasture. A pasture can be used to raise cattle and sheep, and a moat can be used to raise fish. She looked at Yibin happily and said, "You are really awesome." Looking at Qingwan jumping around, the soldiers just glanced at her. After all, Qingwan was only 15 years old. Even if she was a little princess, she was still a little girl. When a girl is happy, she will always express it in her body. Soldiers, after 2 days of training, even the way you walk is different. There were 5 long lines at the canteen entrance, 2 of which were occupied by the warriors, 1 by their spouses, and the remaining 3 lines were for other people from the tribe. Yibin said on the podium that starting from tomorrow morning, in addition to the warriors and their spouses, there will also be some high-ranking officials of the tribe. The other women asked their team leaders to come to the cafeteria to get food and start cooking for themselves. Today is their last day eating in the cafeteria. From now on, they will have to cook for themselves. Since the cement road was completed today, Yibin gave all the slaves a full bowl of broth. These slaves, like the women, will send some representatives to the canteen tomorrow to collect ingredients and then start cooking for themselves. In the future, we will have a canteen to provide free food to the soldiers and those who hold positions. While everyone was eating, Yibin came to the table of the courtesan. Then he said to the courtesan, "Tomorrow, pick out more than 200 slaves and go to the farm to build a house." The remaining 200 people built another floor on top of the original house in launching. The Oiran said, "Chief, this is not good. In the entire Dragon City, yours is the only house with 2 floors. That is your privilege as the leader. How can you let them use it? The other captains will not agree to it." Looking at the Oiran, she had a nervous expression on her face. Yibin was very touched. As a subordinate, the Oiran was so considerate of him, which showed her loyalty. Primitive people were all very honest. In particular, each of Yibin's old subordinates is loyal. In the heart of the courtesan, only the leader can live in a 2-story house. No one else can. This is not about the house. It is a symbol of the leader's authority. Of course, Yibin knew what the Oiran meant. She was afraid that other people in the tribe would feel that they had privileges because they lived in the same place as the chief, thus affecting the chief's status. You can see the worry of the courtesan. Yibin immediately explained it. In the future, the houses in the tribe will have 3 or 4 floors. This is just the beginning. Now Dragon City is already full of people. There are also some soldiers who have their own spouses but have no house to live in, so they can only live together with other soldiers temporarily. I have promised everyone before that married men and women can have a separate house. After hearing Yibin's words, the courtesan finally felt relieved. She could build 3 or 4 floors in the future. Then she could build a 4-story house for the leader. In Longsheng, the leader's house would still be the tallest. After the courtesan understood the situation, she immediately nodded and agreed. "Don't worry, leader. I will arrange the slaves to start building the 2nd floor in Dragon City early tomorrow morning." Seeing that the courtesan agreed so readily, what else did Yibin think of? Then he said to the Oiran, "What do you think of King Li?" The Oiran looked curious, not quite understanding what the leader meant. "This isn't it. Talking about the house?" "What?" "We're talking about Li Wang again." Yibin's action confused the courtesan. Looking at this, the courtesan's face was full of question marks. Yibin was also a little embarrassed. This was the first time for him to do matchmaking. Whether it was in his previous life or now, it was the first time for Yibin. So he gritted his teeth and continued. After thinking about it for a long time, Yibin still didn't say it. He hadn't even discussed it with Li Wang. What should he do if Li Wang didn't like the Oiran? Seeing Yi Bin's hesitation, the courtesan became even more curious. Could it be that the leader likes me? Suddenly, the tomboyish courtesan's face began to turn red. Could it be that the leader discovered it? No one else knows that I like the leader. The Oiran thought to herself that as long as the leader said something to her, she would agree immediately. Then, stay with the leader. Although the leader is very thin, you can protect him. Looking at the courtesan opposite, she now looked like a daughter. Yibin feels like, is there something wrong? So, Yibin stopped procrastinating. Oiran, the truth is, I think you and Li Wang are a good match. If you are together, the children you will have in the future will definitely be very strong. Li Wang, who was standing by, spat out a mouthful of broth. Chapter 1:26 Dark Horse. Everyone on the opposite side suffered, and Li Wang immediately stood up. Then, he said anxiously, Leader, I. Looking at Li Wang's excited expression, Yibin thought that Li Wang agreed. So he said immediately. The Oiran and King Li both agreed. The Oiran's face suddenly turned ugly, and then she spoke loudly. He agreed, I disagreed. At this time, Li Wang also said loudly, who said I agreed? Why like is? At this time, everyone burst into laughter. Haha. Yibin was also very embarrassed. As for feelings, I misunderstood. I thought the two of them sympathized with each other and liked each other. Now everyone is embarrassed. Primitive people had no concept of love. It was Yibin who led them astray. Before, when attacking the Python tribe, Yibin made a bet with Qingwan, and after that, the two of them would hug each other all the time, and all of this was seen by the tribesmen. Especially Li Wang, he was deeply touched. It turns out that liking someone is such a wonderful thing. After returning to Longsheng, these people discussed things every day, saying that the leader liked a girl, and that girl was the little princess of the super tribe. In this way, it spread throughout the tribe, and now every member of the tribe knows what love and affection are. As long as they see a woman they like, it must be love. Maybe it's because Li Wang has been with Yibin for a long time, and he likes women differently. He used to like strong women, but since he followed Yibin, Li Wang also likes thin women, but he is too embarrassed to say it. Today, Yibin helped him to make connections, which Li Wang himself did not expect. This really gave Li Wang a shock. He originally wanted to say that he liked Zhu, but Li Wang was shy, and after talking for a long time, no word came out. If Yibin hadn't said that he agreed, he would have stuttered all day. Li Wang and the Oiran looked at each other, and then they both left the cafeteria. The Oiran left because she was angry, and Li Wang left because he was embarrassed. The farce ended here. After everyone finished their meal, Yibin led his personal guards to the training ground. There were 150 people in an orderly manner. It was not too late at this time. Those wild horses had been hungry for 2 days. When everyone arrived at the training ground, Yibin led his personal guards and walked towards the Mustang. The training ground was large and long. The terrain of Longsheng was a square, 2/3 of which were used to build houses, and the remaining 1/3 was used as a training ground and a barracks iron smelting room. The empty space was a rectangle, and the wild horses were tied up on that side of the training ground. Yibin, with his personal guards, walked directly towards the wild horses. Why are they called wild horses? Because they have not been domesticated yet, and each horse is very wild. When Yibin came in front of them, these wild horses were starving and many of them were lying on the ground. Some of the more fierce-tempered wild horses were still standing there stubbornly. It seems to be saying, even if you starve me to death, I will never be your mount. The eyes of those wild horses were fixed on the group of humans, as if warning them, don't come over, or I will kick you to death. Yibin didn't care about those stubborn ones. Whenever he saw a wild horse lying on the ground, his personal guards would go over and take out the prepared wild grass and a clay pot filled with water. As long as they did not resist, they were fed. The black horses were very obedient and allowed the guards to caress them. Yibin asked his personal guards to take away all the dark horses. The remaining dark horses were all very strong-willed. Yibin was not in a hurry. After all, it was not him, Yibin, who was hungry. So they just waited slowly and saw who could not hold on first. These black horses that were brought over became very docile after being fed by the guards. They also knew that resistance was useless, and they were the ones who suffered in the end. Li Wang also took a fancy to a black horse. Those black horses were tall and big, with extremely strong limbs. They were much bigger than ordinary black horses. When Li Wang just passed by, the black horse was still very aggressive, and Li Wang smashed it to the ground with a hammer. The hammer hit the ground, creating a deep hole and making a loud bang. Bang! The dark horse collapsed to the ground. It let out a sharp cry, and its whole body began to tremble, as if saying, "Boss, I surrender. Please don't beat me to death." Looking at the dark horse's appearance, Li Wang brought some wild grass, and the dark horse actually started eating it. Team members, the dark horse on this side has food and drink, while the dark horse on the other side can only watch. Their eyes were fixed on the weeds and the clear water in the clay pot. The wild horses had been hungry for 2 days. Yibin saw it all. Yibin called his personal guards and asked them to go to Old Man Bear and get all the saddles. Now there were probably more than 70 wild horses that had recognized their master. After a while, the royal guards came over with more than 10 sets of saddles, and Yibin personally taught everyone how to install the saddles. Installing the saddle is actually not very complicated. Yibin only took more than 10 minutes to complete the installation. Yibin had indeed only ridden a horse a few times before he traveled through time, so facing this tall horse, he had no choice but to go ahead. Yibin put one foot into the horse's back, then began to exert force with his whole body and easily got on the horse's back. The black horse did not get angry, but stood there obediently. Yibin pulled the reins, and the black horse cooperated very well. The dark horse at this time was completely different from before. No matter who Yibin pulled the reins, the dark horse would execute the order. Yibin gently squeezed the horse's back, and the black horse seemed to have received an order and started walking, but not very fast. Yibin was very nervous, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Sure enough, the speed of this black horse is much faster than that of the blue ox and the camel. At this time, the black horse was running faster and faster, and Yibin quickly adapted to it. Seeing Yibin galloping, the guards all shouted loudly, "Woo woo woo." With the saddle, Yibin didn't worry about falling off. The black horse ran back and forth in the training ground, and it seemed to be more than just tired. No matter who the man was, he would be unable to control himself due to the stimulation of speed. Li Wang saw that the black horse was so fast that it was simply incomparable to the camels. At this moment, the blood in the body began to boil, and many team members were former special operations members. They all have experience in riding camels. Many people saw Yibin riding the horse and wanted to ride on it themselves. When installing the saddle, just now, Yibin gave a detailed explanation of how to install the saddle. This time, Old Man Xiong only made 10 sets of saddles, so many team members could only watch. A black horse without a saddle is difficult to control in order to prevent the team members from getting injured. Yibin had already stipulated that no black horse without a saddle was allowed to be ridden. In the tribe, Yibin's words are orders, and the personal guards are selected by King Li himself. They are all absolutely loyal to Yibin. These people are the veterans of the 3 companies. They have participated in every battle from the beginning to now. After turning around a few times, Yibin quickly came to the front of the team, then jumped off the dark horse in one smooth move. Chapter 127. Beat you. Everyone started shouting again. Woo woo woo. In the eyes of the team members, the leader is so handsome. After all, Yibin was the first man to ride a horse, and his riding posture was so cool and handsome that the team members were all envious of him for a while. Everyone was looking at the black horse, wishing they could ride on it immediately and have a quick gallop, but there were not so many saddles available, and only a few people were given some saddles. Yibin's black horse seems to be very smart. It is tall and mighty, with strong and powerful limbs. It is obviously a top-quality horse at first glance. At this time, Li Wang had already installed the saddle and was preparing to ride it to try. These tame black horses seemed to be very smart. Yibin looked at the black horse. Its coat was shiny and its muscles bulged. It looked very powerful, just like animals and humans. I fell in love with you at first sight, and you were the one for me in this life. Among this batch of dark horses, Yibin was the first man to ride on it. These horses are very smart. It is probably impossible for other people to ride them again, unless their owners are no longer around. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to recognize their owners again. Yibin was very satisfied with this dark horse, both in terms of its character and physique. It was indeed a BMW. A name suddenly came to Yibin's mind. Phantom Cloud. This horse runs so fast that people can only see its shadow, as if it is running inside the clouds, hence the name Phantom Cloud. Yibin gently stroked the black horse, and then spoke to the black horse. From now on, you will be called Phantom Cloud. The black horse immediately called out, and it was not known whether it understood or not. Dark Horse seemed very excited at this moment. Perhaps Phantom Cloud really understood. The remaining dozen or so saddles have all been installed, and the team members have all ridden on them. Li Wang, riding the black horse, ran quickly on the training ground. This horse is completely submitted to King Li. Looking at it running fast, you can tell that the dark horse is using all its strength. The other 8 players also started running on the training ground. The speed of these dark horses. Sure enough, it was much faster than other mounts. The team members galloped all the way, shouting happily on horseback. Oh. Li Wang rode a black horse and walked quickly towards Yi Bin, then jumped off the horse with excitement on his face. For the first time, Li Wang felt that the black horse was so fast that sitting on the horse's back was like flying. In Li Wang's eyes, these dark horses are like divine beasts. By the same token, if you imagine a primitive man sitting in a car, it would be like flying. These dark horses are top-notch in terms of both speed and size. At least that's the case for now. Yi Bin asked Li Wang what name to give to his dark horse. Li Wang was immediately embarrassed because his own name was given by others. Now I want to name it after the dark horse. Isn't that like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider and asking for his life? Looking at Li Wang's embarrassed expression, Yi Bin said with a smile, "Then I'll help you come up with a name. What do you think?" Li Wang rukit atye binikchitidli. "Thank you, leader. It's just a name. No need to get so excited." Yi Bin laughed. Let me think about what name you should give me. Your name is Li Wang, so I will give you a name that matches you. What do you think?" Li Wang nodded quickly. Okay. Judging from Li Wang's expression, he really likes this dark horse. Since they are so destined to be together, Yi Bin will naturally help them. Suddenly, a name came to his mind, and Yi Bin said it casually. War Horse. When Li Wang heard this, he immediately fell in love with the name, and said to the black horse, "From now on you will be called the God of War." The black horse seemed to understand and let out a cheerful cry. Yi Bin ordered the team members to prepare some food to lure the dark horse, and if necessary, use other means. Then he took out a whip and handed it to the team members. These team members immediately understood what the leader meant. Each of them carried clean water and some wild grass. If the wild horses wanted to drink water, they had to obey the team members, otherwise they would not even be allowed to eat mud, not to mention water. Team members, this wave of magical operations directly broke the Mustang's defense. Many Mustangs couldn't bear it anymore, and the remaining stubborn stallions remained. The team members were not polite and just whipped the horses with whips. The wild horses had not eaten for several days and had no strength to begin with. After being severely beaten, many of them could not even stand up. Every time the whip fell, the wild horses would scream, and their bodies would be covered with scars. The team members thought to themselves, "Since you don't obey, just beat you to death." The wild horse next to them was so scared that he kept screaming when he saw his companions being beaten. Those stubborn wild horses finally surrendered. The feeling of being beaten was too painful. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. The wild horses also know this truth. They are also afraid of being beaten. They also know fear. Before long, all the 150 wild horses here were tamed. From then on, they were no longer wild horses. Since they were battlefield mounts, they would become war horses. Each member of the team led a war horse, and the royal guards could be renamed the cavalry. Yi Bin thought about it in his mind and came up with several combat methods, such as the iron lock formation, which was used in cavalry combat in ancient times. The biggest advantage of cavalry is not how terrifying their combat power is, but their strong mobility. When equipped with a continuous compound bow, they can simply beat these primitive people. The noise in the training ground alarmed everyone in the production room. Many people came out and saw the leader leading a group of people to beat wild horses. The sound of the whip made everyone's scalp numb. If this hit a person, the skin would be torn to pieces. Many women were frightened when they saw this scene. The leader was young, but ruthless. The wild horses in the training ground were beaten and dodged everywhere. Qing Wan and the others also ran out. The cries of the wild horses were so miserable that it was impossible not to hear them. At this moment, everyone in the Firebird tribe felt their scalps tingling. This leader Yi Bin is really cruel. He beats soldiers during the day and wild horses at night. This Chinese tribe is truly terrifying. Everyone thought to themselves that they must never mess with Yi Bin in the future, because when this man gets ruthless, he won't even let animals go. Yi Bin had no idea that everyone thought this way about him. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Yi Bin led his men to beat the wild horses for a while, and the wild horses were shaking all over. Then something strange happened. The guards put down their whips and fed them food again. The wild horses did not resist and actually started to eat. This made everyone dumbfounded. He was beaten to a pulp just now, and now he was like a friend. No one present was at a loss as to what to do. In the eyes of the onlookers, what have you done to them, and yet you still feed them food? Primitive people simply would not understand that whipping a wild horse is also a way to tame it. Many people are saying what is going on with them. How could a primitive man's brain understand that Yi Bin was using a stick and a date? He would first give you a little benefit, then beat you up, and then give you a date again. Repeat this process. If you still refuse to obey, I will continue to beat you until you obey. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those wild horses were not as violent as before, but became more docile. Yi Bin led his personal guards, each leading a black horse, and walked out of Longchen. Chapter 128. Conquering the Dark Horse. Yi Bin, bring these war horses out. One reason is that the horses have just recognized their masters. The second is that they come to the moat to drink water and then run around Dragon City. The early interaction is very important. The guards walked out of the city one by one. Those who did not have saddles led their good horses and followed the crowd outside. Although many people don't understand why the leader does this, it does not affect the team members to follow suit. At this time, outside the city, there was a black horse with shiny fur galloping forward quickly, followed by 9 other black horses. The team members were shouting as they ran. This kind of passion and excitement was simply too cool. Whoa, whoa. There was a whirring sound in Yi Bin's ears. It was the phantom cloud running fast. Only when the speed was increased to the extreme could it make such a sound of breaking wind. No matter what era, men could not resist this temptation. Under the stimulation of speed, Yi Bin's blood began to boil, and he was constantly afraid of hitting phantom clouds, but it's exciting. It's really exciting. It's so cool. It's so cool. Li Wang and his companions at the back followed Yi Bin's example and kept slapping the black horses, but the war horse seemed to sense its owner's emotions and began to gallop faster. The team members were like they were injected with chicken blood, and they all screamed excitedly. Oh! Yi Bin's phantom cloud quickly shuttled across the cement road, raising a cloud of dust wherever it passed. Li Wang was chasing closely behind. Since Yi Bin traveled through time, he had never experienced such speed and excitement. Those team members without saddles could only watch enviously from behind. In this case, the dark horse is too fast. Without a saddle, the team members cannot control it and will easily fall off. At such a fast speed, if you fall down, it will be no joke. Among these war horses, Yi Bin's phantom cloud is the fastest, followed by Li Wang's war horse. The two war horses are on par with each other. It's not that the team members' horses are not good. Yi Bin and Li Wang were the first ones to be selected. Generally, the ones chosen first are the best. The war horses of the 7 or 8 team members obviously could not keep up. They galloped all the way at a speed as fast as lightning. The speed of these war horses was simply incomparable to that of camels and blue bulls. Li Wang shouted, then laughed out loud. It feels so good. It feels so good. This is what a man should be like, with this kind of speed and passion, just like on the battlefield. The excitement brought by speed is incomparable to anything else. The team members behind slowly caught up. Yi Bin, who was at the front, braked suddenly and stopped on the spot. Li Wang, the war horse he was riding, also quickly came to Yi Bin and then jumped off the horse. Leader, this war horse is much faster than those camels. With these war horses, we can go to the old city and back in one day. Yi Bin said with a smile. War horses are the fastest creatures on land. Not only are they fast, but they're also more powerful than infantry on the battlefield. Once they charge forward, no formation can stop them. Li Wang also said with a smile. War horses are indeed powerful, but there are too few of them. If we could have more war horses, no one would be able to rival our Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin nukit ati vank in surprise. He didn't expect Li Wang to be so knowledgeable. The team members behind also stopped, and several of them dismounted from their horses together. Then, they came to Yi Bin. These team members were all from the previous special operations team. They had followed Yi Bin for so long and had good war horses and mounts. So of course he gave them priority. Several people spoke together. Leader, the speed of these war horses was simply too fast, much faster than the camels before. The team members' faces were all filled with smiles, as if they had found a treasure. Looking at them, everyone was happy, and Yi Bin was also very happy. These team members are his right-hand men and women, and he is counting on them to shine on the battlefield in the future. The Huaxia tribe has too many enemies, and he must control the war horses as soon as possible. Starting tomorrow, you will train riding in the morning and go to the training ground for training in the afternoon. We must hurry up. After we destroy their two major tribes this time, the Taotai Alliance will not let us go so easily. After hearing what their leader said, the team members immediately became serious. Don't worry, Chief. We will train hard, and when the time comes, we will definitely defeat them all. One of the team members said, as long as we have the leader here, we could defeat them no matter how many people come. The other team members immediately echoed, yes, leader. We now have our own troops, so even if the Taotai Alliance comes, we can beat them back. The team members have followed Yi Bin through life and death, and have experienced battles both large and small. Even if they encounter those from the Taotai Alliance, everyone has the courage to fight. Yi Bin didn't answer them. Instead, he turned his gaze to the surrounding farmland. Someone comes to take care of these farmlands every day, so Yi Bin doesn't have to worry about these things at all. Looking at the sweet potato seedlings in the fields, Yi Bin feels very calm inside. He has been in this world for so long. Finally, there's a decent place. Yi Bin gave an order. Return to Dragon City. The team members mounted their horses together. Yi Bin took the lead, riding Phantom Cloud towards Longcheng. Li Wang's war horse followed closely behind. Both of their horses were top grade, so of course there was no doubt about their speed. The team members looked at the two black horses in front of them. They were running so fast that they hurried to catch up. More than a dozen horses were galloping on the concrete road, raising clouds of dust. The team members really enjoyed this feeling. When Yi Bin returned to the gate of Longcheng, he saw the guards feeding their war horses. Each of them held a clay pot in their hands and scooped water from the moat for their horses to drink. When everyone saw their leader coming back, they immediately ran forward to help Yi Bin lead Phantom Cloud. Another team member ran up to Li Wang. Then, help him lead the war horse. Looking at the guard around him, Yi Bin felt that they had changed a lot. The previous teams were usually rather disorganized, even Yi Bin's special operations team. It's just that they have to behave bravely during battles. Normally, special operations teams don't have so many rules. After these few days of training, the team members' relationship has become stronger. The previous estrangement seemed to have disappeared overnight, and some of these members of the Royal Guards also joined later. Yi Bin's previous methods did scare them. When the leader said he would kill someone, he really meant it. The team members have fought together before, and they have a certain understanding of Yi Bin's methods. Yi Bin was very pleased to see the well-behaved team members. Every move of these people is no longer what it used to be. Now, they have the calmness of a warrior. Chapter 129 Bamboo Armor and Bow and Arrow. When everyone returned to Longcheng, Old Man Xiong immediately came over and said with a smile, Leader, where did you go just now? Yi Bin also responded with a smile. What's something that makes you so happy? Old Man Xiong also said this with a proud look on his face. Chief, we have completed the task you assigned to us ahead of schedule. The 500 sets of bamboo armor and 500 bows and arrows have all been made. Yi Bin was very surprised. It took only more than a day to make so many things. In fact, Yi Bin had no idea that Old Man Xiong had called more than 1,000 people to help this time. The speed of their work was as fast as a train. Some of them cut bamboo, some of them transported bamboo. As soon as the materials arrived at the production room, hundreds of women rushed over and cut the bamboo in a short while, with the guidance of Old Man Xiong and others. Each of these women weaves a set of bamboo armor. 600 or 700 people weave at the same time. It doesn't take long before the bamboo armor is completed. Everyone that Old Man Xiong and his group have taught now has their own set of bamboo armor. Like Yi Bin, they had one person standing on the stage and 50 or 60 people sitting below. The technicians on the stage began to teach them how to weave, and the 50 or 60 people below followed the person on the stage to learn. Yesterday, at the beginning, many women couldn't learn it well, so Old Man Xiong and the others kept teaching them over and over again, and finally the women gradually got the hang of it. Today, all the women have mastered the method, and now they can weave a set of bamboo armor in about half a day. What the Huaxia tribe lacks the least now is manpower, so Yi Bin is naturally very happy. In the future, the Huaxia tribe will also have its own arsenal, and equipment for thousands of people can be produced in a day or two. Looking at the old bear, with an unconcealable smile on his face, he almost said, Chief, please praise me. Yi Bin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How old is this old bear? Why is he still like a child? Yi Bin found that this old man was so cute, so he smiled and said, You guys are so fast, even faster than I thought. I thought that the equipment of our tribe all depended on your production room. Hearing Yi Bin's words, Old Man Xiong immediately burst into laughter. This is the leader's recognition of their production room, and also his recognition of him, Old Bear. Old Bear said again. Chief, our production room is now fully engaged in making horseshoes, saddles, and compound bows. These are what you need, Chief. I estimate they will be completed around tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yibin's face was full of shock. Are the production rooms nowadays so advanced? Looking at Ye's expression, Old Man Xiong said again, the chief told me last time that we old people will be responsible for making the key parts, and the other less important things will be left to the women. This can improve our production efficiency. There are too many things to do in the tribe now. We had too few people before, so we had to work harder every day, but we still couldn't get it done. Leader, this time, so many women were brought back. In our production room, things that used to be impossible to finish can now be done in a day or two. Speaking of this, Old Man Xiong remembered something and said to Yibin, Chief, we don't have much iron or left. This time you brought back more than 700 soldiers. The amount of armor you asked me to make is too much, and the iron ore is being consumed too quickly. After listening to what Old Man Xiong said, Yibin thought about it and decided to let the second company go to the Stone Tribe and dig up some iron ore. A company now has more than 400 or 500 people, and the tribe has about 600 or 700 blue cattle and 70 or 80 camels. That's it. I will give the order tomorrow to have Zhuifeng's second company take the tribe's blue bull and go to the Stone Tribe. Then, dig up more iron ore. With more than 400 oxen, each ox pulls 400 to 500 kilograms. More than 400 oxen can pull back 170,000 kilograms of iron ore. Now that we have so much iron ore, our tribe can use it for a long time. After listening to Yibin's story, Old Man Xiong also put down his worry. The current Huaxia tribe is in the development stage, and the tribe needs a large amount of iron armor, iron swords, and iron guns. Warriors, how can you go to the battlefield and kill the enemy without equipment? Although Old Bear is old, he is devoted to the tribe. After hearing Yibin's promise, Old Man Xiong was relieved. The sooner the armor was made, the more protection the tribe would have. Looking at Old Man Xiong, he was devoted to the tribe and was busy every day, all for a strong tribe. This old man is so great. This is the good thing about primitive society. No one thinks about themselves. Everyone considers the collective interests, and everyone prospers and suffers together. A voice suddenly came from not far away. Yibin. It was Qingwan who called him. Yibin said happily, I was just about to go look for you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Qingwan smiled and said, What do you want to talk to me about? Yibin stepped forward, held Qingwan's small hand, and then said, The more than 500 sets of equipment have been prepared. Now, call your tribesmen and go to the production room with me. Qingwan's little hand was grabbed, and her face turned red instantly. There were so many people watching nearby. How could she bear such an intimate action? She felt ashamed and angry at the same time. She was ashamed because there were too many people here, and she was angry because Yibin did not consider the occasion. When Qingwan heard Yibin asking her to call someone over, she finally reacted. Then, he pulled out his little hand and walked towards where the tribesmen lived. The population of Longsheng is too large now, and many people are crowded into one room. There are more than 1,600 houses in Longsheng, and most of them are occupied by couples. Yibin had already given the order today, and by the afternoon, the cement road had been completed. Starting tomorrow morning, half of the slaves will be assigned to build a house on the farm, and the other half will be left to build another floor on top of the house in Dragon City. When all the houses in Longsheng have the second floor built, there will be 3,200 houses by that time, and the tribesmen will no longer have to crowd together. Now, that's where Qingwan is going. It was the 10th row of houses in Longsheng. Qingwan came here quickly. The members of the Firebird tribe were bragging outside the room. Qingwan walked straight over. Then they asked where Captain Gully was, and the tribesman replied, Captain Gully is still in the cafeteria and has not returned yet. Qingwan muttered to herself. Gully was becoming more and more outrageous. Ever since he came to the Huaxia tribe, he had not been seen every day. At this time, Gully was still eating in the cafeteria. The training the past few days was really too exhausting. Gully, like Li Wang, is tall, fat, and strong, with the strength of a primitive man, not the kind of man with muscles all over his body who looks like King Kong. They are as strong as the fat people in modern society, and when they are called tall, they are really tall, usually around 2 meters. In primitive society, people with this physique were either leaders or captains. Chapter 130 Delivery of Bamboo Armor. Gully was still there, eating meat with big mouthfuls. Qingwan brought the tribesmen to the cafeteria and saw Gully from a distance. There were not many people in the cafeteria at this time. Gully, With such a big body, there is no need to look for him. He can be seen at a glance. Qingwan was angrily and walked into the cafeteria. When Guli saw Qingwan coming, he immediately drank the broth in the bowl and then stood up quickly. "Little princess, why are you here?" Qingwan took a look at Guli and found that this guy had gained a lot of weight. It turned out that the life in the Huaxia tribe was too good, and Guli was reluctant to leave. After training every day, he would stay in the cafeteria, eating meat and drinking soup with big mouthfuls. "Your father asked you to protect me, not to eat meat here. If I were killed by someone like you do every day, how would you protect me?" Guli said embarrassedly. "Don't worry, little princess. It's very safe here." Qingwan was very angry. "Is this what I meant?" Guli was confused, thinking in my heart, "You are with Yi Bin and the others every day, so no matter how many people they have, no one can hurt you." Guli didn't dare to say such words out loud. He could only think about them in his heart, and then his face was full of grievance. Seeing Guli like this, Qingwan's anger immediately subsided by more than half, and she said to Guli again, "The 500 sets of bamboo armor and bows and arrows of the Huaxia tribe have all been made. Now you come with me." Hearing Qingwan's words, Guli immediately became excited. From now on, the Firebird tribe would have its own bamboo armor. These days, the members of the Firebird tribe have witnessed the power of bamboo armor. Even the sharpest iron tools of the Huaxia tribe cannot break the defense of bamboo armor. In the minds of these people, the bamboo armor of the Huaxia tribe is simply invincible. This kind of bamboo armor has never appeared on any battlefield. Before, when the Wolf tribe attacked the city, Yi Bin asked the tribesmen to wear bamboo armor once. At that time, Yi Bin and his men were on the defending side, and no one knew how terrifying the defensive power of the bamboo armor was. The last battle with the Wolf tribe was completely destroyed. Qingwan led her clansmen and walked towards the production room. Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Qingwan and the others coming, Yi Bin asked Li Wang to take people to move out all the bamboo armors and bows and arrows. Qingwan saw Yi Bin waiting for her at the door of the production room. She walked over quickly and shouted with a smile, "Yi Bin." As they walked and shouted, the members of the Firebird tribe had excitement on their faces and their bodies were shaking. Such powerful bamboo armor and bows and arrows are only found in the Huaxia tribe. Their weapons are very primitive, and everyone holds a stone spear. Hear Qingwan calling him. Yi Bin also walked up quickly and spoke loudly, "Blue Wan, I'm here." When Qingwan and the others arrived at the door of the production room, they saw the personal guards that King Li brought with him, each of whom was holding a dozen pieces of bamboo armor, and some of the team members were holding bows and arrows. Yi Bin asked his guards to put all the bamboo armors and bows and arrows on the ground. Every time he dropped 10 pieces of bamboo armor, Yi Bin remembered them. Team members kept coming out of the production room, and soon 50 people came out. These people came to Yi Bin and piled up the bamboo armor together. The remaining 50 people each took 10 bows and arrows and put them together with the bamboo armor. Li Wang said, "Leader, 500 pieces of bamboo armor and 500 bows and arrows. All are here." Yi Bin, there's no need to count. The team members are divided into groups of 50. The first group holds bamboo armor, and the second group holds bows and arrows. Everyone holds 10 things in their hands. Qingwan's heart was pounding at this moment. These bamboo armors and bows and arrows would all belong to her from now on. With these equipment, the Tao Tai alliance would be nothing. The members of the Firebird tribe were all screaming with excitement. There were only a few ways for primitive people to vent their emotions. The first was to shout and scream, and the second was to dance and celebrate. Obviously, this scene was not suitable for dancing and celebrating, so the members of the Firebird tribe were all shouting and yelling excitedly, which was also a way to express their emotions. Guli, seeing so many bamboo armors, immediately picked out one and started putting it on in front of everyone. Qingwan did not stop him, as she also wanted to see how powerful this bamboo armor was. After putting on the bamboo armor, Guli picked up a bow and arrow, then picked up the arrow, aimed directly at the big tree in the distance, pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and his fingers immediately released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, making a slight sound. On a large tree in the distance, a bamboo arrow was firmly stuck in it, and the tail of the arrow was still swaying gently. Guli was very satisfied with the bow and arrow. His eyes were full of excitement. He had watched the Chinese tribe shoot arrows before, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Yi Bin gave so much equipment to the Firebird tribe. Everyone knew that if Qingwan hadn't been in the middle, Yibin would never have given them the equipment. The source of all this was because of Qingwan. Looking at the bamboo armor on the ground, Qingwan was so excited that she couldn't speak. She stared at Yibin intently, wishing she could eat him. In the girl's heart, this was such an important thing. Although there were no sweet words, Yibin proved with his actions how much he cared about her. At this moment, Qingwan shed tears of happiness. Seeing Qingwan shed tears, Yibin immediately helped her wipe it and then asked with concern, "Qingwan, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Seeing Yibin's anxious look, Qingwan was very happy. She swallowed a little and said, "I'm just too happy. With these bamboo armors and bows and arrows, our Firebird tribe can defeat the Taotai alliance." A pair of big eyes stared at Yibin without blinking. The look was very gentle. This man was so good to her. Qingwan said happily, "Yibin, thank you. You have been so good to me. I will wait for you to come to the Firebird tribe to propose marriage. You must come as soon as possible." Yibin stepped forward and held Qingwan's small hand. The two of them just looked at each other, deeply in love and unable to help themselves. The two of them just looked at each other. The people around had no time to care about the two of them. The members of the Firebird tribe were all putting on their equipment, and Li Wang and the others were feeding their beloved horses. Everyone had their own things to do. At this moment, Yibin wanted to hug Qingwan and give her a big kiss, but then he thought in primitive society, there was no such thing as kissing. If Qingwan refused, it would be extremely embarrassing. Up to the time when there were just two of us, the most they had done was hold hands, and they had never even hugged each other. As for things like kissing, let's save them for later. After everyone put on their equipment, each of them held a few pieces of bamboo armor in their hands. There were 500 pieces of equipment in total. There were only more than 200 people in the Firebird tribe, and they simply could not wear so many pieces. Chapter 131, Bronze Artifact Birth. In the distance, in the Taotai Alliance, in a large shack, there were a dozen middle-aged men sitting there. All of them were of burly build. At this moment, there was a man who was saying something to everyone. "Eagle, is this true? Alliance Master, these are the latest developments. The Firebird tribe and the Huaxia tribe joined forces to wipe out the War Bear and Python tribes. Yesterday, the people of my tribe took in many elderly people and children, including some pregnant women. According to the pregnant woman who escaped, the Huaxia tribe was extremely powerful. They had a weapon called bows and arrows that could kill enemies from a long distance. The Python tribe and the War Bear tribe were defeated by these archers. Lord Alliance Leader, we must make preparations as soon as possible. This time, our alliance lost 2 large tribes. This is a huge loss for us." At this time, a big man said, "Eagle, you're too timid. A small bow, an arrow has scared you like this." The eagle immediately became furious. "Liger, don't go too far. If you from the lion and tiger tribe don't believe it, you can go and try it for yourself. I remind you, it's best not to be careless. Otherwise, your end will be the same as the battle against the bear tribe. Although they are not as powerful as the Firebird tribe, their weapons are indeed very powerful." Just when the two were about to continue arguing, the leader of the alliance suddenly spoke up. "Have you two argued enough? The most urgent task now is how to deal with this matter." At this time, another person spoke. This person was tall, looked very scary, and had several scars on his face. "Lord Alliance Leader, I think the most urgent task is to deal with the Huaxia tribe first. Their weapons are so powerful, we can just snatch them away. When the Huaxia tribe is destroyed, we can then take action against the Firebird tribe." The leader of the alliance thought about it carefully, and then said to that person, "There is some truth in Black Snake's words, but the Huaxia tribe is not so easy to deal with. I have asked my tribesmen to go out and gather information. After they come back, I will decide who to send to attack the Huaxia tribe. Since the leader of the alliance has said so, I, Black Snake, will naturally obey the arrangements." Black Snake seemed to have thought of something, so he looked at the other big man. Then say to the big man, "Bloodfang, it seems like you two recently exchanged a kind of weapon. That weapon is very sharp. I heard that it is much sharper than ordinary stone tools. Everyone look at Bloodfang." The leader of the alliance was also surprised. What kind of weapon is so sharp? It is even more powerful than stone tools. Although they're all large tribes, the weapons they use are still relatively primitive. Bloodfang said with a smile, "A few days ago, we did exchange some weapons with the Xuanwu tribe. Those weapons were very sharp. The pieces of meat that could not be cut normally would be completely vulnerable to such weapons." Everyone asked immediately, "What kind of weapon is this?" Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, Shui was also very proud. And then he said proudly that according to the Xuanwu tribe, the material of this weapon was extracted from a kind of stone, and they called it bronze. Weapons made of this bronze are simply on a different level than those made of stone. Things that a stone knife cannot cut can be easily cut by a bronze knife. This time, the most powerful weapon we exchanged was the spear, which could pierce any animal skin. With this weapon, the Firebird tribe can only be killed by us. The leader of the alliance immediately asked, "How many of these weapons do you have? How did you exchange them with the Xuanwu tribe? And how many do they have left?" With such a weapon, destroying the Firebird tribe would not be a difficult task. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bloody Fong, afraid that Bloody Fong would run away in the next second. Looking at everyone's fiery eyes, Bloody Fong immediately spoke. "We exchanged more than 50 of these weapons, 5 green bulls in exchange for 1 weapon. I heard from the leader of the Xuanwu tribe that this kind of weapon appeared in a large tribe far away, and they didn't exchange many in return. The next exchange will take 60 solar times. According to the primitive people's way of calculation, 1 solar time is 1 day for a normal person, and 60 solar times is 2 months. The Xuanwu tribe is a large commercial tribe. Their members travel to all corners of the world. Wherever there are people, there are caravans from the Xuanwu tribe. They exchange some strange things in the caravans. These weapons were exchanged from Super Tribe. There are so many people in that tribe that it would take at least half a year if people walked there. The Xuanwu tribe has mounts, so they can run faster. Previously, Xian Air exchanged a large amount of pottery from Yibin and then transported it to the north. The primitive tribes there were relatively backward, so all the pottery was exchanged as soon as it was transported there. Every time Xian Air goes out, it takes 4 or 5 months before he can return his own tribe. It has been 4 or 5 months since he last came to Yibin. The Xuanwu tribe has its own exchange area. Unlike ordinary markets, the exchange place of the Xuanwu tribe is inside their own tribe. No, it's totally different from the market Yibin went to. The Xuanwu tribe is a tribe of tens of thousands of people. They have many caravans, and every time they bring back new things, they will exchange them within the tribe. When you go to the Xuanwu tribe, those who exchange things there are generally large tribes. Small tribes like that will simply look down on you. Only such large tribes are qualified to go in and exchange. After listening to Shuya's words, everyone wanted to go to the Xuanwu tribe to exchange weapons. But when they thought of what Shuya said, everyone calmed down. It would take half a year before they could exchange weapons again. Now, there is no time. This time, the Firebird tribe went too far and even brought a Chinese tribe with them. They didn't take the alliance seriously at all. The leader of the alliance immediately said, "Go back and mobilize people immediately. Then divide into 2 teams and attack their 2 tribes together. Alliance leader, give the order directly. Black Snake and Eagle, your 2 major tribes should gather 5,000 troops together and attack the Huaxia tribe." Listen to what those pregnant women who escaped say. They have a weapon called bow and arrow, which can be used to shoot enemies from a long distance. You guys, go and ask them about the weapons of the Huaxia tribe and how their previous tribes resisted them. After all, no one has ever seen a bow and arrow. They have only heard about it from Xiongyin. These patriarchs of the big tribes are all very smart. Unlike the small tribes, they don't just go up and start fighting when they see the enemy. These people are all patriarchs of large tribes. They are much smarter than ordinary people. At their level, they will use some relatively simple tactics. Chapter 132, Wearing Horseshoes. Alliance Leader, the second order has been issued. This time we will attack in 2 directions. Except for the Eagle and Black Snake tribes, all other tribes will join me in attacking the Firebird tribe. Bloodfong, you are the special force this time, so gather all the weapons in the hands of 1 team and wait for us to start the war with the Firebird tribe. You lead that squad and charge straight towards their leader. This kind of weapon has never appeared before. The people of the Firebird tribe have no idea how powerful this bronze weapon is. We will catch them off guard and capture the leader of the Firebird tribe alive. Bloodfong, speak now. Lord Alliance Leader, rest assured. This time I have selected 50 warriors, all of whom are the strongest warriors in the tribe. With bronze weapons in hand, the warriors will be even more brave. This time, we must let the Firebird tribe know how powerful our alliance is. Both sides were evenly matched before, so there were winners and losers every time, but this time is different. These weapons are too sharp and can easily pierce their bodies. Bloodfong, he chopped a wooden stick with his knife, and the stick broke on the spot, but the bronze knife didn't show any damage at all. Everyone was stunned. This knife is simply too powerful. These clan leaders wish they could own a bronze knife like this. With this weapon, going to the battlefield in the future would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. After the alliance leader made the deployment, everyone immediately went back to mobilize the troops and then divided the troops into two groups to attack the Firebird tribe and the Luoshui tribe together. Soon, there was no one left in the shack. The morning light shone on Yibin's face. In his dream, he returned to Earth. He was still a delivery man, leading a busy life every day. Suddenly, a voice pulled Yibin back to reality. Chief! Chief! It was Li Wang who woke him up, because Yibin said yesterday that starting from this morning, the Royal Guards will conduct cavalry training. These war horses are very different from camels. Li Wang is a primitive man and has no idea how to train cavalry. Seeing that the sun is shining brightly and the leader hasn't gotten up yet, Li Wang is anxious and sweating as he watches others training on the training ground. These people of ours don't know how to train at all. So he came to Yibin's room, and after Li Wang's call, Yibin finally woke up. These past few days have been extremely tiring. How could Yibin, with a 15-year-old body, withstand such high-intensity training every day? Seeing Yibin waking up, Li Wang couldn't wait to carry Yibin away. Chief, you are finally awake. Those guards outside don't know how to train. Looking at those soldiers training on the training ground, we are also very anxious. Looking at Li Wang's anxious look, Yibin also laughed and said, "Wait for me to get dressed, brush my teeth, and eat something. Then let's go to the training ground together." After a while, the team members arrived at the training ground, and Yibin and Li Wang came to Old Man Xiong. At this time, Old Man Xiong was busy making parts for a compound bow. When he saw Yibin coming, he immediately walked over. "Leader, why are you here? This batch of continuous compound bows will take some time to produce." Yibin also said with a smile, "Don't worry about the continuous fire compound bow. I came here to ask you, how many of the saddles have been made?" "Old Bear, speak up immediately." "Leader, the saddles are ready, and the horseshoes have also been made. There are more people in the production room now, and things can be made faster. It's not like before, when it took several days to make one thing." Yibin didn't expect that Old Man Xiong's work efficiency would be so amazing. It seemed that everyone in the production room worked overtime last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast. Soon, Old Bear ordered his men to bring out all the saddles and horseshoes. Seeing the saddles and a pile of horseshoes on the ground, Yibin also became excited. "With these things, I can train cavalry by myself." Yibin said, "Let the members of the Royal Guard come in to collect their equipment and install the saddles and horseshoes as quickly as possible." Yibin had previously told Li Wang and the others how to install horseshoes, and everyone had already learned it. Li Wang led his team members to the training ground. Yibin came to Old Man Xiong's ear and whispered something. After that, Old Man Xiong nodded repeatedly and then let out an exclamation of surprise. "Okay, Chief." When Yibin came to the training ground, there were two groups of people on the training ground. One group was Yibin's cavalry team, and the other group was 3 companies plus the Oiran team. Gu Li, leading more than 200 people, was also training in the company. The soldiers were curious and looked at the cavalry team. Li Wang and his team were installing saddles, while Yibin was personally supervising the team members installing horseshoes. The soldiers here are all in training. They are training yesterday's movements. Only by training every day can they become familiar with the formation. Only then can they exert their greatest power. The members of the Firebird tribe received a bunch of new equipment last night and were so excited that they didn't sleep the whole night. When they came to the training ground this morning, everyone was full of energy and stood straight. Qingwan and Luoshui also got up early. They were curious about where Yibin had gone today. They didn't see him in the morning. They thought it was just the 2 girls. When preparing to look for Yibin, Li Wang appeared on the training ground with a cavalry squad, but they did not participate in the training. Everyone was also curious, but since Li Wang and those company commanders were at the same level, no one came to give them orders. Looking at the Li Wang team, each of them was leading a black horse, and then they came to the training ground in a swagger. Each of them was holding a very strange thing, and everyone was confused. After a while, Yibin came over riding Phantom Cloud. The first thing Yibin did after getting off the horse was to take people to nail iron shoes on the black horse. This action scared the others so much that the soldiers trembled all over. "Chief, this is too cruel." They tortured the black horses early in the morning, hammering long iron nails directly into the horses' feet. The soldiers were extremely nervous, fearing that the leader would be unhappy and hammer the iron nails into their own feet. Zhuifeng and the others didn't dare to look directly at the fact that so many dark horses were hit with iron nails. How painful it must have been for those dark horses, but what they imagined did not happen. Not only did they not feel any pain, but they were enjoying it very much. The soldiers were confused. Could it be that the iron nails were too short and the black horse was not injured otherwise? How could they explain everything that was happening before their eyes? Chapter 133. An Ominous Premonition. Under Yi Bin's guidance, it didn't take long before all the war horses were equipped with saddles and horseshoes. Looking at the war horses on the training ground, Yi Bin suddenly felt full of heroic spirit. At Yi Bin's command, all the guards jumped onto their horses. Each of them held an iron spear and wore black iron armor. They looked majestic like black-armored knights. In primitive society, being able to create such a cavalry squad would definitely be a godlike existence. Although those super tribes also have wild horses, Yi Bin configured the most advanced saddle system. Those are nothing compared to ordinary wild horses. Ordinary people cannot control a wild horse without a saddle, and it is common for them to fall off. If on the battlefield, thousands of war horses rush towards each other together, and at this time, people kept falling off their horses, what would be the consequences? The final result would only be meat paste. People in primitive society did not have any long-range weapons, so even if they had a large number of war horses, the lethality would not be too great. Especially when facing a modern man like Yi Bin, the speed of the war horse is too fast. If you're not a person who grew up on horseback, you can forget about riding a horse to fight. Yi Bin said loudly, "Today's cavalry squad does not need any special training. The previous special operations squads already have some riding experience. However, these people who joined later had no riding skills and needed some time to get used to it. You have only one goal today, which is to ride on horseback, carry your own weapons, and circle around the training ground. Then, use an iron spear to stab the wooden scarecrow. When it can walk normally, you can start horseback archery training. Training cavalry is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Many team members are afraid to sit up directly after getting on their horses. After mounting their horses, some people hugged their horses' necks so tightly that the horses were almost suffocated. Yi Bin looked at the scene in front of him and was speechless. Going to the battlefield like this would only mean giving up his life. Those war horses without saddles are even more difficult to control. Now these war horses are equipped with new saddles and the most advanced horseshoes. It can be said to be the top configuration, but it takes more than 1 day for the team members to learn the ropes, and many of them are riding horses for the first time. Everyone should remember what it looks like. It is not impossible that some brave people can just ride it and hit the road, but such people are a minority after all. The team members are slowly adapting, and Yi Bin is riding on the back of Phantom Cloud. Then he whipped those people who were holding the necks of their horses, and the team members who were hit immediately screamed. Everyone sat on the horse's back. Those who were holding the war horse were whipped directly. The team members encouraged the warriors and began to slowly pull the reins, and the war horses began to move. Yi Bin called Li Wang, said something in his ear, and walked away. After a while, King Li gathered 40 people, each holding a whip, and they whipped the slow-moving war horses. The war horse let out a scream when its butt was hit, and then ran away quickly. The team members were so scared that they screamed, "Wow." The people around immediately burst into laughter, and many people started crying while laughing. For primitive people, such a project is so interesting. The funny expressions of the team members made everyone laugh. Yi Bin, I know this is not good, but as a soldier, the first thing you have to face is to overcome your fear. You can't be afraid to try because of fear. The enemy won't give you so much time to train. On the training ground, the players were terrified. Li Wang and his men were chasing them from behind. The speed of the horses began to get faster and faster. Many players were holding on to the reins tightly. Sure enough, training requires unconventional tactics, otherwise it would take forever. After a brief panic, the team members slowly began to master the rhythm. Many people can control themselves, and Li Wang and his friends are not going to let go of those stupid people. Qingwan, come to Yi Bin. You are so mean. If you scare them like that, they will be scared. You let Li Wang and others keep whipping dark horses, but those dark horses are running faster and faster. Wouldn't it be dangerous if they fell down? Yi Bin said with a smirk on his face. If they don't use some special means, it will take them a long time to learn. By that time, when the enemy comes, they won't even be able to ride a horse. The enemy won't give you time. After listening to Yi Bin's words, Qingwan always had an ominous premonition in her heart, but she couldn't tell what the problem was. Looking at the tribesmen on the training ground, Qingwan felt much more comfortable. After 2 or 3 days of training, these tribesmen are obviously different from before. Both their discipline and teamwork have improved greatly. There were ping-pong sounds coming from the houses in Luoshui. Those slaves who had been working for a long time were building houses together with the new slaves. At this time, the construction of the second floor of Luoshui has begun. The roof of the first floor is paved with wooden boards, and now they are directly building the second floor. Yi Bin had taught them before that those slaves who had been slaves for a long time would build houses, and the old ones would guide the new ones, and it would continue like this. Seeing that Qingwan was worried, Yi Bin took her and walked on the streets of Luoshui. Luoshui was very clean. There were special toilets in every place, and there were special bathrooms next to each row of houses. The toilets in the city are cleaned regularly, and the feces are used as fertilizer and applied to every vegetable plot. As the saying goes, a good harvest depends on manure. As a rural man, Yi Bin certainly knows the benefits of manure. Back then, when in the old city, Yi Bin led his fellow tribesmen to use feces as fertilizer and then applied large amounts of fertilizer to crops. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Finally, Yi Bin asked Qingwan, "Are you in a bad mood, or have you been out for too long and want to go back to the Firebird tribe?" Qingwan smiled slightly and said, "I've only been out for a few days. Sometimes I go out on a mission and stay away for a month." Yi Bin was surprised and asked, "How do you know the word month?" Qingwan, a proud smile. Then he straightened his not-so-big chest and said proudly, "This is what my sister Luoshui taught me. She has taught me a lot in the past few days, and I've learned a lot of words. Also, I already know how to do addition and subtraction within 100. And then I looked at Yi Bin proudly. I thought, what about it? I'm smart, right? Hurry up and praise me." Looking at Qingwan's smug look, Yi Bin knew that what she was thinking now was exactly the same as what old man Xiong had thought before. Yi Bin, I couldn't hold back. Immediately, he burst into laughter and said to Qingwan, "My Qingwan is so powerful." Chapter 134. Visitors from the Firebird tribe. Qingwan was still immersed in Yi Bin's praise and didn't react at all. She just looked at the girl's happy expression. Yi Bin was also very happy in his heart. He wanted to make up for what he didn't experience in his previous life in this life. The two of them walked like this for a while and then talked about bamboo armor. "Yi Bin, can you give us more of that bamboo armor in exchange? This is extremely important for our Firebird tribe. If all our members put on this kind of bamboo armor, no matter how many enemies we face in the future, our Firebird tribe will never be at a disadvantage." Yi Bin, no direct answer. It's a question. If the Taotai Alliance is destroyed, and your Firebird tribe is the largest in this area, and the higher-ups in your tribe want to take action against our Huaxia tribe, which side will you stand on? Yi Bin's words made Qingwan confused. She had never thought about this question. If there really comes such a day, she won't be able to make a choice. After all, she is not the one who has the final say in the Firebird tribe. Besides her father, there are several uncles and a high priest in the tribe. These are the people with the most power in the tribe. If that day really comes, she probably won't be able to do anything. It's not easy for a tribe to maintain stability. In Yi Bin's tribe, he is the only one who has the final say in the entire tribe. And in the Firebird tribe, no matter what big thing they do, they have to ask the high priest to pray, then ask the sky for divination, and finally everyone discusses together whether this thing can be done or not. For a moment, Qingwan didn't know how to answer Yi Bin where she was. She hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't make any sense. Yi Bin went on to say, "I will give you more than 500 sets of equipment this time. Maybe many tribesmen are dissatisfied, but I am the leader and they will not say anything." But Yi Bin didn't say anything else. He believed Qingwan would understand. Qingwan also figured it out. She no longer has the final say in the current Firebird tribe. No one would be willing to exchange advanced equipment like this. Yi Bin gave her more than 500 sets of equipment without saying a word. Already, how could she ask for more? Faced with such good things, she was afraid that her uncles and aunts would not have any bad intentions. After all, no one could guarantee that the Huaxia tribe was still too weak. The two of them were in tacit understanding and did not mention the matter again. Her father will handle this kind of thing. After returning, she must convince her father to come to the Huaxia tribe in person. At this moment, suddenly, a tribesman came to report. "Chief, there are people coming outside the city. They seem to be members of the Firebird tribe. There are about 100 of them. They are now outside Dragon City. When Qingwan heard this, she immediately looked at Yibin. That should be the people from our Firebird tribe. Yibin said immediately, let's go together and take a look at the city wall first. Soon, several people arrived at the top of the city wall. Qingwan took a look and found that they were indeed her own people. Yibin had seen the leading warrior before. The last time Guli was injured, Qingwan came to the Huaxia tribe to deliver salt and stone, and she brought this warrior with her. At this time, the warrior below also saw Yibin and Qingwan, so he shouted loudly, Princess Qingwan, the tribe leader asked us to take you back. Recently, the Taotai Alliance has assembled a large number of troops and is preparing to launch an attack on our Firebird tribe. The tribe leader is afraid that you will encounter danger on the way. That's why we were specially ordered to come here to protect the princess. Qingwan also shouted loudly, Czar, you go into the city first. And then he looked at Yibin and said, let our people go into the city first. Yibin nodded and ordered the female warriors on the city wall to open the city gate and then lower the drawbridge. Czar had seen this once before, so he was not too surprised. However, the other members of the Firebird tribe were all dumbfounded. What was this thing that could actually fall by itself? How could their tribe be built in the water? No one could react for a moment. Guli and others in the city also received the news that their tribesmen were coming. The moment the city gate opened, Guli immediately walked out with a smile and said loudly, Czar, why are you here? After saying that, he led Czar and his group towards Dragon City. At this time, Qingwan and Yibin just came down from the city wall. When Czar saw Yibin, he immediately stepped forward to say hello. Czar from the Firebird tribe has met the leader of the Huaxia tribe. Although the two have met once, he is not as familiar with Yibin and the others as Guli. Yibin said immediately with a smile, Brother Czar, you have come from afar and must not have eaten yet. Bring your people and go to the cafeteria with me to eat. Qingwan didn't say anything, and everyone rushed to the cafeteria together. Along the way, Guli talked and laughed with Czar, and then showed off the bamboo armor on his body and the bow and arrow on his back. Czar and his companions were all envious. Looking at the eyes of the tribesmen, Guli really enjoyed it. Qingwan was also speechless. This Guli was just like a child. Looking at his cocky look, Qingwan wanted to kick him in the face. He had only put on the equipment for one day, and he didn't know who he was. Czar came to Qingwan and said embarrassedly, Little princess, can you give me a set of that bamboo armor and bow and arrow? Looking at Czar and his group with desire in her eyes, Qingwan said unhappily, You think these things are so easy to make? Qingwan deliberately kept his secret, and then continued speaking. You guys eat first. We'll talk after you finish eating. Czar didn't get the equipment, and he felt a little disappointed. I was thinking to myself that these bamboo armor and bows and arrows are weapons of the Huaxia tribe. They are very powerful and not easy to obtain. It would be great if I could get one or two. Czar had no idea that Yibin gave their princess more than 500 sets of bamboo armor and bows and arrows, which were now placed in Guli's room. Seeing Czar's disappointed look, Guli was very happy and proud. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, Yibin asked Czar and others to sit down. Then, he went to instruct Han to slaughter a few goats and stew a few pots of mutton for the people of the Firebird tribe. After giving the orders, Yibin came and sat down next to Qingwan. These tribesmen looked at Yibin and sat directly next to Qingwan. They were all a little unhappy. That was the little princess of their tribe. How could she sit and eat with an outsider? Czar also saw this scene. Just as he was about to say something, he was glared back by Qingwan. Seeing the little princess protecting this man so well, the tribesmen naturally couldn't say anything. Czar looked at Guli again, and the two exchanged glances. Guli meant, don't meddle in other people's business. Chapter 135 Preparations Before the War. After a while, the women from the cafeteria came over to the people of the Firebird tribe, carrying several pots full of mutton. Then, he put the mutton in the pot on the table in front of everyone. The people of the Firebird tribe had never seen such food before. In the tribe, they only ate simple barbecues. They had never seen food with soup like this before. They looked at the steaming soup. For a moment, no one knew how to eat this thing. After a while, the women in the cafeteria brought ceramic bowls and chopsticks. The chopsticks were shaped like the sky and the earth, round on top and square on the bottom. Each person was given a ceramic bowl. It can be said that apart from the Huaxia tribe, there is no other family in the world that enjoys such treatment. Just when the members of the Firebird tribe were all full of question marks, Qingwan saw the embarrassment of the tribesmen. So, they were taught how to use chopsticks. After Qingwan's explanation, the tribesmen began to try. At the beginning, Many of them couldn't pick up the meat, resulting in chaos. Yibin did not laugh at them. At the beginning, their tribe was the same. Anyone who used chopsticks to eat had to go through this stage. No one was born knowing how to do it. Qingwan asked, Czar, how many people have come from the Taodai Alliance this time? Where are they now? How long will it take for them to reach our Firebird tribe? Zhao replied immediately. This time, many people from the Taodai Alliance came. In the primitive people's cognition, there was no unit of quantity. Only the high priests and the chief, which of the tribe knew roughly how many people there were. The tribesmen below had no idea at all. Zar gestured with her hands, but Yibin didn't understand at all. Qingwan seemed to understand a little and was still talking about it as she watched them. Yibin thought to himself, this Taotai alliance is really fast. It took only a few days to mobilize so many troops. It is worthy of being a super tribe. Qingwan, after understanding the situation, looked back at Yibin and found someone in a daze. So, she kicked someone with her foot, and Yibin finally reacted. What's wrong? Seeing Yibin like this, Qingwan was speechless. They have already beaten him to his doorstep, and you are still thinking about other things. Of course, Yibin didn't know what Qingwan was thinking, otherwise he would definitely cry out that he was innocent. I was thinking about the issue of food and fodder. No matter how many troops the Taotai Alliance sent out, they would have to bring large quantities of food and fodder. In primitive society, the only food was dried meat and living animals. Marching and fighting was no joke. Yibin coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment and said everything he thought of. This time, the Taotai Alliance is coming to attack your Firebird tribe, and the number of people must be not too small. When their population increases, they will bring out large numbers of cattle and sheep as food. We just need to send out a small force to go around behind them and rob all their cattle and sheep. Without food, what can the Taotai Alliance use to fight? Listen to Yi Bin's explanation. Qingwan immediately became excited. Is this a good idea? As long as their food supply is cut off, the Taotai Alliance with so many people will not be able to survive for more than 2 days. Even if their warriors have food on them, they will not be able to eat it for a few days and will have no choice but to withdraw. Everyone, are you still discussing this here? Suddenly, Yu walked in and found Yi Bin and said, Chief, news came back from the market, and a piece of animal skin was taken out and handed to Yi Bin. Yi Bin opened it and saw a bunch of people drawn on the animal skin, and they were killing towards Huaxia. This animal skin was sent back from the market by carrier pigeon. It takes 2 or 3 days to get from a market to the Huaxia tribe. Qingwan looked at the animal skin, not knowing what had happened. There were a few small words on the skin, which she had never seen before. Although she had studied with Luoshui for a few days, she had only learned a few characters. She had not had time to learn these characters yet, and now she could not understand anything. But Qingwan seemed to understand something from the group of people in the painting. Yibin glanced at Qingwan, then said a few words softly and took you out of the cafeteria. Soon Yibin came to the training ground, stopped everyone, and asked Hanyo to blow the goat horn. The soldiers quickly gathered towards Yibin. After only 10 minutes, there were nearly 3,000 people standing on the training ground. Yibin looked at everyone and then shouted loudly, I just received news from the market that the Taotai Alliance is preparing to attack our Huaxia tribe. I estimate that they will arrive here by tomorrow night at the latest, so we must be prepared in advance. Originally, Yibin was planning to send Juefeng to the Stone tribe to dig up some iron ore, but now it seems that he has to postpone it. Then he gave the order. Oiran, take your men to Old Man Bear and get 500 alcohol bombs. Then go outside the city and bring back some big stones. Then put them on the city wall. When the enemy attacks the city, just smash them down with the stones. The Oiran agreed immediately. Yes, Chief, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, she was about to take people to Old Man Xiong, but Yibin immediately stopped her and added, This time you will bring 1,000 women to guard the city, and as long as they dare to come, you just have to shoot arrows. If they force their way into the city, you can throw alcohol bombs at them. The Oiran looks curious. Chief, we women are guarding the city, so where are these warriors going? Yibin came to the courtesan's ear and whispered a few words. Everyone was confused. The enemy had already reached their doorstep. What on earth was the leader doing? After saying this, the Oiran smiled. All right, take your men and prepare. The Oiran agreed immediately. All right, Chief. After saying that, he led his team to walk towards Old Man Bear and arranged for 500 women to go outside the city to pull stones. They soon disappeared from the training ground. Yibin returned to the high platform and said to the soldiers, 1, 2, and 3 companies, listen up. Black Bull, Zhuefeng, and Black Panther take a step forward at the same time. All of you, check your gear and get out of town with me. Although everyone didn't understand, the enemy was at the doorstep, but the leader was still leading his men out of the city. No one could understand this move. However, no one dared to question the leader. Since the leader had given the order, the soldiers had to obey it. At this time, Qingluan and Luoshui just heard it, which made the two girls confused. They were already at the door of the house, and Yibin took all the men out. Are you going to give up Dragon City? The two girls immediately gave up this idea. Yibin was not that kind of person. This could be his tribe. How could he abandon his own people? Chapter 136 Boss Chow. Yibin looked at Li Wang again. Then he began to give orders. King Li, you lead the 150-man guards to go to Old Man Xiong to get the automatic compound bow, and each person will receive 50 iron arrows. When the time comes, come directly to the training ground to find me. You can bring your guards there now. Li Wang immediately got excited and said that what he liked most was fighting. Whenever there was a war, Li Wang would get extremely excited and immediately agreed. Yes, Chief. I will take people to Old Man Bear to get the rapid-fire compound bow. After that, I will take the guards and head toward the production room. Yibin also instructed the Black Bull Company, you also go to Old Man Xiong and collect 500 small ceramic bottles. Hangyo took the order immediately. Yes, Chief. After saying that, he led his company and walked towards Old Man Bear. This made the two girls beside him stunned instantly. When primitive people fought, there were not so many things to pay attention to. In their minds, when the enemy came, they would just fight him head-on, and that was it. There was no need to pay so much attention to things. It was the first time for Luoshui to see Yibin commanding such a large battle. She was very scared. Qingluan told her how powerful the Taotai Alliance was. When Luoshui heard that the Taotai Alliance was the same super tribe as Qingluan's Firebird tribe, she was shocked. The other side was too strong, and she didn't know whether Yibin could hold on. Qingluan immediately comforted him, saying that this time the Taotai Alliance was divided into two teams. One team would attack our Firebird tribe. Another team is coming to attack the Huaxia tribe, so there shouldn't be too many people coming with them, so you don't have to worry. After listening to Qingluan's words, Luoshui instantly felt more at ease, just in case Longsheng was breached. Luoshui didn't dare to think about these women anymore. Women's hearts are like this. One moment they are fine, and the next moment they scare themselves. Finally, Yibin looked at the second and third companies again, and then said to Zhuefeng and Black Panther, your two companies, Team 3 will be divided into sword and shield soldiers, and Team 2 will be divided into spear soldiers. At that time, the three arms will cooperate with each other. This time we will let the enemy know how powerful our Huaxia tribe is. They will not compromise unless we beat them to death. The two of them answered immediately. Yes, Chief, we must leave a deep impression on them and let them know how powerful our Huaxia tribe is. Seeing the excited expressions of the warriors, Yibin was also filled with fighting spirit. This scene made people's blood boil. Originally, Qingluan wanted to return to the tribe today, but now there are enemies on the road. If she happens to encounter the army of the Taotai Alliance, her 300 people will not be enough to fill their teeth. She had heard Yibin talk about pigeons before, but she had never expected that the pigeons were so powerful and could bring back news from such a long distance. It was simply incredible. After Yibin arranged everything, Qingluan came to Yibin, and Luoshui followed him. Seeing the two girls' caring looks, Yibin was also very moved. Then, he smiled at them and said, don't worry, no matter how many people come, I will make sure they never return. When Yibin spoke, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, which made the two girls tremble in their hearts. Yibin looked at Qingluan and said, take your people and stay in Longsheng without leaving. Wait until these enemies are defeated and then return to the tribe. She knew that Yibin let her stay in Longsheng for her own good. Qingluan, after all, is someone who has seen the world, so how could such a scene scare her? So he smiled and said, I will lead our men and the captain of the Huakue to protect Longsheng together. After that, he blinked at Yibin and left with Luoshui. She knew that Yibin had important things to do, so she tried not to disturb Yibin now, so as not to disrupt his plans. Now was not the time to be indecisive, and she had to put the overall situation first. Old Man Xiong also heard some of the news and immediately led his men to speed up the work. Fortunately, there were many women in the Huaxia tribe. Otherwise, these weapons would not have been possible to make. Li Wang, in the previous special operations team, each member had a rapid-fire compound bow. This time, Old Man Xiong only needs to make 110 compound bows to meet Yibin's requirements. After delivering 500 sets of equipment yesterday, Old Man Xiong immediately rushed to make the compound bow to avoid delaying Yi Bin's important matter. He did not expect that the danger would come so quickly. Fortunately, all the continuous fire compound bows had been assembled. When Li Wang arrived, Old Man Xiong had just finished making the arrows. Soon Li Wang got the weapon and went to Old Man Xiong to get the iron arrows. After everyone had received 50 iron arrows, Niu came over. After a few brief words, the two of them went about their own business. Just then, the Oiran team, each holding an alcohol bomb, came out of the production warehouse. The incident in the cafeteria last time made Li Wang and Hua Kuei very embarrassed. Now, when they met, they pretended not to know each other, and each took their own team and walked in different directions. After the two men walked away, the courtesan breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, if it weren't for the leader's nonsense, how could she be so embarrassed? If it were anyone else, the courtesan would have chopped him to pieces long ago. After all, he was the leader, so she could only feel unhappy in her heart. The leader was like a god. She didn't dare to offend the leader. What if she was caught and spanked at night? Haha. At that time, whether to resist or not, her thoughts scared herself. Ibn was still doing pre-war mobilization, talking and giving, and the soldiers were joking, making them laugh. Ibn, still talking here with relish, waiting for Niu and Li Wang to bring their people back. Wait for this time. After you have eliminated these enemies, you can snatch all their spouses away from you. Then each of you will be able to have 5 or 6 beautiful wives and concubines, and you will live a happy life. As soon as Ibn finished speaking, the soldiers burst into laughter. Haha. At this time, a few brave soldiers spoke up from below. Don't worry, chief. After they were defeated, they snatched the woman of their chief and gave her to the leader. The warriors in the audience all laughed. Hearing this reminded Yi Bin of a person that is the famous Boss Chow in history. Boss Chow's hobbies are completely different from those of ordinary people. A normal person falls in love with a young girl who has not left home, but Boss Chow falls in love with someone else's wife. Yi Bin was suddenly shocked. This idea was too evil. How could he have such an idea? Besides, the wives of those clan leaders were all tall and big women, which Yi Bin didn't like. Once this evil thought came out, it would be difficult to suppress it. Yi Bin said to himself, don't think about it. Never think about it. Chapter 137, The Wise Great Witch. Seeing that Black Bull King was coming, Yi Bin immediately started to say, everyone follow me out of the city. Soon, everyone took 3 or 4 days of dry food and walked out of the city together. Just then, Tarzan came up. Chief, what should we do? Yi Bin thought, how could he have forgotten Taishan? They now have 40 people. They are the Ministry of Justice established by Yi, but they have not had time to deploy them yet. There are not enough houses in Longsheng, so they can only wait for a while. How about this? You guys stay in Longsheng and guard the city with a courtesan. Taishan was unwilling to do so when he heard this. How boring it would be to let him guard the city. Taishan thought that if the leader went out of the city, there must be a big battle to fight. If he stayed with the leader, he could also protect him closely. So, Taishan immediately said, Chief, we want to go out with you, and I will stay close to you to protect your safety. Seeing Taishan's pair of longing eyes, Yi Bin waved his hand, and Taishan immediately brought 40 people to stand with Li Wang and the others. Then everyone quickly walked out of the city, and Guli and Zer also had question marks on their faces. Then, he looked at Qingwan again. This, Chief Yi, what are you doing? Qingwan also couldn't figure out Yi Bin, but she now believed one thing. Yi Bin had his own way. The 300 members of the Firebird tribe whispered, Chief Yi Bin, will he abandon his own people? Qingwan was immediately furious, and then looked at those tribesmen and said, if you talk nonsense again, I will throw you out. The tribesmen were so scared that they immediately shut up. After Yi Bin led everyone out of the city, he checked the route. If the enemy wanted to attack the Huaxia tribe, there was only one way to go. Yi Bin called Li Wang and said something in his ear. After a while, King Li ran away with a cavalry squad and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. This move confused several company commanders. What was the leader doing? Yi Bin didn't care what they thought, and then ordered the 3 company commanders, bring your men with me and ambush on the nearby mountains, and then follow my orders. Soon the soldiers followed Yi Bin and headed towards the highest mountain. Zhou Feng asked, in confusion, Chief, aren't we ambushing them? Why do we have to go so far? By the time we get down the mountain, they will have already run far away. Yi Bin said with a smile, these are people from big tribes. They fight on the battlefield all year round. There must be some smart people in their team. If we ambush on both sides of the road twice, if they send people to spy on the situation, we will be in danger at that time. Zhuefeng was a little confused. He had to run to such a far mountain. Was he going to watch the enemy attacking the city? His current position was too far away from the road. Black Bull and Black Panther are both reckless men, and they are responsible for fighting. All other matters were left to the leader to arrange. Apart from Zhuefeng, the only person in the entire tribe who could use his brain was Yi Bin himself. When the soldiers arrived at the top of the mountain, Yi Bin immediately arranged for them to rest. He left a few people to keep watch, and the others all slept on the spot. This move stunned everyone. "Chief, you took so much trouble to bring them all up here just to let them sleep." Everyone was speechless. It was still daybreak. How could everyone sleep? Yi Bin didn't care about them. Anyone who disobeyed orders would be dealt with according to military regulations. The soldiers all lay on the ground and closed their eyes. Not long after, a gurgling sound came from the top of the mountain. Yi Bin also lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in a short while. Time passed quickly, and on the entire top of the mountain, except for a few sentries, everyone else fell asleep. Although many people do not understand the leader's approach, they will obey orders. Since the leader has given the order, everyone can sleep peacefully. The people on guard are replaced every 4 hours, and even after several changes, there is still no one near Longsheng. At night, a team of more than 30 people began to climb up to the sides of the road. These are all people from the big tribe. They have fought with the Firebird tribe many times. They like to ambush others, but of course they are also afraid of others' ambushes. These people climbed up slowly. Each of them carried a bone knife and held a bone spear in their hands. These people were none other than the Blackwater tribe. They were sent by the Black Snake. Every time there was a war, they would send out their own spies. It was these spies that helped them escape danger many times. The high priests of the big tribes are all very wise. This time, their high priests have all come to attack the Huaxia tribe, the Blackwater tribe, and the Eagle tribe. Xiangying is a very cautious person, and it is this caution that has allowed him to survive until now. The people sent by Black Snake will know the result within a certain period of time, no matter whether you come back or not. If the people sent out have not returned after a certain period of time, Black Snake can conclude that they are all dead. If they come back, then there is no ambush ahead. Sure enough, not long after, several people came back to report. A big man said, "Chief, there is no ambush on the hillside ahead." Black Snake waved his hand, and the big man retreated directly. At this time, an old man next to him said that this old man was the high priest of the Blackwater tribe. Although the old man was very thin, he was just skin and bones. With a pair of eyes flashing with wisdom, the high priest said slowly, "Chief, I took a look, and it is not easy for us to attack the things in that city." At this time, another old man said that this person was the great witch of the Eagle tribe. What the high priest said made sense. I also took a look at the city. Not to mention, there is a river in front of the city. The height of the city wall makes it difficult for our soldiers to climb up. This is indeed a trouble. The two heads thought about it, and then smiled. Said the high priest, "Brother Black Shark, what solution have you come up with?" Black Shark is the great wizard of the Eagle tribe. Black Shark smiled and said that the river ahead is nothing to be afraid of, but the city is still a bit difficult. I don't know what Brother Hunyu thinks. Hunyu is the high priest of the Blackwater tribe. Hunyu said, "It's hard to say now. Tomorrow, we will send some people over to see the strength of this Chinese tribe, and then we'll discuss it." Several people nodded repeatedly. Black Snake said, "Brother Black Shark, you just said that there's a way to crack that creek. I wonder what that method is." Black Shark said with a smile, "When I came this time, I exchanged a few bronze knives from Blood Fawn. I will ask someone to cut some bamboos later. When the time comes, tie the bamboos together and place them on the stream. Let the soldiers make more bamboos, then spread them on the water surface. Connect all the bamboos into one piece, and the soldiers will be able to walk across easily." Chapter 138 Siege. When the Black Snake heard this, he immediately became excited. He had previously heard from the pregnant woman who had escaped how powerful the Huaxia tribe was and what powerful bows and arrows they had. Now, apart from the bow and arrow, he doesn't care about anything else. Hunyu said, "Before, I heard from pregnant women that the Huaxia tribe had a powerful weapon called a bow and arrow, which was said to be able to kill enemies from a long distance. The War Bear tribe had previously made a wooden shield, and I heard from the pregnant women that it seemed to be able to block some kind of bow and arrow. Black Snake, tomorrow morning you have to have 30 or 40 of them come out. Brother Eagle, you guys should also go with us so that we can take care of each other." Black Shark cursed in his heart. thinking that Han Yu was too scheming. If the Blackwater tribe is allowed to attack the city, there will be a large number of casualties, and the Blackwater tribe will be at the bottom of the entire alliance and will have no say. Everyone in these allied tribes has their own ideas in their minds. If there is any danger, you want me to go, and I want you to go. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. At night, a bonfire was lit near Longsheng, and ram horns were immediately blown on the city wall. Everyone in Longsheng began to get nervous because the leader was not in the city. There was not a single man in the entire Dragon City. Except for Qinghuan's 300 warriors, the entire Dragon City was filled with women. When the Oiran received the news, she immediately brought people to the city wall. At this time, Qinghuan, along with his tribesmen, also followed. After they arrived at the city wall, they saw bonfires everywhere. There was a bonfire for every 10 people from the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe. This time, the two large tribes together had nearly 6,000 people. Fortunately, it was night, and the women in Longsheng couldn't see it, but the courtesan knew. There must be a lot of people coming this time, as can be seen from their fires. Generally speaking, when the tribe sends out troops, there are 10 people to one campfire. These are simple common sense, and all the captains know them. The courtesan counted them carefully. There were at least 500 bonfires on the opposite mountain road. According to this logic, there were at least 5,000 enemies. When this number came out, even the courtesan herself was shocked. Qinghuan also noticed something. The battles she had experienced were not comparable to those experienced by the Oiran. Not only Qinghuan saw it, but Guli and Zer also saw it. This time, the Huaxia tribe is in danger. Qinghuan said anxiously, "Captain of the Oiran, the enemies this time have at least 5 or 6,000 people. What are Yi Bin and the others doing? It's already this late, and there's no sign of Yi Bin and the others." The Oiran did not say anything, but just looked towards the top of the mountain in the distance. This was what Yi Bin told her before he left. The Oiran believed in the leader, and he would not abandon his people. Qinghuan was also a little anxious. It was already this late, and the people of Longsheng were still so patient. The enemy had already reached their doorstep. The funniest thing was that no one knew where their leader had disappeared. "Captain Oiran, I'm not kidding you. The enemy this time is not someone you and I can handle. It would be best to inform Yi Bin and the others. Otherwise, by tomorrow morning, it will be too late and the enemy will be well prepared." The Oiran simply said this. "Chief," he had already made arrangements. "My mission is to defend Dragon City. The leader will definitely take care of the rest." After saying this, the courtesan immediately gave orders. "All female warriors, check the weapons in your hands and prepare more stones, as the enemy may attack the city at any time." Seeing the courtesan like this, Qinghuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Now, in this situation, they don't seem to be in a hurry at all. There are only a few people in the tribe, and most of them are women. I really don't know what Yi Bin is thinking. Guli looked solemn, then looked at Qinghuan and said, "Little princess, we are in danger this time. Even if we leave the city now, we can't escape. I just took a careful look, and the enemy has at least 5,000 people. Now, there are only 1,000 female warriors left in Longsheng, plus more than 300 of us. No matter how we fight this battle, we are not sure of winning." Zer also said anxiously, "Little princess, what are the leaders of this Huaxia tribe doing outside the city?" Qinghuan said unhappily, "If I knew where they went, why would I be so anxious?" Luoshui saw Qinghuan and the others talking about something, so he walked over and said, "Sister Qinghuan, don't worry. The leader must be nearby. He won't abandon you. We won't care. Besides, our Dragon City has city walls, so it's not easy for the enemy to break in. Before, when they were in the old city, the wolf tribe brought so many people, but in the end, they didn't even touch the city walls." Qinghuan also reacted immediately. "Yes, this is Dragon City. How could I forget this? Dragon City also has a moat. The most important thing is that the city walls are so high that it is not easy for the Taotai Alliance to break in." Before Qinghuan, when she was standing in the situation of the Firebird tribe and thinking about this problem, she had forgotten that Dragon City also had a moat and a very high city wall. Thinking of this, Qinghuan smiled, then took Luoshui's hand and said, "I believe Yi Bin will come to save us." Luoshui also nodded. At this time, the courtesan was directing the female warriors to check every battlement. The so-called battlement was the hole on the city wall. The alcohol bombs were placed under the battlements. Black Snake and Eagle, along with some tribesmen, were cutting bamboo on the hillside. Some of their team members were carrying bronze knives. In front of the bronze knives, bamboo was as fragile as paper. Probably, after an hour or two, Black Snake and his men had chopped down nearly a few hundred large bamboos. Xiaoning immediately led his men to drag the bamboos back to the camp. After returning to the camp, Black Shark and Han Yu came over. Black Shark looked at the bamboos again. Then he asked people to cut all the bamboo leaves. After everything was done, he asked the tribesmen to tie the bamboos together. Han Yu said from the side, "Brother Black Shark, this is a great idea. We will launch the attack tomorrow morning. It's just that, about that city wall, I still can't think of a good way." Black Shark also frowned. "Yes, that city wall must be at least 5 or 6 times as high as the warriors. At the moment, I really don't have any good ideas. I can only take one step at a time. I will attack once tomorrow to let me see their strength, and then make other plans." At this time, the soldiers on guard at the top of the mountain saw the vicinity of Dragon City. There were huge fires everywhere. Several people rubbed their eyes and looked towards the vicinity of Dragon City. What they saw this time was the same as before, and several people immediately woke Ibn up. The battalion commander is in trouble. Dragon City. Longcheng was surrounded by the enemy. Chapter 139. War begins. Hearing someone calling in his ear, Ibn slowly woke up and opened his eyes. "Nima, I had just slept for a while, but how come it was dark already?" Ibn looked around again. When the soldiers on guard saw Ibn wake up, they immediately spoke anxiously. "Battalion commander, you finally woke up. Look near Longcheng. There are a lot of enemies there. They have surrounded Longcheng." Ibn said with a smile, "Why rush? Let them surround them first." The soldiers who were speaking were suddenly at a loss for words. The enemy had already reached their doorstep. But why was the battalion commander not in a hurry at all? The soldiers around them also slowly woke up. When several company commanders saw the fires near Longcheng, they suddenly woke up and immediately came to Ibn. "Captain, the enemy is at our doorstep. Let's go down now and catch them off guard." The warriors in the tribe now eat a lot of meat and fish, and they no longer have night blindness. Even though it is night now, the soldiers can still see clearly what is on the ground. Ibn said with a smile, "How many of them can we kill if we go down now? How do you know if they have any spies? If we go down now, not only will it be useless, but it may also alert the enemy and be discovered by their spies. Can we, the people like us, defeat so many people on the other side?" Chasing the Wind said, "Battalion commander, so what do we do now?" Everyone look at Ibn. Ibn had expected this, so he was not in a hurry at all. He just looked down the mountain quietly. Look at Ibn like this. This is making everyone anxious. Heinyo couldn't help himself, and then asked Ibn, "Captain, are we just going to watch?" Ibn did not answer Heinyo, but said something, asking the soldiers to eat some dry food and then continue to sleep. Heinyo thought he had heard it wrong, so he reminded Ibn, "Battalion commander, are you still sleeping now? The enemy is at our doorstep. How can we sleep? Let's charge in now and catch them off guard." Ibn just said it casually. And then Heinyo was immediately confused. And then, after a while, they began to realize that after our surprise attack, they must have suffered heavy losses, and then they will retreat, and we will win. Ibn, looking at him like an idiot, just look at Heinyo like that. We retreat this time, so we won't come back next time? Since they have come here, how can we let them go back so easily? You now obey the order immediately. Although the soldiers were very anxious, they had no choice but to follow orders. Everyone took out the dried meat they brought and started eating. Ibn also took out a bag of dry food and started eating. After the soldiers finished eating, Ibn arranged for some people to go and keep sentry. He also instructed the sentries to wake up his men after they attacked the city tomorrow. After giving the instructions, Ibn asked everyone to rest quickly. Ibn had a hunch that the enemy must be on guard. If it were him, going to an unfamiliar place, he would definitely set up secret sentries at night, even though they were all primitive people. But they are all veterans on the battlefield. How could they not have any awareness at all? Even if they're a group of pigs being beaten every day, next time you go there, they will run away when they see you. These people are on the battlefield every day. Either they attack others or others attack them. Even though they are primitive people, there are great witches and high priests in the tribe. The IQ of these people is not comparable to that of ordinary primitive people. They are definitely not simple people to be able to sit in this position. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, just as he'd been guessed, Black Shark arranged 2 teams to keep watch. One team of people is in the open, and another team of people is hiding in the big trees. Even if all the people in the open are killed, there is still a team of people in the trees. They would shout loudly, to remind our own people that small tribes like those don't have such intentions at all. These people, who can become the great wizard of the tribe, must have some means. If someone attacks at night, Black Shark will make sure they never return. As the great wizard of the tribe, he is more careful than anyone else. As soon as the sun rose in the morning, Black Snake and the eagle got up, and then they made a fire and cooked. In Longcheng, the courtesan got up early. At this time, the city wall was filled with densely packed women. These women were wearing bamboo armor, each holding a bow and arrow, and a long iron spear at both ends beside them. The Oiran looked across and saw wisps of smoke floating in the sky. The enemy was cooking at this moment. After they finished their meal, it was time to launch an attack. Black Shark and Hun Yu took the roasted meat from their tribesmen. Then they started to eat with big mouthfuls, and they finished in a short while. Black Snake and Eagle also came over. Black Shark looked at Longcheng with a sneer, his eyes full of greed. This time, he was going to take the city of the Huaxia tribe. Black Shark said immediately, "Now, gather the warriors, bring your bamboo rafts, and those wooden shields." Black Shark, they made wooden shields which were made of wood tied together, and there were some gaps in the middle. This attack was not to capture Longcheng, but to find out the truth. I heard from those pregnant women that the bows and arrows of the Huaxia tribe are very powerful. However, Black Shark had never seen it. He only heard from the women that a wooden shield could block the arrows from the opposite side. He would wait and see until he saw it. After discussing, several people decided to send out 1,000 warriors to attack the Huaxia tribe. This time, both tribes would each send out 500 warriors. Soon, Black Snake rushed towards the Huaxia tribe with more than 1,000 people carrying bamboo rafts. Then, they quickly moved towards Dragon City. The shouts of 1,000 soldiers made the battlefield so chaotic. However, the more than 1,000 people led by Black Snake gathered together, and they did not form any formation. Just like people are selling things. The people on the side all gathered together with no discipline at all. The soldiers rushed all the way and soon arrived in front of the moat. Black Snake ordered the soldiers to quickly lay out the bamboo rafts and then charge forward. We saw it from distance. The enemy was carrying a bamboo raft and rushing towards Dragon City. The women on the city wall were all extremely nervous. Look at the enemy rushing over here. The Oiran was not too panicked. However, she stared at the enemies, waved her hand upwards, and all the female warriors drew their bows and arrows, waiting for the order from her, the captain. Qingwan led his men and immediately joined the battle. Looking at the Black Snake rushing over, Qingwan showed no expression at all. At this time, the front of the moat was filled with densely packed people, shouting there, with chaotic cries of killing. Soon, under Black Snake's command, the Allied forces laid out the bamboo rafts. Chapter 140 Black Snake attacks the city. More than a dozen bamboo rafts were instantly laid out in front of the moat, just as the warriors were ready to rush over. The Oiran waved her hand, and the female warriors received the order and immediately released the bowstrings in their hands. Qingwan also waved his hand, and the 300 tribesmen around him immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. I saw countless black spots shooting into the sky. Wherever the black shadows went, they brought a breath of death, like a black cloud, covering Dragon City and making it hard to breathe. Black Snake, leading more than 1,000 people, saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. A rain of arrows suddenly flew out from the opposite city wall, and a breath of death attacked Black Snake and his men. Everybody forgot to raise their shields, and thousands of people fired at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Only those who have experienced it know what despair is. The rain of arrows from the sky was getting closer and closer. More than 1,000 people on the ground were still quickly laying out the bamboo rafts, completely unaware of the coming danger. Black Snake stood behind the crowd and kept issuing orders to attack. Just as Black Snake and his companions stepped onto the bamboo raft, iron arrows from the sky fell towards them rapidly. I saw that above, everyone's heads were densely packed with arrows. In a flash, the iron arrows shot directly into the crowd with a sound of breaking wind. There was an immediate scream from the crowd. Many people were shot through the body. There was wailing everywhere on the spot. Many warriors of the Tao Tai Alliance were frightened and stood still, at a loss for what to do for a moment. More than 300 or 400 people died in the first round of arrows shot by the courtesans. Those people had never seen a bow and arrow. They had only heard about it from others. After all, what others said and what they saw were completely different things. Qingwan took a look and saw that the inside of the moat had turned red. Those warriors who had been shot to death had fallen into the moat. Now the water in the moat was bright red. Black Snake was unable to react for a moment. He had fought with the Firebird tribe dozens of times, but had never seen such heavy casualties. The warriors who fell to the ground screamed in fear. "Someone come save me. It hurts so much." Listening to the tribesmen's cries of please, Black Snake was stunned. So many people died in less than a quarter of an hour. This was the first time he encountered such a thing in all the battles he had fought. In the distance, Black Shark and Hanyu looked at everything in front of them, their voices trembling. This bow and arrow was simply too powerful, and the tribesmen around them also swallowed their saliva. Is there still human beings in this dragon city? Just now, Black Snake was leading more than 1,000 people, but in the blink of an eye, more than half of them died. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. On the battlefield, the Alliance troops responded quickly. They raised their shields directly. For a moment, dense sounds came from the shields. These Alliance warriors have been on the battlefield for many years. After that initial confusion, the warriors quickly made adjustments, and Black Snake saw that the wooden shield was useful. Immediately shouted loudly, "Everybody, stand together." The warriors in front use wooden shields to block them. Seeing that this method works, Black Shark and Hanyu immediately became happy. The courtesan had been observing the enemy's every move. After 3 or 4 rounds of arrow rain, the rate at which the enemy was killed or wounded had clearly slowed down. Although Black Snake and his men raised their wooden shields, some of them were still shot dead. Seeing that if this continued, all the warriors would die here, Black Snake immediately gave orders to the warriors to throw stone spears. The moat of Longsheng is only more than 20 meters away from the city wall. The stone spear thrown by a normal person can reach 60 to 70 meters. Looking at Black Snake and the others who all gathered together, the courtesan gave orders again. Then he roared again. "Shoot!" Another round of dense rain of arrows shot towards the enemies not far away. Countless black dots fell from the sky and instantly covered the 300 or 400 enemies below. The iron arrows hit the wooden shield, making a series of dense impact sounds. Boom, boom, boom. It made people's scalps tingle when they heard this, but these warriors of the Alliance did not panic at all. Even when faced with such a dangerous situation, they did not lag behind me. The Oiran, seeing the scene in front of her, suddenly became nervous. The quality of these people was so strong. Compared with ordinary enemies, they were not on the same level at all. The fighting will of these people was really shocking. Just when the courtesan was stunned, a round of stone spears flew up. Qingwan shouted immediately. The captain of the Oiran was careful. The female warrior beside her was quick-witted and pushed the Oiran immediately, and the stone spear went straight through. Fortunately, the female warrior pushed her, otherwise the Oiran would have been injured. Although he was wearing bamboo armor, it couldn't protect him from his exposed arms and face. Many stone spears hit the female warriors. Fortunately, they were all wearing bamboo armor, so no one was injured. After this lesson, the courtesan immediately changed her tactics. All I heard was the courtesan shouting loudly, "Everyone, please pay attention. As soon as they throw stone spears, you should hide behind the battlements immediately. After the stone spears fly past, you should immediately fight back with bows and arrows." The female warriors conveyed the message one after another, and soon the Oiran's order reached everyone's ears. The warriors of the Firebird tribe were also very surprised. These people are the elites of the Taotai Alliance. I didn't expect that a bunch of women from Longsheng could beat them like this. If this were to be told to others, probably no one would believe it. Qingwan glanced at the Oiran. He thought to himself, this courtesan is so amazing. She actually thought of a way to deal with them in such a short time. Even their Firebird tribe couldn't react so quickly. Dragon City is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Black Snake kept commanding everyone. The warriors of the Taotai Alliance were fearless and brave. They threw the stone spears in their hands in round after round. The courtesan was also commanding the counterattack. The fight between the two sides was hard to determine. For a while, the battlefield came to a stalemate because the warriors of the Taotai Alliance did not have any protective armor on their bodies, and each of them only wore a piece of animal skin. In contrast, the courtesans were all wearing bamboo armor, which had amazing defensive power. In particular, their bamboo armor has been soaked in glue. After the glue dries, the bamboo armor and the glue will stick tightly together. At this time, Bamboo armor is comparable to iron armor and cannot be easily penetrated by stone spears. But Black Snake and his men had no such means. Those warriors who stuck their heads out and were ready to throw stone spears would be immediately shot to death by bows and arrows. The two sides fought back and forth like this until there were less than 100 people left on Black Snake's side. Black Shark ordered immediately. Then he said loudly again, "Let the Black Snake leader and his men lead their tribesmen back immediately." Chapter 141. Attack the city again. At this time, at the top of the mountain, a soldier on sentry was shocked when he saw the situation in Longcheng. Then he immediately shouted loudly, "Battalion Commander, something bad has happened. Battalion Commander, something bad has happened." Soldier shouted twice in a row. Even woke up slowly and then looked at the soldier. "What's the matter? Did the enemy run away?" The soldier had a look of disgust on his face. It was already this late, and the battalion commander was still joking here. If all the enemies had left, there would be nothing to worry about. "No, Captain. The enemy has already attacked the city, and the captain of the Oiran is leading his men to fight back. The two sides have already started fighting." Yibin immediately became energetic. "I thought, are they fighting so soon? These people are really impatient." Then he looked up towards Longcheng. There were about 1,000 people in front of Longcheng at this time. The big man in the lead was wearing a black animal skin. Yibin didn't know what kind of animal skin this was. Maybe it was too far away, and he couldn't see it clearly. Soon those people came to the edge of the moat, and then they started to release the bamboo raft. After a while, the raft was ready. Just when they were about to cross, the Oiran and others shot arrows. Yibin saw from a distance that the enemy had lost half of their men in just one encounter. The soldiers were relieved at this moment. Their spouses were all in the city, and the soldiers were more anxious than anyone else. Just when everyone was watching with great interest, both sides reached a stalemate, and those from the Taotai alliance all raised their wooden shields. For a moment, the courtesan was at a loss as the two sides began shooting at each other, and those from the Taotai alliance began throwing stone spears. The courtesans dodged and shot at the same time, and the two sides fought back and forth, having a lot of fun. Soon, the situation on the battlefield changed because the Taotai alliance did not have good defensive equipment. On the other hand, the courtesans were not afraid at all. The damage caused by the stone spears did not last long before the two sides were deadlocked, and there were not many people left in the allied forces. Yibin saw everything, and the highlight was yet to come. Seeing that Yibin hadn't made any move yet, everyone was extremely anxious, but still no one said a word. After receiving the order, Black Snake immediately led his men to retreat. There were more than 1,000 people when they went out, but less than 100 people when they came back. In just 1 or 2 hours, he lost so many people. The eagle, seeing the Black Snake coming back, immediately walked up quickly. Then he asked loudly, "This time, we lost so many people, which is inseparable from your temporary command. If you hadn't underestimated the enemy, how could we have lost so many troops?" The Black Snake also got angry. He immediately spoke loudly again. "If you can do it, go ahead. Next time you launch an attack, I'd like to see how powerful you are." Seeing the two people arguing, Black Shark and Hanyu walked over. Both of them shouted loudly, "Stop arguing! Stop arguing!" Two voices were heard at the same time. In an instant, Black Snake and Eagle stopped arguing. Black Shark thought for a moment and finally spoke. "This time, we don't blame anyone. We all underestimated the enemy. We didn't expect that the bows and arrows of the Huasha tribe were so powerful. We had only heard about it before, but now we see it with our own eyes. It seems that they did not lie to us." The eagle asked immediately, "What should we do next? We suffered too much loss in this attack. We didn't even touch the enemy's city wall. More than 900 of us died. Even among the Firebird tribe, we have never been so cowardly." Hanyu said, "This time, although the losses were heavy, I discovered a problem. We can make more wooden shields. This way, we can reduce our casualties. Also, the city wall inside is indeed a bit too high." "But," Black Shark said anxiously again, "Brother Hanyu, if you have any good ideas, please tell me immediately. This concerns our two major tribes. If we fail this time, the leader of the alliance will definitely blame us." Hanyu smiled. "Then, after expressing our thoughts, we can cut more bamboo. This time we need larger bamboos, leaving only the hardest part in the middle. After the warriors pass by, we will place the bamboo on the city wall. The warriors can climb up the bamboo and wait for the next attack. Everyone can attack together. I have observed carefully, and there are not many of them. As long as we can rush over, we can definitely take the city. By then, their women and food will all be ours." Several people smiled at each other and then asked people to cut bamboo. After a short while, they came back with hundreds of large bamboos. Hunyu asked people to deal with the bamboo quickly. At this time, Yubin also slowly stood up and began to give orders. All soldiers, check your equipment and go down a mountain with me now. This time, Hunyu and Black Shark chose to command personally. Hunyu said, "You two, go and gather all the warriors, Black Snake and Eagle." Immediately, he shouted again, "Everyone, gather here." When the warriors heard the chief shouting, they all walked over. They didn't have any formation. They were all crowded together, just like a concert in the previous life. After a short while, the more than 5,000 people had gathered. This time, 1,000 wooden shields were made. With the lesson learned from last time, the wooden shield bearers were at the front, and the other warriors followed behind them. Yubin was shocked when he saw this tactic. The wooden shield man in front was like a heavy tank, and the people behind the wooden shield followed closely. They were about to start the latest round of attack. More than 5,000 warriors are slowly advancing towards Dragon City. The Oiran saw the scene in front of her and began to get nervous. Qingwan immediately came to the side of the courtesan, and the two discussed for a while and finally decided to use a killing move. There were too many enemies this time, and it would be difficult for them to defend Dragon City with more than 1,000 people. At this moment, there were inconsistent shouts of killing from below Dragon City, although these more than 5,000 people were all warriors on the battlefield. However, they had not undergone any formal systematic training, and their formation and shouts were all a mess. The leaders of the two tribes, with more than 5,000 warriors, rushed directly to Longshan. Many of them held long bamboos in their hands. The Oiran said, "I don't know what those bamboos are used for, though. But in the heart of the courtesan, it doesn't matter what the bamboo is used for. Anyway, we can't let them get close to Dragon City, otherwise there will be big trouble." Seeing them rushing over, the courtesan immediately waved her hand. The female warriors quickly drew their bows and shot arrows. Thousands of arrows were shot into the sky at the same time. The dense rain of arrows brought a devastating blow to the enemy. Chapter 142, The Divine Fire Appears. A group of arrows flew by, bringing with them a whistling sound. The black spots in the sky moved from far and near. In just a moment, the arrows arrived above the heads of the crowd. Black Snake shouts. The wooden shield bearers raise their shields, and those warriors holding wooden shields immediately raised their wooden shields above their heads. The black spots in the sky fell, making dense sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The arrows hit the wooden shields directly. The front of each wooden shield was filled with scattered arrows. Black Shark and Hunyu behind them suddenly became excited. This method really worked. The Alliance army began to cross the moat, but some people were still mercilessly shot by bows and arrows. At this time, the battlefield was filled with the shouts of the Alliance army, and they kept throwing the stone spears in their hands. On the courtesan's side, round after round of arrows were shot. The female warriors used the battlements to avoid damage. The tactics adopted by both sides were long-range suppression. The archers on the city wall shot one round after another. The iron arrows were also slowly decreasing. At this time, Old Man Bear was bringing a large group of women with him. Bundles of iron arrows were delivered. With the iron arrow supplements, the pressure on the female warriors was greatly reduced. On the other hand, each warrior of the Alliance army carried 6 or 7 stone spears and was at full firepower in the early stage. Every time, 1,000 or 2,000 stone spears flew out, suppressing the courtesans so much that they dared not show their heads. For a while, both sides suffered injuries. Many female warriors had their arms pierced directly, and the blood dyed their bamboo armor red. Those injured female soldiers will be taken away for bandaging. Chief Wu, with more than 200 people, was observing behind the city wall. As long as they found someone injured, they would immediately arrange for the person to be carried away and then bandaged. The battle had just begun, and corpses were everywhere below Dragon City. Although the Alliance army had wooden shields for defense, they could not withstand the repeated shooting of bows and arrows. Among those dense rain of arrows, there are always some fish that slip through the net. Those allied troops, as long as they are shot by the archers on the city wall, they will immediately lose their combat effectiveness. For Black Snake and his men, the current casualties are still acceptable. With more than 5,000 people attacking together, the Dragon City is full of people. On the distant mountain, Yibin was leading his men down the mountain at full speed. Now the Alliance army was all under Dragon City. At this time, we could surround them from behind and attack them, catching them off guard. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Yi Bin and the soldiers walked down the mountain as fast as they could. Heinyo and Taishan were at the front of the group. In Longcheng, 40 or 50 people have been injured. Director Wu and his men are trying their best to rescue them. The courtesan stood on the city wall and kept giving orders to shoot arrows. After the female warriors finished shooting around, they immediately switched to the next round. Qingwan looked at their expressions and immediately understood something. The two teams have been taking turns shooting arrows so that they can keep outputting damage, while the enemy has a constant stream of arrows shooting at them, thus playing a suppressive role. Qingwan also immediately changed her mind and gave orders to her tribesmen. Let's say it loudly. Guli, you take more than 100 people, and Zar, you also take more than 100 people, and you two will take turns shooting. Everyone looked at the courtesans again, and they understood instantly. They looked at the female warriors, and when the first group finished shooting, the second group immediately stepped forward to take up the slack. Just like that, they began to take turns shooting arrows, giving people the feeling that there was no chaos at all. Looking at her own side, Qingwan was suddenly speechless. After the tribesmen finished shooting, they would stop in the middle. Then, the stone spears thrown by the enemy would swarm over, and the tribesmen would be in panic. Because they were all guests, and the courtesan did not command them. Instead, she was commanding her own 1,000 female soldiers. Among the wounded, just now, 30 or 40 were from their Firebird tribe, while more than 10 of the Oran tribe were injured. Arrows rained down from the city, wave after wave. People in the Alliance army kept screaming in pain. Those who were shot fell to the ground and wailed in pain. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The Alliance army lost more than 2,000 people, and the battle continued. At this time, there were dense crowds of people under the city wall. Many Alliance warriors immediately set up bamboo poles and started to climb up. The courtesan took a look and felt that the time was almost right. On the other hand, Qingwan and the others were extremely anxious because the enemy had already begun to attack the city. Hundreds of bamboo poles were set up under the city wall. The Alliance army on the opposite side had already begun to climb up. The battle situation was very critical at this time. The members of the Firebird tribe were shooting at those who were climbing the bamboo poles. One by one, they were shot down. Let out a scream of pain. Those warriors who were climbing the bamboo poles fell down one after another. The warriors behind them didn't care about life or death at all. When the person in front died, the person behind would immediately take his place. Black Shark and Hun were delighted when they saw Dragon City in the distance. Once they captured the city, the sacrifice of a few people would not matter. They could just add some slaves, and their losses would be recovered. Black Shark laughed. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't take long to capture this city. At that time, all the women and food in the city will be divided equally between our two tribes. What do you think, Brother Hunyu? Hunyu also laughed out loud. We had no objection to Brother Black Shark's proposal. Then the two of them smiled at each other and watched the army in the distance crawling towards Dragon City like a candied hawes. Although people fall down every time, but for Black Shark and his men, it is nothing. People will die in a war. It just depends on whether it is worth it. Seeing the enemy, they are about to attack. Qingwan and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot fire, cursing in their hearts. Damn Yi Bin, stinky Yi Bin, Longcheng is about to be breached. Where have you all been? At this moment, the courtesan ordered the female warriors to take out the fire starters on their bodies, light the alcohol bombs in their hands, and then throw them onto the city wall. One by one, the flaming pottery jars were thrown directly down. There were loud explosions under the city wall. Bang, 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 bang. The pottery jars shattered one by one, and the alcohol inside immediately flowed out. A raging fire broke out instantly. The Alliance troops screamed and cried out because of the burning, and many of them did not react. Black Snake and Eagle were still laughing loudly in the back, wondering how they would distribute the women and the pastures of the Huaxia tribe after the city was captured, and who would own the city in the end. Suddenly, this scene scared them both. They saw a big fire suddenly started under the city wall, and the warriors were burned and fled everywhere. The worst thing was that the Alliance army was standing together, and once the fire started, it covered a large area, and the flames on the warriors could not be extinguished. Could this be the divine fire? Chapter 143. In Despair. These primitive people had never seen such a scene before. A fire like this was beyond their cognition. Black Shark and Hunyu in the distance were also frightened by the fire. Black Shark kept muttering to himself, "This is a punishment from God. This must be a punishment from God. The Huaxia tribe must be protected by gods." Then Black Shark and Han Yu immediately knelt down and began to kowtow continuously in the direction of Dragon City. "God, we were wrong. Please, let us go." The two of them kept saying. They kept muttering to each other. The Oiran didn't care about so many things and kept ordering people to throw alcohol bombs. She didn't know that Black Shark and others in the distance regarded these alcohol bombs as a punishment from God. Yi Bin, leading 1,300 men, had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the two men kneeling on the ground, they didn't know what was going on. The two men kept kowtowing and chattering, but no one knew what they were saying. At this moment, Yi Bin couldn't care less and started giving orders immediately. Then shouted out loud, "Capture those two men, and the rest of you follow me to charge forward." As Yi Bin's order came down, the sword and shield soldiers led by Black Panther took the lead, and the spearmen, chasing the wind, immediately began to follow. Black Bull's archers followed closely behind, and the first row of sword and shield soldiers, a total of more than 400 people, the warriors lined up in a neat row, and the spearmen also lined up in a neat row. Black Bull's archery company also formed a neat formation. The three companies formed a formation. Yi Bin waved the green command flag, and the soldiers rushed towards the enemy quickly, just like in training. Taishan, carrying the two old men, walked towards Yi Bin. Black Shark and Han Yu, seeing that they were sure of victory, did not leave any guards with them and sent all of them out. As soon as Yi Bin came down the mountain, he saw two old men. There was no one around them. People who could stand at the back were usually big shots, and this time he caught two of them. Yi Bin just said it casually. "Tarzan, tie them up." Hearing the leader's order, Taishan immediately took out the rope and tied them up. After that, he stood beside Yi Bin. Now, that Li Wang was not there. Only his 40 men were left to protect Yi Bin personally. Otherwise, if you follow the two old men and get taken advantage of, Taishan can't even imagine what the consequences will be. Black Snake and his men didn't know that the Great Witch had been captured. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the fire. No one paid any attention to Yi Bin and his men. The fire just now had directly killed thousands of people and injured many others. At this time, the Alliance army still had about 3,000 people. Those Alliance soldiers who were burned immediately retreated, and the bamboo poles under the city wall were all burned to ashes. These people, after being burned by the alcohol bomb, are now traumatized and would not dare to move forward even if they were beaten to death. This divine fire is simply too terrifying. The fire is burning on their bodies and cannot be extinguished. This must be the divine fire. Everyone thinks like this in their hearts. The thoughts of primitive people are very simple. Those things that cannot be explained are punishments from God. This is the loss caused by lack of culture. Seeing that the Alliance army was burned back, the members of the Firebird tribe jumped for joy. Those who had never seen an alcohol bomb were so scared that they began to kneel down. Qingwan and Guli had seen it once before, and the scene was still vivid in their minds. Now they saw the divine fire again and were extremely excited. Suddenly, a female warrior shouted, "The captain of the courtesan, the leader and his men are coming to kill them." The courtesan looked up and saw that it was indeed the leader and his men. Yi Bin had told her before that when the enemy launches a large-scale attack on the city, they will use alcohol bombs. At this time, Yi Bin led his men to rush out and form an encirclement, especially the Alliance army, which had just been burned by the alcohol bomb. Everyone was in a panic and had no fighting power at all. Now is the best opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop. These self-righteous primitive people are simply asking for trouble if they are playing tricks on him, the time travelers. Speaking of playing tricks, any of the 36 stratagems is not something they can withstand. In Longcheng, the female warriors above all jumped up with joy. They had just repelled the enemy. The leader led his men to surround them. Looking at their happy expressions, Qingwan didn't even react. After a while, the tribesmen around him pointed to the distance, where more than 1,000 people were marching towards the enemy in an orderly manner. Qingwan then noticed Yi Bin. It turned out that Yi Bin had been nearby. Now was really the best time to attack. The morale of the Alliance army was unstable, and now they were surrounded. Everyone was panicking. Eagle, when they saw the tribesmen, they all started to panic. Then he shouted loudly, "Warriors, don't be afraid. We have more people than them. Everyone pick up your weapons and charge out with me." The Black Snake also reacted. Also immediately, shout out loud, "Warriors, let's charge out together." As long as we can defeat Yi Bin and his men, the Alliance army will be able to withdraw safely. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The fire just now burned the wooden shields of the Alliance army. Now they're only equipped with stone spears and wearing animal skins. Now they no longer pose any threat. The eagle and the black snake, together with the warriors of the tribe, attacked Yi Bin and his men. The soldiers were not panicked at all. Facing enemies that outnumbered them by several times, they were not afraid at all. The warriors at this moment were full of strength and exuded a kind of momentum in an instant. Eagle and Black Snake were all shocked by this momentum. Yi Bin shout loudly. First company, prepare the ceramic vials and start firing. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately took out the tinders on their bodies and blew them gently. The tinders immediately caught fire. The soldiers directly lit the alcohol cotton, which immediately caught fire. The first company, everyone is ready, Hanyo shouted. Shoot! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 400 iron arrows were shot quickly towards the crowd on the opposite side, and each iron arrow was carrying flames. For a moment, the Alliance army was stunned. The iron arrows were shot out very fast, but fell into the crowd even faster. Just as Black Snake and his men were looking on in horror, iron arrows shot over instantly, and many Alliance soldiers were shot to the ground on the spot. Because the ceramic bottle was very thin, the moment the iron arrow fell, the bottle shattered immediately. When the small bottle broke, the alcohol inside flowed out, and the alcohol cotton on the bottle mouth was burning. It was immediately lit. The alcohol is flowing out, and the Alliance army is still charging. Although, many warriors were shot dead. For Black Snake and Eagle, this was nothing. Just when the two were relaxing, a fire suddenly broke out on the ground and shot up into the sky. Chapter 144. Capturing Prisoners. Those Alliance warriors who had been burned already had psychological trauma. The fire under the city made them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. After they finally evacuated, they ran into Yi Bin and his men again. Originally, after the fire, the Alliance army was in panic. Fortunately, Eagle and Black Snake saw that the other side had fewer people, and after some morale boosting, the warriors regained their confidence. Led by Black Snake and Eagle, the warriors launched an attack on the enemy. Although many people were shot to death on the spot by rockets, for an army of more than 3,000 people, the deaths of a few hundred people were nothing. Just when Black Snake and his men felt that the enemy was not that powerful, a huge fire suddenly broke out on the ground. It was exactly the same as the scene below the city. More than 400 small bottles of alcohol were shot over at the same time. The moment the small bottle broke, the alcohol immediately started to burn, and the flames immediately engulfed the Alliance army. The warriors screamed and cried out as they were burned, and many of them fell to the ground and rolled around, but the flames grew bigger and bigger. Listening to the screams of the Alliance army, Yi Bin did not feel a trace of sympathy. Then he gave the order again. The first company immediately began free shooting. After receiving the order, the soldiers fired another wave of small bottles, which slightly reduced the fire. Immediately, a fire broke out again. The Alliance army was in complete chaos at this time. The warriors fled everywhere, roaring in pain. The soldiers of the first company didn't care about the Alliance troops. They fired round after round of arrows. Those densely packed arrows fell directly into the Alliance army, and the warriors fell one after another. The Black Snake and the Eagle kept dodging back and forth. They avoided wave after wave of arrows. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the smell of blood and fire. There was a strong aroma of meat floating in everyone's nose. Those who were burned to death by the flames had already turned black after another round of burning. Their bodies gave off a strong smell of barbecue. The Alliance army had completely collapsed at this point. The entire army was in chaos. The warriors were fleeing everywhere, and many of them still had flames on their bodies. Yi Bin took a look and saw that now was a good opportunity, so he immediately shouted loudly, "Everybody, charge forward!" The Black Panther's third company is the sword and shield soldiers of the entire company. The sword and shield soldiers quickly entered the battlefield, and the second company led by Zhui Feng followed closely behind. The sword and shield soldiers attacked anyone they saw. The spearmen control the distance of the enemy. As long as someone approaches the sword and shield soldiers, they will immediately stab them with their 2-meter-long spears. The soldiers cooperate very well. At this time, both sides had already engaged in close combat. Black Bull's first company immediately put on bows and arrows, drew out the iron knives at their waists, and joined the battle. The warriors raised their swords and swung them, and every time they swung their swords, broken limbs and arms fell off. The blood dyed the entire valley red. There were too many human body parts on the ground to count. The grass was covered with blood. The soldiers were like machines, never getting tired. The Alliance army was slaughtered by the Luoshui tribe and had no power to fight back. The row of sword and shield soldiers in front were the warriors' nightmare. The stone spears in their hands could not penetrate them at all, especially the sword and shield soldiers. The spearmen behind them had iron spears that were more than 2 meters long. The Alliance army could not get close at all. The stone spears in the Alliance soldiers' hands were about 1 meter long. Even if they were lucky enough to rush forward, they would be hacked to death by the sword and shield soldiers because the shields in their hand were the most advanced iron shields. These stone spears can pierce through. When the stone spears pierce on it, there will be a bang sound and the stone spears will break. At this time, the opposite side will stab a shot, and the Allied forces will have no way to avoid it. The soldiers advanced in coordination like this. Wherever they went, no grass grew. No one was injured. The Allied forces kept retreating. Behind them was the moat. The bamboo rafts had turned to ashes, and the Allied forces had no way to retreat. Seeing that the Alliance army retreated again, the courtesan immediately gave orders and everyone started shooting arrows. Arrows were flying like rain on the city walls. The Alliance army was now being attacked from both sides. Blacksnake and Eagle were trapped in the crowd. No matter how they shouted, no one paid any attention to them. By the moat, rows of Allied troops fell. The river water, which had just become clearer, turned red again. The warriors shouted before dying, but no one cared about them. The scene was extremely chaotic. Qingwan and Luoshui couldn't believe what they saw. The Allied army, which had been so invincible just now, was now in a desperate situation. It was really like that, with heavy troops in front and arrows behind. The Allied forces had nowhere to retreat. Their annexation plan had been completely shattered, and they had even lost 6,000 troops. Although Black Shark and Hun were tied up by Taishan, they could see with their own eyes that the Alliance army began to suffer a great defeat after Yi Bin and his men appeared, and finally suffered a crushing defeat. Now, they were trapped in a jar. The two men trembled all over. This was not something a human could do. This was simply the work of a god. At this moment, they no longer dared to look up. They just lay on the ground, not daring to look at Yi Bin. Yi Bin looked at the scene and found it was almost the same as he expected. The victory this time was due to 2 fires. The fire under the city wall burned out the morale of the Allied forces, and Yi Bin's fire burned off their retreat. When the Alliance army attacked the city, the people of the Firebird tribe felt that the end was all, but they didn't expect a reversal. The Chinese tribe had already won. The disparity between victory and defeat was so quick that they had no time to react. Guli and Zar were also shocked. They were determined to die. As long as the Alliance army rushed over, they would fight to the death to protect Qingwan, even at the cost of their lives. But in the blink of an eye, the Luoshui tribe has won, and now the Allied forces have no way out. In front of them were Yi Bin's armored soldiers. Behind them was Longqing's moat, and there were thousands of archers on the city walls. The Allied forces all knelt down. Then, throw away the weapons in your hands. At this time, the Allied forces were already scared out of their wits. There were no warriors who could resist. Those who were watching, seeing someone throw away their weapons, many of them followed suit. In primitive society, opponents would generally spare the lives of those who voluntarily laid down their weapons. Unless they encountered cannibals, they would not kill them. The captured prisoners will be treated as slaves. As for whether the tribe will use it themselves or take it to the market for exchange, it depends on the strength of the tribe. If the tribe cannot afford to support them, they will usually be exchanged. For people like Yi Bin, of course they will keep them for their own use. Chapter 145. More than 10,000 goats. Yi Bin did not expect that the Allied forces would surrender so quickly. The previous round of attack killed at most 700 or 800 people, mainly because they were shocked by the momentum of the soldiers. Before long, everyone knelt down, but the soldiers were still charging. Yi Bin immediately waved the red flag. There were soldiers on the battlefield who were responsible for watching the flag. When they saw the red flag, they immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop attacking immediately! Everyone, stop attacking immediately!" Many people heard it. The soldiers also stopped their attacks and looked at the Alliance soldiers kneeling on the ground. They skillfully began to tie them up. Then, they were tied into a row with ropes like candied haws, one by one. Zhou Feng immediately arranged for people to count them. Yibin didn't need to give any instructions for these things, as his subordinates were very skilled. Next to Yibin stood the 40 men led by Taishan. These people were selected by Taishan. They were all members of the Ministry of Justice. Li Wang was arranged to go out by Yibin. Taishan and his men were responsible for Yibin's safety. Looking at the man in the distance, in the eyes of Qingluan and Luoshui, he was like a god. A crisis was easily resolved. It was like a dream. Yibin also saw them, and then smiled at the two girls. At this time, Zhou Feng and the others came to Yibin's side, and they took out a piece of animal skin with some numbers written on it. Zhou Feng said immediately, "Battalion Commander, this time we captured more than 2,300 prisoners, including 2 commanders, according to them themselves. One is the leader of the Blackwater tribe, and the other is the leader of the Eagle tribe. This time, they have nearly 6,000 people." When Zhou Feng asked them, they simply couldn't understand. The way to count the number of people is also very simple. There are dozens of soldiers for each person. At the end, by counting the number of soldiers, you will know how many prisoners have been captured. As for how to know that there are 6,000 people, this is even simpler. Although the commanders did not know numbers, they could use gestures. Zhou Feng asked them how many people they brought with them. Then, he pointed at the prisoners and asked them how many of them there were. The 2 of them looked at them, immediately answered, "There were 2, a little more than that many people." Finally, after Zhou Feng's questioning, a rough number was determined. Zhou Feng was smart. Yibin had also taught him privately, so Zhou Feng still knew numbers like 1,000 or 2,000. At this moment, Heinyo also came over and took out a piece of animal skin with densely packed numbers on it. The pattern was basically the same as Zhou Feng's. Each person counted 10 weapons. Yibin took the animal skin and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. The number recorded by Heinyo was more than 4,000 stone tools, including many bone tools. Although Yibin doesn't think highly of these things, he can take them to the market to exchange. It takes a long time for a primitive people to polish a stone tool, so many weapons can definitely be exchanged for a lot of food. Black Panther, holding a piece of animal skin, also walked over quickly and handed it to Yibin. When he opened it, he saw that it recorded the number of animal skins. These animal skins were all peeled off from corpses, and many of them were burned in the fire. Yibin took a look and found that there were more than 3,000 animal skins in total. If he could take them to the market, he could definitely exchange them for a lot of things. Just when everyone was preparing to return to the city, Yibin stopped them and said, "All of you, take the slaves with you, dig a big pit far away, and bury these corpses directly in it. Otherwise, it will easily cause a plague." Everyone agreed. "Yes, Battalion Commander. Let's deal with it right away," Heinyo asked with a puzzled look. "Captain, what is the plague?" "What is that?" Yibin said with a smile. "Plague is a virus that is highly contagious. Once someone is infected, death will occur, and then everyone in the area will be killed by the plague." Listen to Yibin's explanation. Everyone was shocked. They thought to themselves, it's a good thing the battalion commander knew a lot. Otherwise, when the plague broke out, everyone would die here. It was scary just thinking about it. Heinyo and his men immediately took the warriors and slaves to carry the corpses. Zhou Feng also mobilized more than 100 ox carts in Longqing. Every ox cart was piled with corpses, and the slaves carried the corpses and walked together towards the distant mountains. After everything was settled, when Yibin was about to return to Longsheng, Li Wang came back with more than 500 people. Those people were slaves from the 2 tribes. They also brought tens of thousands of animals. It turned out that Li Wang and his men were arranged by Yibin to launch a surprise attack on the grain transport team. Yibin told Li Wang that if they encountered the grain transport team, they should shoot from a long distance. The Royal Guards, more than 150 people, each of them is equipped with the most advanced repeating compound bow, which can shoot 7 times in one round. Those grain transport teams had never seen this kind of weapon before, and coupled with the mobility of the war horses, the grain transport teams threw away their weapons after a while. Then, Li Wang and the others tied them all up and brought them back. This time, there are nearly 3,000 prisoners captured. This many prisoners is a headache. Not now. When I think about this, although there are many prisoners, they are not very useful. Because if there are too many of them, they will form a group that needs a large number of soldiers to guard them every day. This is an absolute waste for Yibin. At this time, the city was empty, and the soldiers took the captives and went to transport the bodies. Even asked Li Wang and the others to drive all the animals into the valley. If they wanted to reach the valley, they had to pass through Dragon City. Only by entering through the front door of Dragon City could they enter and exit the valley through the back door. Once those animals enter the valley, there's no way they can get out unless they can swim. Even if they can swim, they may not be able to get out. Yibin himself couldn't tell how big the river connecting the old city and Longqing was. He would go there to find out after he built a boat. Looking at those white herds of goats being slowly driven into Dragon City, these herds of goats may seem like a lot, but in fact they're nothing to the 6,000 men of the Allied forces. This time, the Alliance army dispatched more than 6,000 people. One person eats 10 kilograms of meat a day, so 6,000 people would be 60,000 kilograms of meat. A big sheep weighs 200 kilograms, which means more than 10,000 goats. That is, more than 2 million kilograms of meat would only be enough for them to eat for 30 to 40 days, and it would take almost 20 days for the Alliance army to go back and forth. No matter what, in that era, as long as humans had a certain scale, they would prepare food when going out to fight. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Why would they go out to fight? Just like this time with the Union Army, their food was all in the back. If no accidents occur, the goats should arrive at night. But now, all of this has been done for Yibin. Chapter 146. The Firebird Tribe is in trouble. After these flocks of sheep entered the valley, Yibin and his companions also returned to Longqing. As soon as they entered Longqing, they met Xingwan, Luoshui, and the Oiran. 3 women surrounded him at the same time and shouted at the same time, "Yibin, leader, leader!" Seeing the concern in their eyes, Yibin felt warm in his heart. Then he said with a smile, "Oiran, thanks to you this time, otherwise Longqing would not be saved." Then he said to Xingwan, "Thank you for this time. If you hadn't given it your all, Longqing would have had to change people." Finally, I looked at Luoshui again. "I am sorry for making you worry this time. No matter what time it is, I will never abandon you. This is my promise to you." 2 lines of tears instantly flashed across Luoshui's eyes. She didn't say anything, but stared at Yibin without blinking. Luoshui had never heard such beautiful love words before. This was the first time she heard such a straightforward promise, which made Xingwan beside her and the courtesan in front of her extremely envious. The 2 women were originally quite happy, but when they heard what Yibin said to Luoshui, their mood instantly turned sour. This was obviously different treatment. The few people were affectionate for a while, and then Taishan came over with Black Shark and Hanyu. Looking at the women in front of him, Taishan was a little at a loss because the leader had so many women. Seeing Taishan's appearance, Yibin stepped forward in time and gave a helpless smile to Taishan not far away. Several women also left tactfully. Seeing Yibin coming over, Taishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Leader, these 2 old men, how are we going to deal with this?" Yibin looked at the 2 old men angrily and asked, "Which tribe are you from? What are your positions in the tribe? Why are you attacking our Huaxia tribe?" Black Shark, answer immediately. "I am from the Eagle tribe." He pointed at Hanyu beside him and said, "He is from the Blackwater tribe. We are here to attack your tribe this time on the orders of the Alliance Master. Although we are an allied tribe, the Alliance leader has the final say on all matters within the Alliance. We're just following orders. Please, leader of your tribe, just let us go." Both of them looked at Yibin nervously, fearing that Yibin would get angry and kill them in the next second. Hanyu secretly glanced at Yibin. This leader of the Chinese tribe was simply too young. "Yibin, I was so angry at them. You came to my Huaxia tribe with such a big fanfare and injured so many of us. Now you want me to let you go with just one word." Hanyu, say it immediately. "We can compensate. After we both go back, I will send a lot of cattle and sheep to your tribe." After saying this, Hanyu looked at Yibin nervously. "You 2 old guys, do you really think I'm stupid? I'll let you go back and bring more people here. You're thinking too much. I can let a few of your people go back. Let them bring a large number of cattle and sheep, and then come back to redeem the people." After hearing this, the 2 men's faces suddenly changed, and Black Shark and Hanyu became anxious. Then hurriedly, even if ordinary members of the tribe returned to the tribe, they could not bring out so many cattle and sheep. Only the 2 of us could go back to the tribe in person to bring out the cattle and sheep. The 2 old men's eyes were rolling around. Yibin could see that with these little tricks, they still wanted to fight against a modern man like him. Isn't this like an old man eats arsenic because he thinks his life is too long? Seeing these 2 old men were so dishonest, Yibin planned to teach them a lesson. "Then tell Tarzan, Hand them over to the captain of the courtesan team, and they will be responsible for carrying manure from Longqing's toilets. The two of them have no idea what carrying manure means, and they look like dead pigs, not afraid of boiling water. They just carry manure. What's the big deal? Eben sneered in his heart. Since you like to play, then I will accompany you and have a good time. When the time comes and you cry, if you dare to play tricks in front of me, can I deal with you? Taishan immediately took the two old men away and waited until they were far away. Qingwan, stop Eben. This time, the Alliance army suffered a crushing defeat. Their Alliance leader will never give up. You must be more careful in the future. Eben nodded. Looking at Qingwan's appearance, Eben knew what she was worried about. This time, the Taotai Alliance chose to split its forces into two groups. With so many people coming from the Huaxia tribe, wouldn't the Firebird tribe be in even greater danger? You guys, are you leaving? Qingwan nodded with a smile. The fact that my father sent someone to pick me up this time means something. The Firebird tribe is in big trouble, and I have to rush back now. With the equipment you gave me, I can definitely defeat them this time. Those injured tribesmen will stay here with you for now. We will come to pick them up after we have solved the problem. You should also be careful. Now, the Firebird tribe is in trouble. Logically, Eben should go to help, but the tribe at the moment cannot do without him. And he has a backup plan in case the Alliance army attacks. By then, Eben would not even have time to cry. Although he had defeated the enemy, the Alliance army was powerful and he could not be careless. Once an accident occurred in Longsheng, Eben's base camp would be completely destroyed. At that time, all the tribesmen would be killed, and the women would be even more miserable, so Eben did not dare to take the risk. The lives of so many people were in his hands. As the leader of the tribe, he should consider the interests of his people. Eben asked someone to bring 3 bird cages, each of which contained 5 pigeons. He also prepared a few pieces of animal skins with words written on them for Qingwan. Then, he instructed Qingwan again. If you encounter any danger, just do as I said before, tie the animal skins to the pigeons' feet and throw the pigeons out, and they will fly back to Dragon City. Qingwan took the pigeons excitedly. This time they were able to win easily thanks to these pigeons. Otherwise, if someone at the market heard any news, they would have sent a pigeon message back immediately. Eben had made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to win easily. Even if the Allied forces cannot defeat you, won't they run away? Even if Eben chases them with all his strength, can he still wipe them out? Therefore, on the battlefield, information is more important than anything else. As long as you can get the information in advance, even if you're a pig, you could defeat the opponent unless the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Looking at the pigeon in her hand, Qingwan had tears in her eyes. Eben was really good to her. This time when he came to the Huaxia tribe, Eben gave her so many surprises, whether it was equipment or a large amount of sweet potatoes. This is all. Eben's love for her. Chapter 147 First Kiss. This time, more than 50 people from the Firebird tribe were injured. They were all fighting to protect the Huaxia tribe and Qingwan. No matter what the reason was, they were fighting for Dragon City. These people were carried to the clinic by Director Wu and his colleagues. Director Wu and his colleagues were still very confident about these wounded. Before, Eben had told her that once the tribesmen were injured, they could use alcohol to disinfect, then apply disinfected cotton to the wound, and then tie it up with woolen rope. Although this treatment method is not perfect, but in primitive society, it is the best. Alcohol can kill bacteria and reduce the mortality rate of the wounded. Director Wu is now in the clinic disinfecting the wounded. For those who have been disinfected, Director Wu will sprinkle some finely ground Panax Nodo ginseng powder on them. The Panax Nodo ginseng powder can be used to stop bleeding and then add alcohol for disinfection. As long as the injuries are not too severe, there will basically be no death. Primitive people, once they were injured, most of them died from wound infection. They had no hygiene and no good treatment methods. As long as the wound festered and rotted, they would die soon. On the Huaxia tribe side, only dozens of women were injured and they all suffered minor injuries. It was not because they were powerful, but because the courtesan gave the order in a timely manner. On the Firebird tribe side, when the battle reached its climax, Qingwan did not give any orders, and the tribesmen took up bows and arrows and started shooting indiscriminately. Many of the tribesmen were immersed in their own offensives, and no one was giving orders. It was also the first time for Qingwan to lead the tribesmen to use bows and arrows. She had never been trained before, and under the circumstances at that time, she didn't know how to give orders. The fighting style of the Firebird tribe is that everyone is brave and there is no one to command them. Once both sides give the order to start a war, everyone will rush towards the enemy together. Just like before, Black Shark and Hanyu, apart from coming up with some ideas, they had no command ability at all on the entire battlefield. They were the smartest people in the tribe, and even the patriarch had to obey them. Just say it. The patriarch rules by force, while the great witch and the high priest are the spiritual leaders of the tribe. In the eyes of the tribe, the great witch and the high priest can communicate with the gods. In the minds of the tribesmen, the two are not the same, just like the same country. These people are both civil and military. The clan leader can mobilize warriors, and the great witch and the high priest can mobilize warriors and clan leaders. In the minds of primitive people, those who can communicate with gods are the most terrifying. Even if he is the chief of the tribe, he is afraid of the punishment from the gods. Normally, the clan leader and the high priest are of equal importance. But when it comes to war, the high priest and the high witch can mobilize the clan leader. Because before going to war, the great witch and the high priest must worship the gods, communicate with the gods, and finally ask for divination. Only if the gods agree can they go to fight. Therefore, when the tribesmen went to the battlefield, the tribe leader had to listen to the great witch and others. Just like in the Battle of Dragon City, Black Shark could command Bear Eagle, and Hun could command Black Snake. If it weren't for the two old guys, they would have no idea how to command the battle, which led to the disastrous defeat of the army. Qing Wan, it's the same for her. If she could react quickly, so many people in the tribe wouldn't have been injured. The courtesan is an old subordinate of Yibin, who has also experienced the battle of the old city. Yibin, how to command the tribesmen to fight. How do you usually teach them? Several company commanders and team leaders have learned a lot, especially the Oiran. She has a very high leadership talent. Let's take a step back. The Oiran is a person with higher education, while Qing Wan and Haisha and the others are just thinking in this society. The two are not at the same level at all. In the Battle of Longcheng, if Qing Wan had been defending, it would have been breached by Black Shark long ago. There was no discipline on the battlefield. No one was commanding the battle. Everyone only cared about the enemy in front of them, and everyone fought on their own. But it's different for the Oiran. The female team she leads is very disciplined. On the battlefield, orders were given in a timely manner. There was no confusion among the entire team. The female warriors held bows and arrows, and two groups took turns shooting, effectively blocking the attack of Black Snake and his men and maximizing their own advantages. This is very similar to Yibin. Every time Yibin goes to war, he will personally command the battle. He is very particular about what kind of soldiers and what positions they stand in. Yibin personally gave orders on how archers should shoot arrows, at what distance, and what kind of arrows to use. If he had not been wearing a suit of iron, he would have swept through primitive society. Every victory of Yibin was achieved through his wisdom, not brute force. Primitive people were not fools. They were just uneducated. If you give them a book called 36 Stratagems or The Art of War, even if you were in iron armor, do you think these primitive people can beat you to death? Qing Wan instructed the tribesmen to take a few bags of sweet potatoes, as well as more than 200 sets of bamboo armor and bows and arrows. Qing Wan also asked them to take back the equipment of the injured tribesmen. These equipments were really useful to Qing Wan. Qing Wan grabbed Ye's big hand and said reluctantly, "When you finish these things, you must come to the Firebird tribe. I will wait for you to come and marry me." The tribesmen were all surprised. The little princess did not hide anything and said it directly. Those tribesmen who did not know the truth could not believe it. Although the Huaxia tribe is very powerful, it is still far inferior to their Firebird tribe. The Firebird tribe is a tribe with more than 30,000 people, while the Huaxia tribe has only a few thousand people. In the eyes of the Firebird tribe members, the Huaxia tribe was too weak. Apart from their powerful weapons, their other subordinate tribes were also powerful. Their Firebird tribe had 5 subordinate tribes, and each one was stronger than Yibin. The little princess said that she wanted the leader of the Huaxia tribe to go to the Firebird tribe to propose marriage. The tribesmen all began to doubt in their hearts, wondering if she was dreaming. Some people, when they slap themselves, feel immediate pain. There were even some people who slapped the people around them. The people who were slapped them back, and the women around them almost fainted with laughter. Ha! It was so funny that I was dying of laughter. All the women started laughing, and the members of the Firebird tribe couldn't help but start laughing too. These people look really funny. No matter what era, men like to show off in front of women. Yibin did not hesitate this time. He held Qingwan in his arms and kissed her on the face. Qingwan was confused for a moment. What was he been doing? But this feeling was very comfortable. In primitive society, there was no kissing or hugging. Just like primitive humans, they followed the instincts of men and women. Unless you did that kind of thing, they would never hug, let alone kiss. If this happened, anyone else would have been chopped into 8 pieces, and everyone around would have been petrified on the spot. Chapter 148, The Secret of the Alliance. Ibn said, "This advanced civilization has taught everyone a lesson. These primitive people had never seen such a scene before, hugging each other and kissing each other. In their cognition, the mouth is used for eating food. It is even more impossible for a man and a woman to hug each other. This kind of thing is the first time that everyone present has seen it. As the person involved, Qingwan knows her feelings best. She doesn't know either. Ibn, why do you want to hug her and even kiss her? But her body instinct does not resist this behavior." Gully and Zar's eyes almost dropped out. How dare he do that? To them, Ibn's behavior was very rude. It would be fine if you just hugged the little princess, but why did you have to talk to him? If Qingwan wasn't angry, Gully and Zar thought that they would beat Ibn up at least. This behavior was somewhat disrespectful. For primitive people, this is an insult. To put it simply, if I hugged and kissed a woman from your tribe, would this be a provocation to the primitive people? Because their industrial level is backward, primitive people don't wear clothes. In super tribes like Qingwan, the tribesmen only cover the more critical parts. Just like Qingwan, she only wore an animal skin that covered her chest and another animal skin on her thighs. It was a very primitive outfit. Those male primitive people, the big tribes used animal skins to cover the bottom, and the small tribes used leaves. Animal skins were very precious to the small tribes, and usually only the leaders could own them. After a while, Ibn let Qingwan go and gave her a few more instructions, telling her to send a pigeon for help if she encountered any danger. Looking at Ibn's sincere eyes, Qingwan was deeply moved. Qingwan said immediately, "I'm leaving, and you should be careful too." After saying this, he led his tribesmen and walked out of the city. Watching Qingwan walking away, Ibn felt reluctant to let her go. During this time spent with Qingwan, the two had developed a deep affection for each other. Those beautiful scenes emerged in his mind bit by bit. Qingwan, after leaving Longsheng, took more than 200 tribesmen and rode at full speed. At this speed, they would reach the Firebird tribe in 2 or 3 days at most. This time, the Taodui alliance was angry, and Qingwan knew some of the reasons. Last time, she followed Ibn to destroy the War Bear tribe and the Python tribe, which was a huge loss for the Taodui alliance. They said the Firebird tribe and the Taogui alliance have been fighting for so long, and both sides have suffered losses. It's the first time in so many years that someone like Ibn has destroyed other tribes at will. Hanyo, Zhui, Feng, and others, together with the warriors, transported the corpses under Longsheng to the distant mountains. The slaves, each carrying a corpse, walked into the mountains together. Black Panther said, "Battalion commander, you don't mind the trouble. In my opinion, it would be too easy for them to just dump these bodies in the mountains and help them dig such a big pit to bury the bodies." Zhuifeng said with a smile, "Battalion commander, didn't I say that once these corpses rot, it would easily cause a plague and many people would die? Especially these corpses, they are closest to Longsheng. If a plague really breaks out, the first to suffer will be our Longsheng." Hanyo also said curiously, "Battalion commander, is the plague you're talking about really that serious?" Zhuifeng nodded very affirmatively. He never doubted what Ibn said. Since Zhuifeng followed Ibn, he learned a lot. He used to believe that if a tribe wanted to be strong, it had to have more people. After arriving at the Huaxia tribe, Ibn led them in every battle, and they won with fewer troops. This time and twice, it could be said to be luck, but if it's the same every time, can still be luck? A few people chatted for a while, and Zhuifeng saw a big man. The man was wearing black animal skin and was tall and strong. There was another man next to him, and that man was Xiongning. It turned out that these two men were mixed in with the captives. Since the surrender of the Allied forces, Ibn arranged for them to help the soldiers carry the bodies. These dead warriors were all members of their tribe. At this time, the two men were still working hard with their tribesmen to dig a big pit. Every time they threw down a corpse, they felt very complicated. When the Allied forces came, they were full of confidence, but within less than a day after arriving here, they became prisoners of others. The contrast is really too great. In the previous battles with the Firebird tribe, their tribes were the main force of the alliance, and they were able to escape unscathed every time they went to the battlefield. How could it be like today, with so many clansmen dying and themselves involved? This is a huge shame and humiliation for them, but there is nothing they can do at the moment, and they can only work honestly. Now, they're slaves of others. If they do not obey the arrangements, they may be the next to die. As long as one is a human being, he is afraid of death. Even primitive people will be afraid of death. Chase the wind and capture a slave. Then he began to ask, what do those two people do? The slave said tremblingly, the one wearing black animal skin is the chief of the Blackwater tribe, and the one next to him is our chief. After saying this, the slave looked at Juefeng cautiously, fearing that Juefeng would order him to be killed in the next second. Juefeng was very excited. These were two big fish. He suddenly thought of something. You just said that the other one was your patriarch. What tribe are you from? Compared with the Blackwater tribe, which one of you is more powerful? The slave nervously replied, we are the Eagle tribe. The Blackwater tribe and our tribe are the main forces of the Alliance. Whenever the Alliance fights, it is people like us who contribute both manpower and strength. Juefeng looked at him curiously. You people? What's a meaning? Slave, tell Juefeng everything you know. Every time the Alliance goes to war, they recruit people from other tribes. Our Alliance has 10 tribes in total. Every time when there is a war, the leader of the Alliance will ask for people from other tribes. Then everyone gathered together. There would be a lot of people. The slave gestured with his hands and roughly meant that there would be so many, about 20,000 to 30,000 people. Juefeng was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. After listening to the slave's words, he realized one thing. This Lord of the Alliance was truly terrifying. When they fight, they don't use their own people, but other people's people. No matter how much they lose, in the end the Tautai tribe still becomes a super tribe. Chasing the wind. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. He must tell Ibn quickly and let the battalion commander make preparations early to avoid suffering a great loss later. This is the biggest secret of the Alliance. Chapter 149, Confession Under Torture. Ibn was directing his tribesmen to clean up the mess. Although the Allied forces were defeated, there was chaos inside and outside Longcheng, and the moat was stained red with blood. There are also those burnt bamboos floating on the moat, which need to be cleaned up. Also, those arrows that have been shot need to be retrieved in large quantities. Each arrow has an iron arrowhead. Ibn dare not waste such a thing. As for the burnt bamboo arrows, the tribesmen pick up the arrowheads and remake the arrow shafts. Ibn, looking at everything in front of him, couldn't calm down for a long time, and there were still traces on the ground. Those were the blood of the Alliance army. He came to this world and didn't want to be an enemy of anyone, but the Tautai Alliance always went against him. Not far ahead, a large number of warriors appeared, including several thousand slaves. Juefeng brought 2 slaves and walked quickly towards Ibn. Ibn seemed to have some impression of these 2 people. When attacking Longcheng, the man in black animal skin was giving orders, and the man next to him was standing together at that time. The soldiers quickly returned to Longcheng, and Juefeng brought 2 people to Ibn. Then he said to Ibn, Battalion Commander, guess who these 2 people are? Ibn also became curious. They are the leaders of the Alliance army. Many people are curious about the difference between a leader and a clan leader. This depends on the size of the tribe. In large tribes, the chief is usually called the patriarch, while in small tribes, it is almost always called the leader. Ibn used to be from a small tribe. The most powerful people in the tribe at that time were the leader and the witch. Ever since Ibn became the leader, he has been the most powerful person in the tribe. Originally, in a tribe like the Luoshui tribe, Ibn should have called the tribe leader long ago, but the tribesmen were used to calling him that, and Ibn didn't care about it. When the tribe had more people in the future, he would change his title. Juefeng said excitedly, one of them is the chief of the Blackwater tribe, and the other is the chief of the Eagle tribe. Unexpectedly, their chiefs were captured this time. Seeing Juefeng's excitement, Ibn said, we caught 2 heads this time. Chasing the wind, with a confused look on his face. 2 old men? Ibn smiled and said, those 2 old men are more important than these 2. One is the high priest of the Blackwater tribe, and the other is the great witch of the Eagle tribe. They are more important than the patriarch. The 2 of them smiled at each other. With these few people, Ibn would be able to find out where the tribes of the Tautai Alliance were, and then defeat them one by one. Now is the best time. Ibn, look at the black snake. In your alliance, where is the weakest tribe? How many of them are there? How many men are there? How many women are there? Tell me now. Looking at Ibn's eyes, Black Snake also became nervous. He originally wanted to be tough, but his body was out of control. The young man in front of him, although young, was not a good person because he could become a leader. Black Snake didn't say anything. He didn't answer Yi Bin, nor did he reject Yi Bin. He just remained silent. Yi Bin looked at the eagle again. He didn't say anything, saying that the eagle was tougher than the Black Snake. He directly scolded Yi Bin. You killed so many of us, and you want to kill others. Why don't you just die? When Zhui Feng saw the battalion commander being scolded, he immediately punched him. Several of Xiaoming's teeth fell out. Zhui Feng wanted to do more, but was stopped by Yi Bin. Yi Bin said with a smile, I'll give you two another chance. If you still don't tell me, then you both can die. The two of them looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say anything. After all, they were the clan leaders, and of course they had their own pride. They wouldn't be so spineless and weak primitive people. They couldn't be clan leaders. Yi Bin's smile gradually cooled as he looked at them with an unyielding attitude. Yi Bin, tell Zhui Feng to do it. Separate them both and beat them with a whip until they speak out. If what they say is different, continue beating them until what they say is the same. Black Snake and Eagle had no idea what a whip was. As long as Yi Bin didn't kill them, nothing else mattered. Soon the two of them were dragged away. After a while, their screams were heard, and the soldiers whipped them again and again, and the whips hit people, making pop-ha sounds. With every whip, the skin and flesh of the Black Snake cracked instantly, and the same was true for the eagle. It was too painful to be hit by this whip. The warriors, Black Snake and Eagle, used all their strength in every whip strike. No way, they have suffered such pain before. Even though they are proud, that was just because they have not been beaten. Now, every whip will take half of their lives. Soon, the two of them couldn't bear it anymore. Primitive people did not have the concept of torture. In their dictionary, after capturing the enemy, they would either kill him directly or turn him into a slave. This kind of punishment is unique in the world between the two of them. Black Snake shouted loudly, Stop hitting me. Isn't it okay for me to say so? The wounds on his body were still bleeding. It was a horrible sight. The eagle over there was still struggling, and every time the soldiers hit him, he would let out a scream. Black Snake said weakly, The closest tribe to you is the Golden Wing tribe. In our alliance, the War Bear tribe and the Python tribe are the weakest. The Golden Wing tribe is a bit stronger. There are so many of them now. Black Snake gestured with his hands, but Yi Bin couldn't understand. Then asked, Is it you, the remaining people? Black Snake, nodding immediately. It's about the same as this. The Golden Wing tribe is 4 solar times away from you. Yibinaskid again. How many people did they send out this time? And how many people went to the Firebird tribe? The eagle could no longer bear it, so it screamed and begged for mercy. Yi Bin said to Zhui Feng, Take him over there and interrogate him. At that time, we will compare the statements again. If we find any discrepancies, I will beat them to death. After hearing what Yi Bin said, the two were scared half to death. This kind of beating is really too painful. Whipping someone won't kill them directly, but the person being whipped will feel extremely painful. Every time the whip hits the body, the skin and flesh will be torn apart, and the pain will go deep into the bones. It is very difficult for ordinary people to endure. Soon, the eagle was taken away. Yi Bin, take a look at the Black Snake and continue talking. Black Snake, don't dare to lie. He had just seen the appearance of the eagle. There was not a single piece of good flesh on its body. Its entire body was beaten to pieces. It made him feel creepy when he saw it. Although Black Snake was also beaten, he surrendered early and did not have many wounds on his body. He was going to say it anyway, so why not do it earlier? As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Chapter 150, Zhaoan. This time, the Golden Wing tribe sent out about 1,000 people, and there were about 2,000 people in their tribe. This was the situation. As for the Firebird tribe, I really don't know. Lord Alliance Leader, after assigning the tasks, we will return to the tribe and summon the tribesmen to attack your tribe together. Result, Black Snake didn't dare to say anything more. They attacked others, but were killed by Yi Bin. Now all the tribesmen have been arrested, and even he, the tribe leader, has become a prisoner. After listening to this, Yi Bin suddenly remembered a person, Jin Hua, who was captured last time. If he could persuade Jin Hua to bring the tribesmen to join, it would make things much easier. Yi Bin looked at a soldier. Then, he ordered, Go and notify everyone to gather at the training ground and bring all the slaves here. The soldier agreed immediately. Then, walking towards the slave room, Yi Bin called Zhui Feng and brought Black Snake and the eagle to the training ground. At this time, there was not a single piece of good meat on the eagle's body. When the captives saw this, They were all trembling with fear. When everyone arrived at the training ground, Yibin stood on the platform and looked at the crowd below. At this time, the training ground was divided into 3 groups. The first part is the slaves who are surrounded in the middle of the training ground, and the second part is the warriors who stand outside the slaves, forming an enclosure. The ones left are the women of Longqing. At this moment, the women are as happy as if it were New Year. Everyone had an excited look on their face. These women were scared to death, especially the women who were brought back later. They knew better than anyone how powerful the Taotai alliance was. These women had no hope at all. No one expected that such a powerful coalition army would be defeated by China. It is really hard to believe that if the women of the primitive tribe were taken away by other tribes, they would adapt quickly. For them, as long as they can have enough food and clothing and are not abused, it doesn't matter where they are. Women in primitive tribes have no status. No matter which tribe they are in, women are just tools for reproduction. Since these women came to the Huaxia tribe, they not only have enough food and warm clothing. The people here don't look down on them. Here, men and women are the same. There is no distinction between high and low. Women can also be warriors. Women can do anything that men can do, except giving birth to children. Although it's only been a few days, but these women have already recognized the Huaxia tribe. Except for a few women. Most of them are relieved. These women have made great efforts in the Battle of Dragon City this time. Yibin kilirut histuroat. Then, he said loudly, this time, the Taotai alliance sent a large number of troops to destroy us. If it weren't for everyone working together in unity, Dragon City would have been destroyed long ago. I'm very grateful for everything you have done. In order to fight back against the Taotai alliance, I decided to lead people to launch a surprise attack on their allied tribe. This is a great opportunity for us. According to the information I got, the Taogui alliance is now dealing with the Firebird tribe. There must not be many people defending the alliance tribe at this moment. If we move out quickly, we can definitely destroy several of their tribes. After listening to Yi Bin's speech, the tribesmen immediately became excited. As a member of the Huaxia tribe, they naturally hoped that the tribe would be strong so that no one would dare to bully them. Now, I will give you slaves a chance to redeem yourself by making amends for your crimes. Anyone who is willing to join me in a surprise attack on the allied tribes and kill one enemy can become a slave captain. Anyone who kills 2 enemies can join the Huaxia tribe, and anyone who kills 3 enemies can be allocated a woman. When the slaves heard the news, they immediately became excited. In particular, the slaves before had to do the most tiring work and the dirtiest things in the Huaxia tribe every day. The slaves had had enough of it, and now that there was such an opportunity, the slaves all rushed to participate. Hanyu and Haisha spent the whole afternoon picking up feces. They even vomited bile. They thought picking up feces was an easy job, but after they arrived at the scene, only then did they realize how smelly the pit was and how many bugs, big and small, were inside it. This frightened the 2 old men so much that their faces turned pale. As the great witch of the tribe, one of them was the high priest. They enjoyed food every day and had a lot of women. Now, they have fallen to the point of digging manure pits and carrying manure. How can the 2 old men bear it? At first, the 2 men refused to dig, but the soldiers did not give in and whipped them hard. The 2 old men were in so much pain that they surrendered soon. Now, see Yibin. The 2 old men ran to Yibin as if they had seen their own father, then knelt down, crying and asking him to let them go. They said they would do anything as long as he didn't dig the manure pit. Those captured alliance troops saw their own great witch and high priest kneeling in front of the leader of the Huaxia tribe. At this moment, the hearts of the allied forces were shaken. Their leader had already knelt, so why should they, the tribesmen, continue to hold on? When Black Snake and Eagle saw the scene, their eyes suddenly turned black and they fainted. After a while, more than 2,000 slaves stood up on the training ground. They were all willing to attack the alliance tribe together as long as they could join the powerful Huaxia tribe. Yibin agreed immediately. As long as you make contributions to the tribe, when you come back, you will be members of the Huaxia tribe and enjoy the same excellent treatment as our people. The slaves jumped for joy. The Huaxia tribe was so powerful. Once they joined, they would be one of it. Yibin thought, as long as you take action and your hands are stained with blood, the alliance army will not let these people go. At that time, these slaves can only be loyal to China. Those who have made contributions will be given a woman, which can be considered as starting a family in the tribe. Once everyone settles down and gets used to everything here, they will naturally regard China as their real home. Black Shark and Hunyu said immediately, "Chief, we beg you, please give us a chance. We will lead our men to launch a surprise attack and help you to take down several allied tribes." Yibin, would he believe them? He rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. So he said with a smile, "Let's do this. You go and tell these people." Yibin pointed at those who didn't stand up and asked them to go with me to attack the Alliance tribe. "You two will stay in Longsheng and help me defend the city. From now on, you'll be members of my Huaxia tribe and will no longer have to dig manure pits. Do you agree?" The two old men looked at each other and immediately made up their minds that their allied tribes were not a monolithic entity. Every tribe has its own little thoughts. Chapter 151, Yibin changes his name. The two old men seemed to understand that if they wanted to live well, they could only obey Yibin's arrangements. Otherwise, they would have to dig a manure pit. When they thought of that, their whole bodies began to tremble. Digging a manure pit is really disgusting. Although it is not a physical attack, it is a magical attack, which is more powerful than a physical attack. For them, it is more painful than death. The two old men, after they figured it out, suddenly, he prostrated himself to Yibin, which was an absolute submission and showed complete submission. From now on, he would be a member of the Huaxia tribe. "Chief, we are willing to persuade those who are unwilling to join, but we have a request. In the future, you should not kill our tribesmen." The contrast between these two people was so great that Yibin couldn't believe it. They were thinking of escaping just now, but now they have completely surrendered. Or was it that the cesspool was too strong and smoked their brains? Yibin had no idea that the two big fires in Longsheng had directly burned out the ambitions of the two old men. In the hearts of the two men, this kind of fire was the wrath of God. Look at Yibin, no words. The two old men became anxious. Just when the two were about to say something, Yibin finally spoke. "I agree." The two of them immediately became happy. In the eyes of the Alliance, their tribes were the same. It's just a chess piece. Every time there's a war with the Firebird tribe, it is the allied tribe that provides manpower and effort, while the Taotai tribe contributes nothing. The Alliance tribes have been unhappy with them for a long time, but there is nothing they can do. Everyone is not united, and every tribe wants to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. The final beneficiary can only be the Taotai tribe. Now, they've been captured by the Huaxia tribe, and Yibin also intends to recruit them. Why not take this opportunity to completely break away from the Taotai alliance? It's a pity that those tribesmen were killed. Once the news of their defeat spreads back to the tribe will elect a new patriarch and a successor to the Great Witch, and the Taotai tribe will not watch them split. These are the knives of the Taotai tribe. They will chop at the knives of other tribes until the knives are broken and the people are killed. Otherwise, they will still be useful. When China becomes strong in the future, the leaders will go to rescue people. Looking at the two of them, their happiness doesn't seem fake. These people from the big tribe surrendered so easily. Am I hallucinating? All I saw was Hunyu and Black Shark. Immediately, he shouted loudly, "My fellow tribesmen, the Taotai alliance does not regard us as human beings. Every time we go out to fight, it is our people who die. I don't know how many people have died over the years. If this continues, our tribe will be destroyed sooner or later. Your relatives, children, and your women are all in the tribe. Leader, you have promised us that you will not kill them and can bring them here. From now on, we'll be Chinese." This sneak attack by other allied tribes was also to rescue our own people. When the time comes, let's join China together. The leader will not treat us unfairly. After the speeches of Hunyu and Black Shark, those warriors who were unwilling to join China all agreed. On the training ground, there was a loud shout, "Kill Taotai alliance! Save our people!" At this moment, the entire training ground was shocked, even though they were hostile to each other just now. Now they have all joined the Huaxia tribe. This is too shocking. Yibin himself couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that these two old guys would have such an important role. He will definitely make use of them later. These two people are both talented. Yibin, in a world before time travel, there's an old saying that goes, "Make the best use of people and things." These two heads are definitely talented. Yibin has thought it through. When I come back this time, I will open a market and let these two old men manage it. If those small tribes that are unable to survive let these two people act as lobbyists, the number of people in the tribe will increase rapidly, and becoming a super tribe will be a piece of cake. As he was thinking, Yibin suddenly laughed, and everyone was stunned. "Chief, what happened?" The two old men thought they had convinced the tribesmen, and the leader smiled happily. The two of them also started laughing. Ah. Everyone at the scene didn't know what was going on and started laughing. See, everyone is giggling. This scared Yibin. What happened to these people? There was laughter everywhere. Yibin immediately put down his hands, and everyone quieted down. Yibin looked at Jinhua. This time, our target is your Golden Wing tribe. I can give you a chance, take you back to the tribe, and let all your people join China. Otherwise, there's only one way waiting for them. That is death. Hearing Yibin's words, Jinhua shivered all over. Yibin's words were so cold that they made his whole body cold. Jinhua, I also understand that Yibin has not abused him since he came back last time. Now that the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe have joined Huaxia, does he have any other choice? Jinhua also crawled down towards Yibin. Then, he said sincerely, Chief, I am willing to join Huaxia. This time I will persuade my people to join Huaxia together. Yibin, after listening, I am still very satisfied with Jinhua. This time, you must actively persuade them to avoid conflict. You know very well the strength of China. Once the two sides go to war, your people will be the ones to die. Jinhua had also made up his mind, so he nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, Chief, I will definitely convince my tribesmen to avoid conflict. Yibin thought, this Jinhua is pretty good. I can train him in the future. We have recruited so many people this time. The tribe itself has 1,500 people, plus the 600 slaves from before. This time, he captured 2,300 people, Li Wang captured 500 people, plus 600 slaves and 1,500 warriors, a total of 4,900 people. Yibin was shocked himself. It had only been a short period of time, and there were already more than 10,000 Chinese people. Now in the Chinese tribe, there were more than 4,000 women and more than 4,000 men. In just over half a year, the tribe had grown from a few dozen people to tens of thousands. Yibin himself couldn't imagine that the development speed of the Huaxia tribe was really as fast as flying an airplane. Yibin shouted loudly, From now on, you're all Chinese. If you're bullied outside in the future, you have the support of the Huaxia tribe. We don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Do you remember this? Everyone answered loudly. Remember them all. Black Shark suddenly said, Chief, it's time to change your current title. Primitive people all knew that only small tribes could be called leaders, such as the current Chinese tribe. However, for a tribe of tens of thousands of people, the title of leader is a bit inappropriate to his identity. Chapter 152, Building a Market. Yibin felt that Black Shark's words made sense. It was time to change the title. What should he change it to? Yibin had said before that when the team became bigger, he would be promoted from battalion commander. At the moment, in this situation, it is impossible to call him a division commander. This is not in line with his temperament. Either call him a marshal or a president. It seems too early. For a moment, there was no good name to call him. How about calling him chief, which is not domineering at all? Yibin, this is a really difficult time. Black Shark said immediately, Chief, according to the rules of the big tribe, you should be called the patriarch. Hanyu also immediately echoed, Chief, Black Shark is right, you should be called the patriarch now. The title of chief is a bit inappropriate to your identity. Yibin immediately shook his head and looked at everyone. From now on, all of you will call me the City Lord. Yibin thought, this is Dragon City, and he is the master of Dragon City. The title of City Lord is really suitable. Let's call him City Lord for now. Everyone was confused. Who the hell is this City Lord? But he sounds very powerful. Fellow tribesmen, although we don't understand what the leader means, since he has said so, let's just call him the City Lord from now on. Zhou Feng took a look accidentally and suddenly thought of something. Isn't this Dragon City? The leader was renamed the City Lord. Zhou Feng understood it instantly. No wonder the title of City Lord sounds so powerful. It turns out that it is named after the city. The questions the leader thinks about are really powerful. Chase the wind and shout. City Lord mighty. Everybody shout along. City Lord mighty. City Lord mighty. Listen to the shouts of the tribesmen. Yibin's blood immediately boiled. The feeling of being called by thousands of people was so overwhelming. He was like a king, accepting everyone's worship. Yibin pressed down with his big hand. Everyone gradually quieted down and waited for Yibin's orders. Since they had joined China, they had to fight for China. After everyone quieted down, Yibin looked at everyone and shouted, Zhou Feng, Haisha, Hanyu, take 1,000 people with you to the former Python Plains and build a city. I want to build a market for the Chinese tribe there. The three of them agreed immediately. Then they began to count the troops. Zhou Feng led the second company, Haisha, and Hanyu, and selected everyone, about 200 people, waiting for Yi Bin's order. Yi Bin allocated another 500 green bulls to Zhuifeng and his men. Building a city would take more than a day or two. With these green bulls, the construction speed would be much faster. Those stones all need to be transported by green oxen, as well as river sand and coal. This time we're going to the Python Plain, and we'll also stop by Coal Mountain. There are more than 500 green oxen, each weighing 500 kilograms, which is exactly 250,000 kilograms. Yi Bin asked Luoshui to deliver more than 50 fishing nets. Last time, they attacked the Python tribe. There was a big river among them. Originally, that location was not suitable for a market. It was surrounded by plains and was easy to be attacked by others. However, Yi Bin was not afraid at all. Just because others failed to run a market did not mean that he could not do so. As long as the city was built, the primitive people nearby would not be able to attack. Yi Bin once again instructed the 3 people that after arriving at the Python Plains, they should start building a city at the previous location of the Python tribe. The scale of the city should be the same as that of Dragon City. As for the moat, just keep it simple. Specifically, you can discuss with Old Man Bear about what to bring, and bring 300 slaves. After the city is built, give them a chance to join China. These more than 300 people built Dragon City and houses, and they're all good bricklayers. This time, if you bring more with you, it will definitely help you. After you go there, everyone should work together to build a city as quickly as possible. If what happens? Immediately, use carrier pigeons to send messages. We will rush over as soon as possible. If you need anything, you can also use carrier pigeons to send messages. Longsheng will be your backup. After listening, Yi Bin's speech, all 3 of them were very excited. Don't worry, City Lord. After we get there, we will build a city as quickly as possible. By then, we 2 old men will send a large number of people to spread the news far away. It won't take long before many people know about our market. As long as there are many varieties and the prices are cheap, more and more people will come here in the future. Yi Bin nodded. These 2 old men are really wise. There is a huge difference between wise people and foolish people. You guys pack up your things immediately and get ready to go. The 3 people agreed immediately. Yes, City Lord, Zhuifeng said. There are 2 old men leading more than 1,000 people heading out of the city. Yi Bin looked at Old Man Xiong again. During this period of time, you should prepare more things in your production room and make more pottery. You can add some colors appropriately. That kind of pottery will definitely be liked by people. Old Bear scratched his head with his hand and said in confusion, City Lord, what is color? Yi Bin, think about it. Then he said to Old Bear, you use wood ash, add some colored mud water, and stir it into a paste. Then put the dried pottery in it and turn it around. After it dries again, you can start firing it. You can figure out the specific details on your own. If you really don't understand something, you can wait for me to come back and discuss it with you. It's actually not difficult to add color to pottery. Just try a few times and you'll understand it. Old Man Xiong nodded, not quite understanding. Since the City Lord said so, it must be correct. If it really doesn't work, he can make some adjustments or try a few more times. We absolutely cannot let the City Lord down. Old Man Xiong is also a stubborn person. Although he is a little older, he still has a spirit of never giving up. The more he is not good at something, the more he wants to try it. The City Lord values him so much that he must complete this task. This is also Yi Bin's trust in Old Man Xiong. When a market opens, pottery will be the highlight, so we must put more effort into it. Especially, colored pottery will be liked by more people. Looking at Old Man Xiong, it seemed that he understood a little bit, so Yi Bin asked him to figure out on his own. Now, everything has been arranged. Yi Bin also told the courtesan that after we go out, Longsheng will be handed over to you. You must guard Longsheng well and never be careless. Don't worry, City Lord. We will definitely guard Dragon City day and night and will not give the enemy any chance. As long as I, the Oiran, am here, no one can enter Dragon City. Yi Bin no longer hesitated. Then he shouted loudly, everyone, bring 10 days worth of dry food and set out with me. Last time we robbed the bears and pythons, we got a lot of dried meat. Now that the army is moving, it's just right for everyone to bring a bag. Chapter 153 Cavalry. This sneak attack was all about speed. No one could have imagined that the Huaxia tribe could win and even conquer 2 major tribes. This was something the Tao Tai Alliance could never have imagined in their dreams. Yi Bin, give the order. Set off. The first company, led by Hanyo, walked directly in the front. The newly joined warriors looked at the people in front of them and were stunned by how neat the team was. They realized that walking could be so handsome. The warriors followed suit and walked quickly behind the first company. The Black Panther's second company walked at the end of the crowd. In this way, a team of more than 4,000 people has been formed. The whole team is like a big snake. As for Black Snake and Eagle, they will stay in the tribe first. Now both of them are in a coma. Black Shark and the others have all joined China. Even if they wake up, they can only accept their fate. Otherwise, how can they make any waves with just the two of them? Jinhua, following Yibin, was riding a big blue ox. Primitive people's use of blue cattle was still limited to eating meat and transporting things. It was not feasible to use them to kill enemies on the battlefield. The blue cattle's belly was too big, and if the cattle were crowded together, they would easily lose control of their emotions. If one thing is not handled properly, tragedy will occur. Anyone who has raised cattle in rural areas knows it, especially buffaloes. As long as there are many of them in a group, they will love to fight. Cattle like quietness, and if someone shouts loudly, they will easily become enraged. Therefore, blue cattle are not suitable for going to the battlefield. Think about it yourself. If two sides are fighting, and each side has 5,000 or 6,000 people, once the two sides start fighting, and the soldiers shout and kill together, these cattle will immediately become furious. By then, not to mention killing the enemies, all the warriors riding on the bulls would fall off and be trampled in a meat paste by the bulls. Unless it was a battle involving 100 people, the bull herd would be better and would not get out of control so easily. Just like in the Battle of Longsheng this time, why didn't Black Shark and his allied forces bring Green Ox? It was because there were too many people and they couldn't be controlled on the battlefield. Besides, Longsheng is a city, so it was useless to bring Green Ox. Just like Yibin, every time he used the Green Ox, it was on the way to the market, and at most he used it as a means of transportation. It was rarely used on the battlefield, which was also to prevent the soldiers from getting injured. Only wild horses are the most stable after being trained. It takes a certain amount of time to train wild horses into war horses. As long as the training is successful, they will be gods on the battlefield. For primitive people, war horse cavalry are gods. Even in ancient times, cavalry would be very powerful. Now that China has war horses, Yibin naturally looks down on the blue ox. The speed of the war horse is too fast, which is beyond the reach of the blue ox. The blue ox can only be used to transport some strategic materials at most. This time, Yibin and his men launched a surprise attack, aiming for a quick victory. Everyone only brought 10 days' worth of dry food. If the food was not enough, they could steal food from the alliance. Yibin is not worried about these things at all. The people he brings with him are all elites. How could they starve to death? If it really doesn't work, he will just keep on snatching until he returns with a full load. Golden Fire said, "Lord City Lord, Yibin said with a smile, "Don't worry. I understand. We will not harm your people. This is what I promised you." When Jinhua heard Yibin's promise again, he felt much more at ease. "Lord City Lord, thank you for not holding a grudge. I brought people with me before." Halfway, Jinhua didn't continue. "It's impossible for me to say that I brought people to ambush you before, but didn't kill you. I regret it very much now. To express my apology, please kill me again." Jinhua felt very embarrassed at this moment. They were enemies before, but now they have become tribesmen. Both Yibin and Jinhua need a period of adaptation. Along the way, Jinhua didn't say anything. He thought to himself that this time he must persuade his fellow tribesmen to join the Huaxia tribe. Jinhua had been in the Huaxia tribe for some time, and he understood how powerful Huaxia was. Not at all. How could a branch tribe of the Alliance be so powerful as to deal with them? Even the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe have all joined China. What tricks can a down-and-out clan leader like him play? As long as he follows the city lord well, his future achievements will be limitless. Since he came to China, Yibin has not abused him. The work he does is dirty and tiring, but it is already very good. If it were him, Yibin would have been chopped into pieces if he was caught. There was no way he would have been allowed to live until now. So in a sense, Yibin had been very good to him. Looking at the speed of the team's advancement, Yibin suddenly had an idea. He would lead the cavalry team to reach the Golden Wing tribe first. He believed that with his cavalry team, even if the opponent had 1,000 or 2,000 people, they would not be able to stop him. "Do it when you think of it." Yibin shouted loudly, "Kingly, take the cavalry and follow me straight to the Golden Wing tribe. Jinhua, you should follow along too, and everyone should hurry up and get on with their journey." The two of them answered immediately. Yes, yes. Yi Bin, keep your eyes on the golden fire and lead the way. Okay. Lord City Lord. Jinhua rode the green bull and walked quickly forward. Yi Bin, with the cavalry, also quickly followed. When passing the black bull, Yi Bin said to the black bull, "You guys follow behind. I will take the cavalry to the Golden Wing tribe first." Hanyo, what else do you want to say? Yi Bin ran away riding on the phantom cloud, and the members of the cavalry team quickly followed. The speed of the war horses was so fast that wherever the cavalry team went, a cloud of dust was raised on the ground. Looking at Yi Bin walking away, Hanyo was really worried. According to the information he knew, there were still thousands of people in the Golden Wing tribe. If something happened to Yi Bin, who would lead the Huaxia tribe? The current Huaxia is not the same as before, with only dozens of people. If something happened to Yi Bin, the Huaxia tribe would be disbanded immediately, and there would be no one to command those newcomers. Thinking of this, Hanyo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Black Bull, quickly give orders to the team. Everyone moved forward quickly. After a while, the team started running. Black Panther was also confused. What happened? He immediately rode the green bull and walked in front of the black bull. When Black Panther came in front of the black bull, he asked curiously, "What's going on? Team, why are you jogging forward? Where's the city lord?" Black Bull looked at Black Panther anxiously. The city lord led the cavalry and headed towards the Golden Wing tribe. When Black Panther heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. The question he was thinking was the same as Black Bull's. There's still more than 2,000 people in the Golden Wing tribe, and the city lord only brings such a small number of people. If they encounter danger, it will be too late for them to rescue them. Black Panther no longer hesitates. Immediately, shout out, "Everyone, move forward quickly. We must catch up with the city lord as soon as possible." Chapter 154. Jinhua returns to the tribe. The cavalry team, led by Yi Bin, advanced quickly along the way. They also freed up a black horse and let Jinhua ride it. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 or 4 days to reach the Golden Wing tribe. Now everyone is riding on their war horses, and it is estimated that they will reach the Golden Wing tribe in half a day. After these days of running in, the team members have already developed a tacit understanding. The current team members and the horses under them have already sensed each other, and they're moving forward all the way. There's a cloud of dust wherever they pass, and the branches next to them are creaking in the wind. In this kind of forest in primitive society, there are no routes at all. Those places where people often walk will be trampled out with a clearing. You can find a problem at a glance. After running for several hours, Yi Bin looked at Jinhua beside him and asked loudly, "How long will it take to reach the Golden Wing tribe?" Jinhua looked around and found the place very familiar. Jinhua confirmed that at the current speed, it would not take long to reach the Golden Wing tribe. Not far ahead was the Golden Wing tribe's nest. This was the place Jinhua wanted to return to the most. Now, he is finally back, but this time is different from the past. In the past, he always returned victoriously. This time, coming back is Jinhua's most helpless choice. If he does not persuade his fellow tribesmen, the consequence will be complete destruction. As the chief of the Golden Wing tribe, how could he watch his tribesmen die with his own eyes? This is the thing a chief least wants to see. The tribesmen have no idea how powerful the Huaxia tribe is, but he, Jinhua, knows it better than anyone else. This time, Yi Bin only brought 150 people. If a fight really broke out, his own people would definitely suffer. For example, these war horses were incredibly fast, and each man was equipped with weapons such as bows and arrows. Jinhua, but he saw it with his own eyes. When they dealt with the Python tribe, a wave of arrows was shot, and a large number of people fell on the opposite side. In this battle of Dragon City, corpses were strewn all over the ground. The scene was simply horrific. I heard from people in China that the corpses of the Alliance army had dyed the moat red, and the broken limbs and arms on the ground could be loaded onto ox carts. The scene was so frightening that people couldn't even look at it. Just as Jinhua was thinking, a large number of shacks appeared on the hill in front of him. Next to the hill, there was a very wide river. The members of the Jinchi tribe lived not far away. Yi Bin asked immediately, "This is your tribe?" Jinhua, "Not immediately, right? This is our Golden Wing tribe. The city lord is waiting here. I will go back to the tribe and let the people join China." Yi Bin glanced at Jinhua, and their eyes met. Jinhua did not dodge, but looked at the boy in front of him very naturally. Yi Bin smiled slightly and said, "Then we will wait for you here. The earlier you go, the earlier you will come back." Seeing Jinhua was about to leave, Li Wan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Bin. Then he said with a smile, I believe, chief of the Golden Fire clan. Yi Bin's words touched Jin Hua deeply. The city lord actually trusted him so much. He must do a good job of this matter and must not let the city lord down. During his time in China, he had already figured it out. Not to mention the combat power of these 150 people, there are more than 4,000 people behind the city lord. Even if he wants to go back on his word, he does not have the strength to deal with so many enemies. Jinhua's eyes were a little red, and he looked at Yi Bin with gratitude. Then he immediately turned around and walked toward his tribe. When Jinhua appeared, the people of the Jinshi tribe all shouted excitedly. Several tribesmen shouted loudly, The Patriarch is back! The Patriarch is back! Soon, the Golden Wing tribe was celebrating as if it was New Year, and the tribesmen came out one after another. At this time, an old man came to Jinhua and said excitedly, Chief, you are finally back. The old man was the high priest of the Golden Wing tribe. Ever since the Golden Fire disappeared, the tribe has been in a panic. In this attack on the Firebird tribe, the Taotai tribe has taken away another 1,000 people. Now there are still more than 2,000 men in the tribe. Jinhua, looking at his tribesmen, his eyes suddenly became moist, and then he said something with a sob. In the end, without saying a word, Jinhua felt particularly cordial to see his tribesmen again. God gave him a chance to survive. It's really great. After waiting for a while, Jinhua remembered the important matter. So he said to the tribesmen, I have something to say when I come back this time. The tribesmen are all curious about what the tribe leader wants to say. Is he going to seek revenge? At that time, Jinhua brought many people with him when he left. Now only the tribe leader is left. Something must have happened in between. The tribesmen all want to know where those tribesmen who were taken away have gone. The high priest stepped forward and asked, Chief, why didn't any of the tribesmen you brought out come back? Did they all die in the battle? Jinhua recounted what had happened in detail, telling how they robbed China and how they were captured in the end. After arriving at the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin not only did not kill him, but also defeated the Blackwater and Eagle, two large tribes. Now, they have all joined the Huaxia tribe, and they talk about how powerful Huaxia is and how they have weapons like bows and arrows and things that can burn when thrown on the ground. The tribesmen who hear this all break out in cold sweats. The high priest asked tremblingly, Chief, how should we deal with it next? That Huaxia tribe is simply too terrifying. The bow and arrow you mentioned are already very powerful. There's also that thing that can start a fire when thrown on the ground. The high priest didn't dare to continue speaking. This was simply the power of a god. It was something that mortals like them could not resist. This was simply too much for them. Jinhua looked at his people, all of whom turned pale, and then shouted loudly, My people, let's join China together. This is the best choice. Every time the alliance goes to war, it is our people who die. If we continue like this, our Golden Wing tribe will be destroyed sooner or later. Rather than being destroyed, we might as well go to the Huaxia tribe. The city lord promised me that he would not harm any of our tribesmen. Now they are not far away. The tribesmen immediately became nervous. Huaxia was not far away, but they didn't even know about it. The high priest looked at Jinhua and asked, Were the tribe leaders brought back by you? Jinhua, no denial. Instead, he nodded calmly. The high priest was right. I was the one who brought back the city lord of the Huaxia tribe, but he promised me that he would not harm any member of the tribe. After listening to Jinhua's story, the tribesmen finally relaxed. The high priest sighed. He was really unwilling, but there was no other way. Huaxia, the reason why we didn't attack. Those are all gold and fire, and the agreement with the city lord. Once they start a rebellion, the high priest knows that they will be completely destroyed. Chapter 155, Primitive Man's Etiquette. The tribesmen all looked at the high priest. Jinhua had not been in the tribe during this period of time. Even if he was the tribe leader, he could not represent all the tribesmen. Many primitive people still believe in the high priest more. After all, the high priest can communicate with the gods of heaven and earth. Primitive people are most afraid of divine punishment. They attribute all natural disasters and man-made disasters to divine punishment. The high priest shook his head helplessly. Since the patriarch has made the decision, he will join the Huaxia tribe. He hopes that the city lord will keep his word and not harm any of his tribesmen. Otherwise, even if it means a fight to the death, we will do it. Jinhua patted his chest and said, Don't worry, high priest. The city lord has promised personally that he will not harm any of our tribesmen. The high priest nodded. Patriarch, let them all come out. Jinhua, great joy. Afterwards, he quickly walked towards Yi Bin and the others. Jinhua was very happy in his heart. This was the result he wanted most, to leave no one dead or injured, and to bring his people to join China. From now on, we will completely get rid of the alliance. The actions of the alliance have already made people feel chilled. Looking at the Jinhua coming over, Yi Bin knew that this matter was done. Jinhua came to Yi Bin excitedly and said, "City Lord, my peoples have all agreed to join China. I hope that City Lord can treat them well." Yi Bin said solemnly, "I swear on the totem of China that once your people join us, they will be my people and enjoy all the benefits of China." It's no wonder that Jinhua is so careful. After all, there are so many tribesmen, that's more than 4,000 lives. There are still about 2,000 people in the Jinshi tribe, and there are also 2,000 to 3,000 women and children. In primitive society, few people use totem to swear an oath. For primitive people, totems were sacred, just like the gods in the sky, sacred and inviolable. Jinhua, dispelling the last bit of hesitation, immediately led Yi Bin and the others towards the Jinshi tribe. The high priest and his men saw from afar more than 100 people walking towards them, and the members of the Golden Wing tribe were all whispering to each other. It probably makes sense. Why does this Chinese tribe have so few people? The high priest observed for a while and discovered a problem. Although the other side had few people, each of them was riding a tall horse and wearing black glowing things. The high priest didn't know what it was. Jinhua, with Yi and the others, slowly walked towards the tribesmen. Yi Bin looked at the thousands of people in front of him and then said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I'm the city lord of Huaxia. We came here this time to invite you to join us Huaxia and build the most powerful tribe." The high priest, also forced a smile, walked quickly towards Yi Bin, then bowed slightly to Yi. The high priest of the Golden Wing tribe greets the lord of Huaxia city. The old man was very humble. Although he is the high priest of the Golden Wing tribe, from today on, all that is in the past. Yi Bin immediately stepped forward, hurriedly supported the high priest, and then said with a smile, "High priest, you are too polite. From now on, we are a family. There is no need to perform such a big ceremony." Looking at the young man in front of him, the high priest was full of favor. After hearing about Yi Bin's family, everyone had a favorable impression of them. This Chinese city lord didn't look down on others at all. He gave people the impression that he was very approachable. The high priest laughed out loud immediately. "City lord, please come in." Yi Bin did not refuse and followed the high priest directly into the tribe. Li Wang whispered, "Chief, it is too dangerous for us to go in like this. How about I go in first?" Yi Bin smiled and waved his hands. "I believe that Jinhua and the high priest will not do anything to me. Since they have expressed their attitude, we must believe them." After listening to Yi Bin's words, Jinhua and the high priest were immediately moved. Although it was the first time that everyone met, Yi Bin's attitude said it all. The people of the Golden Wing tribe were very friendly to the new city lord. The high priest said passionately, "City lord, please come in." After saying that, he pointed to a large shack. This was where the high priest lived. Yi Bin was not polite. Sometimes being overly polite would make others look down on him. After entering the shack, he found that the things inside were very simple. At first glance, there were only a few things in the shack, so many that you could count them on one hand. The most obvious thing is the big bed. To call a bed is a bit of an exaggeration. It is just a blanket made of several animal skins spread together. There are also several bags of dried meat next to it and a few stone spears on the ground. These are all the things in the shack. The high priest took out a piece of animal skin and spread it on the ground. Immediately, he said to Yi Bin, "City lord, come and sit here." Yi Bin was confused, looking at the animal skins on the ground, and didn't know what to do next. Jinhua saw Yi Bin's embarrassment. He had also been in the Huaxia tribe for a period of time. In the Huaxia tribe, people always had tables, and when you sat down, there were stools next to the tables. In tribes like our own, they would have these things. When they entertained guests, they would spread animal skins on the ground and have them sit on them together. Then they would ask the tribesmen to kill pigs and sheep and make some food to send over. This is the highest reception ceremony in primitive tribes. Yi Bin was standing there awkwardly. Jinhua immediately pulled Yi Bin to the animal skin seat on the ground. Jinhua whispered in Yi Bin's ear, "City lord, just sit down." Yi Bin asked, curiously, "How should I sit? Is it as I thought, that I just sit down? Wouldn't that be ugly?" "High priest, look, Yi Bin is not sitting down." So he also stood there. The atmosphere in the shack was very awkward. Yibin looked at the high priest and said politely, "High priest, you are old. You should sit down first." "High priest, how dare he sit down first? They have all joined China, and Yibin is his superior. Now that his superior doesn't sit down, how dare he sit down?" Seeing that the high priest was so nervous, Yibin didn't care anymore and just sat down. Looking at Yibin's sitting posture, no one dared to look directly at him. They only saw Yibin's buttocks landed on the ground with his two legs arched. In fact, in primitive society, those super large tribes had already formed the most basic etiquette. When they entertained guests, they would cross their legs and sit on their calves. This kind of etiquette has some similarities with ancient etiquette. At this time, Yibin was just like a country kid sitting on the ground with his legs bent up. The high priest thought, "Isn't this Huaxia tribe a big tribe?" Yibin immediately greeted, "You all sit together." The high priest and Jinhua looked at each other, and they also followed Yibin's example and sat down in a very ungraceful manner. King Li didn't care at that time. He just followed the leader's way of sitting. In Li Wang's heart, Yibin is a godlike existence. Li Wang thinks that whatever Yibin does is right. Chapter 156 Discussion. After a few people sat down, the high priest immediately shouted loudly, "Onto the food." The tribesmen, 6 or 7 of them, came over carrying roasted mutton and a roasted wild boar. Just when Yibin was curious about where the food was placed, a shocking scene happened. I saw those people put a few leaves on the animal skin and then put the food directly on it. Yibin was dumbfounded. "It's okay for you to put down leaves, but can't you put down a few more?" Looking at the animal skin, Yibin instantly lost his appetite. This animal skin should have never been washed, right? There's a lot of black dirt on the animal skin. Now, the food was placed on the table again. It was not time for people to eat yet. The high priest smiled, cut off a piece of mutton, and immediately handed it to Yibin. "City Lord, this piece of meat is the best. Please enjoy it first." Although Yibin didn't want to eat it, he had to give face, so he looked at the high priest and handed him the mutton. Yibin was speechless. This piece of mutton was not cooked at all, and the meat inside was all raw. Looking at the high priest's eager eyes, Yibin couldn't bear to refuse, so he reluctantly took the mutton. Several people looked at Yibin. Yibin is their guest. Only after the guests eat first can the high priest eat. In primitive society, large tribes like this still have certain etiquette. It's not like they are ignorant of everything. For the future of the tribe, Yibin forced himself to eat it. The high priest was so happy when he saw Yibin eating the barbecue that he also picked up the mutton and started eating it with big mouthfuls. Li Wang was naturally not polite. Seeing the leader eating, he also started eating with big mouthfuls. The guards outside were all served. The high priest arranged for the tribesmen to kill pigs and sheep. The guards could not finish eating, so 10 people gathered around a fire and grilled meat together. Inside the shack, the people had almost finished eating, and the high priest said, "Lord City Lord, from now on, our Golden Wing tribe will officially join China." Yibin laughed out loud. "High priest, please believe me. You will be glad for your decision today in the future. When you arrive in China, I believe everyone will like it. If you enter China in this life, you will never let this life down. My great ambition. How can the Tao-Tai Alliance compare to you? I will lead you into a new dynasty era." After listening to Yibin's speech, the high priest and Jinhua trembled all over. The two of them knelt down immediately. "We swear to follow the city lord until death." The high priest asked hurriedly, "City Lord, what are your plans next? Are you going to return to China directly, or are there any other actions?" Yibin showed a sneer, then looked into the distance. "How could we miss such a good opportunity? Most of the alliance tribes are now empty. As long as we seize this opportunity, we can definitely destroy several of their tribes. Now it's too late. Let's rest for a night and set off tomorrow afternoon." Yibin asked again, "Which alliance tribe is closest to you?" Jinhua said immediately, "The closest tribe to us seems to be the Bloodwolf tribe. It will take at most 3 or 4 days to get there from here. The Bloodwolf tribe is a tribe of tens of thousands of people. Our tribe, for example, only had more than 6,000 people in its heyday." Yibin thought about it. Then he looked at the high priest and asked, "How many men did the Bloodwolf tribe recruit this time?" High priest recalled. He made a gesture with his hand. Yibin was speechless. This was the bad thing about primitive society. When you asked them how many people there were, they would give you a gesture. Only they themselves know how many people there are exactly. When we arrive in China in the future, we must teach them about culture. Without cultural heritage, they will never become strong. Yibin, the reason why you know so much is because of the knowledge left by your predecessors. If not for the knowledge inheritance of your predecessors, their level of civilization would be the same as this world. If you want to pass on knowledge, you must have your own writing. Fortunately, Yi Bin comes from Earth, and he has a set of Earth's writing in his mind. With these writings, he can write everything he knows in books. Future generations can learn from the experience of their predecessors and pass it down from generation to generation. Only in this way can they create a prosperous civilization and lead these primitive people onto the path of a higher civilization. Ibn also had his own experience about these things. Although he couldn't understand them, he could compare them. Ibn asked, "Are there any of you among the people they have recruited? There are more people in the tribe now." The high priest gestured with his hands again, and this time Ibn understood. The circle drawn by the high priest was obviously larger than before, which means that the Blood Wolf tribe had conquered more people than the Golden Wing tribe. Ibn asked again, "How many men, women, and children are there in the Blood Wolf tribe?" The high priest shook his head and said, "Although we are both allied tribes, we seldom interact with each other privately. The Blood Wolf tribe has more people than ours, and we have recruited a lot of people this time. Now we are the Blood Wolf tribe. It should be with our Golden Wing tribe. There are two of us with so many people." The high priest hesitated. Finally, he said, "If we want to attack the Blood Wolf tribe, it will be impossible to do it with the people brought by the city lord and our tribesmen." Listen to the words of the high priest. Ibn had a general understanding in his mind. According to what the high priest said, there were still about 4,000 to 5,000 people in the Blood Wolf tribe. It would still be a bit difficult to take down the Blood Wolf tribe. Starting from the War Bear tribe to the current Golden Wing tribe, Ibn has killed 2 of them and also conquered the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe. Now, the Golden Wing tribe has been incorporated. 5 of the 10 major tribes of the Tao-Tai Alliance have been wiped out. The remaining 5 tribes are all tough nuts to crack. Ibn had fought in big battles before, but this was his first time fighting in the mountains and taking the initiative to attack someone else's tribe. Before, it was always the attacking party, and Longsheng was just the defending party. With the protection of the city, the chances of winning were very high. But now it's different. The Blood Wolf tribe still has more than 5,000 people. This is no joke. If one of them is not handled well, all previous efforts will be wasted. There's a reason why the Tao-Tai Alliance is so powerful. The high priest and Jinhua looked at Yi Bin, who was silent, and they thought that the city lord wanted to give up the Blood Wolf tribe. In their eyes, there was no chance of winning this attack on the Blood Wolf tribe. After a long time, Yi Bin said with a smile, "I think that with only 4,000 or 5,000 people, is not a big problem. It is getting late now. After my people gather tomorrow, we will attack the Blood Wolf tribe together." The high priest asked anxiously, "City lord, how many more people will come tomorrow? If there are too few people, it will be difficult for us to defeat the Blood Wolf tribe. Attacking the Blood Wolf tribe is not a trivial matter. Please consider this carefully, City Lord." Chapter 157 Sisters. Ibn knew the high priest's idea. In their perception, if they wanted to defeat the opponent, they needed more people. If the number of people on both sides is similar, it is basically impossible to defeat the other side. When primitive people fight, the one with more people wins. In their perception, if you have fewer people than others and you still fight with others, aren't you asking for death? For do not waver, the faith of the high priest. Ibn, say it immediately. Tomorrow, there'll be more than 3,000 people. They will come here around the afternoon. Black Bull and Black Panther, along with their soldiers, will jog all the way. The city lord only brought 150 people to the Golden Wing tribe. How could they be at ease? If any accident happened, the Huaxia tribe would be finished. Both Black Bull and Black Panther knew this very well. Therefore, they had to hurry and get to the Golden Wing tribe as quickly as possible and then meet up with the city lord. Only if they stayed by the city lord's side could they better protect him. Originally, the journey would take 3 or 4 days, but in the hands of Black Bull and Black Panther, they reached the Golden Wing tribe in less than 2 days. There were many people from the allied forces in the team, and they all knew the location of the Golden Wing tribe. At night, the high priest built a huge shack for Yi Bin. In the tribe, there's a rule that the higher the status, the bigger the shack. Now, all the people in the Golden Wing tribe have agreed to join China. Yi Bin is the person with the highest status here. The high priest is even considerate enough to prepare 2 women for Yi. At this time, Yi Bin was still thinking about things in the shack. Just when Yi Bin was thinking deeply, suddenly 2 women came in. After they came in, they shouted softly, "Lord City Lord, we are the high priests arranged to serve you." Yi Bin looked up and was immediately startled. These two women are as tall and strong as the courtesans. How can he resist them? Then he waved his hand and said, "No, I really don't need it. You tell the high priest that I appreciate his kindness. Tomorrow, I have important things to do. You should go back early." The two women said, "The high priest said that we two sisters should serve the city lord well." After saying that, he slowly walked over. Seeing them coming, Yibin immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "Don't come over here. I said, there's important work to do tomorrow. You guys should go back and have a rest first." The two women looked at each other with a hint of disappointment in their eyes. What a good opportunity this was. If they could become the city lord's women, their future status would naturally rise. Seeing Yibin's persistence, the two women finally gave up. Seeing them stop, Yibin breathed a sigh of relief. "You two go back first, and I'll call you over when I need you." Upon hearing what Yibin said, the two women became happy immediately. "Ugh, Lord City Lord, if you need us, just go to that shack, and we will serve you well." Yibin, how could he dare to let them serve him? His body could not withstand the torture of two Barbies. It would be hard to say who would serve whom at that time. If you change to two better-looking ones with more perfect figures, maybe you can consider it. Yibin has been in this world for such a long time. He has memories before he traveled through time. How could he not miss women? But he really can't bring himself to eat the two women in front of him. "High Priest, I never dreamed of this. The two beauties that I arranged were actually rejected by the city lord. They were the most beautiful women in the tribe. Men in primitive society all liked tall and strong women. Only such women were attractive. They simply looked down on those skinny, primitive women. In the eyes of men, tall women are beautiful, and skinny women are ugly. Unfortunately, Yibin is a time traveler, and he likes exactly the opposite. The beauties in the eyes of the high priest are like dinosaurs when they come to Yibin. Those skinny women are his favorite type. Soon, the two beautiful women were driven out by Yibin. After they came out, they felt very unwilling because that was the city lord. If they could sleep with the city lord, they would become his women. No one in the tribe would dare to look down on them. The two sisters sighed at the same time. They thought, this city lord, can't he be incapable? The two sisters were very confident about their figures. Normally in the tribe, the men looked at them as if they wanted to eat them up. But why did they become objects of disgust when they came to the city lord? After a while, the two sisters left the place separately. Yibin looked through the gap in the shack and saw that they had all left. Only then did he relax. This pair of sisters was really terrifying. Originally, he wanted to make a plan, but after being disrupted by this pair of sisters, Yibin was no longer in the mood. Let's talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Yibin, lying on the animal skin, when he woke up again. Already, it's the second morning. The first thing Yibin did after getting up was to wash his face and brush his teeth. He took out a tree branch toothbrush and a small bottle of charcoal powder from his arms and walked outside. Hearing the noise inside the shack, Li Wang knew that the leader had woken up. He picked up the pottery jar on the ground and walked directly into the shack. As soon as Yibin took a step, Li Wang came in with a pottery jar full of water in his hand. Li Wang, hand it over immediately. "Chief, wash your face and brush your teeth first. I will get you food." After saying that, Li Wang walked out quickly. He knew Yibin's habits very well. As a qualified guard, these are what he should do. Li Wang would not feel at ease if he let others do these things. After Yibin finished washing up, Li Wang came in with breakfast. The primitive people's breakfast was also very simple, with a few fruits and some roasted meat. For the primitive people, being able to eat meat twice a day was already a blessing. In primitive society, there was no concept of 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day only appeared in prosperous times. Primitive tribes only had 2 meals a day. For some tribes, even 1 meal a day was a problem. Only those from a large tribe can have 2 meals a day. Small tribes don't have such good treatment. A small tribe means fewer resources. If you want to have enough food with fewer resources, that's simply a dream. Yibin, not piki eater. There is no way. This is a primitive society. Being able to eat enough is already very good. After eating, Yibin came outside. It was early in the morning. Hey Nyo, Hey Bao, and the others should be able to arrive in the afternoon. The Golden Wing tribe is still the same as before, with the tribesmen all doing their own work and their lives being very simple. The women go out to gather wild fruits, the men go out hunting, and some are polishing stone tools. Seeing Yibin coming out, the high priest and Jinhua immediately walked over. Chapter 158, Training New Tribe Members. City Lord, you're awake. Looking at the high priest and Jinhua are both smiling. Yibin also said with a smile, Yesterday, I was really tired and had been traveling all day, so I got up late. What are you doing? Look at the wood in their hands. Some are long, some are short, and some are a little crooked. Jinhua, explain immediately. We're making stone axes. The city lord is not going to attack the Blood Wolf tribe, so we have made preparations in advance. These stone axes are particularly easy to break. Every time we fight, we will make a lot of such stone axes and stone spears. Then he remembered that the weapons of primitive people were relatively backward. They polished the stones, tied them to the wood, and then fixed the stones and would firmly together. A stone tool was made in this way, but there was one disadvantage of the stone tool. When two people fought, their weapons would collide and easily break. Under normal circumstances, if you use two stones and hit them hard together, they will break into pieces. Moreover, well-polished stone tools will break even more easily. Ibn thought about it and realized that no matter how good the weapons were, if they didn't fight in the same way as Yang and had no formation, it would be no different from a group fight. Ibn looked at the sky again. It was still morning. If he trained now, it should be of some effect. So he talked to the high priest and Jinhua. You two, go and gather all the tribesmen here. Ibn looked at Li Wang again. You take the guards and teach them how to train. Then call on 50 team members to cut down some trees and bring back bamboos. Li Wang, after receiving the order, he immediately came to the front of the guards and pointed with his hand. You guys go to the nearby mountains to cut trees and bring them back. There are also hundreds of green cattle in the Golden Wing tribe. Ibn talked to Jinhua. Jinhua, you take them over and lead 50 green cows up the mountain together. Ibn, after you finish speaking, Jinhua immediately took the 50 people with his personal guards and walked towards the nearby mountain. The high priest was curious and asked why the city lord wanted these 50 people and 50 green cows to go up the mountain together. Although the high priest was very curious, he did not ask. After a short while, more than 2,000 men gathered together. Seeing the tribesmen gathering so quickly, the high priest was very proud, and then looked at Ibn. City lord, my fellow tribesmen, now that we are all here, what do you want to say? Ibn walked to the front of the crowd and looked at everyone. These people, standing densely together, looking at their formation, Ibn felt a headache. Then shout out loud. Everyone, spread out and stand in line. The tribesmen below don't know what spread out and stand in line means. Everyone looks at each other. Is there anyone missing? Start to act. Seeing that no one took any action, Ibn suddenly became angry and said, Don't you understand what I said? When the tribesmen saw Ibn getting angry, they all took action. Seeing how helpless they were, Ibn didn't get angry either. All those tribesmen needed a period of adaptation. Ibn, Luke Ativang. You take these 100 people, serve as coaches for them. There are more than 2,000 people here. Each of you is responsible for 20 people. Teach them how to stand at attention and how to perform assassination moves on the spot. Wait a minute, a batch of wooden shields will be coming over, and we will practice with them later, including shield and spear training. The royal guards replied immediately. Yes, leader, we must teach them a lesson. The guards quickly dispersed and soon stood in a row. At first glance, they looked neat and tidy, like a straight line. The high priest was stunned for a moment. Is this still a human being? The people were all okay, standing so neatly it was really eye-opening. Looking at the more than 100 people, they were really like a line. The tribesmen below were also shocked, looking at the more than 100 people in front of them. Everyone couldn't believe it. If it hadn't happened right in front of them, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. Guards, shout out. Everybody be quiet. Each member of the guards will select 20 people. From now on, you will do whatever we do. If anyone does not do well, they will be whipped. These people were all shocked. Although the royal guards had only 100 people, their momentum could crush everyone. The soldiers selected by King Li were all the elites of China. Ibn, you spend so much effort to train these personal guards just to relieve your own pressure. If you have to do everything yourself, you will be exhausted to death. Ibn was watching where the royal guards were training. If there was anything not done well, he would point it out in time. These people from the Golden Wing tribe had never seen this kind of training method before. These people are usually lazy, and asking them to stand at attention is almost like killing them. Many of them stand crookedly, and the guards don't tolerate them. If they see anyone not taking it seriously, they will whip them. For a moment, these tribesmen were beaten and screamed wow wow like ghosts and wolves. The high priest was terrified. These guards were too cruel. They were really beating. Every time a whip hits the tribesmen, their bodies will become red and swollen. The high priest really wanted to go up and stop them. Although they had joined China, he really couldn't bear to see his fellow tribesmen being beaten like this. The high priest immediately came to Yi Bin and spoke carefully. City Lord, isn't it a bit inappropriate to beat the tribesmen like this? Look at the high priest. He looks so anxious. Yi Bin was also speechless and could only patiently explain, "Don't worry, high priest. The tribesmen trained in this way will be much stronger than you had before. Although it's a bit cruel, it can save their lives when they go to the battlefield. They are too lax now and have no fighting power at all. Tribesmen like them will only die on the battlefield. Only after training can the tribesmen become disciplined and obedient." The high priest asked in confusion. "We didn't have any training before, but every time we went out to fight, our tribesmen could return safely. Isn't what the city lord said a bit exaggerated?" The high priest was very dissatisfied with this. In every previous battle, the tribesmen were able to return safely. It was not like what the city lord said. Did they have to be beaten before the tribesmen would become powerful? Watching the high priest's expression of dissatisfaction, Yi Bin can only ask, "Every time you go out to fight, how many of you can come back?" High priest, think about it. For primitive people, asking them how many people there are is a bit bullying. The current high priest is like this. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how many people there were. How many people were there exactly? Look at the high priest. He looks so embarrassed. Yi Bin, just now I remembered that primitive people did not know how to count. Then, changed another way to ask. In the past, could all of your people come back after going out to fight? Chapter 159, Temporary Training. This time, the high priest understood. Every time when there is a war, the Taotai tribe comes to ask for people. There are 10 tribes in the alliance, some of which are weaker tribes like ours. Every time, there are about this many people. After saying that, the high priest gestured and Yi Bin understood. The high priest gestured to about 1,000 people. Primitive people do not recognize numbers, so communication is very difficult. After returning to China, we must strengthen education in this area. High priest, go on. Every time the tribesmen went out, only this many would come back. The high priest gestured again, and this gesture was obviously less than the previous one. Yi Bin roughly estimated that less than 2/3 of the people could come back each time. Such a mortality rate was already very high. If it happened a few more times, these allied tribes would be completely destroyed. It seems that the battles between the Firebird tribe and the Alliance army are always fierce, and both sides have been unable to do anything to the other. If the two super tribes were not restraining each other, there would be no other tribes in this area. The high priest was heartbroken for his fellow tribesmen, and Yi Bin saw it all, but war was cruel. If the casualties caused by the war could be reduced, Yi Bin would feel it was worth it even if he was beaten every day. Yi Bin said comfortingly, "We're going to attack the Bloodwolf tribe soon, so we should improve our strength as much as possible. My personal guards were trained in this way, so don't worry, high priest." The high priest heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the city lord's personal guards were also trained in this way. He had thought that the city lord was treating them differently in order to give everyone a warning. Yi Bin pulled the high priest to sit on a stone nearby, and the two of them watched the tribesmen training. At the beginning, these tribesmen looked like a group of refugees wearing dirty animal skins. Everyone's hair was like a chicken coop, and the dirt on their bodies was almost as thick as a layer of skin. If it weren't in primitive society, they would have been kidnapped long ago. These guards are all very strict. After their training, everyone can stand up straight. These people hold stone spears in their hands and stand straight. At first glance, it does look like a strict military discipline. Just like this, they stood for more than an hour. Everyone was sweating profusely, and many people's legs were trembling slightly. It was already very difficult for a group of people who had not received any training to suddenly stand in the same place for an hour. These people were very confused as to why the city lord wanted to train them. Many people think that they can win the battle by standing like this. When they fought in the past, both sides took up weapons and started fighting. As long as they had more people on their side, they could basically win. An hour later, the SS added another item. They clenched their weapons tightly and stabbed loudly. Everyone's movements were so neat and uniform that the high priest at the side was stunned. The aura of the guards scared everyone. There are more than 100 people teaching personally hand in hand. If they encounter those who are dumber, the guard will whip them and make them scream in pain. This training method is indeed a bit cruel, but it quickly brought about discipline. The previously sloppy tribesmen immediately became serious after being beaten. Yi Bin, looking at their expressions, remembered something in his mind. That is, there's a classic saying from the previous life. All the hardships I have endured during training, I will now return to you double. These guards also received many whippings during training. Now, I am a coach myself, and I let them have a taste of all the hardships I have suffered in the past. This feeling of beating people gives me a sense of accomplishment, and it helps me show my status. Although these people suffered many beatings, they learned quickly. After a few hours of experience, everyone could stab a few times on the spot while maintaining formation. The high priest became more and more excited the more he looked at it. The tribesmen were still the same people, but they were different. You couldn't tell what was different, but it just felt like it was not so chaotic anymore. As long as they stand there, there's a kind of aura emanating from their bodies. This feeling is so amazing. What a new training method. People of this era can access these things there. And that is because there was a time traveler from China who brought all these things here. In the morning, the people sent to the mountains cut down a few trees. Around noon, Jinhua and the 50 guards came back with the green oxen. There were several trees on the back of each green ox. These guards were all equipped with iron knives. After they arrived at the mountain, they picked some trees that were not very big and started to chop them down directly. The guards held the iron knives in their hands and chopped at the trees fiercely. In a short while, they chopped down hundreds of trees. The sharpness of these iron knives stunned Jinhua. It was the first time that Jinhua saw such a sharp weapon. If it was used on a person, the person would be cut in half. Just after Jinhua returned to the tribe, he saw the tribesmen standing in rows. The teams were very neat, and each of them held a stone spear in their hands. At first glance, he had an indescribable feeling. Anyway, it looks quite powerful. Jinhua couldn't tell exactly where it was powerful, but as long as the tribesmen stood there, they could stop thousands of troops. That's the feeling. For primitive people, they didn't understand it all. The reason why Jinhua and the high priest had this feeling was because they sensed danger. A well-trained army, which can make people breathless just by looking at it. The aura that only soldiers can exude is something that ordinary people cannot bear. Under the leadership of Li Wang and others, these tribesmen began to transform. Each of them shouted and stabbed out the stone spear in their hands. They shouted once and then stabbed again. These tribesmen practiced this action repeatedly. Although everyone couldn't understand it, every time they shouted and stabbed out with the spear, the tribesmen had endless strength, especially the more than 2,000 people who started shouting and stabbing out with a spear at the same time. No matter it was Jinhua, the high priest next to him, or the person who was training, as the shouts of killing rang out, everyone's blood began to boil. Men all like this kind of scene. As long as they are infected by this atmosphere, they will be full of strength. Even if they are facing thousands of enemies, they have the courage to fight. He even wants to use this kind of training to inspire the tribesmen's fighting spirit, keep them in an excited state, and improve everyone's team combat capability. Chapter 160, Sparring. Ibn asked Jinhua and others to put the cut trees in one place, and called more than 90 people from the royal guard to start making wooden shields together. Each of these guards has an iron knife. Ibn's method of making it is also very simple. He asked the guard to take out the iron knives and chop the trees into sections, and finally split them into pieces. Now there's still a dozen people training there. The remaining guards were called over by Ibn. Each of them used a knife to chop a tree into sections. Finally, split the trees in the middle and cut them into pieces. After all the trees are cut down, Ibn and his team immediately began to assemble the boards. They cut the boards into squares, used an iron knife to punch through the boards, and then drove bamboo nails directly into the boards along the knife holes. On the wooden boards, there's a row of horizontal wooden boards and a row of vertical wooden boards. The iron knife is directly driven through between two wooden boards. Then the iron knife is pulled out and hammered back with bamboo nails. These are temporary shields, and there is no expectation that they can be used for long. After we take down the Blood Wolf tribe, we will send more people to the Stone tribe and ask them to pull more iron or back. This time, there will be more tribesmen than in the past. Once we have enough iron ore, we can make iron shields, iron swords, and iron spears. With the equipment, the soldiers can protect themselves better. After all, the population of the Luoshui tribe is still too small. By the afternoon, all the wooden shields were made. More than 140 people were working hard to make them, one wooden shield every half an hour. 2 hours later, the royal guards had made more than 600 wooden shields. The high priest looked at these strange things and asked curiously, "City Lord, these woods are so strange. What is the use of making them like this?" Ibn a mysterious smile. Then they came to the training ground and selected 1,000 male tribesmen. Soon, the training ground was divided into two teams. One side was the one selected by Yibin, and the other side was the rest. Yibin, look at these 1,000 people. Then he said loudly, there are 600 wooden shields on the ground. Go and grab one. Those who don't have a wooden shield can pick up the wooden sticks on the ground. These wooden sticks did not have sharp ends. The front of each stick was covered with red mud to prevent accidental injuries among the tribesmen. Soon, these tribesmen picked up the wooden shields on the ground and the wooden sticks on the side. Yibin asked the remaining more than 1,000 tribesmen to pick up the wooden sticks on the ground. There was no gun tip on the front of each stick. The front of the stick was also coated with red mud. If they touched each other, a mark would be left. In this way, it could be simulated which people were shot and which were not shot. Those tribesmen who were shot will directly withdraw from the battlefield until one side is completely destroyed. The tribesmen quickly took their equipment and formed a formation in a short while. The high priest immediately stepped forward and asked, City Lord, what are you doing? Why do you have to divide them into two formations? Why do these people have wooden shields in their hands? This way, they can't attack the enemy? Jinhua was also very curious, but he did not ask. He believed that the city lord must have his own reasons. Yibin did not explain, but simply said, you will know soon. Those tribesmen holding wooden shields had puzzled expressions on their faces. Why did the city lord ask them to hold wooden shields? Yibin did not explain anything. There are some things that can only be deeply understood if you experience them yourself. Otherwise, no matter how much you tell them, they will not be able to understand. Just when everyone is whispering to each other, Yibin suddenly felt, you, those who hold wooden shields, all walk in front, and those who hold wooden sticks, all follow behind the wooden shield men. The royal guards are in charge and will command from behind. Yibin looked at the remaining more than 1,000 people and said to them, wait a minute, you guys start the attack, pick up the sticks in your hands, and stab them. Remember, give it your all. The tribesmen responded immediately. Yes, City Lord. Yibin called the high priest, Jinhua, and Li Wang, and walked to a nearby place. After they walked away, Yibin immediately shouted loudly. Both sides began to attack. More than 1,000 people holding wooden sticks immediately rushed forward. The guards immediately gave orders, urging the swordsmen and shieldmen to move forward and the spearmen to follow closely behind. Everyone maintained formation and started to advance now. These sword and shield soldiers, under the command of the royal guards, began to advance rhythmically, with the spearmen following closely behind. These royal guards were scattered in each team. They did not participate in the battle, but could give commands on the spot. Soon the two sides started fighting. The tribesmen holding spears rubbed the wooden shields of the sword and shield soldiers fiercely, and the wooden shields made a bang-bang sound. These spearmen couldn't pierce the wooden shields at all, but they didn't care and just rubbed them hard, causing chaos. Primitive man, you really have no brains. You know you can't rub it in, but you still rub it hard. These tribesmen holding spears wanted to use this method to pierce through directly. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Soon, the swordsman and shield man and the spearmen behind them immediately launched a counterattack. Guards shouted loudly, spearmen, start counterattacking on the spot. All of you, stab me directly through the gaps in the wooden shields. Upon hearing the order from the royal guards, the 400 spearmen immediately rushed out with the wooden sticks in their hands, catching the more than 1,000 people on the opposite side completely unprepared. For a moment, the stabbed all screamed. Although the wooden stick had no gun tip, the opponent would still feel pain when stabbed with full strength. Those who were stabbed had a red mud mark on their bodies. Yibin immediately gave the order. King Jinhua, you two are responsible for supervision. Anyone with 2 marks on his body who continues to fight on the battlefield will be pulled out and whipped 10 times once discovered. You two, take orders immediately. Then, they walked towards the battlefield. Many people had more than a dozen marks on their bodies, but they were still fighting. Jinhua and Li Wang looked at them, pulled them out of the crowd, picked up whips, and started whipping them. 2 people were smoking and shouting at the same time. The city lord has ordered that anyone with 2 marks on the body who is still fighting on the battlefield, once discovered, will be pulled out of the crowd and whipped 10 times. The tribesmen were all furious. They only thought about how to defeat each other. They didn't care about the marks on their bodies. Jinhua and Li Wang didn't tolerate them either. After a while, 50 or 60 people were dragged out. After being dragged out, these people didn't know why until they were whipped. They woke up. Chapter 161 touched. Yibin was speechless about such a person who had no martial ethics. If they were on the battlefield, They would have been reincarnated long ago. How could they continue to fight after being stabbed dozens of times? High Priest, after watching for so long, I finally understand those tribesmen holding wooden shields. They blocked the opponent's attacks, and the spearmen behind the wooden shield men could hit an enemy every time they attacked. If this was a battlefield, those spearmen on the opposite side would have died countless times. On the other hand, no one on the wooden shield side was injured, and the spearmen on the opposite side couldn't stab them at all. Every time they attack, they have to take a step forward, but this step can cost them their lives. Although this is an exercise, it can reveal a lot of things. Although this is a primitive society, there are also one or two smart people. The royal guards, led by the shield bearers, pushed forward all the way, and the spearmen kept attacking. The two teams became more and more in tune with each other, and the spearmen on the opposing side were beaten back step by step. Yi Bin, looking at the results, was really satisfied with those shield men. These people were actually not stupid, they just had not seen the world. As long as they were exposed to new things, they would learn quickly. The High Priest asked excitedly, "City Lord, what kind of fighting style is this? I have never seen it before. If this was a real battlefield, those tribesmen holding spears would all be dead by now. I really didn't expect this. These pieces of wood can be used in such a big way. If I had known this method earlier, our people would not have sacrificed their lives in vain. This method is really amazing." Before the High Priest could be happy for long, 3,000 to 4,000 people came from afar. The group leading them were all dressed like the City Lord. They wore black armor, and the sunlight shining on their bodies emitted a cold light. This person is none other than Black Bull of China. The people around him are all soldiers from the same company. They are all wearing black iron armor and holding black iron spears in their hands, giving people a feeling of majesty without even being angry. Hanyo looked at the Golden Wing tribe, not far away, and suddenly became nervous. Nothing must happen to the City Lord. Otherwise, how would he explain to his tribesmen? Black Panther and the soldiers of the Third Company also walked over quickly. When they saw the Golden Wing tribe not far away, they became very nervous. They had the same idea as Black Bull. If something happened to Yi Bin, how should they face their tribesmen? Who should lead the Huaxia tribe in the future? These questions kept popping up in their minds. Those tribesmen who were in training, seeing a large number of people not far away, they all became nervous. The number of people on the opposite side was obviously much larger than theirs. Several tribesmen quickly ran towards the High Priest and the City Lord. "City Lord, High Priest." "Oh no." Outside the tribe, many people came, and that tribesman made a simple gesture with his hand. In fact, Yi Bin and the High Priest had already seen those people. At this moment, two tall men walked towards the Golden Wing tribe, and they were accompanied by more than 1,000 people. Each of them was aggressive and had a murderous aura about them, which scared all the members of the Golden Wing tribe. The murderous aura of these people was really too strong. Black Bull took the lead and walked directly towards the Golden Wing tribe, then asked loudly, "We all come from the Huaxia tribe, and our City Lord has gone there." After Black Panther finished speaking, the warriors surrounded them, and each of them had a murderous aura. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Yi Bin stood out from the crowd. Then he shouted loudly, "Black Bull, Black Panther, I'm here." After Yi Bin finished speaking, Hanyo and Hei Bao quickly came over and said, "City Lord, you are okay." It was really great. The two grown men's eyes turned red in an instant. Looking at the two of them, Yi Bin felt very happy. At least they really cared about him. This was really touching for Yi Bin. He came here alone, traveling through time and space. In this world, Yi Bin has no relatives. There must be someone who cares about his safety. For Yi Bin himself, this affection is more important than anything else. Yi Bin patted their shoulders heavily and then said with emotion, "Don't worry, I won't take risks again in the future." Next, we need to discuss how to attack the Bloodwolf tribe. Now all our people have arrived, and there are more than 4,000 of us together. In addition, there are more than 2,000 people from the Golden Wing tribe. Now there are more than 6,000 people together. Yi Bin has never fought in such a large battle. The warriors have been traveling for several days and are now exhausted. If they set out immediately, not only will they fail to defeat the Bloodwolf tribe, but they may also lose everyone's life. The Bloodwolf tribe had been waiting for a long time, while Yi Bin and his men were advancing tiredly. The tribesmen had not had enough rest, so how could they have the strength and energy to fight? The only way is to let the tribesmen rest in place for a night so that everyone can recover to their peak condition and prepare for tomorrow's battle in advance. Looking at the tired looks of the soldiers, Yi Bin was also very moved. It showed that he was still very important in the hearts of his tribesmen. Otherwise, they would not rush to rescue him in such a hurry. No matter what the soldiers' purpose was, it no longer mattered. What was important was the affection. The journey that would have taken 3 or 4 days was completed by the soldiers in less than 2 days. It's hard to imagine. How did they manage to get here? This was already a miracle for primitive people. Yi Bin didn't know what kind of faith Black Bull and Black Panther relied on to keep running. Otherwise, how to explain it? It took them less than 2 days to get here. Without firm belief, the soldiers led by Hein Yo would not have been able to persevere. Only when the soldiers have hope for life and better expectations in their hearts will they run without hesitation, just like the volunteers back then. It is a famous existence in history. That unit is the 113th Division of the 38th Army of the Volunteer Army. They flew 140 miles in 14 hours. This record has not been broken so far. This time, the Chinese tribal warriors also traveled a long distance in a hurry. For the warriors, this was a breakthrough for themselves. For Yi Bin, this is an elite army. Yi Bin ordered Black Panther, "Call everyone here." When he saw the soldiers, Yi Bin's heart ached. Many of the soldiers' feet were still bleeding. I don't know how they managed to get here. It takes a lot of faith to endure the pain in their feet and walk over step by step. Chapter 162, Drinking Beast Blood. Yi Bin immediately asked the tribesmen to build huts. The soldiers with injured feet needed to rest, have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. Everyone looked at Yi Bin with admiration. The city lord led them to defeat the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe. Now, the Golden Wing tribe has been conquered. All of this seems like a dream. Who could have thought that in such a short time, the city lord led them to accomplish so many things? Those warriors who surrendered also admired the city lord very much. They had sent so many people to attack the Huasha tribe before, but before they even arrived, within a day, their allied forces had either died or been captured. Primitive people worshipped the strong very much. Even if you were enemies before, it does not affect their worship of you. In a short while, more than 400 huts were built. For primitive people, when they went out marching, 10 people lived in one hut. More than 400 huts could accommodate more than 4,000 people. After all the shacks were built, Yi Bin asked the soldiers to go and have a rest. The soldiers had been marching for a day and a night, and they now needed to rest. Yi Bin found the high priest and Jinhua again, and asked them to arrange for the tribesmen to kill pigs and sheep and prepare a meal for the soldiers after they woke up. Received the order from the city lord. The high priest and Jinhua immediately began to make arrangements. Their tribe's pasture had more than 10,000 animals, including an adult goat, probably around 200 kilograms. Each person eats 5 kilograms of meat on average, so 10 people would be 50 kilograms, and 100 people would be 500 kilograms. More than 4,000 people came this time. In other words, more than 20,000 kilograms of mutton. A sheep weighs 200 kilograms, 10 sheep weigh more than 2,000 kilograms, and more than 100 goats weigh more than 20,000 kilograms. In other words, the high priest had to kill more than 100 goats before the soldiers could have a good meal. Of course, these are just a drop in the bucket in the eyes of Jinhua and his friends. For a ranch with more than 10,000 goats, a few hundred goats are nothing but a drizzle. Jinhua, along with several hundred tribesmen, left the tribe's pasture. Each of these tribesmen held a bone knife in their hands. Primitive people would not waste any sheep when they killed them. The tribesmen would drink the blood that flowed out on the spot. Animal blood not only has nutritional value, but also contains salt needed by the human body. For primitive people, animal blood would be scrambled to drink it. The way they slaughtered sheep was not what you imagined. You imagine that killing a sheep means making a big cut on the sheep's neck. Then the sheep's blood flowed out? Wrong. Primitive people had their own ways of killing sheep. If they killed sheep in that way, the blood would be wasted. For primitive people with a shortage of food, this is simply too luxurious. Perhaps many people think that the Golden Wing tribe has more than 10,000 animals and should not lack food at all. This idea is actually wrong. Now, there are more than 5,000 people in the Golden Wing tribe. At its peak, the Golden Wing tribe had nearly 7,000 people. They are not the Huasha tribe. They don't have clay pots to boil meat with water. After roasting 10 kilograms of mutton, only 7 or 8 kilograms are left. They're like the Golden Wing tribe, a large tribe. They have fire, Only those small tribes have no fire at all, so they can only eat raw meat. This is also the reason why people from large tribes live longer than those from small tribes. For example, those tribes that eat raw meat all year round have their bodies filled with large numbers of parasites. Like this, large tribes are different. The food they eat is roasted over a high fire. Many parasites and insect eggs are burned to death by the fire. Eating this kind of roasted meat is much healthier. This is also why the high priest is still alive and well at such an old age. In small tribes like these, there are no old men in their 40s or 50s. Even if there are, they're only a minority. Just like the Luoshui tribe before, the oldest one is the witch. She is about 40 years old. Old Bear and the others are actually not that old. They're probably in their 30s. They're just a little disabled. For primitive people, if they cannot contribute to the tribe, they are a burden to the tribe. All I can do is waste the tribe's food. Fortunately, they met a good leader. Otherwise, they would have been abandoned long ago. Although Black Bull, as the leader, could not feed them enough, he did not starve them to death either. This was already very good for Old Bear and the other four. What's more, Old Man Xiong and his friends don't even have loose teeth. When they eat meat, they can even bite the meat on the bones. Generally, real old people can't even think of biting the meat on the bones. Even if the cooked meat was put directly into their mouths, they would not be able to bite it through. Those are what are called old people. The four old men like the bear would be young guys if they were placed on Earth. Only in small tribes, people are considered old when they reach the age of 30. For example, in those large tribes, people in their 30s are still fighting for the tribe, and women can still give birth to children. This is why the population of large tribes has always been larger than that of small tribes. Jinhua led more than 100 tribesmen and slowly came to the ranches. These ranches were looked after by people, such as the elderly, children, and women of the tribe. These people can all be used for grazing. The old men and women saw Jinhua, who was slowly walking towards them with more than 100 tribesmen. No one was in the middle, so they went up to greet Jinhua. To ordinary members of the tribe, the status of the patriarch was too high, and there were not ordinary people who could approach him. The herding people were just watching silently from the side. Jinhua came to the flock of sheep and grabbed a big sheep. Then he took out the bone knife from his waist. It was called a bone knife, but in fact it was a bone spur, a bone the size of a finger, with the front polished very sharp. Jinhua held the goat's head, and several tribesmen worked together to hold the goat down firmly, and the goat made a bleeding sound. Jinhua picked up the bone spur and quickly inserted it into the goat's neck. Blood spurted out instantly, just like a child peeing, and the blood spurted half a meter high. One of the tribesmen was quick with his hands and eyes. He quickly put his mouth close and shot a stream of warm liquid directly into the tribesman's mouth. The tribesman drank the blood of the beast and looked like he was enjoying it very much. For this situation, Jinhua did not blame him. This was a very normal thing in primitive society. Even if it was drinking animal blood, you couldn't drink it whenever you wanted. Although the patriarch had a high status, he was not omnipotent. If you don't care about the lives of your tribesmen, they will overthrow you. There are also some more ambitious people in the primitive tribe, and their status is second only to the patriarch. Chapter 163, Love of Gold and Fire. This time, more than 100 goats will be killed. One goat can feed 2 or 3 people, so everyone will have a share of the goat's blood. The tribesmen began to line up to drink the goat's blood. After the blood of the goats slowly drained away, Jinhua asked his tribesmen to bring all the dead goats back to the tribe. So they killed the goats while drinking the blood. The dead goats were taken directly back to the tribe. The Golden Wing tribe's ranch was not far from their tribe. By the time they had killed 50 of them, the tribesmen had all had enough to drink. Jinhua looked up and then called the shepherding women. When the women saw that the chief was calling them, they immediately ran over happily. Soon, more than 100 women came. Some of them kept flirting with Jinhua. If they could become Jinhua's women, they would no longer have to come to graze every day. They could also eat good food and wear good animal skins. This was their chance to soar to the sky. Seeing the women throwing flirtatious glances at him, Jinhua felt a burning sensation in his heart. During his time in the Huaxia tribe, he didn't even dare to look at women, let alone women. Huaxia, the captain of the security team, was a very powerful woman. I heard from the slaves that any disobedient slave would be tortured half to death. The Oiran, that kind of woman, is the goddess in the eyes of men. Of course, Yibin is not among these men. If a woman like the Oiran really stayed with Yibin, it would be estimated that within a few days, Yibin would have trouble walking. So, during this time in China, Jinhua was very depressed. Although he returned to the tribe yesterday, as the tribe leader, he also had his own woman. However, the city lord is also in the tribe, and he wants to please Yibin now. Although the two women yesterday were arranged by the high priest, it was also due to his Jinhua. Unfortunately, the city lord doesn't like them. After the sisters left, the high priest came to the Jinhua shack, and the two chatted for the whole night. After all, joining the Huaxia tribe was not a trivial matter, and the high priest didn't know anything about Huaxia. So last night, the high priest asked Jinhua all night. Every time Jinhua talked about bows and arrows and things that could burn, the two of them would get excited. Those things were really magical. The high priest has never seen one before. There was no entertainment in primitive society. Jinhua Torch told all the things he heard. After listening to them, the high priest became very excited. Jinhua was like a storyteller, spitting all over the place, and the high priest listened with great interest. There were two people, one talking and the other listening. It was 5 o'clock in the morning before the high priest returned to his shack to sleep. Jinhua was also very tired, so he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. In the morning, not long after getting up, he was arranged by the city lord to chop trees. After finally coming back, he was called by the city lord to slaughter pigs and sheep. He had no time at all to do that with a woman. Now seeing the women throwing flirtatious glances at him, Jinhua couldn't resist any longer, and then he fell in love with a woman. This woman was not very tall, but very strong. If these women were valued in the tribe, they would not be sent here to graze. Easy jobs like these would generally only be given to weaker women and the elderly. The shepherding women and the elderly here do not have enough to eat every day. The food given by the tribe can only ensure that they will not starve to death. Some people may ask, why don't they kill the sheep? No, they don't kill sheep, but they simply don't dare to do so. If they're discovered killing sheep or reported by the tribesmen, then you are finished. At the very least, your limbs will be broken, and at the worst, you will be beaten to death on the spot. In primitive society, the rules were very strict. Even if the tribesmen were starving to death, they dared not kill the sheep. These herders are all as thin as bamboo poles, especially the elderly. The food given by the tribe is also the least. Jinhua looked at the woman and pulled her over. A male tribesman next to her was killing a sheep. The tribesman stabbed a bone into her and blood spurted out. Jinhua asked the woman to drink the blood. The woman started drinking immediately. She was wearing very little, just a tattered animal skin that covered the 2 lumps of white flesh on her chest, and her lower body was also covered with a tattered animal skin. Women are not valued at all in the tribe. It is impossible for them to hunt on their own. So many women are just gathering around a piece of tattered animal skin. Seeing that the woman had almost finished drinking, Jinhua hugged the woman and walked away. He was the chief of the tribe. How could he be the same as ordinary people? Whatever, start creating people randomly. The patriarch must have the dignity of a patriarch. The woman did not resist. It was her honor to be the tribe leader's woman. She would have a good status in the tribe in the future. For this woman, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Jinhua, holding the woman, came to a place not far from the pasture. His breathing began to quicken. The woman was very cooperative and directly tore off the piece of animal skin on her chest. 2 white rabbits jumped out instantly. Jinhua could no longer suppress himself. He put the woman in his arms directly on the ground, then tore off the animal skin around the woman's waist, revealing a beautiful scene. Jinhua was so shocked by what he saw that his nose started bleeding. He hadn't touched a woman for such a long time, and he was still a clan leader. This was going to cost him his life. Jinhua showed his animal nature without saying a word. The tribesmen far away have long been accustomed to it. Many people in the tribe, even when there are many people, will do that thing. Women in primitive society, especially those at the lower class, have no privacy at all. After a while, the woman let out a scream. It was quite dark at this time. I don't know how long it had passed before the 2 shameless people let out their last joyful cry. After a long time, the 2 returned to the crowd. Jinhua held the corpse of a sheep and took the woman with him, and walked into the tribe together. After what happened just now, the relationship between the 2 became obviously much closer. As they were walking on the road, Jinhua looked at the woman and asked, "What's your name?" The woman answered in a low voice. "I called Xiaoyu," Jinhua said with a smile. "Very nice name. From now on, you will stay by my side and be my woman of gold and fire. Are you willing?" Xiaoyu said excitedly. "Chief, I am willing to be your woman." After saying that, the 2 men walked towards the tribe. When they returned to the tribe, Jinhua brought Xiao Yu to a campfire. Jinhua used a stone knife to peel off the sheepskin, and then used the stone knife to cut the mutton into pieces. Finally, Jinhua skewered a piece of mutton weighing 5 or 6 pounds using branches and handed it directly to Xiao Yu. The two of them then started to roast it. Chapter 164. Changes of the Warriors. Before long, the roasted lamb gave off a fragrant aroma, and the meat was sizzling with oil. Xiao Yu had never had a full meal, and women like them only received a little bit of food from the tribe. The mutton was not fully cooked yet, but Xiao Yu couldn't wait to eat it. She was seen eating one bite after another, completely unaware of the high temperature brought by the mutton. Looking at the woman beside him eating with big mouthfuls, a trace of heartache flashed in Jinhua's eyes. A piece of mutton weighing 5 or 6 pounds was eaten by Xiao Yu in less than a short while. Looking at her passionate eyes, Jinhua handed his mutton to Xiao Yu as well. Although she had eaten a piece just now, Xiao Yu had never had a full meal. Now that she could eat as much meat as she wanted, how could she control herself? She took the piece of meat handed to her by Jinhua and bit into it hard. Although Xiao Yu was a woman, her eating speed was no slower than that of a man. She took a bite on the left and then on the right. There was only bones left of a big lamb leg. Jinhua looked at her, trying to find the meat on the bones bit by bit. The women in the primitive tribe all worshipped the strong, just like Xiao Yu. Before she followed Jinhua, she didn't even have a bite to eat. After she followed Jinhua, she ate mutton to her heart's content and gnawed on bones until she vomited. This is the benefit of clinging to someone powerful. In real life, many women are like this. You can only get rewards if you give. This is a truth that even primitive people understood. Don't they understand it? Soon it was night. Yi Bin asked the guards to wake up all the soldiers, and when everyone got up, Yi Bin immediately tell Jinhua and then start talking. Let the tribesmen start serving the food. The first thing Xiao Yu thought of Yi Bin was that he was too young. Such a young boy could command the leader of the Jinhua tribe. Who is he? Seeing Jinhua and his tribesmen start to divide the meat, Xiao Yu also went over to help. Although the tribesmen didn't know Xiao Yu, they could see that Xiao Yu was very close to the tribe leader, so no one excluded her, and everyone shared the roasted mutton together. The moment the soldiers walked out of the shack, the smell of meat wafted through the air. They had been traveling all night and had no time to eat or drink along the way. Now, seeing the roasted food, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. When people are hungry, it is such a happy thing to be able to have a good meal of meat. They are very honored to follow a good city lord. When you give to others, others are also giving to you. The current situation is that the subordinates love their superiors, and the superiors feel sorry for the subordinates. Seeing that all the soldiers had come out, Yi Bin gave the order directly. Everyone lined up and started to prepare to wash their hands and eat. Although it was not as clean as China, they were going out to fight, and being able to eat and drink enough was already good enough. The soldiers rested until night, and many of them recovered. For those soldiers who had blisters on their feet, Yi Bin prepared alcohol disinfectant for them. Now, although the weather's not very hot, it is easy to breed bacteria. It is still necessary to maintain basic hygiene. Yi Bin asked his personal guards to take these soldiers to the nearby river to wash their hands. Many soldiers walked with a limp. When they were in a hurry, they didn't feel anything at all. After they rested, those soldiers with wounds gasped in pain. In primitive society, sanitation was poor. The places they lived were full of feces, urine, and feces, except for the places where the high priest and the patriarch lived, which were slightly better. Other places, except for their own huts, are likely to step on shit. For primitive people, this is commonplace. But for the Chinese warriors, it was too disgusting. The sanitary conditions in Dragon City were simply not comparable to those of the Golden Wing tribe. In Longcheng, if someone is found defecating randomly, they will be arrested and sent to a slave reformatory, where they will not be allowed to eat for 2 days. For the Chinese people, this punishment is the heaviest punishment. Slaves are the most humble existence in the Chinese tribe. Those tribesmen who made mistakes were sent to the slave reformatory to let them know what the consequences of their mistakes would be. A clean city must have corresponding systems. Yi Bin took out alcohol to help the soldiers disinfect because the Golden Wing tribe was too dirty and messy. This scene reminded him of the tribe that fell into the water before. At that time, Yi Bin had just traveled through time, and the area near the tribe was filled with the smell of feces and urine. If you were not careful when going out, you might get pregnant. The environment at that time was really disgusting. Some people think that it's just a few blisters on the feet, so there's no need to make a fuss. People in modern society certainly won't take it seriously. But for primitive people, it's different. The environment here is bad, the ground is full of mud, and there are countless flies around the tribe. Those flies have eaten feces and have a lot of bacteria on their bodies. If the flies land on the soldiers' feet, they are likely to be infected. Once primitive people are infected, they can only wait for death. In such an environment, there is a big problem. It can easily cause a contagious disease. Once someone is infected, it will also harm those around them. And now there is no good treatment. So, it's no wonder that Yibin is cautious. He is also thinking about everyone and is responsible to his tribesmen. This is what Yibin, as the city lord, should do, even though there are more Chinese people. But it is still in the development stage for a tribe like this with more than 10,000 people. In this area, there are still more than 10 tribes with a total population of more than 10,000 people. Under normal circumstances, the number of tribesmen who can fight is only about 4,000 to 5,000. After all the soldiers washed their hands and disinfected them, they prepare to eat. Jinhua and his tribesmen killed more than 100 sheep in total. Soldiers, while you sleep, Jinhua and his men were already processing the goats. With the iron knives of the royal guards, cutting up the mutton was as easy as cutting vegetables. In just a few moves, they had cut up more than 100 goats. There are more than 400 bonfires in the tribe, and on each bonfire there is roasted mutton. The warriors are divided into groups of 10, and everyone walks to the bonfire consciously. The soldiers did not start eating immediately. Everyone looked towards Yibin's position tacitly. Since the training, the soldiers have changed and become more disciplined and well-educated. Yibin also observed it. Soldiers, these subtle changes cannot escape Ye's eyes. Don't think that this is just a small detail. Everything starts from small details. Soldiers, you have been hungry for a whole day. Yibin didn't waste any words and just shouted loudly. Everyone, let's get busy and eat. Chapter 165, Mysterious Weapon. After hearing the city lord's order, everyone started eating. The soldiers picked up the mutton and wolfed it down like starving ghosts. Watching the soldiers eating, Yibin felt at ease. These people were his soldiers. It was such a difficult task to build a disciplined army in primitive society. Black Bull and Black Panther were gnawing on a big leg of lamb, and the two of them were eating in a very ungraceful manner. Seeing Yibin coming, Heinyo immediately said, "City Lord, when are we going to attack the Blood Wolf tribe?" Black Panther and Li Wang also looked expectantly at Yibin in front of them. They couldn't wait any longer. This time, when they left Longcheng, Yibin took all the men with him. Once someone attacks the Huaxia tribe, Longcheng will be in danger. After all, the women led by the courtesan are still too young. If the Huaxia tribe has too many people, there's no need to worry so much. Every time Yibin took his tribesmen out to fight, he was always very cautious. Yibin said with a smile, "We will set off early tomorrow morning. We still have a few days' journey to the Blood Wolf tribe. I don't know how the Firebird tribe is doing." Qingwan, after coming out of Longcheng, brought more than 200 tribesmen with him. Each of them wore Chinese bamboo armor, held a bow and arrow in their hands, and carried a quiver full of arrows on their backs. When they left, Yibin gave each member of the Firebird tribe 20 arrows. Each arrow had a stone-polished tip. Yibin did not take out the iron arrowheads. Now, this primitive society is still in the Stone Age. Once those iron tools flow out, it will be a huge disaster for this primitive society. Qingwan didn't care about those things. It was already very good that Yibin could give her more than 500 sets of equipment. Even if they had these equipments, they could still walk sideways in the primitive society. In addition, Yibin also taught Qingwan the method of making arrows. When she saw that the arrows were made of bamboo, Qingwan was also shocked. So, it's incredible that such a powerful weapon is made of bamboo, especially the arrowhead. Old Bear and his men would choose stones as long as fingers. Then, after precise polishing, the front of the arrow is polished into a triangular diamond shape, and the back of the arrow is polished into a circle until it can be placed inside the bamboo. A finished arrow has been made. This stone arrowhead can easily penetrate human skin and has great lethality. People like Yibin would recycle the arrowheads after every battle. How would the enemy feel if they found out that the arrowheads of the Huaxia tribe were so hard? Many people think that if they're discovered, others will stay away from them. After all, no one dares to provoke such a powerful weapon. If you think like this, you are totally wrong. Human hearts are greedy. Even primitive people are greedy. They just have little knowledge and backward thinking, but they're not idiots. Therefore, once the ironware is exposed, the army of the Taotai Alliance will abandon the Firebird tribe. Instead, they will come to kill the Chinese. By then, it will be really troublesome if the Taotai Alliance attacks the Huaxia tribe with all their might. There are 7 alliance tribes in the alliance army, and it is estimated that they can gather about 50,000 to 60,000 people. Although Blackwater and Eagle were defeated, their tribes are still there. Even if they lost more than 5,000 people, it will not be a problem for their 2 tribes to gather another 5,000 or 6,000 people. Take the current situation, for example. We have to mobilize all our strength to fight against a Bloodwolf tribe. This is just an alliance tribe. This is also the reason why Yi Bin did not dare to give out iron tools randomly. After all, China was too weak. The victories in the previous battles were all achieved with the help of city walls. It's impossible that we have to take the city wall with us every time we go out to fight, right? When the Chinese tribe can go out however it wants, just like the Taodai Firebird, it will become truly powerful. At that time, no matter it is ironware, fishing nets, or white salt, you could take it to your own market and exchange it with others. Qing Wan and her group traveled quickly along the way, and all the tribesmen were sitting on the backs of the green ox. Although the green ox is not very suitable for combat, it is still very good for traveling and transporting supplies. The green Wan rides an earth dragon, although it is a ground dragon, not a real dragon. Its body is 3 or 4 meters long and more than 1 meter wide, with a layer of thick scales on its body. Even the iron tools of China can hardly hurt it. This kind of earth dragon is raised from a young age. No one can tame an adult ironback earth dragon. They have a violent temper and will immediately launch a fierce attack if a stranger approaches. The iron-backed earth dragon is a very strange species. It eats both grass and meat. The creatures on this planet are different from those on Earth. This kind of earth dragon is an alternative. They all have 4 horns pointing to the ground, and their tails are big and long. If you take into account the length of its tail, an adult iron-backed earth dragon is about 7 or 8 meters long. Just a swing of its tail can kill a blue bull. The iron-backed earth dragon has sharp front claws. Although it walks like a cow, when it runs, it walks on its hind legs with its front legs raised directly. If it dislikes someone, it will just go up and strike with its claws. Its sharp claws can easily cut the enemy's chest, but this earth dragon also has an advantage. As long as they recognize their master, they will be very docile and obedient. This docility is not towards everyone, but towards their own master. If other people come over, they can still tear you to pieces. Qing Wan, riding on an iron-backed earth dragon, walked alone in front, while Guli and Zar followed on the left and right. Neither of the 2 men's mounts dared to get too close. Although the earth dragon would not attack them, its momentum was already terrifying. On the 3rd day, a lot of corpses appeared in front of them. Some of them were from the Firebird tribe and the Alliance army. The large bloodstains on the ground had all dried up. Qing Wan had a bad feeling in her heart, but she couldn't say it. Just then, Guli said loudly, "Little princess, look at the ground." Qing Wan looked at him with a puzzled expression, but couldn't figure out anything. Guli looked at Qing Wan, who had a confused expression on her face, and then began to speak. "Most of the corpses on the ground are our people, and the wounds on their bodies were not caused by those stone axes at all. Their wounds were very neat, all cut with one knife. Even the animal hides on their bodies were cut directly. Those stone tools couldn't even cut animal hides, let alone cut the skin, and yet they could cut so neatly." Qing Wan, I suddenly thought of something. No way. What is this weapon? Chapter 166, Huo Rong in Danger. Qing Wan thought of a weapon. That is the iron knife of the Huaxia tribe. She and Guli each have one. The iron knife was broken last time. This time they went to Huaxia, and Guli asked Li Wang and the others. It turned out that the iron knife had a chip on it and needed to be polished on stone so that it could be restored to its original shape. Their iron knives have already been sharpened. Guli was there, and he helped Qing Wan polish the next day. Now look at this wound. They immediately thought of Tai Dao, and of course they would not doubt Huaxia, as they had gone so far ahead. Even if Yi Bin and his men did it, they had no motive to do it. China and the Taotai Alliance are in a irreconcilable feud, and the same goes for their Firebird tribe. Then, there's only one possibility. The Taotai Alliance also has such iron knives. Judging from the corpses of the tribesmen on the ground, the number of iron knives in the Alliance must not be too few. When Qing Wan thought of this, he felt a chill on his back. She said softly, "Father, Afterwards, he took Gully and others and rushed all the way to the Firebird tribe. There were corpses everywhere along the way. Most of them were members of the Firebird tribe. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. Qingwan, I just realized it now. No wonder I always had a bad feeling during this period of time. It turned out that my father was in trouble. The Firebird tribe had suffered heavy casualties at this time. There's a small force in the Taotai Alliance. They hold in their hands a weapon that emits a cold light. This weapon is extremely powerful. The stone spears and stone axes of the tribesmen cannot stop them at all. Anyone who is touched by this weapon would either die or be seriously injured. Even a chief of the Firebird tribe had his arm scratched, and blood was flowing down his arm continuously. The big man on the side said, Huarong, you take a rest first. I will take people to resist their attack. In the Firebird tribe, only the tribe leader can use the surname Hua. It is said that the ancestor of the Firebird tribe was an immortal firebird. Later, for unknown reasons, the phoenix died, and the information handed down by the tribe is very little. In the tribe, the surname Hua is the closest to God. People like Qingwan are not qualified to have the surname Hua. The Firebird tribe is different from other tribes. The tribesmen believe in the phoenix, which is the god of fire. Other tribes only have the Great Witch and the tribal chief priest. In the minds of the tribesmen, only these two professions can communicate with the gods. However, the Firebird tribe is different. In the eyes of the tribesmen of the Firebird tribe, the tribe leader is like a god because the tribe leader is called Huarong, and he is the closest existence to the phoenix. Just now, the person who spoke. Exactly. Huarong's younger brother. He is also Qingwan's uncle. He is tall and has a terrifying body of fat. Men in primitive society, especially those at the level of fierce generals, are not muscular men at all. But they're those fat guys with fat heads and big ears. They are so powerful that they can hit an ordinary person with just one slap. The big man said anxiously, Big brother, you take your men and go first. I will lead the tribesmen to hold them back. Huarong said, with a determined look on his face. As the chief of the Firebird tribe, how could I easily leave the two young men beside me? Also advised loudly, Father, you go first. We, together with Uncle San, will stay here and stop them first. Father, you are injured, so you should go back to the tribe and recuperate. The Firebird tribe is also a super tribe with more than 30,000 people. It is impossible for them all to live together. Huarong, at this location, is a branch of Firebird, just like Yibin City, an old city and a dragon city. Now, another market has been built. The Firebird tribe is in the same situation. The place where Huarong lives is the base camp of the Firebird tribe. There are 10,000 warriors here. During the battle, just now, a small group of troops rushed over directly. Huarong at that time didn't take them seriously at all. After they rushed over, none of his tribesmen were their match. Even Huarong himself was injured in the arm. Thinking of that kind of weapon, Huarong still feels a chill down his spine. Those weapons are so sharp that no one can withstand their attacks. The scene now is extremely chaotic. The Taotai Alliance army has probably more than 10,000 people, and they are now attacking here. Huarong has sent people out to ask the nearby subordinate tribes to help annihilate these enemies. Looking at the 50 or so people not far away, they were constantly swinging their knives and killing people in the crowd. Wherever the blade passed, there were broken limbs and arms, and all the blood flowed to the ground, turning the earth into a blood-red color. During this period, some people were stabbed to death by stone spears, but they were very fast. As soon as someone was injured, they immediately threw the weapon in their hands into the crowd behind them. Those who picked up weapons immediately rushed forward without caring about their lives. The members of the Firebird tribe suffered. Because of this, in this small group of troops, there is a big man leading the team. He is the one selected from the alliance. He is a burly figure and holds a bronze knife in his hand. He wields it with great force. Wherever the knife passes, there is a splash of blood. The big man, seeing Huarong, immediately led his men to kill him. He almost killed Huarong last time. If it weren't for the members of the Firebird tribe who fought desperately to stop him, Huarong would have been killed by him long ago. This time, Huarong must be killed. This is also the task assigned by the alliance. None of those who came to stop them could withstand the blow of the bronze knife. In the face of absolute strength, everything was nothing. This was the first time that these bronze weapons appeared on the battlefield. Huarong only had a few hundred people at this time. The rest of the tribesmen had all gone to the front to fight the enemy. It seemed that this small drum unit was coming just for Horong. The enemy's decapitation operation was all premeditated. The team led by the big man charged into the crowd. Wherever they went, it was like a no man's land. The warriors of the Firebird tribe had no defense at all. The clothes they wore were all common animal skins. Those animal skins he wore on his body were as fragile as paper to the big man and could not withstand the blow of the bronze knife at all. Seeing those people getting closer, Horong's younger brother Charles immediately became anxious. Charles shouted loudly, "Brother, you take your men and leave first, otherwise it will be too late." Charles is also a tough guy. Although the enemy's weapons are very powerful, Charles is not afraid at all. Qinghua and Qingyu were trembling with fear at the scene before them. One of them was only 13 years old and the other only 12 years old. Although they were used to big scenes, the scene before them still scared them. These people's weapons are really powerful, just like Sister Os, as sharp as the iron knife. Chapter 167 arrived in time. Iron knife? Qinghua, this weapon suddenly came to mind. He had seen Ajay use it before. At that time, Guli was also present. Both of them had an iron knife on them. Guli said, "That Huasha tribe, everyone had an iron tool." At that time, Qinghua and the others didn't think it was that powerful, until the appearance of these people instantly broke Qinghua's thoughts. It turns out that many people carrying iron tools are such a powerful existence. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer, the tribesmen were chopped down to the ground one by one, and Charles was also burning with anger. Just when Charles was about to fight to the death, Horong grabbed him. "Then say it louder. Charles, you're no match for them. You take Qinghua and Qingyu and leave first. I will stay behind with my men to cover your retreat." As the patriarch of the clan, how could Horong abandon his own people? If he takes his people away now, the tribe will collapse. By then, no one knows how many people will be killed or injured. This is not what he, as the patriarch, wants to see. As long as they kill this group of people, their Firebird tribe still has a chance to turn the tables. The big man was still more than 100 meters away from Horong. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was such an honor to be able to kill the chief of a super tribe with his own hands. With this record, he achieved great success. He could just brag about it for the rest of my life. When the big man was still more than 50 meters away, he could clearly see the tension in Horong's expression and the beads of sweat on his forehead. That was a man who was extremely nervous, an expression of extreme tension. Seeing that the chief of a super tribe could be frightened like this by his group of people, the smile on the big man's face became brighter and brighter. He seemed to see Horong die in front of him. The feeling of being admired by thousands of people makes his blood boil just thinking about it. The big man's bronze knife became faster and faster. Every time he swung the knife, a splash of blood would be created. Horong shouted again, "Charles, take them both away first, otherwise we will all die here." The high priest, not far away, also had sweat on his forehead. The enemies this time are different from the previous ones. They kill people too quickly. Just think about it. If you use a stone axe and a stone spear to stab the enemy directly, how sharp can the stone spear be? As long as the animal skin is a little thick, it is impossible to penetrate it. On the other hand, the big men are different. They can cut your body open in an instant with just one knife. How can you fight with them when 3 or 4 people surround you? As long as they're not stabbed to death, they will be killed immediately by the bronze knife. Usually, 5 or 6 tribesmen would take over as a bronze knife holder. Even if they were no longer able to do it, they would throw the knife behind them. The moment the bronze knife fell, someone would pick it up, then quickly join the battlefield. Now, in this situation, it is not the Firebird tribe that has surrounded the Alliance army. Tens of thousands of people on both sides are fighting with all their might. This small force is just a trigger. Unless you stand from a god's perspective, who can see that tens of thousands of people are lined up in a row, and if you're more than 10 meters away, you can't see each other clearly. What is happening? This small group of troops took advantage of this point. At present, the only ones who could see them were Horong and the personal guards around him. Others who were farther away could not see them at all. In just a short while, the distance between the big man and Horong was less than 10 meters. At this time, the smile on the big man's face was clearly visible. Just as the big man raised his knife and rushed towards Horong, a force of more than 200 people appeared behind the Alliance army. The people who came were Qingwan and her friends. Qingwan was riding on an iron-backed earth dragon and saw her father from a distance. Horong was in great danger at this time. "Qingwan, I don't care about that anymore. Riding on the iron-backed earth dragon, he charged all the way. More than 200 people behind him followed Qingwan closely. Wherever the earth dragon passed, no one could stop the impact of the earth dragon. The iron-backed earth dragon quickly moved towards Huarong, and those warriors were knocked away by the iron-backed earth dragon. All of them spat out blood and fell to the ground. The big man chopped at Huarong with a bronze knife. At the moment when the bronze knife fell, Huarong took the stone spear and blocked it directly in front of him. The bronze knife chopped down heavily, and the stone spear broke into 2 pieces instantly. The big man kicked out, and Huarong couldn't dodge in time and was kicked to the ground. The big man seized the opportunity, raised the bronze knife in his hand, and was about to chop at Huarong. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Qinghua and Qingyu, seeing their father in danger, tried their best to break free from Charles's control and quickly pounced toward Huarong. Qingwan, seeing his father being killed, immediately pulled the bow and arrow, then took out an arrow from his back, quickly installed it, and released the bowstring with his right hand. The arrow flew with a whoosh sound. It shot out directly. Just before the big man dropped the knife, the arrow pierced his neck. Blood spurted out instantly. The big man touched his neck, and a warm liquid sprayed directly onto his hand. The big man swallowed with great difficulty. He felt a pain in his neck, and all the strength in his body disappeared along with the blood that flowed out. At this moment, the big man no longer had the strength to even hold the bronze knife. He looked at the fire melting on the ground, but he couldn't pick up the knife. The big man's blood sprayed directly onto Huarong's face. At this moment, several more arrows were shot, and each arrow pierced his body. At this time, the big man was breathing out more than breathing in. The big man turned his head unwillingly, and an arrow hit him right in the eye. The scene at this moment was really terrifying. A living person had a long arrow stuck in his eye, just like a horror movie. The big man, his eye pierced by an arrow, knew he was going to die. He threw away the bronze knife in his hand and clenched his hands tightly, shooting the arrow in his eye. Then he pulled it out fiercely. The moment the arrow was pulled out, there was an eye that was shot out on the arrowhead. The people around him vomited. After holding on for a few seconds, the big man fell straight back. The moment he landed, a loud noise was heard from the ground. Bang! The big man's body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A ruthless man died here. The big man and his companions were just about to draw their swords to attack when Qingwan and the Earth Clan members rushed over. The iron-backed Earth Dragon rushed into the crowd and started whipping around with its tail. All enemies are beaten. All of them fell to the ground, and some enemies fainted directly. The troops led by Qingwan immediately stepped forward to finish off the enemy. After these bamboo-armored soldiers entered the battlefield, no one could hurt them. The bamboo-armored soldiers, holding the stone spears in their hands, stabbed directly at the small group when the 2 groups of people came into contact. That group of allied forces picked up the bronze knives in their hands and slashed directly at the bamboo-armored soldiers. When the bronze knife hit the bamboo armor, a shocking scene happened. Chapter 168, Reinforcements. The moment the bronze knife fell, there was no blood splatter as imagined by everyone. The moment the bamboo armor touched the bronze knife, not only did it not cut into it, but the bronze knife was bounced away. The warrior in bamboo armor immediately seized the opportunity, gripped the stone spear tightly with both hands, and then stabbed it down heavily. The warrior holding the bronze knife was pierced directly in the chest. Then a scream was heard. The warrior holding the bronze knife could not understand until his death why his bronze knife could not cut through a single piece of armor. Just at this moment, those warriors holding bronze knives rushed towards Huarong like crazy. Qingwan pulled the rope directly on the iron-backed Earth Dragon's back, and the Earth Dragon seemed to have sensed it. The long tail swept across quickly, and the warriors holding bronze swords were knocked away. When they fell, blood spurted out of their mouths, and a few people fainted. A piece of open space immediately appeared next to Huarong. See the scene in front of you. Qingwan, shout out loud immediately. Guli, you lead your people and line up immediately. These people had also been training in the Huasha tribe for several days, and Guli and his tribesmen knew a little about the simple formations. After receiving the order, Guli started immediately and told the tribesmen around him to stand in a row directly in front of the tribe leader. Those enemies who wanted to rush over were directly blocked by the bamboo armor soldiers. The weapons of the Allied forces kept hacking at the bamboo armor soldiers, but it had no effect at all. These bamboo armors are made with glue. After the glue is completely dry, the defensive power is comparable to that of iron armor. Even if the enemy has a bronze knife in his hand, he cannot break the defense. Qingwan, the tribesmen brought back, quickly lined up in a row under Guli's arrangement. The tribesmen kept waving the stone spears in their hands. Every time they launched an attack, some Allied soldiers fell. Many people were injured, and the Alliance army was slowly being suppressed. In the distant mountains, there were a few old men who were looking at this side. The elders were originally quite happy because this team brought so many surprises. Just when they thought they were going to succeed, a group of cavalry rushed in, especially the little girl riding the ground dragon. Since she rushed into the crowd, no one could stop her. The ground dragon was in the crowd like a madman. The tail was swung away, and the Alliance army suffered huge casualties, but not yet. When the old men breathed a sigh of relief, another group of warriors wearing bamboo armor came directly to kill them. Those people were not afraid of the bronze knives at all. When the bronze knives hit their bodies, it was just like tickling them and could not cause any real harm. I thought it was outrageous. As it turns out, there's something even more outrageous. Those bamboo armored soldiers were actually lined up in a row. The Alliance army was beaten back step by step. Their formation was like a row of city walls. The Allied forces can't get through it all. Guli asked Tsar to protect Horong, and he rushed to the front of the tribesmen, drew the iron knife from his waist, and started slashing at the enemies around him. The iron knife was much sharper than the bronze knife. All the enemies that were hit were either missing arms or heads, and the ground was dyed red with blood. On the Allied side, seeing how brave Guli was, many people began to surround and attack him. Those people, all holding stone spears and stone axes, chopped directly at Guli. At this time, Guli was like a god of war, with endless strength in his body. Every time he swung his sword, blood spurted out. When the tribesmen saw how brave Guli was, they became as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and stabbed the enemies around them fiercely. Some people may ask, which is more powerful, a bronze knife or bamboo armor coated with glue? The answer to this question has been found a long time ago. Everything is interdependent and counteracted. There is no absolutely powerful thing. It depends on the person using it and the environment they are in, just like the current situation. The bronze knife obviously cannot cut through the bamboo armor. If it were used at a different time, the power of the bronze knife would be much greater than it is now. The people led by Guli have all been trained. These people were fighting on the battlefield, but no one disrupted their formation. All of them stood tightly in a row. The Allied forces were suppressed and beaten by Guli and his men. Fellow tribesmen, there are no unnecessary movements. Everyone just does two moves. One is to stab the gun, and the other is to put the gun away. Don't underestimate these two moves. More than 200 people stood in a row, thrust their spears in unison, and then put their spears away in unison. With just these two movements, the stone spears were thrust out at that moment. Hundreds of stone spears were thrust out at the same time. The enemies on the opposite side could not stop them at all. Every time they launched an attack, the Allied forces fell down in waves like wheat being cut. For those who were not completely dead, the tribesmen immediately started shooting again. These things were all learned in China. In the past, they looked down upon them and thought they were useless. But now that they're on the battlefield, they realize the benefits of formations. A good formation can reduce the casualties among the tribal personnel. Originally, the Firebird tribe was almost unable to hold on, and Horong was ready to fight desperately. Unexpectedly, reinforcements suddenly arrived. Qingwan led the tribesmen and attacked directly. If it weren't for Qingwan's arrow, Horong would have been killed by the bronze knife. Horong was surprised when he saw Guli and the others. These people had only been out for a few days, and they all looked different when they came back. Are they still the same tribesmen as before? It's like they are two completely different groups of people. The fighting power of these tribesmen is really too strong. Originally, the Firebird tribe was about to be defeated, but miraculously turned the tables. If everyone hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it if they told it to anyone. Horong watched as more than 200 people in front of him stabbed with their guns and then put them away. With such simple movements, one wave of enemies died and another wave came. Horong couldn't figure out what the problem was and why the tribesmen had to stand in a row. It was nothing, it was just a skill. But often, the simpler something is, the greater its effect. Things that seem simple actually contain great truths. These formations and array formations were passed down from generation to generation by our predecessors. These are the wisdom of our ancestors. It is precisely with the accumulation of generation after generation that later generations can avoid detours. The long snake formation in front of us is so simple. It was just a row of people, but they blocked the Allied army. No matter how hard they attacked, they could not advance even a single step. Primitive people didn't know anything about formations. Every time they fought, they relied entirely on their numbers. As long as they had enough people on their side, there was no enemy they could not defeat. Chapter 169: Arrival at the Blood Wolf Tribe. The situation on the field was completely one-sided. With the participation of Gully and others, the Alliance army was beaten back step by step. No matter how hard the Alliance army chopped, they could not break through the defense of the bamboo armor. This formation was the one Gully learned in China, and it was the first time he used it. Unexpectedly, the training that he looked down upon at the beginning has now saved the Firebird tribe. Qingwan, seeing his father escape from danger, immediately jumped off his mount and quickly came to Huarong. Then, he threw himself into Huarong's arms. "Father, I'm so glad you're okay." Huarong patted Qingwan on the back kindly. He said that Qingwan was able to survive this time, thanks to his daughter. "Aren't you in the Huaxia tribe? Why did you come back so soon? Did you encounter any danger on the way?" Sure enough, no matter what time, the people who care about you the most are always your loved ones. Qingwan said while crying, "Father, we are not in any danger." The Taotai Alliance sent 2 waves of troops. One wave attacked the Huaxia tribe, and the other wave attacked our Firebird tribe. When we came back, China had already defeated them. Those members of the alliance were either dead or injured. Huarong was shocked when he heard his daughter's words. Is the Huaxia tribe so powerful? According to my understanding, the Taotai Alliance should not have sent out too few troops. My daughter told me that Huaxia is a small tribe. If it is a small tribe, how could it be possible to defeat the Alliance army? Could it be that their daughter helped them? This is impossible. He knew better than anyone how many people his daughter had brought with her. Just when Huarong was in deep thought, Qingwan let out a cry of surprise. "Father, you are injured." Looking at Huarong's wound, Qingwan's eyes were filled with tears. Although the wound was not deep and not fatal, as a child, no one would feel good to see their father injured. On the other side, Yi Bin rested for a few days. Immediately, they gathered their men and began to march towards the Blood Wolf tribe. This time, Yi Bin and his men rested for several days. Gold and Fire leading the way. Since the high priest was old, Yi Bin ordered Li Wang to prepare a green ox for the high priest. The team originally had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and they recruited members of the Golden Wing tribe along the way. The current team has about 6,000 people. As for the women, children, and the elderly, Yi Bin asked them to stay in the tribe and return to the Huaxia tribe together after everyone comes back. The group started out in the morning and walked until the afternoon. Everyone was sweating profusely because the sun was too strong. The soldiers traveled for a whole day, and Yi Bin, riding on the Phantom Cloud, came quickly to the front of the Golden Fire. "How long will it take us to reach the Blood Wolf tribe?" Jinhua hesitated for a moment and slowly calculated in his mind. At the current speed, it will probably take 2 or 3 days. As long as we maintain the current speed, it will only take a few days to reach the Blood Wolf tribe. Jinhua, after figuring it out, he smiled and said, "City Lord, at the current speed, we will reach the Blood Wolf tribe in 3 days. But they, including quite a few male members of the tribe, may be difficult for us to deal with." Listening to Jinhua's words, Yi Bin didn't explain anything. As a modern man, couldn't he deal with a group of primitive people? Yi Bin sighed contemptuously. Just over 5,000 people. For us Chinese, that is like using an iron knife to cut tofu. They are a waste of talent and are completely vulnerable. Jinhua, a confused look on his face. He had never heard of anything like an iron knife or tofu. Since the city lord was not worried, he relaxed. At night, everyone set up camp. After everyone finished dinner, Yi Bin arranged several groups of people to keep watch, changing shifts every 2 hours to ensure everyone's sleep and make sure the soldiers were in the best condition. In this way, 3 days passed, and the team kept moving forward. At this time, the high priest rode on a green ox and came quickly. "City Lord." Probably, after walking for some time, they would reach the Blood Wolf tribe. After spending these days together, Yi Bin also understood the word some. This some time that the high priest mentioned was about an hour. After listening to the words of the high priest, Yi Bin also nodded and then the two chatted for a few more words, and then walked quickly to the front of the team. Li Wang brought his personal guards and followed Yi Bin closely, fearing that there would be any danger on the road. When Yi Bin came to the front of the team, He Nyo and He Bao immediately stepped forward to greet him. City Lord. City Lord. Hearing the two people's addresses, Yi Bin nodded with a smile. The Blood Wolf tribe is not far ahead. While I get there, I'll take a look at the terrain first and then make other plans. It is impossible for me to just rush in and kill right away. That kind of no-brainer. Only a brainless idiot would do that. As the city lord of Huaxia, he must be responsible for the safety of everyone. This is also his responsibility. Neither of them had any objection. All they have to do is obey. Soon, a soldier came to report. City Lord, there were so many shacks in the middle of the plain ahead. The soldier gestured. Not everyone could count them. Many soldiers could only count within 100. Numbers like those, hundreds or thousands, are something that only a few people in the entire tribe can calculate. You even watched the soldier gesticulating there and probably understood something. That's right. Plain? This place is different from the Yellow River Valley. The terrain here gradually becomes flat. Of course, there are still some hills, but there are more and more plains. It takes 3 or 4 days to get from Huaxia to the War Bear tribe, and another 3 days from the War Bear to the Python. It will take another 3 or 4 days for the Python to reach the Golden Wing tribe, and another 3 or 4 days for the Golden Wing to reach the Blood Wolf tribe. In other words, it would take about 10 days to get from Huaxia to the Blood Wolf tribe. Of course, there are some shortcuts in between, according to calculations in the previous life. It takes about a day to walk from one county town to another. This walking means walking on foot, not driving a car or riding a horse. These 10 days were the size of a provincial capital, which means that Yi Bin led everyone from Hunan to Hubei, which is roughly this far. Of course, the world that Yi Bin traveled to is completely different from the Earth in his previous life. They're not in the same geographical location, so readers, please don't connect them together. Listen to the soldier after he finishes the description. Yi Bin had a general understanding. Now, he had to take a look to make the most reasonable arrangements. This time, being able to swallow the Blood Wolf tribe will be another huge fortune for China. In primitive society, the most valuable things are just a few things. One is food, the other is people. A strong tribe cannot be separated from a large number of people, and the other is food. Even in ancient times, a strong country must have an army and food. Otherwise, why are you fighting? Chapter 170. Outsmart the Blood Wolf tribe. Yi Bin shouted to Lud. You guys wait here. Li Wang, take a few people with me to check the terrain. Yi Bin, after giving the order, Li Wang immediately selected a few people and came to Yi Bin together. A dozen people walked forward together, and Yi Bin came to a hill. Then he asked everyone to lie down. The location of this place was completely different from that of other tribes. There were no trees or tall pine weeds on the hills here. There was only lush green grass that could not block the view of the crowd. In order to avoid being exposed, Yi Bin asked everyone to lie down. Looking at the tribe in the distance, Yi Bin roughly counted and found that there were more than 800 huts. According to the primitive people's custom, there were 10 people in one hut. About 8,000 people, plus the several thousand people who were conscripted, there should be more than 5,000 people in the Blood Wolf tribe now. Yi Bin Seekit. It would be nice to have a telescope. When thinking of the telescope, Yi Bin thought of something he had seen on the internet before. If he wanted to make lenses, he had to learn how to burn them. Making glass is not very difficult. As long as you find sand and then burn it at high temperature, you can get glass. With glass, you can make lenses. This time, after returning to China, I must give it a try. If I succeed, I will make a lot of money. The current situation is that it is too far away from them, and I can't see it clearly. I can only see an outline. Yi Bin, after looking at it for a while, suddenly thought of a method. If they force their way in, they can still win, but the price they pay might be higher. Yi Bin would be very heartbroken if even one of the soldiers now was injured or killed. Is there any other way? Why should he attack with force? That would make him just like a primitive man, a warrior who only knows how to use brute force. In this world, he is a cultured person, so how could he fight face to face with a bayonet? Isn't that stupid behavior? Soon, a perfect plan came into my mind. When Yi Bin and his team returned to the team, they immediately began to make arrangements. He knew the character of the Tao Tai alliance. These people were no different from bandits. As long as there is an advantage to be gained, they will not give up. This is the consistent style of the alliance horde. Yi Bin called all the people above the captain level and explained the plan. Our plan is this. High Priest and Jinhua, the two of you take more than 1,000 goats and pretend to pass by the Blood Wolf tribe. They will definitely come out to check, and they will not let go of such an opportunity to take advantage. After they come out, you retreat behind the hill, and I will lead my men to ambush behind the hill. At that time, we will catch them off guard. It is impossible for too many people to come out for the first time. I estimate that there will be around 1,000 people. After these people were dealt with, they did not go back for a long time. The Blood Wolf tribe will immediately send out more people to ambush them again. In this way, there will not be many people left in the Blood Wolf tribe. Then, we sent a few more wounded soldiers back, and we sent another 500 people to chase them. They saw their tribesmen being killed, and we only had 500 people. Wouldn't the Blood Wolf tribe go out to rescue us? At that time, we will shoot the wounded and pretend to be defeated. They will then become furious, and we will chase them to the hill. We, the ambushing warriors, rushed out again to launch a surprise attack on them. Then we would rush into the Blood Wolf tribe and take them down. After listening to Yi Bin's plan, everyone was shocked. How dare the city lord do that? This was too despicable. The high priest was a man of his brain, and his eyes lit up instantly after hearing Yi Bin's arrangements. The high priest knew the nature of the Alliance tribe very well. If they did as Yi Bin said, even if they recognized him and his companions, they would still come to share a piece of the pie. The city lord's control over human nature is even better than theirs. The high priest has been staring at Yi Bin as if he wants to see something, but after looking for a long time, he still doesn't get anything. The city lord in front of him was really a completely different person. No wonder the city lord was able to defeat the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe. Even he felt ashamed of himself for his scheming. Looking at the dazed high priest, Yi Bin said with a smile, "High priest, what's wrong with you?" The high priest reacted immediately. Then, he smiled with admiration, saying that the city lord was worthy of being the city lord. He only took a look ahead and had already figured out how to deal with the situation. He was really amazing. Others, who did not have the high priest's ability to express themselves, had only one word in their hearts. That was great. The city lord's plan was really perfect. Since following Yi Bin, He Nyo and He Bao had learned to think and were no longer the reckless men they used to be. After listening to Yi Bin's plan, the two of them felt safe instantly. The city lord's plan was too perfect. He first took advantage of human greed, and then took advantage of their carelessness. Afterwards, they chased their wounded to give them a false impression. When the other side saw that there were only 500 people, they would immediately start chasing. In such a short period of time, their brains would definitely not be able to react. Everyone, make sure of the future. The high priest and Jinhua, along with more than 1,000 tribesmen, drove more than 1,000 goats. Then, they walked towards the Blood Wolf tribe. Many people asked where the goats came from. Yi Bin led more than 6,000 people. The primitive people had little food, only animals and dried meat. Generally, dried meat can only last for 2 or 3 days, and the rest depends on sheep. When primitive people went to war, there was no concept of bringing food and fodder first. They usually carried a few days' worth of dry food. When the dry food was almost finished, their reserve food was almost arrived. However, Yi Bin was different. He already brought the flock of sheep with him when they traveled. Now is the time to use the sheep, which also provide food for the soldiers. These sheep are mobile granaries. With these sheep, the soldiers will not be afraid to go far away. After a while, the high priest and Jinhua, along with more than 1,000 tribesmen and more than 1,000 goats, slowly walked towards the hill. Yi Bin, with his warriors, has already ambushed behind the hill and is now waiting for them to take the bait. A member of the Blood Wolf tribe in the distance saw the goats near the hill. The tribesmen immediately shouted loudly. "Look, there are so many goats there," someone in the crowd said. "Go quickly and inform the high priest." Several tribesmen immediately walked towards the high priest of the tribe. After listening to what the tribesmen said, the high priest immediately laughed happily. Really, he is so bold as to graze in front of the Blood Wolf tribe. He is just thinking that his life is too long. "High priest, just walk out of the shack." He walked quickly towards the entrance of the tribe. At this time, everyone was looking at the goats opposite. The high priest also saw that there were many people guarding those goats. The high priest didn't take these people seriously at all. I just saw him speaking loudly. "You the people, go over there and get those goats back." Chapter 171. Lure the snake out of its hole. The people who were pointed out by the high priest immediately became happy. Of course, they were willing to do such a thing to show off in front of their tribesmen. No matter what, in that era, If there was an opportunity to express themselves in front of a woman, someone would take it. The high priest quickly gathered more than 1,000 people. At that time, the tribe had about 4,000 people, and many people went out hunting. The women all went out to graze or pick fruit. Only a few women stayed in the tribe. They were all women of some status. After everyone gathered at the door, the high priest gave an order. The tribesmen said, "Bring back all those sheep for me." There were more than 1,000 people on the opposite side. Naturally, the high priest of the Blood Wolf tribe did not dare to be careless. He sent out more than 1,500 people to quickly capture those goats. This is their tribe. These people dare to graze their cattle in front of their own homes. They are so arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Jinhua and his companions saw more than 1,000 people from the Blood Wolf tribe rushing out, but they were not riding mounts. Everyone was running quickly, shouting loudly as they ran. "Leave the goat alone, or they will all die. Kill." Hearing the noisy noise coming from the opposite side, Jinhua and the high priest immediately ordered the tribesmen to drive the sheep toward the back of the hill. Seeing that Jinhua and his companions were trying to escape by driving the sheep, the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe immediately quickened their pace. The dark-faced man in the lead showed a strange smile. "Now, isn't it a bit late to think about running away?" The black-faced man shouted loudly, "Warriors, kill them all and take away their food. Let them know how powerful our Blood Wolf tribe is." In primitive society, killing people did not require any reason. Whoever was stronger had the initiative. If you were killed, it's because you were too weak and met those good tribes. People are still trying to reason with you, but if you encounter those tribes that kill people without blinking an eye, you won't even have a chance to escape. Yibin, hiding behind the hill, looking at the enemies chasing after him, a trace of indifference flashed through his mind. If you were not greedy, you would not come here to die. It is you who are seeking death, and you cannot blame others. Jinhua, leading his people, walked quickly behind the hill. This scene, in the eyes of the black-faced man, made them run away in fear. But the dark-faced man did not notice one problem. Those shepherds were walking very slowly. I'm afraid that the dark-faced man and the others can't keep up. These people were all crazy. Everyone was so caught up in the joy of victory that no one noticed this detail. About 10 minutes later, more than 1,000 people from the Blood Wolf tribe had all rushed over. Everyone was shouting excitedly, as if the people in front of them were all in their pockets. Some people even showed cruel smiles. No matter what, there were always some perverts in that era. Even in primitive society, there were such people. Some men are born to like men, and these quirks have a lot to do with their inner selves. Some people are born with this condition. Wherever they go, they lack a sense of security, so their hearts become twisted. The soldiers lying in ambush behind the hill were now ready. They had drawn all the bows and arrows in their hands, waiting for the enemy to come. They saw the big man with a black face and his men rushing over. Jinhua and the high priest were like they were possessed by the movie star, and they just screamed, "Ah! Help! Run quickly, the enemy is coming." Jinhua ran very exaggeratedly. It seemed that he was running very fast, but in fact, he was not running fast at all. Every time he ran, Jinhua was big, but twisted. Yibin felt sick watching this. This Jinhua has the potential to be a movie star. This walking posture is similar to the Hong family's iron wire fist. The scene is very eye-catching. The black-faced man behind him forgot to chase him for a moment. The dark-faced man then cursed loudly. How can a grown man be so coquettish? I really can't stand it. After saying that, he picked up the stone axe in his hand and immediately chased after him, cursing as he ran. "You pervert in front, stop right now. When I catch you, I will break your legs. How can a grown man be so disgusting? You guys don't stop me. I can't stand it." Seeing that the black-faced man was enraged, Jinhua ran even faster. Cough, cough. They didn't become more aggressive, but ran faster. The black-faced man, leading more than 1,000 people, rushed directly into the hill, completely unaware of the danger of an ambush behind them. China's equipment and configuration are also very particular. The warriors all had an iron knife and a bow and arrow on their backs. When fighting in close combat, they would carry the bow and arrow on their backs, and when fighting in long-range combat, they would take the bow and arrow off. All tactics can be adjusted, which means using them flexibly to maximize the advantages of each weapon and watch the enemies approaching the ambush circle. Yibin gave an order. Release the arrow. Shoot. Black Bull, leading the first company, Black Panther, leading the second company, and even Li Wang and his men join the battle. King Li leads the personal guards, who are the elite among the elites, 150 people, each of whom is equipped with a continuous compound bow that can shoot 7 times in a row. The royal guards, more than 150 people, shot 7 times in a row. What does that mean? Just say it. In less than 7 seconds, 1,050 arrows can be shot. The enemy has only 1,500 people in total, including the first company. Also, the Black Panthers' second company. Each company now has 470 men. In addition, with the output of the royal guards, more than 2,000 arrows were shot in just a few seconds. Those warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe just rushed forward, and no one paid attention to the back of the hill. They attacked quickly, wanting only to defeat Jinhua and the others. Then, their goal is to snatch the other party's goat. More than 2,000 arrows were shot out at the same time. The black-faced man and others still had smiles on their faces, but the next second, no one could smile anymore. The arrow quickly cut through the air, making a whistling sound. Those densely packed arrows pierced through their bodies in an instant. Those people let out heart-wrenching screams, and the warriors who were hit immediately fell to the ground wailing, and their blood dyed the ground red. The first wave of arrows alone knocked down 700 or 800 people. By the time those people reacted, the soldiers loaded their arrows again. Yibin, order again. Release the arrow. Again, a neat rain of arrows shot out directly. Looking at the rain of arrows, the black-faced man's pupils constricted, and he forgot to run away for a moment. The warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe had never seen such a shocking scene before. Everyone just stood there stupidly as thousands of arrows pierced through their bodies. The warriors fell down in large numbers, and screams were heard in the middle of the hill. Chapter 172. Ambush again. The dark-faced man looked up at the sky. The black arrow was shooting straight at him. His body's instinct told him that he needed to dodge immediately. Just as the dark-faced man was about to dodge, the iron arrow shot from the sky quickly pierced through his body. The power of the compound bow was not something that human flesh could block. The iron arrow pierced through the black-faced man, and the arrowhead was firmly nailed into the mud. There was still a trace of blood on the tail of the arrow, and the tail was still swaying gently. This shows that the power of the iron arrow is truly extraordinary. Even if it penetrates a person's body, it can still continue to cause damage. Yibin's goal is not to kill them all, but to enslave the Blood Wolf tribe. This second round of shooting knocked down hundreds of people again. It wasn't that the second round of shooting was worse than the first, but that they were prepared. The first round of shooting knocked down a large number of people. Those dead warriors were good covers. Many clever warriors, seeing the iron arrows coming, directly used the corpses of their tribesmen in front of themselves. People are selfish. After the first example, the warriors that followed suit. Many of them used the corpses of their tribesmen as shields. Some people even go so far as to use the people around them as shields for defense. Those warriors who were used as shields were directly turned into living targets. Thousands of arrows flew out densely, and those living targets were directly shot into hedgehogs. Yibin saw that they were suppressed. Immediately ordered Jinhua. You take 1,000 men and capture them all, and those who do not wish to be captured can be killed directly. After receiving Yibin's order, Jinhua led more than 1,000 people and rushed forward, then shouted loudly, "Put down your weapons, and I promise not to kill anyone." The surviving warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe were frightened by the 2 rounds of arrow rain just now. At this moment, they were hiding behind the corpses. Everyone's body was trembling slightly. These people's weapons were too powerful. More than 1,000 of them came out, but they hadn't seen the enemy yet. More than half of them have died. Are they still human? It's really scary. Hear golden fires shout. Those warriors who survived all raised their heads. Many of them didn't know what to do now. Everyone looked at each other in silence. No one dared to say a word, for fear that they would be the next to die. Jinhua, seeing that there was no movement for a long time, waved his hand, and more than 1,000 people around him walked directly towards the enemy opposite. The remaining warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe all panicked. They only had 400 people at most, while the enemy had more than 1,000 people. How should they fight this battle? This is not pushing them into a desperate situation. Everyone in the Blood Wolf tribe was getting a little anxious waiting. The black-faced man, who led more than 1,500 people to chase the enemy, must be back by now. The tribesmen were waiting, but they didn't come back. The high priest became a little anxious, thinking maybe they chased them too far. Impossible. Those people were obviously driving goats and could not run away at all. Why did the black-faced man chase them for such a long time, but still no one came back? The high priest became more and more impatient the more he thought about it. Could it be that his tribesmen had encountered some trouble? Impossible. These warriors who went out are the strongest forces in the tribe, and there are more than 1,500 of them. Even if they encounter danger, someone should come back to report. This is the situation now. The high priest felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, but there was no other way. In order to confirm his thoughts, the high priest sent out more than 1,000 people. Now, there are not many people left in the Blood Wolf tribe. They had sent out more than 1,500 people before, and now they have sent out more than 1,000 people. After leaving the tribe, these people went straight to the distant hills. Among these more than 1,000 people, 500 of them were riding green bulls. Although the green bulls were uncontrollable, they were still capable of basic combat. Jinhua and his men quickly subdued these 400-plus people. Those warriors who were not completely dead were directly killed by the soldiers. In a short while, all of them were killed. The living warriors were so scared that they trembled all over. Seeing that all these people were tied up, Yibin immediately gave orders. Everybody, carry all the bodies on the ground to the back of the hill and cover the bloodstains on the ground directly with dirt. Don't leave any trace. When those people come over, we will ambush them. Everyone responded in unison. Uk. City Lord. More than 5,000 people went out together, and soon all the bodies on the ground were dragged behind the hill. The bloodstains on the ground were also buried with soil. After all this was done, everyone returned to their original positions, waiting for the arrival of more than 1,000 people. This time, the man leading the team is the son of the high priest. At first glance, he doesn't have any ability. The fact that he can lead so many people can only be attributed to his father. If he didn't have a good father, he would not be qualified to lead troops to fight. There were many people in the tribe who were more powerful than him. His father was the high priest of the tribe. Just then, someone spoke. Let's send a few people to check the hill ahead. Upon hearing this, the thin man became unhappy instantly and said with disdain, Langya, you dare to question my orders? The man named Langya immediately said he didn't dare. Langya had already cursed him 1,000 times in his heart. You idiot. Big idiot. If the high priest wasn't your father, someone like you would have been killed long ago. Looking at Langya's respectful appearance, the thin man suddenly became arrogant and said, All of you, listen to me. I want you to reach the hill in front as quickly as possible. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be expelled from the Blood Wolf tribe. After hearing this, the tribesmen all showed ugly looks. This time, the high priest gave 1,800 people to the army because he was afraid that something might happen to his precious son. With Qingyo running at full speed, everyone soon arrived not far from the hill. Just now, during that burst of running, dozens of tribesmen fell directly from the back of the blue ox, and several of them were trampled into meat paste on the spot. The skinny little man was not sad at all. Instead, he had a look of disgust on his face and was cursing. What a useless thing. He could even fall off a green ox. Listening to his speech, the tribesmen around him were all angry, but no one dared to stand up and accuse him. Just because of his father. He is the high priest of the Blood Wolf tribe. Chapter 173 War Horse Iron Lock Formation. Langya, holding the stone axe in his hand, had a very ugly expression on his face. The tribesman who had just fallen and was trampled to death was the one he led. He was already feeling very upset. Now, hearing this evildoer cursing again, Langya wanted to chop him down with a stone axe, but when he thought of his relatives, he calmed down. Although the skinny little man was very arrogant, he was not stupid. He was seen standing not far from the hill with 500 cavalrymen, just standing there. Seeing that the cavalry not far away suddenly stopped, Yibin thought to himself, could it be that they discovered him? This is impossible. We didn't show up, so how could we be discovered? Right at this moment, the walking infantry, all came over the thin man. Direct order. All of you walk in the front. After hearing the order given by this bastard, Langya wanted to shoot him to death with one shot. Once these walking warriors walk in the front, if the blue cattle herd behind them becomes riotous, the tribesmen in front will be immediately trampled into meat paste. Langya couldn't bear it any longer. To say it loudly, if these people walked in front and the herd of blue cattle behind them rioted, there would be heavy casualties. The thin man's face immediately darkened. He cursed loudly, Langya, do you want to die? Now, Should I listen to you or me? If you don't want to die, shut your stinky mouth. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind killing you." After saying this, he laughed out loud. Ha ha. This Langia has always been dissatisfied with him. Now he can defeat him. He is so happy. Looking at the team walking away, Langia was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh. Then he followed immediately. Yibin thought he had been discovered, but he didn't expect that the leader was afraid of death and let his tribesmen walk in front, which was exactly what Yibin wanted. If those walking warriors walked behind the team, they could suddenly attack their cavalry. Those green bulls will run forward. Once more than 500 green bulls become angry, no one can stop them. Now, those walking warriors have been arranged to the front. It is just like when you're sleepy, someone gives you a pillow. They are such kind people. Not long after, they entered the middle of the hills on both sides. After entering, these people looked around as if they were looking for something. Yibin knew without thinking that they were looking for the more than 1,000 people before. After the last cavalrymen all came in, Yibin took out the alcohol bomb he had prepared. Then he lit the alcohol cotton, and the moment the fire starter was lit, Yibin threw it out immediately. When the soldiers saw the signal from the city lord, they immediately lit the alcohol cotton. They had agreed before that as long as the first alcohol bomb was thrown, the others would follow suit. This time, Yibin brought 500 alcohol bombs with him. He wanted to attack the Alliance tribe. If he didn't bring any weapons with him, wouldn't that be courting death with just a few thousand people? When Yibin threw the alcohol bomb, a huge fire immediately shot up into the sky in the middle of the hill. The warriors who were riding the bulls were thrown off. The flames burned the blue bulls, and they were immediately in chaos. Green bulls are animals that can easily become enraged. Once one green bull goes crazy, the others will follow suit. The alcohol bombs shattered one by one, and the road in the middle of the hill was directly burned by fire. The people and cattle on the road were in chaos, with wailing sounds everywhere. The herd of blue cattle had lost their minds and started to charge around recklessly, with flames wrapping their bodies tightly around them. Blue bulls screamed loudly. Moo moo moo. More than 500 green bulls were running back and forth in the fire. The warriors riding the bulls were trampled into meat paste. The son of the high priest fell down on the spot. His body was swallowed by the fire, and he let out miserable cries. Save me! Save me! At this time, the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe had no time to care about him. They could hardly protect themselves, so how could they have the energy to rescue others? Langi was also in the fire. His face was pale at this moment. The scene before him was not so exaggerated even in a dream, but the reality was so exaggerated. The flames kept getting bigger and bigger and would never go out. Every time an alcohol bomb explodes, it will hit a large group of people. After the bomb explodes, there will be screams. These sounds are enough to make people's scalps numb. Ah, it hurts so much. There were constant screams from the crowd. These screams were the sounds of the warriors who were in extreme pain. There are many ways for people to die. Among them, those who were burned to death by the fire suffered the most. The pain of burnt skin and flesh is not something that ordinary people can endure. Heard between the hills, there was a heart-wrenching sound, the smell of a burnt body, and waves of the smell of barbecue wafting out. This smell was simply disgusting. After all, it was the smell of human flesh. The Chinese warriors are not cannibals, so they are naturally not interested in human flesh. The warriors walking in front of them lost control of their bodies when they saw the scene before them. Although they are warriors, they have never seen such a scene. Is this something a human can do? Yibin would not miss such a good opportunity. He has been waiting for this moment. At this time, Li Wang, with his personal guards, immediately rushed out, and the team members in front stood in a row. Then, they untied the iron chains on the horses' backs and rushed towards the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe in groups of 2. They learned how to make the iron chains. Yibin had told Old Man Xiong about this a long time ago. Especially when fighting on flat ground, the effect will be maximized immediately. At the front, 2 members of the Royal Guard, each holding an iron chain, rushed quickly towards the crowd. The war horses, coupled with the iron chain formation, easily opened up a gap, and a team of more than 1,000 people was directly dispersed by the iron chain formation. The guards behind followed suit, one by one, and dragged the iron chain formations to where there were many people. The Royal Guards used only a few rounds of iron chain formations to disperse the team of 1,000 people. People were dragged to the ground, and screams were heard from the crowd. Those who were attacked by the iron chain formation were more or less injured. The war horses rushed directly towards the crowd at such a fast speed, with a long iron chain in the middle. Anyone who was chained and dragged to the ground was covered in blood and rolled back and forth on the ground like a shrimp, their entire body bent in pain. The royal guards showed their might. Even shouted again, everyone attacked together. There are more than 6,000 people here this time. Now is the time to strike hard at the fallen. Be resolute and don't give them any chance to breathe. Chapter 174, Battlefield Training. Yibin, give the order. Everyone rushed out. The soldiers picked up their weapons and charged directly towards the opposite side. Yibin's original words, that is, try to capture as many as possible alive. If you can't, kill them all and don't give the Blood Wolf tribe any chance to turn things around. Right at this moment, the high priest said tremblingly, City Lord, is that the sacred fire? The high priest could hardly speak clearly, and he stammered, Holy fire. This is definitely the divine fire. High priest kneeled down toward the sky. Then he said to himself that this must be a punishment from the gods. The Huasha tribe had gods, right? There must be a god. Otherwise, how to explain everything that happened before his eyes? The high priest was very grateful and patted his chest gently. Fortunately, he had the reminder from the Golden Fire Patriarch. Otherwise, the Blood Wolf tribe would be their fate, and the warriors would be as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Charge forward without caring about your life. Now, the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe were all frightened. Heinyo led more than 1,000 people to guard the exit of the hill. As soon as one of the warriors in the fire came out, the soldiers led by Black Bull would tie him up directly. From time to time, Green Bull would rush out from the fire. The black cows didn't pay any attention to them. The green cows would naturally stop after running far away. In a short while, more than 400 green cows rushed out. In addition, many brave warriors walked out of the fire. These people who had just walked out thought they were safe, but just when they were happy, they saw a dense crowd of figures standing not far ahead. Heinyo did not give them a chance to breathe. He simply waved his hand, and more than 1,000 people behind him picked up their weapons and rushed forward. None of the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe resisted. Are these people devils? The warriors were all thinking this in their hearts. They couldn't understand why a fire suddenly started in the middle of the hill. The flames were really strange. No matter how they slapped the flames, it was of no use. Instead, the flames on the ground grew bigger and bigger, burning their skin and burning their flesh. From the flames, a steady stream of warriors came out. All of them had burns on their bodies to varying degrees. Heinyo, I roughly counted them, and there are about 200 people. As for those who haven't come out, they are probably cooked. These hundreds of alcohol bombs are no joke to you. On the side of the royal guards, after several rounds of attacks by the Iron Chain Formation, all the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe were scattered, and many warriors were dragged to death by the Iron Chains. These people had never seen this new type of combat method before. It was simply a crushing defeat for them. They were from a primitive society that had just entered the Stone Age and had not even solved the problem of food and clothing. Yibin, a modern man with advanced thinking, simply tormented them. Any of his formations could not be understood by the primitive people of today. To the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe, these things are simply magical skills. No matter whether it is bows and arrows, alcohol bombs, or warhorse iron chain arrays, they are not something they can defend against. Each of these fighting methods has never appeared before. Often the unknown things are the most terrifying. The current warriors have all lost their composure. The battlefield is full of warriors running around aimlessly. Once these untrained warriors encounter dangers that they cannot control, they will lose their composure like a group of headless flies. Black Panther, leading more than 2,000 people, rushed directly into the crowd. The soldiers took up their weapons and went up to subdue them one by one. If they encountered any resisting warriors, they would stab them to death with a single shot. The high priest looked at everything in front of him, then looked at Yibin, feeling very complicated. Is the city lord a god? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? City lord, why are we arresting so many people? In the eyes of the high priest, capturing so many people and bringing them back was a complete waste of food. It would be better to kill them directly. With so many people, how much food would they need in a day? The high priest felt a headache just thinking about it. Looking at the high priest, rubbing his head gently with his hand, Yibin was also curious. Could it be that the high priest was unhappy after winning the battle? Impossible. Yibin immediately threw out this idea. The high priest had already returned to training, so how could he worry about the Blood Wolf tribe? The two men had their own ideas. Seeing that Yibin frowned, the high priest was also very curious. Why was the city lord not happy at all after winning the battle? Was it because he failed to defeat the Blood Wolf tribe? This time, the Blood Wolf tribe suffered heavy losses. Yibin's 2 ambushes killed more than 3,000 people, and in such a short time. It was really incredible. In the entire primitive society, he was the only one with such a record. When people went out to fight, they would attack and kill each other. Even if the fight lasted for a whole day and a night, no one would die. What about so many people? At the current rate, a tribe can be destroyed in a day, but the reality is not so. Every time we go out to fight, we need a large amount of food to ensure the soldiers' rations. If food shortage occurs, a large number of soldiers will starve to death. The current Chinese tribes do not have the ability to support long-term warfare. Yibin, every time you go out to fight, you take all the soldiers with you. Some people will ask, why not leave some people to guard the tribe? There are several reasons. The first reason is the Chinese warriors. They are all newcomers who have just joined the tribe and have no feelings for the tribe. Many of them don't know each other. If they're all placed in Dragon City, no one can guarantee what kind of situation will arise. By then, it is not certain whether Longsheng belongs to Yibin or someone else. The second reason is that it can also be used on the battlefield to increase the friendship among the soldiers. Only by going through life and death battles together can the soldiers become more united and loving, and can they safely leave their backs to their teammates, who are the best whetstone on the battlefield. It can not only train warriors, but also increase cohesion, bringing all the tribesmen together to form a truly powerful army. After the soldiers rushed into the battlefield, they lined up directly and tied up the surrendering warriors immediately. If they encountered resistance, they would be killed on the spot. Every time they killed an enemy, the soldiers would attack together, and dozens of long spears would pierce the opponent's body. After these 2 battles, the soldiers developed feelings for each other, and things are getting better and better. Many of them were talking and laughing. Naturally, this scene could not escape Yibin's eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. There is nothing that war cannot solve. Why do soldiers have such deep feelings? It is because they have experienced life and death together. Chapter 175. The young clan leader in trouble. Not long after, the soldiers came back quickly with a group of prisoners, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Many people have not fought in many wars, so a victory like today's is really cool. It turns out that a war can be fought this way. It is really shocking and has changed everyone's outlook on life. First, use sheep to enter the game, get to know the tricks of the alliance tribes, then set a trap, wait for them to take the bait, and then ambush them. After a long time, they will naturally send people to investigate. As a result, another ambush was launched, catching them off guard. By the time the Blood Wolf tribe found out, it was already too late. There were not many people left in the Blood Wolf tribe. At most, there would not be more than 3,000 people. This needs some explanation. The people mentioned here are all warriors of the tribe, excluding women, children, and the elderly. Black Bull, the first one to report in. City Lord. Together, we captured over 300 people, many of whom had suffered some burn injuries, as well as 500 blue cattle, which had started to escape the moment the fire started. Only Yibinaskit Kuristi. Just what? Black Bull scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, the hair of those blue bulls was all burnt off. Now they're all pitch black. Hearing this, Yibin was helpless. These cows are useless. From now on, they will go crazy whenever they see fire. It is true that, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. No matter whether it is a human or an animal, once they have been hurt, they will remember it deeply. Looking at their eyes, they are all looking around, afraid that another fire will start in the next second. Sudden, Hainyo remembered something. He continued, City Lord, we have captured a man. He said his name is Langia, and he's the captain of the Blood Wolf tribe. He said he has something to tell you. You've been thought about it. Wolftooth? I don't know him. If you have something to say to yourself, but you still can't figure it out after thinking about it, then stop thinking about it. Bring him over here. Yes. City Lord. Hainyo waved his hand, and 2 soldiers escorted Langia and came over. When Langia was brought in front of Yibin, he glanced at Yibin and was shocked. This city lord was too young, probably only 14 or 15 years old. He is not tall and looks quite handsome. There is nothing special about him otherwise. How did he become the lord of this city? City lord? What is a city lord? Shouldn't he be the clan leader? Just now, everyone called him city lord. Langia was very curious because he had never heard of the title of city lord. Looking at the dazed Langia, Yibin Said Lude. I heard that you have something to talk to me about. Langya finally reacted and nodded immediately. Yes, as long as you agree to one condition of mine, I can help you take down the Bloodwolf tribe. After saying this, he looked at Yibin nervously, afraid that Yibin would not agree to him. Now this situation. He also understood that although the young man in front of him was young, he could make all the decisions on the tribe's affairs. I have to say that Langya's judgment of people is quite accurate. In just a few words, he knows who is the boss here, whose words are useful and whose words are useless. Langya can see it all. Yibin lafet yokingli. How can I trust you? Langya said very frankly. I can prove it to you. How to prove it? Langya pointed at a thin man, who was the son of the high priest, and asked, Can you give me a weapon? Hear what Langya said. Li Wang stood up directly, holding a pair of hammers in his hands, looking at Langya fiercely. Yibin blokit, Li Wang. Give him a stone spear. A warrior came out, handed Langya a weapon, and then retreated. Langya was very tall, about 2 meters tall, and the fat on his body was shaking. With his figure and body shape, one could tell at a glance that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Langya took the stone spear and walked directly towards the skinny man. A pair of eyes stared at the skinny man without any emotion in them. The skinny little man immediately started cursing loudly. Langya, what are you going to do? My father is the high priest. If you dare to kill me, I will kill your mother and your sister when I return. After saying that, he just laughed. Ha ha. Do you dare to kill me? You're trash, like garbage. Langya's Achilles' heel is his mother and sister. At this moment, Langya walked over with a murderous look on his face. You shouldn't threaten me with my mother and sister. Langya raised the stone spear and stabbed it directly. The stone spear pierced his body and blood dripped onto the ground. The people around were dumbfounded. Several warriors of the Bloodwolf tribe shouted insults at Langya, saying, You're dead. You killed the high priest's son. The high priest will definitely kill you. Langya glanced at the man and said nothing. He looked at Yibin. Then he threw away the stone spear in his hand and knelt down. I killed the high priest's son. Even if I return to the tribe, I will be killed by the high priest. I have only one request, which is that after we take down the Bloodwolf tribe, don't harm my mother and sister. Why are you helping me? Langya laughed at himself. I joined the Bloodwolf tribe later. They killed my father and brought my mother and sister to the Bloodwolf tribe. My mother was occupied by the high priest for many years. His son deserves to be killed. Every time when I was not in the tribe, he would bully my sister and torture her until she was covered with bruises. His father was even more perverted. Every time, he tortured my mother. In order to protect me, my mother suffered a lot in front of him. I swore a long time ago that I would kill both of them, father and son. Please, Lord Mayor, give me a chance. I will definitely help you take down the Bloodwolf tribe. Please believe me. After listening to Langya's story, Yibin decided to give him a chance. I can give you a chance. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill everyone related to you, including your mother and your sister. Thank you, City Lord. Logically speaking, ordinary primitive people do not have the concept of sisters. Many children born to women are not the same man's. Only the chief and the tribal leader have their own woman. The children they give birth to belong to the patriarch alone, and the children will call the mother and the patriarch father. Could it be that the Langya in front of him was the son of the chief of a large tribe? If I guess correctly, Langya's tribe must have been destroyed by them. Are you from the big tribe? Yibin actually asked him this, and Langya didn't dare to hide it. He recounted the entire incident in detail. Chapter 176, Internal Support. It turns out that Langya is not called Langya. He comes from a big tribe. The people in the tribe are similar to the Bloodwolf tribe. One day, something happened. That was in the Xuanwu tribe. My father took my mother, me, and several hundred tribesmen to the Xuanwu tribe. We originally wanted to exchange some things and walk around the market. They met the high priest of the Bloodwolf tribe, Qin Beast, who had taken a fancy to my mother. He started targeting my father everywhere, and eventually some quarrels occurred. After we all went back, we didn't take this matter to heart. One night a month later, the Bloodwolf tribe, together with the members of the Alliance tribe, launched a surprise attack on our tribe. In that battle, many of us died, including my father and my mother and my tribesmen were captured. Even I was caught. If my mother had not tried her best to protect me, I would have been killed by the high priest and his men. In order to save me, my mother knelt down and begged the high priest every day, asking him to agree to let me join the Bloodwolf tribe. Only by joining the Bloodwolf tribe can I get rid of my status as a slave. Just some time ago, the high priest finally agreed to let me join the Bloodwolf tribe. I have been waiting for the opportunity just to kill the high priest one day, Langya talked about his memories over and over again, with hatred deep in his eyes. The enemy who killed his father occupied his mother every day. This kind of hatred could not be resolved without bloodshed. Yibin, although he sympathized with Langya, continued to ask, Bloodwolf tribe, there's still so many of your people. If I help you to take revenge, what should you do? Langya's eyes were red with excitement. If you really help me to get revenge, I am willing to lead all my people to join your tribe. From now on, you must follow the city lord's lead. Langya's whole body was trembling. He had waited for so many years. He couldn't even remember how many of his tribesmen had died in the Bloodwolf tribe. Every time he saw his fellow tribesmen being insulted, he cried silently in his heart. Today, he finally has a chance to take revenge. How can Langya not be happy? He has been waiting for this day for too long. He originally thought that it would never be possible in this lifetime. He has seen how powerful the Bloodwolf tribe is. Unexpectedly, Luoshui attacked the Bloodwolf tribe and killed so many of them. Now Yibin wants to help him get revenge. Is this a dream? Langya pinched himself and grimaced in pain. That's right. This is not a dream. This is the real world. Every time I wake up from a dream, everything is dark before my eyes. This time, God was kind to him and allowed him to kill the high priest's son with his own hands. The pleasure of revenge made him crazy, and he kept shouting in his heart, Father, I killed his son. I avenged you. Don't worry, I will definitely kill him. Langya's hatred for the high priest has reached the point of madness. In his heart, the high priest has become a demon. This kind of repressed life lasted too long. His father was killed, his mother was forcibly taken away, and his tribesmen were enslaved. All of this made Langya breathless. Seeing Langya's expression constantly changing on the spot, Yibin had no idea what he was thinking. The top priority now was to swallow up the Bloodwolf tribe. More than half of them had been captured in the previous 2 ambushes. Now, the Bloodwolf tribe is no longer a big threat. Although it is not a big threat, there's still more than 2,000 people. If they forcefully attacked the Bloodwolf tribe, there would still be some casualties, which was a result Yibin did not want to see. He looked at Langya and asked, Do you have any good ideas? Langya, I already had a plan. At this time, Yibin happened to ask him, and he immediately told him his plan. I have some life and death brothers in the Bloodwolf tribe, and they also join from other tribes. After I go back, I will contact them immediately. As long as the city lord confronts them in front, I can lead people to rescue all my people. At that time, we will attack from the back, and you, city lord, will attack from the front. No matter how powerful they are, they will be destroyed by us. After capturing the high priest, can you hand him over to me? After listening to Langya's plan, Yibin felt it was not bad. He would let them make the main attack, and he would bring his men to take advantage of the situation. It was no wonder that he was insidious. One must always be on guard against others. If you don't even have this kind of mind, you won't know how you will die in the future, even after you have finalized the plan. Yibin said to Langya, Once you are out of here, start running back. I will have my company commander chase you from behind. That way it will be more realistic. After all, the city lord has thought it through. Everything is up to the city lord. What I need to do now? Need not. Now go back to the tribe. Langya nodded immediately and said, City lord, I will take a few people back with me. They're all my teammates. We have been through many life and death together. Yibin agreed readily. King, if you want those people, go pick them yourself. Langya quickly selected 7 or 8 people, then looked back at Yibin, but couldn't see anything. He turned around and led 7 or 8 tribesmen to run towards the Bloodwolf tribe. After they ran far away, Yibin immediately ordered Hainyo, take 500 people to chase them. Do not hurt them. Just chase them from behind to create the illusion that we want to kill them. Hainyo doesn't use his brain. He will just carry out whatever Yibin tells him to do. In this regard, Black Bull and Black Panther are both very likable. After Yibin finished speaking, Black Bull led the first company and immediately chased after them. The soldiers shouted loudly as they ran, Kill them! Kill them! Although the soldiers shouted loudly, they did not run very fast. Everyone is working without putting in any effort. Fortunately, this is a primitive society. If it were in any other dynasty, Hainyo and his men's acting skills would have been seen through by others long ago. Langya carried 7 or 8 wounded soldiers all the way to the tribe, and the warriors behind him were shouting loudly. Kill them. You damn bastards, if you have the guts, don't run. The soldiers looked very ferocious, chasing and cursing at the same time. The high priest, standing inside the tribe, happened to see this scene. Although he didn't know what was happening, he knew that the enemy was chasing their warriors. When the tribesmen saw the scene before them, they immediately became angry. "These people are too arrogant, and they are still chasing us," the high priest shouted immediately. "Everyone, kill them all." After the high priest said this, the warriors took up their weapons and rushed towards Hainyo and the others quickly. Chapter 177 Langya saves the tribe. Looking at the warriors all rushing out, Langya was extremely happy in his heart. It was really God helping him. There was a hint of fear on his face, but he was very excited in his heart. He had waited for this day for too long. If it weren't for Yi Bin's arrival, he would never have had this chance in his life. As soon as Langya and his companions entered the tribe, the high priest came over. Then he looked around. My son, where have you gone?" The high priest's eyes were red and filled with hatred. It was all because of the people in front of him. He did not save his son. It must be them who did not save his son. The high priest became angrier the more he thought about it, and the bone stick in his hand creaked. He only had this one son, whom he treated like a treasure, but now he had been killed. How could he accept this? He picked up the bone stick in his hand and attacked Langya and the others directly. The high priest did not hold back at all. Every time his stick hit, it made a crackling sound. His son was dead. Nothing was more important than his son. The high priest now had fallen into madness. They smashed the tribesmen with their bone sticks without any regard for their lives. They were beaten all over, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on their bodies. There was a flash of murderous intent in Langya's eyes, but he suppressed it. Beside the high priest, there was a team of more than 100 people, and they were all the most powerful people in the tribe, also responsible for protecting the personal safety of the high priest. Langya knew in his heart that now was not the best time, and he could only wait. After the high priest was tired of beating him, he roared loudly, "Who killed my son?" Langya would naturally not admit that he was the one who killed the high priest's son. If he dared to admit it, the high priest would skin him alive. Langya stammered, "The man who killed your son was the city lord of tribe. We wanted to rescue him, but we were still a step too late." High priest, after hearing from the city lord, suddenly he cursed angrily. "What city lord or northern lord? I have never heard of them. Who is this city lord?" Langya's expression was very stiff. He actually called the city lord a thing. "What if the city lord heard this? I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." His wolf-fanged expression showed one of agony. If he dared to laugh, the high priest would kill him immediately. He immediately said humbly, "I discovered one of their secrets." The high priest's eyes lit up, but in his heart, he had made up his mind that after this incident, he would definitely kill Langya and his men. His son had died, but they had come back. No matter what the reason was, they would all be buried with him. What secret? Langya thought. "Old man, you have finally been fooled. After you die, there will be no more blood wolf tribe in the world. What kind of expression will you have then? Ha 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 ha." But on the surface, he still pretended to be very pitiful. "High priest, their secret is, when we attacked them, we killed many of them. Now, those enemies are all of their people. As long as we go after them, we will be able to annihilate them." Upon hearing that the other side only had such a small number of people, the high priest immediately made up his mind. He felt that he could not let them go, as his son would die in their hands. He must avenge this grudge personally. Those damn barbarians must all die here. The high priest had a cold expression on his face. At this moment, his heart was truly in great pain. He only had this one son, and now he was old, and he didn't have the ability to have another one. He had originally thought that after his death, his son would take over his position, but now everything was gone. The high priest became angrier and angrier as he looked at Langya and the others lying on the ground like dead dogs. The high priest said coldly, "I'll deal with you when I come back." After saying that, he took hundreds of his guards and rushed towards the enemy in the distance. He was determined to kill Hainyo and the others to avenge his son. Looking at the high priest leaving the tribe, a strange smile appeared on Langya's mouth. He winked at his companions lying on the ground, and 7 or 8 of them immediately stood up. Everyone quickly walked towards the slave area, where their tribesmen were imprisoned. The high priest had taken away all the warriors of the tribe. Langya and the others had been waiting for this opportunity. When a few people arrived at the slave area, they saw a scene that was simply horrific. Among the slaves, more than a dozen people had already died, and the corpses gave off a foul smell. The slaves were tied up with ropes, their hands and feet were tied to a piece of wood, and they could not move at all. Many slaves starved to death. As for those slaves who died of disease or starvation, no one helped to collect their bodies. Some of the corpses were covered with dense maggots, and just one look at them could make people vomit. I really don't know. How did the slaves survive? Lange took out a bone knife and quickly came to his people. Seeing their bodies as thin as bamboo poles, he couldn't help but shed tears. These were all his tribesmen, many of whom he had watched grow up. Now they had become like this, with wolf fangs gnawing at them. At this moment, his eyes were burning with rage, and he emanated a murderous intent. The temperature around him began to drop. He immediately picked up the bone knife and cut their straw ropes. Several companions around him also took action immediately. Although they were injured physically, the pain in their hearts was not as serious as before. Looking at the tribesmen living in such an environment, everyone felt indescribable feelings in their hearts. Not long after, all the slaves here were rescued. Many of them had been tied up for so long that they couldn't even stand up. Looking at their appearance, Langya's heart began to tremble. He swore secretly in his heart, "Blood Wolf tribe, I must destroy you with my own hands. If it weren't for you, how could our people have ended up like this?" After being rescued, the tribesmen were at a loss for a moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Langya. At this moment, there was not a trace of life in them. There was a deathly calmness in everyone's eyes. "Look at them, the way they look." Langya immediately shouted, "My fellow tribesmen, there are many people outside. They are all here to save us. You should pick up your weapons now, rush out with me, and kill them all, leaving no one alive." When the tribesmen heard that someone was coming to rescue them, many of them became excited and wondered where the young chief had found help. This time, they were really saved. Many members of the tribe burst into tears. This moment they had finally waited for had come. Chapter 178, the overall situation has been decided. Blood Wolf, the warriors of the tribe, had more than 2,000 people. They quickly rushed towards Hainyo and his men when they saw so many people on the opposite side. Hainyo immediately gave the order. Everyone began to retreat. This was what they had discussed before. When the soldiers received the order, the front army immediately became the rear army and retreated quickly to the rear. Blood Wolf, the warriors of the tribe, saw the enemy begin to retreat and thought that the other side was scared away because they saw that they had more people. The warriors chased them while shouting loudly. Seeing Hainyo and his men retreating, the high priest immediately became nervous. These were the murderers of his son. They could not be allowed to escape. The high priest shouted frantically. "Catch them! Don't let them run away!" The high priest shouted heartbreakingly. Only those who have experienced it will know the pain of losing a son. Looking at the fleeing enemy, the high priest was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth and said, "When I catch you, I will break your bones and then chop you into pieces to feed the wolves." Every word the high priest spoke was so cold. When the warriors saw the enemy fleeing, they became even more certain that these people must have no backup, and as long as they could catch up with them, they would be able to annihilate them. Both sides were running fast. The Black Bull's first company was not afraid of not being able to beat them, but even felt that there was no need to do so. Why sacrifice their own people when they could win with wisdom? On the contrary, on the Blood Wolf tribe side, the high priest had gone crazy and didn't consider anything at all. If it were a normal time, he would definitely find the problem. But now it's different. His son is dead. As a father, he must avenge his son. This is the only thing he can do as a father. Warriors, keep speeding up. As long as you can catch the leader, it will be a great achievement. When the time comes, when he returns to the tribe, the high priest will definitely use him. There are also some smart guys in primitive society, and they also want to get to a higher position. The two groups started chasing each other. The more than 500 people in the front were running away quickly, but no one knew whether they were really running or pretending. As for the more than 2,000 people chasing behind, they must be really chasing. They were running very fast and making incomprehensible sound from their mouths, but they were obviously very excited at this moment. The distance between the two sides, their men and horses, began to get closer and closer. The high priest rode on a green ox, following at a moderate pace. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the enemy, who killed his son, died. The guards around him have about 170 to 180 people. They just follow the high priest. They are the most elite group of people in the tribe, and their duty is to protect the high priest. Seeing that he was about to catch up, the high priest began to laugh. He laughed like crazy. Don't do that. Let me catch you, or I will make you all live a life worse than death." The high priest became more and more crazy as he spoke, giving people the feeling that he was crazy. Seeing that the warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe had come within the range of the bows and arrows, Yibin immediately raised his hand, and the Black Panther's 3rd Company and his own guards all pulled their bowstrings. Just wait. As soon as Ibin's big hand falls, they will shoot arrows immediately. The warriors are getting closer and closer, and those in the front are less than 100 meters away. Ibin was silently calculating the distance in his heart, waiting for them to get closer and closer. At this moment, Ibin's big hand suddenly fell. The soldiers received the order and immediately released the bowstrings in their hands. The arrows shot out at the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrows flew densely into the sky. Under the sunlight, the arrows cast many black shadows. The warriors had no idea about this weapon. Looking at the enemies so close at hand, the warriors' hearts were about to jump out. This was a good opportunity for them to make a contribution. As long as they defeated them, the high priest would definitely reward them handsomely. At this moment, countless small black dots fell down. Before the warriors could react, the iron arrows shot directly into the crowd. Many people were chasing and laughing in the last second and screamed in the next second. Countless black spots were shot from the sky. The warriors fell down after being shot once. 400 or 500 people went down. Those warriors who fell to the ground were trampled to death by the people behind them. These people were already injured, and now they were being trampled. This was not to send them away. Many injured warriors screamed in pain. Ah! Help! You are blind. You fucking stepped on me. I'm about to die. Someone come save me. I don't want to die. Such sounds were everywhere after the first round of arrows were shot. Ibin shouted again immediately. 3 rounds of continuous shooting. The soldiers received the order and quickly drew their bows and shot arrows. The soldiers loaded arrows very quickly, but the guards shot even faster than the soldiers. The guards used continuous fire compound bows, and each time they loaded, they could shoot 7 arrows. This is 4. Blood Wolf, the warriors of the tribe, said, "This is a disaster." Every time the guards emptied their magazines, they could kill 500 or 600 people. Their bows and arrows are powerful and can shoot quickly. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, there were at least 1,000 warriors lying on the ground on the opposite battlefield. The contrast before and after was really too great. Seeing that the city lord and his men had taken action, Hainyo stopped immediately. Seeing that Hainyo stopped, the soldiers also stopped, and Hainyo, who had stopped, immediately shouted loudly, "Soldiers, fight back and kill Hainyo and the others." Ibin immediately began to give orders, asking everyone to stop shooting arrows. If the soldiers continued to shoot arrows, it would be easy to hurt their own people, which was not what Ibin wanted to see. Soldiers, stop shooting arrows. Ibin waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Kill them all." Upon hearing Ibin's order, everyone picked up their weapons and charged directly towards the Blood Wolf tribe. This time, everyone charged forward together. Ibin and his more than 6,000 men rushed out together at this moment. The soldiers shouted together, scaring the wild beasts in the area and making them flee in all directions. The shouts and cries of killing on the battlefield became louder and louder. The high priest on the opposite side turned pale immediately. Just a moment ago, the warriors had the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, more than half of them were dead. The high priest was a little far away and had no idea what was going on. He only saw the warriors falling down one after another. The screams of the warriors were so desperate. They wished someone would come and save them, but unfortunately, that was impossible. The battlefield. It's the battlefield. It's either you die or I die. Chapter 179, Life and Death Game. Following Ibin's order, the soldiers all rushed out, and the entire battlefield was filled with their shouts and cries. These sounds reached the enemy's ears, and they were frightened and trembled. The shouts of the warriors were different from those of the Blood Wolf tribe's warriors. Their shouts were chaotic on the battlefield. The soldiers on their side were just the opposite. Their shouts and cries were very uniform throughout the entire battlefield, and the sounds were so loud that they were shocking. The warriors were chasing quickly and shouting loudly. The warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe saw so many people rushing out from the opposite side. Many of their thighs were shaking on the spot. Now they only have more than 1,000 people, while the enemy on the opposite side is 5 times their number. How can they fight this battle? They are simply not on the same level. The company led by Hei Nyo started shooting arrows while chasing. The royal guards rode horses faster than anyone else. The 150 people led by Li Wang all rode on war horses. After Li Wang got on the horse, he pulled the reins and the war horse rushed out directly. Li Wang was the first to rush out. When the members of the royal guard saw that their captain was leading the way, They no longer hesitated and patted the buttocks of their horses, and the horses ran out quickly. After the war horse ran past, it raised a cloud of dust on the ground. The high priest looked at it from afar, and his heart beat faster. What on earth was this thing that could run so fast? At this time, a guard said, "High priest, let's go back to the tribe first. Now, the only way for them to survive is to return to the tribe. The location of the Blood Wolf tribe is stranger than other places. Although this is a plain, their tribe is on this flat land. To take down their tribe, there is only one intersection that can lead to the uphill, and that intersection can only accommodate a dozen people at a time. As long as we retreat to the tribe gate, no matter how many enemies there are, it will be useless. Under the current circumstances, at least for the time being, it will be useless." Hear the guard's words. The high priest finally reacted and shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the tribe. The guards around you, after receiving the order, go directly to the tribe. As long as we get back to the tribe gate, no matter how many enemies there are, it will be useless. The tribe gate is so small that only a dozen people can pass through at a time. It is impossible to rush in at once." At this moment, the battlefield was covered with bright red blood, and those warriors who were shot to death by bows and arrows could not close their eyes. Even at the last moment of life, they did not give up hope, but unfortunately the battlefield was cruel and would not stop for anyone. Those who were shot to death by bows and arrows were cannon fodder for the Blood Wolf tribe and the high priest. Hainyo and his men, the rear army, became the front army. When Yibin gave the order to shoot, he slowed down. After 4 rounds of arrow rain, Hainyo immediately gave the order to launch a counterattack. Originally, they were being chased by the enemy, but now the situation turned around. The soldiers had been holding their breath for a long time and started to fight back. They ran faster and kept shooting with the bows and arrows in their hands. Many warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe were caught up by the warriors led by Black Bull because they ran too slowly. The fleeing warriors screamed from time to time. That is, once an enemy is hit by a bow and arrow, he will immediately lose the ability to fight and escape. After the soldiers catch up with them, those who are seriously injured will be stabbed again. Those warriors who were lightly injured would be tied up. When the time comes, we will bring them back to the tribe together. As for what to do with them, that is up to the city lord. The soldiers behind were also trying to catch up, but they were farther away than Hainyo and his men. Yibin was now behind the crowd, and the high priest beside him said, "City lord, have we won just like that?" Yibin was also speechless. Isn't it obvious? He could only patiently say, "Until we conquer the Blood Wolf tribe, it's not a complete victory." The high priest said with confidence, "City lord, don't worry. They only have so many people, and we have more people than them. It won't be long before the Blood Wolf tribe will be completely finished." The 2 men chatted like this, with hundreds of people still left around them. Yibin estimated that there were about 1,000 warriors tied up. He consoled himself. This is already good. At least there are no casualties on our side. He is a modern man, and he was fighting an ambush. Both his weapons and protective gear were first class. If there were still some casualties, wouldn't he be like a pig? So stupid. On the Blood Wolf tribe side, Langya has rescued everyone, as well as some slaves from other tribes. He held the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend and brought them into his team. Each of them held an ordinary wooden spear in their hands, and each of them was as thin as a bamboo pole. Just now, Langya and his men found all the dried meat in the tribe and gave the tribesmen a good meal. They haven't eaten for a long time, especially the Blood Wolf tribe. Food is fed once every 5 days, and the amount of food each time is very little, so the slaves can never be full. Fortunately, they can still drink enough water, and some puddles are dug inside the slave group. Then, water was poured into it, and when the slaves wanted to drink water, they just lowered their heads and drank. As for hygiene, let's not even talk about it. The feces and urine were all mixed together. The slaves were tied to a long piece of wood. Except for their heads, they could not move any other parts of their body. Langya, after rescuing them, everyone had a big meal, and many people almost choked to death if it weren't for Langya and the others shouting to comfort them. Many slaves were about to choke to death. The high priest, accompanied by more than 100 guards, walked quickly towards the tribe. When the slaves saw the high priest and his guards coming, they became nervous. Having been slaves for so long, many people have long lost their courage, and what remains is cowardice. Seeing their appearance, Langya said loudly, "My fellow tribesmen, they only have so few people, and we have more people than them. If you don't resist together, there will be only one result, that is, you'll be killed by them." Now the Blood Wolf tribe is no longer a threat. Look behind them. There are countless enemies coming towards them quickly. As long as we guard the entrance of the tribe, they will not be able to get in. When the warriors behind arrive, we will rush out and avenge those dead tribesmen." Lang Ye's words immediately fell on the crowd, directly igniting the last bit of blood in the tribesmen. They still have more than 2,000 people, while the Blood Wolf tribe has only 1,000 remnants behind them. Also, a large number of enemies are chasing the Blood Wolf tribe. There are Langya tribesmen blocking the door in front and 6,000 soldiers chasing behind. The current situation is a real life and death situation. Chapter 180, The High Priest Guard. The High Priest, with more than 100 people, saw from a distance that Langya and his gang, all the slaves, had come out. The High Priest immediately cursed. "Langya, you traitor, wait until I catch you. I want to peel off all your skin and break your bones." The High Priest's teeth were chattering as he spoke. Now, the road back to the tribe was blocked by slaves, and there were Chinese pursuers behind him. The High Priest became angrier and angrier. He didn't even have the strength to walk, and his head felt as if it was being pricked by needles. This scared the guards on the side, and they were at a loss. This was the critical moment. If something happened to the High Priest, the entire Blood Wolf tribe would be completely finished. The guard beside him shouted anxiously, "High Priest, Lord Priest, what should we do now?" There were chaotic voices coming from all around, saying all kinds of things. The High Priest calmed himself down and then took a look at Langya and his group. Seeing the vicious look in the High Priest's eyes, the slaves trembled all over. They were captured by the Blood Wolf tribe. They were abused every day. They were either beaten or not given food. Many members of the tribe were starved to death. Now, these slaves have a natural fear of the members of the Blood Wolf tribe. That feeling has penetrated deep into their bones, and everyone is extremely nervous. Langya also discovered the situation. He shouted loudly, "My fellow tribesmen, if we let them come over, everyone here will be killed by them. No matter what the cost, we must not let them come over. Everyone, take up your weapons and stop them with me." Those slaves who wanted to retreat immediately clenched their weapons and stared straight ahead after hearing Langya's words. The slaves knew that if they let them come over, there would be only one outcome. All dead. The first company of the Black Bulls was shooting the enemy with all their might. The speed at which they were chasing was faster than their speed of escape. The soldiers were running while drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Hundreds of people fell down with every round of shooting. Blood Wolf, the warriors of the tribe, could not care about so much. At this moment, they had no courage to resist. There were as many as 5,000 or 6,000 enemies behind them. Once they were caught up by them, they could only wait for death. Right now, the situation was urgent. The High Priest gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. Now, they had no choice but to give it a try. He said to the guard around him, directly ordered, "Kill them all." The High Priest pointed at Langya and his men. There were 2 waves of troops on the battlefield. The first wave was Yi Bin and his men, and the second wave was Langya's slaves. The High Priest was a smart man. He certainly knew what to choose. The enemy in pursuit was too powerful, so he certainly didn't dare to fight. The only thing he could do was to kill all the slaves. Some people may ask why they don't run away. First of all, this location is a plain area, and the base camp of the Blood Wolf tribe is right in the middle of the plain. Their tribe is higher than the surrounding terrain, like a castle. If the enemy wants to attack them, there is only one way to go, and that is the entrance of the tribe. The entrance to the tribe, is like a 90-degree road. Moreover, it is not very wide, and only about a dozen people can go up at a time. Even if you have a lot of people, it is impossible for all of them to go up. If you want to go up from the surroundings of the tribe, it is even more difficult, as the surroundings of the tribe are 3 or 4 high. Ordinary people simply cannot climb up. Even if you can climb up, people are guarding from high above with stone spears. No matter how many people you have, you are still going to die. As for escaping to the surrounding areas, that is even more impossible. The Luoshui tribe has war horses. They have 2 legs, but they can run faster than others with 4 legs. Isn't that funny? Now, the only way, that is, if they attack from the front, those slaves are weak and have no fighting power at all. As long as the guards launch a fierce attack, it will not take long to take back their tribe. Once the guards rushed forward, the warriors who had retreated also joined the battle, and then sent hundreds of people to guard the entrance of the tribe. No matter how the enemy attacks, there are only so many people that can get in at the gate in front of the tribe. Even if they have more people, they can't get in. Most importantly, they are in a high position, making it easier for them to defend. The High Priest gave an order. More than 100 guards picked up their weapons and rushed forward. The guards' fighting power was higher than that of the slaves. As soon as the two sides came into contact, more than a dozen slaves fell down. Although they were in a superior position, the weapons they used were all wooden spears, and they did not wear animal skins. These slaves had no equipment at all. Langia, although he saved them, didn't have that many weapons at the moment. He was a powerless outsider, and the high priest had never believed in him. If he had been in the tribe preparing weapons and animal skins, he would have been discovered long ago, and he would not be alive today. The members of the guard were all very tall, and the animal skins they wore were the best in the tribe. The slaves' wooden spears could not break the guard's defense at all. The slaves, holding the wooden spears tightly in their hands, fought and retreated at the same time. Each of their attacks could only make the guards feel a little pain, but could not cause any harm at all. On the other hand, every time the guards attacked, slaves fell down. The guards were holding stone spears, which were all sharpened. Dealing with those slaves who were wearing nothing was as easy as drinking water. The guards become more and more courageous as the fight goes on. After a while, 40 or 50 people fell down. These people were all slaves. On the guard side, only 1 or 2 people were injured, and they were all minor injuries that did not affect the battle at all. The high priest saw the one-sided situation. Immediately, he burst into laughter. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. After taking the wolf's fangs back to the tribe, he would definitely break the bones of the wolf with his own hands. The high priest was a narrow-minded man and was born lustful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this point today. The high priest laughed crazily. That old face was covered with dense wrinkles. When he smiled, he was really disgusting, especially his yellow teeth. It was so disgusting that people dared not look directly at him. The battle was very fierce. The slaves were beaten and retreated step by step. The two sides were fighting each other. From time to time, people in the crowd screamed. Those slaves whose bodies were pierced covered their stomachs and wailed loudly. This is how the battlefield is. They were fine 1 second and dead the next. No matter whether you want to die or not, as long as you were stabbed, you must die. Even if you don't die at that time, you will be shot directly by the enemy behind you, and I guarantee that you will never stand up again. The guards fought and shouted. No matter whether it is momentum or strength, the slaves cannot compete with him. In the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. Chapter 181, Counterattack. Even if they were in any other place, the slaves would not be so miserable. Although there were many slaves, the space at the entrance of the tribe was really, really narrow. Each time, only a dozen people could pass through. No matter how many slaves there were, they couldn't do anything. They formed an encirclement, and only the dozen or so people in the front could engage in close combat. The people behind could only make a vacant position after the people in front fell down, and the people behind would immediately fill the position. In this way, they fell one after another, and there were already hundreds of bodies on the ground. Those dead slaves, they would all be thrown down by the guards coming up from behind. The guards advanced step by step. The blood on the ground flowed down like water. The guards' feet were covered with bright red blood. Many people slid down directly. Primitive people didn't have shoes, they were all barefoot. There is a sloping dirt road at the entrance of the tribe. The soil on the plain is very soft. Now, so many people have died, the blood has already wet the ground, and the guards are all tall and strong. They beat and stepped on the ground, and the soil was stained with blood, making it more and more slippery. This also helped the slaves. They stood on it, and blood was flowing down. Every time the guards attacked, they would slide down a little. Some members of the guard team dug their toes into the mud to prevent themselves from slipping. Langio was very anxious as his tribesmen fell one after another, and he had no way to stop them. He also thought about letting the members of the guard team in, and then gathering thousands of people together. In that way, with dozens of people fighting one person, the chances of winning would be much greater. This is the situation now. Absolutely not. We cannot do this. There are still more than 1,000 people on the battlefield, and they are retreating. If we make room for them, the slaves will be in danger when these 1,000 people retreat. The cavalry led by King Li. The horses were chasing the enemy quickly. Wherever the horses passed, a cloud of dust was raised and the earth was shaking. When the horses were running, the contact of their feet with the ground made a loud noise. The speed of the war horses was more than 10 times that of the fleeing enemy. The guards led by King Li quickly caught up with Hein Nio and his men. The guards picked up their compound bows and shot arrows directly. Hearing the sound of horse hooves coming from behind, The warriors of the Blood Wolf tribe were so scared that their souls flew away, and they ran faster and faster. But to Li Wang and his men, this speed was not much different from that of an ant. No matter how they fled, they could not be faster than horses. The royal guards caught up with them and started shooting arrows immediately. Their bows and arrows could be fired continuously, and the distance was very close. There is no way to dodge at all. The power of the continuous fire compound bow is much greater than that of an ordinary bow, an arrow. The royal guards were all riding on horseback, and each time they shot arrows, the distance was about 50 meters. At such a close distance, one arrow could knock down a person. Li Wang led 150 men, and each of them shot 7 times in a row, which meant 1,050 arrows. After a round of bursts of shooting by the royal guards, 500 or 600 people fell to the ground. Those warriors who fell to the ground screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Li Wang could ignore them. As long as you don't surrender, I will lead my men to chase you. Every time he shot, one person fell down. The blood on the ground has dyed the entire grass red. The royal guards whipped the horses quickly, and the horses ran faster and faster. After a while, they surpassed the warriors. The remaining 500 or 600 people also stopped immediately. All the guards grabbed the reins, and the horses braked suddenly, blocking them directly in front of them. The warriors were so scared that they dared not move. Everyone stayed where they were, at a loss as to what to do. Li Wang walked out of the crowd directly. He held a pair of hammers in his hands, rode a war horse, and wore black iron armor. He looked very majestic. Looking at the trembling crowd, Li Wang said directly, "Put down your weapons and lie on the ground. I will spare your lives, otherwise I will shoot you on the spot." Blood Wolf, the warriors of the tribe, have witnessed the power of bows and arrows, so they dare not move at all. There are hundreds of corpses of their tribesmen lying on the ground, and those who are not dead yet are still wailing on the ground. All this happened so fast that these primitive people had no time to react. Looking at their companions' terrified expressions, one could tell how terrified they were in their hearts. Everyone was looking at each other, but no one put down their weapons. Just when King Li was about to shoot, a man came out. He looked at Li Wang and said, "If we lay down our weapons, will you really not kill us?" Of course, we in the Luoshui tribe always keep our words. Here, King Li's promise. The man in the lead just threw away his weapon. When the others saw their leader throwing away his weapons, they followed suit. They all understood one thing. Resistance would only lead to death. Although living would mean being a slave, it was better than death. At this time, Black Bull and Black Panther, along with their soldiers, all came over and instantly surrounded the 500-plus people. Seeing so many people surrounding them, the 500-plus people were all trembling in fear. After all, there were a total of 6,000 people surrounding them. Li Wang said loudly, "Tie them all up." Beside them, the bodyguards dismounted from their horses, untied the ropes on their bodies, and walked towards the crowd opposite. Looking at the slaves lying on the ground, the guards did not hesitate and tied them up from one side to the other. It didn't take long before all the people were tied up. The guards were quite skilled in tying people up. They tied the slaves' hands behind their backs and used a very long rope to tie all the slaves together like a string of candied haws. The high priest had been watching the battle here. When he saw his tribesmen being surrounded, he immediately began to panic. In this situation, even if they took back the tribe, they would not be able to defend it. Langyu was also paying close attention. When he saw the situation on the battlefield, he immediately became excited and swung the stone spear in his hand faster. The guard on the opposite side slipped and lost his balance. Langyu saw the opportunity and thrust the stone spear in his hand out quickly. The guard wanted to dodge, but his body had lost balance, and he could not obey him at all. He could only watch as the stone spear pierced his body. The guard's stomach was pierced, and he immediately let out a scream. Blood flowed all over the ground. The soil under his feet had already been covered with blood. Seeing the young chief kill a guard, the slaves' morale immediately began to soar, and they stabbed the guards with dense wooden spears in their hands. Langyu roared, "My fellow tribesmen, our reinforcements have arrived. Go up and kill them all." Chapter 182, The High Priest is captured. Hear the roar of Langyu. The tribesmen's blood began to boil as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There was a bang-bang sound from the sticks on the field. Ah! It hurt so much. The sounds of sticks colliding became more and more frequent. At this moment, the slaves didn't care about life or death at all. There was only one thought in their minds. That is to kill all these beasts, to avenge the dead tribesmen, and also to avenge themselves for the suffering they had endured. They stabbed the guards with wooden spears without caring about their lives. The guards let out screams. It hurt so much. Ah! Even though they were wearing thick animal skins, being hit by wooden sticks was still very painful. One stick was nothing, but more than a dozen sticks could be fatal. The guards were originally going downhill, while the tribesmen, led by Langia, were all on the uphill position. They were in a dominant position and beat the guards until they cried for their parents. It was so painful to be hit by the wooden sticks. The high priest was trembling all over. His legs felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't move at all. After King Li tied up the people, he immediately began to give orders. The guards should follow me to eliminate the remaining enemies. Those guards who had retreated heard the sound of horse hooves behind them and immediately turned their heads to look. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. When they looked, they were shocked by the crowd rushing towards them. There were at least 5,000 or 6,000 people. How could the guards, with only more than 100 people, possibly stop them? Their legs were like iron cans, and they couldn't even move an inch. Looking at the neatly organized soldiers, they were like a solid wall of iron. How shocking it would be to see such an army in primitive society. The army was well organized and marched in an orderly manner. It was obvious that they had fought in hundreds of battles. The momentum alone was enough to crush all enemies. The guards' teeth were chattering, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground unconsciously. Just when the guards thought that this was the case for everyone, there was a team of more than 100 people, riding on the same black horses, galloping towards them quickly. The black horses were so fast that they raised thick dust on the ground. They charged directly towards the guards. Each of them was wearing black armor. Every time the black horse ran, the armor made a slight collision sound. In their hands, they were holding a very strange weapon. The guards had seen it before. It was them who were constantly chasing and shooting the warriors of the Bloodwolf tribe. At that time, the distance was a bit far, and many members of the guard team could only see a rough outline. Now Li Wang and his men came in front of them, and they pointed their wooden compound bows at the guard team. A few people started to run away immediately, but Li Wang did not tolerate them and picked up a compound bow. He aimed directly at the people who were fleeing. He loosened the bowstring in his hand and pulled the bowstring continuously. 6 or 7 arrows were shot out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 6 screams were heard. Li Wang didn't even look at them, but looked at the more than 100 people. If any of you want to escape, you'll end up like them. Everyone looked at those people. The 6 people who had been shot just now were now lying on the ground. Although they did not die immediately, they looked extremely painful. They made faint sounds, but the sound was so small that no one could understand it. At this time, Langia and the others walked down one by one. Each of them had blood and mud on their feet, looking extremely terrifying. Each of them had an extremely ferocious expression, like demons from hell. People started to come down to the gate of the Bloodwolf tribe one after another. After about dozens of minutes, there were more than 2,000 people in total. These people were just skin and bones. Not a single one of them had flesh. Li Wang was riding on his horse and turned his head to take a look. It was fucking horrible. They looked like human skeletons. I don't know who shouted. Kill them. Everyone was excited, and they all shouted loudly. Kill them and avenge our dead people. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, a young boy slowly walked in. Li Wang and several company commanders immediately shouted at Yibin. City Lord, Leader. Langia, seeing Yibin coming, immediately walked out of the crowd quickly. He came in front of Yibin, bent his legs, and knelt down. City Lord, can these people be killed? Langia didn't dare to act on his own. The young man in front of him was too scary. Although he was not very old, all the people under his command were ruthless characters. Especially Li Wang, who was holding 2 hammers. Just looking at him made his whole body tremble. The sense of oppression that Li Wang gave them was really too strong. Yibin, looking at Langia. After killing them, what will you do? Langia had promised before. As long as the Bloodwolf tribe is destroyed, he will bring all his tribesmen to join the Huaxiao tribe. Now let's see what Langia says. If he dares to go back on his word, he will be destroyed directly. Langia is also a smart man. He knows what Yibin means. If he regrets now, he and his people will die here. I had an agreement with the city lord before. As long as the Bloodwolf tribe is destroyed, I will lead all my tribesmen to join the Huaxiao tribe. Now I declare that I will lead all my tribesmen to officially join the Huaxiao tribe. When the Langia tribe members heard the young chief's words, they all jumped up. Now, they needed to find a strong tribe. Being captured and made into slaves was too painful. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's revelry. Jinhua grabbed an old man and walked directly towards Yibin. When Langya saw this man, he immediately picked up the stone spear in his hand and was about to stab forward. Yibin immediately stretched out a hand. Langya finally stopped and stared at him with his eyes. If eyes could kill, the old man didn't know how many times he had died. The old man also saw the wolf's fangs, and he cursed loudly. You deserve to die. If I had known this day would come, I should have killed you earlier. You deserve to die. Ha 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 ha. The high priest cursed and laughed at the same time. He knew what would happen to him. If he fell into Langya's hands, he would only have one way to go, which was death. The only thing he could do now was to provoke the young man in front of him so that he would kill him. He cursed at Yibin. If you fall into my hands, I will tear off your skin piece by piece and smash your bones. The old man's eyes were full of unwillingness. Such a large tribe was completely destroyed by the young man in front of him. If you ask him if he hates it, you will see the look in the old man's eyes. It has already explained everything. The hatred in the old man's eyes has become materialized. Yibin destroyed his tribe and killed so many of them. The old man's hatred for Yibin was no less than that for Langya. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill these two people. Chapter 183, Confiscation of Property. Seeing the hatred in the old man's eyes, Yibin didn't care. He was going to die anyway. So, could you really watch me die? You are the high priest of the Blood Wolf tribe? Hearing Yibin's question, the high priest just laughed and said, I am the high priest of the tribe. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no intention of living. If, give me another chance, I will definitely kill you first. The high priest stared at Langya in front of him. In his heart, if Langya had not rebelled, they would not have been captured at all. Everything that happened was caused by Langya. Old man, none of that matters anymore. Now, let me ask you a few questions. How far is the nearest allied tribe from you? And how many people are there in their tribe? The high priest glanced at Yibin. Then, he said disdainfully, Do you think you could do whatever you want after you kill us? If it weren't for you, Langya, a traitor, do you really think you can catch us? In the high priest's mind, their tribe had a natural advantage. They had enemies who attacked them before, and there were more than 10,000 people on the other side. Those people were more than the current enemies, yet they were beaten back. If I hadn't been careless and sent so many people out, the people now wouldn't be able to do anything to me. However, it was too late to say anything. Now all his tribesmen and himself had become prisoners, and the young man in front of him would not let him go. High priest didn't say a word. He is already old, and his son has died. He has long wanted to stop living. The greatest sorrow in life is losing a son in old age, especially for an old man like him. Seeing that the high priest was seeking death, Yibin did not make things difficult for him. He turned his head and looked at Langya and said, What I promised you before can now be fulfilled. He gave it to you. As for the others, I will bring them back to the tribe and make them slaves for China. Since they have made mistakes, they must accept the corresponding punishment. When they arrive in our tribe, they will have to work every day to atone for their sins. Langya, I don't know what sin is, but I feel that this word makes a lot of sense. As for work, it was not something he worried about. His biggest enemy was the high priest in front of him. He picked up the weapon on the ground and walked step by step to the high priest. You killed my father, destroyed my homeland, enslaved my people, and kept them like animals. Do you admit this? The high priest smiled indifferently. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Since I have defeated you, I will kill your people and steal your women. This is the law of this society. I am just following the rules of society. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I have no intention of living to avenge your dead people. Take revenge. Just at this moment, a woman came over. She was not very pretty, but she did have a seductive aura. Her figure was not very good, about 1.72 meters tall, with a piece of animal skin wrapped around her chest and her lower body. At first glance, she looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, with fair skin and a pair of sexy long legs. She didn't look fat at all, and the size of her chest was very amazing. Even took a second look. See, the woman is coming over. Langya stood there excitedly. A pair of eyes stared at the woman intently, and his mouth said something, but no sound came out. At this time, the woman spoke first. Son, can you give him to me? There was deep hatred in the woman's eyes. The high priest had destroyed her tribe, killed her men in front of her, and enslaved her people. If it weren't for her begging every day, Langya would have died long ago. No man in that era would be willing to keep the son of his enemy. The high priest is an exception. If he had not been obsessed with lust and listened to this woman, he would not have ended up like this. Although the high priest is old, the lustful heart of a man is still restless. He tortures Langya's mother in different ways every day. For a man, being able to torture another strong woman is very fulfilling. Whether it is Chow from another era or the current high priest, they all like this feeling, the vanity of stepping on others under their feet. It makes them, those in power, even more perverted and their mentality even more twisted. Langya, say something to the woman. The woman came to Yi Bin and knelt down directly. Lord City Lord, thank you for avenging us. From now on, all members of our tribe will join the Huasha tribe. I hope that the City Lord will treat these people well and not make any distinction between them. You can rest assured about this. As long as you join our tribe, you are a member of our Chinese people. No matter who you are, you will be treated equally in the tribe. There will never be a second kind of treatment. Yi Bin immediately stepped forward and helped the woman up. From now on, we are all Chinese people and do not need to kneel down to anyone, including me, Yi Bin's soul, which will go to another place of our own. There, apart from kneeling to worship parents and clan elders, there is no etiquette of kneeling at any other time. Although this is a primitive society, anyone who comes here will be forced to kneel down for no reason. For Yi Bin, who thinks in a modern way, this is something he cannot get used to. In front of me, this woman. Although, there is a charm of a young woman. But for the 15-year-old Yi Bin, it had no appeal at all. The woman took the initiative to say, "My lord, my name is Bijou. From now on, if the city lord needs to do anything, he can tell me and I will do my best." Yi Bin didn't say much about this topic. "I'll leave this person to you. I have other things to do. After you're done, come to the Blood Wolf tribe to find me." After giving the instructions, he led the warriors directly towards the tribe in front of him. More than 500 warriors were left behind to guard these slaves, and all the rest of the people followed Yi Bin to the Blood Wolf tribe. When they first came in, they saw many women. These women were all members of the Blood Wolf tribe. After Langya rescued the tribe members, he did not make things difficult for them. There are many women here, all of whom were captured. It really proves the saying, "Why make things difficult for the poor?" The women huddled together in fear. They knew about the battle that had taken place not long ago. But later on, they were controlled by Langya and his men, and they had no idea what happened in the end. Now that so many people have come, they can figure out what happened just by using their toes. Finished. It's all over. This was what all the women were thinking. Many women started crying. No one knew what their future fate would be. Look at these crying women. No one cares about them. Yi Bin, what we need to do now is to plunder the Blood Wolf tribe, taking away their food, rations, cattle, sheep, and other livestock. All of them. Take them all away. Chapter 184, Fright. Yi Bin Said Lude. Hainyo, take 2,000 people to search the house, pack up everything that is edible and usable, and take it back. Hainyo scratched his head and asked the city lord what did the house confiscation and packing mean. Yi Bin forgot. This was a primitive society, and the people in front of him simply couldn't understand what he was saying. The meaning of raiding a house is to check every shack, collect all the edible things, animal skins, and stone tools together, and take them back when you return. Now Hainyo understood. Uk, city lord. Hainyo, go and count the people immediately, and everyone will be there in a short while. Then they walked towards each shack and checked them carefully, checking every shack seriously. Yi Bin didn't care about them either. Then Black Panther, Golden Fire, and the High Priest were called over, and Li Wang stood next to Yi Bin. Black Panther, take 1,000 people to the ranch and count how many cattle and sheep they have. After the count, bring them all back. Yes, city lord. Yi Bin looked at Jinhua next to him, and then ordered, Jinhua, take 1,000 people and capture all the hunting and fruit gathering teams. If encounter resistance, don't hold back, kill those who should be killed, and capture those who should be captured. After saying this, Yi Bin selected another 50 people from the personal guards and handed them all over to Jinhua. Jinhua's face flushed with excitement. The city lord gave him 50 personal guards. As far as he knew, the personal guard around the city lord were the strongest in the tribe, and their weapons were the most powerful. The city lord actually handed over such a powerful team to him. Jinhua was extremely upset. The city lord really did not treat him as an outsider. Seeing Jinhua's excitement, Yi Bin was speechless. As a grown man, was it necessary for him to have such an expression? Jinhua was so excited that he was incoherent. City lord, I will definitely. Okay, go quickly and come back soon. Yi Bin really didn't want to hear such cheesy words, especially from a man. If it was a woman, Yibin wouldn't care. Jin did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately came to the center of the army. He quickly selected 1,000 people, plus more than 50 personal guards selected by Yibin. Jin's movements were very quick. In less than a meal's time, he had selected 1,000 people. Yibin a signet vinhuo 50 personal guards. He also has his own considerations. I just don't want to increase the casualties of the soldiers. Don't underestimate these 50 people. They all have continuous fire compound bows. If 50 people stand together, they will only die even if the other side has more than 200 people. If Jin Hua and the others were allowed to fight face to face, there would be some unnecessary casualties. This is the result that Yibin doesn't want to see. Although the tribe's population has increased, every warrior is Yibin's treasure, and he can't bear to let the warriors die in vain. Try to avoid anything you can. Really, if it cannot be avoided, then we have no choice but to face it. Finally, there's one more thing. That is, to count the number of these women. This is Yibin's usual style. As the lord of a city, he must know the population of the tribe. Li Wang, take your men to count how many women there are. After the count, give me a clear number. Uk. Leader. King Li left behind 10 members of his personal guards and took away the other 90-odd people. Now the only people left were the high priest and Yibin. The high priest asked, City Lord, our next step is to continue the attack or return to China immediately. What does the high priest think? Should we continue to attack or return to the Huaxia tribe first? The high priest sorted out his thoughts. Then he said, City Lord, I think we should return to the tribe first. Why should we return to the tribe first? City Lord, this is what I think. The Alliance army has gone to attack the Firebird tribe. It will be difficult to tell the winner for a while, and they can't continue to waste time there. Every day, the amount of food consumed is not a small amount. The Alliance army is fighting long distances, and the Firebird tribe has 5 subordinate tribes. It won't be long before they all get the news. By then, the 5 major tribes will gather together, and they will not be able to resist the Alliance army at all. By then, the only thing that awaits them is failure. Yibin was stunned with his mouth open. It is really unreasonable for primitive people to have such knowledge. Yibin had no idea that the high priest had lived for more than 40 years, and the things he had experienced and the battles he had fought were beyond his imagination. Primitive people just have no cultural heritage. Those old primitive people have experienced a lot and encountered many things. However, they had no way to pass on what they knew to the next generation and could only pass it on orally. Many high priests of the tribes died before they could pass on their knowledge. Only, in that kind of large tribe, there are many candidates for high priests, and they know things. Compared to the small tribe, it is much stronger. In the end, the small tribe can only be completely destroyed. The Luoshui tribe was also a small tribe before Yibin came. At that time, the Luoshui tribe was bullied by the surrounding people every day, and even the leader's woman was killed by the wolf tribe. If not for Yibin who suddenly came through, the Luoshui tribe would have been destroyed long ago. That's how small tribes are. There is no room for resistance at all. Any larger tribe can destroy you. If you want to produce some talents, that is even more impossible. Without resources and strength, it is good enough if you can survive. This too. Yibin, what is his opinion on primitive people? He suddenly met a smart one. Do you think he was surprised? This is what the high priest said. Yibin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. The high priest has such insight. Are the other high priests in the Alliance stupid? No, it's too dangerous. If the Alliance army comes back, and he and these people are here, he will really be unable to escape. When we ambushed the Blood Wolf tribe, all those alcohol bombs were almost used up. At this time, it is really unimaginable to encounter the Alliance army. What's more, this is their territory. Once a two-way fight breaks out, they can quickly summon reinforcements. And Yibin and others. That is a walking lone army. The soldiers of Longsheng were all let out by Yibin. If you really encounter danger, there will be no rescue or reinforcement. Yibin, I feel scared just thinking about it. He only has this little fortune. If he loses it all on the battlefield, he won't even have the chance to start over. In the past, I had not offended the Taotai Alliance, but it is different now. Yibin not only offended the Taotai Alliance, but also destroyed several allied tribes, forming the current Taotai Alliance. Apart from the Firebird tribe, the one they probably hate the most is the Huaxia tribe. This time, if the losses are really heavy, the Taotai Alliance will definitely launch a large-scale attack on China. By then, the tribe will have no population and will be doomed to perish. Chapter 1, 85 Sense of Crisis. Yibin was Civitin Profosity. The high priest didn't understand what was going on. Although he was a little smart, he was still far inferior to Yi Bin. City Lord, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Is it because the weather is too hot? The high priest thought to himself, it's not that hot. Why is the city lord sweating so much? No, nothing. I just thought of some things. This weather is really hot. The high priest said to himself, why don't I feel the heat? Yi Bin Said hurriedly. High priest, please call a few people to inform Jinhua and the others to stop looking for us. We need to return to the tribe now. The high priest agreed immediately. City lord, I immediately want to find someone. The high priest left immediately after he finished speaking. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Now, they have joined China. If he were caught by the Taoguay alliance, he would be the first to die. Therefore, the moment he gave the order, he understood the seriousness of the matter. He was also a high priest, so naturally he had more things to consider than ordinary people. Soon, the 2,000 people led by He Nio came back one after another. Each of them carried 2 big bags, and each pocket was full of dried meat. More than 2,000 people carried the goods in 2 or 3 trips. Each bag of dried meat weighed more than 300 kilograms. 2,000 people carried the goods in 3 trips, which is 1.8 million kilograms. According to the food ration for 10,000 people, if each person eats 10 kilograms of meat per day, 100,000 kilograms of meat will be consumed per day. In other words, these 1.8 million kilograms of dried meat are enough for 10,000 people to eat for 18 days. Seeing the huge amount of dried meat, it was actually not enough to eat. Yi Bin said to Black Ox, put all the dried meat on Green Ox's back. 1 blue cow can hold 2 bags of dried meat. This time on the battlefield, we harvested 500 blue cows. Together with the amounts we brought, there are about 1,000 blue cows in total. The remaining dried meat could only be carried by the slaves. There were almost 3,000 slaves this time. Those slaves who were not injured were asked to carry a bag each. Primitive people are very strong. Just like Yi Bin's grandfather generation, they would carry millet in the fields during the busy farming season. A load of millet weighed 200 to 300 kilograms, and the older generation would not need to change shoulders to carry it. These slaves have been working in the tribe all year round, and carrying 300 kilograms of dried meat is not a difficult task for them. Under such circumstances, they have no strength to escape. Yi Bin also saved a lot of trouble. Now, we just have to wait for the ranch. The Blood Wolf tribe is also a large tribe, so there shouldn't be too few animals on the ranch. The previous tribes all had more than 10,000 animals. An adult goat weighs about 280 kilograms. This is a primitive society, not the current Earth. The breed of sheep is also different. This kind of sheep is a meat sheep. If we calculate based on 15,000 and all the goats weigh 200 kilograms, that would be 3 million kilograms of meat. The current team has 11,000 people. Yi Bin brought out more than 6,000 people and incorporated the Golden Wing tribe, which had more than 2,000 people. Also, Langia and his tribesmen were recruited. Together, there were more than 10,000 people. Now, we have defeated the Blood Wolf tribe and captured 2,000 to 3,000 slaves. No matter how you calculate it, the number will only be more, not less. That's not all. Once all the women from the Blood Wolf tribe are counted, it would be estimated that there would be around 4,000 to 5,000 of them. In other words, now this team has at least 15,000 to 16,000 people. This amount of food is really not enough to feed everyone. Of course, this cannot be calculated for slaves. They would be lucky if they were given 4 pounds of meat a day. Yi Bin, when they went out, they all brought clay pots and basins. Even if it was 4 pounds of meat, plus a pot of soup, it was enough to feed the slaves. After dealing with the high priest, Langia brought his tribesmen to Yi Bin. They all looked like human skeletons and were very scary. Langia walked out of the crowd and came to Yi Bin. City Lord, thank you for letting us get our revenge. From now on, we will obey the orders of the City Lord. The Wolf King and the others were about to kneel down again, but Yi Bin immediately stepped forward and helped Langia up. In fact, he was not very old, probably about 17 or 18 years old, but he was very tall. Among primitive people, he was considered tall and mighty. Yi Bin, standing in front of Langia, was like a little child. One of them wanted to kneel down, while the other stepped forward to help him. In the eyes of outsiders, the scene was extremely funny, but no one felt it was wrong. Yi Bin, although he has an average figure, but he carried the aura of a superior. It makes people dare not look directly at it. Yi Bin's aura didn't form in a day or two. This was gained through fighting on the battlefield. As an excellent commander, how could he possibly charge to the front? Those are things that soldiers did. From ancient times to the present, has there ever been a commander who personally went forward to kill the enemy? He is either out of his mind or his CPU is burnt out. Such a commander is extremely irresponsible to the soldiers. If you watch Bright Sword too much, then there is nothing I can do. In real battles, the commander is always giving orders from behind. As a commander, you must learn to observe the overall situation, otherwise you will only harm everyone. Have you finished your work? The woman nodded. Yes, City Lord. Langya also came back immediately. What should we do now? At this moment, Black Panther came back with a large number of cattle and sheep. Eben took a look and saw that there were about 20,000 of them. This Blood Wolf tribe was indeed much richer than the previous tribes. Black Panther quickly came to Eben and said excitedly, City Lord, this time's cattle and sheep. It was more than ever before, but how much more? I really tried my best. Looking at Black Panther, he looked embarrassed. Eben did not blame them. The number of cattle and sheep this time was more than ever before. It is understandable that they cannot count the Black Panthers. After all, their cultural level. Yes, it's a bit too. Here, after the processing was completed, Li Wang and the others also counted all the items together. There were approximately 4,600 people, including the older women, children, and the elderly in the tribe, all of whom were kept by Eben. Or just like before, leave them to the Alliance and the Horde. All of these fertile women were taken back and build a different family for them. All of this is for the development of the tribe. A strong tribe must meet the following points. The first is population size. The second is the tribal economy, and the third is light and heavy industries. Chapter 186, Storing Food and Strengthening the Army. Although China's industry is still relatively backward, it is much stronger than other tribes. If we want to develop industry with peace of mind, we need time to develop it. Ever since Yi Bin's soul came here, there has not been a single day of peace. Every day is for survival. For example, now, it is also for preventing future threats. Yi Bin, in the old world, there's an old saying that goes, he who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes last will suffer. As a leader, you must have a forward-looking vision and don't wait until others attack you at your doorstep before you think about developing your own strategy behind closed doors. Another thing is that China of that era has suffered this kind of loss. Now that it has come to this world, it cannot make the same historical mistakes. Only when it becomes strong can others talk to it properly. Now we just have to wait for Jinhua and the others. I think it won't be long before the high priest finds them. As long as all the people are here, we will be ready to go back. I don't know how Zhuefeng and the others are doing. Since receiving Yi Bin's order, Zhuefeng brought Hanyu, Black Shark, and others to the Python Plain. The first thing Zhuefeng did when he arrived here was to dig a moat. The mud that was dug out was used directly to make bricks. This time when they came, Yi Bin divided it among the 250 people. These people are all house-building slaves. They have built many houses in China. This time when they came here, they also got Ye's affirmation. They just need to build another city of the same scale as Longsheng. They can be freed from slavery and from now on become members of the Chinese people, enjoying all the treatment of the Chinese people. They can also marry, have children, and join the army to protect the tribe. As long as they can contribute to the tribe, Yi Bin will not treat them unfairly. Zhuefeng brought 1,000 people with him, and there were also 250 slaves. This time, when they came to the Python Plain, they also brought a lot of iron tools, such as shovels and hoes. China has strict control over iron tools. Anyone who loses iron tools will be severely punished. Therefore, the members of the Huaxia tribe valued the ironware in their hands more than their lives. Once they lost it, serious consequences would lead to them being demoted to slaves, while lighter consequences would also lead them to be sent to the slave area and stay for a period of time. Hanyu asked, Lord Zhuefeng, why are we digging mud? No, do we want to build a city? Chasing the wind, he said with a smile. We are building a city. These muds are the raw materials for building the city. As for the places we dug, they're the moats of the city. You have seen this moat before. Hanyu, just now I remembered. When they attacked the Huaxia tribe, they were blocked by a river. Many people died, and they failed in the end. Just then, Black Shark asked a question. Lord Zhuefeng, the nearest water source is still a long way away. How do we bring the water here then? Chasing the wind. I won't be able to speak for a while. Yes, how to bring water here is really a difficult problem. The city lord only asked him to build the city, but did not tell him how to bring water into the moat. The matter of river water. Or, let's wait until the city lord arrives. Our current task is to build the city first. In the absence of, get a clear answer. Hunyu and Haisha took the warriors to dig mud. Zhuefeng came to an open space and found a dozen slaves. Let them build some kilns first to burn lime, bricks, tiles, and so on. This time 1,200 people came together. With so many people working together, within a few days the size of the city wall had expanded by a large margin. Jinhua, escorting 400 or 500 slaves and more than 500 women, all returned to their original place. Seeing them come back, Yibin immediately gave orders to everyone. Everyone, let's go back to Dragon City now. Under Yibin's order, everyone took action. Black Bull's first company led the way in front of the crowd. Jinhua and Langya led the tribesmen in the middle. Black Panther's third company walked behind the crowd. A team of more than 10,000 people started moving in this way. The entire team, like a long snake, kept shuttling back and forth among the hills. Yibin, leading the personal guards, walked in the middle of the team. This time they were out for a much longer time than before. The Huaxia tribe was now like a bloated fat man. Although the number of tribesmen increased, these newly joined warriors had not yet formed combat effectiveness, especially the Langya tribesmen, who were as thin as skeletons. Not to mention, even asking them to fight normally seemed very tiring. There was stewed meat and broth along the way. After several days of traveling, those skeleton warriors finally grew some meat. The soldiers remembered Yibin's kindness to everyone, and they were all grateful that they followed a good city lord. Whenever these skeleton warriors thought of the days when they were slaves, they all burst into tears. In the Blood Wolf tribe, almost half of the dried meat and fruits of some plants that were looted have been eaten. Now that the tribe has added so many people, the consumption of food is also a huge test. Although many sweet potatoes are planted in the tribe, the season for sweet potatoes to mature is around June and July. The current season is around March, so there is still a long time before the sweet potatoes mature. In addition to sweet potatoes, the tribe also grows rice, but the rice only matures in June and July. The current source of food is fishing in the river. There are also several large ranches where women go out to collect fruits. When the population reaches an astonishing number, all that is left is to store food and strengthen the army. Only by constantly enriching the tribe and laying a solid foundation for the tribe, and after digesting the results of these battles, the tribe will be completely transformed. Yibin has a plan in mind. After he returns this time, he will renovate the old city. After all, behind the old city is a vast river. By then, we will have to build a navy to see what kind of world is on the other side of the vast river. The current Huaxia tribe has almost 20,000 people. Now, the biggest problem is to integrate them together. Since in order to integrate together, we need a unified culture and a common writing system. Qin Shi Huang destroyed the Six Kingdoms back then. Finally, the Qin dynasty came into being. In the following years, the wheels of the vehicles were standardized and the writing system was unified, and the largest dynasty was established. We also need to create a new type of currency to exchange goods. After the market in Python Plains is completely built, we will launch this currency. Those tribes that come to exchange supplies must first go to the currency exchange area to exchange some currency, and then go to the market to exchange the necessary daily necessities. Chapter 187 Return to Dragon City. Probably, on the 8th day, the soldiers led by Yibin returned to the Longqing base camp. When everyone saw Dragon City for the first time, they were shocked by the scene before them. These primitive people had never seen such a tall city. City Lord, is this the Huaxia tribe? Langya asked in disbelief. How can this be called a tribe? This is simply another world. Yibin said with pride, this is the Huaxia tribe. I hope I didn't disappoint you. The high priest, as well as Langya and Bijou, were all like Granny Lu coming to the city. In front of me is this city. It was really shocking. For these primitive people, this was simply not something that humans could do, yet the city they saw before them really existed. The Oiran, standing on the city wall, saw them from afar. Yibin was riding on Phantom Cloud, and he was followed by the personal guards led by King Li. Especially these guardsmen, they were riding on the backs of war horses. It was hard not to be seen. The female soldiers guarding the city also all knew these guardsmen. Seeing that the city lord and his men had returned, all the people in Longsheng jumped for joy, shouting loudly, "The city lord is back! The city lord is back!" After a while, everyone in Longqing knew about it. The women came to the top of the city wall and looked at the team in the distance, which looked like a long and big python. City Lord, when you took people out, there were not so many people. Now, This team is several times larger than before. The veterans of China never dreamed that it would be possible in less than a year. From a tribe of more than 30 people before to a tribe of tens of thousands today, everything that happened during this period is like a dream. I am afraid that when I wake up, I will still be the same tribe that fell into the water. Luoshui heard that Yibin was back. She immediately put down the work in her hands and walked quickly towards the city wall. The moment she saw Yi, tears flowed from her eyes. Yibin was fighting outside, and Luoshui was really worried. I heard that the Taotai alliance is very powerful. They are composed of several large tribes. This is also what I heard from those women. They were women of the alliance before, but were captured by Yibin. Women's favorite thing is to gossip about other people's private affairs. No matter what era, women like to gossip. During the time Yibin was away, Luoshui was very worried. She was really afraid that she would never see Yibin again. Every night, she would have nightmares and sometimes even be woken up by fright. In the dream, Yibin was covered in blood and was seriously injured. There was no one around him. He was just alone, surrounded by some rotten corpses. Every time she dreamed of this scene, Luoshui would wake up in fright, but every time she woke up, it was already daybreak. During the few days that Yibin was away, she had nightmares every day. Seeing Luoshui on the city wall, Yibin smiled and waved. His mouth moved slightly, but no one knew what he said. Luoshui seemed to know something. That's roughly the idea. Do you miss me? Luoshui, I don't know what she was thinking about. Her little face suddenly turned red. Maybe it was because when Yibin hugged her, although women in primitive society were not shy, something in their genes would still make her blush. For a woman, blushing is a normal thing when she sees a man she likes, even at that moment. Maybe she herself didn't know that only the person she cared about could see her blushing, not to mention whether Yibin's eyesight was that good. For example, Luoshui was standing on the city wall, with a concerned look on his face that was hard not to see. Yibin took the lead, riding on the black phantom cloud, and walked quickly towards Longshan. The courtesan immediately gave the order, lower the drawbridge, and open the city gate quickly. As the courtesan finished speaking, the suspension bridge slowly began to fall, and the gate of Longshan was also slowly opening. Langia and the others stared in amazement. What kind of operation was this? The suspension bridge could actually fall down. For them, these primitive people, they had no idea about the principle of leverage. Seeing this magical scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Can Dragon City really be inhabited? Everyone is thinking this question in their mind. Could this be a monster? What if, after entering, I cannot get out? No one knew what they were thinking. Looking at their unsophisticated appearance, many soldiers uttered a sound of disdain. Yibin, riding on a black phantom cloud, stood opposite the moat, watching the suspension bridge in front of him slowly begin to fall. City Lord, can I come in here? The high priest said tremblingly. To those who have never seen the world, Dragon City is like a monster, a man-eating monster, and the city gate in front is like the monster's mouth. High priest, don't worry. This is the Huaxia tribe. The people inside are all Huaxia people. You don't need to worry about anything. Once you enter Dragon City, you will be one family. Hearing Yi Bin's words, everyone was excited. They would be able to live in Dragon City in the future. These primitive people had never thought that one day they would be able to live in such a big city. Looking at their excited expressions, Yibin waved his hand. Go into the city. The soldiers formed two long lines and slowly walked towards Dragon City. Those warriors in Dragon City couldn't wait to enter the city. Their spouses were all in Dragon City. These warriors had been out for more than 20 days. Now, when the soldiers return to Dragon City, they all want to go back and hug their wives. Once a man has tasted the feeling of a woman, he will never forget it. That sense of urgency. Only those who have experienced it personally will understand the reason. After Yibin entered the city, the first thing he saw was a 2-story building. The house he lived in had been built to the 3rd floor. This is also his privilege as the city lord. Just at this moment, Luoshui came in front of him, staring at Yibin closely with her beautiful big eyes, afraid that if she blinked, the man in front of her would fly away. Yibin also looked at Luoshui. I haven't seen her for a while, and this girl has a better figure. The size of her chest seems to have become much bigger, her skin has become whiter, and her pair of sexy long legs are so attractive that people can't take their eyes off her. Of course, everyone present. Only Yibin liked her, and the other men all set their eyes on the Oiran. For those men, the figure of the Oiran is the most perfect. Looking at the gazes from all around, the courtesan's face immediately fell. Do these people want to die? If Yibin looked at her like this, the courtesan would be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. This is the difference between liking someone and disliking someone. Chapter 188 Rules. Seeing the murderous look in the courtesan's eyes, all the men looked away. A lot of men were thinking, this woman is so powerful, just a look can be so scary. But I really like it. This is what many men think. When these people came in, Dragon City immediately became crowded. Now there are more than 23,000 people in the Luoshui tribe, including more than 3,000 slaves. Before Yibin set out, he already had 6,000 people. Later, he conquered more than 2,000 people from the Golden Wing tribe. After arriving at the Blood Wolf tribe, he conquered more than 2,000 people from the Wolf Fawn tribe. They also captured 3,000 slaves from the Blood Wolf tribe and brought back more than 4,000 women. Together with those from the Luoshui tribe, there were more than 5,000 women in total. That is to say, Zhuefeng took away 1,200 people. The current population of the tribe is about 10,000 women, more than 10,000 warriors, and about 3,000 slaves. Right now, the most important thing is where everyone lives. There are about 3,000 rooms in Longxing now, and many people have their own single rooms. If, assumed 10 people per room, there are 23,000 people in total. In addition to the more than 1,000 people chasing the wind, there are still 22,000 people. If we want to accommodate all of them, we need at least 2,000 rooms. You've been asked casually, Oren, how's the farm going? City Lord, the more than 200 houses on the farm have all been repaired, and I have already arranged for people to go there. There were 5 of them in one room. There were 1,000 people at the farm. There were 60 rooms in the old town, with 10 people in each room, which means there were 600 people. These people would take care of the crops regularly and apply fertilizers regularly. The manure in Longsheng would be cleaned up regularly, and they would use ox carts to transport out. For this purpose, Old Man Xiong also fired some extra-large ceramic jars to hold feces. After the feces are transported out of the city, someone will mix it with wood ash and evenly spread it next to each plant to allow them to better absorb nutrients. Now, the crops in the farmland are all green seedlings, and the pumpkin seeds have all been planted. The maturity time of these crops is around June and July. Now we just need to fertilize them, weed, and water them regularly. Leave the rest to God. As long as it is not a year of severe drought, there will be no major problems. The yields of these crops are relatively low. But Yibin, who came from the distant earth, knew much more than anyone here. For example, these crops are all fertilized, the soil is loosened regularly, and each plant is watered. These are all ways to increase the yield. Under normal circumstances, 1 acre sweet potato field can produce 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of sweet potato. If the fertilizer is applied well, the yield can reach 6,000 to 7,000 kilograms. If one person eats 6 kilograms a day, or if calculated based on 3 meals a day, 1 acre sweet potato field can produce 14,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. In other words, 1 acre of good sweet potato land can feed thousands of people. During the time that Yibin was away, the farm reclaimed many acres of farmland. Now, the places for growing sweet potatoes are divided into 3 places. The first place is in the old city, the second place is in Longsheng, and the third place is in the farm. There are probably more than 100 acres of land in the old city. There are about 400 acres of land in Longxing. During the time that Yibin was away, more than 100 acres of land were reclaimed on the farm. The 3 acres together have about 700 acres. Sweet potatoes and rice are grown in these farmlands. Pumpkins and hemp are also grown in the old city. The Luoshui tribe now has 80,000 to 90,000 animals on its ranch. Yibin destroyed the War Bear tribe in the early days and later destroyed the Python tribe. These 2 tribes together had more than 20,000 cattle and sheep. Later, he incorporated the Golden Wing tribe and successfully took over a ranch. The Golden Wing tribe's ranch had 15 to 16,000 sheep. Now, the Blood Wolf tribe has been destroyed, and their tribe's ranch has also been robbed by Yibin. The Blood Wolf tribe's ranch has about 20,000 animals, which is also a huge fortune. Also, Luoshui's own ranch. To sum up, the pasture of the Luoshui tribe has about 70,000 to 80,000 heads of cattle. Not far from Longsheng is a wide river, which leads all the way to the old city. Behind the old city is a wide river that leads to that place. Yibin didn't figure it out either. This time when he came back, Yibin planned to build a navy. With big ships on the rivers, it will be a great means of transportation, whether for transporting things or troops. This time, there are too many new members joining the tribe, and many of them don't understand the rules of the tribe. Now is the time to establish the rules. After a few simple greetings with Luoshui, he went straight to the training ground. When everyone arrived at the training ground, Yibin immediately ordered Hanyo to gather all the people and said, "I have something important to announce." "Okay, City Lord." Hanyo took out a ram's horn and started blowing it immediately. Woo-woo. The sharp sound of the horn spread throughout the entire Dragon City, involving many warriors. Everyone heard it for the first time and had no idea what was going on. Just looking at the people running, everyone followed suit. At the beginning, they gathered at the training ground. After about half an hour, all the people from Longqing Station arrived at the training ground, except those tribesmen who were outside. Everyone else came to the training ground. Even stood on the platform and looked down at the densely packed crowd, which was like a vegetable market. Everyone was talking in a gibberish, but no one could understand what they were saying because it was too noisy. More than 20,000 people gathered together. Even a super tribe. Such scenes rarely occur, and the quality of primitive people is generally not very high. Things like fighting and swearing are very common, and in most large tribes, the chiefs will just turn a blind eye. Unless the situation becomes extremely serious, the clan leader will come out and uphold justice. The so-called justice is that whoever has the bigger fist is right. Primitive people worship the strong, and the weak can only be bullied. There are no rules or laws here, only the law of the jungle, and the weak can only hold back the tribe. Only the strong can capture food, and when the enemy comes, they will rush to the front. Often, these people are treated the best in the tribe, and the tribe leader will also take extra care of them. Whether it is the women of the tribe or the food of the tribe, they will be given priority in distribution. Look at the noisy crowd. Even also frowned. These people were too lax. The city lord was speaking at the top, and they were talking below. There was no discipline and no rules at all. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules. Chapter 189, The Biggest Job. Yibin's face became more and more ugly. If he wanted to make these primitive people know how to write the word rules, he had to take some drastic measures. "All of you be quiet," Yibin roared. Seeing that the city lord was angry, the men and women below immediately quieted down. They all knew the city lord's methods, and although he looked young, no one dared to underestimate him. Since you have joined China, you must abide by China's rules. This is the first time and last time. From now on, no noise or disturbance will be allowed in any meetings. If anyone dares to violate the discipline, he will be flogged 20 times as a warning to others. China has its own discipline. After the meeting, I will inform your superiors. Let them help you guys popularize the military regulations of the tribe. Black Bull and Black Panther. You've been shouted loudly. Now is the time to establish your authority. This is the first meeting, and you must leave a deep impression on them. Otherwise, no one will obey you in the future. Primitive people worship the strong. How can we intimidate them without harsh means? If we want to change their living habits, we need to use both big sticks and sweet dates. Let them, all of them, know what it would take to go against them. That is, against the entire tribe. Behind Yibin stood a row of bodyguards. Each member of the team held a black iron weapon, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The most powerful one was Li Wang, who held an iron hammer in one hand. Just like that, standing next to Yibin. Everyone on the training ground was shocked. Li Wang's aura was so powerful. No one dared to look him in the eye, especially with the hammer in his hand. No one was willing to try it, as they would be turned into meat paste if hit by the hammer. You too, lead your company and stand in the front. From now on, you will be the ones to train these rookies. I don't care what the process is, I just want a result. Yes, yes. They both responded in unison. Soon, the first company of the Black Bulls and the third company of the Black Panthers came in front of the rookies. The soldiers were wearing iron armor and holding black iron spears in their hands. Everyone stood straight. It gives people a strong sense of oppression, shocking all the newcomers on the training ground. Next, the person I called directly came to my side: Heichin, Mujan, Taishan, Jinhua, High Priest, Langya, and Bijou. Everyone whose name was called by Yibin walked up one after another. Now, the tribe has 10,000 warriors, and I am now assigning positions. Hanyo, your position is division commander, and Hei Bao's position is brigade commander. In Hanyo's absence, the army will be under your command. Mujan, your position is the regiment leader, and Heichin, you are also the regiment leader. Jinhua, your position is the team leader. Langya, your position is also the team leader. Black Snake, your position is the leader, and Eagle, your position is also the leader. High Priest, I will give you a new position, Director of the Founder Department. Taishan, Your position is still in the Ministry of Justice. You are the current Minister of Justice. Your Ministry of Justice will expand from 50 people to more than 200 people. After the conference is over, say hello to Hey Nyo and then go to the division headquarters to select people. From now on, every time you mobilize troops for combat, you will need to seek approval from your superiors. Finally, the superiors held a meeting and decided that members below the rank of company commander could mobilize 5 troops. Members below the rank of battalion commander could mobilize 10 troops, and members below the rank of regiment commander could mobilize 20 troops. The brigade commander can mobilize a troop of 50 people, and the division commander can mobilize a troop of 100 people. When the tribe has a combat mission, the superiors will hold a meeting and then decide how many troops to send. A company commander manages more than 100 people, a battalion commander manages more than 500 people, and a regiment commander manages more than 1,000 people. Usually, the number of people in a company is around 150 to 190. A battalion consists of 3 companies, a regiment consists of 3 battalions, a brigade consists of 3 regiments, and a division consists of 6 to 7 regiments. All the personnel with official positions selected their own Chinese warriors, and they were originally from the same tribe. It is not allowed to group them together again. All the soldiers will be reassigned. Now, the regiment commanders will make the selection first. One regiment commander will select more than 1,500 people. The battalion commanders and company commanders will make the arrangements yourselves. Now there are 6 regiment commanders in total, and each regiment commander will select more than 1,500 people. You've been instructed Luoshui again. Let her bring some tribesmen who know numbers to assist the team leaders and complete the task quickly. In the future, when there is a need to mobilize troops, there will be corresponding documents. This time, after the conference, all tribal members will need to receive training. At that time, I will set up a school with Luoshui as the principal and you as the vice principal. As for the teaching aspect of teachers, let those ethnic groups with excellent academic performance take charge. Every night, I will come to teach you teachers. After the teachers have finished learning, you will teach the tribesmen below. Now let's get started. Yibin, after he finished speaking, several team leaders went to pick people, and Luoshui brought some women with him. All of them knew the numbers. There were 30 women in total, and they were divided into 6 groups by Luoshui. Each group consisted of 5 women, thus assisting the 6 group leaders. Yibin, look at Hey and Yo Hey Bao. You two, one is a brigade commander, and the other is a division commander. A brigade commander can command 3 regiment commanders, and a division commander can command 6 regiment commanders, including the brigade commander. So far, the highest position in China is the division commander Hey Nyo. Zhuai Feng, like Hey Bao, also holds the position of brigade commander. From now on, everyone will listen to me. Apart from me, Hey Nyo has the final say in China. Do you understand? The people around all nodded loudly. The current situation is that there are 6 captains, and each captain has more than 1,500 people. 6 captains mean more than 9,000 people. The tribe together has more than 10,000 warriors. Taishan has withdrawn 150 people. Now, there are 200 people in the Ministry of Justice. Yibin gave 100 people to the High Priest, who will be of great use in the future. There are still more than 700 people left in the tribe. First, let these people form an enhanced battalion. Let Li Wang be the battalion commander and concurrently the captain of the personal guard, and be directly commanded by Yibin. It took about an hour to select 6 regiment commanders, each with more than 1,500 people, and the candidates for battalion commander and company commander had all been determined. As for who these people are, it is not Yibin's concern. As a member of the Huaxia tribe, he controls the highest power in Huaxia. He only needs to control the members above the battalion level. He will leave the rest to Hanyo. It is impossible that every soldier must know this. If that were the case, he would have been exhausted to death long ago, looking at the 6 untidy formations on the training ground. In the team, the people at the front are all veterans of China, and the newcomers who join later stand directly behind the veterans. These people have not been trained yet and will have to wait for a while. This kind of problem is easily solved. Chapter 190, Women's Duties. Now, I have an announcement to make. Yibin, standing on the platform, began to speak loudly. From now on, when receiving combat orders, the company commander must obey the battalion commander must obey the regiment commander must obey the brigade commander must obey the division commander, and all of you must obey me. Did you hear that? Everyone responded loudly. Listen to the city lord. Listen to the city lord. The training ground was filled with the shouts of the soldiers, one louder than the other, shaking the entire dragon city slightly, with tens of thousands of people shouting together. That kind of scene. Just one look at it makes people's blood boil. Yi Bin, who was standing on the stage, pressed his hands down. Everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone still remembers the scene at the beginning. At that time, many people were making loud noises on the training ground. The city lord immediately became furious, which scared everyone present. Starting tomorrow, the elders in the tribe will lead the newcomers. All personnel must participate in combat training. The training items include spear formation, sword and shield formation, long snake formation, bow and arrow shooting, and on-the-spot stabbing plus roaring. There's also standing at attention. After a month, no matter which team it is, they need to stand neatly, otherwise the entire team will be punished. Can you do it? Can do it. The soldiers looked exhausted. Yi Bin, I got angry all of a sudden. Haven't you eaten yet? Can you do it? Everyone responded loudly. Can do. Can do. This time, the shouts of the soldiers shook the entire dragon city. This was what an army should be like. An army without morale. How could it fight a war? It was simply ridiculous. Yi Bin, we need a strong army, not an army in terms of numbers. That is of no use at all. A real army must surpass ordinary people in terms of discipline and combat capability. Falling Creek. Yi Bin shouted loudly. Hearing Yi Bin calling her, Luoshui came out immediately. After the meeting, you can arrange some smart people to read the military regulations to all the soldiers in the regiments. If they violate the regulations, they will be punished. As for what kind of punishment, it depends on what mistake was made. Every day, during the morning training, the military regulations would be announced, and after the training each day, the military regulations would also be read out until everyone could recite them. Yes, Luoshui replied loudly. In fact, she also understood in her heart that Yi Bin must have his reasons for calling her in such an occasion. Yi Bin was thinking that Luoshui would be his woman sooner or later. As the mistress of China, it was time for her to come out and show herself, and at the same time increase Luoshui's status in China. Mount Tai, Yi Bin shouted loudly. Hearing Yi Bin's call, Taishan immediately stood up. Your Ministry of Justice. In the morning, you will train with me, and in the afternoon, you will go to work at the Ministry of Justice. I will give you a house next to the production room as the base of the Ministry of Justice. Anyone who violates discipline. Also, the women in the tribe must be punished as they should be, and each punished person must be monitored until they have served their sentence. In the meantime, no food was allowed, and they were allowed to drink water if they were hungry. As long as someone makes a mistake in the tribe, your Ministry of Justice can arrest that person. If anyone dares to resist, you can kill him on the spot. The Huaxia tribe has rules that anyone in the city is not allowed to carry weapons, and the warriors are trained with wooden weapons. In addition to Yi Bin's personal guards and the courtesan's patrol team, the Ministry of Justice is allowed to carry weapons when arresting people, but weapons are not allowed at other times. Once discovered by others, they will be demoted to slavery and will never be allowed to join China. After listening, the city lord's speech, the warriors were all sweating. The rules of the Huaxia tribe were really too strict. For these undisciplined newcomers, this is a very bad thing, but none of them dares to quit the tribe directly. People are selfish and afraid of death, so no one will be the first to do so. Black Bull and Black Panther. Yi Bin shouted loudly. The two men came out immediately and arranged accommodation for the soldiers. Those soldiers with spouses were asked to squeeze into one another first, as there were not enough houses in Longsheng. There are only 3,000 houses in Longsheng, and 10 tribesmen live in one house. 3,000 houses can accommodate 30,000 people. The current population of Longsheng is about 22,000. There were about 10,000 women in China, 600 of whom went to the old city, 1,000 went to the farm, the female core of the courtesan had 1,000 people, and there were more than 1,000 women, all of whom were assigned spouses. Now, the total population of Longsheng is more than 8,400 women and 13,600 men, including more than 3,000 male slaves. Yi Bin had already made arrangements for these people. In addition to the 2,200 houses used as housing, the other 700 to 800 houses were used as warehouses, canteens, production rooms, the Ministry of Justice, iron smelting rooms, and schools. In addition, all tribesmen above the rank of battalion commander will be arranged in single rooms. As for the remaining rooms, it will be allocated to the soldiers who have spouses. As for how to use it, Let them discuss it themselves, and who will use it during the day and who will use it at night. All of this can be discussed. Okay. City Lord. Black Bull and Black Panther immediately went to make arrangements, and the soldiers followed. Yi Bin said loudly again. All the women stayed. After hearing Yi Bin's order, the women all stayed. Oiran, your security department will be changed to a security corps from now on. You have 1,000 people, but now it will be changed to 3,000. We still have more than 7,000 women here, so go and select another 2,000 people. From now on, you will be the reinforced regiment, and you will still serve as the regiment leader. In addition to monitoring the slaves every day, the remaining female warriors will train with them in the morning. Yes, City Lord, I will go and select the men now. Does the City Lord have any other instructions? You go pick someone first. The Oiran with some female warriors. She came directly to the group of women and chose those who were tall and strong. She had her own way of selecting people. When the Oiran is choosing someone, Yi Bin called Luoshui, Bijou, Zhu, Yu, Hong, Director Wu, Yu, Old Man Xiong, and others. In the future, you will be the captain of a fishing boat, leading 500 people. Zhu, you will be the captain of the gathering team in the future and manage all the farmlands. You will lead 1,000 people, as well as 600 people in the old city and another 1,000 people on the farm. They will all be under your management. You can mobilize the ox carts in the tribe as you like. Zhu agreed immediately. Okay, City Lord. Director Wu, your clinic will be renamed as a hospital from now on. I will draw some pictures for you later. Please come to my room in the evening. Take those drawn drawings and ask Old Man Bear to help you make them. In the future, you will save a lot of effort when treating the wounded. Director Wu asked curiously. City Lord, what exactly is this thing? Can you tell me now? Yi Bin smiled mysteriously. You will know it naturally when the time comes. Now I will assign staff to you. Director Wu, your position is the dean. Your hospital will be equipped with more than 200 people. You can go out to collect medicinal herbs at ordinary times. If you find any strange things, collect them all back. That cotton must be planted on a large scale, and this piece of farmland is managed by bamboo. Chapter 191 Brother Yi Bin. Okay, City Lord. Director Wu looked very excited. She was very curious about what the City Lord had drawn for her. As for the location of the hospital, just not far from the Ministry of Justice, how are the last batch of injured people recovering? Director Wu said proudly. They all recovered well. They used alcohol to disinfect their wounds every day and change the dressings every day. After each disinfection, they would sprinkle some Panax Nodo ginseng powder on their wounds. Panax Nodo ginseng powder has a good hemostatic, anti-inflammatory, and bactericidal effect. In addition, apply disinfected alcohol cotton on the wound. Finally, tie it with a wool rope to prevent the alcohol cotton from falling. After listening to Director Wu's words, Yi Bin was also very happy. Director Wu was a responsible person. From her attitude towards the wounded, it could be seen that she did a very good job in handling the wounds. Hong, you're still in charge of the canteen. Leave the tasks of cooking meat and cutting vegetables to your subordinates. You just need to be responsible and supervise. As for the small and trivial matters, you can arrange for the people around you to do them. Okay, City Lord. Hong agreed immediately. There was a hint of happiness on his face. This time, the City Lord brought back so many people, which was also a challenge for the cafeteria. You've been issued an order not long ago that anyone who goes to the cafeteria to eat must be a Chinese soldier, their spouse, and captain-level figures. As for the other ethnic groups in China, they have to cook their own food in their rooms. Now, whether in the old city or on the farm, the tribesmen use fishing nets to fish in the river. China still has no problem with food. Yi Bin continued, I will arrange 500 women in your cafeteria, with one woman cooking food for 20 people on average. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Hong said excitedly, Don't worry, City Lord. We can complete the task with 500 people making food for 10,000 people. Yi Bin smiled and nodded. Now, go and pick 500 people, and after you're selected, bring them directly to the cafeteria. I will arrange people to expand the cafeteria tomorrow. The previous cafeteria is still a bit small. Okay, I will go and pick someone, Hong said. I will go and pick a woman. Your job is still to manage the ranch. In addition to the children, you will be assigned 500 more people, as well as those wolf cubs. It has been several months since they came back, and the cubs should be more than 30 kilograms. When they grow up a little bit, they can be used as military dogs. Bijou, your position is logistics captain. You will be given 500 people to be responsible for cutting grass and feeding fish for the tribe, as well as firewood for the entire tribe. There's a large coal mine in the mountains nearby, with a lot of raw coal. Every 5 days, you take people there and bring back the raw coal. Okay. City Lord Bijou, who used to be the clan leader's wife, has quite a bit of experience in these matters. After receiving Yi Bin's order, she immediately went to select people. Although this place could not compare with her previous tribe, it was already very good for the down-and-out Bijou. After Bijou left, Yi Bin called Old Man Xiong again. Old Man Xiong, your production room will be changed to the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War in the future, responsible for manufacturing weapons and craftsmanship. Your position will remain the same, only the title will be changed. From now on, you will be called the Minister of Industry. I'll give you about 500 people. You can go find Li Wang later and ask him to give you 200 people to make weapons and armor. We need young labor, and women can't do this kind of work. It just so happened that Li Wang still had 700 soldiers in his hands, and if he gave more than 200 people to Old Man Xiong, there would be more than 500 people left in Li Wang's reinforced battalion. There are quite a lot of those women. You can pick another 300 people. The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War, together with a total of 500 people, will be responsible for making China's agricultural tools and all handicrafts. Okay, City Lord. After receiving the order, Old Man Xiong immediately went to select people. There are still 2,400 women left in the Huaxia tribe. These women can be sent out after a while. Falling Creek. Yi Bin shouted to Luoshui, your position is the principal of Huaxia. All matters of the school will be handed over to you. If you don't understand something, come to my room and ask me. I will assign more than 200 people to your school first. These people will teach other people in the tribe, and then you will teach them. I will teach you in the evening. Thinking about going to class. Luoshui's face turned slightly red. As for what happened, you have to ask Luoshui herself. Luoshui has a deep understanding of Yi Bin's class. Seeing that the girl's face turned slightly red, Yi Bin was also confused and puzzled. Perhaps he thought of something. Yi Bin coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Yi Bin said casually, tomorrow, I will arrange some slaves to transform a school. All those members of the tribe who do not study seriously will be thrown into the slave pile to work. Look at them. Do they dare not be serious? Luoshui let out a sweet laugh. Giggle. You are so mean. If others don't study seriously, you will throw them into the slave pile. In this way, no one dares to be careless. Luoshui asked curiously. City Lord, why? We must make them study. Many people don't like to study. When you and I taught the previous members of the tribe, they were not very willing. But those who didn't study are actually doing well. Hear what Luoshui said. Yi Bin explained immediately. From now on, don't call me City Lord, just call me Brother Yi Bin. As for why we must let them learn, we will talk about this later. Let me give you an example. Just like our bows and arrows, if all the people who know how to make bows and arrows died or disappeared, will our next generation still be able to make bows and arrows? Luoshui, with a shy look on her face. Why? I should call you Brother Yi Bin. Wouldn't it be better to call you City Lord? For Luoshui, calling him City Lord shows Yi Bin's status. If I call him Brother Yi Bin, it will feel weird, but she can't tell where it's weird. Since it was Brother Yi Bin who said that. From then on, I called him Brother Yi Bin. Even though it was a bit weird, it sounded quite intimate. As long as Brother Yi Bin liked it, nothing else mattered. As for the analogy Yi Bin said, Luoshui didn't hear a word. When he asked her, the girl was still in a daze. It wasn't until Yi Bin moved his face closer that Luoshui finally reacted. Seeing the face so close to him, Luoshui was suddenly startled. Seeing that it was her brother Yi Bin, Luoshui breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked, Brother Yi Bin, I didn't hear clearly what you just said. The sound is as small as a mosquito. Yi Bin was also speechless. He was fine just now, but as soon as he mentioned Brother Yi Bin, he immediately became dazed. Naturally, he didn't know what Luoshui was thinking. In his previous life, although he had a girlfriend, it was only a name. As for the physical aspect, he was still very pure. Before Yi Bin could take any action, his girlfriend wanted to break up with him. Chapter 192 3 Cities. Seeing Luoshui's innocent expression, Yi Bin couldn't bear to blame her, so he could only tell it again. Don't be in a daze this time. Oh. Luoshui responded softly. If our generation dies, and there is no cultural inheritance, will our next generation still be able to make bows and arrows? Luoshui thought about it seriously. Won't. Father, I have said before that many things in our previous tribe are gone now. Even which chief has no memory of them. Yibin asked again. Now you know why I want everyone to study hard. As long as the tribesmen learn to write, they can record all the methods of making weapons. We, not just this generation, need to learn cultural knowledge. The next generation and the next generation after that all need to learn cultural knowledge. When this generation of us dies, future generations will be able to use words to create this kind of weapon, no matter how many years have passed. These weapon-making methods will be passed down forever. This is cultural inheritance. After listening to what Brother Yibin said, Luoshui was completely shocked. It turned out that learning characters was so useful. It really broadened Luoshui's horizons. In the future, I will learn the characters well with Brother Yibin and teach what I have learned to the tribesmen so that they can pass it on from generation to generation. The stream is in my heart. She made an important decision that she must study hard and try to learn more characters. In this way, she can help her Brother Yibin. After a while, the courtesan came over. The city lord's more than 3,000 people have all been selected. Starting from tomorrow morning, we will train together, but there is a problem. The training ground is too small, and there is really no place to train. Yibin said to Luoshui, "You go first and pick some smart teachers, and I will help you with school matters." "Okay, then I will go and select someone first, and you must teach me to write in the evening," Luoshui said and smiled at Yibin. Looking at Luoshui walking away, Yibin sighed in his heart. This girl is getting more and more beautiful. "Oiran, what did you just say?" The Oiran had a look of disgust on her face, but she said it again. "The training ground is too small. With so many people, it's impossible to train?" Yibin thought for 3 seconds. All of you, are divided into 3 groups. The first group will train, the second group will train on the left side of the city wall, and the third group will train on the right side of the city wall. Outside the city wall, there is more than 10 meters wide, which is enough for you to train. "All right." The Oiran could only agree. "Tomorrow, I will take my group of people to the left side of the city wall for training, and the right side will be left to others." Yibin said immediately again. In the past, those slaves have now joined China. As for the iron shackles, they were left to the slaves brought back this time. They were asked to use a pair of iron shackles on 2 of them, with 1 foot lock per person. Also, iron ore has reached its lowest point. You will lead the team this time. You will take 1,000 people with a blue cow for each person. I will also let King Li give you 100 personal guards. This time, they incorporated the Golden Wing tribe, destroyed the Blood Wolf tribe, and captured a large number of blue cattle. Now the Huaxiao tribe is really rich and powerful. The ranch is also much larger. About the number of blue cattle. There are probably more than 2,000 blue cattle, plus the ones taken away by Zhuifeng. There are still 1,500 blue cattle left in the tribe. This time you take 1,000 of them out, and when you come back, bring more iron ore and strive to achieve iron freedom in the tribe. As for why he sent the courtesan out, Yibin also had an idea. The courtesan had never been out before, so this time was a good opportunity to let her go out and hone herself. The Oiran agreed immediately. "Okay, City Lord, I will set off immediately tomorrow morning." The courtesan is also very excited about this outing. "City Lord, my 2,000 men? You don't need to worry about this. Let them train with Li Wang tomorrow." The courtesan was also very satisfied with the City Lord's arrangement. As for those camels from before, Yibin left them all to the women who worked the land. Camels have a greater carrying capacity than oxen, so they are perfect for them to use to transport fruits and some crops. Heinyo, after arranging the soldiers, came to Yibin. "City Lord, there are too many people now. Dragon City is almost full?" I see. I have a task for you. You are to take 1,000 slaves to the old city tomorrow and send some craftsmen over there. Let them personally take charge of the guidance and expand the city based on the old city, from the original 60 houses to 1,000 houses. The old city is an important location. In the future, the river will also be located in the old city. As for the remaining 2,000 slaves, you should send people to escort them to the Python Plains and leave 500 slaves in Dragon City to build other buildings. Send someone off early tomorrow morning. Come to my place in the evening, and I will draw a picture for you. Then you can give it to the craftsmen and ask them to start working according to the animal skin picture. When I have time, I will go there in person. After the market and the old city are built, I will assign wives to the soldiers. Let them train well first. The tribe will not forget them. You must pay close attention to the training during this period and never slack off. For these new members, they must be made to know what discipline and obedience are, and their food and drink are provided by the tribe. Those who break the rules must be severely punished. Heinyo agreed immediately. Leave it to me. City Lord. Yibin is quite confident in Hanyo's ability to get things done. After all, Hanyo was also a tribal leader in the past, so it shouldn't be a big problem for him to be a manager. After all, he is still a leader. Okay, tomorrow, you can make your own arrangements. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to me directly and we can discuss it together. Hanyo nodded and agreed. By the way, you should send more people to the market to fetch water and bring it back. It won't be long before we build our own market. By then, there's a new model. Once this new model comes out, it will subvert your cognition. It is something you have never seen before. In the evening, when you come over, I will give you 2 animal skin pictures. Take one to the old city and one to the new market, and give them to Zhuifeng, asking them to start building according to the new appearance in the picture. You must do it according to my request. You cannot change the animal skin picture without permission. Please give my original words to Zhuifeng and the others verbatim. If there is anything they don't understand, ask them to send a pigeon to deliver the message. Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely tell Zhuifeng about your words. With so many people building the city, the progress must be very fast. It is estimated that it won't take too long before the city in Python Plains will be built. Chapter 193: The Girl with Body Fragrance. For the Huaxia tribe, building a city is not too difficult. These people have certain experience in building cities. With their guidance, it won't be long before there will be a city in the Python Plains. Yibin, I've even thought of a name. After the market is built, let's name it Shinwu City. The name, Shinwu City, also has certain implications. Shinwu means shun, and shun means being high above, extraordinary and otherworldly, giving people a sacred feeling that should not be desecrated. As for the Wu in Shinwu, according to Yi Bin's understanding, Wu means invincible, extremely brave, and unbeatable. This is also the case. The first city built by the Huaxia tribe outside must be more solid than Longsheng. Shinwu City is the face of the Huaxia tribe and must be built with care. When everything was arranged, Yi Bin returned to his room. Thinking back on everything in the tribe, he felt that it was too backward. As a time traveler, he failed to play the role of a time traveler. Except those weapons from China. As for life, there's not a trace of modern people at all. In the past, China was too weak and had no time to develop. Now, the Chinese tribes can protect themselves and no longer have to be cautious in doing anything as before. Yi Bin started painting while thinking. The old city still needed renovation. He took out the prepared animal skins, used lime and chalk to make chalk, and started painting on them. The old city is used as a warehouse. The location of this construction is not far from the old city. The old city will be an important location in the future. It will be a good choice whether going out to sea or organizing fishermen to fish. With the navy, we can go downstream. Yi Bin remembered that there was also a river in the Stone Tribe. If we can cross it, it will be much more convenient in the future. As for the construction of the large ship, Yi Bin still needs to think about it further. The current problem is to build the old city first. There's a cement road between Longsheng and the old city, which is very convenient for transporting supplies. About 2 hours later, Yi Bin finished drawing 2 animal pictures. One was the construction picture of the old city, and the other was the construction picture of Shinwu City. The biggest function of Shinwu City is to earn materials. Yi Bin's design is based on a market model of his previous life. The houses are all designed with 2 floors, with the first floor as the facade and the second floor for people to live in. As for cooking, Yi Bin already had some ideas. At that time, Yi Bin will make a coal-burning stove and provide it to those who rent houses for free. As for coal, he will sell it by the piece. After they all know the benefits of the stove, the price of coal will go up again. Regardless of how much material can be earned, this is an exclusive business, which means long-term profit and can support many tribesmen. Yi Bin, I'm very excited just thinking about it. The design of Shinwu City is rows of houses. Each row of houses is designed with 2 floors, with the first floor used as shops and the second floor used as residences. This advanced model can definitely be rented out at a good price. At this time, there was a knock on the door. This kind of knocking etiquette was required by Yi Bin, which also showed respect for a person. If in the entire tribe, they are a bunch of barbarians. No matter where they go, they are extremely rude. When they enter someone else's room, it's just like walking into the vegetable market. They just walk away. How can a group of people like this be powerful? Yi Bin still promotes this basic etiquette. If China wants to be strong in the future, it must have its own etiquette and cannot be the same as primitive people. Come in. After Yi Bin let Hanyo in, he continued painting. There were two pieces of animal skins on the table. Those were drawn by Yi Bin in advance, and every detail was drawn very carefully. City Lord, I am coming. Yi Bin, without looking at Heinyo, just nodded lightly and continued drawing the picture of the animal in his hand. Heinyo couldn't understand it either. He only saw lines of varying lengths drawn on the animal skin. To Heinyo, these things were like a heavenly book. Look at the black bull still standing nearby. It's nothing, just go back first. Okay. City Lord. Heinyo picked up the two drawings and walked straight out the door, closing the door when he went out. Eben drew several more pictures. Each one was different. During this period of time, he wanted to change the tribe and give it some modern things. For example, dig some wells. In addition, we also made some daily necessities, such as soap, toothpaste, looms, cowhide drums, and ox horn trumpets, and designed a flag for the Chinese tribe. From now on, no matter where you go, people will know that you are from the Huaxia tribe. It's like the national flag in our previous life. The moment you take out the national flag, the whole world knows that you are Chinese. That's what flags are for. It also gives the tribesmen faith, and future tribesmen will feel proud of this flag. When you take out this flag, people will think of the Huaxia tribe. Eben stretched lazily and looked out the window. It was already dark outside. It was now around 7 o'clock in the evening. Eben sighed. It is really uncomfortable to have no time. I even have to guess what time it is. When I have time, I must make a sundial so that my fellow tribesmen can have a sense of time. For the people of the tribe, time is an invisible thing, and they have no concept of time. They can only be guided slowly in the future. For the people of the tribe, they are very curious about anything new. At this moment, Luoshui and Yu knocked on Yi Bin's door. It had been a long time since Yi Bin taught them. In the past, what they learned had already been engraved in their minds. Yi Bin was busy outside every day and rarely had any time to stay in the tribe. The two sisters serve as the principal and vice principal, but without any cultural level. How can they teach others? For them, we can learn some useful knowledge from Yi Bin, and then teach more people in our tribe. Brother Yi Bin said so. Word can be passed down. Only by learning more knowledge can we record all the good things of the tribe and pass them down. Let their descendants know that their ancestors were powerful and don't lose all these good things. In the past, the people of the Luoshui tribe did not have the conditions, and many good things were not passed down. As a result, Director Wu's generation did not learn anything useful. Later on, the Luoshui tribe was almost destroyed. If Yi Bin had not appeared, the Luoshui tribe would have disappeared long ago. Yi Bin said casually, "Come in." After the two girls opened the door of the room, they looked at Yi Bin, who was sitting at the table and writing very seriously. After the two girls came in, they gently closed the door of the room and slowly walked to Yi Bin's side. There are two faint scents in the air. Yi Bin looked up and saw that it was Luoshui and Yu. Both girls had a faint virgin scent on them. Since then, a bathhouse has been built. Those women who love cleanliness love taking a bath. Women are born with a fragrance on their bodies. Especially those beautiful women. Chapter 194, Do You Miss Me? You guys take a seat first. Yi Bin asked the two girls to sit down and immediately said, "You guys wait for me for a moment." Both girls agreed. Yi Bin was writing and drawing on the table. The two girls couldn't understand him. With their current knowledge, they could only understand some simple things. As for complex drawings like this, they were not at that level yet. After about 10 minutes, Yi Bin finally finished the painting. There was a flag painted on the animal skin, and two words were written inside the flag. China. Next to Huaxia, there is also a painting of a dragon. Although it is not very good looking, it is already very realistic for people in this society, especially the dragon's eyes and four claws. It is so real, even for Luoshui and the others. If Yi Bin himself looks at it, it is too ugly. But there is nothing he can do about it, since he has no talent for painting. Luoshui asked, "Brother Yi Bin, what are you drawing?" "Why? It looks weird." As for the word Huaxia, Luoshui and Yu both knew it. Yi Bin had taught them before that this was the name of China and also the name of the tribe. Both girls know the meaning of these two words. If they are asked which tribe they are from, they will proudly say, "We are Chinese." But the two girls also recognized that dragon, which was the totem of China. Dragon. Luoshui didn't know why Brother Yi Bin wanted to draw it. What was the purpose of it? Not only Luoshui didn't know, even Yu beside him was confused. Looking at the confusion on their faces, Yi Bin smiled slightly. "You guys will understand when the time comes. Now let's start the class. Let me first tell you about the school's arrangement. The school is divided into 6 stages. Those who know 200 words will be first-grade teachers, And those who know 500 words will be second-grade teachers. Those who know 700 words will be third-grade teachers. Those who know 1,000 words will be fourth-grade teachers. Those who know 1,500 words will be fifth-grade teachers. And those who know more than 2,000 words will be sixth-grade teachers. For mathematics, according to the teacher's arrangement, you need to be able to do addition and subtraction within 200 to be a first-grade teacher. You need to be able to do addition and subtraction within 500 to be a second-grade teacher. You need to be able to do addition and subtraction within 700 to be a third-grade teacher. You need to be able to do addition and subtraction within 1,000 to be a fourth-grade teacher. If you can do addition and subtraction within 1,500, you'll be a fifth-grade teacher. If you can do addition and subtraction above 2,000, you'll be a teacher for 6 years. Each class will be 1 hour. At that time, I will make a time hourglass for you. Every time the hourglass leaks out, it is exactly 1 hour. How do you judge 1 hour? That's it. After the sundial is made, you can make an hourglass. Yibin drew pictures of animal skins for these things, and then he could make them one by one until all the necessary things were made. After listening to Yibin, the two girls became excited instantly. This idea was really great. How come I didn't think of this? Brother Yibin was really awesome. Luoshui thought so in his heart. Looking at Yibin's appearance, Luoshui felt that she was becoming more and more obsessed. Her brother, Yibin, was really amazing. There was nothing he didn't know. You also stared at Yibin in front of her with admiration. The city lord was so handsome, and she really liked him. What should she do? The two girls had their own thoughts in their minds. At this moment, they were still immersed in their own fantasies and did not notice Yibin's murderous eyes at all. In primitive society, people went to bed very early at night. If the Chinese did not have stoves, they would have gone to bed long ago. For primitive people, it was time to go to bed when it got dark. The stove was burning with a blazing flame, lighting up the entire room. Yibin was explaining while teaching the two girls to read and write with white chalk on dry animal skins. Just use wet cotton to wipe gently, and the white numbers will disappear immediately. The two of them studied until very late before going back. When Yibin finished the last number, the two girls stood up directly, and Yibin immediately said, "You go back first. Luoshui and I still have something to say," you said unhappily. "Don't think that I know nothing." Snort. After saying that, he turned around and walked out the door. Both Luoshui and you understood Yibin's little thoughts. Luoshi's face turned slightly red at this moment. Fortunately, it was night and no one could see clearly. The moment the door was closed, Yibin took the initiative to hug Luoshui. The girl did not resist and let Yibin hug her like this. The beauty at this moment belonged to the two of them. Yibin is a normal man. With such a beauty in his arms, how could he not be moved? When he thought about Luoshi's age, Yibin still held back. If that really happened and Luoshui got pregnant, given her current age, the chances of a difficult labor would be very high. This is what Yibin doesn't want to see. Why is the mortality rate so high among primitive women when giving birth? In fact, there's a reason for this. A lot of people, even primitive people, didn't know, but as soon as a woman reaches the age of 13 or 14, she will be remembered by men. Yibin has memories of his past life. He knew better than anyone how high the mortality rate was for difficult labor. Generally speaking, if a child had a difficult labor, there was only one way out, and that was death. Don't blame him. You have to wait until you're 16. From now on, everyone in the tribe must wait until the age of 16 before they can get married and have children. As long as someone violates the regulations, they will be treated as rape victims, and the men will be directly demoted to slavery with a minimum sentence of 3 years and a maximum sentence of 5 years. This kind of bad trend must be stopped in time. I will notify Taishan tomorrow and add a clause to the criminal law. Any woman under the age of 16 will be treated as rape, no matter who she has sex with. As for the lifespan of primitive people, the current Chinese tribes have no shortage of food and do not eat raw meat or drink raw water directly, so there is no problem for them to live to over 60 years old. Yibin, holding Luoshui. He put his mouth close to her ear and asked softly, "Luoshui, do you miss me?" It was the first time for Luoshui to hear such straightforward words, and her face felt slightly hot. This had nothing to do with women's shame. Her face suddenly turned slightly red, which was a function inherent in female genes. Just like a person who is suddenly startled, his instinctive reaction is to jump up immediately. So, don't let anyone argue with you. Primitive women don't blush. Primitive women are also human beings, and their genes have been passed down to the present day. Some things were present when Yuhua created humans, and have nothing to do with whether one feels ashamed or not. This paragraph is only for the stubborn ones. Think. Luoshui thought every day that women in primitive society were not like modern women. They did not know how to lie. Luoshui answered Yi Bin's words without thinking. Just at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 195. The Oiran goes away. Leader. The voice came in before the person came in, and Li Wang hurriedly pushed the door open. When he came in, the first thing he saw was the leader hugging Luoshui. This was not the first time that Li Wang had seen this scene. The two were so scared that they separated immediately. Leader, Li Wang. He couldn't continue speaking after he had said half of his words. Yi Bin and Luoshui both looked at Li Wang hatefully. If eyes could kill, Li Wang would have been killed hundreds of times. Yi Bin said angrily, "When you come in, could you please knock on the door first instead of being such a daredevil?" Luoshui is a woman. Although I don't feel very comfortable in my heart. It was a rare opportunity for her to secretly hug the man she loved, but she was interrupted by the bald man in front of her. Although I feel uncomfortable, Luoshui still didn't say anything. She knew that Li Wang must have something important to tell Yi Bin. As a sensible girl, Luoshui had some awareness of this. You speak first. It's getting late, and I'm going to go back and rest. The night in Dragon City is still very peaceful. The Oiran's patrol team is patrolled by female warriors day and night, and they all carry weapons. In China, there is a rule that except for Yi Bin's personal guards and the courtesan's patrol team, other personnel are not allowed to carry weapons. Only when the Ministry of Justice arrests people can they carry weapons with them. As for at night, the female warriors will light torches and use alcohol as fuel. Although it will not last long, it can be used all the time. Patrolling does not mean walking around in Dragon City all the time. Instead, the patrol team will only patrol at a certain time, usually when it's dark. Most of the tribesmen were asleep. There was no fire at night, and no one could see anything. As for alcohol, it was a military supply, and only important personnel could apply to Yi Bin. What do you want? Yi Bin asked unhappily. Leader, the head of the Oiran group, said, she is going out tomorrow, and she wants me to train the remaining 2,000 female soldiers, and also take away my 100 personal guards. And she said it was arranged by the leader? Yes. Any questions? Yi Bin said casually, who told you to ruin my plans every day? How can I vent my anger if I don't find you something to do? Chief, I have never led so many people. Minister Xiong just took away 200 people, and there are still more than 500 people left in that reinforced battalion. Now, more than 2,000 female soldiers have arrived. Just at this moment, there are so many more people. What am I doing? As the captain of my personal guard, I have trained such a small number of people, and they're pushing the issue around. How am I going to lead an army of hundreds of thousands in the future? Upon hearing about the army of hundreds of thousands, Li Wang's blood immediately boiled. Although he didn't know how many hundreds of thousands were, it sounded very powerful. Seeing that Li Wang was standing there in a daze, Yi Bin kicked him. What are you thinking about? Can I bring it with me? I can bring it. Li Wang, with a happy smile on his face after listening to Yi Bin's words, let alone more than 2,000 people. Even now, even if he, Li Wang, led more than 20,000 people, there would be no problem. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, drawing pie in the sky is so useful. Just draw a big pie in the sky, and all problems can be solved. Of course, Yi Bin was not just making empty promises. When the tribe had more people in the future, it would be normal to let Li Wang lead an army of hundreds of thousands. Li Wang was the man he trusted the most. Yes, the captain of his personal guard. Nothing happened that night. When Yi Bin got up, it was already the next morning. The sunlight shone through the crack in the door directly onto Yi Bin's face. Outside, the sounds of soldiers training could be heard. In the Huaxiao tribe, only Yi Bin dared to sleep in. If others had slept in, they would have been whipped. He is the city lord of China. Even if he sleeps from morning to night, no one dares to attack him. Even if someone attacks him, King Li's personal guard will fight them to the death. In the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin is a godlike existence. Not to mention King Li's powerful personal guards. Even Black Bull and Black Panther will fight you to the death. In their hearts, the city lord is the most important. Yi Bin, after getting up, he took out a toothbrush made of a branch, put some charcoal powder on it, and started brushing his teeth. After washing up, Yi Bin pushed open the door of the room and saw Luoshui teasing his little wolf cub. Let Yi Bin feed himself. His little wolf cubs had starved to death long ago. Every time he went out, it took him several days to get back to the tribe. If Luoshui hadn't helped him feed the little wolf cubs, they would have died long ago. See Yi Bin coming out. Luoshui said with a smile. Brother Yi Bin, "You are awake," my father said. "You were very tired recently, so I asked you not to disturb me so that you can sleep a little longer." The little wolf cub on the side shouted in dissatisfaction, "Bad master, bad master. If we had waited for you to feed us, we would have starved to death long ago." Look, a little wolf cub weighing dozens of kilograms. Yibin grabbed its neck and immediately lifted it up. The little wolf cub was trembling with fear, thinking to himself, "This master will bully us as soon as he comes back." Regarding Yi Bin's brother's behavior, Luoshui was very dissatisfied. She was like a mother protecting her calf. "Brother Yi Bin, don't bully them as soon as you come back." To Luoshui, Yi Bin's behavior is bullying small animals. If someone else dared to mention her little wolf cub like this, Luoshui would have started scolding them a long time ago. For her brother Yi Bin, although she blamed him, she was still very happy in her heart. Women are like this. No matter what the man they like does, they will feel happy. If it's a man you don't like, then you have to be careful. It's already very good if he doesn't give you a good face. If he doesn't hit you or scold you, just be happy. Looking at Luoshui, he looked anxious. Yi Bin felt that Luoshui was very cute and couldn't help but secretly kiss her on the face. Luoshui hasn't reacted yet. Yi Bin kissed her little face and then asked Yi Bin to kiss Qingluan. She was standing beside him. Although she was a primitive woman, there was no such thing as love, nor kissing or hugging. It would be a waste of scene. But Yi Bin is a soul traveler. He has the thinking of a modern person, which primitive women cannot do. So Yi Bin can train them, just like Luoshui now. After Yi Bin kissed her little face, Luoshui's face immediately began to turn slightly red. Luoshui was very supportive of brother Yi Bin's behavior. The girl did not resist or walk away. If it were in modern times, you kiss someone and the little girl kisses you. No, if you are slapped, they will run away shyly. Women in primitive society don't have that mindset. If they like someone, they like him. If they don't like someone, they won't even bother to talk to you. Just as the two were flirting, the Oiran and Hainyo came over. "City Lord, City Lord, the courtesan is going to the stone tribe to mine a large amount of iron ore. Before leaving, the courtesan wants to ask Yi Bin what else they need to prepare." After all, she had never been to the stone tribe, and she had no idea what tools were needed for mining. Yi Bin immediately returned to his cool self. "You guys, why haven't you set off yet? Is there some problem?" Luoshui, standing aside. Looking at Yi Bin's two faces, I couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 196, Yi Bin's Development Direction. Several people looked over at the same time. Luoshui immediately became serious. She tried her best not to look at Yi Bin and the others. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to help herself and would laugh secretly in front of everyone. About what happened just now. Primitive people are very open-minded. If Yi Bin hadn't brainwashed the tribesmen, they would still be creating humans in the same place. With the constraints of rules, the tribesmen naturally dare not do anything wrong. Although, Yi Bin kissed her just now. Maybe Hainyo saw it, or maybe he didn't see it yet, but no matter what, it was inevitably embarrassing to kiss someone's daughter in front of her father. But for Hainyo and Luoshui, this was nothing at all. Everyone in the tribe knew that Luoshui was the city lord's woman. The tribesmen were used to Yi Bin's aggressive behavior. Last time, Yi Bin kissed Qingluan, and many people saw it. This time, he kissed Luoshui, and it was estimated that not too few people saw it. Hainyo naturally wouldn't say anything. In Hainyo's mind, why didn't the city lord sleep with his daughter? If Yi Bin knew what Hainyo was thinking, he would probably yell, "Father-in-law, my pain to you is not in vain." Luoshui's idea is also very simple. Yi Bin was the man she had chosen. No matter what Yi Bin did to her, she would not say anything. As for being shy, she didn't understand anything about it. Being with yourself and the person you love is really a blessing. After listening to what the courtesan said, Yi Bin hesitated for 3 seconds, then immediately said, "Find old man Xiong, bring some shovels and hammers. It will be much easier to mine." The Oiran agreed immediately. "Okay, I'll go find Minister Xiong to ask for the ironware, and then leave immediately." She always feels that the atmosphere here is a bit weird, but the Oiran herself can't tell what's weird about it. After seeing the courtesan leave, Hainyo said immediately, "City Lord, the 1,000 slaves have been escorted to the old city, and I have also sent 50 craftsmen. The craftsmen here are the 500 slaves from before, half of whom were taken away by Zhuefeng, and the other half were kept by Yi Bin. In addition, the picture of the beast drawn by the city lord was also handed over to them. The soldier who escorted them was a soldier named Jixing, and his name was given by the city lord. Zixing is now a battalion commander. This time, he took away a battalion of soldiers, more than 500 people. It was quite easy to escort them. The slaves were all shackled with iron legs. They used a pair of iron shackles and a pair of iron handcuffs to lock the slaves' hands and feet directly, with 2 people locking one hand and 1 foot each. Regarding Hainyo's arrangement, Yibin is still very satisfied. Not everything can be left to one leader. As a leader, as long as he can make arrangements, other things are not a problem. Hainyo immediately added, I also sent people to the market. In about 5 days, Luoshui and his group will be able to return to the tribe. In addition, our new market was also escorted, with 1,500 slaves being led there, this time by Captain Mujan. He personally led more than 1,000 people to escort them, and after arriving at the new market, he was also able to help Zhuifeng and the others. Regarding Hainyo's arrangement, Yibin was naturally very satisfied. Hainyo's other identity was Yibin's father-in-law. Yibin, I remember now. At night, he drew some things and immediately came to the room, took all the animal skin drawings in his hands, turned around and walked out the door, falling into the stream, carrying some food. Seeing Yibin about to go out, Luoshui immediately stopped him. Brother Yibin, eat something before you go. Li Wang, training outside the city walls. Early in the morning, Li Wang found Luoshui. She said that he had to train the soldiers and had no time to take care of Yibin. After hearing this, Luoshui understood what Li Wang meant. She handed over all the school affairs to you and came to take care of Yibin herself. After breakfast, Yibin brought Hainyo to Old Man Xiong. As soon as they met, Old Man Xiong said, Lord, we have completely run out of iron ore. If we want to make more iron tools, we will need a lot of iron ore. Listening to the old man bear nagging endlessly and looking at him, he looked so anxious. Yibin could also see that Old Man Xiong was devoted to the tribe. Minister Xiong, you can rest assured. I have sent the courtesan and more than 1,000 others to the stone tribe to mine for iron ore. I estimate that they will be back in a few days. After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, Old Man Xiong immediately became happy. He was also a man who could not sit still. Whenever he had free time, he would make pottery. Speaking of pottery, Old Man Xiong thought of something. Last time Yibin asked him to make colored pottery. After several failures, he finally succeeded. Old Bear said happily, City Lord, the pottery you asked me to make last time was made by me. There are 3 colors in total. One is white, one is red, and the other is black. After saying that, Old Man Xiong took out a few pottery bowls and handed them to Yibin. Looking at the pottery bowls in his hand, which were black, white, and red, it seemed as if he had come to the modern world. Looking at Yibin, who was a little absent-minded, Old Man Xiong and Hainyo were a little at a loss. They thought that Yibin was dissatisfied, so Old Man Xiong mustered up the courage to ask, City Lord, is it the color that's wrong? After hearing Old Man Xiong's question, Yibin finally reacted. No, the color is quite good. If we continue to fire it like this in the future, I believe our pottery can be exchanged for a good price. Pottery like this is only available in China. There's a saying that goes well. Exclusive business is the most profitable. Yibin is very confident about the model of Xinwu City. In the future, Xinwu City will no longer be called market, but a department store. Since he is the soul of modern man, things like these will naturally be modernized. In the future, many things will be gathered on this continent in the model of the earth. Old Man Xiong, how many iron tools are there here? Prepare some shovels and other tools for me. The current Chinese tribe is too backward. Old Man Xiong asked in confusion. City Lord, the current Huaxia tribe is much stronger than the former Luoshui tribe. This is all thanks to the City Lord. If it weren't for the City Lord, all of us would have died long ago. Yibin agreed with this point. This was not what he wanted. Since he came here, it was God's will. He wanted to make this world different from before and display everything in his mind. Help these primitive people enter a new civilized era so that they can have enough food and clothing, no longer suffer from hunger, and no one of the tribe will freeze to death in winter. Completely lead the entire tribe to a higher level. Let the Chinese people bid farewell to the Stone Age and truly enter the legal age, so that no one will freeze to death or starve to death on this continent. Chapter 197. Digging a well. Probably about 10 minutes. Old Man Xiong ordered people to bring some iron tools. These iron tools were specifically requested by the City Lord. As for what they were used for, that was none of his business. Black Ox, prepare 300 slaves and divide them into 6 groups, with 50 people in each group and 10 iron tools in each group. There are also 2 ox carts, which Old Bear will give to you, with 20 baskets for each group. The remaining 200 or so slaves were responsible for all the drainage in Longsheng, which also included collecting feces, transporting feces out of the city, processing feces, and fertilizing and watering crops. All these tasks were done by these slaves. Yi Bin, after you finish speaking, immediately let Hei Niu make preparations. The Huaxia tribe is now qualified to develop its own economy. Even if they lie down now, they're not afraid of being attacked. Okay, City Lord, I will arrange it right away. Hei Niu said hello to Yi Bin and went to get the tools with his men. Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong, "How was the cowhide I gave you last time?" Old Bear thought for a moment, then said, "I soaked the cowhides in quicklime and left them there. I also scraped off the grease from the hides. Also, the cow hair on the cowhide was soaked in quicklime and then scraped off directly with tools. The cowhide has been exposed to the sun for a long time, and now we're just waiting for the city lord's orders. Okay, now you go prepare a piece of cowhide and have someone cut down some old trees. We are going to start making a cowhide drum." After Yi Bin finished talking to Old Man Xiong, he went to find Hei Niu and the others. Now, first thing to do, that is first dig 6 wells. According to the terrain of Longsheng, it shouldn't take too long to dig deep before water can be found. After all, there's a big river near Longsheng. Yi Bin came to the animal skin map and went to the marked position. Black Bull, along with his warriors and more than 50 slaves, had been waiting here for a long time. Yi Bin is still impressed by the scene of his soldiers fetching water. The moat has experienced several major battles, and the water has long been dyed red. The blood had been purified long ago, but Yi Bin was still very resistant in his heart. The water in these rivers was soaked in blood, which was simply unacceptable to a modern man like him. Perhaps the tribesmen would not care about anything, because in their eyes, as long as the water is not red, it could be used normally, and there is no such thing as psychological shadow. In the eyes of the tribesmen, as long as no one dies after drinking it, there is no problem. Yi Bin had wanted to solve this problem since he saw it last time, but he didn't have the time. Every day, he was either fighting or on the way to fight, and he rarely had any free time. This time, the Blood Wolf tribe was destroyed, and the harvest was enormous. China needs time to digest the results of this victory. If it fails to digest them well, it will be in danger of destruction one day in the future. Now, the best way? That is to make these new members feel a sense of recognition toward China. As for how to do it, it depends on the next actions. Yi Bin came in front of everyone. Then, he drew a circle with stones and asked the slaves to start digging. Yi Bin had no sympathy for these slaves. When they tortured others, they did not treat them as human beings at all. Therefore, Yi Bin naturally would not be polite to them. He divided these slaves into several small teams, some to transport soil, some to dig wells, and some to carry soil. Yi Bin said to Hei Niu, "First, give them the tools." When the slaves got the tools, they were stunned instantly. What kind of weapon was this? It was so hard. The slaves were very curious. The slaves were very excited when they used such a tool for the first time. Many of them thought that by using this tool to fight back, they might be able to escape. Seeing that the warriors on the side were all wearing iron armor and holding weapons made of this material, the slaves immediately gave up the idea. The warriors of the Huaxia tribe are really terrifying. Not only are they well equipped, but they also look very disciplined. Their words, actions, and even their eyes all have a sense of majesty. These slaves of the Blood Wolf tribe had never seen such warriors before. These warriors were all veterans of China, and they had received the most rigorous training. For these primitive people, being able to see the trained soldiers of another era was beyond the slaves' understanding. Yi Bin completed the guidance of the first well. Then he took Hei Niu and the others to the second well, and then the third, fourth, and sixth well, until he finished guiding them all. Yi Bin finally had some free time. Everyone came to the first well again. At this time, the slaves had dug more than 2 or 3 meters. The soil here was still relatively soft. The slaves, holding iron tools, dug the mud very quickly. The slaves looked very exhausted. Every basket of soil they dug had to be lifted above their heads, and then the slaves above would take over and pull it up. If this continues, what will the slaves do when the meter reaches 5 or 6 meters? Yi Bin thought about the time when he dug a well at home before he traveled through time. He put 2 slanted wooden frames on both sides of the well mouth. After fixing the frames on both sides completely, he placed a round log in the middle of the frames. The 2 sides of the log can be fixed with martens. Although the tribe has no iron or the materials for making a few martens can still be obtained. A square hole can be made at one end of the log with an iron file. After the square hole is dug, 6 handles need to be made out of wood. 1 handle is needed for each well. After the 6 wells in Longsheng were dug, Ibn would ask the slaves to dig wells in the farmland so that they would not have to go to the river to fetch water for watering the fields. In addition, some canals needed to be built in the farmland so that water could be used at any time. Ibn called over a dozen soldiers and asked them to chop some wood. He also asked the slaves to dig 4 large holes on both sides of the well. Each hole was about half a meter deep, probably about half an hour. The soldiers, carrying 30 or 40 pieces of wood, walked straight towards the well. Soon, the wood was placed on the ground. Ibn ordered the slaves to insert the wood directly into the hole, fill it with soil, and finally beat it tightly with wooden sticks. Just then, Old Bear brought marten. When the soldiers went to chop wood, Ibn asked them to draw a marten pattern on animal skins and asked the soldiers to give it to Old Man Bear. Unexpectedly, the iron marten was made so quickly. Every time Ibn makes something, he makes a model with mud, then melts the iron slag into molten iron, and then pours the molten iron directly into the mold. If he wants to use it quickly, he has to pour cold water on it. Old Man Xiong also learned this trick. Every time he made an iron knife, he would make a mold in advance. As long as the molten iron was melted, he would pour it into the mold. In just a few minutes, the ironware would be made. As for whether the iron knife is well made and hard enough, that is another matter. Chapter 198, Making a Bullhorn. The slaves continued to dig wells, but the amount of soil they dug out became less and less. This also indicated a problem. The soil under the well was harder than the soil above. After a while, the wooden frames on both sides of the well had been built. The round wood in the middle had been equipped with handles, and the 2 ends of the round wood had been fixed. Each end was secured with marten. To prevent the log from rolling out, a bundle of thick straw ropes was put on top of the log, and a large iron hook was tied directly to the other end of the rope. Every time when pulling soil from the well, they just had to use an iron hook to hang it on the woven bamboo basket, and then the slave above would directly turn the round wooden handle, and the bamboo basket of the well would slowly be lifted up. Ibn came to the well and looked at the slaves below who were digging the soil with great effort. It was obvious that they were struggling. Ibn also instructed the soldiers to supervise the slaves and to replace a new group of people every mealtime to ensure their construction speed. If water comes out of the well, they immediately sent someone to inform him, and everyone thought they had heard wrong. In the eyes of primitive people, there was no such thing as a well. Black Bull asked curiously, "City Lord, what is the purpose of digging this well? Also, does it really emit water?" Regarding Hanyo's question, Ibn also immediately explained, "Yes, this is called a well. When you dig to a certain depth, water will bubble up from the bottom of the well. At that time, all of us will have to draw water from the well to drink because the water outside is really too dirty." Another thing is that every time the tribesmen go out to fetch water, they have to walk a long way. It takes half an hour to go back to Longsheng from the nearest river. For these primitive people, this is a very normal thing. But for Ibn, really, it's such a waste of time. Besides, the water in the river contains parasites and insect eggs, and most importantly, a lot of bacteria. Although the river water can be boiled, it is not very safe. Some parasites and bacteria cannot be killed easily. If with these wells, the tribesmen's problem of food and drinking water has been completely solved. The well water is already very clean, and after being disinfected at high temperature, the tribesmen are no longer afraid of parasites. After giving the instructions, Hanyo and the others followed. Ibn and Old Man Xiong came to the Ministry of Industry. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the materials on the ground, including cow horns, cowhide, glue, wooden boards, and other things. That's right, Ibn wants to make a horn. Although the soldiers had ram's horns, the sound of the ram's horn was too small. If they used a large cow horn as a horn, the sound produced could be transmitted far away and be very loud, even if it's someone who's a few kilometers away. Both are fine. When you hear the sound of a cow horn, ancient people used cow horns when they went out to fight. This kind of horn is not only loud, but also easy to carry and can be heard over a long distance. The tribes nowadays are very different from the past. In the past, there were fewer warriors, and horns made of sheep horns were enough for the tribe. Now the number of people in the tribe is thousands of times that of the past, and the sheep horns are indeed not enough. The principle of the horn is actually very simple. The tools of the Ministry of Industry are quite diverse, and it has all the necessary iron tools. Ibn pick up a few horns. I found a good saw and used it to cut off the cow's horn. I then used the saw to saw off the back of the horn. I then used an iron drill to drill a hole in the back of the horn. Yibin had already sawed off the front part of the horn and then found some tools to clean the inside of the horn. As for polishing the outside, there was no need for that. After all, this is a primitive society. As long as things are useful, it doesn't matter whether they look good or not. The ox horn can be used in many ways, such as for advancing or retreating and for reminding the army. The sound of a horn is very loud, especially when a row of people blow it. It can be heard within a radius of 10 miles. For primitive people, being able to hear the sound from a kilometer away is already a magical artifact. Yibin, take the finished cow horn. He brought it directly in front of Old Man Bear and asked him to try it. Looking at the horn made by the city lord, Old Man Bear took it, put it to his mouth immediately, and blew it hard. The cow horn made a huge sound. Woo-woo. The sound was so loud that most people in Longsheng heard it. If it was the sound of a sheep horn, few people would hear it. After all, the two horns are essentially different. As for the volume of the sounds they produce, they're not at the same level at all. Yibin, after listening, he felt very satisfied. This was exactly the effect he wanted. How many big horns do we have? Yibin asked Old Man Xiong that he was planning to equip the troops, and the Chinese army in the future would use this bullhorn. As for the previous sheep horns, they could be directly replaced. When the time comes, you will make all these cow horns into cow horns. I will tell Hein Nyo and the others to use cow horns instead. After you're done, I will let them come and get them. Now, we're going to do the bass drum. Yibin had talked to Old Man Xiong about the function of the big drum before, but he had never made it. For many things, Yibin would make them once, and after Old Man Xiong learned how to make them, he would start making them himself. The materials for making the cowhide drum had already been prepared. Yibin used a charcoal pencil to draw lines on the wood, and then used a saw to saw it into the desired shape. The two of them were busy all day. In the end, more than 50 boards were sawed. Each wooden board was in the shape of a semicircle. On the second day, the two of them applied glue together. Each semicircular wooden board will be coated with glue and then linked together. The outer edge of the drum stand was firmly covered with an iron ring. Yibin used a small iron rod to continuously hit the iron ring. Every time he hit it, the drum stand would become tighter. After all this is done, the drum stand needs to be finalized, but there are only two of them now, and they can't do anything. Suddenly, Hein-Yo walked in. He shouted excitedly, "City Lord, the water is coming out. The water is coming out." Yibin didn't react and immediately asked, "What came out of the water?" Hein-Yo replied immediately, "City Lord, the well. The well is producing water. Slaves, wherever you keep digging, I will come over right away to find you, the city lord." Yibin asked excitedly, "How many wells have produced water?" Black Bull said directly, "City lord, 2 wells have already produced water, but the remaining 4 wells have not yet produced water." He had also finished dealing with all the things going on here, and the two of them had nothing to do. Yibin said to Old Man Xiong, "Let's go and see it together." Old Bear was also very curious about that well. Now they say something has come out of the water, so we have to go and take a look. Everyone was very curious about this strange well. Chapter 199 Hospital. When a few people came to the first well, Yibin walked to the wellhead and looked at the 2 slaves below, shoveling mud in the water. The water was about at their waists. Yibin shouted at them, "Come up quickly." The slave above lowered the bamboo basket down. When the bamboo basket hit the ground, 2 people came up first, and the other slave was still in the well. Soon, the first person came up. At this time, the water had already reached above the chest, and the slaves in the well began to get anxious. No matter who they were, they would be afraid of the unknown, especially when you are alone. In front of us is a very deep well, about 12 meters deep. For primitive people, their legs had already gone weak. No matter whether they were in the well or above the well, they were all very scared. Those below were afraid of drowning, and those above were afraid of heights and were afraid that they would fall down. People are like this. When you stand on a high place, you must not look down, otherwise you will feel dizzy, nauseous, your heart rate will speed up, and you will also feel like you will fall at any time. This is what people often call acrophobia. After the first person was pulled up, Yibin immediately gave the order, "Hurry up, throw the bamboo basket and straw rope down." At this time, the slaves under the well have begun to panic, and they are screaming in fear. "Oh, I don't want to die. Please pull me up quickly." Soon, the straw rope fell down, and the slaves in the well immediately climbed into the bamboo basket. "You guys, pull me up quickly." There were cries of pleading coming from inside the well. It was such a deep well, and the water inside kept rising. For the slave, his heart almost jumped out. Above, several slaves quickly turned the handle of the log, and after about a few minutes, the slave was pulled up. The slave was shaking all over. This is how people are. No one can remain calm when facing death. Yibin, tell Hainyo and the others. The mouth of the well must be covered with bricks to prevent the tribesmen from falling in. There is another problem. The clean water in the well cannot be used immediately. In addition, some gravel should be thrown into the well, and some lime powder should be sprinkled to disinfect the well. Finally, the water should be cleaned and allowed to purify for a few days. After the water is clear, the tribesmen can use it. After listening to Yibin, everyone nodded in agreement immediately. Don't worry, City Lord. I will tell the clansmen not to go to the wellhead casually to avoid falling in accidentally. As for the matter of getting water, I will also hold a meeting for everyone in Dragon City. Very good. Hainyo's ability to get things done is reassuring. Yibin responded casually. Immediately, they walked towards the second well. After what happened just now, everyone had some experience. When everyone arrived in front of the second well, the slaves were digging the soil. For some reason, or perhaps Yibin was lucky, none of the wells he chose hit rocks. Friends who have dug wells in rural areas all know one thing. If you encounter a layer of rock when digging a well, it will be difficult to dig deeper. At that time, people in the countryside used explosives to blast down layer by layer until they dug out a water source. Inside the well, cement must be used to fix the surroundings to prevent collapse. In this way, the well is completely completed and there will be no problems no matter how it is used in the future. The second well was better than the first one. Water came out from the bottom of the second well after only digging about 10 meters, while the first well was dug more than 10 meters. However, the water flow from this well is faster than that from the second well. The location of Longsheng is in the middle of the valleys on both sides, and the water level is not much different from that of the river, so there is no need to dig too deep. 3 days later, all the wells in Longsheng had water. The deepest well, about 16 meters deep, still had water. During these 3 days, the school and the hospital were built. The two buildings were similar in size, both with 3 fronts and 3 stories high. Yibin asked Old Man Xiong from the Ministry of Industry to make several hundred chairs and benches, as well as 20 or 30 blackboards. A lot of new things were also made in the hospital. For example, there are stretchers for carrying the wounded, as well as wooden wheelchairs and crutches. With a stretcher, only 2 women can carry away a wounded person, which is convenient and saves trouble. Yibin let Old Man Xiong go. A large medicine cabinet was made for the hospital. There were many medicine boxes in the cabinet. Each kind of medicinal material could be put into a medicine box, so that the medicinal materials would not be mixed up. The hospital has 6 wards. The entire hospital has 3 floors. The second and third floors are where patients live. There are 8 wooden beds in each ward, and each bed is covered with fluffy animal skins. The first floor is where patients are seen and wounds are treated, as well as where medicines are prepared, boiled, disinfected, and so on. In addition to a large medicine cabinet, the first floor of the hospital also has rows of benches for patients to sit on. You don't have to pay for anything when you go to the hospital. The current hospital still belongs to the Huaxia tribe and is a collective asset. All those who are injured in the tribe can receive free treatment. The first floor of the hospital. On the right, in a large room, is a large delivery room. Whenever a woman wants to give birth, she will be sent here. Yibin explained the process of childbirth to Director Wu, which completely confused Director Wu. Yibin is a man. He is a man who has not yet reached adulthood. How did he know that scissors and alcohol are needed for women to give birth, and that after the baby is born, the umbilical cord must be cut with scissors? The prerequisite is that the scissors must be disinfected. The witch chief was so impressed by this knowledge that he shouted out loud. She was a woman, but unfortunately she had never given birth to a child. Almost all the witches in the tribe remained single all their lives. Primitive people felt towards witches as if they were gods. In their eyes, witches could communicate directly with gods. What primitive people feared most was the punishment from gods. Therefore, being a witch is a very magical profession, even if the witch steps down. No one in the tribe dared to touch her. What if she communicated directly with the gods and used a powerful move on you? No one would know how you died. Although there were no gods in the eyes of primitive people, gods really existed. Like those, natural disasters. Also, things like earthquakes, which are inexplicable, are all punishments from the gods in the eyes of primitive people. Only when the gods are offended will huge disasters befall them. Which step back. Generally speaking, you can only live alone until the end of your life. No matter how brave a warrior is, he dare not think about the woman of God. Those who can become witches are trained from a very young age. When they take over as witches, they must be perfect virgins, and there will be special personnel to check if any problems are found. They would be burned alive. So don't doubt a witch. You may not be a virgin, but a witch is definitely a virgin. Chapter 200 Cowhide Drum. The school is also ready. Luoshui trains teachers every day. At night, she and you would come to Yi Bin's room to study. After each study session, you is always the first to come out. Every time Luoshui comes out, your face will turn a little red. As for what happened, you have to ask Luoshui and Yi Bin. Although they didn't do that, they can do something else. For example, you can kiss and hug, measure the waist circumference, and so on. These are all acceptable. As long as the girl is willing, it's no big deal to take advantage of her a little. The school in Luoshui is now able to operate normally. Through the efforts of this period, 40 or 50 women are now able to teach first grade. As for the second and third grades, Luoshui and you go to the school to teach in person. There are teachers during the day and students at night. Many things are just beginning and everyone is groping forward. Even came to the Ministry of Industry. The last time he came here was 5 or 6 days ago. When he saw the city lord coming, old man Xiong immediately stood up, walked quickly to Yi Bin, and said with a smile, "City lord, you are finally here. The drum from last time has not been completed yet." Old man Xiong thought that Yi Bin might have forgotten about it. Otherwise, why didn't the city lord come over after so many days? Yi Bin responded casually. "I have time today, so I came here immediately. I've been too busy these days and have no time at all. Digging wells, building schools, and repairing hospitals all require a lot of time. What I have done these days, they are all for the Huaxia tribe. The wells are for the health of the tribesmen, and the schools are for cultivating more talents and allowing the tribesmen to learn more knowledge. The purpose of the hospital is to save lives and heal the wounded, and it is also the most important department. No matter what era it is, hospitals are the most important. It can not only save the patient's life, but also help the patient and reduce physical pain. Especially in this era, pregnant women have to give birth to children. When soldiers are injured, it is easy for the wound to become infected. In such an era, once the wound is infected, it is almost like waiting for death. Although Yi Bin is not a doctor, but he still knew some very basic common sense, such as if a wound was deep, it needed to be sutured with an iron needle. If a leg or foot was broken, it needed to be fixed with a wooden board. And if you had a cold or fever, you needed to take antibiotics and kill bacteria. These are simple things, but in this era, they are the most advanced technologies. Only with these advanced technologies can we save more patients in the future. Yi Bin took out the drum stand from last time. Because it was only half done at that time, it wasn't that Yi Bin didn't want to finish it. However, at that time, the glue had just been applied, and the joints between the wooden boards were not very strong yet, and the drum stand at that time was not suitable for making war drums. "Bring me all the cowhide." "Okay." "City lord." Old man Xiong came to a corner where there were several pieces of cowhide, all of which had been processed. He picked up 2 pieces and handed them directly to Yi Bin. Yi Bin spread the cowhide on the drum mouth and placed the entire drum stand on the wooden sticks. Just pull the cowhide tight again, punch some small holes on the edge of the cowhide, pass the rope through the holes, and then pull it tight. The 2 men kept turning the rope to shrink the cowhide and the tightness of the cowhide. The ropes were turned around the drum stand, and the whole piece of cowhide was pulled tighter and tighter. Yi Bin pressed it directly with his hand. He found a thumb-sized wooden stick and hit the cowhide hard. The ropes around it kept turning to adjust the tightness of the cowhide to an optimal state. Yi Bin felt that it was about right. Ask old man Xiong to take out the rivets. These rivets had been told to him a long time ago. As for making iron rivets, it is also very simple. Just use mud to make some molds and then pour molten iron into them. The iron rivets were made. Soon he took out a basin of rivets, all of which were iron rivets that had been made before. It finally came in handy today. Yi Bin picked up the rivets and a hammer and hammered them into the edge of the drum stand one by one. After the rivets are finished, the front of the drum has been completely finished. Yi Bin took an iron knife and cut off the cowhide under the rivets. The drum mouth on the other side is the same as before. It was probably around afternoon time. A cowhide drum was made by Yi Bin and his companion. Looking at the big drum in front of them, it was at least 1 meter high and 1 meter wide. Under the cowhide drum, there was a cross wooden frame with the cowhide drum placed on it. Yi Bin handed old man Xiong 2 wooden sticks. Then he spoke to Old Bear. You go and try this cowhide drum. Old Man Xiong was not polite. He took the wooden stick in Yi Bin's hand and started beating the drum. Boom, 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 boom. Old Bear knocked a few times and fell in love with the sound. Every knock made a deafening sound. Old Bear knocked faster and faster, and the cowhide made bursts of noise. Boom, boom, boom. The noise was getting louder and louder. Soon, the whole Dragon City heard it, and the soldiers were very curious about what the sound was. They had never heard this sound before. It was so beautiful that as the soldiers listened to it, their blood began to boil. Some soldiers said, "What on earth is this sound? It's so beautiful. Whenever I hear it, I feel like I'm going to the battlefield." The soldiers all nodded, and many of them echoed, "Me too. Whenever I hear this sound, I feel like I have endless energy." "Me too." And me. Many people began to boil with excitement. The blood in their bodies was ignited at this moment. Everyone looks in one direction. That direction was where the drum sound came from. At this time, the two people in the room had no idea what was happening outside. Old Man Xiong's workshop has been surrounded by the crowd, but Old Man Xiong is still there, beating the big drum in front of him. Every time he beats it, a dong-dong sound is made. This sound is a bit too high. The soldiers were all mumbling something, and no one knew what they were saying, but the general meaning was that if they were on the battlefield, they would also beat such a big drum. The soldiers killed the enemies twice as fast as usual. For these primitive people, good things like cowhide drums are definitely like magical weapons. Although they have never seen magical weapons, you cannot stop their imagination. He even took a pair of wooden sticks. He just banged the big drum hard, and his banging was indeed much better than that of the old bear. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Dong, 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 dong. He been knocked in a very regular pattern, knocking twice on the left side and then once on the right side. Just keep hitting the bass drum like this. The soldiers outside were getting more and more excited as they listened to the sounds of cowhide drums.